Didong, an archer player level 93 named Yan, is at the top of the game. Even a light day's earnings can net a few hundred, so he had too much free time and impulsively reset his level and started grinding from the beginning because he managed to find a rare and hard-to-find crystal. It can change Jinzhong's class to another super rare hidden class, allowing the wish to summon a dark army like Jin Yu. Jinzhong decides to change his class to Summoner, and when he activates the hidden class crystal, he gains the only hidden class in the world: the Tamer. From here, Jinung's path to capturing all the divine-level monsters begins. Somewhere strange, a mysterious creature is fighting someone. The battle seems fierce, but the victory still belongs to humans, not the strange creature. The young man, having tasted the bitterness of life from the monster, calmly turns and walks away. This young man is Jinsung the Archer, level 93. He just defeated a demon and received a reward from the system. After receiving over 100,000 gold, Jinzhong was about to rest and enjoy himself, but life never gives you such easy wins. From the pile of bones, some horns suddenly appeared, not knowing who stuck them in. Only when the bones completely disintegrated did I realize it was a two-headed monster with horns. Its whole body must be worth about 100 Jinsung combined. You're also a bit nervous. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. The monster, just appearing, was eager to prove itself, swinging its hand to smash down on Jung. But he managed to dodge the attack just in time, thanks to his quick reflexes and the HT skill that saved him. With only 1 minute left on the HT timer, Jinzhong swiftly dodged all of the monster's attacks. He needs to defeat it within a minute. Jinzhong checks the status window while watching the monster. He stopped at a safe distance to let it know who its father is. He only has one trap left. There's no other way, so he goes all in. Jinzhong shouts loudly to draw the monster's attention. Listen up, that disgusting monster. The beast charges at him fiercely, and Jinzhong must time it perfectly. Missing by just 0.01 seconds means falling into the pit. Jinzhong tense, staring at the monster, and just as it swings its hammer down, he jumps aside. At this moment, he activates a high-level stun trap, causing the monster to be stunned and weakened. Jinzhong shouted loudly, "Got it." He pulled the bowstring tight and activated a series of attack chips. The opportunity has come. He releases his hand and the arrow flies straight into the two-headed monster with horns, officially ending it. The system notifies that he has defeated a two-headed demon and received a reward. Jinung shouted happily, "Okay, I'll die and see what item I get." Jinung just checked and quickly grabbed an item from the Elite Warrior set, which was already more than 10 times harder than usual. Now he's received 2 items, and if he converted them into money, it would be at least 5 million. He probably used up his entire month's luck. And on top of that, it's not over yet. Jinung paused for a second. This is what he got, a Mian crystal. Jinung has hit the jackpot this time. Oh my god, KN. The world-famous game V was released half a year ago and now has over 10 million players. It is basically an extremely popular game that dominates the entire video game industry. When Jine fought Capsular via Furkan's 10 million world, he used the money to pay for his tuition that his parents had put in, along with all the money he saved from his part-time job. Everyone said he was crazy. So, although he started playing 2 months after the game's release, he raised his powerful archer character in just 4 months. Hunting monsters with his archer helped him earn about 200,000 gold per hour. From this game, he has earned millions of gold. The problem now is that there is a notification about a major update coming soon to this game, introducing a new region and 3 new classes. Players are excited to hear this news while enjoying Kai Lan. However, the young man with orange hair and a serious face thought to himself, "Don't worry too much about that. Just reset your current character if you want a new one, and they'll level up that character." Jindong stood beside him, telling him to go hunting together and collect rewards until the new area was updated. If he's lucky, he might even earn enough to cover his tuition in just 1 playthrough. That is their plan. Mulan's Crystal, an item that can unlock a hidden class for you from the NBC responsible for class changes. In short, it's an extremely valuable item that he was lucky to get, but the problem is it's only for level 10 players who haven't gone through the job change process. Jinong bitterly grits his teeth. If he uses it, he will have to remake his character. But after earning a lot of money, what should he do? The young orange-haired guy scolds Jinong, calling him a fool. "Are you planning to restart your level 93 character? Are you joking with me? Then it's a waste. His character is currently ranked among the top in Korea, in the top 1,000 and top 100 on the guild leaderboard." "Are you planning to throw everything away?" Jinzong asked. "Do you really think I don't know? But that's the first opportunity to unlock a new profession. You can't just throw this item away." The young man with orange hair seriously reminds you to learn more about the hidden profession that's being revealed. "Do you know that there is someone in our guild who has a sniper profession?" Jinzong replied that he knows. "Have you ever gone hunting with him a few times?" The young man with orange hair asked if he thought the sniper profession was significantly better than the archer profession. Daidong hesitated and replied that they had once had a pretty big gap, so he wasn't sure, but it was definitely more useful than the bow profession. Their range was incredible, and each shot was very powerful. But shooting quickly is quite difficult. The biggest disadvantage is that when there are many monsters around, it's very limited. Probably so. The young man with orange hair agrees. You mean that just because it's a hidden class, it doesn't mean it will get stronger? Jin Zung said he knew. The guy with orange hair gets annoyed hearing you say that. You knew, so why were you even planning to throw away your level 93 character? You can easily earn more than $1 million a day just by hunting with that character. Jin Zung calls out to the young man with orange hair. Yu-hun, why are you playing this game? Yu-hun froze in place. Huh? 'Cause it's fun. Jinung snaps his fingers like a home-cooked meal. That's the answer. You think the new hidden profession will be fun, and Yu-hyun is also coming to experience your daring spirit. All right, go ahead, you won't stop me anymore. You're so silly. Keep going, Jinjong will fix this now. All right, go back to Kai Lan, an old man with white hair sitting cross-legged and selling something. Jinjong approaches the old man and asks if he needs something. Dinsung says he's looking for a resurrection potion. The old man grinned lecherously. Luckily you came to the right place. He pulled out a hot item to show you. I just got it. But he suddenly grabbed Jinsung's hand, holding the potion, making him jump in surprise. I know. Once I drink it, all my current powers will disappear, and I can't afford to be reckless. Jindung smiled, even more terrifying than the old man's. That's why he's going to drink it. The most expensive resurrection potion. If you're lucky, you might get a better class when you reincarnate. You will earn more money with this new profession, so Jinung gulped down the entire potion in one go. Your level and stats will be reset at the boss training center. Everyone is working hard and struggling to train with the straw man in front of them. Yan has also been training nonstop for over a day. Just to clarify for everyone, Yan is the name of Jinsung's character in the game. Everyone around keeps exclaiming they've never seen such an intense training session before. Tomorrow is the release day for the game's major new update of V, the popular game right now. A purple light shines down. After scanning, the system announced that Yan had entered the Can game world. The first thing to do was to find the Summoners Guild. After a moment of searching, he found the place he needed to go. It seems Yan was the first to step here, slowly ascending to meet the guild leader at the center to change his profession to summoner. Although he was advised that the path of the summoner is not easy and taming monsters is difficult, he still accepted. The guild leader had to confirm once more. Suddenly, Yan took out the Milan crystal left by the hero from his hand. The guildmaster was extremely surprised, and he urged him to quickly give him the hidden profession. The guildmaster, realizing he was more surprised than he thought, asked him to help catch a blue-eyed wolf in the plains because his son wanted to turn it into a summoning beast, but he couldn't handle it. Yan widened his eyes in shock, knowing that the blue-eyed wolf was a rare level 40 monster, yet he was assigned this as his very first task at level 10. He handed him 5 binding magic scrolls to trap the wolf and said that the wolf was only a juvenile and still weak. The system displayed the quest acceptance screen with the reward being a monster tamer. Yan felt like he had struck gold. This is the hidden profession he has been searching for, the tamer. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the request and set out. Although Yan's current level is 10, the stats are for level 30, so this mission isn't too difficult. Seeing the wolf standing on the cliff, contrary to expectations, its level is 20, and Yan wonders if he can handle it with his current level 10. Turning off the system display, Duongkung aims precisely at the lurking wolf on the thin rock. Swish! An arrow shot straight into the wolf's body, making it roar in fury. So he slowly approached him, and Yan's arrow and bow emitted a blue light surrounding them. Suddenly, Yan remembered he needed to capture it alive, and each of those arrows was enough to send the wolf back to the Tamno River. As he closed his eyes in thought, the wolf suddenly lunged from behind, its eyes blank and fierce, snarling and baring its sharp claws at Yan. Suddenly, Yan threw a punch, gently interacting with the wolf to the point of almost dislocating its jaw. The wolf then looked sad and teary-eyed, showing a pitiful expression. It seemed that its current appearance with blue wolf eyes, as rumored, was not the same species. He no longer uses a bow and arrow, but relies on the law of the right hand, constantly interacting to make the wolf roll over onto the ground. It's as if it's seeing its ancestors watching over it from the other side. Although he managed to control himself, Yan still failed to use the binding scroll to capture the wolf alive. He had to fatten it up and then punch it, unable to let it escape. The wolf burst into tears, giving up on this life. Having spent too much time, he had to quickly return to the center to hand over the binding scroll containing the wolf to the guild leader. He was very surprised to see Yan complete this task, knowing that most first missions in the taming profession usually fail. The leader quickly said that a tamer was not suitable for him and suggested he become a master. He had never heard of a profession mission that could be set up like this, because this profession was even higher than a tamer. Jan unhesitatingly accepted the path to become the first master tamer. Jan's purple energy wave spread around the house, marking an important milestone. You have officially become a master tamer. I will open the system menu first and tame the red-eyed beast from the previous guide. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he began to plan. I will become the strongest person first in this profession. In a desolate land, giant rocks rise like mountains, and the surrounding scenery is all dry, barren soil. The scene made him feel a chill run down his spine as he watched a group of summoners stalking the red wolf. When they noticed him, they started to whisper. It seems someone has already switched to a new profession. Standing behind the curious crowd of Long, maybe I should stay here and watch how they do it. The old summoners combined their powers and cast various spells, but all their efforts failed, and no one could catch the red wolf. That scene made you secretly feel lucky. It's best to catch the monster you found first. So, Jan decided to leave that place to explore his hunting abilities in this mysterious world. With his current stats, he wonders how many wolves he can catch. Seeing the pack of wolves walking by, he decided he had to try to see what he could do. Then he quickly drew his bow, feeling excited and focused on his target. As time passed and the sun reached its peak, Jan achieved his first success. Opening the system interface, Jan checked the stats of the first captured wolf. This is a level 12 wolf, and its shy personality makes him feel helpless. Do monsters also have personalities? As he continued exploring, the image of the second wolf appeared, leaving him stunned. If the first looked naive, this one's screen image showed a fierce, challenging gaze. You realize that monsters of the same level can have different stats, and, excited like an explorer, Jan decides to hunt more wolves to see which one has the highest data. Today, I will go wolf hunting, but my frustration grows as I realize the stats of the other wolves are not as good as I expected. Meanwhile, the system suddenly announced that your critical hit rate had increased by 1. A wave of joy surged again as the system declared that you had achieved the Wolf Expert title. Having captured a large number of wolves, this title allows you to identify high-level wolves without needing to catch them. Filled with excitement, you radiate confidence. A magic circle with a star shape, like in the Card Captain movie, appears in your eyes, activating the analysis function. Your eyes scan through, and each of the wolves' stats become clearly visible. Finally, my gaze settles on a black-gray wolf with fiery red eyes full of hostility. Our eyes meet, and instead of a song about wanting to watch you forever, it growls as if challenging, rushing forward recklessly. Its ending was truly tragic, beaten so badly that it couldn't recognize its own form. Good. It seems you've learned your lesson, he said with satisfaction, and immediately cast a spell to trap it. Seeing the impressive stats of the wolf, he couldn't help but feel greedy and smiled foolishly like a child seeing candy. What's remarkable is that this wolf isn't ordinary. It has the potential to grow, while the others are marked by the system as unable to develop. You've identified your target and decided to release the other wolves, focusing solely on training Lai, the name you've given it. He knelt before Lai, smiling kindly like a proud father, and from that moment on, the name of the wolf was confirmed. From now on, its name is Lai. Upon hearing the new name, Lai looked up with eyes shining like it had just been given its favorite dish. The system also confirmed that Lai seemed to like its name. Lai's loyalty has increased to 5. The master and servant look at each other and smile foolishly like children who have just discovered something wonderful. Are you surprised? Do you always have a loyalty score like that? The days of innocence are over. Now you and Lai move forward with a cool and heroic stance. It's time to hunt, and Lai roars back with a mighty growl. In a modern high-rise building, the atmosphere is tense, as if it could be cut with a knife. Our Lotus society has become weaker since Chin Sung left. Jo Hyun is sitting at his computer talking to someone and says he will change his profession to a summoner. I don't know what he's planning to do with it. When will he come back here? Is the summoner really that strong in combat? Your eyes scan the negative comments about the game, sweat dripping down your forehead, filled with question marks. This post expresses the frustration of a summoner player about how slow leveling up is, along with many negative comments that even Hun, behind the screen, has given up. Chin Sung recreated the character because of it. After all, he thought their complaints were justified. At that moment, he also secretly guessed that reaching level 20 and joining the guild might still be a long way off. Meanwhile, in Kailan, the dark sky was painted with brilliant purple streaks. The light from someone's exploding power spreads across half the sky. It is the one you and your wolf are fighting tirelessly. The system now announces that you have activated the Blessing of the Wind, increasing speed by 37%. As the arrow is shot, Lai runs after it and attacks the fox. It quickly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, using its sharp teeth to bite into the target's back. For now, the red fox is injured and can't fight Lai with full strength, especially with the support of its powerful companion. Is it because of its personality that Jinung, despite knowing its level and stats are even lower than the red fox, charged in without any fear? At this moment, it's as if he's going to help it a hand. All right, you did very well. Being praised with such a simple compliment made it much happier. It combined its attack with the arrow he shot to finish off the red fox. You have defeated a red fox and gained 265 XP, and the summoned pet Lai also received 265 XP. Thanks to this result, Jinung realized that our XP is shared equally, so I should upgrade Lai to at least level 15. All right, it's time to get back to grinding. The master and servant sit close together, acting very affectionately. Lai gently touched his hand. You have activated the basic training skill. The cooldown time is 35 minutes. No wonder it's so obedient. Lai's summoned beast will gain about 10 minutes of improved understanding of the summoner's commands. The potential of the summoned beast will increase through training. The current potential of Lai is 65. Where Jindung throws things, Lai immediately runs over to pick them up, truly useful. You have activated first aid. Lai the summon has recovered 45 health. Lai had to lie still while Jin Sung bandaged her entire body. She looked so miserable, but I've been in control for quite a while now. And finally, after all the efforts made, the summoned beast Lai reached level 15. Its aura of power looked truly dazzling. However, this level up was much slower than Jin Sung expected. Maybe it's because of sharing XP? But training Li feels really enjoyable. It gets stronger every time it levels up. Jin Sung gently caressed Lai with affection, and it enjoyed it. Lai, should we go hunting some bears? All right, it's time to head to a new hunting ground. These two master and pet are quite in sync. Arriving at the new land, a large gathering of black bears is present in one area. Skill proficiency has increased. The basic summon is currently level 2. You have gained 3 skill points. You have learned the active skill Wild Warrior's Blessing. You have learned the basic tactical skill. Jinung feels satisfied with this. The hard work paid off after all. Let's see what these skills can do. The Blessing of the Wild Warrior, an active skill with no skill level or proficiency required and a 150 mana needed. The Blessing of the Wild Warlord can be applied to yourself and group members for about 20 minutes, increasing attack power by up to 30%, and when used on summoned beasts, the effect doubles to 100%. After reading each line on the system, I think this buff skill looks pretty good. Next is the basic tactic. What is this? The system just introduced a new basic tactic of the passive skill type, and the skill level is 0. Even proficiency is not enough. The leadership and taming skill stats of the summoner are increased by 10%. In battle, summoned beast will better understand their master's commands. After reading this message, I was secretly happy. If my leadership skill increases by 10%, I can tame a bear. Let's try taming the black bears and see if there's a bear as strong as Lai here. After Jin Zung decided to tame it, the bear suddenly froze and stood on 2 legs. Success. Thanks to the basic strategy, my leadership stat increased a lot. Let's compare it with Lai's. Seeing those numbers pop up, he wondered in confusion, is Lai really a wolf? And I wonder when this part that can evolve will actually evolve. Summon this bear now. He gently touches his beloved wolf. Are you resting well? Lai, it's time to hunt. Together with you, I will use the blessings of the wind and the blessings of the wild warrior to charge down. Lai, draw the bear's attention away. With your quick speed, you can easily bite its ear, splattering blood and causing it to roar in pain. This speed is so fast it seems like there are 3 wolves, and the bear's black eyes are uncontrollable. Jin Zheng outside praises Lai, motivating him to attack. Good, keep it up. This basic training skill is really impressive. At the same time, Jin Sung began to shoot arrows, and Lai could fully understand the fighting style she wanted. In an instant, the bear was dead on the spot, as if they had tamed it. Lai, the summoning beast, has reached level 19, which is amazing. However, he still wants Lai to develop more quickly. Currently, leveling up is slowing down. If I keep hunting like this, I should do some quest to level up to 20. That's enough for today. As a gamer, I need to have a proper plan. It's getting dark, so Jin Sung goes back to his room to wash up and take a shower. Before going to bed, he needs to check the community page online. There are a lot of losers bragging online about it. Some criticize, some don't believe. Summoning masters are a scam. Leveling up is painfully slow, and the summoned creatures are not strong at all. After reading the comments, he wondered why they were all so negative. It's true that summoners level up pretty slowly, but why are there so many negative comments? All the views here are from people who have reached level 15. The summoner skills only unlock when you reach that level or higher, but when I checked, there was no one. You're now at level 20, so there should be many people who reached level 15, but there's no one at all. Confused, he continued to speak. Confused. Oh, there's someone at level 13. I should read carefully. Their tame skill, wine blessing, and first aid are quite similar to yours. Regarding the possession skill, it is an active ability at level 1, with 55% proficiency allowing you to seize the soul of one of your tamed monsters. 30% of the possessed monster's soul stats will be added to the summoner's stats. The possessed monster cannot be summoned during the battle. Jindung pondered that she didn't have this cool skill. This skill is pretty good. It's the only way for summoners to survive. And because this skill doesn't share the XP gained with the summoned beast, leveling up is very fast. He wondered how he could fight while inside the beast's body. Is it really a 100% chance to change the stats? If so, then it's impossible to upgrade the summoned beast. That's the best part of being a summoner. I feel a bit regretful that I don't have this skill, but thinking about it, I don't really want it either. So it seems that the skills of a normal summoner are different from yours. Let's see if there's any skill that a normal summoner doesn't have. He wants to become more special, to have something others don't. When he's relaxing and having a little drink, he can immediately realize it. Oh right, it's basic training, although there's not much information. From what I've found, master tamers have fewer combat skills than ordinary summoners. But raising a summoned beast to become stronger feels much more worthwhile, so that means Jinung is on the right track. Tomorrow I plan to try to catch a rare and unique beast. It's already 4 a.m., and I'm locked inside Sealand to activate the level. I will level up Lai to level 20 before myself. After a long night, I finally finished activating it. All right, Lai, let's go. The next day, they continued their hunting. The Blessing of the Wild Warrior has been activated. Basic training is now enabled, and the weakness targeting skill is activated. They still use their old coordinated tactics, with Jinzung in front shooting arrows and Lai attacking afterward. You have defeated an Asian black bear. The fierce-looking black bear is just a facade. It only howled and couldn't do anything. Maybe it's because Lai has become much stronger? Not long after, they received 545 XP. This time, defeating a monster was much faster than he had imagined. I used to hunt here when I was a level 35 archer, and my hunting speed is much faster than before. I didn't expect that just 5 more levels would make such a clear difference. One person and a wolf continue hunting tirelessly, but upon closer inspection, they see that the one over there is standing with its legs apart and looks bigger than the others. Immediately, he uses the scouting skill and learns that it has another name. Dark Shadow Bear, the rarest and most unique creature called North Bee. Jin Sung hesitates, unsure if he can catch it now, suddenly remembering he had let that bear go last time, so his leadership stat is still too low to capture it now. Maybe after this event, his determination to level up will be even stronger. Next time he returns to town, he'll get a bunch of new soul contracts. Ignoring that big bear, he and Lai continued fighting other monsters. Lai's combat stats are now almost on par with his, so a level 38 beast is no match for her. The two monsters charged at each other, but it was clear that Lai's speed was remarkable. In an instant, she could have defeated that shadow bear. After the battle, he received 1045 XP, while Lei reached level 20. Jinung felt proud and confident in his pet's abilities. Awesome. Once you reach level 20, you can do everything in Kailan, like joining this guild, dungeon quests, or exploring mazes. There are still many quests requiring him to reach level 20. He checks the system mail to see what items he has received. I got Asian black bear meat, the bear hunter's warhammer, and the eternal darkness necklace. Out of these 3 items, I only pointed to the second one and said, I've never seen this item before. It's time to use the appraisal scroll to check the abilities of the necklace. This is the one-of-a-kind eternal darkness necklace. Intelligence requirement 35 or higher, durability U124, U style 124. For the optional attribute, plus 115% stamina and a 20% reduction in skill cooldowns. An untraceable necklace forged from black obsidian containing abyssal darkness. It is a valuable and rare item. Jinung is feeling very happy to learn its worth. I already have a pretty good necklace from the auction house, but this one is much better. Plus, he even arrogantly praised my item as truly valuable. As for this item, I have no objections now. Let's see how much Lai's stats have increased. Attack increased by 4, defense by 2, but when I checked the speed, I was utterly shocked. What is this? Could it be that monsters become stronger when they level up? No, this doesn't make sense. Its growth rate isn't normal. This can't be just a coincidence, right? I have to find out the cause now. While some are anxiously searching for answers, the beast just sits beside, giggling innocently. Then a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Could that be Lai's potential? He stared intently at Lai, and the answer was her potential score. The basic training skill had increased Lai's potential. Every time the potential stat increases by 10, the growth rate of the stat also increases. I knew it, the basic training skill was bugged. I was right, hidden classes also have their own unique skills. All monsters also have their own potential stats, which determine their growth rate when leveling up. In other words, a monster's class increases based on its potential, and training skills are what boost it. Based on these reasoning, Jinung decided to allocate all remaining skill points to basic training. Basic training has leveled up to level 5 and has been upgraded to intermediate training. It is an active skill with no level or proficiency, and it has a 25-minute cooldown. Select a pet to enter training mode for 15 minutes. Summoned beasts in training mode will better understand their owner's commands. The potential of the summoned beast will increase when repeating the training mode. The potential points will level up the intermediate training skill. After reading the information, he felt it was lucky for him to save the skill points instead of going after that bear. It was such a relief to uncover that big secret. So, Lai's current potential is 94, and it will soon reach 100. Looking at the clock, he is not happy at all for wasting nearly an hour just to find the answer. Jindung and Lai stand up again, ready to go find more experience as quickly as possible. It seems they haven't eaten anything all morning, so they pick up a delicious tangerine. If I had tried harder in my studies, I would probably be a lawyer or a doctor by now. At this moment, he was back home exploring and learning on his computer. Oh, the video about dark witches and the skeletons looks so adorable. Maybe it's a compliment about them? Jinung pushed the previous line aside and kept reading. Then he started noticing many strange things. Huh? Besides the Du Haiyan switchboard, who else would be calling? When you check, you'll realize it's a strange number, but you answer just to see who's on the other end. Hello, is this Jinung's number? My name is Lai Chi Hui, an assistant lecturer in the virtual reality department at Korea University. Do you know Professor Lai Jin-guch? Jinjung answered honestly. Of course I do. He's the head lecturer of the department. Suddenly, Lai Chi Huiyin wanted him to contact him, which made him confused and want to know the reason, but he said he thought it was because of your grades. He looked like he was about to explode, going crazy, tears welling up. Could it be that I'm under academic supervision? Seeing the situation getting more unstable, it's already late and I can't rest. I still have to deal with these issues. Miss, what will happen if I don't call the professor? He said he would send your grades by email, and of course, it's not your personal email address. Jin's face gradually turned pale, sweat pouring down, teeth clenched in worry. If my dad sees my grades, I'm doomed. Deep down, he already had a mental image of what my dad would look like at that moment. Darkness and a haunting voice. I am very disappointed in my son. Just imagining it, I already saw myself being used, possibly being forced back while enjoying my youth. That's why I decided to call the teacher and arrange to meet her next semester. Also wishing you luck in overcoming this ordeal. Jin Zhang hurriedly looked for the teacher's number to contact him. Hello, sir. I'm Jin Sung. I heard you're looking for me. I don't know what you need, sir. Is it because of my grades? The teacher immediately replied firmly. That's right. Is everything okay? Why aren't you participating in any department activities? Why are you already under academic probation from the very first semester? You only have 2 failing grades, and I'm considering giving you a 3rd. Jin Sung feels angry as the teacher seems to be threatening him. What does he want from me? Even though you're angry, you have to control your temper over the phone. What should I do, sir? First, tell me the reason why you didn't participate in the science activity. Think carefully before giving a satisfactory answer. I can't say it's because I was busy playing video games. What should I say? Oh, I see, teacher. You know that. The reason I chose virtual reality as my major is because I admire its unlimited potential. One of the reasons virtual reality is currently the focus of worldwide attention is because of the game clan, right? So I thought I had to enter the lair by playing this game. The teacher immediately questioned me back. You mean not going to school because you're busy playing games all day? Jin Sung immediately challenged. It's not because I play games, sir. I want to learn about the extraordinary world in the con game. Because of this reason, the teacher also became curious and asked what level he was at. If he plays that much, he should at least be in the top rankings in Korea, right? Hearing this question, I immediately regretted it a little. Damn it, if only I hadn't reset my character. Well, here's the thing, sir. I was originally level 93, but recently I reset my character, so now I'm level 20. You think that's funny? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Do you think I don't know you said that to avoid trouble? Jin Sung Thua knows he really is trying to avoid trouble, but it's out of necessity. So, do you want to bet with me to see if I'm telling the truth or not? I will try to reach level 93 before the new semester starts. If I can go from level 20 to level 93 within the given time, doesn't that prove I was level 93 from the beginning? Lin Guch completely agrees with him. Yes, that's right, definitely. I am also quite interested in Cai Lan. If you succeed, I will not restrict your academic activities. But if you fail, not only will you be restricted academically, But your parents will also receive your grades for this semester and the next, and you'll have to participate in our department's activities. It's a bit tough, but this is also an opportunity for Jinzung to change the situation. Oh, right. But if I win the bet, you'll give me A+ in all your classes. Even if I don't attend, I don't think it's possible, so I accept it completely. Hearing this benefit, your eyes lit up. Remember, I promised to keep my word. Thank you, sir. I will do my best. There isn't much time left. Lie, we will have to work harder. Anyway, the original plan was to return to the previous level before the end of the break. And I avoided academic probation during the first term, so this is really good. I'll get an A+ without having to attend classes. I'm sure I can do it. First, you go to join the Lotus Flower Society. However, you're only level 20 now, while the Lotus Flower Society prioritizes levels 3 times yours, which is level 60. Even though the manager can submit the join request for Jinung, he thinks you won't be accepted. Do you still want to continue? Jinung still followed his original plan and wanted to join. Since I am friends with the leader and also close to the main members, there's no problem at all. He has submitted the membership request on his behalf. You will be registered automatically once the chairman approves. All right. Knowing about this in advance, Jinzung sent a private message to Brother Du, right? Should I let him approve it? But he's no longer active. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry anyway. He will accept it eventually. Next is the auction house. I will change all my equipment. This is the privilege of a wealthy new player, and I will switch to the best equipment that suits my current stats. The summoner class bonus points don't go into melee, but instead boost summoning stats like taming, so I will gradually rely more on summoned beasts. Jindung was still hesitating, wondering if there was anything that could increase his summoning stats, like something that boosts his power. He observed each weapon displayed, suddenly noticing the headband of Mother Nature with durability up to 224, defense 24, and a 25% stamina bonus, classified as a head accessory of hero rank, requiring level 25. This is a type of weapon with special abilities. The summoned creatures will gain 20% stamina and 15% combat power. Summoning beasts increases a 15% chance to dodge bullets. This is amazing. He eagerly decided to buy it. It costs 150,000 gold. The item for the summoner class finally starts being sold. Although I am currently using this item, I still have many unanswered questions. Wait, maybe the other items with Mother Nature's ring are all for moon summoners? So he went to the search bar to look for this item. Mother Nature also has other special items called Mother Nature's Staff. The combat power ranges from 150 to 165. Durability is 2011 out of 2011. The options are intelligence with 21% and leadership plus 35. This is also a level 1 hero accessory. The item requires level 20. Strength 40 plus 20. Summoned beasts increase combat power by 35%. Summoning beasts increases the chance of a critical hit by 15%. It's getting harder to choose now. I'm at a crossroads. Should I use a bow or a staff, huh? And so he bought it because he knew he couldn't use the bow forever. It was a bit early, but getting used to a different style of melee combat wasn't a bad idea. Holding the staff a bit awkwardly, but it's okay. Jinzung stepped outside to fight, so he summoned Lai to accompany him. Mid-range training still operates in the town, so he has to use it immediately after the cooldown ends. He looked up at the sky and smiled brightly. Once he found a few missions, he headed out, drawing everyone's attention towards Jin Young. Wow, he's in Summoner. Women admire him, but men envy him. That jealousy is clearly reflected in their eyes. I heard that leveling up as a summoner is painful, but I haven't seen any summoners above level 15 yet. Jindung whispered to Lai. Let's just do the Golan Camp quest now. I can get double the experience for completing this quest, and will take all the experience for myself. After looking around, he finally found it. The quest NPC, he waves and greets warmly. It's been a while since we last met, but when I greeted him, he looked at me like he didn't recognize me. This NPC will forget me, even if I re-establish the relationship, but luckily, he still remembers me. Oh, look who's here. Isn't that Yan? It seems like the friendship with the NPC isn't reset, luckily. Jindung just asked, has Golan been causing any trouble lately, Commander? Lape immediately frowned. I'm struggling with the new Golan camp I just set up. The reconnaissance unit doesn't have enough soldiers. Could you recommend a few skilled mercenaries for me? Jin Sung boldly said, I plan to help personally. He then grew a bit suspicious. You? Well, that's fine, but it would be better if there were more people. Check the system for information about conquering Golan camp in Somua Valley. The volunteer commander is in Lucan Village. Lap is calling everyone to join the conquest mission at Golan, join the soldiers and launch the attack on Golan. Before making a decision, he suddenly remembered that this was a team mission. It's so frustrating. Who can I bring along? I don't think there's any new demon in the guild around level 40. Commander, can you delay the conquest a bit until I can assemble a team? Lapise is quite easygoing and agreed happily. Of course, I can do that at least. So before that, Could you clear out a few of the scout Golan outside the camp? Eliminate the scout Golan in the Sumwa Valley and command volunteer soldiers in Lucan Village. Lap calls mercenaries to kill a few scout Golan before the soldiers act. Kill at least 10 scout Golan and return safely. This is also quite challenging. But only reward the armor of the volunteer soldiers. Seeing that he is generous and easygoing with me, Chidung will do it. A trip there and back takes almost 30 minutes. It's really annoying, but I have no other choice. You could say I did it out of necessity. Let's see if Du Huinhai is active. Ah, here they are. The two sides are exchanging messages. Brother Du, can you accept my application to join? The message was immediately replied to. You're already level 20? I accept. Hey, how did you level up to 20 so quickly? Even dark mages don't level up that fast. Jinung creates opportunities for my friend to compete and try hard. You understand me, right? I'll catch up with you soon, so keep playing a lot, buddy. I'm sure you'll level up quickly. Without you, I'll struggle with a lot of things. Since there's an opportunity, Jin Sung is looking for this teammate. Do you know anyone around level 40 in our guild? The sad thing is that there isn't one, so he has to handle it himself. It's better to ask a guild member to introduce someone than to form a team with strangers. Yan has already joined the guild. I'm back now. Is everyone doing well? Biolan was surprised to see him return. You've reached level 20? Even Lone can't help but be surprised. What? Yan, you reached level 20 and joined the guild? I heard that summoners suffer a lot when leveling up. Is that all a lie? Jinung doesn't want to be arrogant. Level 20 is nothing special. You should be worried. I'll be back to my previous level quickly. Baiai, method of leveling up suggests you level up quickly, without you farming in the national dungeon. But everyone, if you know any players around level 40, please introduce them to me. They would be surprised if I said I plan to take on the Golan quest at level 20. And then Jinung still said, I plan to undertake the Golan camp extermination quest, and I need one more person. Someone who can contribute would be great. No, it's okay if you can't contribute. Just come run with me, I'll carry you. Are you sure you're level 20, Yan? How can you do the running mission at level 20? What do you mean carrying the team? What do you mean, Gon? Aren't you trying to carry during the run mission? I think he reached level 20 to get someone to carry him, right? Idiot, do you really think with that personality he would ask for help? If he wanted someone to carry the load, he would have asked us already. Why look for someone level 40? What do you mean? After level 60, you can't accept quests to run anymore. We can't help him. They argued fiercely after Jin Sung's message, and some even looked down on his abilities. I reached level 20, but was lucky enough to get a summoning beast, so I can still handle the quests. It will carry me. Luan felt extremely jealous. Why is he always so lucky? Biolan also didn't quite trust him. There must be a reason why he leveled up to 20 so quickly. At the same time, Gakwen responded with the main point. I have a level 45 friend, but she created her character based on her profession, so her melee ability is different. She has a melee profession as a priest, and a crafting profession as a chef. She's a priest, but she probably can't do much in close combat. She's not good at gaming either. Is that okay? Jindung has no choice but to accept. Can you contact us when she's active? He was thinking to himself that if she could meet the required number of people, I wouldn't doubt her abilities. I have to do a few things, so I'll leave the room now. If you can contact her, message me. Talking to the guild members is fun, but it's nothing compared to the thrill of hunting and leveling up in the field. I will quickly complete the mission before the familiar Deathgate news arrives. That day, Jin went to the stream and saw the Bayo group drinking water on the opposite side. They are crazy crabs. It would be really cool if you could catch one. Lai doesn't look very cool or strong. Walking normally, Lai suddenly stops and refuses to go further. I wonder if my thoughts aren't getting through to it. You need to sit down and softly say to it, "Hey Lai, do you know how much I love you?" But even if I say something sweet now, Lai is angry with me first, and then it growls loudly, and I realize Lai is evolving to a higher level. Now I'm more happy than sad. You finally evolved. But what triggers evolution? What are the requirements? Its potential has already reached 100. Will its appearance change when it evolves? I hope it gets bigger so I can ride on it. Now it has become a Lai wolf that evolved into a bloodmane wolf. Thanks to successfully summoning the evolved beast, the proficiency in mid-range training skills has increased. The intermediate training skill has increased to level Z, with 45.7% progress towards the next level. As the first to successfully evolve a summoned creature, your reputation has risen by 1,000, and your leadership attraction has increased by 30. You are the first to summon the red-maned wolf. Reputation increased by 1,500. Jin Sung is overjoyed, constantly stroking the red-maned wolf's head. Lai, I love you so much. Lai is level 20, HP 790, Strategy 235, a Defense 97, Agility 215. It is a rare beast-type creature with a brave nature and potential for evolution. Intelligence 135 can inherit and return 15% of damage dealt to health. and if it deals a critical hit, it will take 50% of the damage instead of health. If it lands a critical hit, the enemy will bleed and take an additional 20% damage per second for 10 seconds. The Wolf Guardian has a mysterious red mane with fierce and violent traits. Its rank has upgraded from common to rare, and it continues to evolve. If it continues to evolve, it will be able to transform into a unique rank. Jindong secretly chuckles, "Forget the coon crab gang from the summoner's profession. I don't need it, even with a whole car of coon crabs. My Lai is the best." That's right, I've always been proud to have it. Lai, do you think you can carry me on your back to move? It crouched down so Jin Sung could easily climb on. Lai, let's run. Its movement speed is also very fast, even with the heavy load on its back. Before we knew it, the two of them had reached the Valley of the Season. We just arrived and nothing special has happened yet, so Jin Sung feels really relaxed, partly because he doesn't have to move around much. Kay makes these features look so real, but the mission is to kill 10 Golan spies. Lai has evolved so cool I can't leave it like this. Let's go all out together, Lai. And then Jinung activated the Wind Blessing for it, skillful increase of 37%. Lai's summon's agility has increased by 37%, and it has also activated the Berserk Blessing. The strategic index increased by 33%. The strategic index of Lai's summon beast has increased by 66%. Look at those 3 golden Golan over there, Lai. Do you see them? Attack them first, I'll cover from behind. This time I'm not using a bow, so I can't fight the same way as before. With this buff, Lai won't be weaker than any Golan. I am absolutely sure of that. Lai's melee combat is much stronger than ordinary ones, and she also inherits 2 passive abilities. But we can't be too complacent, so Jining activated the weakness recognition. Having identified the enemy's weakness, accuracy increases by 14.5%, critical hit chance by 22%, attack on weak points plus 91% damage. Seeing how fiercely Lai screams makes Golan terrified. A lone wolf, a wolf attacking. Summon Lai Beast to deal a critical hit to Golan Scout. Golan the Scout lost 1075 health points, leaving it at 89% total health. It was bleeding and losing 215 health points per second, and eventually it died from the bleeding. You gained 1,110 experience points after killing just one. The speed of departure was too quick. Shocking, Jinzung. What is this? Why did a level 40 monster die in a single breath? The other two don't grumble and get angry. This time, they teamed up to attack Lai. It seems more difficult, so Lai was hit painfully by its staff. The summoned Lai was struck by a scouting Golan and lost 294 health points. Thanks to that, Lai's attack power kept growing stronger. It couldn't accept being hit like that and dealt 495 damage to a scouting Golan. 15% damage, 75, 73, then 76 health points restored. The last guy was so scared he turned pale and sweat poured down his face as he witnessed Lai's power and the fall of his comrades. A critical hit with 50% damage restored 543 health points. After a while fighting, Lai completed the mission without any losses except for taking a hit from them. Jinxung sincerely thanks Lai for carrying him. He bows his head and pouts affectionately, looking very adorable. 3 isn't enough. Both of you still need to defeat 7 more to officially finish. Let's do this again. Lai, you are truly relaxing, just lying under the tree singing softly, while all the difficult tasks are left to Lai the wolf. At the same time, Jinzung's friend sends a message. Are you active now? Can we talk now? To avoid unpredictable consequences, I've temporarily asked Lai to stop. Maybe you've guessed that my friend has contacted her. She is active now. She also accepted your invitation. Her name is Heron. You should greet her first. But is that really okay? You should prepare for her close combat skills just in case. Jinhung feels a little sad. He doesn't understand himself. Hey, don't worry, I just soloed in the Somua Valley, now come outside. Hearing this, your brother was quite surprised. Where is the Somua Valley? Isn't that Golan camp? Did you wipe them out alone? Yeah, that's right. I'm Solon, scouting at the front camp. I just leveled up 5 times. Your brother can't believe he could do it. Are you cheating or using a cheat? Be careful. Be careful, or you'll get banned and cry. Boo-hoo. If that really is Jinung's power, he should be able to catch up with his friends quickly. He has set a goal to reach level 100 in 2 months, reaching level 50 in 15 days, level 80 in the next 15 days, and level 100 in the remaining month. I will win this bet at all costs, or the consequences will be very serious. Actually, losing the game against the professor might be more beneficial for me. G's friend is named Haran. He looked up the name and proactively sent a message. Hello, you're G's friend, right? I didn't expect her to reply so quickly. Maybe she's also waiting for your message. Goodbye. Yes, nice to meet you. She is currently in Lucan Village repairing equipment at the blacksmith's. Diong told her to stay there and that he would come in 10 minutes. If he really wanted to, he would go look for her himself. Hi, I'm Yan. She immediately turned to face us with a friendly smile and a sweet voice. Hi, I'm Heron. I've heard a lot about you from Gakwen. I'm ready now so I can take on the mission whenever you're ready. How about you? Yan saw Haren's readiness, and Jinung also felt very pleased. I'm ready too. Is there a special reason you're taking on this camp mission? Yeah, there's a task I want to do that I can only accomplish after completing this camp mission. It's a task from the Duke's chef, but I have to complete this mission first to get into the Duke's castle. Jae Dung was shocked because looking at it, these two jobs have nothing to do with each other. A chef? What kind of task from a chef? Heron's original profession was a chef. When Haren mentioned this, Jinung remembered Gayan had told him that her crafting profession was a chef. Yes, I specialize in culinary arts even in the real world. You seem quite interested and eager to learn more about this. I've heard that crafting professions are hard to control, but if you're specialized in cuisine, it should be a bit easier. After talking for a while, it turns out they share the same hobby. In Kailan, real-world talent often influences crafting professions, so it can't take too much time. They walked and talked, and you're the first chef I know. When I get the chance, I'd love to taste your cooking. Har is very pleased about that, of course. After walking for a while, they met Lapis, who was also surprised. You found a new member. I think it will be a bit difficult for both of you, but I understand your abilities. Yan should be the one to give it to you. The Vanguard unit just left, so if you hurry, you might catch up. Follow and assist them. Conquer the Golan camp in Soma Valley, leading the volunteer soldiers from Lucan village. Lap is calling for help to conquer the Golan camp. Join the Vanguard and assault the Golan camp. Jinung frowned and sighed after reading it. The mission has changed a bit because we're late, but the reward remains the same. Luckily, I just looked and asked Haren if she has received the mission yet. Getting ready to go into battle, Jinjung accidentally summoned Lai, which scared Haren. It's okay. It's my summon, not a monster. She immediately had an interesting idea. If you can summon creatures, then you are a summoner. But that class only just came out a few days ago. How have you already completed this Golan camp quest? Let me quickly explain it to you. What a stroke of luck. This wolf is really powerful. I quickly leveled up and can handle the Golan gang easily. It really was a bad excuse. But if I tell her I'm level 25, she won't want to team up with me. Haren seems to understand a little, but it's all just lies. She's already level 45, but still runs away, even when encountering a single scout Golan. Hearing how Haren answers so honestly, Jinsung is also surprised. Does this girl really believe what I said? Does she trust me? Then he just said that everyone has their own way, and you mainly focus on crafting. Cooking is a useful skill, but the game hasn't fully developed its potential to utilize it yet. Even if she focuses on crafting, how can she reach level 45 when she can't even defeat a reconnaissance Goan? Recognizing her own talent, Hareen secretly feels pleased. Thanks. I still prefer cooking over hunting, so I'm fine with it. This wolf is really cool. I've never seen this type of wolf before. He confidently claims that Lai is the only one of its kind in the entire server. Hareen, curious, asks what its name is. Its name is Lai, or maybe Lai. Har seems to really like it, constantly praising it nonstop. She offers a plate of beef for Lai to enjoy. Seeing the delicious food and the tempting aroma makes Jin Sheng want to share the meal with Lai. What is this? A piece of steak with sauce? That looks so delicious. I want some too. Summoned beast Lai ate smoked river steak. Health increased by 200 for 20 minutes, and surprisingly, eating the meat also boosted strength. Lai's ability just now increased because of Har's food effect? It really is the case. My skill has improved, so it also depends on the level of the food, but it will boost the eater for a certain period. Lai's health of 1400 is a bit low, but adding 200 makes it extremely powerful. From now on, maintaining a friendly relationship with Haren will be very beneficial. Lai finished eating and stuck out her tongue, teasing Jinjung, who shouted in frustration, "Are you having fun eating alone, you wolf?" Seeing that I have the beast but lack anything, he also asked, "Do you have something for me?" Haren held a plain white plate and smiled. "No, I'll cook something even better after the mission, so don't be jealous. I promise. Will this action scare Haren of your true nature? But come on, I have my own reasons. At the Soma Valley, the team led by Captain Hugo is also here in large numbers. They are also wearing armor and carrying shields, looking very impressive. Jinung and Haren are also present. Oh, you're all new mercenaries. Each of you will be a great help for this mission. Thank you for coming all this way. Their manners are very polite and appreciative." Diendung replied seriously, "I am just fulfilling my duty. Sir, luckily they didn't arrive late, or else there could be some consequences. Are those other people players too? Are they having a bad day today? They don't look comfortable, always gloomy, and their eyes seem full of fear. Well, it's not really my business anyway, since we're fighting different battles. There are a lot of soldiers here, lined up neatly, ready for battle. The Golan are also standing growling in front, showing no fear. Captain Hugo stepped forward and spoke decisively. Today, we will eliminate all the Golan in the Somua Valley soldiers' advance. Before we even act, the Golan side has already struck first. Haran is still trembling and unsure if she will be okay. In this situation, Jinung simply offers a few words to comfort her. It's okay. Just do as we discussed when we arrived. You're still very worried. Would that be okay? Then only you can go to the front lines. What she's worried about is your safety, not anything else. Actually, Har still has her own usefulness. She will support him with buffs, and even just her shield will be very helpful. Har's easily panicked personality makes her very skilled at creating shields. The plan is simple. Haran will protect herself with a shield, and whenever her cooldown is over, she'll buff herself and lie. Haran's level is also higher than the Golan in the camp, plus her shield skill is about 60 levels higher. So Haran is unlikely to die here. I'll use her as a shield. If Haran blocks the attack in front, Lai and I will earn the experience points. Since we've brought her here, we'll make the most of her strength and maximize the efficiency for both of us. Basically, she will be a meat shield. Judging by Jinung's tactics, Haran can trust him. If the plan fails, or she is worse than I thought, she might die. As long as Haran doesn't die, she will be able to gain a large amount of experience. Jindung silently told herself that she absolutely wouldn't make things difficult for her because she was giving her good food instead of herself. No more words. Golan has arrived. I'll be able to hold out for another 10 minutes. Don't worry. Seeing how bravely she's fighting like that, she's much better than I initially thought, still above level 40, so maybe I was overthinking it? It seems like Haran isn't having any trouble. These Golan are much stronger than the Scout Golan, but it seems like Lai is still overwhelming them. Killing a Golan warrior grants 900 experience points, much more than before. Even though I'm sharing experience with Haran and Lei, this is still a huge mess. I'm now level 26 and about to reach 27, leveling up faster than lightning. That soldier looked at Jin Sung's battle expression and wondered, what is this guy? He seems to be a summoner, but is his level high enough to be here? He calls his teammates Fakan and Mylan to see what they think about this scene. Mylan thinks simply, he's a summoner, but Fakan, after examining closely, says it's not an issue. If a summoner were to hunt here, he would need to be at least level 40, but in close combat, he seems to be over level 60. So how could he be level 40 when the summoner profession just recently appeared? The highest level is only 20. This is a problem that all three of them are going crazy trying to figure out. Fakan suddenly remembered seeing on the forum that the best summoners there were only level 17 or 18. So what kind of wolf did that summoner summon? Could it be a cursed artifact creature? Fakan considers various possibilities. It turns out this also aligns with the thoughts of the gold-haired guy. From a quick look at how they fight, that cleric doesn't seem to know what she's doing, and that guy is nothing without the wolf. She's fighting melee with a staff and doesn't appear to be using any dangerous spells. Mai, upon hearing that, exclaimed in panic, "So we should kill them?" Fakan, unhappy with her attitude, told her to speak more quietly. She also knows she was wrong and quickly apologized, but was your decision too impulsive? If we don't get any good equipment, we won't be able to make up for the losses. The penalty for killing other players is quite strict, and it's not easy to shake off the label of a murderer. Goldthua knows this, but he still really wants to do it. Think carefully. If we sell a summoner's artifact, we'll get at least 20 million gold. Even split 3 ways, each person gets 6 to 7 million. We need to calculate and state the figure of 20 million gold, but if we convert it to real money, it would be 40 million. Just hearing that makes me excited. If we do it now, we won't have to worry about equipment at least until level 80. Are you two planning to pass up this opportunity? Mail and Fan and I have a really good plan. Now listen, with Jinung's battle, he'll probably reach level 30 soon. I heard that once you hit level 30, you'll get 2 special class skills. I wonder what skills I'll receive. The forum says the special skill for the class is 100% random, but that's not true. When I reach level 30, I will get a skill related to my most proficient skill, or at least one connected skill, and then I will receive a random skill. Not both are random. Your most proficient skill right now is intermediate training, an active skill at level 3, with a proficiency of 79%. The cooldown is 25 minutes. Choose a summoned beast to receive a training status for 15 minutes. The summoned beast with the training status will understand the master's commands better. The potential of the summoned beast increases with continuous training and rises according to the level of the intermediate training skill. Basic intermediate training is a skill that boosts potential, so you will acquire a skill related to enhancing potential. While he was busy checking the system, Golan sneaked up and attacked Jinung's feet. Luckily, he noticed in time and hit it on the head with a stick. The remaining skill will be random, but hopefully it will be related to capturing. Haran shouted for help at the same time. Yan, I only have 5% mana left. You order Lai to help Haran, and Haran should fall back a bit. The summoned beast Lai deals critical damage to Scout Golan. Golan the warrior's health drops by 1675, equivalent to 94% of total health, gaining 921 experience points. Everything is going smoothly for now. She pats Lai's head and thanks her. Just seeing these affectionate gestures between her and the wolf makes Jin Sung feel jealous of himself. Why isn't he as close? So who are you jealous of between the two of them? Never mind, just focus on completing this mission first. You just turned your face away and ignored it. They are attacking near Golan's area now, and the humans have advanced this far. The commander suggests killing them all quickly. He raises his weapon high, unleashing a burst of power that spreads everywhere, knocking the soldiers flying in all directions. Everyone was shouting for help. Save me, my armor is on fire. Is that the alpha? All soldiers advance. Do not flinch or give up at this crucial moment. The battle will end if I kill him. The morale of the allies has increased by 30%, with all abilities boosted by 10% for 20 minutes. Jinjung and Lai continue their fierce battle, leaving the leader open-mouthed in amazement at his strength. What? You're just a shell controlled by humans. In an instant, Lai charged up and clawed several times, dealing a critical hit to Golan the leader. Golan's health dropped by 1215, meaning 0.7% of total health was lost. Golan leader's health decreases by 243 points every second for 10 seconds, and the situation begins to look promising. Hugo saw he had a chance to win, so he shouted to motivate everyone. Now, focus all your attacks on him. In this final moment, everyone focuses all their strength on attacking the leader. Golan's health decreases by 30% of his total health. And then it entered a berserk state after being battered like a rag doll, with the fire-breathing demon attacking and causing everyone to panic. Everyone screams in chaos. What suddenly just happened? The frightened fire dodges away. Jin Sung quickly evades but still gets hit by the chain explosion, taking 684 damage and falling flat on his back. Jin Sung quickly grabbed the literal flaming arm and cried out in pain. He had to use emergency aid, but a blue wind surrounded him to extinguish the fire. Har's team used healing light to restore his strength. Jindung gasped and muttered, "Heron, healing light?" He turned around and called Heron, "Thank you." Heron just smiled back at him. Jinjung calls his daughter out to prepare for battle. It's time to counterattack. Lai appears and yells, while Jinjung stands beside him, drawing his hot weapon. He orders it to attract Guberlin the leader's attention, not to attack. Jin Sung switches to a bow and arrow, ready to shoot down all the demons. Jin Sung calmly takes aim with his bow, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, that damn thing over there just came back from a raid, attacking and screaming, cursing everyone to die. Guberlin the leader has become more aggressive, so if Jin Sung makes a mistake, everyone will be doomed. Guberlin is following his plan, going berserk and attacking everyone, then losing focus. At this moment, Lai rushes in to draw its attention, and right then, Jin Sung releases his arrow straight at the unsuspecting Guberlin leader. The arrow sped like the wind toward it, and by the time it realized, it was already too late. Guberlin's leader panically shouted, then was struck down by Jin Sung's arrow in a single blow. The leader lay still like a clam, gradually vanishing into the air. And Jinung has already done it. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe that the Guberlin leader was dead. Only when the system announced that Glyn was dead, and the Glyn Run mission was complete, did everyone jump up cheering wildly. Success! The mission was complete, and Jin Jung defeating the Guberlin leader triggered an explosion of reward notifications. He officially leveled up to level 30 and unlocked a special skill, as well as the space teleportation ability. Jinung eagerly examined the space teleportation skill. Hugo approached Jinung and told him that he was the one who killed the Guberlin leader. He reached out his hand to interact with him. "Good job, you're Yan, right?" Jin Sung asked. Yes, Captain Hugo showed goodwill to him. Their success in attacking the camp without many losses was thanks to him, and he is very grateful. Jindung humbly told him that their progress was due to the courage of the volunteers who led them to complete the mission. Hugo told him to return safely, and then turned to the other soldiers, shouting, "Well done, soldiers." He announced that they had completed the mission, and it was time to return to the village. Jinjung let out a relieved sigh and stroked La. "Finally, it's done, so I should check the remaining skills I have, right? Just as you predicted, you received a skill related to potential. You can allocate skills for Summon Beast, so you should also give Live a new skill. First, I need to check Lai's potential rank. Seeing that Live's potential is still 6, Jin Zungtrich wonders if 100 potential points are really enough for Lai to evolve significantly. If the potential points reach 20, I will try to allocate skills for it. I want to help it evolve after gaining another 100 points, but in reality, distributing a skill to it first would be better. Let me check if the second skill swaps space. Jae-Dung was a little disappointed that he couldn't unlock any attack or capture skills, but these skills are also quite useful in close combat. These skills are great. I am very satisfied. As he was checking, Heron cheerfully waved from behind, calling him over. Jindong quickly stood up and ran to her. Haran bowed to thank him. They were able to complete the mission because of him. Jindong chuckled and told her she could do more than one person could handle. Harry insists on giving you the credit, but without you, they couldn't have done it. Respect. Jin Sung humorously strokes Lai. Actually, it does more than he does. Har also admits she is truly surprised by Lai. Its close combat skills are amazing. She also came to pet it. Today is Kamsamita, Lai. The noise behind catches Jin Sung's attention. When he turns around, he sees the other players also heading in this direction. What is this? Are these guys here to introduce themselves? The young man with the lion mane HKT spoke first. I'm Jukin. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself while on the mission. Jinung also reached out his hand to shake. Now, Mitsu, I am Jinung. Rukin casually asked if he wanted to start another mission with them. Jinsung pondered and asked back. A mission Rukin excitedly told him they knew about a hidden quest related to the camp mission. Didung quietly thought that if it was related to a mission, it was probably the Google High Priest mission. He was planning to give up on that mission because of its difficulty, but now he was at a new level after the escape mission. Anyway, you're already considering that mission, but these guys seem to be above level 50, so why would they invite us to join the High Priest mission? The level gap is too big for them to gain any advantage. Didung casually asked him if it was hinting at a hidden mission related to that. I have a bad feeling about this. Should I investigate further? Rukin responded that there is a Google High Priest mission in the tunnel behind the camp. They just need to kill him to complete the mission. He's weaker than the Google leader, but he thinks it will be difficult for them. He saw that you are skilled in close combat and seem to possess a very powerful summoner artifact, so if you join them, they will complete their mission quickly. Deyoung sneered inwardly. Do they think you summoned through a summoner artifact? The artifact is very valuable. They must be planning to catch him in one go. I see now. Jinung jumps right in. All right then, let's see what you've got. Should I look for an excuse a little? Jinzung and Haran follow Rukin's group to see if they can find anything. The two of them open the interface to share YB's secret thoughts with each other. Haran, curious, asks if he should have sent a private message instead. Jinjung told her to wait a moment and then turned to Rukin, saying he really liked this proposal. But you need to ask your teammate first. Can you wait a bit? Rukin agrees very comfortably. Of course. Jinzung turned to ask Haran what she thought right in front of Duin. Haran scratched her head thoughtfully. Well, she still thought it was because of her appearance. Jinjung told her he thinks they are trying to kill BK them. Haran asked back, confused. BK, are they? Jinsung stepped back and looked at her carefully. It seems like they plan to kill us while performing the High Priest mission, or rather, they will try to kill you more than us. Haran asks what we should do then. Jinhong told her to just answer yes to his earlier question, and so Har agreed to the deal, since they would share the mission and there was no reason to refuse the invitation. Rukin thumbs up at both of them, secretly laughing at their stupidity. Har asks Jinsung, what's the plan? Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's deal with these fools and move on to another place. Lee Jin-guch is comfortably sitting on a cliff, relaxing. The atmosphere in Kalyan is always so pure and fresh. I can't believe this is virtual reality. The scientists really created this in Min-good Chop. He will persuade the outdoor club members to hold the next gathering in Kalyan. Jin-guch rummaged through his pocket, took out a corn stick, and cheered. There it is. He took a big bite and sighed in satisfaction. Without kimbap, isn't it really a picnic? That's right, I almost forgot. Jin-guch reached out to summon Ukfi. The wolf gradually appears and becomes fully visible. Just stepped outside, Ukfi already howls loudly, leaving Jin-guch helpless. He took out a large, fiery piece of meat that reminded him of the past and told Ukfi to eat this. Ukfi rushed over to enjoy the delicious meat while Jin-guch continued to marvel. Sitting up here is so comfortable, I bet he's also playing this game. He silently remembered that his name was Parinung, right? He should have asked about his profession. There's no way you're a summoner, right? Returning to Jinung, he and Haran along with Jukin's group entered the cave to carry out the mission. Haran and Jinung work together seamlessly, clearing out the monsters in the line. Rukin watches excitedly, finally reaching the end of the mission. The hidden boss Guberlin the High Priest will appear soon. Should he start preparing for the real plan now? His plan is that while Haran and Jinsung are dealing with Guberlin the High Priest, they will pretend to be busy, then attack the two and take everything. Soon, he will have the artifact worth millions of gold in his hands. Just thinking about it makes Rukin drool, and Jinsung can't stand it either. Look at his smile. At least he should put on a serious face. He quietly informed Haran that the boss would appear soon. Haran asked him, what should they do then? Jinhong only points at the place that looks like a house. If anyone steps inside even once, the boss will appear within 5 seconds, and then the entrance will be sealed by a metal bar. They keep following the group from behind, and when he gives the signal, they quickly jump back. Is that okay? After explaining the plan to Haran, Jinung immediately ordered Lai to attack. Lai roared, and then unleashed both Guberin at once. Can Jukin speed up the advance? Rukin is so happy he nods rapidly. This fool doesn't know anything. You won't be able to escape without summoning a beast. Everything is going according to plan. Jin-dong reads Zuki like a book. I already know that's what he's thinking. You big anaconda blanket. After dealing with the low-level Google minions, Rukin immediately led Dai to Guberlin, the High Priest. Do you see over there? High Priest Guberlin and his 2 children will appear there. Let's move in now. Jinung also joins in. Bao Lai lead the way. Lai obediently steps forward one by one. Jin Sheng stands outside silently watching before also taking a step. At this moment, he grabs Heron's hand and pulls her back to escape the falling iron net, while Rukin clings to the iron gate and screams loudly as if his lungs are about to burst. What are you two doing? Why don't you step in? Dian Dung mockingly asked him, why? Is he really asking him why? You knew they planned to steal their creation and your summoner artifact. Rukin was startled when the plan was exposed. What? How do you know? Jinung obviously has no reason to follow their plan. The 3 of you have fun inside. Ruki grits his teeth and calls him an idiot. He doesn't understand anything at all. You can't escape from here. The mission states that returning outside is impossible unless the boss monster is killed or all team members are eliminated. They should have been able to handle the Great Priest Google on their own. After they kill the Great Priest and lift these iron bars, it will be their day of mourning. Hurry up, Jin Zheng chuckles. Thanks for the warning. He shouted loudly to order Lai to bite. Immediately, Lai charged at Milong, causing Rukin to panic. He hurriedly drew his sword and rushed forward, but it was already too late. Rukin grits his teeth in fury. This damn dog. At this moment, Jin cancels the summon, leaving Rukin and the fragile girl to face High Priest Guberlin. Rukin gets hit by Venus' 3rd move, standing there, stunned, watching High Priest Guberlin and cursing Jinnung. Rukin felt a sharp pain in his chest and could only curse loudly, not knowing what to do. You dog. Do you think we can't kill the boss just because of that? After killing the boss and lifting the iron, he will be the next. Young sits leisurely, waiting. Yeah, I don't think they can do it. Glyn the High Priest and his 2 burly followers growling behind make Rukin shrink back in fear. Damn it. Rukin drew his sword and charged forward, telling the 2 brothers to deal with these monster bosses first. Jinjung remains calm. He shot a sidelong glance at Jinjung, warning him, let's see if you can stay so composed later. Does any 3rd-rate villain ever really succeed after saying that? Har still has a bit of humanity left and asks if they'll be okay. Jinzung tells her to worry and go help. Haran chuckled softly and then pointed ahead. Help? Rukin and his men are on the defensive, unable to do much. Rukin tries his best, but to no avail. Luckily, he charged forward and slashed at Guberlin's assistant, dealing a little damage while Guberlin himself stood behind his subordinate, chanting continuously to boost their strength. Rukin immediately turns around and calls his men. They need to capture the High Priest before he finishes the spell. Mylon raises his spear, ready to throw. Leave it to me. The blade soared like the wind, aiming straight at the shoulder of the Guberlin High Priest, making it scream in pain. Rukin seized the opportunity, thinking it was enough, but Jinung didn't like to make things easy for others. He shouts out a fierce blessing, while Jinung's scream is like injecting chicken blood into Guberlin's followers. The combat power of the Guberlin has increased by 35%. Before Rukin could load it in time, Heron also raised her hand to bestow the wind's blessing on the Guberlin. Rukin couldn't believe his eyes and shouted at her for blessing the monsters. After blessing, Heron turned to ask Jinung if that was okay. Jinjung asked if it was okay to casually bless their strength, while Heron spun her staff asking if that was all right. Rukin and his friends are shouting and begging, please don't, so we don't have to fight anymore. Rukin raises the white flag. The mission has failed. Fast forward in time, Heron and Jinsung left the cave after a successful haul. Jinung checked the spoils. Those fools left behind some pretty good items. Let's go to the auction house and sell these items now. Heron's eyes sparkled as she thanked Jinung. Thanks to him, they completed the mission and obtained valuable items. Jinung laughed and encouraged her. It's nothing. Heron did very well too, but who would have thought the High Priest would give them his Red Earth transmission rope? It's a bit tight when split up, but I got a lot of valuable items, so it's not exactly a loss. I didn't know Heron was so eager to fight, so I called Har to go to the auction house. The 2 of them went to the auction house to make the deal and received a large bag of money, and Jin Dung, getting a good deal, was visibly excited. I knew it would be a lot. After subtracting the auction house fees, the total is 660,000 gold. Jinnung rummaged through her bag, curious. What is this stone? It's one of the items you guys dropped, warm to the touch, so it's probably a winter thermal bag. There's not much description about the item, and throwing it away feels a bit regretful. Just then, Heron also bought dinner for the evening. Jinjung saw her come back and said, let's finish this mission together. Haran and Jinjung went back to meet Lapis. The uncle welcomed him, saying his contribution was quite good. The system notified that he had completed the mission. This trip was a huge haul of hot items and level-ups too. Jinung smiled like a harvest had come. gaining lots of experience points and a pretty good amount of gold rewards. Harin happily shows Jinsheng that he has leveled up to 46. He also shares his joy with his friend and casually asks Leip a question. Jae-dung takes out the necklace given by High Priest Guberlin. Actually, he met High Priest Guberlin behind the camp. Leip was stunned. He even managed to kill High Priest Guberlin. That's amazing. Jinung has leveled up again. Leip finds this young man really interesting. He's quite impressed, and the guards have been searching for the High Priest Guberlin for several months now. How did you find him? Jinung doesn't dare to claim it randomly, it's just your bad luck. Leip knew full well that luck couldn't be forced. He took out a carefully wrapped letter. You deserve to receive this. Jinung just opened it, reaching all the way to the top. This is Lapis. Surprisingly, it turns out you are the one who deserves this. With that, he reveals a book wrapped in a doobang ribbon. When the letter is opened, it shocks him to disbelief, as the glowing letter shines like a ray of sunlight, piercing into his heart and illuminating his face. The notice displayed that I received an invitation to join the Leiper Mercenary Guild. I was nervous, thinking it was a reward for completing a mission. After witnessing a dazzling introduction, Lap quickly handed you the notice, reminding you that accepting it means you can take the exam for the Looper Mercenary Kingdom, and you must participate in the test in Muzan, because PJ is counting on your incredible talent. Holding the recruitment paper in hand, his heart fluttered with excitement, promising himself he would definitely seize this opportunity. And he immediately turned to Hazen, standing nearby. Harin, holding the notice in her hand, asked Jan confusedly, Do you know what this introduction is for? Of course you know. Just take this paper to Man, and you'll be able to join that super tough mercenary exam. Her hearing was a bit fuzzy, especially wondering where Mujan was. Seeing that she still hadn't fully grasped the information, Jan happily explained that Thailand has 5 major continents. The currently open ones are Kolanazu, where they are now, and a new place called Maka. In the Kolanazu continent, there are 2 major kingdoms, one of which is Lutyiper with its capital Muzan, named after the heroes of the kingdom. After hearing the explanation, she began to understand some of what he was saying. Speaking of which, I just remembered that before level 50, you couldn't go to Man. Hein also has a question that everyone is curious about. What is the point of taking this mercenary exam? You're not exactly a dreamer either. Of course, by passing the test and earning the badge, you can easily get more missions and greater benefits from the guild. All depend on the close combat skills you have, and each badge signifies a different level, which all sound very appealing. But since she only cooks for a moment, she probably doesn't need all those complicated things. Hearing her mention cooking surprised him a bit, but her plan is to go back and practice her cooking skills until the main mission is blocked. Her cute actions definitely made Wai-an burst into laughter. I don't know about other things, but her cooking skill must be at a master level. Just thinking about using her cooking skills to boost Lai's stats is enough to understand. Jin Dung, watching through the computer screen, couldn't figure it out no matter how many times she thought about it. Someone gained strength after eating, which led him to conclude that the dish she cooked was definitely extraordinary. Thinking that, he immediately wondered and asked her about her proficiency level as a chef. He didn't know how many dishes she had already sold. Hein also planned to keep it secret, but since he asked directly, she revealed that she is a top-grade level 1. She doesn't plan to stop there and intends to learn many more skills. Her words shocked him so much that his eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. Even for the most common profession like curtain maker, he only knew the highest proficiency level as 3rd grade supreme. Just thinking that she has reached such a high level in cooking, I can confidently say she is one of the top experts. I constantly praise her talent and promise to support her. Whatever she needs, just contact him, making Heron proud and shyly thank him. Seeing this love-filled atmosphere, he was so startled he thought he had done something wrong. Thinking that way inside, but on the outside, still went along with her. Just after a sigh of relief, I glanced over and immediately saw Heron's friend request notification. Yan also quickly added her as a friend without much thought. His attitude made her look at him differently. Her soulless eyes now shimmered with a faint glow. She shyly took out a small box from her bottomless bag to give to him. Seeing the two of them like that, in an atmosphere filled with love, with bugs rubbing their butts together like that, also made Lapi Piz standing nearby feel hot-eyed. He looked at the small box in her hand and curiously asked what it was. Hein hesitated and replied that it was what she had done while waiting for him. It wasn't until I opened the paper box that a strong, fragrant aroma hit me, along with a presentation that looked just like the blurred illustration, making me continuously thank her in surprise. She truly is an angel. Hein was also happy to see him accept it. She just hopes he won't misunderstand her intentions. Seeing such delicious food, he just wanted to quickly enjoy this exquisite flavor. Hein hurriedly hoped he wouldn't care too much. It's nothing compared to the help he gave her. As she finished speaking, Hein's image gradually faded away, and she didn't forget to say goodbye, hoping their next meeting would be very soon. Yen also waved kindly to see her off. Hein suddenly disappeared. After saying goodbye to the little girl, he rearranged his schedule, and if everything went according to plan, he would have to go to sleep in 5 hours. Tonight's level up was indeed faster than expected, and he wondered whether he should have dinner first or go back to continue playing. Seeing the fragrant box in his hand, Yen immediately thought about whether he should treat himself to a chicken. Today, the sky is extremely gentle. Our protagonist is leisurely riding his bike through the city. Racing forward like an arrow, dust and smoke billow chaotically. But Yen still urged it to go faster, because both of them were running out of time, so it kept rushing forward, blindly, like crazy. He still feels bitter about it. Today's delivery was even later than he expected, making him rush around like this. After a while, Yan and his master finally arrived at the rocky outcrop overlooking the port. Seeing the cargo ship about to leave, Yan hurriedly changed direction to the nearest port to avoid missing the trip. Just as he was in a rush, he couldn't clearly remember the exact port, and now to catch a golem, he'd have to go all the way to a deep island. Lost in thought, I finally arrived at the dock. The hang ship was also casting off, ready to set sail. Seeing that he might not make it in time, he shouted loudly for Lai to run up, just heading straight for the ship. But it seemed today, he stepped on the wrong foot, and everything went awry. The ship cut through the waves and sped away from the harbor. Yan watched longingly as it headed out to sea, but he didn't give up, holding tightly onto Lai's soft feathers. You order Pi Chuang to run with all his might from the moment your parents gave birth to you until you reach that ship. Lai, too, is used to the owner only running when water is up to his hair, so it agrees, and suddenly a group moves at the speed of light, only seeing Dion. Both of them soared high into the sky, only to see a blurry figure beneath the blazing sunlight. The sailors on the ship were stunned, but their coolness only lasted a few seconds. Due to the distance, they lost their balance and nearly fell into the sea. But just as they were about to land successfully, Yan quickly kicked Lai to gain momentum and jumped high, not forgetting to cancel Lai's soul summoning. He safely landed on the boat without incident. Luckily, they managed to carry him in time, or this time would have been a real headache. The onlookers stared with their mouths open in shock, their eyes wide, making everyone's hair stand on end. Yan quickly turned away to avoid trouble later, but still couldn't escape the scrutinizing looks. Having been too busy chasing earlier, he didn't notice the worn, tattered boat beneath, which made him feel a bit disappointed. Couldn't they use something better? Just as he was lost in thought, a clear voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. The mysterious man with shoulder-length hair asked if you are a summoner. Yan looked back in surprise and saw a long line of people scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yan responded politely, "But why do you ask that?" His tone also grew more cautious. The man with shoulder-length hair sneered. Just as he guessed, his actions put him in a ready stance, and after looking around, he only saw this group. Could it be? The crowd from Yan's perspective looked like a pack of hungry wolves waiting for their prey, Lam Hui. Without thinking much, he quickly drew out his large sword. Surely those guys are the Manhwa. Just as I was about to risk my life against them, I suddenly froze. The group then started asking if the wolf you just rode was the same kind, with admiration in their eyes, everyone hoping you would summon Lai again for them to see. Their actions almost made Yan misunderstand and cause trouble, but Yan quickly hid the dagger tightly clenched in his hand, realizing that their interest in Lai was just harmless caution. After all the misunderstandings were cleared up, everyone gathered around to ask Yan questions. Curious about their intentions for coming on this ship, he asked if they also wanted to go to the island to complete a mission. The blonde-haired one also didn't hide anything from you. Just as you thought, the two standing next to him are both wizards, and they came here to help you complete the ice magic mission. Seeing this, Hen also wondered if you came here to complete the mission as well. But the words were immediately interrupted by the wizard beside him, asking if there was really a mission for summoners on this desolate island, causing him to blush and keep bowing his head, apologizing for his sharp tongue. Hen feels that you're so approachable that he confides in you. Actually, he's also very interested in summoners. Among his friends, there is also a guy named Lowen who is also a summoner. However, recently he found a creature summoning proof, and I wonder if you know about its existence. As he spoke, he summoned a creature in its described form. Hearing about the summoning egg made him suspicious, so he looked at the egg in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Seeing that you don't seem to know, he honestly shared. They said they found the golden owl's nest and discovered this egg, but it hasn't hatched yet. He only heard that much. The mention of that made him think of the golden owl hunting grounds for the second half of level 20, so this player still hasn't reached level 30. Just the thought that the summoning beast egg might exist made him incredibly excited, reminding myself to be more careful next time. Even if they are high-level beasts I can't conquer, I should pay attention to their signs because I can also use them to summon monsters. Thinking it over, I still think if it were possible it would be a great deal, so I have to stay alert. The ship keeps drifting across the vast ocean, with each wave crashing against the hull, creating a soothing sound. Finally, after a while, a giant snow-capped mountain appeared before everyone, with icy air and swirling white mist constantly emanating around it. Standing on the Yanlia ship, he gazed into the distance with joy and shouted, "We've finally reached the deep island." The boat sped forward like a warhorse until it stopped at the large rocks. The group following them began their perilous journey down to the depths of the island, everyone shivering from the terrifying cold of the climate here. Only the main character remains seemingly unaffected, but that's just on the surface. Soon he will be frozen to the bone by the cold here. Although I've been here before, this place still remains a mystery to me. Not just me. Lai beside me is also so cold that his nose is freezing, and he keeps glancing at me with confused eyes. Yan and his group split up as planned, each heading in different directions, with the river separating them without crossing paths. After getting everything ready, he put on a few more layers of clothing. Lai also transformed into a blazing red fur. Both of them set out to explore, right at the foot of the mountain where the giant stone figures are leisurely wandering around. Standing and analyzing the terrain for a while, Yan silently thought, "This battle is about to get serious, and I might as well stumble upon a good hunting ground." But before acting, he was feeling lazy and wanted to rest a bit, so first he needed to recharge his energy. Thinking it over, Yan reached into his thick coat pocket to find the lunch Hazen made for him, then pulled out a huge piece of meat that made Lai's eyes light up like headlights. Not disappointing his little brother, Yan threw the meat into the small mouth of the summoned beast, leaving it more satisfied than ever. After eating a piece of meat for 40 minutes, health increases by 100 and agility by 20. Looking at the large stats board in front of him, he pats Lai's head in praise. Unexpectedly, its agility increased by 20 points this time, and the duration was doubled. Seeing the remaining piece in his hand, he suddenly had a bold idea. Should he try it or not? But before he could regret it, the smell of meat wafted in, making him feel sick to his stomach. Now, why and only then remembered Hein's warning. This potion was only for Lai, that was the reason. So he immediately put away the round meatball. He took out the lunchbox she had carefully prepared. As soon as he opened it, a delicious aroma wafted up, accompanied by the sight of the moist, tempting food. Just one bite is enough to make the car sink. You eat until your mouth curls up and you just keep stuffing yourself, savoring every last drop. Yan finally finished eating and lay back comfortably, enjoying himself. The system display shows that he has consumed premium lean meat for an hour, increasing his strength by 500 and defense by 30. Looking at my incredible stats, it's clear that the meat effect is really powerful. Suddenly, a notification appeared saying all my stats would be permanently tripled, leaving me stunned and unable to believe it. Thinking the system might be malfunctioning, Yan immediately opened the status window. Only when witnessing it firsthand did he realize everything had indeed tripled. In total, you have 7 stats each increased 3 times, so you gained 21 stats. If converted to levels, that's a 21-fold increase. Hazen really is different. It's really the peak of the ceiling, fluttering in the breeze. You'd better take advantage of it for Hain to cook some more food for you. After a break to eat and rest, both of them finally set out together to catch a large block of ice. At the same time, in the Lucifer Kingdom, a teleportation light appeared on the street. The group that just barely escaped death is desperately gasping for air. It seems the plan has truly failed. Everyone checked their equipment again. As expected, each of them had lost a little, causing Mylan and the Potion Master to regret, but they were still luckier than the blonde. He lost everything because he couldn't remove any equipment, so it should be you crying. And speaking of which, he's furious and blaming everything on Jan's group. You guys are really weak. If it weren't for falling into a trap, they wouldn't have to sit here like this. He's determined to make Jan understand what it means to be touched and hit. He vows that from today on, you will not set foot in Callan. After Jan has dealt with the noisy crowd outside, he is also exhausted from a 10-hour hunting spree. He ordered Lai to rest for a bit, and the two of them just found a place to sit down. Seeing Lai exhausted from fighting, Jan still couldn't bear to refuse and took out a meatball, asking if it wanted more. Just seeing the plump, juicy piece made Bo Kim's mouth water uncontrollably. He quickly fulfilled its simple wish. Lai was happily enjoying his favorite dish, humming and singing to tease Jan, unable to hold back a big laugh. Lai never expected that today he would be so generous, fearing one piece of meat was too little for him, so he pulled out another, making him so moved that tears streamed down his face. But to your surprise, it stopped your hand from reaching for Jan's meat, indicating he didn't want to eat, which made you a bit confused. Could it be that today, the cat is rejecting fat? But seeing it keep shaking its head and refusing, he realized that his beloved P was actually kind today and wanted to share food with him, making his heart swell. After feeding Lai until he was full, he was busy checking the stats of these ice golems. Seeing that the two creatures he caught are both level 37, he hesitated whether to catch another one to increase his command points. The two on the control panel are quite large compared to the others, but he still feels something is missing. He glanced at Lai sleeping peacefully and realized he needed one more to evolve into nirvana. But after some thought, I think I should take a break first. I've already spent a lot of time here, so why not catch one more? Looking at the giant golems looming in front of him, Jan hid behind a crack in the rocks and observed for a while before realizing that the strange thing was a golden golem completely different from the others. Could it be that after a string of bad luck, finally the heavens are on his side? Thinking and acting quickly to not let the opportunity slip away, you order Lai to rush in and catch it. Yes, the enemies are preparing for battle, but suddenly a cute little turtle appears out of nowhere, surprising him, and he immediately checks its information. When he sees the ABC level 30 unique turtle stats on the screen, he is stunned. It's the first time I've heard its name, but is it really the rarest level? Today, it seems like luck is on Jan's side. Although it looks pretty useless, it's cute with a big head. Even though you don't know if it has combat skills, better to catch it by mistake than to miss it. I have a special intuition about it being rare, and it's a species I don't know, plus it's a deadly toxin, so I can't let it escape. Tsh, you notice something strange. Jan is slowly moving towards the ABC turtle, dragging each heavy step, and it seems like just a heartbeat away from collapsing. Not to mention using magic, I really can't understand how it managed to crawl into the shell with that big, cannon-like head. Thinking quickly, you raise the staff in your hand high and then gently place it on the adorable turtle's back. It startled it for a moment, then immediately changed to an angry face because someone dared to tease it. In just a minute and a half, it had completely pulled its head and tail into its tiny turtle shell. Both you and Lai are surprised and confused. No one did anything, no one touched anything, so why is the reaction so exaggerated? Seeing it like this, it's easier to just catch it now. When immediately summoned the Heaven and Earth Circle and ordered the capture of the little turtle. But the law order loudly announced the failure to capture, causing Jan to freeze stiffly. I don't understand why it couldn't be caught. You had to change your strategy and lower its health first. He immediately swung his stick to attack, reducing the turtle's ABS health by 1. Seeing his strikes were weak, he quickly followed up with a flurry of kicks against the stubborn turtle. Finally, after a fight, you're all covered in sweat, but it only lost a little blood. What the hell's going on? Yan glanced at Lai and ordered him to bite it quickly, making Pet Kwang panic, but since it was an order, he had no choice but to rush forward and bite the immobile Mai Rua, ultimately targeting Nguyen Wai Van. Only Lai's teeth kept flashing as he used them. Jan couldn't stop cursing inwardly, not knowing how much revenge he was planning. Looking at Mai Rua standing still like a stone in front of him, his mind was a mess and he didn't know what to do. In difficulty, he found a foolish idea and decided to try giving it Hain's meatball to see what happens. He immediately took out a delicious meatball to tempt it. If you don't eat this rare treat, don't blame me for not warning you. Sure enough, sweet things lead to death, and greed leads to one's own demise. Sticks his head out eagerly. He starts to tempt again, saying if you want to eat, leave it here quickly, and then slowly hold out the round, delicious meatball. The small turtle immediately rushes over with all its might. Just as it was about to bite into the meat, he suddenly turned hostile, snatching the treat from its grasp in an instant, making the little turtle glare at him with eyes full of fighting spirit against Jan. He didn't say much, just that if it was willing to follow him, he would give it even better food. Wasn't that what the turtle wanted? After saying that, he still couldn't forget to hold out the pile of fragrant, fatty meat in front of it, making the little turtle mesmerized with no way out. He reminded again that as long as they made a deal, everything would be his. Just hearing the summon command, I quickly caught this stubborn turtle. Truly, catching a rebellious turtle is even harder than dating a supermodel. Suddenly scrolling through the notification board, he realized something was wrong. It can evolve. My brother looked at the notification screen and read the information about the growing pet turtle, knowing there would definitely be something interesting. Wait a minute, what is this? Why are the stats so strange? Only the defense is high, and the special skill plus 5 armor points. Even though this one seems to have a breakthrough in its armor growth, it's even more than a level 100 monster. No wonder you've been fighting all this time and only lost a little health. Don't underestimate someone just because they seem cute. Let's see how the hidden potential points are. My friend was left speechless again. Its hidden potential score is even 0, attraction score 10. I really don't understand. There are so many things that are hard to explain. The only hope is that this turtle might evolve in the future. Everyone is looking forward to the day it matures. That's right, who knows what it will become after it evolves. Always guessing and guessing. He just summoned the turtle right away. The first time it was summoned as a newborn turtle, so it didn't have a name yet. Oh right, your name will be Pukpui. Don't think they're little and don't know anything? He released his fury over the silly name you gave him. What do you mean by that? Pupadi is a cute name. No one is willing to give way. The lone wolf standing nearby also has to sigh. Under the giant rocky mountains, stone monsters are crawling up and it's time to hunt. Hearing the command, the lone wolf with glowing red eyes rushes toward the snowstone monster. The stone monster throws a few punches, sending rocks flying everywhere. The wolf howls, showing sharp teeth, ready to bite into the cracking stones. The endless battle continues, both sides charging at each other, no one willing to back down. That's right. Keep going. Keep weakening it. The owner praises his lone wolf enthusiastically while the giant keeps throwing punches non-stop and the wolf dodges gracefully like a fish in a tank. Keep fighting like this is a bit boring, so the monster creates some effects to make it more exciting. It's a wave of ice. It is trying to perform that move, then dodges away to get far from there. The giant stone figure stands proudly as if stomping hard enough to shake the earth. La jumps up, and at this moment his friend follows his wolf's command without a step deviation, risking both their lives because he just used that skill and can only use it again after a while. He seized the opportunity to jump up and fly to the monster, to fight in place of the wolf. The wolf glanced over, but before doing anything, he was struck, and his face darkened as he was kicked in a blow he would never forget. Dirt and rocks fly everywhere, but it doesn't seem to be much of a threat. Right now, 2 against 1 attack, no one is backing down, as the bright-eyed owner and beast rush forward to fight the monster to the death. The battle is twice as exciting, and everyone knows who will win in the end. Your friend successfully captured the ice golem, finally catching a worthy one. Now everything, earth and rocks, is in his hands. Even when he reads its information, he can't help but be amazed. It's truly worth every penny, so we're all set now. Hey, turtle, what's going on? Just after dealing with one, the other is gone. It took me almost 2 days to catch this golem. I guess I have to head back now. Seeing the fight was so intense, the turtle just grabbed a fish to stave off hunger. That's right. Next is the Cropia Snow Mountain. Continue the hunt to bring back the brightest little ones. In the Cropia Castle, there's a beautiful older sister who is a talented chef cooking delicacies from land and sea. Fio, this time, did it succeed? It's clear she's talented just by looking at her. The dish must be delicious. The hot, creamy lobster is ready. If I were a bit more careful, this should sell for nearly 10,000 gold. I should take a break. The pretty girl has been working hard in the kitchen to prepare a dish and needs to rest before cooking again tomorrow. Truly, her skills have improved rapidly since she started cooking in the royal kitchen. It turns out that because the kitchen in the fancy castle is so good, the dishes there are also tastier. I wonder what Jan is doing now. Those people are so impatient that they have to message first and worry about the rest later. Heron was texting and smiling shyly when suddenly she squirted glue. Does Jan need my help? I plan to go to the northern region and want some food from Har. The two of them, like they're on opposite sides of the world, still texting flirty messages like a married couple. That's easy. I just finished preparing some food. Where shall we meet? Luckily, someone took the lobster dish just as it was ready. Fortunately, Yawayan asked, because we can't possibly finish all the food I made. I will see him soon. Once love strikes, distance no longer matters. It's not like I want to meet him or anything, it's just because he asked me to. Har's face turned red like a tomato as soon as he got the chance to meet him. Jan is back to everyday life, working on a computer instead of wielding a sword. Let's see if there's any useful news today. What's this? Is there any new information about the summoned mage that has been discovered? You just left home for a little while, and already so many things happened. Is this the wolf that attracted many summoners to Caliper's Hill? Yes, that's right, I call him Coco. The MC is interviewing today's main character, the red fox and the lovely young lady. I hear she is even more special compared to her kind. Yes, looking at his information, you can see a line indicating he can evolve. Dudung couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Finally, the information about the summoned beast's ability to evolve has been revealed. I've never encountered this before, so I was a bit startled, but thinking about it, it's not a big deal. It's just a matter of time, and I'm also glad they only just found out now. Now the number of summoner players is countless, and their mysterious and cool appearance attracts followers. But sooner or later, they will discover that summoned creatures have the ability to evolve. Everyone has to take good care of their pets so they can grow bigger, but without proper training skills, it's really hard to make them evolve. Jinjung sits biting his finger, thinking about how to raise his pet to grow bigger. No other news, right? Huh? A unique monster with a name. The bear with red striped eyes roars loudly on TV like a beauty pageant contestant in an international competition. Mamin already has this name too. This young guy has everything but still sits there biting his spoon, pretending to be surprised. If you catch it at level 23, it's likely you'll get help from guild members or acquaintances to catch it. Overthinking and scheming too much can also be exhausting. Let's just check out Puck Pudi. Watching other people's pets so much, I forget about my own. Early in the morning, I saw Yin carrying a huge sack from afar, making everyone turn to look. Isn't that a bit too much, Haran? So, you only take my money for the ingredients? Would that be too much trouble for you? I'm just worried the flag might run out of food, so I prepared more supplies than the flag itself. It's nothing. Compared to the task you helped me with in that chain over there, it's nothing. Just by looking at her eyes, you can tell she's cooked for him her whole life, so there's no need to talk about taking money. There seem to be a few more super expensive dishes in here. I want to dig in right now. The whole court is struggling to pay for that lobster. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay Haran. Jin was too polite, so Haran quickly seized the opportunity. Could you help me with 2 things then? I accidentally agreed earlier, so now I have to nod and accept without hesitation, or I'll go hungry. The first request is that when you go hunting in the northern area, if you find any ingredients from this list, please help me take them. If I get this, I'll help. Luckily, the request is also a bit easier to handle. And the second request is for Haran to stammer, her body twisting awkwardly, her legs a bit stiff. She doesn't look natural at all. I don't know what this is for. Hopefully it won't take long for me to level up. I have 100 things to do, but for the sake of a meal, I have to listen to it all. Please help me with the upcoming school class. When I asked Juan, he said you are studying at Korea University. Yes, that's right. I am a first-year student there. Are you asking if studying at school means she wants me to help out in real life? I haven't heard the whole thing yet, but I do feel a little nervous. I'm studying in the hotel culinary program at Korea University, and I'm a second-year student. I finally understand. I never expected that we go to the same university and are both men, so I can't avoid it. You like good food, right? I really hope you can try all my dishes and see which one is the best. Because the course I'm taking is about making homemade dishes, Disung also understands the issue. That huge amount of food also has a purpose. So I just need to eat and tell if it's good or not. That's right, you're definitely going to help me, right? It sounds as simple as a little bit of a bother that makes you scratch your head. Why would Hareen ask me for that? Does she have no friends? At this point, there's nothing more to wonder about. The food you cooked is only for me to eat. I think maybe it's because she's into a different kind of game, so not many people talk to her. Jindung guesses wrongly, but still doesn't understand her true feelings. From now on, focus on finding clothes and get ready for the upcoming adventure. The mission in this area is a bit dangerous and there isn't much information. I have to make sure I bring the best gear to fight when I get there. You just picked out everything you need to start the new battle. I've bought all the necessary items. Now I need a weapon, but I wonder if there's a bow like the one from the wilderness I bought before. As expected, there's no bow at my level that can deal high damage. These accessories are a bit too ordinary and not enough to keep up with you. There's no bow that can boost the power of summoning beasts. Should I expand my search or not? After looking around for a while, I finally chose an ancient summoner's iron glove. After hearing it, Jin Shung also understood what this skill was about. He then returned to the familiar scene of snow-covered Rocky Mountains and the giant stone monster that was always there. Just at the start, I saw both sides chasing each other like it's been ages since we last met. Remember, I'll attack from the front, so you focus on the back. People and beasts split up to fight more easily and finish quickly. Then it's more punches that shake the earth and send rocks flying into the sky. While fighting, I discovered the weakness of that monster, so I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I trust you because of you. I spent 900,000 gold coins. Invest in a pair of good gloves and see who can punch the monster better. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and throws both fists straight at the monster, startling it and revealing its weakness before it can react. It really was worth every penny. Is it true that I bought it? Jin Jung is proud of the treasure he chose himself. It looks like a child's toy, but it's actually useful. Looking back now, I still like its innate ability. Wait, if it's random, does that include Pukpudi too? So if it activates, I'll also be caught off guard. And remember, thinking I'm about to turn into Puck Puck rushing over, luckily there are rules about physical features. You just stand there talking nonsense while that monster sprays glue. Should I use the new move I learned in 3rd grade? The monster roared in agreement this time, and not just one, but 2 monsters with weapons in hand. Jin was caught in the middle but escaped without knowing when, causing the 2 brothers to hit each other with their sticks. It worked. The 2 brothers clearly love each other so much, they're just playing around with the little demon for fun. Even a slap would deal over 1,000 damage. That's a level 60 ice demon. I have to defeat it before it has a chance to heal. This demon is also experienced and seasoned, so taking it down won't be easy. You dealt a critical hit to Yu Tin Bang. Maybe you were caught off guard and didn't have time to react. I need to keep attacking with Jinjung's full power to finish off this monster. The ice demon isn't a pushover, so both sides are fired up, eyes blazing as they charge at each other, and I've become more agile. I am overflowing with power, but in this state I will die if I get hit even once. Jinjung is using my secret weapon, but I still have to be careful not to go to the heavenly court, for real. When the monster attacks widely, its weakness will be exposed afterward. He charged forward and took everything head-on. You just landed a critical hit on the ice fairy to finish it off, then Join Sung Chi punched it in the face again to finish it off completely. The gloves have completed their mission once again, taking down the giant stone monster lying on the ground. You have defeated an ice spirit and gained 1.06 experience points. The evening in the forest with wind howling past your ears and snow covering the ground. The orange-haired family is sitting by the fire warming up. I've set a boundary because there will be a time when the ice monsters above level 100 appear. My friend boasted about his achievements, so Forlo Jian praised him warmly. The northern area is not a place to play around. Luckily, we came on this expedition so we could build a foundation for the guild. As he spoke, he poured a cup of water for Lo Jian, contemplating his next move. Although our reason for coming here is because there isn't much territory left in the northern region, the question is whether we can defend the area we occupy. We have to do this within 3 months until we succeed. We need to utilize every member to strengthen the outpost. Right after finishing the expedition, we need to bring the guild members here. The team sounds like they have a lot of brothers and many things to do, including hunting in the nearby area. Everyone will come except for one person. How could the gang leave a brother behind? What do you mean? Of course it's Yan. He has to hunt a lot in the southern area to level up. I wonder if Yan has already gone to the northern area. The best player has been left behind. Well, successful people have their own way. Recently, he just asked me for some information about the northern area. He said he's going to hunt in the Gropia Snow Mountain Range and is gathering information. Hearing about Yan's dedication also makes his friend curious about what level he's reached. I'm not sure about that either. Anyway, it's good that Yan levels up quickly. That guy with the goose-like face is wondering what Yan is up to without inviting him. Once he takes down the ice elf, the world will be peaceful again. Jin Xiong is still wearing gloves and walking the lonely wolf. Now that I'm sharing experience with 4 instead of 2, I can see that leveling up has become much more difficult. Even though I just reached level 40, seeing my teammates beaten so badly that they were terrified, the remaining ice fairy willingly became a pet for Jin Sung. It's probably time for Slap's potential to reach 100, right? Time to teach that big pet a lesson, bigger than its owner. Why is this happening? Slap's potential has already reached 100, so why hasn't it evolved yet? This creature is huge, but its soul is still tiny and hasn't grown up yet. I know that one of the evolution conditions is 100 potential points. Are there any other requirements besides potential? Level? But I remember I just reached level 2. So when it evolves, does each monster require a different level to evolve? Whatever, I can't do anything about it now anyway. Jinjung is rambling to himself, thinking about how to raise the little one. Now I have to use training skills on Pukpudi, right? The inexperienced little turtle that just started to walk was dragged out to be a test subject, and this, Pukpudi, is gone to fight. Maybe it knew this good thing was going to happen, so it had to run away first. If it had been attacked, the system would have alerted me. I have to lure it out with some good bait, and then I'll give it this meatball. After circling around a few times, I saw the turtle digging its head into the ground. It turns out he's just chomping on a sweet potato. Pukpuk's potential increases by 10. All stats increased by 5. Jin became furious because the beast was eating so much that he couldn't control himself. The turtle is still chewing happily. The sweet potato is a rare medicinal herb that increases all stats by 5 points. I'm jealous. I should be the one eating that, not the tiny turtle. Next time you find something similar, give it to me. I'll give you a piece of meat to grind. Jin Sung advised to bribe in exchange for the piece of meat. Although it looks like a turtle and can understand human speech, it seems sulky, so it crawled away, probably looking for a new owner. I didn't expect it to lead you to a secret basement. This must be it. You are probably the first person to discover this maze. Jin Zheng exclaimed happily, proud to be the first to uncover it. You also learned that in the next 5 days, the item drop rate here will be doubled. No wonder you traveled all the way to the northern area. Jin Zheng was offered to register for the maze to gain 500 reputation points, but he was too drunk to want to share experience or the doubled item drop rate with other players, even though 500 reputation points was not a small amount. You hug Puji and praise it for doing a great job. Finally, it has done something useful. After a while of hesitation, Jin Sung finally decided to enter the maze, accompanied by Sap and Lai. Although this maze seems simple, something still makes him feel cold and shiver like a dried chicken, as if a ghost or something will appear. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, and a swarm of dragons rushed out wildly. Didong immediately ordered Sora to use her Ice Wave technique, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage to the monsters and slowing them down. Jindong is worried because it will take a while before he can use the rage again. He hurriedly asks Lai to deal with the creature on the left. He doesn't care whether Lai can defeat it or not. All he wants is to buy more time. As for Jinong, he quickly activates the influence of the ancient armorer summoner. You're lucky to have borrowed Solap's Ice Wave when rushing in, so I tell Lai to get out of the way quickly. Landing on the ground, I grit my teeth in frustration. If this keeps up, the fight will go on forever. In a tense moment, Jinjung accidentally glanced at the lazy turtle Puji yawning in the corner. Jindong froze, determined not to let it sit idly drinking tea, and ordered it to attack the two monsters and draw Chung's attention. Although he heard the command himself, Jinzong opened his mouth wide in shock when he saw it actually doing it. Jinzong didn't hold back and praised P for doing well, but it turned out to be just an empty barrel making loud noises, and this lazy turtle quickly withdrew into its shell, receiving a series of lethal blows. Although quite annoyed by this exaggerated tactic, Jinsung still kindly trusted in its defensive power. Jinsung, with a strong belief that he would win this battle quickly, ordered all summoned beasts to attack together. After the intense battle, Jinzhong's side nearly defeated them. He looked around with a slight frown, noticing that although he had gone all the way down to the basement, the atmosphere felt strangely different. A bright pillar of light suddenly appears right behind Jinsung. He recognizes this as the summoning circle, the appearance of the boss. He quickly warned the two summoned beasts to prepare for attack, but unexpectedly, what appeared was an old ghost. He smiled kindly and said, "Seeing Jinzhong as a summoner makes you feel like you've been caught off guard." Jinzhong suspects that the old man in front of him cannot be a monster. He politely asked for his name. He muttered softly, surprised that the first to challenge Ollie's test was a summoner. The old man wondered if this was fate. Hearing that, Jindong asked if the old man's name was Ollie. After receiving a nod, he then asked why he was here. Oi only responded about that. He still couldn't tell him everything yet. Still in shock, Jinzhong saw him raise his staff high and say that if he passed his test, he would learn all the secrets of the maze. The ground trembled like an earthquake, with aftershocks continuously occurring. Oi quickly summoned the Chaos Dragon level 7. Jindong couldn't even scream in time before its enormous size. This thing is twice as tall as the dragon monsters that are already as tall as a one-story building. He was still staring in disbelief when he saw that it was level 75, the hero level. He couldn't believe he could defeat it. When feeling close to death, Jinzhong believed the right thing to do was to cancel his summoned beasts first. The mighty Chaos Dragon roared fiercely, causing Jinung's stats to drop by 5% for 10 minutes. He is determined that even if he dies, he will not retreat until he fights. Oli commands the Chaos Dragon to attack Jinzong. He was a bit surprised to see it could also attack with its breath. Then he hugged PJI with one arm and ordered the other two to scatter quickly. Under the heat of the dragon's breath, thanks to Poo's defensive ability, he narrowly escaped death. Even so, that thing can still pierce through this strange turtle's defenses and directly reduce its health by a third. You guess that the Chaos Dragon is similar to the Demon Dragon, weak in defense and with low health. Jinung officially counterattacked by ordering Sap to use Freeze and the others to launch a brutal attack from behind. Even if ultimately Jinzhong might have to give up, I will definitely not back down and will fight on. Just after activating the weakness detection function, a danger from the Chaotic Dragon appeared, using its tail for a deadly strike on Sap before Jinsung could warn. Slap lost nearly 5,000 health points. Jinzung was so angry he could hardly breathe. Even though he's a boss over level 70, this is just too much. Hurry up and cancel the summon of Slap. Turning around, he saw the other rebellious boy also hit with a critical strike, causing Han Mang Long's health to drop nearly 2,000 and inflicting a bleeding status. Since Lai's attack was a critical hit, his combat power was boosted for 5 seconds. Jin hung silently, thanks Heaven and Buddha, when Lai attacks the boss's weak point, completely ruthless with his skill to identify weaknesses. The Chaos Dragon gradually loses thousands of liters of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Jinzhong swapped space with Lai, using Pudi as a weapon to attack Han Mang Long. Jinzhong silently wondered why every attack was a critical hit. Luckily, Puji was still very powerful, only losing about 100 health, and Lai ordered a final critical strike on Han Mang Long, directly reducing its health by over 2 liters. Although Han Mang Long just took a critical hit, Jinzhong guessed it still had more than half its health. In a moment of distraction, he was struck by Han Mang Long's tail, slammed into the wall, losing over 500 health. Jinzhong's mind was completely disoriented, his confidence wavering. He began to doubt whether he could defeat this level 75 monster. Without Jin Sung's valuable experience, the game would end along with his character and he would be locked out for 24 hours. There are too many things at stake if we fail, but Jin Sung is determined to keep Lai alive at all costs and cannot let him go. He looked around for Lai and saw it still delivering a critical hit on the Han Mang Long. Thanks to Lai, he suddenly realized that attacking wounded spots would deal extra damage. So if Jin Sung keeps attacking the wounded spots, the damage will increase. He realized Jia Lai has always been targeting the weak point on Han Mang Long's neck. Jin Dong felt both happy and secretly annoyed with herself. Why did she only find out now? You never expected this feature before, but it doesn't matter now because you're about to test it. After Lai's fierce attack, the Chaos Dragon's health bar was flashing, meaning its blood had dropped below half. From another perspective, it means Jin Zhang could only reduce its health by half after such a long attack. This thing really is a monster. Now you need to make a practical decision. Can you guys win in this current state? After a moment, Jin Zhang sighed and thanked Lai for his hard fight. He canceled Lai's summon, having no time for emergency first aid to heal. If the battle continues, your body will become too heavy and you won't be able to dodge the dragon's attacks anymore, and you can't win alone with Lai, so right now, you need to minimize losses. Jinung grabbed Puji and sighed, recalling the consequences of failure. Despite the threatening roar of the Chaos Dragon, Jin Sung did not back down, surprising Owali, who then withdrew the Chaos Dragon. Jin Sung was so relieved he broke out in a sweat when he saw the monster had disappeared, along with countless rewards for conquering the chaotic maze, hundreds of thousands of experience points, and reaching level 43. Jinung was still in shock at having conquered this maze. He suddenly wondered if from the very beginning it was impossible to send this dragon away. Still, the experience points gained were quite low compared to what he expected. Jin Zhang ignored it and sat down heavily on the ground. Owali stepped forward to praise him, surprised that Jin Zhang could fight so well against the Chaos Dragon. Jin Zhang modestly said, "It's nothing to be surprised about. You still lost in the end." Oi replied, "It's not like that, because it is a summoned beast you cannot defeat with your current abilities, and congratulations on passing this test." Jin Zhang muttered to himself. Is he teasing me, or what is this test about? Oi asked Jin Sung's name, and he quickly replied that his name is Yan. Owali directly offers a very special gift, asking if you want to inherit his legacy, which is the path of a divine dragon summoner. Although the gift was so amazing it made my head spin, I quickly realized it might be an hidden profession. I never expected to acquire a mysterious profession in this way. This definitely can't be a scam, right? Just the name Dragon Tamer sounds incredibly cool already. Plus, being invited by the old man to become the heir and a legendary dragon tamer is even more amazing. You're also quite eager to agree, but it still has to come at a price. Pretending to think for a moment which is better, a master of taming or a dragon tamer. Jinung easily unlocked the master tamer profession at the start of the game, but then struggled to unlock the title of dragon tamer after overcoming countless storms. All right, in that case, Jin Zhang looked up at Owali with confidence. You want to become a dragon tamer? The old man was pleased to hear that. He guarantees you'll never regret it. It seems you haven't even had a chance to feel proud yet. The transfer begins. Let's wish for the birth of the new dragon tamer to look cool. Coolness didn't even last a minute before fading away. How come the system shows you as an enemy and you can't switch to a lower profession? Because the transformation failed. Damn, does it hurt? Being too good is also a curse. Now I finally understand that Hai is on the path to becoming a master. No wonder he couldn't help you. It's just a matter of his skill level. It makes me feel sad. Even though I knew he wasn't an ordinary summoner because he could see your red-maned wolf, I didn't expect Jin Zhang to be a master. He looks so majestic and imposing. You just now realize that the master of taming is actually more advanced than even a dragon tamer. It's a bit disappointing, but it's okay. Jin Zhang knows he's good. You might try to dig up more information. Maybe you'll discover something useful. Hey, help him analyze a bit. Lai, the Wolf of Jinung, is a rare rank. If it's rare, its strength is definitely not ordinary. It has to be super abnormal, but that's only possible if the Tamer raises summon beast using SP methods. Especially that item, huh? Your high opinion of this person is well justified. Still, he can accurately state Lai's rank and strength. Even as an NPC, that's quite impressive. The legendary dragon tamer isn't just for playing around or showing off to the world, except for JN Sungjia. Oi, reading your thoughts must be heartbreaking. But how could you forget why he was waiting for someone like you to challenge him? Oh, I almost forgot something important. Were you planning to cheat each other? There's no such thing as spring. There has to be a reward after getting through this pile of ridiculous challenges. I almost forgot too and went home empty-handed. Sigh. Meanwhile, things aren't much easier as Gawan stands beside Vu, clapping loudly while Yo Hyun struggles with this mess. It really hurts that I can't do anything, but we finally defeated the monster, exhausted, and finally reached 1,000 territory points. The Lotus base has been upgraded to the Lotus Village, and the chief of the Lotus Village has been automatically assigned to Joey Hyun. I feel really happy inside. Being praised for maturing is nice, but I look a lot older than my age, don't I? It's a bit sad. The base upgrade is done. I wonder if my little teammate on the other side is okay. I mean, Jane Sung, you guys are really tough to the point of breaking apart. It seems like it's even more than that. Spending 5 days sleeping only 2 hours each day has made me so sleepy even in the game. Damn. So exhausted. The little turtle beside me usually relaxes with a pale, greenish face, and both of our eyes are bloodshot. What a pain. Jin Young Ai is starting to regret taking this mission, but there's no other choice left. If this damn thing doesn't work, there's no way to succeed. Giving up or failing will cost you reputation equal to the mission's level, and it's a B-grade difficulty. Plus, you haven't even reached level 50 yet. If I had known from the start, I wouldn't have accepted it and ended up so unprepared. The mission is for summoners with skills recognized by Oi and cannot form a team. But luckily, there's no time limit either. Otherwise, Jinung would usually go home on this day, the full moon, and the death anniversary. The most important part is handled very carelessly, and the rewards are even unclear. Truly, a disappointment. Although I also enjoy playing solo, right now it's too tough. It might be more feasible after the vehicle upgrades. Before starting the mission, I gave you a divine dragon spirit stone. Finally, at the very end, he finally opened up. Back in the old days, in Ollie's era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist, just like summoning beasts that have accompanied him for a long time. Chen Longkashu's closest friend. 1,000 years ago, the habitat of the dragon tamers was attacked by evil dragons. Countless dragons and tamers lost their lives. Their side was 100 times stronger than Kozus. That is why he ran away and hid here in this Jupia snow mountain. Because he has a mission to protect his companion, evil dragons won't easily forgive them. So he had no choice but to seal himself and Casus underground. Listening to this, I almost cried. Oh my God, it's truly a beautiful friendship. Looking at myself and my friend like Wally, who has endured 1,000 years here without a single ray of sunlight to revive Casus, he decided to give this stone to you so Jin Sung can take on the noble mission. The Space Mage will tell you how to bring the soul of the War Dragon back to this world. It's not necessarily only the Spirit Dragon Master who can restore Casus's crystal, but some experience and practice are also required. The innate skill of the Tamir Dragon Master is what revived Kas into a battle dragon, and the only person capable of doing that in his eyes is Jin Sung. Wow, too bad. If it was called a divine dragon, it would definitely be an extraordinary summon beast. Just take your shorts and go to the Space Mage's place first, then figure out the rest. At the same time, Oi also gave you a reward, and after waiting, it turned out to be a decorative feather from the Taming Dragon Master. This is a relic passed down to the leaders of the Taming Dragon Masters. However, they must find the Space Mage to remove the seal before it can unleash its true power. No matter how much I turn it over, I still have to find that wizard. Before disappearing, Ollie blessed and hoped for Jin Sung to revive the descendants of the dragon gods in the world. It feels like I just received an extraordinary mission. At that moment, I also took the opportunity to check out this item. How the hell is this so easy? A legendary item tucked right under my nose. Looking at the system menu, I see someone I barely recognize, and the stats are insanely high. And on top of that, it's only usable for your own account. If this thing gets unlocked, I'd definitely become a Superman. Always undefeated. Those red texts look really sneaky. If your summoned creature runs out of health during battle, you can completely replace it with another one. Reaching the top and capturing a dragon is the dream of many summoners, and you will definitely have one in the future. Huang, upon closer inspection, this feather is really useful. Heh. It's not for nothing that I took on such a boring quest. Hold on a moment. There's no spring that comes easy. At least right now you need to reach level 70 to complete a B-level quest on your own. This kind of leveling up isn't sustainable. If I keep staying awake for 5 days straight, I might end up meeting my ancestors sooner than expected. Luckily I'm tired, but my summoned beast doesn't get tired. It instantly leveled up to level 50 and finally achieved the spirit magic power stat. Although our Jinyung didn't do much, he was way too strong. Luckily, he reached level 50 before the time ran out, or else it would have been a disaster. After the fight, I just wonder what this summoning and soul power thing is. But forget it. The important thing now is to sleep for 1,000 years. You thought it would be easy to rest. The real story is just beginning. Ha ha ha. I just stretched, and dozens of notifications popped up. You're the first summoner to reach level 50, with 1,500 reputation points and so on. Basically, you're always praised. Being the first to reach level 50 feels like you just saved the world, completing all the quests and everything. Do you hate that? And on top of that, it also says the first global champion. The pioneer of summoning, you are the first among all summoners in the Lucifero kingdom. The Emperor Solomon wishes to meet you. Please find the Emperor within 3 days. The difficulty is obvious. It really is a space mission. A big contribution might even earn you 10 iPhone 16 Pro Max. Just thinking about it makes me feel like the sun is blazing. Suddenly I feel like I need to pee. Turns out it's because they created a lot of good loot for players. Alright, now I can sleep without worrying about the abyss. In Mentenfinor Play Capital, the Lucifer Kingdom is peaceful, and suddenly there's an earthquake. Seeing the ground shake and tremble, something was starting to emerge inside the castle, just as everyone suspected. The Summoner's Tower, the first to reach level 50. The local residents started to get anxious, wondering which monster it could be, while the demon everyone was talking about was sound asleep in bed, returning to a normal life that suddenly seemed much better. I wake up, cook a bowl of shrimp and eggs, then sit and read comments on the game forum. Is this the legendary peaceful life of gamers? I also wish I had known right away that all the news was about the level 50 hot summoner, pushing ahead. Heh. Everyone really is crazy. Waiting to dodge an attack, and just when I get a bite of noodles, someone says they know who the summoner is. Damn it, I thought I was hiding in Vietnam to get views, then I saw my own picture there for real. I thought I was famous, but it turns out my reputation is terrible. Life is full of sorrow, and to make it worse, they say the picture is fake. Are these guys crazy or what? I'm so pissed off I can't take it anymore. Dianzong summoned the beast and then teased the crazy turtle who stood by his side. Hearing that, he must have been heartbroken, so he summoned it again, only to see it angry with him, making him go through the trouble of calming it down until he was exhausted. Luckily, this one loves meat like him, so just a few bucks bought its obedience, and it would obediently chase away. While caught in the storm, a message from Do Hyun arrived saying, "What the hell are you doing, my friend? It's really tough. I already called someone crazy first thing in the morning." It seems like the fat guy also caught on. Luckily, only Do Hyun knows that person is me. It seems that not only Do Hyun messaged you, "Oh my god, your goddess is Hein." She knew you reached 50 million summoner level and immediately messaged me. I take back what I said earlier. So, now tell me, does Jinzung get played with? Just looking at his face, you can tell he's planning to take advantage of you. Tuhai doesn't seem to be wrong, and Hein is an angel. Fallen angel? Did you forget your friends the moment a girl messaged you? After a series of messages bragging about achievements, they finally get to the main story. Empire Ina is starting next week, but only players from level 50 and below can join the tournament. Do Hyun thinks Jinung should temporarily pause that. If he hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost completely forgotten. Winning that battle will earn you a few thousand reputation points. Alright, if they haven't done anything in a week, what should they do now? Just go back to doing the celestial mission already. Soon after, Ung moved to the summoning tower. This is something created from his achievements. Pretty impressive, huh? Acting all proud for the world. Majestic and impressive, but no one believes it. Still, I feel proud. There's still plenty of time to see if there's anything interesting here. Watching the Archer's Tower, Jinzung approaches the center to exchange antiques. They trade items and skill books by exchanging contribution points. Suddenly, I thought the staff girl was pretty, with big round eyes like chicken eggs and shiny hair like in shampoo ads. She wanted to know your name to look up your contribution points. Jinhyung used a different name this time, Yan. This mom looks kind of cool and calm. Whoever you see, I feel cold. She finished checking your information and seemed very happy. It turns out it's because Jinsung is so rich since your current contribution points are 5,000. She led you quickly around a display room. Jainhong took the ancient summoner's iron sword orb. Is 350 points its staff? A B-level quest for you is worth about 200 to 400 points. Looking back, it's not too expensive. Just keep buying blindly, make yourself rich for a day and show the world. You wonder if there's an item you can buy with contribution points that's as powerful as that feather. Nothing special has caught his eye. I should probably keep it. It's time to pull out the ace up my sleeve. The beautiful staff member invites Jinzung to check out their skill books. She's sure he'll find something suitable. And then she smirked mischievously. What a deadly smile. While the scene shifted to the top of Kazan Kupia Mountain. Lim Long is in the process of ascending to divinity. He quickly takes out anyone who arrives first. But this monster looks a bit clumsy. I'll redo it so everyone can see what real skill looks like. This one is really tough. Well, it's a buffalo, but a real one. Truly a level 65 beast. I guess it will take me another half a day to reach level 50. Anyway, I still have other factions on the mountain. I really look forward to the day when level 49 and 50 have to fight it out in a one-on-one battle. You should save your time and register for the arena in 4 days. Lim Long suddenly speeds up and plunges straight down the cliff, but instead of being reckless, he transforms into a majestic eagle soaring through the air. Jinchung on this side is also experiencing life's ups and downs. These skill books are from Jinjung, who just entered and bought these two, costing 1,700 contribution points. The firewall item information is an active skill with no level, a rare skill at 0% mastery, costing 20 mana and with a 3-minute cooldown. Summon a fire spirit that temporarily creates a wall of fire to block enemy attacks, absorbing damage equal to 350% of the summon's magic power and reflecting fire damage equal to 200% of the summon's magic power. The skill can only be acquired by learning the passive skill, Fire Spirit Summon. The remaining item information is about electric manipulation, an active skill with no level requirement, at hero proficiency 0%. The skill costs 15 mana and has a cooldown of just 1 minute. Summoning a lightning spirit creates lightning balls in both hands. Throwing the lightning sphere at an enemy deals damage equal to 250% of the summoner's magic power. Then the sphere splits into 4 and is launched at high speed. If the split spheres hit an enemy or obstacle, they will bounce once more before disappearing after 5 seconds. Enemies affected by the electric manipulation have a 15% chance to be paralyzed for 20 seconds. Stunned status reduces the target's speed by 30% and increases damage from electric attacks by 50%. This skill can only be obtained by learning the passive skill to summon the lightning spirit. The skill can only be activated when the lightning spirit is summoned. After reading both, Jinung especially prefers the power-up skill from the second book. Its attack power is relatively low compared to hero-level skills, but the additional effects like paralysis are very powerful. The figures such as skill level, mana cost, and cooldown time are all related to summoning magic and the spirit. First, you should master these skills first. In an instant, Jinung acquired the lightning spirit summoning skill and the electric manipulation skill through the skill book. Your strength immediately appears in your hand, and then a lightning spirit materializes before you. You have summoned a lightning spirit for the first time. You can name the spirit, but while he's thinking of a name, it suddenly lunges at him and attacks. Its name is Chibi, and your name will be Chibi too. It sounds very fitting and adorable. The cat praises the long tail of another cat. I think I did a great job naming it. When he received the new creature, he immediately checked its information using the system. The spirit's power was still at 0 out of 10,000. Electric attribute summon time is 375 minutes, low-level spirit rank with a cooldown of 500 minutes. It will evolve into a great spirit when its spiritual power reaches maximum, and the higher the summoning magic power, the longer the summon time. When I received this data, can I use it to fight? No wonder they didn't ask for leadership stats. I guess I can only see Chipu as a tool for electric summon magic. Getting something powerful right from the start is great, but raising it from a young age is also fun. No more beating around the bush, now I'm just going to meet some emperor. You walk into the palace calmly, but are stopped by 2 weapons crossing and clattering. What are you doing here? This is a bit different from the beginning. What is this? Before I reset the character, I can still come and go freely. Do I need to show them any kind of permit? Oh right, the frontline mission, I'll tell them. You introduced yourself as Yan, the one who summoned the front line. I am here because the emperor wants to see me. The soldier asked you to wait a moment. I will check with the captain. The captain soon stepped out to greet Jin Young. Welcome, pioneer. I am Mal Lin, the chief guard. I didn't inform the soldiers in advance, so I made you wait. Try to make a mistake. I'm surprised. What is this? Is he being polite because this is the emperor's order? But I won't argue with him. The main character will escort you inside. He always follows him closely to avoid losing him and is also curious about what level the captain of the guards is. Gil commands the neighborhood patrol team. It seems to be around level 90. I quietly checked the information and was stunned. Are you kidding me? The chief guard is level 115. The top player hasn't even reached level 120. What about those guards? Even the guards are level 104 and 107. The Empire is truly powerful. That's probably why the top guilds can't set up their bases on the Corona continent. If they provoke the Empire, the entire guild will be wiped out. Choosing to build the base in the north instead of here was definitely a good decision. I think I also need to upgrade quickly and help the guild. I have to help them strengthen the land around the base. And then Malin led him to the exact place he needed to go and introduced him to Emperor Celius. The two sat facing each other, staring intently for a long time. So, you're Yan. When I met Jin Sung, I thought it would be an old gray-haired man, but he's actually quite young. Since all information is hidden, he doesn't know his rank either. He took the initiative to speak first. I hear you want to meet me, is that correct? Celius replied with a serious cross-armed stance. That's right, when I heard that someone as outstanding as you appeared in the Lucible Empire, I had to find you. Within the system, it's said that I met Emperor Celius within the limited time and completed the Pioneer Summoner mission, increasing my reputation by 1.2 years. I never expected that just meeting this emperor could boost my reputation so much. The Empire's mission is on a whole different level. He gently lifts his teacup, saying he's very excited to hear about you and asking if you know why. I have been wanting to find a skilled summoner like you for a long time, Yendong then asked with 2 words. Why? Normally, this would be considered disrespectful and would prompt Hallam to intervene and correct it immediately. But the emperor didn't blame him because he was an adventurer who didn't understand royal etiquette. Jindung also let out a sigh of relief. If he had cut me with that great sword, I would probably have died in one strike. Ohm looked closely and realized it was a very valuable high-grade artifact. I might have just ruined my life. Seliat was asking, Yan, do you know the legendary creature that symbolizes our Lucipil Empire? But originally you didn't know what those things were, weren't they, the DeFi? Yes, many people don't realize that, but it seems like you do. Jin is a lion monster with a bird's head, wings, and claws. Jin has a strange expression on its face, and they are displaying it right here, so of course you should know. About 50 years ago, the Empire found a Dayin nest in the Sika Desert and seized an egg. Hearing this, Jin Sung clenched his teeth and asked, What? Does Jin really exist, and did they defeat them? However, the problem is that we haven't been able to hatch the egg even after half a year. This time, he's asking you to find a way to make this Diffim egg hatch. Then, the system displayed all the details summarizing the Imperial mission to hatch the Diffin egg. Half a year ago, the Emperor's knights discovered a Diffin egg in the desert. The knights brought the egg back, and the Emperor wants to raise it because it is a legendary creature symbolizing the Empire. However, no one knows how to hatch the Diffin egg. So the Emperor has asked you, a skilled summoner, to hatch the egg. The difficulty, requirements, and time limit of the mission are all unclear. Reward a summoning skill book from the Royal Library. If you refuse the mission, your attraction to the Emperor will decrease. If you have no attraction points, hostility will increase. After reading, Jin Jung clasped his hands together and recited a prayer. How am I supposed to know? Making a phoenix egg hatch? Jin Jung felt it was unreasonable and wondered if she was really the mother of the birdmaster. How could she possibly hatch an egg? What does it mean that the deadline for the mission isn't displayed? I don't know where to start now. I can't afford to lose my reputation by ignoring this mission, so I accepted this request. I understand now. Let me see what I can do. Stepping out of the city walls, he sighed as if the place was weighing heavily on him. Things are getting worse. I've received 2 huge missions that lead nowhere. At least I know where I can get support to complete the forgotten ancient monster task. At that moment, Siat handed him something, but he knew nothing about the task related to the falconer's proof. What should I do now? The Emperor suggests that you find a way to hatch the proof of the birdmaster he's holding. You stretch your arms to relax your mind. It seems I can't do both tasks right now. I should check the arena that Du Huin mentioned first. This arena has been open for 5 days, so Jinong should also improve his new skills and find a place to hunt. After checking, he remembered there was also a Kain's alchemy relic here, just as Har's message came in. It turns out she was just asking what I was doing. I'm getting ready for Sunday. I'll try to raise my experience points to 99%. Har is at a coffee shop near the school discussing her holiday mission with a friend. She also boldly added, I would be very happy if we could have a meal together if you're free. You're nearby, right? Jin Hung didn't expect to be quite interested in this. It seems fun, but then he remembered how painful it was. No, I need to use my electric wave greeting skill first, so I have to decline the invitation from a girl. Sorry, Haran. Let's eat together next time. I'm in the hunting area now, so it's quite inconvenient to leave right now. I understand. So let me know when you finish your hunt. Actually, I might reply to messages slowly, so I'll send you my phone number. Jin Hyung seemed to collapse in the deepest pain, crying and skipping a meal to go hunt, truly beyond words. Not long after, he and his beasts arrived at the giant ant's lair. These are exactly what I was hoping for. All right, let's get started. He ordered Biggie to attack first, with Lai accompanying it. The summoned beast Biggie received 2,011 damage points from the giant ants, then an additional 376 points. It started using the cold wave attack to shatter those ants into pieces. This is probably the right moment for Lai to strike. It tore those ants into 100 pieces. Well done, very precise. The boy is so focused on fighting when suddenly he hears snoring, turns around and sees Bat sleeping peacefully, unaware of the world. When it notices Jin Zheng secretly watching, it opens its eyes and jumps onto his shoulder. Now I don't have to tell you what to do anymore. Well done. All right, let's try this new skill. The electric wave surges. I guess I just need to throw it at the ants to succeed. But the ants didn't react at all. They just stood there watching the 2 electric waves move very slowly, as if they were dragging themselves along. Wow, this is too slow to attack the ants. The ant looks at you with a puzzled expression as if wondering. Do you really think you can attack us with that? Calm down and review how this move works. Luckily, my mental mana recovers quickly. I guess I have to do it this way. This time, there's no way it can miss. Jinung tries again. Indeed, the result was as expected. A perfect success. You used the rising electric wave skill to attack the giant ant with 1179 attack power, only to realize afterward that the paralysis effect didn't activate, and the 15% conversion didn't work either. Just as I was wondering, the system displayed a notification about the very things I was talking about. An additional 359 points were added to the giant ant, which has now become paralyzed. The giant ant will slow down by 30% and take 50% more damage from electric attacks. The surging electric wave is resetting its cooldown. This is also the most suitable skill for my minions. This term refers to the weak creatures created by the system, like those running around fighting each other before facing the boss. Alright, let's move on to the exciting part. I'm quite excited. Continuous spamming of mobs is the best. Phew. Now my score is at 99.9%. I might reach level 51 if I train a little more. I won't be able to make it to the arena if this happens. Alright guys, get ready to withdraw. He kept turning around and suddenly disappeared. Truly knows how to make others worry. Who would have thought it's doing something private up ahead that Jinzung can't understand? What are you doing? Bat. Seeing the situation getting unstable, he hurriedly withdrew it before things got worse. Just after finishing, he received 36 points thanks to Bat destroying a giant ant egg. Now he finally knows what it was doing. Immediately, Jinyoung was promoted to level 51. He was so surprised by how fast it happened that he shouted out in excitement. Although I reached level 51, I'm still furious and regretful. Man, this is so tragic. It should have been enough to stop at 98%. I wanted to summon Puji again and give it a good smack. And then he coldly asked Lai what he should do now, but Lai turned away, unwilling to say more. In the end, he decided to gather them all back and told them to rest for now, as he was suddenly sitting here pondering over trivial matters. Or, if I want to downgrade, I guess the only way is to kill myself. I'll hide all the items that could drop when I die. Jindong grabbed the sword and said I could throw away this item, so I might as well use it. Now I have to stab myself, but when I put the tip of the sword in, I hesitated. However, you still have to try to do it. You will lose experience when you die. You have dropped to level 50 and will not be able to connect for 24 hours. End the battle with the giant ants. Jinung has a private appointment with Hareen. He's quite awkward and doesn't know what to say when he meets her, feeling that the atmosphere will be very tense. She said they would meet at the coffee shop in front of the back gate of the school, right? I kept thinking about her like that, so I decided to try. From afar, I could already see Heron's gentle figure and her long, flowing black hair. This time, he truly looked at her. I didn't know there was someone as beautiful as her in the school. How can she be like this? Is she a celebrity? They crossed paths, but Heron was slightly suspicious because today he was wearing different clothes that looked unfamiliar. Her beauty looked exactly like in the game. You probably didn't customize the character when setting it up, right? She looks much prettier than the character in the game. Haran thinks the opposite and wanted to look more beautiful, so she edited herself a lot. Is that why you didn't recognize me? Are you probably disappointed? Your two perspectives completely contradict each other, making everyone feel awkward unintentionally. I'm feeling shy, so Jinzung suggested we go eat. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm really hungry now. All right, I know a really good restaurant. Let's go there together. The two sit facing each other, eating and chatting like a newly in love couple. Seeing how she gazes intently at the food, she also looks beautiful. The date is over. They said goodbye and left. That night, he returned to his room and sighed to himself. I'm so exhausted. Oh my God. I'm out of energy. Women really are terrifying creatures. But if it weren't for Heron, when would I finally get to go out to eat with my daughter? Let's get back to the game. Oh, wait. I suddenly remembered I couldn't connect for 24 hours, but I still felt so relaxed in the game that I chose to sleep in the inn. It's already morning again. Outside, there's a very lively gathering. Hello viewers, this is VTBC, the Korean gaming broadcast station. Nice to meet you. I am Tuong Thuat Hen, and I am commentator Lucia. There are quite a few people here today. The whole match seems much more lively than it was a month ago, even though this is just a rookie tournament and not the main event. This time, many new professions have been added. Do you think this profession will demonstrate the highest combat power in the arena? In your opinion, for one-on-one matches, the assassin profession is definitely the strongest, with much higher attack power than the dark wizard and summoner. Jinung then arrived at the arena as well. It seems the first preliminary match has finally begun, featuring the new profession, the assassin Lim Long, right from the first fight. His opponent is a climbing warrior, truly an exciting match. Everyone, please pay attention. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jindung is very eager to witness this fight. A killer. I wonder how he will fight. The audience in the stands are cheering passionately. They are determined to fight to win, with neither giving way. Lim Long's attack and defense are far calmer than Leo's. He also uses an invisible skill to catch Leo off guard, so he's likely to deliver a surprise attack. Even knowing in advance, there's nothing we can do. Jinjung has realized that Lim Long is a character worth paying more attention to. So far, Leo has lost nearly half his health, but he can't give up now. Die, you bastard. When he launched a fierce shockwave attack, Lim Long countered with multiple arrows firing back. And then he finally defeated Leo. Leo, the cheers kept coming as he shouted. Lim Long won the match and will receive double for an absolute victory. Jinung is quite unimpressed with this person. This is only the first preliminary match and it's already amazing. That assassin is really skilled. Lim Long suddenly stared at him with sharp, bullet-like eyes. Dirung felt excited knowing Lim Long was watching him, realizing that Kai Lan must have many strong hidden people he needed to be cautious of. He went back to his private room, pondering which one to bring along, as the other matches were like comedies and not worth watching. Honestly, I'd rather watch the rookie qualifiers than these. I won't pay a dime. Jin Zung is probably full of country bumpkins. The strength I have now is enough to judge others. Why are they so terrible? Even players below level 50 are pathetic. It's so bad that I mocked hearts and love and skills. Compared to these guys, those two are like gods. I'm curious to see how the next preliminary match between Yan and Himenet will unfold. The moment has arrived, it's your turn to step onto the stage. Outside, the MC has started the announcement. Players whose names are called, please proceed to the waiting room immediately. A large force is following and escorting you from behind. Everyone is shouting Himenet's name, the greatest dark horse. Before the match started, he had already planned to use the Joker as a secret weapon. Everyone under the stands is fighting to say that Jimenez is looking at them, shouting out loud. Jimenez will lead us to paradise and destroy that summoner. Dark Warlock number 1, Jimenez. Jindung standing behind is overshadowed by him. That's just me being angry, the number 1 dark mage. Then I am the number 1 summoner. I don't know much about assassins, but I do know a little about dark mages. Just be cautious of the bone prison and wide area skills, and his HP is lower than that of a mage or archer. Start this battle with a shock attack focused on the enemy. At this point, Himenet finally greeted him. So you're Yan, nice to meet you. Jindung seems to really dislike this guy. Why does the guy look so fake? Both sides shake hands in a friendly gesture. I hope we have a really great match. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jindung has a few reminders for Lai. As soon as the match begins, focus on the black mage. He will definitely unleash all his firepower on me once the fight starts. Summoners are very easy to defeat. If they are caught before summoning their beasts, they can use their power. But I still have a few trump cards up my sleeve. And then the time to turn the tables arrived as they officially challenged each other to settle the score. Himenet was so frightened he nearly lost his mind. What is this? Did you think the battle would start with his summoning beast versus my immortals, and he's just charging straight at me? Jinung had predicted from the start that this guy would use the bone prison skill, so he prepared a very detailed counter strategy. Himenet couldn't believe this was real and shouted out in despair. How can this be a summoner? It looks more like an assassin. If Jinzheng can predict where the skill will land, dodging isn't difficult. Plus, I've invested all my stats into agility. He continues to charge forward while activating the weakness detection. Jimenez summons bones to form a shield to block Jung. Every move he makes is part of my plan. In the end, he's really easy to predict. Now is the right time to summon the axe. Jimenez might be out of breath because he's been focusing on defense the entire battle. Not a single attack was a full-on assault on the opponent. Is it worth supporting those girls who are so obsessed? The ice wave has shattered that skull gang into nothingness, and the sight before everyone's eyes leaves them all in awe. That's incredible. What was that? This is amazing. Just like an action movie, the fight is intense, and there's less than 30 seconds left. While he was distracted, Lai secretly moved in to attack. Himenet is affected by a bleeding status and will take a total of 515 damage over 10 seconds. So far, he has lost 3,000 health points. He bitterly curses Lai as a crazy dog. It's not even a level 70 or 80 Shadow Wolf, and its summoner is below level 50. So how could it take so much of my health? While the power is strong, Jinung quickly finishes the fight with a thunderous punch. Are you a woman or what, looking in with your mouth agape? Jimenez's health has dropped below 5%, and he has been eliminated from the arena. Player Yan wins. At this moment, they have switched their fans. It was only when he won that everyone truly turned their eyes to him. He is the best. Before leaving the stands, Hen and Lucia praised his abilities. Amazing. Is the summoner class always this powerful? Could he have a hidden super profession? It was truly an amazing match. Especially that giant wolf, it completely took down Jimenez in just a few attacks. Summoning beast is impressive, but the player themselves are also remarkable. He must be an agile summoner. This is really crazy. Oh, Jimenez regrets losing his vigilance because he is a summoner. Damn it, I thought he was just a chicken because he only carried a steel fist as a weapon. I didn't expect the top white horse to drop from the parking lot. If I had focused, I would have won already. Damn it. Jimenez clenched his teeth in frustration as he looked at Jinung. That must be what he's thinking. Why is the number 1 dark mage so weak? His movements are just like a beast. Jimenez couldn't dodge any of the attacks. Anyway, no one will underestimate summoners in C anymore. The match has been over for quite a while, but many people are still curious. Where did he find that wolf? Does anyone have any information about it? How can it move faster than a stealth player? Is it because the beast level is too low? Could that shock attack be a form of amplified electricity? How is that possible? During the break, Lucia was drinking water and turned to ask Hen. Do you think this newbie alliance is something special? That's probably obvious to everyone, especially Summoner Yan and Assassin Lim Long. It seems like they have each been training in their own way. Come to think of it, Hen might have met the Summoner and that Red Mao wolf somewhere before. Hen tries to remember, and indeed he has met them before. The player he encountered on the ghost ship during the wizard mission. Let's not discuss this anymore. The next match will start in a few minutes. Lim Long is focusing on strategizing and preparing carefully for the upcoming fight. For Jainung, being happy is the main thing, winning is a bonus. If I keep winning like this, I could earn 100,000 reputation and get all the level 50 summoner gear. All of them are rare hero items. Who can stop me? Alright, I'll win the prize and then go back to loot. Seeing his appearance, almost everyone was delighted, as if they saw a celebrity, and his name was jeered across the stands. As Jin Sung stepped out, a quick-eyed archer glared at him. That was Meilon, the player in the priest quest. Jinwang couldn't believe she was level 50. She looked at least that much, but why was she here? Did she intentionally lower her level to match mine? As for Milan, she just clenched her teeth instead of sneering, as if she was about to rush at him and tear him apart. That bastard Yan, are you still holding on to my halo necklace? He's truly a shameless bastard. Not only is he not scared, but he's also provoking her with his questions. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you asking me about it? Of course, I bid on it to get a good deal back. The two of them just glare at each other while insulting. You're a damn dog. You tricked me last time, but this time there's no way. I'll personally smash you to pieces. From the audience below, it's obvious they seem to know each other. It looks like they've already fought. This one is going to be hilarious. Suddenly, while not expecting it, she pointed at my face and warned me. I know your secret now. While Jinzung himself is unaware of what secret he holds, Ma straightforwardly says, You summoned a wolf, but it's not a summoned beast you've tamed. It's you using an ancient artifact to bind and control it. You have nothing but a relic. Her words were mostly incomprehensible to Jinzung, who looked confused and puzzled. Binding magic? What relic? What are you talking about? Oh my god. If that's true, then this is really a big deal, isn't it? He really is too strong for a level 50 summoner. If there truly is a relic summoning, winning this rookie alliance will be very easy. I wonder if that's against the rules. It seems like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer in this game. Jinung couldn't accept being misunderstood so badly by others. Seriously, does she really think it's an ancient relic summon? Am I relying on the item? And I'm done. Do those idiots believe her? Are you joking? I won't care tomorrow even if I know the truth, only she insists. No need to say anything else. Get on with it. I don't care about the wolf and I will kill you first. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jin is furious at her to the max. This idiot. I'll wipe you out in 30 seconds. I'm fired up and going all out to win quickly. I didn't expect Milan to be able to guess which move I would use and to use an instinctive arrow. That's a high-level skill. He wonders how she managed to find the skill to learn this move. I was also a bow user before, so why didn't I know about it? Even if I get hit, it doesn't do much damage. Every move in the fight is predicted by Mail, but still, it can't beat Jinzung. Even the summoned beast of Yan, the summoner, which was called out by the spirit, hit the target. Mail couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of move is that to take down with just one hit? That's the bulletproof vest and also the reason I can withstand a few hits. While she was careless and let her guard down, Jinsung managed to get as close as possible. I've been waiting for this for a long time. He can finish the match with a single punch. Yan's victory would be great if I continue to face opponents like that. Entering the semifinals, he went into the private room to carefully prepare his strategy. The matches so far have been too easy, but maybe the semifinals will be a real challenge for me. The opponent in front of him is a kid, and also a dark sorcerer. Even though he's just a child, Jinzung has told himself not to underestimate him. He introduced himself as Yan and said, "Let's have a great fight." The kid didn't expect him to act like that. It didn't answer, but only thought to itself. Finally meeting someone with real strength. This won't be an easy fight, but many people will be disappointed if the greatest wizard on the continent loses this round. Evil Dark Summoner, your luck has run out and you will fall before me. Get ready. Seeing its expression and the way it keeps talking to itself, Jinzung was terrified. What the hell is this? He is a fame-hungry human, like an illusion of power. He is a dark wizard himself. So what right does he have to accuse me of being a shadow summoner? And besides, the greatest wizard on the continent of A, huh? It sounds so ridiculous. After boasting about itself, it finally introduces itself. My name is Ganchi Huni. You'd better remember that name. Even if you tell a doomed person, it's not worth it. Jindung helplessly pats his head and says, "What the hell is this kid doing? The fight will start in 5 seconds." Meanwhile, Huni whispered, "Awaken from the sealed abyss. My servants, bring me a victorious triumph full of promise." Diendong immediately sensed something was off about the skeletons the wizard summoned, starting with their black color. An hidden profession. That kid has a hidden class. That's why he can summon skeletons I've never seen before. Actually, I didn't know what skills it would use. I should have watched some matches involving the Dark Wizard before. Why didn't I watch any matches? I blame myself. This is a huge mistake for the semifinals. The match has just started and Jinung has already been hit by Huni's Dark Abyss skill. When affected, movement slows down by 20%. So he won't be able to finish this match quickly like before, so he decides to fight normally. Focus on pushing it from the side. X-Lap then uses the Ice Wave. Both of them work together to combine their swords and then increase their attack pressure. At first glance, it looks like Huni's summoned beasts are in chaos. The Shadow Warriors are paralyzed and their speed will be reduced by 30%. For now, Jinung has a glimmer of hope to win, but Huni is very excited. It's not easy at all. However, your luck ends here. The next move, called the Judgment of Darkness, is a basic attack skill of the Dark Witch. This move is fast, but its trajectory can be predicted by watching the caster's hand. Huni praises your skill, but unfortunately you've faced an opponent like me. Ha, 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 ha. Even at this point, that kid still has that strange expression. His delusion of power must be incurable. Now's my chance. Shilap just punches directly at the electric current. After using this move, I feel even more embarrassed. Huni was confused. It didn't even punch anything. But everything was part of the plan. Just what the kid thought. This was the real attack. Forward lie as the black skeletons shattered into 100 pieces along with the kid's regretful gaze. It keeps barking loudly. All of this was expected by me. You die for revenge. But even so, despite its efforts, the outcome was probably clear. Lie's summoned beast dealt a critical hit to Huni. It officially lost 2272 HP. He quickly rejoiced, but it wasn't over yet. The dead person's revenge skill has been activated and reflected 276% damage. The summon received 6,270 damage. This much damage even surprised Jin Zheng. Are you kidding me? That much damage? No way. Lie's health is still above 8,000, but at this rate, she will take another 759 damage soon. Seeing the situation as hopeless, Jin Zheng quickly withdrew her and canceled the summon, or she would die. Huni chuckled softly. Hehehe. Just as I thought, that pathetic wolf's attack is high, but its vitality is terrible. Nothing can hide the eyes that see through this crime. This is the first time Jin Zheng has faced this feeling. I didn't expect to have to fight without Li. I should have used a safer strategy and taken down the skeletons first, but it's likely they also took significant damage. And that revenge skill of the dead probably won't last long, so I still have a chance. Should I guess what you're thinking right now? With my excellent intellect, you're probably thinking that I have lost a lot of blood, right? That's probably it, you can't deny it. The next move is a mesmerizing attack. With this, my blood is pushed back. Father, how will you defeat me now that you don't have this wolf? Jindung begins to sweat with worry. If I'm not careful, I could lose this match. What should I do? This game is completely different from all the previous ones. It's extraordinary. This is indeed an intense match. It's so exciting. Hen then asks Lucia who she thinks will win. She's not sure anymore because it's still too early to tell who will win. That's what makes this match so intense. In the midst of the intense battle, Jin Zheng suddenly dismisses his summon. Everyone is confused and doesn't understand what he's doing. Isn't that his only summoned beast? But it seems to be his best attacker. Jin Zheng ponders deeply, contemplating something. This is a question many are curious about. Jin Zheng's way of planning is truly confusing for his opponent. Did he call back his summoned beast instead of summoning another one? Heh, you've recognized my power and surrendered, huh? Well, I will accept your concession. I am, truly, a kind person. I still calmly observe every move and gesture of the kid. What is it trying to do? He steps forward and points his finger directly at Huni's face. Hey, kid, if you keep talking back like that, your brother will teach you a lesson, little brat. Being called a brat also unintentionally makes it angry. You scoundrel, I was about to let you surrender, but I cannot forgive you calling me a brat. So, this was Jin Sung's plan to provoke Huni. Now he's secretly calling Bat-Bat out to fight, with Bat-Bat glaring angrily in front of him. He didn't expect that he still had the ability to tame beasts. At this crucial moment, Jin Sung was truly moved by the action of the big-headed turtle. At first I thought it was only following me for the meatball, but it bravely stepped forward to protect me. Huni pointed his staff directly at the beast. I will get rid of this big-headed turtle. Shadow Judgment unleashes its attack directly on Bat Bat. The Dark Judgment skill was cast to summon Yan's creature. When taking damage, Bat Bat immediately creates a shield that absorbs all of the attack. This makes Huni more bitter than ever. You bold turtle, I will take care of you later. First, I have to punish that scoundrel, catch him, and don't let him escape. Just as I expected, I've got it cornered. Now is my chance to switch the space. Huni was putting up a fight when suddenly Jinzung teleported behind it and swiftly kicked it headfirst into the ground. It tried to get up, stubbornly claiming, "I am still fine." Jindung gently crouched down to sit beside it and smiled, then reached out and flicked it hard on the forehead, making it cry out loudly and fall straight onto the stands. Player Huni has left the arena. According to the arena's rules, they have been eliminated due to the boundary being in effect. Player Yan has won. So far, even though this match was a bit tough, it's his third victory. Hen and Lucia suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. Truly, an unexpected comeback. Did you see that? It's crazy. How can he use his skills so brilliantly? He won without even summoning the wolf, thanks to his manipulation. It's truly skillful. Even after winning, I still get branded by Milan's nonsense. Not the creation technique, but that damn unreasonable creation. Really? Hun below is not satisfied, muttering to himself, "It should be my victory. I'm about to win." Don't cry, kid. That's how you grow up. Next time you want to try again, I'll be here to support you. Huni is in a rush to fight again, now that night has fallen. This is the ITB Broadcasting Center. The female staff working here are very busy answering calls. Yes, hello, what's the matter? The rookie tournament, you want to watch it live right now? I don't know how many times this has happened now. Why are they so eager to watch a tournament that's not even over yet? The forums are also very lively. What's going on in the rookie tournament? These girls can't fully understand what's happening outside the arena. Reaching the finals, Jinsung met Lim Long again. Just as you initially predicted, I didn't expect him to reach this stage with only basic assassin skills. While I've already revealed all my tricks, this match really won't be easy. Hello, Yan. I really enjoy watching your matches. Both sides seem to be very in sync, not fighting to win like the others before. Nice to meet you. Let's have a really good fight. The rookie tournament final between Lim Long and Yan is about to start. The audience below keeps shouting without caring who wins. Show us what you've got. Summoners. Everyone is curious about his true abilities. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jinying stretches to warm up for the best possible result. No matter what I think, this isn't an opponent that benefits the summoner. If I can't find a way to counter that invisible skill, I won't have a chance to win. I need to maximize my senses and dodge his first attack with my reflexes. Then I have to win before his invisibility skill's cooldown runs out. The fight has only just begun, and Lim Long has already used his invisibility skill. He's a formidable opponent. However, it's strange that he didn't use the invisibility skill. I thought he would use it and attack immediately. A long-lasting invisibility skill is a disadvantage. He probably plans to use it later. If I were him, I would use invisibility during dangerous moments. If I fail, the risk is too great. Just look at how precisely he's aiming. Does he know our abilities are on par? I focus on sensing every second as the opponent approaches, then tell all my beasts to disperse. Yang quickly ordered Zilap to use Ice Wave. Unexpectedly, Lim Long really got hit. He hurriedly used the Shadow Step to counterattack, and in an instant, he disappeared. He is hiding quietly in the shadows. Yan must stay calm to win. It has to be the Shadow. His hidden system must be related to shadows. So he used that move, but it doesn't mean I've lost. The fight is getting more intense, and Lai unleashes a powerful attack right away. Is it that move again? Why does this guy keep making me so annoyed? But he couldn't dodge while in the air and had to counterattack again, yet all of that was a miscalculation. Lim Long was able to skillfully dodge that attack. In his hand, he held a small dagger that disrupted Yan's passionate move. He couldn't believe his eyes. There's no way someone could dodge after falling like that. Their sharp eyes like knives stare at each other. This time Lim Long combined darkness to catch him off guard and dealt a fatal blow. Yan took a hit of 4,560 damage in one blow, and shortly after another 1,075 damage. If it was just a shadow, how could it cause such a huge amount of damage? The damage kept decreasing while Yan kept wondering. Lai grew more and more angry, pushing him with the electric bridge. Lai's relentless effort finally paid off. Lai's summoned beast dealt damage to Lim Long, reducing the player's health by 1,795. The electric attack hit the target, further decreasing the player's health by 1,085. Lim Long, the player, is paralyzed, reducing speed by 30%. At this moment, Yan is also somewhat safer, as the attack doesn't match his fighting style. Luckily, the paralysis is active, even though I can't take a deadly hit. Good. The arena has stabilized again. Lim Long was worried, but remained as calm as possible. Yan silently thought, he's just using me as bait so Lai can succeed in attacking and break a few of that guy's bones. Because the assassin's vitality has dropped to that of an dark wizard's, Lim Long planned to use that move again, but this time there's no way, thinking he could catch the shadow, but it's not that easy. Is there no shadow to hide in? Are you using invisibility? Where did that guy go? He predicted where the opponent was, and surprisingly managed to hit the target. Lim Long's player was stunned by paralysis, grimacing in pain. I've been hit. However, he still tried to unleash all his power. The summoned Bat beast appeared to protect Yan and took a fatal hit. Bat's vitality decreased by 27. At the same time, Yan summoned Puji to act as a shield for protection. Because it was attacked, it lost 27 health points. Then he tucked Puji behind his shirt and continued to strike. However, you were attacked unexpectedly and lost a significant amount of blood. You have been poisoned, so you will lose 315 health points every second. Yan gently touches the wound to heal himself and gains an additional 843 health points. Lim Long is particularly interested in Yan's abilities. He's not bad at all, is he? Using his natural skills is truly perfect. After a quick strike, Lim Long's mask falls off, revealing a very handsome face, but since treating the wound is only a temporary solution, it can't be overused. Yan's blood is still too low right now, but I will never give up. I will put all my strength into this decisive attack. He shouted loudly and firmly said the 3 words at the climax, "Give up!" His attack speed was truly dizzying. Before he could react, she swapped positions, causing Lim Long to be caught off guard with wide eyes. Lai's sharp gaze and bared, pointed teeth were enough to scare the opponent stiff. It bit straight into his arm, causing blood to flow. Lim Long lost 3,150 health points and sustained severe injuries, losing 630 health points per second. Yan quietly rejoices because her wish is coming true. If she keeps prolonging the fight and keeps Lai attacking nonstop, he will definitely lose blood from Lai's assaults. I can confidently say that I can block his previous dark attacks, so right now the best thing to do is keep my distance from him. Every time he strikes, Yan feels more annoyed by Lim Long's power. I have to buy more time. If the current situation continues, he will gradually lose blood until below 5%, and this battle will end. Lim Long splits into multiple dark swords that attack Yan all at once. Hurry up and call Lai and Zilap up. This is the decisive blow. Both of his beasts keep rushing at Lim Long, forcing him to stop and defend. The dark sword skill, something seems off about this part, and unexpectedly Yan was counterattacked when he least expected. You have been attacked by Lim Long's dark blade. Yan lost 1375 health points. The match ended with Yan losing by less than 5% health. After a long standoff, the result was finally clear. Yan painfully wondered if he had failed. That day, Lim Long's victory was celebrated with fireworks and a triumphant display. Yan sighed dejectedly, wishing he had been just a little faster and he wouldn't have lost. I really am too careless. Anyway, Lim Long really admires you. Both of them, the match was really good. They shook hands with each other. Yan went back to her room to get ready, so I only got second place. At that decisive moment, I was swept up in his rhythm. I should have researched him more thoroughly before deciding to confront him directly. I was too impatient back then and relied too much on summoning beasts. Oh well, it's all over now. Self-reflection is enough. So now, let's see what reward I got. I'm really excited, can't decide which box to open first. I'll just pick this one. It's a ring that deals 205 to 235 damage and can be used 255 times. Hero level costs 100 mana per use, requires level 50 or above to use, miscellaneous mana 30, attraction 50, command quality 15%. Its passive effect restores 1 spirit mana per second, increases the maximum attraction and loyalty of summoned creatures by up to 5%. Yan's item cannot be used or traded by others, and it will be lost upon death. A special ring for summoners? Its effects and innate abilities are really perfect for me. Although a bit disappointed that I can't trade or lend it to others, I carefully wear it on my hand, only a little sad that this item can't be sold. My soul energy isn't enough for the electric shock skill, so having this is just perfect, like riding the wind. A glowing, dazzling bow emerges from the weapon case. This is the bright bow of the summoner, with attack from 205 to 235, durability 600 out of 6,000, quick and light with 6 options, summon energy 30, 15% chance of critical hit, and a 70% critical damage rate. This is a hero-level longbow requiring level 50, with an attack range of 209 to 395. All agility and attack stats of the summoned unit increase by 20% and 30% respectively. If you deal a critical hit to the enemy, you will recover 3 soul energies and leave a glowing mark on the target. The mark lasts for 5 seconds, and damaging the marked enemy will reduce the cooldown of all skills by 5 seconds. The item belongs to Yan and cannot be borrowed or traded, nor will it drop when the player dies. A noble bow was gifted to the summoner for their excellent performance in the arena. Yan, resting his chin, admired the good item I received, but it's a bit bulky. If I change weapons, I won't be able to use the linked skill. I will lose the critical damage boost from summoning creatures and the buff from the leadership skill of my fist, but regenerating soul energy and the speed reduction debuff are quite appealing. He wondered what to do next. I will use a bow but keep the fist until I find a weapon with a linking skill. Now if I go hunting, the cooldown of my training ability will be greatly reduced because it lowers the cooldown to up to 5 seconds. Speaking of which, let me check Lai's ability. Training skill has reached level 8 in the intermediate level, and Lai's ability is over 50. That's great. Now if I get another new summon beast, I can raise it well. I can't use the link skill when changing weapons, but if I catch a special or hero level summon beast and evolve it, it will be extremely awesome. While engrossed in calculating for the new item, I suddenly realized I forgot something, but I just couldn't remember what it was. Turns out it was the bet reaching level 93 before the break ended, with 1 month and 10 days left before the semester started, and the first week was flexible, so it probably didn't count. Professor Linguch's first lecture is on Thursday, so Yan has exactly 50 days left. Thinking about this scene makes me so nervous my hands tremble and sweat pours down. I'm headachy and confused at the start of the day. Oh no, Luam. And then Yan and his creatures continued hunting. He has now reached level 62 in just 1 week. Not bad, but I need to speed up. He stretches and sighs. When will I reach level 93? Then check the system to see how much the effect has increased. At least the skill in the system should be set to level 60 to help with hunting faster. The explosive potential is a level 1 direct skill with 5% effectiveness, a 20-minute cooldown, and a 1-minute and 20-second duration. Only use the burst potential of the summoned beast to increase its combat skill, with all combat stats of the specified summoned beast increasing by 100% of its potential unit. The level of skills and effectiveness will increase the active duration. With this explosive potential move, the combat ability of the summoned beast doubles. And that's pretty good. Bat is now level 61, Lai is 63, and Zlap has already reached 64. Yan stands high above, surveying the terrain, thinking this place is a bit too easy now. Maybe I should find another spot. The hunting grounds should be dense and layered. Where should I go? Maybe I should head to the Fok Mountains. I still have to do Ollie's B-level quest. That's right. Those who pass the test will receive rewards along with an irresistible mission. Anyway, if they bring this soul stone to the space magic, they will find a way to resurrect the war dragon somehow. And take this. This is Yan's reward. I'm excited and happy. I'll go to the space magic tower as soon as I reach level 70. And then his guild set out for the planned location. Has Yan already logged out of the game to eat? But we're out of cereal now, so I guess I can't go out to get it myself. Is there any information about new monsters around the Foko mountain range? You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, checking the info with one hand and ordering food with the other. The new monster is a magma witch found in the dark underground tunnels of the land plateau. It is level 73 to 75 with a vitality of around 12,000 and an estimated attack and defense of about 200, but its skills are still unknown. The intelligence stat is estimated to be around 1,000 to 1,100, and its energy is still unknown. The magma witch is a rare elemental type. The fire zone causes continuous isotropic heat damage over a wide area, estimated to be about 3.2 km, with a fixed chance of burns, and can deal high damage when the effects stack. Seeing this graphics makes Yan very excited and interested. Its innate ability is AoE attack, but many of its stats are still unknown, so this is a fire zone skill that deals quite a lot of damage despite having a large area of effect. Alright, I'll catch this one. Lava Witch, you belong to me. Wait, is this a rare one? I've already evolved many common units, so I want to catch a rare one and evolve it. But the problem is the time. If I want to catch a rare one that can evolve, how long would it take? It probably takes a long time. Oh my, I'm so indecisive. But if I catch it, it will double my leveling speed. He stood up and closed the computer. All right, I've gathered enough information. Let's go eat and reconnect later. A while later, Yan arrived at the Focal Mountains. It's been a long time since I last came here. I gained a lot from this place before I started over completely. The hideout of those outlaws in the Focal Mountains is probably somewhere around here. Their average level is between 68 and 72, so this is a pretty good hunting spot. That cliff in front of me is an abyss with no bottom. The canyon is wider than I remember, but I think my plan will work. Right now, Yan summons Big Fatty to pee, Big Fatty carries some rocks over here. I'm worried they can't teleport because they're too big, but it seems I can do it. Can we hide there? Big guy Lai, do you see the guards over there? Quietly approach them without being detected. Then follow my command. They start to carry out the plan. This time he decided to use arrows. He held his bow and arrow ready, landing on the ground as gently as possible with Lai. Then the quick boost will be attached to the arrow since he's using a bow. It's very convenient, and it also has the lightning arrow effect. As the arrow was about to be released, the gatekeepers only then noticed them and had to be taken down immediately without giving them a chance to fight back. The lightning arrow was just an extra measure, with the first shot aimed straight at the face, making him scream loudly. The outlaws guarding the mountain have been paralyzed, slowing them by 30% and dealing an additional 50% electric damage. The cooldown for the overcharge skill has been reduced. You hit the overcharge move, dealing 1479 damage to the outlaws, with an extra 527 damage from the overcharge. At the same time, Yan ordered Lai to quickly bite the remaining arrow. Both of them had to split up to take them down in one go. Just after eliminating 2 enemies, someone upstairs saw us and shouted that there are more enemies. Everyone, gather at the gate now. He called out and rang the bell to get everyone's attention. Seeing the situation was unstable, Yan pointed the way for Lai. Everything is part of his long-term plan. They've fallen into the trap. Perfect. They boldly open the city gate and step out. That bastard is running over there. Kill him quickly. Yan is still playing cat and mouse with them, darting from garden to garden like the original. Let's see if you can catch up. They keep shouting to stop and kill him, to make him suffer. After running for a while, they've gone quite far, so they must have all scattered now. All right, everyone stick to the plan. It's time to head back and start the operation, and if they run too far to their destination, Zila will step in. It's quite clever how it hid. Bat and Cheapy also seem to be acting strange. You guys want to look cool too. All right, but save it for next time. There's always another chance. Stop complaining and get on my back. While I was talking to my pet, they suddenly appeared right in front of me and loudly asked, "Who dares to challenge us? The outlaws of the ancient mountain, huh?" Eo just chuckled to himself, trying to look cool or what? In the end, he's still just a monster. Zilap jumps. A giant foot is about to stomp and crush them. At this point, only divine intervention can save them. Summoning Silap's beast dealt 2340 damage to them, so now it's time to use your head. However, Silap also lost 2892 health points from jumping from above. Although he defeated them, he still suffered heavy losses. So the ambush is pointless now. I'll just use the ice wave to continue attacking them. They could do nothing but run away in panic. The boss just stood there, frustrated. What the hell are you doing? Kill that fat Goem first, quickly. But Shilap only targeted the leader, causing the chubby guy to escape narrowly. At the same time, Lai used a fierce move to block his path, looking around at the dangers everywhere. That guy kept shouting for help to his useless subordinates, and then Lai summoned Beast dealt a critical hit to him. The outer lawless members of Mount Fok lose 54, 75 health and take 1095 damage per second from bleeding over 10 seconds. In the end, he died from excessive bleeding. The experience points are quite high. Oh my god. Even the bleeding damage reaches thousands. They all die within a few seconds after being bitten. Good, very good. At this moment, Yan noticed that a bright mark had been left on the outlaw from Mount Foro. All cooldown times will be reduced by 5 seconds. Yan feels great. Reducing the cooldown by 5 seconds is perfect. All right, just some iron then. Now that I think about it, are there really so few outlaws here? I'm sure there used to be more of them. Should I go after them? The idiot running away hurriedly was suddenly blocked by another guy standing in his way. He shouted, asking him to step aside. That guy immediately raised his axe and shouted back, "Who do you think you're talking to?" That guy is the leader, who quickly took the life of the other punk. YN was terrified to see the outlaw mountain wizard and someone at level 70. No wonder everything went so smoothly, but I don't need to run away. The outlaw wizard from Mount Fok is level 73, the other is higher at level 75, and all of them are around level 70 or above. Yan is facing these terrifying enemies, and that scruffy guy named Rose told his men to deal with the big one first. Everyone is teaming up to attack just one guy. Damn it, those damn wizards are probably fire element. Yan nervously wondered if she should retreat. Bee-Boo can't take much more. Well, there's nothing left to cry or be sad about. If the big guy dies here, I'll have to fight without him for a week. Should I recall it before it dies? This is so difficult. Bee-Boo's XP is now at 99.7%. This is my chance. I can make it level up. Lai, use your fury and aim at that guy shooting, while the big one leans back a bit more. They all follow Yan's instructions. At this point, the witches have used a high-level fire spell. If Big Baby had been hit by that spell before leveling up, it wouldn't have survived. Lai won't be able to kill that guy in time anymore. The summoned beast has taken 745 damage per second from the living wizard's ultimate fire attack. Lai, furious and berserk, defeated a living wizard and gained 307 experience points. The summoned beast is now level 60, and Anne can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nice. The big one has fully recovered. It's time to deal with these guys. The timing is perfect, and my confidence in victory keeps growing. However, the light on Zelap's body still hasn't disappeared. Has it evolved? The explosion of light sent the witches flying for miles. The giant golem has evolved into a abyssal golem. Yan is quite excited and enthusiastic. The abyssal golem sounds so familiar. Are the monsters on the Abyss Islands all becoming abyss monsters when they reach the special level? After all, they are abyss turtles. The effectiveness of intermediate training increases without successful evolution, as the summoned beast upgrades to advanced training. Advanced training at this level does not require 98.7% to reach the next level. He was so happy he was moved to tears, and even upgraded from intermediate to advanced training. But why is the intermediate training so slow? He really is a rare one. That beard guy shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Attack!" No matter the situation, Yan is more excited than panicking against a tough opponent. Oh, come on, they don't even let me check the status window of Big Guy anymore. Big Guy only needs one punch to take them out quickly and create a sphere of attack that sends them flying everywhere. Wow, you're really a VIP, Big Guy. Your evolution status is better than I thought. Is this the power of the abyssal golem? All right, let's finish this. With only the bearded guy left, he nervously raised his axe above his head, trembling and wondering, why am I the only one left? Everything seems to be settled. Yan was exhausted but happy that the big one had evolved. It probably evolved to level up, right? The evolution condition is level 65, but Lai evolved at level 20. Are they different? Innate abilities will be updated when you click on the skill. As for the Abyssal Chasm, the ancient guardian protected the Abyss Lake, possessing a massive body and destructive power. It's a shame you can't evolve anymore. Lai can still evolve even after having evolved before. Forget it, the others are still good. It goes straight to the special tier without needing the rare tier, and its defense is also high. Looking at the rank, you can tell it's a whole different level compared to Lai, even though Lai's strength and agility are still higher. Let's see her innate abilities. Frost Wave will be replaced by the new skill he just used, a Deep Pit. The Deep Pit creates a cone-shaped shockwave within a 20-kilometer radius when he reaches out with his hand. After the shockwave passes, the vortex will form within 10 seconds, pulling all enemies into its whirlpool. Enemies affected by the vortex will take 35% of the summon's attack stat every 0.4 seconds, and when the vortex expires, it will explode, dealing 150% of the defense stat as damage to all enemies within 10 km. The cooldown is 5 minutes, which isn't too long and should be quite useful. As for protecting the abyss, the defense increases proportionally as health decreases. When health drops below 10%, a shield equal to 50% of the summon's maximum health is created for 10 seconds. The attributes of this skill are pretty good too. All right, I've finished checking the evolution info of the big one, and there are still quite a few things left, so I'll go find the base of the lawless ones. Go ahead, guys, he asked excitedly about his pets. That night, Harak was cooking in the kitchen. It's done. It looks so delicious. And she suddenly remembered that Yan probably ran out of meatballs now. Next time, I should make meatballs. I don't know what Yan is doing. Maybe she's thinking of him again. That night, Yan was still busy fighting alongside Zelap and Lai to destroy them. Zelap stands above, continuously throwing large rocks down to crush them, supporting Yan with one hand. He's already exhausted now. We need to rest and treat our wounds, and anyway, we also need to find supplies. He held the piece of meat in his hand, looking adorable as he begged for it. You look just as cute making that face. You know this is the last piece of meat, right? So cute. Next time we meet, I have to ask Ms. Har for more delicious food. Yan's top priority now is reaching level 70. At the same time, his friend messaged to ask what he was doing. No matter how tired he was, he still replied to the message. I'm busy completing the remaining quests. I need to reach level 93 before I start going back to school. This is a bit difficult, but I have to do it even if I can't. His friend can only wish him good luck. So, what do you plan to do? Where are you right now? I won't reply much, just leave it be. I'll be back after I'm done. Wait a moment. I'm busy as hell. Why does it keep texting? He complains to himself but still doesn't ignore any messages, no matter what Yan says. Are you asking why I'm so busy but still laying eggs here? Well, it's because of this. Before he could explain clearly, he immediately shot an arrow forward and unexpectedly hit a bird. It really is a plentiful item. You have successfully captured Lofia. Leokos, with 72 health, 15,560 energy, 7,950 attack, 467 defense, 275 agility, 1,052 intelligence, is a rare predatory bird characterized by shyness and unable to evolve. Its innate ability is windward, and Lofia has the ability to sense airflow. Unharmed by damage for 5 seconds, increases flying speed by 70%. A rare bird inhabiting the Fok mountain range with stunning white feathers. Just as Yan thought, because its agility is too high, I need to increase my agility using the skills I already have. I'll only use it for a short time, so there's no need to name it. Wow, this kid uses too many leadership skills. I don't have room for that stat anymore. I need to clear this area quickly and raise my leadership stat, then go back to hunting. Today's hunting was great. It's been a wonderful day. At the Foko Mountain Range Center, the guards are surrounding the gate very strictly. It seems they've seen Yan. The little one immediately used the deep hole attack, and everyone started begging for help. I'm being drawn in. The power of the fist becomes more useful when I activate the deep hole, and it's even better that he has 2 electric orbs. Then switch to the DNH electric oscillation move to catch them off guard. Just as I thought, killing them all is the most satisfying among all hunting methods. Then let's go back to archery. Attacking in waves is better than mass killing. Yan has targeted the opponent. The bandit leader in the center of Mount Foko is at level 80. Seeing this number, Yan paused for a moment. Level 80, huh? I was only around level 75 before the reset. Plus, his weapon turned into a bow so I can escape because my agility increased after recruiting Lofia. But what should I do? No, I can handle this myself. The bandits on the Bloodless Mountain are few, so quick and decisive attacks should win easily. This is Yan's only hope. Big guy, once more use the deep pit to attack together with Yan's arrows. Lai, catch the leader. The bandit scowled, gritting his teeth and cursing them as bastards, daring to look down on me. He used a wide-area illusion technique. Usually only heavy bosses would have such a move. Yan is determined to kill him as quickly as possible, not knowing what tricks he might have left, so he immediately searches for his weakness while Bao Li unleashes her fury. The fight is intense, but ultimately the bandits are still in danger. They are still trying their best to hold on, but how long can they last? As for Lai, she keeps fighting relentlessly, not caring about their expressions or anything else. The bandit leader grew more and more furious, shooting an arrow at Lai, but he forgot that Yan was behind Lai. Don't even think about it. I will protect Lai absolutely. He thought he was at his peak, but let his guard down. At that moment, Lai followed the arrow and charged to attack him. Now that he's cursing, Lai is already right in front of him. What else does he have besides cursing? Yelling is useless, just a waste of breath. Lai claws him to pieces in agony. The summoned beast has dealt a critical hit to the bandit leader, reducing his health to 60.18 and causing bleeding, taking an additional 1203 damage per second. Yan is quite proud of Lai. Nice. We took down more than half of his health in just 2 breaths. The bandit is gasping for breath, thinking that if we continue just a little more and before he can finish his thought, Lai will strike his other hand again. However, despite failing to summon the beast, Lai took damage from the bandit leader. His health dropped to 59 and 56, nearly 6,000 damage in one breath, and he didn't even bother using the bow. Even if Lai's defense drops with its berserk mode, this is impossible. Was that the attack he used earlier? Is this cheater cheating? Yan was extremely annoyed, but didn't attack recklessly. He stepped back as Lai threw me over there. Zilap looked confused, so Yan hesitated and then said, I know it's dangerous, but just keep throwing. The crossbow and the bow are fighting each other at the moment. I will finish him off first. Yan is confident he can do it, while the bandit leader is clearly scared, as shown in his eyes. Yan can dodge the crossbow attack quickly, but he cannot. However, I also took 2352 damage from the fall. Oh no, did I go too far? The iron fist of the ancient summoner has activated its power, but still, it was worth it. Yan borrowed the power of the giant summoned beast to create a deep pit. He accepted it and used it to attack the bandit leader, determined to leave him no escape. Lai also took the opportunity to strike from the shadows. This is the finishing blow. He charged in melee. We did it. A perfect ending. You defeated the bandit leader and gained 18 out of 500 experience points. He really gave me a lot of experience points. Truly a final boss. Oh, wow, this item can't forget the dropped items. Well done, Lai. Yan was about to open the mirror when Lai looked away and barked loudly. Turns out this was not the end of it. He is surrounded by bandits. That bastard killed our boss. Don't let him get away. Oh no, with my current blood condition, I won't be able to escape easily after fighting these guys, right? If I push too hard this time, it'll be over for me. How does that leader have such loyal subordinates? It's time for you to use Lopia to escape. Wow, my body feels as light as if I drank oolong Tylus. With Lopia, my agility is unstoppable. Fly away now. They look helpless because even if they chase, they can't catch up, just staring blankly. Oh, right. You ran away and almost forgot that Lai and Bibu are still in danger. Let me cancel the summon so you two can get out of there. At that moment, they thought they had been abandoned and felt sad and lonely. Even though I couldn't reach level 70, I still earned quite a bit. I think I'll contact Haran and have my pet summon some food. At this moment, Jan has arrived at Moran's auction house. It seems Haran said she's somewhere around here. She said she's getting supplies from the auction house. The first person to see Jan was Kabuli, and Jan was quite surprised to see Haran with him. It's been a while. How have you been? Haran happily but modestly smiled and said, Hi, Jan. It's been a while since we last met in the game, hasn't it? He responded a bit shyly. You're right, Haran smiled and explained, I couldn't be active because of school assignments. My name didn't follow you in the rookie tournament. I'm sorry, it's no problem at all. Haran, it's a good thing you weren't there. Even if you had been, I still wouldn't have been able to beat you. Haran's comforting words made even Kabuli behind him give up. Being second place is also good. Congratulations, Jan, but this isn't the ranking you wanted, so I'm not happy at all. What is this feeling? It's like I'm just air. Kabul doesn't feel happy inside. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yan suddenly remembered. You said everyone in the guild had leveled up to level 95 or higher, right? That's incredible. Kabul crossed his arms behind his head and replied proudly. Of course, I'm sure Piolan is already above level 100. Thanks to that, you realize that high-level players are at least level 120. I have to get involved. It's all thanks to our hard work. Our control points have increased, so dealing with nearby monsters is now more challenging. Having you there would be very helpful, but you're resetting your character. Ian told him to wait there. I'll be back before the reset. I'm level 69 now. I'll get a warning if I don't hurry. Kabul also needs to come for Jan. Does this guy stay up just to play games? Har was just subtly hinting at him. Yen, you're going to lose lifespan. Yen scratches his head and looks down. Actually, I have a reason to level up quickly. Oh right, can you show me the new friend you said likes my meatballs? Only now did she realize its name was Pooji. Just looking at it, you'd understand immediately why it was named that. Har seems to find every little creature adorable. It's holding a carrot in its mouth but doesn't look happy when Heron approaches, even dodging and giving her a sidelong glance. Yan Budi doesn't like me very much. Why is that? Actually, Yan didn't understand the reason either, feeling awkward. Budi is such a proud person. Heron, did you happen to bring the meatballs by chance? You're probably upset about Yan not letting you eat them last time. Heron seems to have brought some of the dishes I improved to cook better. Let me see. These are the meatballs made with the upgraded recipe. Show me for a moment. As soon as it saw it, its eyes lit up with love. It bit into it and immediately accepted Haran. You really turn face faster than flipping a pancake. Yan looked utterly helpless. Knew it would be like this. Har planned to give it more meat, but Yan stopped her. Don't give it more or it'll spoil. But if you give me one, I'll give Pooh a treat when it's hungry. It's all just the older brother's intention. She is more generous, so she agreed. I'm sure you'll take good care of Pia. However, the turtle refused and showed clear hatred towards Yan. Kabul feels sorry for Pooji when he sees it. If this continues, it will cry. Why don't you give it another pill? One will turn into 2, then 3, and then more. But I think I should soothe it. Hey Pooji, you know? There is a turtle named Podge in the northern continent. It seems to be known as the greatest turtle in the world. And that makes me annoyed. As far as I know, no turtle can match your good looks and greatness. So I've always thought and realized that maybe you lost to P because you gained weight. You ate too many meatballs, so I can't give you more meatballs. But do you understand how I feel? It seems that just talking about this, you've already been psychologically manipulated and are crying your eyes out, so be patient a little longer. I will help you become the coolest turtle in the world. Listening to these confusing words makes Kabuli feel disgusted, the con artist. They continue their hunting journey just a little further, and we can leave with... Fuck. The atmosphere is getting hotter. Looks like we're getting closer to the burning land. Does Heron's meatball work on the lava patrol? No, I don't even know if they eat food. Just looking at it makes me not want to go into that area, but I can't avoid going in. I need to catch a monster and level up to 90 as soon as possible. Lai and the Earth Spirit are struggling to successfully destroy its tail. In the underground dungeon of the Burning Land, you and Lai and Dati are entering the tomb. The air inside is very hot due to the trembling magma eggs. There are a few lavaquam and lavaquad on guard here. You can't let your guard down because if you fail and more than 10 rush at you, you'll face Nigi. We need to quickly go down to the lowest level of the dungeon to catch the lava patrol. The lower the level, the fewer monsters there are. A few monsters rush forward. Earth carefully supports you from behind. Lai is waiting for orders. Whichever you shoot first, it will attack its target. After giving the order, you draw your bow and activate the boost. You need to escape from these monsters quickly and head down to the lowest level of the dungeon to catch the magma patrols. It's so troublesome. The lower the level, the fewer monsters there are. Hopefully next will be the SP line. Looking back, SP secretly feels so pitiful, wronged in the dreams of many sisters. Let Sora go behind and stay back. If it keeps rushing ahead, we're all doomed this time. Lai will take on the targets you shoot at. It's time for the brothers to charge in. Jinjung aimed his bow at the fire-faced monster and shot, unleashing his hidden power. Sap and Lai quickly coordinated, taking down enemies with precise strikes. With this good progress, the lowest level is only a matter of time. After all, it's a rare type of monster. Who would let you go so easily, huh? Jinsung is too eager. I have to take my time, then the potatoes will be ready. See, I knew you'd be fighting passionately, and suddenly you realize they've changed color. Are these guys contaminated? Is it their job to smell this strong smell? Never mind, I'll come back later. Now I'll explore somewhere else. Staying here forever might kill me. The three of us ascend to the 10th floor, excitedly opening the door, only to be greeted by hellish flames of molten lava burning fiercely, as hot as roasting meat. It seems Jinsung is again the first to discover the source of the lava flame. Fire attribute attraction increases by 5%. Fire resistance also increases. You had never heard of this thing before, and yet you might be the first to discover it. Hey, this is so precious, but just as I was about to celebrate for more than 10 seconds, another disaster appears. The monster with 2 horns on its head. He said Jinsung is the one who meets the criteria. The requirement to enter this place is him, and luckily he didn't attack earlier, which was the right decision. This goat-headed monster claims to be the guardian of the magma source, and its ID is Hellion. He went straight to the main point, saying you can clear out the source of the lava abyss alone and handle its problems, not planning to refuse but saying yes just to avoid sounding indecisive. Already thrown into the deep end without any mental preparation, he had to run straight into the deadline. First, he asked you to catch 20 contaminated magma patrols. Is it a B-level difficulty? Li Zhu wanted to refuse, but when he saw the reward of 42,500 experience points, he instantly agreed without hesitation. This price is a real bargain, equivalent to 12 normal lava patrols in that dungeon. Hell hands him in sealing stone. All right, leave it to me to handle this. I'll make sure everything's in order. I thought this time I had a sure chance at an easy reward, but now only 3 hours are left, and I got tricked again. Material obsession is too painful. 2 hours slowly passed, and Jinsung felt like he barely had time to breathe, let alone rest. Hell was sitting there eating cake and drinking tea while watching him complete the mission. Tick-tock. Time is almost up and I still haven't seen any love. Deong always knows how to surprise us. Just seconds before the end, he rushes in panting. He even thought you were completely untrustworthy until he found out Jinsung had caught a total of 31 of them. From now on, we conclude that we should never underestimate others. You look calm now, but just a moment ago, you were chasing like crazy. So you've completed the mission and gained 1.3 million experience points. They are really rich now. Usually it takes Hong Hok half a day to earn that much, but now it only took 3 hours and they're about to level up to 71. Super. Dad approached again, accidentally blurted out another question to see if he needed any help, just as expected. There's still plenty to do. Take your time. Right now at the castle, Emperor Zalai inquired about the situation of the Pioneer Summoner, specifically the person everyone knows who they are, but it's unclear where your allegiance lies. However, he prefers to stay hidden and has been out of contact for a long time. Hell suggests bringing the person directly to meet the Emperor. Hundreds of scholars struggled for years to find a solution. How could the Emperor expect him to find it in just a month? And the National Day is coming soon, when the royal power will be strengthened if the symbol of the Jinfei Empire appears. If there's no news in 2 months, bring that person here. At this moment, that person in the story is busy on the furnace mission. I don't know when this will be finished. You've been working for 24 hours already. Candine? If the reward isn't worth a damn, I swear I'll cut that bastard into 200 pieces and cook him. Luckily, you completed the mission. Whether it's the last one or not remains to be seen. After confirming with him, I was planning to sit and rest for a bit. Should I retire now? You've collected herbs 5 times already. Please, give me a different mission. Oh, it's better if there's no mission at all. Jinzung clasped his hands in prayer. Namo Amitabha. I just sat down to warm my butt and there's already an earthquake. Are you about to die? All right then. You will be the only one to survive in the dungeon. Sounds pretty impressive. Oh, the lava tower has stopped flowing. At that moment, Hell also appeared to join in. Seeing the old man laugh so happily, you were also very happy. Thank you so much for that. Finally finished the quest, and I've been thanking forever, but where's the reward part? It's here now. I thought I'd get scammed, but seeing the monkey get 1,235,000 experience points, I'm blooming with joy. It feels really great, like I could level up more if I stopped hunting halfway. Also, Jining was given an Earth Seal Stone, which contains one of the core guardians of Dongnam. He would have rewarded you with something else, but since Jinung Oppa has contributed so much, this is the best thing he can give you. As a guardian, the information here shows it's a level 80 lava dragon, capable of absorbing fire, reducing fire damage by 30%, and also possessing magma breath and magma lord abilities. Pretty impressive overall. But that's nothing yet. What really makes me excited here is this one. A hero-level monster. With nearly 2,000 strategy points, this one is top of the line. I'm so eager. I wish I could make a summoning contract and try it right away, but I haven't finished dealing with those two big brothers yet, and I lack leadership skills. It's better to leave it for now and focus on returning to the village to find items that boost leadership. After saying goodbye and not expecting to meet again, Jin Sung left with a full load of loot. As for Yu Hun, today was the first day of school, but I couldn't see my friend anywhere, and I couldn't reach him by phone. Remembering how he logged in for 50 hours makes me feel a bit sad. Because of his great affection for his close friend, Yu Hun decided to stop by his friend's house after school to check if he was still alive. At this moment, Jinung was still playing games as usual and had forgotten that he had school today. It must be level 89. Grinding like crazy, so why is it still only level 71? Jin riding on the lava dragon below, responsible for handling the terrifying dragon monsters. As they pass through, bodies fall everywhere, and the deep abyss is truly a top-tier challenge. Then do one last attack. Z's fiery eruption once again easily destroys the entire group of young ones. Yi, meanwhile, is in charge of chasing after those trying to escape. Looking pretty cool, but after less than 10 minutes, he gets frustrated because he realizes that grabbing them is useless since he can't fly, and it's pretty disappointing. This time, it's your turn to step up. One Dragon King. Like this is worth hundreds of those little dragons combined. Every strike of its is enough to kill them all if they don't want to die. Soon after, they finished off the group. Jin successfully reached level 91, drooling with excitement. After many days of hardship, he finally obtained the unique skill of his class. Ha 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 ha. My lord, if it gives any useless skills, you'll turn off the device and delete the game. You must reach level 93 within the limited time. Although today is the scheduled day to return to school, if I know how to change the timetable and so on, there are only 10 days left. Turns out I haven't forgotten the schedule. Heh. I'd be really sad if you dropped out of school because of gaming addiction. Poor guy. He's so obsessed with leveling up he can't sleep or eat. Please, just give me a useful skill or I'll come out there myself. You have received the synchronization skill and the linking skill. What are these two things? It's really worth being curious about. The only thing that attracts attention is the hero skill level line. Not bad. This skill is also called the Cool Salad. It seems you've already seen it on the Dark Mages online forum. But you still don't understand what it means for the blood of the two subjects to be balanced. When you don't understand, you have to do something. Specifically, practice until you make it understand. Immediately, Jinjung took out Lai and Sora and linked them together. Oh, so that's how it is. No matter what the blood of the subjects is like, their percentage stats will always be equal. It sounds both useful and like a double-edged sword that could poke at you any time. All right, next is synchronization. So my own stats will match those of the summoned beast? That sounds interesting. I should try it right away to see if those two are brave enough to challenge it. Suddenly I remember I still have that useless but adorable little one I just got. All right, then I'll try it with it. Pulling this one out and convincing it to synchronize with me is also quite a challenge. However, besides the dazzling initial light, it didn't do anything afterward. I was so annoyed having to check the strength stats again. You managed to block 1,800 damage, but why have your agility and ability stats dropped so much? But on second thought, that's good. Your defense stat is almost on par with Sora now. Why does the appearance in the system look so weird, with a human head and a turtle body? Cancel it quickly before it ruins my 4,000 years of beauty. I guess I shouldn't use this skill on that little brat anymore, suddenly feeling tired. I'll deal with it later. The world can fall apart, but I need to sleep first. Back at Korea University, our Yu Hyun is feeling really down because his best friend ignored his messages. Is this a friendship or what? While feeling overwhelmed, Jin Sung's muse suddenly steps in and greets him. Not only our main character, but even the chubby friend is captivated by Bak Nguyet Kwang's beauty. Although she plays the role of Bai Yue Guang, her personality isn't much different from Bai Kaoding. Haran specifically made her character resemble a real person, so Jin Sung probably found it strange that she couldn't recognize her right away. Haran meets Yu Hun just to ask where Jinung is now. Hearing that he's not at school, it's clear he's at home gaming. All right, when you go to school, I'll personally advise him a few words. At this moment, somewhere on a distant mountain, snow is falling heavily, and the darkness's judgment causes this monster pain. Ganshi Huni looks cool and orders this huge two-ball monster to surrender and serve under his dark legion. He probably doesn't even bother to listen carefully. Confident that he's already level 85, that guy's only around level 80, adding 10 points of arrogance each time, but all the accusations are wrong. Others are already at level 90, and now this guy who just reached level 85 is bragging loudly. Ganshi H believes Jin Sung is a cowardly summoner, so he used dirty tactics to reach level 85 or higher. People say that, but he then pulls out a Jane-sung doll that looks like he's cursed. And then, they call this the one who hits first and asks questions later. They say others cheat, so I cheat too. Well, winning makes you king. Losing means the other person played dirty. Just as I was about to curse Jinwoong with death, the system notified me that the skill cannot be used on the target. Oh, my hometown, my courage has finally awakened. The dirty trick failed, so he decided to become stronger to defeat Jin Sung. Now at the university, when the professor called roll and reached Jin Sung, he was nowhere to be seen. Just then, I remembered he was absent the entire first week of school. The professor thought to himself, feeling a headache. Since the first week was the schedule change period, it didn't affect Jin Sung's attendance score. Truly, some young people are just lucky. Since today is a mandatory class, our Jinung Park can't avoid being marked absent, but the re-enrollment fee is just one SH scooter. So everyone relax. Just as I was about to mark the absent students, I saw a young man rushing in. Hello, Professor. This is Jin Sung. Jin Sung ran as fast as he could and just made it here. Jin waved his hand to signal him to find a seat quickly. Jin Sung dragged himself to sit next to Hai Unun, then got scolded, harshly, right away. He asked Jin Sung why he hadn't been to school all this time, nor responded to Tomi's messages or answered his calls. Jin Sung looked like a corpse and explained it was due to circumstances. Then he raised his phone. Hai Unun stared intently for a moment before his eyes widened in shock upon seeing Jin Sung had reached level 93. Hai Unun's loud shouts drew sharp, piercing looks from everyone around him. He was still stunned that Jin Sung, just after re-establishing his character, had already reached level 93. Jin Sung also openly admitted that Hai Unun might genuinely envy him. Hai Unun had to accept defeat. Lembi is indeed jealous. Then he notices Jin Sung busy doing something on his phone. So, Jin Sung just sent a message to Professor Jin Guk. Hai Un is panicked. Are you calling Jin Sung an idiot for sending that to the professor? Jin Sung, acting mysterious, replied, Everything has its reason. On the podium, Jin Guk saw Jin Sung's message and told him to come to his office after class, reminding him that Jin Sung's deadline had already passed. Jin Sung broke out in a sweat when he saw the message. After class, both of them arrived at the location. Amidst the cicadas chirping, Jin Sung broke the silence and asked the professor what he wanted to do. Jin Guk asked him to first explain the photo he sent to him. Jin Sung replied, That is your Kylon character's status. Didn't the professor realize right away? Because the professor is a Kylon player. After rambling on, Jin Sung noticed the professor's strange expression and hurriedly asked, You haven't forgotten our bet, right? Jin Ji immediately hit Jin Sung's G-spot and replied that the bet only counted before returning to school. So that's why he said the deadline had passed, Jin Sung's eyes mischievously explained at length. Actually, you had already reached level 93 before returning to school, but because you played continuously for 50 hours straight and your body was exhausted, you had to stay in bed to recover until yesterday, and finally you started to get better. Jin Kuk just said, Do you really think Jin Sung would believe that nonsense? Even an elementary school student wouldn't believe it. Jinung swore to God that it was the truth. He thought to himself that since they had no contract, the teacher could easily cancel the game and he wouldn't be able to do much. Jin Suk was surprised that Jin Sung actually reached level 93, while the highest level summoner in the official game news was level 78. Even if he's a little late, it can't be taken lightly. If he's telling the truth, I can use him for my data collection. Jin Suk directly asked if Jin Sung was free this Sunday. Jin Sung had already arrived at the land of the missing flame. Thank heaven for the professor almost overlooking me, and even telling me to go to Lobo Village at 2 p.m. this Sunday. But why does he want to meet me on Sunday? Anyway, it's a relief that I've escaped leveling up chores. Jin Dung wondered that maybe he should start completing the remaining missions now. Currently, the tasks he is most interested in are the Space Magic Tower and the DFIN certification. You don't have enough information to complete the DFIN certificate mission, so you'll do the other one first. You and Lai head towards the Space Magic Tower. This is the first time he's come here in person. He finds this place seems too deserted, which is understandable. Since most players have no reason to come here, the teleportation gate in front of you lights up, and you wonder if you should go to the higher floors of the steel tower, so you follow that and head upward. Entering this gate, another teleportation portal appears. I wonder if it keeps leading up through more portals. Suddenly, the gate blazed with light, and a multitude of giant demons appeared. Didung suddenly realized that this might be the barrier before reaching that teleportation gate. So defeating all the monsters that appear on each floor will be quite exhausting. Didung quickly summons all the summoned beasts and orders them to wipe out those giant demons. Both sides fought fiercely, with Jinung having the advantage. Chi kept shouting loudly as if someone was stabbing her, making Jinung annoyed by her noise. I wonder how much more energy boost he needs to make it evolve. The chippy has long reached 950 spirit mana points, but is still at 975 now. It used to level up very quickly at first, but now its stats have slowed down a lot. Only 25 points left to go, so it won't be long. Jinjung thought to himself, so he continued to rush through the gates. At the top floor of the Space Magic Tower, Jinung saw a person sitting at a table who was a space wizard. She greeted Jin Sung. It's been a while. Since the last time she saw a guest, Zipper guessed that Jin Zheng had arrived here, so he must be a skilled explorer. Jin Zheng nodded, secretly thinking she seemed cold, but quite kind. So, Jin Zheng has officially completed the quest to recover the ancient monster's lost trail and gained nearly 570,000 experience points. Although this quest didn't give much experience, it's better than nothing. He introduced himself as Yan, a summoner sent here at the request of Master Long Oi. Jipper was surprised and asked if he meant the legendary Master Long Oli. She never thought she would hear news about him again. She asked Jin Zheng to sit down because she felt the two of them would be talking for a long time. After chatting for a while, Jin Zheng asked if he needed to complete the current research to awaken the Spirit Stone. Receiving a nod from Jipper, Jin Zheng thought to himself, maybe this way he would learn about the Divine Dragon. Zipper suddenly remembered something. She wanted to ask Jinung for a favor, and he couldn't refuse this request. The mission was called the Ancient Relic. To awaken the Spirit Dragon's crystal, the Space Mage must activate her magic equipment. To do that, she needs some materials, and Jining has to enter the Space Magic Tower created by Zipper and bring back the pieces of the Ancient Relic. There are a total of 6 pieces, and Jinung must collect all of them, with the condition of not forming a team and completing it within 3 days. Jin Sung almost fainted when he saw this mission requirement. He guesses it's part of a bigger quest chain, and even the difficulty level is high. Anyway, he doesn't plan to refuse, but even if he wants to take on the task, he's extremely annoyed because he can't turn it down. Jae Dung asked Zipper, "So you just need to bring back the pieces of the relic, right?" After her reply, he guessed he had to leave immediately, but now the question was, where to go? Zipper asks you to wait a moment because you probably don't know what the relic looks like, so you might need a magnifying glass. Zipper pulls out a magnifying glass. Jinung was a bit skeptical about the quality of this item. Zipper explained that it was a magical artifact that would allow Jinung to distinguish ancient relics. There are 6 types of fragments you need to find that look quite similar, so you'll need this to tell them apart. Then she points to the gate nearby and says it will lead to the underground dungeon of the ancient Nobil Empire. And there, Jinung must hunt the souls of the tomb robbers. He will be able to take the relic fragments from them. Jin Hyung realizes that the spirits of the tomb robbers are holding the relic fragments. Zipper also reminds him to repair the ancient relics whenever Jinung obtains a fragment. Equip it and return within 4 days after collecting all 6 types of relic fragments. Jin Zung confidently replied, "Just leave everything to him." Stepping through the gate, Jin Sung looked around. This must be the underground ruin dungeon of the ancient Nobil Empire, and it feels a bit eerie here. Thinking about it, the Nobil Empire was the predecessor of the Khan Empire, now one of the 2 superpowers on the Kerner continent. He wondered what level these monsters might be. The monsters below level 90 are perfect for him to hunt. But where is the grave robber's spirit? He doesn't see any of them here. Thanks to this mission, Jin Young became the first to discover this dungeon. Over the next 5 days, the item drop rate in this dungeon will double. Watching that, Jin Sung was thrilled to the core. Truly amazing. Jin Sung is only allowed to stay here for 4 days. I wish they had set the limit to 5 days. Faced with the monsters, Jinung quickly summoned Lai to hunt together while searching for the thief's soul. He quickly found the first one. While Lai was chasing him, he used the Clopia Link technique to take down the tomb thief. In the end, a piece finally fell out. Jin Sung sighs, worried about getting dust on his hands as he wipes his glasses and prays to the heavens. It's piece number 4. Don't let it be the one you have. People wish for what they have, but Jin Sung, because of his actions, already got the piece he had. Making the 5th piece, Jin Sung begins to suspect that this system is cheating. You've already obtained the number of years dozens of times. You're starting to cry over your fate. You've been grinding like crazy for 2 days and only got 5 types. This mission is really tough. And why are the monster spawn rate and drop rate so low? And you also can't find anything about it on the online forum. The only useful thing he found was that the drop rate would increase if he didn't attack the thief's backpack. Without any information, he's doomed. Jin Chung is about to lose his mind because there's less than 4 hours left. Based on the current progress, he can probably only get 1 or 2 more pieces before time runs out. And it's also unclear whether you can get number 4 since you failed to get it 5 times before. If you had known from the very first moment, you would have gone straight to find the tomb thief instead of hunting. Jin Jung summoned Lopia to scout the area and report back if it finds any tomb robbers, Luckily, there are no monsters here with ranged attacks, so using Lopia is more convenient. Jinzhong, running and looking around, discovered a strange monster that was the soul of an ancient level 95 summoner. Jinzhong guessed that it was a hero. You haven't even seen a special level monster in this dungeon before. Jinzhong wondered whether he should do anything. Because that creature is an immortal, level 90 hero class monster, it will take at least 30 minutes to defeat it. The remaining precious time for you to complete your mission will be spent on it. In just a few minutes, Jinung decided to wipe out that monster completely. There's no way he would encounter a hero-level monster, and above all, the experience points and item drop rates are doubled. As Jin Suong and Lai rush forward, the monster mutters some kind of spell, and countless monsters appear. Jinjung was startled and quickly ordered Lai to retreat. Jinjung summoned more earth and leather to strengthen his forces. Jinjung saw with his own eyes and knew for sure that this monster, although a low-level ghost, was in summoner. As expected, a hero-level monster wouldn't be easy to deal with. But that doesn't mean he'll retreat easily. He orders Lai to attack. Lai quickly takes down dozens of monsters. Didong mutters that maybe that low-level ghost knows that the summoner is its weakness. Lai was ordered to step aside. Then he asked the earth to attack and Kei to move forward. The earth used a chasm, but was unfortunately counterattacked. Jinjung hadn't had time to help when, as Kei was attacking a dragon, he was knocked down by its tail. As he got up, another monster behind him seized the opportunity to attack. Suddenly, Jinjung smirked maliciously, knowing immediately that it would do that, and quickly summoned Pu Di to defend behind him. The monster bites Pu, making him shed tears from being too loved. Jinjung takes the opportunity to shoot an arrow through the monster's flesh. You confidently boast that you'll win this match and call Lai to finish off the low-level ghost. Finally, the battle comes to an end. Jinjung sighs. This low-level ghost is at hero rank, so it can hold out pretty well. Maybe you just have to keep killing it until it dies. Isn't its body already dead? The reward flashes, and Jinsung happily says, "That's the reason you joined the game." Jinjung received a total of 2 items, the Summoner's Staff of the Ancient Summoner and the Encyclopedia of the Ancient Summoner. Jinjung is quite satisfied with this hero-grade item. Basically, you already have another damage skill that summons based on mana ratio. Even though the Encyclopedia is pretty useless since it changes flat power to mana ratio, you'll be able to increase your damage level quite a bit. Luckily, Jin Chung didn't overlook this hero-level monster. Suddenly, it rubbed against him, leaving him puzzled. It kept rubbing against the bag. Suddenly, I remembered the fragment crafting quest and realized that after losing 30 minutes, I automatically started frantically searching for the tomb thief, running and cursing loudly. Stupid quest item. Where is it hiding, that damn quest item? Jinjung and the lone wolf sprinted like demons chasing them. After escaping the ghostly family, he plopped down on the lift platform as if haunted. I haven't even sat down comfortably yet when I suddenly remember the countdown is still going. If I rush too much, the mission will probably fail. Have you collected all the ancient artifact pieces? You're panting like you're about to pass out right here. Yes, they are all with me now. You truly lived up to my expectations. I'm worried because you spent too much time. It's tiring, but having my sister care for me makes it a bit easier. Dien Dung completed the mission, carrying a bag full of relics back, reaching level C, while Min still hasn't gained any level. Poor guy, running like a horse, but still no upgrade. The mission is over. I'm so exhausted and still feeling dizzy. Dien Dung staggered into the room looking pale, while her younger sister carrying the bag of treasures hummed happily. You sit at your desk with your head nodding all the time. Look, I finally completed the magic item, all thanks to you, explorer. Thank you very much, sir. The girl excitedly jumps up and down, still yawning and struggling to fall asleep. It's nothing. I'm just glad your experiment was successful. Now that the magic item is complete, can I use this to revive the dragon god's soul stone? Shu is not used because we don't know if this item is stable. It could backfire and destroy the soul stone. Both of them started to rack their brains, trying to figure out which item to use. The dragon body must be a summon with incredible combat stats and possibly of legendary rank. Thinking about the giant dragons destroying the earth, Jinzung shook his head repeatedly. If the soul stones explode, I will lose sleep from the haunting. So I think we should try it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters and then test the magic spell on your divine dragon's soul stone afterward. All right, little sister, I'll risk everything to try. The next mission is to resurrect ancient monsters. The good news is that the difficulty level is manageable, and I can't refuse this mission. Jinsung happily grabs the fairy's head, pinches her ears, and jumps up excitedly. This game doesn't let me be good. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face from overwhelming happiness. Your younger sister standing beside you only knows how to wish you an early smile as the morning sunlight shines down on the closely packed houses. I remember the teacher said to meet near the gate. Jinzung slowly walks out through the giant city gate. Looking back now, I realize I forgot to ask who the professor's player was. As Jinzung sat down on the ground, the teacher sitting right in front of him turned to ask, "You've arrived already? You're unsure if this is the professor, so you need to check the label to verify. His ID is Jin Gukli. Does he only use his real name?" At this moment, Jin Sung finally realized and called out, "Professor?" "Yes, so you are Park Jinung. Why can't I see anyone with your level?" The teacher didn't expect to have a student of such caliber. "Professor, please wait a moment while I change the file from private to public. You're fortunate that you're modest enough not to reveal your abilities publicly, so the teacher didn't notice your screenshot. You've reached level 94? So you've leveled up again since that day?" "Yes. Professor, this is the effort I put into my summer break." Hearing what Khan said, I was so happy I was trembling. "Are we ready to go, Professor? Because the teacher has confirmed your level, you win the bet. Wait a moment, I think you should come with me." The teacher refused all of Duidong's refusals as the blazing sun shone down on the ground. "Professor, where are we? Did the teacher lead you to a strange place? Hopefully not to prepare for kidnapping." "I am a journalist and a summoner. Come and see, you'll know exactly where we are when you look. You'll know right away when you see it. It already sounds intriguing and sparks curiosity." The teacher opened the warehouse door, looked at Jin Sung with a sly smile, a bit cunning but still had to follow. Jin Sung walks in, looking around in surprise at the bears, wolves, and other creatures locked in cages. Is this place still existing in the monster breeding center? I was lucky to meet an NPC manager from the summoner's lower ranks who told me about this place. It turns out this is where the baby wolves and bears are born. When I first found this place, it was still under construction, and then they gave me the task to catch wolves, foxes, bears, and other trapped monsters, but they all seem quite lively, sitting and singing to each other. From what I hear, if you complete the construction tasks, you can manage the place yourself, so these kinds of tasks are probably hidden quests. Jinung also seems quite interested in coming here to take care of the monsters himself, now that the monster breeding center has been completed, and I am currently working at this center. Did the teacher receive a message from the system about how the monster breeding center is after completing the mission? The professor didn't expect that you knew everything about his tricks. That's the case for players on the quest to produce swords for managing facilities. Because I already know, talking will be easier. As I said, I need to get the certificate to build the monster breeding center, but I still haven't met the requirements. The master's demands are a bit high. This item is the monster appendix RF gave me. I can only meet the requirements to get the monster breeding center management certificate if and only if I register 50 monsters. Aren't I also supposed to get something similar after completing the Magic Tower quest? Dedung feels something's not quite right, but looking at the notebook the teacher is holding, it seems different because yours doesn't have the monster registration function. To include more monsters in this appendix, I need to catch monsters, but my current ability only allows me to catch about 30 monsters. So, I want you to take this item and record the remaining monster numbers. I've done half of the work, the other half I'll leave to you. And one more thing before you start the mission, summon the lone wolf to wake up and prepare for the task. I know the black wolf is among the common wolves, but I haven't seen one this big. Jin Sung kept staring at the wolf, still not finished, making the teacher anxious. Well, once you step in, there's no turning back. Like attracts like. Both of them sneer and approach Jin Sung, ready for a showdown. Either you won't be able to protect yourself, or it will be too late when Jin Sung finally realizes and reacts. The most intense battle of the Free Fire season is about to unfold on screen between Jinung and Lijin Hook. Jinung is summoning his power as he sees the opponent Eljun Hook preparing to attack. Jin Sung's fierce spirit also takes a step forward in evolution, with a blue aura enveloping him that makes Ovile stare in shock. Adding 1,000 more powers from the hybrid of all creatures, the face of the demon from Free Fire confronts Ovile. Believing Jin Sung has a firm grip on the situation, but only seeing Lai Jin Hook smirk mockingly, Jin Sung panics. Jin Hyung blames his teacher for asking too much of him. "Professor, why did you do that? I only asked you to help me." Actually, teacher Lai Jin Hook just buried VN to test Jin Sung's Free Fire power. "It seems you have also evolved your summoning beast." Lijin Hook explains what happened earlier to keep the teacher-student relationship from breaking apart. "I'm sorry for startling you, I just wanted to see your summoning of beasts." "Oh, you want to show me your summon?" Although Jin Sung has passed this intense test round, he was still criticized by teacher Lai Jin Hooks for skipping classes. But we will explain more about why he didn't attend the lectures during the schedule change. You still haven't forgotten, do you? I think that's unavoidable. Teacher Jin Hook has been puzzled about the evolution of divine beasts ever since he started his career. This monster breeding center trains summoning beasts that trust the players we train. Our oval here has evolved into a dark, howling wolf. I also don't quite understand why it evolved. Jindung also roughly understood what teacher Jin Hook meant. I see. So your master's wolf is also an evolved wolf. The spiritual connection between the player and the monster during the most intense moments causes the monster to evolve, just like Jinung's hybrid pet evolved while fighting Olive. Your hybrid is also an evolved summoned beast. It's a red hair wolf, just like your illusion training skill. This place probably trains summoned beasts to awaken their potential, leading to evolution. Jin Sung's reasoning sounds convincing, which also makes Jin Hook feel more confident. Master Jin Hook gives Jin Sung the chance to unleash a powerful attack if he performs well in this training. If you help me, I will let you use this monster breeding center. Do you want to see whatever you like? Seeing that the teacher is also enthusiastic, Jin Sung thought for a long time. I don't know if the training center is faster than my training skills, but because my skills have cooldown times, I think I can benefit from increasing the trust of the monsters I am not using. And there may be other traits when this monster breeding center is upgraded. The master is so reasonable, both upgraded and able to use the training center. Sung agrees immediately. Yes, Professor, I will help you then. Very well. But what's with that expression? Jin Sung's face shows he's got something he wants to ask for. Can I ask you for a favor? What does Master Lai Jin Hook want to ask for? The scene shifts to a place with blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Jin Sung stands before a mysterious, lifeless-looking magic circle. Jin Sung stretches and looks tired. Maybe I haven't been sleeping well lately, which is why my back hurts and my limbs feel numb. Jin Sung's proposal is for Jin Hook to build a training center near Jin Sung's location. If he builds a beast breeding and summoning center close to my base, I will do my best to help him. This request is not difficult. I will help you. Of course, because Jin Hook trusts you, he accepted Jin Sung's proposal. The bond between teacher and student is so strong that it needs to be further strengthened. Before entering this intense battle, Jin Sung is reviewing his list of monsters. Should I add the new summons I recently acquired before starting the mission? Everyone was stunned by Jin Sung's massive and enormous monsters. Recently, Jin Sung summoned a very awesome hybrid cow, boosting his influence. You have registered Red Mao Wolf. Your reputation increased by 1,200. You have registered the Deep Abyss Turtle. Your reputation increased by 53,700. You have registered the Golem of the Abyss. Your reputation increased by 600. Just acquired the mighty Jin Sung steed and I was stunned by how much my reputation increased. What is this? Did Pip Puji register for me and get the most reputation points compared to the big guy, even though he's also rare, but it allowed me to register 10 times more. The surprising increase in the number made Jin Sung made us stunned. Is it because Peapock Puji has the potential to become a great monster after evolving, or is it a system glitch? But before I could think about it, Jin Sung had to go on Jin Hook's mission. I finished registering now, I'll move on to another mission. Lai Chuang is again sent to fight Jin Sung in this mission. Jin Sung rides alongside Lai and promises a bright future ahead. Today will be a perfect day if we discover the darkness inside the portal. Do you think like I do? Living with Jin Sung has brought the first challenge on this journey. You have arrived at Anoban Plateau. You are the first to discover this land. Your reputation increases by 100,000. In 10 days, Jin Sung's reputation points will double along with many other titles. For those amazing rewards above, Jin Sung is crazy about them, and Ji sometimes also deserves such rewards. Jin Sung is immersed in the treasures from different dungeons. The rewards vary depending on the mission and the level of the monster I defeat, which determines the rank of the stone spirit monster and the rewards I will receive. With this huge desire for the enormous reward, Jin Sung will definitely hunt down the strongest monster in this area. I will take the soul of the strongest monster in this land. I need to search all over this area and find the first person to discover it within the next 10 days. Jin Dung and Lai Kung are charging forward with great enthusiasm. Let's go again. But now I think we're leveling up like crazy. Jin Zung isn't sure whether to jump down the high cliff. Should Fu Min jump down the cliff or not? Down there are only higher level monsters. Below, monsters block every path, their fierce glare making it even harder for Jin Zung to move around. After weighing the options, Jin Sung gathered all the fierce pets into a team to prepare for this battle, getting everyone ready for the fight. Jinung chose 2 pets to evolve because of their incredible power and trust in those 2 pets. But now Lai and Puji are about to evolve too, both fulfilling their roles as summoning beast well, and there's also a potential force about to be uncovered. I think Jay is also about to evolve, and the soul point is almost full. With the command to move forward, Jin Sung's fiery will also rises up. Let's go. We haven't fought these monsters before, so let's get familiar. Lai's heavy footsteps echo as he descends the cliff, linking with Clopia's soul. Jinung shouted as Lai evolved to a higher level, with a blue light enveloping his entire body, and the overwhelming power caused Jin Sung to mutate and change his face. Lai disappears into the green, evolving mist and transforms into a wolf with long fangs and claws, howling loudly that echoes through the sky and earth. It turns out that Jinung and Lai synchronized together, resulting in a completely different form from before. I think syncing with Lai is the best choice for me, both in appearance and in other ways. Order Lai to move forward, big guy, lead the way. This transformation scene surprises everyone watching, as a giant wolf on two legs with a staff charges straight down from the mountain cliff. Everyone attacks the monsters below, their endless power beyond description. Jin Hung lets Lai choose which beast to defeat, like picking a meal. Lai bites down hard, your choice. The fire dragon in its mouth unleashes a giant fireball that burns all the monsters, setting everything ablaze. Lai was worried because the monster's strength was also on par. Damn it, I can't lose half my health because its defense is too high. Lai used his sword to destroy the monsters, but the power was overwhelming, huh? I can't deal much damage. What do I do now? Lai's second and third attacks leave the creature stunned, while everyone else is fighting nervously, and Cheepy seems to have been reborn, trembling with surprise. Oh my god, what is that? Cheepy struggles against the enormous super bright beam of light. System window. Just as Jin Sung predicted, Chippy has evolved to a new level, looking like an eagle spreading its wings printed on the uniforms of the soldiers. Its wings spread wide with sharp claws like those of City Girl's nails. The lightning spirit has evolved from a basic soul to an intermediate soul. Lai was amazed to see Cheepian evolve. Wow, Chippy has evolved. Was that lightning just now caused by evolution? After Jinung saw Chippy evolve, he quickly opened the info window to check. Seeing Chippy's new pile, there's no doubt it's super impressive. With the evolution upgraded to intermediate, it will gain this innate ability as well. It's also draining blood from the female enemy. Wait, it seems a bit like a demon, maybe a dragon too. Jinung is busy researching the new upgraded Chippy and looks very satisfied. Manipulating the area isn't a damage skill, so the attack power is surprisingly low. But its healing ability is pretty decent. Probably because it was recently upgraded to a higher level, so its temperament is unstable. Chippy ignores Jin Sung's words. What a stubborn one. Come here, Chippy. Chippy completely ignores and turns away, making Jin Sung very annoyed. Lai, feeling unappreciated, nudges Jin Sung to get attention. Me too, me too. Seeing that you also cut back and gobbled up all the monsters, Jin Sung praised you wholeheartedly, and our live stream did a great job, so I'll praise you, too. The idea of exploiting Chippy's power flashes through Jin Sung's mind. Since Chippy has evolved and has innate abilities, should we wipe out everything? This greed makes even the viewers agree, because it's so reasonable. The screen suddenly shifts to the table filled with those Bo Lin shards, pieces Jin Sung collected from the dungeon. Zipper looks at the Bo Lin soulstone table in front of Mytho Lo. What the hell are you playing at? How do you have so many soulstones? Jin Dung, after being praised by Zipper, recounts her adventure. That's how the story goes. Zipper looked at Jin Zung with admiration. No wonder Lai Jin Hook trusted him. Thanks for fulfilling my request. No wonder Jin Hook sent you to see me. Seeing my reputation rise faster than my resurrection in Free Fray, no wonder they call me the boss. Completing the monster revival mission in great completion earned me 7,500 experience points. Definitely worth the effort. Seeing Jinung's incredible strength, Zipper suggested he come see the Soul Stone recovery process. Please follow me. I will show you how the Soul Stone is restored. Please bring the towel and the Soul Stones with you. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the castle gate, which looked old and majestic, and inside, it was sleek and luxurious. Definitely the place where Zipper restores the Soul Stones. Is this place crowded? This is where we restore the Soul Stones. Zipper opens the soulstone bag widely and prepares carefully. So shall we start? Fragments of soulstones fly up to the center, gathering into a giant, dazzling gemstone. Its light fills the entire room, but no one knows what kind of monster is hidden inside. The blinding light makes Jinung and Jeeper doubt the monster inside, but it still hasn't broken free from its cocoon. I don't know what kind it is. After 7,749 long waits for a giant creature that looks like a hybrid turtle to appear, the soul shard transformed into a Zipper that tamed the beast, making her incredibly happy. Success always shines brightly. Jae-Dung then picks up the vocabulary list to check because she is still questioning and hasn't understood the success. You have successfully revived the legendary ship monster. Your reputation has increased by 500 after reviving a common monster. Jin-Dung is now reconsidering the recent monster revival. If I succeed in restoring the great beast, will it appear in the Corona continent? Because I also have another beast appearing in the Colorana continent. With these lucky breaks, Jin Sung was stunned and amazed, completely captivated. After Zyper's incredible success, Jin Sung continued to try his luck. Keep this momentum going and restore the next monster. In Jin Sung's imagination inside the Soul Stone, there will be monsters with unpredictable power that won't disappoint Jin Sung. It failed to extinguish Jin Sung's hopes, causing him to collapse like a pulled flag. In misfortune, only the last piece of the soul stone remains for Jin Seung's unlucky fate. A beam of light gradually reappears, and the monster also begins to emerge. Luckily for Jin Seung, it is a giant red tiger. It roared, "This arena seems way too epic." Jin Seung successfully revived the beast Hale. Your reputation increases by 30,000 NMUs when you recover the monster. Rapport also thinks Hale looks really impressive. The bull. I never dreamed I would see this monster with my own eyes, but I also want to have it. Zipper and Jin Seung worked so well together that they managed to retrieve the rare beast. Thank you for your effort. I can meet the monsters I only read about in books. Jin Seung's pride flared up as he responded to Jiper's thanks. It's nothing. I also had a special experience thanks to you. Zipper trusts Jin Seung's credibility so much that he handed over the Hale monster for Jin Seung to raise. Well, I want to entrust this kid to you for care. With perfect timing, favorable conditions, and harmony among people, Jin Seung agreed to this deal without hesitation. Jin Seung checks Ha's file, and it's impressive. Oh, it's only at level 1. So I can raise it using my method of stimulating its hidden potential by placing 100 points before leveling up. That way it might grow even stronger. Dung, have you remembered to name the summoned beast? You need to give it a name. Hung. I have to name you what? After looking for a while, I finally decided on a name for this striped tiger cootie. All right, so your name is Hale, then let's just call you Hey. Zipper, seeing Jin Seung and Hale so affectionate, can't help but feel jealous. Ha 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 ha. I guess this little boy also likes you a lot, Explorer? Jin Dung is also crazy about the new pet Kwang. I like it too. It really suits the summoning beast title. But there are still many major targets in Zyper's summoning journey. Now our target has appeared. The soul stone of the giant divine dragon he is holding also has a new mission for Jin Seung in this conquest journey. Standing before the magnificent scene with strong European medieval vibes in the palace, the glow also shone directly down onto the sacrificial altar, leaving Yan stunned. Is this the divine dragon? He immediately took out the glowing pink crystal and asked her, "Is this it?" The gem in your hand continues to glow brilliantly, its light dazzling and beautiful, making Yan realize this is completely different from other spirit stones, including its sharp appearance. Without thinking much, he handed it over to Gipper. She followed suit, carefully receiving it and gently placing the spirit stone on the sacrificial table. Immediately, the light became even more dazzling as the gemstone continuously radiated its abundant energy, releasing its essence. He was so excited. Could it be that after all his efforts he would finally get to see the divine dragon? A creature of a completely different level in every aspect. Surely it will become a legend of Kai Lan. Suddenly the entire atmosphere seemed to tighten and then explode, causing the space to ripple for a moment. After waiting for a long time, he couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, worried that something might happen. Before he could worry, a terrible beam of light shot straight into his eyes, blinding Yan from seeing what was happening. Only when the light softened and the scene gradually revealed itself did Yan stand in awe. There is now a sacred dragon egg floating in the sacrificial altar, and upon seeing it, she shouted loudly, "It's a success. This egg you see is the divine dragon egg." Looking at the dark egg floating there, he became even more suspicious. Is this really a divine dragon egg? Before the egg could settle, Geiper shot forward like lightning, clutching its rough shell tightly. If this egg hatches, I will be the first summoner to possess the divine dragon. That title was lost over 100 years ago. She cheerfully and carelessly said it without noticing her surroundings, only to be immediately punished with a twisted ankle on the red carpet. The egg in her hands was thrown out by inertia, slipping from her grasp. Mayan saw this and was so terrified her face turned pale, speechless with fear, desperately clinging to her last hope. He summoned all his strength and rushed forward to catch the egg, and luckily the elders carried the heavy egg straight into Yan's hands. Before 2 seconds had passed, the egg seemed displeased and fell straight to the ground, shattering the rocky surface into pieces. A chicken egg would definitely break into pieces from such a height. But Nguyen Waivan scared you so much that tears were streaming down your face. Luckily, she's tougher than the floor. GJ sorry profusely, I almost lost everything. Luckily, today, the weather is on your side. Yan sighed in relief after carefully inspecting from inside out to confirm there was no damage. Seeing that you weren't too angry, she also felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Luckily, it's really tough, but I still have to be careful. You also didn't forget to check the system bag. As expected, no additional experience was awarded. He's sure that the Dragon God seal is the biggest reward now that the system shows the Black Feather Head seal has been unlocked, and because of that, he gained experience. Your leadership has increased, and now you can freely hunt any monster without being limited by your leadership stat. Additionally, the leadership requirement to summon dragon-type creatures has been halved, and your summoning ability has improved. Looking at the countless rewards filling the screen, Yan couldn't help but feel excited. thinking that he could hunt without limits and that the leadership requirement was halved, meaning he could summon at least 2 hero-tier creatures and still have leadership points left. His excited expression made the girl next to him wonder if he had just fallen hard and was feeling a bit dizzy. But for now, he wasn't too concerned and needed to check the detailed stats of the egg. Looking at the pile of information on the screen, most of it was hidden, which made him extremely excited. If it can be restored, I still want it to be a dragon, not just an egg, because I've researched the summon egg for the GJ film quest, but there's no information at all. But now, looking back, do you think this might actually be better? You need to find a way to hatch the summoner's egg because right now you possess both Gin's egg and the divine dragons. Thinking that maybe Hyper might know how to hatch the summoner's egg, she indeed did not disappoint him. She understood very well in other ways. Hearing that, you immediately became impatient and begged her to tell you the method to hatch the eggs. She was also surprised because Jan, being a summoner, didn't know this very simple and straightforward process, just like how a summoner's mother would hatch them. Just thinking about turning myself into a hen to hatch the egg made me extremely terrified. Realizing I was being tricked by her, I didn't even eat chili, but it still felt spicy. Could she really think that something so basic that even children know it? I wouldn't know. But the problem is that GJ Faithu's mother can use a creature from sick at his current level, which is basically like putting a noose around his neck. Even at the entrance, there's already a level 130 monster, or higher. After thinking for a moment, you decide it's probably better to ask the knight instead. Jan just wants to find another way because the godly curse doesn't have a mother beast, but can still hatch. Mentioning this, Yepper suddenly realizes something that leaves him speechless in front of her. Thinking about it, she also had no other method, but she knew a summoner who was knowledgeable about that issue. When he heard this, his eyes lit up as if he had struck gold and hurriedly asked for the summoner's address. But her reply was like a cold splash of water on his face. Because this person died in the capital A Nobile 300 years ago, but since you are so lonely, I will open a door for you to meet their soul. You secretly think it's not perfect, but since this patchwork will do, you hurriedly thank her. But she reconsidered, as his earlier attitude seemed to want to spit out unkind words about her beautiful flower, making her rethink. Seeing her appear displeased, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away and had to beg earnestly. Sensing his sincerity, she let it go and moved on to the main issue. That summoner is EL, the most skilled of ancient Aobil. She guesses that person can answer your question. Hearing the name Yek surprised him. He didn't expect it to be a woman. Seeing her extremely respectful attitude, he also boldly guessed that she must be quite an older woman. Before allowing you to meet that person, she also had a request that surprised you quite a bit. You must learn how to raise ancient monsters from EGL difficulty level A, because she doesn't want the extinct long spirit you just revived to disappear from the Corona continent, and with the reward of the Summoner's Skill Book, you read it once and found it confusing, as she didn't want you to accidentally cause extinction since there are already reports of monsters appearing all over the Corona continent. But when he saw the reward, the hatching skill book turned out to be exactly what he needed right now. Truly a wish come true. As expected, one arrow hit 2 birds, completing this task and serving the Empire's purpose, so only a fool would refuse. Immediately, he rushed to shake her hand, fully agreeing to her condition, leaving Jipper puzzled. At the snow-covered No Man Mountain, a gloved hand gently examined the flower before her, and seeing its reaction, she was delighted to watch it, happily preparing to harvest her prize and leave. But just as she was about to depart, an uninvited guest appeared behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. The White Tiger Cave suddenly stomped forcefully on the snow-covered ground, causing snow to spray everywhere. She also quickly became more alert, sensing something unusual. A swift arrow flies toward her, causing her to shout a warning. Kawhi also takes this opportunity to quickly draw his bow and shoot strongly. The arrow streaked straight at the beast, causing it to stagger in surprise as it turned to face its attacker. Seeing that it was still unharmed, he shouted loudly for her to run away. But before she could get her bearings, the ice tiger charged straight at her again. Knowing that running now was pointless, he decided to take down another one. The scream startles her, and she turns her head to see the beast seemingly ready to pounce and devour her. She quickly pulls out her magic staff to block its unwelcome approach. The surrounding air seemed to create a protective barrier around her, and at that moment, Duong Kung aimed precisely and shot an arrow directly at the ice tiger, hitting its vital spot instantly, blood pouring out uncontrollably, and within seconds it could no longer stand, collapsing heavily onto the snow. But how could these tricks fool Gawa? He stomped hard on its icy white fur, raised his bow, aimed straight at its head, and asked in accusation, "How dare you scare it until its eyes turn blue?" Seeing that you don't seem to truly understand, it screams even louder, but little does it know that the more intense its reaction, the more Gawa enjoys teasing. You pull Mankung aside, this will be the end. After dealing with that troublesome big tiger, you turn to remind her that this place is extremely dangerous, especially the monsters, and even the weakest of them are at least 20 levels higher than her. What would she do without you? Not being able to argue, she had to act cute, so you had to go with her. Thanks. Hearing that, you also brought bad luck. But the problem Ga is worried about now is when she will finish collecting everything. He really wants to go home. Seeing your impatience, she was sure she was almost done. Searching for ingredients in such a dangerous place was only because Hain wanted to find ingredients to improve the flavor. Actually, she wanted to go with Jan, but he said he had a mission, so it's really frustrating and annoying. Seeing her sister sitting there dazed and lost in thought, Gawai became curious, wondering why she needed so many ingredients. You wonder how much food she's planning to make. It's already been over an hour, you're about to get annoyed. But when she said she would cook many dishes, Ga suddenly turned around and flattered her. Does she want to cook something delicious for this pitiful little brother? But seeing that Trantru's not answering, it makes him anxious. Could it be that she's not? In Duidung's rooftop room, Duan Chat keeps pacing nervously. Regarding the ancient summoner and the appearance of a level 150 red tiger, it seems the Titan Guild has given up attacking it. Reading this, he was surprised. Level 150 star? Maybe the monster is better than you think, making you hesitant about whether to go check out the display. Just thinking of the fierce red lake image makes you even more eager, wanting to raise it quickly. Speaking of raising it, I just remembered I have to meet EL today to get the skill book, because that's the only way to help Hal grow quickly. The scene shifts to a galaxy-colored pine forest shining brightly. Ian stepped through the teleportation gate, looking around suspiciously. Is this where EL is? It looks romantic, but I still have to stay alert, not knowing what monsters might appear, yet the scene in front of me surprises me and leaves me stunned. Seeing the pink atmosphere and the giant heart-shaped cloud in front of me, it seems this place is too peaceful, but that makes it even harder for me now to find EL. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that the famous love forest had increased by 1,000, and that a pair of wedding ice-breaking gifts from the forest had been received. Looking at the information on the control panel, he couldn't understand what wedding ice-breaking gifts were. When reading about the abilities the ring provides, such as increasing affection towards all monsters, this ring can only be used by Yan and cannot be sold or transferred, but it also has the drawback that both parties must wear it. If one removes it, the effect is lost. After reading this, he felt itchy. Although not on the same level as the dragon feather headband, its capabilities are quite remarkable. The ring can still evolve and might be useful for skills like speed boost, but that ring is only limited to females. The question is, who should I give the ring to? Suddenly, the lively and innocent image of Hein appeared in Jan's mind, but it was quickly suppressed because neither of them had such a relationship. If not given as a gift, the only other possibility is that he would gain an additional 30 enchantment. Why even games discriminate against single dogs? That's really exhausting. Just as he was confused and unsure what to do, a sound suddenly caught his attention. Jan also became alert, suspecting it might be a monster. Thinking about that possibility, he hurried over to check the situation. But when he saw it, it was indeed an unexpectedly stunning pair of majestic horses. Only when he saw its long, sharp horns reaching the sky did he realize it was a Quilin. Seeing the two heroic-level monsters at level 170, he was unsure what to do. Before he could process it, the pair of unicorns left again, showing expressions more ridiculous than ever, leaving him confused. What the heck is going on? Could it be that I took too much of the poison? Its aimless actions make Jan wonder what is on its face. But then again, what kind of monster is level 170? If everyone in this forest is that strong, there's nothing left for me to do. Because it's a skill book, you have to endure it with gritted teeth. Although you immediately encountered a huge monster, it seems they don't intend to do anything to you, so continuing the journey probably won't be too difficult. Thinking about it, you just have to grit your teeth and keep going, but the more you walk, the more you feel sick. What is it? Everyone around seems to be paired up. Seeing the romantic atmosphere surrounding me, I wonder if this is why this place is called the Love Forest. If I had known it would be like this, I would rather fight the messy monsters than regret too late now. Just as you were about to collapse, a gentle voice suddenly asked if you were Jan. Seeing that, he immediately turned around to search for the source of the sound, until he saw the woman with a perfect figure appear before him. Then he skeptically asked who she was, but the beauty of the woman left him stunned. Could she be a fairy? Her sculpted face and dazzling, exquisite five-colored glow shimmered brightly. The romantic natural scenery, filled with pink hues, makes even your old heart flutter and race. When you both arrive at the giant ancient tree, you are immediately stunned with your mouth agape. Seeing your surprise, she proudly asks, What do you think of this love forest? Needless to say, the scenery is truly breathtaking, soaring to the very heights of the ceiling. You've never seen anything like this before. Truly a master of all summoners. Being praised like that makes her feel ecstatic, and she keeps winking at him excitedly. Yan secretly thinks, indeed, that ring really does increase affection towards the magical creatures. Thinking of that, he felt suspicious again because he had encountered many monsters in the forest, but for some reason, they all avoided him. Thinking about it again, he couldn't help but dislike the smug look of the unicorns. Hearing his question, she hesitated whether to tell him or not, but he insisted on knowing the reason. If you don't know, you probably won't be able to sleep all night. Since you've already said that, I have no choice but to tell you. The main reason is that you emit a strong smell of a single dog, and what you said hit your weak heart like a stone. Yan, the master and servant, cried bitterly because her words felt like salt in her wounds, no matter how much she tried to comfort her. After calming down, she became curious and asked what Zipper wanted from her. She asked, and only then did she remember her purpose for today. Zipper wanted her to learn how to breed monsters from EL. Of course, I agree with Zipper's decision, but I can't help but be curious about why he wants to learn this. So I spoke and moved closer to him. Yan also didn't hide anything and recounted everything to her. After hearing it, she admired him even more because he had done an excellent job reviving the ancient monster. She guessed that he would need her abilities to maintain the ancient monster. That was also why she asked him to see if her powers would be used for bad purposes. Talking about bad things, it makes him confused. When she mentions it, she feels sad because if she passes on her ability to him, he could breed monsters artificially. But that goes against nature. Hearing that, I still don't understand. Because normally animals reproduce through mating, but that would take more time, and her ability reduces both the time and the process. Thinking about how her ability reduces time and effort made him imagine some not-so-pure things. But she immediately cut off his thoughts, explaining that this power could be misused to breed monsters like farm animals. That's why she had to ask clearly about his true intentions. Only then did he finally understand. As expected, if he had such abilities, he would see these creatures just as farm animals to breed. But now he understands the consequences, so he promises never to abuse it and to treat them like family. Seeing your determination, I am happy to agree, but to learn this ability, your skills still have many shortcomings. To gain this ability, you need to master the art of flirting. Her words hit straight into the young man's heart, leaving Yan to wonder if being single is somehow a sin. But soon the love mission arrived, which was to help Wan and K, two little fairies still without partners, find each other. If successful, EL would transfer her power to you. After reading the mission, you froze completely, unable to move or speak. But whatever must come will come, and you hurriedly ran off to complete the mission. If the mission is already tricky enough, it's even worse that it doesn't show any signs of danger. You probably guessed wrong because it's so uncertain that you can't tell for sure. How can I handle this then? Just as I was lamenting, the adorable little turtle came over, rubbing its small head against my leg like a cheer, helping me regain my resolve to succeed. In the end, after struggling, I finally reached the residence of one of the two little fairies I needed to match. Seeing a kid around 11 years old in front of him only made his head ache more. Kids are just kids, but they still act like they know everything. Could EL really want me to matchmake? I wonder what she's thinking to make me do this. This made Tiodian look at me in confusion. I decided to set aside my doubts and happily introduce myself as the person who helped and became a pair with Khan. Expecting a flurry of thanks from Xiaotian, but instead he struck a painful blow, suspecting because of the scent of a lonely bachelor on you. You were so angry you almost fainted. But you had to stay calm and never get angry at a customer. Just when I thought I could get away with it, Xiaotian didn't hold back and even rubbed salt into the wound, asking how long I'd been single to remember, probably an old bachelor for about 7,000 days, which made Xiaotian feel more at ease since he's been single for over 55,000 days, so maybe I am more capable than him, not knowing that Xiaotian's age and humans' ages are different. Anyway, I will help Xiaotian and Kazan become a couple, making one so grateful that she blushes and begs for help. The morning sunlight filters through the layers of leaves. Currently, Wan and Kazan are picking mushrooms together under Yan's watch, constantly exchanging flirtatious glances, making him more certain that this time the task will be as easy as pie. So he stayed still for half a day, watching both of them, occasionally seeing Wan glance at Carol, but only stopping at glances and mushroom foraging, pushing his patience to the limit, and just as he was about to lose focus, he realized he had been caught. It took a lot of effort, but he finally waited until Wan returned home, ready to give him a stern lesson on why he let her go without saying a word. Actually, he also has his own struggles, wanting to speak but just can't, which is really bitter. He's also speechless, truly lacking strength, even more serious than he thought. At this moment, the crystal ball on the table started to glow. and he finally noticed its appearance, curiously asking if it was a message from Lady Kazon. The boy was just as surprised to learn that an NPC could send messages. Seeing the fat rise to his mouth, but this little fairy still remains silent, it only makes him even angrier and shout loudly, "What are you waiting for? Just reply with what I told you." Wan kept apologizing. He hurriedly told Wan to respond exactly as he instructed him to say. "Hurry up." Sun's eyes are spinning as if he's dizzy, still not understanding what you're saying. "What should you say in response?" "Jindung is also stammering because of you. Just tell her that you got home safely. We also obediently sent the message just as you said." "You said yes. I have safely returned home." Madame Wan shyly scratched her nose and told your brother to add a little more salt. "I also felt relieved knowing Gowazo returned home safely." Dedung looked at Yusun with contempt, full of love. "What are you so relieved about? Has a monster attacked or threatened this forest?" She pouts and blames Sun. "If you're so worried, you should have taken her home." The two of them have no experience in flirting, just staring at each other blankly. Huyet Sun shouts loudly, blaming Jin Jung for making her angry, while Jin Jung is just as stressed and confused as things keep getting worse each day. What should they do now? If Yu Sun apologizes, it means their relationship is definitely over. Seeing that he waited too long, Sun decided to message her himself, catching Jin Jung off guard. He asked if you just messaged her that you're not sleeping, right? No. Yeah, we're just talking. Why ask if she's asleep? Diandung is also at her wit's end with this guy. Why did you answer like that? Sun now realizes he's rushing ahead without thinking. You're right, why did you do that? Dian Sung helplessly rests his chin in his hand. Was this mission impossible from the very beginning? Dian Zung sighed and called Hui Sun. Since things have already turned out this way, just confess to her. Hui Sun opened his mouth in surprise, tears streaming down as he waved his hand. Confess? No way. Your friend Fan said the worst way to confess is through a message on the crystal ball. Jin Jung was going crazy. If you don't confess right now, you might never get another chance. Fine, then I'll send it myself, Dai Dung said into the crystal ball, asking it to send the message. Have you eaten yet? Oh, I forgot. Do you want to go on a date with me? Whitsun also decided to intervene, but it was already too late. Jin Dung sent the message and then sighed in relief. I should have done that from the beginning. Hyun, tears streaming down her face, looked at him in confusion. A video chat request has been sent. What should you do now? Jindung opened her eyes wide in surprise. Video chat, huh? That's a phone. Jindung now leaves it to fate and hopes Bao-sun will do his best. You have to honestly show your true feelings. I will wait outside. Bye, Jindung said quickly, ignoring Uisun's desperate cries for help. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and silently gave a thumbs up, wishing them luck as Jinung quietly endured pain with Pui. They failed the mission, damn it. Just when I wasn't feeling happy, Uisun Hot High ran out of the house, calling him urgently. Tears welling in his eyes, he emotionally announced that they had succeeded. Kazo had accepted his confession. One cheered and teased Jin Jung, moving up and down, all thanks to him. It's all because of him. Jin Jung couldn't believe his ears. Did he really succeed? The mission report says you have completed the task. Charisma increases by 20. Jinung also couldn't believe how strong his main character aura was. Jinung returned to his spot and said, I'm back. E told him she heard the story from main good Chopham. Jinung didn't know what else to say. No one is born bad or good at dating, it's just basketball players and the rest of the world. E promised to grant him a part of her power. She cast a spell and produced a very beautiful potion. She truly hopes he will succeed in cloning the ancient monster along with Gipper. The system notifies that he has acquired the monster breeding skill that can distinguish their gender. Jindung, hearing this perverted message, immediately turned away. Maybe the window will have an additional gender option for the moon. Let's see. Is your monster a boy or a Batrang ceramic? Jindung watched with a defeated look. What's going on? Why is it all just male characters? Are there no female characters at all? He wondered if there were more monsters than that, and I froze in response. Except for a few exceptions, everyone is equal and leaves together. Jin Jung frowned. So it must have been accidental then? Here, I'm giving you one more thing. Take this. If you have this crystal ball, you can exchange messages with her anytime. Jindung looked confused as she took it and asked why she was giving this to him. She couldn't tell him now, but would have a favor to ask in the future. Could she ask him for help then? The system screen displayed a new mission, The Darkness of the Khalifa Dragon. Deong was shocked and trembling just by reading the title Kwai Long Khalifa. It's the name Li heard Thuan Long Su Huiyan Thoai mention. Since there's no hidden mission and no time limit, I'm going all in. But what is this, a 3 million summoner level? Even as a master, you can still level up? I thought you couldn't increase your rank after becoming a master. He decided to take on the mission first and think later, so Jin Sung accepted the deal right away. If I can be of any help to her, I will do my best. I sincerely thank you. You're back. Have you finished everything? D-Dung updates the situation report. You now have a monster-like ability. Zip-Boy knows EL will acknowledge you. Cam-H, baby, I have something for you to see. He examined them and told Zipper he was missing a few of these. Zipper chuckled and said he only collected herbivores because without predators it would be safer. She excitedly stands in front of the two dung beetles gazing at each other. Maybe I should try breeding these two. Jin Dung also joins in. First, she registers them to be summoned. Now I just need to use the skill, but wait, I hope there are no forbidden scenes involving children under 18 or pregnant men breastfeeding here. Jin Huang uses his monster-like skill, and as he finishes, the two horned beetles charge at each other head first. Between the two bugs, a source of power gradually gathered and eventually formed an egg. Jin Dung breathed a sigh of relief when no forbidden images appeared. You're worrying for nothing. The system has notified you that you have successfully bred a monster for the first time. You will receive the title of Monster Breeder, and your reputation points will also increase significantly, along with new knowledge and skills. Jae Dung continues to reap rewards. He finally completed the mission as a witness. Oh, it seems I also got a new title, Monster Breeder. Looking at the information board, I can see the title is quite useful. It doesn't immediately increase his power, but boosts his ability to resemble a strong monster. I like the part about gaining benefits without needing to activate a skill. Dien Dung begins to plot dirty tricks. Maybe he will clone the remaining monsters. The two dung beetles sweat nervously at the signal, and we, the males, shift back to the real world. The class cheerfully welcomes the end of the school day. Everyone sways and stumbles on their way out, their bodies stiff from sitting too long. Yu Hyun saw Jin Chung rushing and asked, "What's the rush?" "Where are you headed?" Where else could Jinung be going? Of course, he's in the game. He has to complete his mission. Yu Hyun, you really are a game addict. What mission are you doing now? Jin Jung replied to him, he's busy with the Empire's mission, so he's completely tied up. The deadline is right on our hair, so we have no choice but to accept it. Yu Hu jumped up in shock. The Imperial mission? Do you know how hard Cloven works to get those Imperial tasks? He completes as many missions as possible in hopes of getting one. Jin Jung is also a bit surprised. Why does Cloven have to do this? Yu Hun explained to him that nothing is better than an Imperial mission to boost his reputation. They need a guild member with a noble status to upgrade their territory into an autonomous zone. Jin Dung also let out a sigh. So, to get a noble status, you need 40,000 reputation points, right? If he tells them that he has had over 50,000 reputation for a long time, he will probably be expelled from the guild. Jin Dung wishes Yu Hun good luck, hoping he completes the mission and returns as soon as possible. After successfully hatching the dragon egg, he will probably have more time to oversee the guild. The scene shifts to the place where ancient monsters are bred. Jin Jung is now the owner of a breeding farm. This time he still has the divine dragon egg so he can hatch it. Dian Dung eagerly gazes at the glowing egg, looking at this brilliant light. It must be legendary grade. He shouts to hatch the egg. Jin Jung's eyes shine brighter than headlights, excitedly waiting for it to hatch. It's probably a dragon god's egg, but surprisingly, nothing strange happened at all. The egg remains perfectly still. Jin Huang hurriedly opened the status window to check and finally let out a sigh of relief, probably still too inexperienced. Lucky that if he kept hunting as usual, the egg would eventually hatch. Luckily, he didn't need to do any extra quests or gather special items. Is it really that close to the legendary star? It probably isn't anything bad, right? Well then, let's go back to Moran and finish the mission. Fast forward to the next morning, Jinung returned to Moran to settle the remaining matters. He curiously looked at the floating egg in the center. Could it really be the Jip Fin egg? The Emperor asked if you have found a way to hatch this Jip Fin spirit egg, and Daidung quickly forced a professional smile in response. I have learned the skill to hatch the monster egg. Sai is very pleased and praises me. Very good. Dai says that with a smile, but inside she's starting to chant Buddha's name. How is that monster even stronger? If he can't hatch that egg, then this deal is definitely off. Just in case, I said I have the skill to hatch monster eggs, not the skill to hatch unhatched eggs. Please, I hope to succeed this time. Jinseung shouts to hatch the egg. Sai excitedly opens her eyes, wondering how Gin finally hatches. Jindung noticed the similarity. Just like the divine dragon, it doesn't hatch immediately. Besides, we should check its information, right? Diendung opens the information window to check the list. This time, of course, Gin is also a legend. But it doesn't have a special purpose like the divine dragon. What's the difference? Diendung politely asked to share his opinion. Where can you find the strongest winds on the Colorona continent? Siazat is annoyed at being asked and feels it's a bit inappropriate. Why are you asking him about this? How is the Gipfim egg hatching going? Jindung honestly reports that he has started the hatching process, but there is one more condition to make the Gipfim egg hatch. Xia asked curiously, What is the condition? Because the Gipfim spirit beast has the wind attribute. To hatch this egg perfectly, he needs to infuse it with the strongest winds from the windiest place on the continent. Helen thought for a moment and then said, if it's a place with strong winds, then I think he's talking about the sky-high plateau, especially on the altar's peak where the strongest winds are. Sath agreed in agreement. That's probably it. Helm has explored the entire continent, so he probably understands best. Yendung was stunned by their banter about the towering plateau. Is he really a soldier now? How did he get into that area? The wilderness around the sky-high plateau is filled with monsters of level 130 or higher. Going alone is suicide, especially since he doesn't know if the highest level monsters appear or not. He timidly said he had completed the mission requirements, so even if he had to cancel this task, he had to act quickly. Just as he remembered, he looked at Helen and then smiled wickedly. He didn't need to go alone, right? And so Jinung arrived at the summit of the high plateau. As soon as he reached, he had to unleash a wave of attacks on the monsters. Jinung and Lai kept leading troops, constantly soloing against the monsters. This one just went down, and the next one is up again, but a few of these standing in front of him are just like mosquitoes. He ordered the royal guards to attack and timed it perfectly, then commanded Lai to join the fight. Jindung shouted to Lai to use the bloodthirst skill on the eagle at once. The system suddenly announced Lai's achievement, which also surprised Jindung. Almost 15,000 in one strike? Z's Bo Z deals 20,000. The bloodthirsty skill seems to be very effective. Jinung checks the bloodthirsty kill info again and is quite satisfied with how powerful it is, and going alone is a very good idea. Reversing time, Jinung expressed his opinion to Celius. He couldn't go alone to the sky-high plateau with the film's egg, so he needed his help and strength. Hearing him speak, Sai doubted his strength. Jinsung smirked and confirmed. Yes, his greatest strength is none other than the unfortunate Helen. This is a game, so the exploration starts in just one day. Although the number of members participating is less than you thought, the lowest level of the Royal Guards is 150. I also saw a few monsters above level 170. It's amazing. So what level is Helen at? Could it be over 200? Helen fights fiercely here, taking down monsters with each strike. Jindung happily sits back and enjoys. The points are divided among the team members, so you will get over 10,000 experience points for defeating a monster. Not only are you leveling up like crazy, but your summoned beasts are too. Thanks, Helen M, for carrying this team. Helen M only just noticed Jinzung happily over there, calling out to him, which made him jump in surprise. He praised you? You're a summoner better than he thought? Your monster is quite useful. Jae-dung chuckled softly, keeping her mouth shut. Is that so? Your level is low, so you think you can't help in the fight? Helm shouted loudly, ordering everyone to stop fighting. They will take a break and prepare for the next battle here. Jin-jung wiped his sweat and asked him, they haven't suffered any losses yet, but why is that? Mainly, you want to continue fighting at that experience point. Helen explains to him that after crossing this mountain, they will reach the Paradise Desert where they will face the mummy monk. Jin-dung, upon hearing the name, knew it would be a tough fight. A level 150 monster. Helen warned seriously that the battle wouldn't be easy, so be prepared. Night has fallen. The snow is falling all around, covering everything. P.H. Lan asked Yu-hyun how much longer their base's protection would last. About a month left before the northern continent is thrown into chaos by the battles over bases. After all, bases are considered the golden goose for any guild. But if a major guild prepares to attack, smaller guilds like ours will have a hard time fighting them off, so that's a concern. But if they can upgrade the base from a village to a territory, that's it. Because at the territory level, they can set up NBC teams and defensive mechanisms like towers. Folo Lan was surprised. She didn't know that, so they just need to survive the raid until the storm passes. Yu-hyun responds to her. Yes, he truly hopes Jin-jung will complete his mission and help them. They must protect the base at all costs until then. Jin-sung on this side suddenly felt a shiver down his spine, as if he had a sixth sense. Is it because you haven't slept in a long time? Jin-sung looked around, wondering if they had already reached the sky-high plateau. I heard that the strongest winds are here, and before I could finish my thought, a monster jumps out and hits me on the head. Helen reacts quickly and immediately draws her sword for an attack. He swings his sword again to show the monster who's boss. He warns everyone once more. The highland terrain is extremely dangerous. A level 190 monster might appear, so be careful. Jin-dung shivered in fear. He almost died when facing a level 150 mummified corpse, and a few others, but a level 191 would probably wipe him out with just one hit. But since we've come this far, we can't fail. The howling of the monsters echoes loudly. Helen immediately ordered the team to prepare for battle. Be careful not to attract the attention of the other monsters in the area. But these monsters always act in groups of 7. There are at least 4 or 5 more in the surrounding area. As soon as she finished speaking, the relatives of the previous monsters immediately charged to settle the score. Helen said she would lead the way. All the knights must protect the egg and Jan. His face is very determined, and while fighting fiercely, suddenly they all run away. What kind of monster is that? Why is the captain so worried? What is that, a dinosaur? Does its eye look red, or is it a winged lizard? It's even bigger than Duday. All the knights follow me. We will distract it from the front. When we do that, you run with the egg towards the altar. Jan respectfully obeyed the order, tightly gripping the egg and especially praising Helm. He is truly amazing, effective, and strategic. Jan hurriedly ran away. If its tail swung once, I'd be done for. I need to act fast while the knights still hold it back, synchronize my strike, and boost my agility. Luckily, I managed to escape from that dangerous place safely. I did it. Jan stood still in the middle, only then realizing there was no wind up here. You are the first to discover the source of the wind. The altar of heaven, with a 5% increase in wind attribute attraction, 10% wind attribute resistance, at least 30 attraction to wind attribute monsters, and a reputation increase of up to 15,000. Suddenly, Jan felt something very familiar. Wait a minute. This really looks just like when I discovered the origin of Dungnam. No, it's exactly the same, just the attributes are different. Hurry up, then if I have to hatch the fire attribute monster egg, I probably need to go back to the burning land. Anyway, I must hatch this egg quickly. If we delay any longer, the knights will suffer great damage and the emperor will surely be furious. Now hatch it. The egg is shining brightly and spreading across the heavenly altar. It's working. It's working. The egg is at 11% now, so it will hatch when it reaches 100%. You keep your chin in suspicion that the knights have been defeated. Hurry up before the monster arrives. But why is the hatching rate so slow in this urgent situation? What is this? This thing wasn't in Jan's pocket before. Now it's glowing, and I have no idea where it came from when I take it out to check. He kept recalling and wondering, did I ever get something like this before? And looked straight ahead to see an image from the past. This is the hot head officer's badge that the PK guys dropped during the priest mission. But why is it glowing like that? It's no longer in his hand and is actively surrounding the egg. Using the wind purification item, Yanan is confused. What's going on? I never said I would use it. Turns out, thanks to that, the egg hatched so quickly. Jan was stunned speechless as he witnessed this astonishing scene firsthand. You made the egg hatch. The egg of the legendary monster hatched for the first time. Leadership increases by 100, attraction increases by 50. He happily jumps up like a child, proud of his success, only to realize there are actually 2 of them. Are they twins? The info window shows 475, 475 health, and 265 with 5 magic points. Attack 23, defense 10. A legendary monster with a stubborn personality, unable to evolve, agile. 28. Chikun. 15. Innate ability as a guardian of the wind. If it takes a wind attribute attack, its attack power will increase by 30% for 3 minutes. The King's Roar boosts allies' abilities by 30% within 50 meters and reduces all enemies' movement speed by 30%. This ability lasts for 10 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Its powerful wing beats can create tornadoes that crush enemies, lasting 10 seconds and dealing 125% of its strength as damage every 0.5 seconds when activated. A legendary monster with a 15-meter cone-shaped radius. With a 10-minute cooldown, it is the ruler of the skies, born from wind, making it very agile and strong. I pay special attention to this beast, a level 1 Han breed but with all stats except defense higher and nearly twice as fast. The King's Roar skill is also top-notch, but are they of different genders? While their abilities are basically the same, YN feels a bit annoyed. Why did I get caught up in this test? If there was only one, I wouldn't hesitate to hand it over to the Emperor. Maybe this is a divine opportunity. There's no way I could get caught. He immediately captured it, with no way to turn back now. There's no one here, right? Suddenly, that giant monster charged at him, nearly killing the tame master while he was trying to save him. Luckily, he returned safely to the palace that night, but he was a bit shaken. Why hasn't the Emperor arrived yet? Does he already know what's going on? No way. Just as I wondered, he appeared and smiled at me, saying, "You've worked hard, well done." I humbly bow and reply, "Not at all. Your Majesty, it is all thanks to the knights. They are very strong, and I have gained much because of them. Since you're temporarily safe, you can breathe a little easier." Sirius straightforwardly said that the J-Fin you brought back will be taken care of by the palace's summoners, and thanks to you we can proudly introduce Jin Oive, the symbol of the Luciep Empire, on National Day. Yan also feels quite proud of such a great contribution. Of course, if your people knew that a real J-Fin was guarding the royal family, they would be very happy. The Imperial mission of Lusai caused Jin to reach S rank. You gained 19,912,000 experience points and leveled up to level 103 and received 100,000 reputation points. Yan was stunned because it was the first time receiving such a huge amount. I leveled up in just 3 days and they even gave me 100,000 reputation? Wow, no wonder the top rankings have such high reputation. Since they took all the initial rewards and monopolized the Imperial mission, Yan asked for permission to leave after completing the task. If you need my help again, feel free to call me. For now, you have to take care of J-Fin remaining. As he turned away, she grabbed his shoulder. Wait a moment, hold on. I still need to take something else from you. Yan started to fear being discovered. Was something taken from my place? Damn it, have I really been discovered? Celiot truly scared me to death. And this is also a fruit. Why? And forced a cheerful reply. A gift? I will accept anything with gratitude. I wonder what he said he would give me. I hope it's a legendary item. The Emperor's hand holds a glowing orb. I am granting you this because you have elevated the reputation of the Luco royal family. Yan was quite surprised to receive this great gift because you completed the Empire's mission at rank 5. You now hold the status of Baron, able to use your reputation to elevate your title to a higher rank. You can now have up to 20 NPCs as servants. If you expel one of your servants, your reputation will decrease by at least 10,000. You must decide carefully. Now you are a noble in the Lucible Empire. Unless you become king or your title is forcibly revoked, you cannot change your nationality. You will become a formidable force opposing the Khan Empire. Mr. Ha gasped in shock upon receiving this shocking news. Wait, so I am an opposing force against the Empire? What is this? Is this title really good? I should leave the palace and log out before investigating further. Celius asked if he liked this gift. In exchange, I will gain your loyalty. Yan didn't understand why he was moving on his own. There are indeed many secrets hidden inside, even kneeling down. I am honored, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. His face gradually darkened, sweat of worry forming. Does the game system move his body on its own? As long as they don't take back J-Fin, that's fine. Yan, a member of the Loot Guild, has become a baron. The guild's reputation increases by 15,000. The guild headquarters now has all the necessary elements to upgrade from a village to a manor. Players with noble titles must be the owners to upgrade. Kabul and Yan's friends received this information. Just as we finished preparing, he brought back a new badge. Now we have the right to upgrade. This guy's timing is perfect. His friend stands by the door looking dejected. I can't believe this guy. What kind of mission did he complete to earn the first noble title, that of Baron? It's locking messages again? So annoying. At the same time, Pulolan spoke seriously. What do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't Baron the first noble title you can receive? When I completed the Empire's mission, I only knew I would receive the title of Knight or Baron. Kabuli is only now learning about this. Are Marquis and Count different? So IA received a higher title than Marquis? So isn't that better than us? That guy's really lucky. When Yan returns, upgrade to the estate immediately. PH Lan is so rich I wonder if I have to give the vice president position back to Yan. They immediately protested. Forget it. She's still too young because she's out hunting all the time. The vice president should still be her. Just something so simple is enough to make a girl smile like that. But Yan wouldn't get annoyed, right? Kabuli knows his personality well. He's the kind of person who would definitely care. You've known about this for a month, so why are you worried now? Let's go, finish the job. Yan is still on his hunting journey. J-Fin is lucky to be pampered by him. Oh, Phi, are you hungry, little one? Then I have just the right thing. Let's see. Where are the meatballs? After hearing that, Booty looked adorable and begged earnestly. Yan also seemed to consider not leaving any of the children behind. It eats like it's never been fed before. You guys like this dish, right? If I go back to the guild, I'll probably need to start managing the territory first. If I train NPC soldiers and use them for hunting, the efficiency should improve significantly. I no longer have enough leadership points to register more monsters, so I will focus on the ones I already have. I don't know when the Divine Dragon will hatch here, but when that time comes, I will find a way to increase my leadership stat. After some time thinking, he asked if you had finished eating. Looking over, he saw Pooh shyly hiding behind a tree in front of Duifin's appearance. Look at those two. Phi probably isn't very greedy. Pooh must really like it. The two of them are so close, like they've known each other for ages. Let's all go now. It won't be long before we reach our guild headquarters. The Monster Nurturing Center is operating very well. It's a bit difficult, but definitely worth the time. Uncle is waiting for Yan because he has to leave soon. Why isn't he here yet? At the same time, Har also arrived. Professor, I brought what you requested. This is monster food. It smells so delicious. The teacher would probably eat this if he were hungry. That's wonderful. Oh, Har, and that just reminded me. I think Jinung was on his way to the estate earlier. Har hurriedly runs to meet him. Then you should have said so earlier. Turns out you also wanted to matchmake these two young people. Aha, this is a good opportunity for us. A good chance. She silently blamed herself. Truly. Lately, Jin Hung hasn't even bothered to contact me. We've decided not to use honorifics anymore. You should have told me first when he returned. Thanks to Min, he can now invite him to the northern continent, right? As I was running to meet him, the building changed. Could this be related to Jin Zheng's return? Seeing him, she couldn't contain her joy and shouted his name, while he was holding a pair of rings. And to make things worse, standing next to a guy who broke Heron's heart by being clumsy. What exactly happened here? No way, those two. Everything is settled, my friend asked excitedly. How about now? We're expanding the headquarters, right? He hopes to be praised and recognized by everyone, so YN has no choice but to go along with his wish. All right. Good job, Chairman. Review everything before upgrading the temple. If we upgrade now, we might overlook some errors inside. I think the first facility we should upgrade without extra cost is the training center. Yuhyun has his own opinion. Don't you think that's too risky? Wouldn't building an army to strengthen the defense of Dian Trang be better? Because the protection phase is about to end. But EY. Anne disagrees. Only low-level soldiers are qualified for training. Even with hundreds of them, we just need a high-level mage to use AoE spells to wipe them out. But if we directly build the guild and assign high-level NPCs to handle these duties, a few strong characters in the army might also emerge. PH Lan just summarized it into one idea. We should build a training center first to train NPCs into trainers and immediately level up our army. If we have a player with a role above level 100, 800,000 fame, and a higher title than Viscount as a landowner, we can establish a suitable guild for that player at the headquarters. Yu Hyun reacted somewhat strongly, displeased. What the hell, are you messing around or what? Are you playing the game with us or not? All right then, go ahead and do it. We'll wait. Farmstead upgraded. All upgrade requirements have been satisfied. The headquarters of the guild has been upgraded from a village to a manor. Proceed with the manor upgrade. The guild headquarters has been successfully upgraded. Everything has changed. The scenery here is so beautiful. Yan was surprised that upgrading the manor materialized in such a way. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that the Lord title would automatically transfer to player Yan with the title of Viscount. Do you agree? The upgrade will be cancelled if you refuse, as only one player can hold the noble title. Yu Huan immediately clicked agree without much thought. You have become the Lord of the Manor. Once the basic setup is complete, the manor will start internal management. That's great. Yan should also start handling the internal affairs of the lordship, setting the export taxes at the lowest level, and building the Summoners Guild. Oh right, since Haran is here, I should call and talk to her. I'll also give her the kitchen and gift her something. Yu Hyun pretended not to bother you. What did you give him? Do I have a part? It's this one. This is the mission reward, but I have no one left to give it to except Haran. This is everything that happened before she saw the misunderstanding between these two guys. But luckily Yan explained quickly that it was for the bridge, and Haran's cheeks immediately flushed red. He said he gave it to me because I received a quest reward. She froze upon hearing that. What is this? What's going on? Is this the item he randomly gave me? Am I overthinking this? Yan was so nervous the first time he stood in front of a girl that he stuttered. I mean, if you think this is too valuable, you don't have to accept it. Haran wouldn't easily refuse a gift from my flag of help. No way. Who said that? I just hope I'm not too easy. When she reached out, she could tell its attribute was amazing. Is this called a wedding ring? Could it be a matching couple's ring? Feeling suspicious, Haran asked directly, You also have one of these rings? Here it is, straight from me. Haran felt elated, as if floating on cloud 9. Thank you. I'll wear it. This is also one of the reasons I can give up the level 50 ring. The forest wedding ring has been unsealed as the conditions have been met. Elm's blessing is descending, increasing all combat abilities by 20% and boosting all class skills by 30%. All cooldown times are reduced by 1 second except for skills with less than 1 second cooldown. Now you can summon your partner by using Emo's ability once a day. Yan is so thrilled. Wow, look at those amazing skills. They're absolutely incredible. And I wear this couple ring with Har, so it feels like I already have a girlfriend. They both keep their shy thoughts inside. I'm worried for nothing. I thought he didn't like me. Florin and Yu-hun felt frustrated having to witness this inappropriate scene because it's not meant for singles like them. They've always forgotten about us. Truly, those were good times for them. Kabuli also especially praised that the new building looks amazing. It seems to be a common opinion among everyone. Yu-hyun is also glad he has arrived. Now that he's here, lend a hand. There are too many things to handle. That Kabuli is more than willing. Since you asked, I'll help. He. You said Yan is here, but he's probably already gone, right? Oh, he's at Foreign and Floorlands Hospital now. They are probably hunting monsters in the dungeon now. Today, we need to select 3 more architects. We'll finish quickly and then follow Yan. Yu-hyun seems hesitant and worried, wondering if the two of them can handle the fight. coolly recounted that only Lo and I were there yesterday. Yu Hyun, feeling insecure, said that both Lo Kan and I are warriors. Dealing high damage is necessary. I'm just a muscle booster, so my damage is pretty low. Kabul chuckled and asked back, "Do you not trust me? I just need to deal a lot of damage and I'll be done. As long as I don't die, I won't suffer heavy losses. Anyway, it's just a dungeon timer." Seeing some hope, Yu Hun felt much more encouraged. "Let's finish up and go. Do you think Fall Lan and Yan can clear that dungeon? I don't know how summoners fight, so I'm clueless. Turns out Yu Hun isn't as competitive as the eldest brother either. But I'm sure Yan will protect Flor Lan with his monsters, so it should be fine. Come on, let's hurry up." Your hand looks too relaxed. On Yan's side, the hunt is fierce and full of danger. Flor Lan can't hold out much longer. If we wait another minute, my cooldown will be over. Please distract them while I cast the spell. Yan, we need to work together to defeat the enemy. With danger ahead, he shouted for H to be careful. A lightning ball attack hit the monster, but unfortunately, it missed. But that's just what you think. The stupid monster H keeps attacking, so keep using sweeping moves to stun it as much as possible. After hitting the monsters hard and causing them pain, he retreats. Yan feels proud of the creatures he has trained. Nice, it's stunned. If we keep attacking, Yan will have to put in a lot of effort and mental energy, but that monster has already recovered. In fact, its resistance to status effects is too strong. There's no other choice. We have to keep attacking until we take it down. Flololan shouts for help again, and he asks you to distract it. Flolan is probably about to land a big blow. All right, I need to buy her more time to finish the chant. Done. While Yan is focusing on distracting him, the monster is attacking with full force. He tries to dodge, but if he does, Florlan will be hit, and all plans will be ruined. Since I can't move while chanting, I advise you not to stop. I'll try to block the attack. Yan summons Puji to serve as a shield for himself. Puji the Waterlord's innate ability has been activated. Puji absorbs Fen's water cannon, and you recover 3749 health points. Yan is still struggling. Well done, it's working. Puji's innate ability, never before used, is now effective. It's time for everyone to attack together. The bloodthirsty ghost used Bloodlust, and Fen's tomb was conquered. I didn't expect that together we could defeat it. The time limit is 50 minutes, and it took 31 minutes and 29 seconds to complete. Completed rank A, rewarded with 12 252,000 experience points, 142 5 gold, and 8 thick fragment items of Hero Fen. Having conquered the Hero Fen's tomb with the highest score, you will be inducted into the Dungeon Hall of Fame. As long as you maintain your top rank, you will earn 3,000 reputation points daily. Everything is temporarily fine. Jining is relaxing, eating chicken, and watching TV with Yu Hun. Wait, this news is very important. The reporter is about to explain the rules of the territorial war. On television, Lucia and Hen are hosting the program, We Are at the Ganda Battlefield. Most of you already know this is where the guild wars take place. Today, the first territory battle will take place here, which is why we are here. To clarify, the Ganda battlefield is a protected space inside sea that does not exist on the map. When a guild war is triggered, all guild members involved are transported to the Phantom battlefield. Even if they are not part of the guild, just watching is enough for unrelated players to become spectators inside the Phantom battlefield. So before the Korean server battle between the #1 guild Dazuna and Guild 4 Oan begins, let's learn more about the territory war rules. Yu Hun thinks we should listen carefully to this and have Jin Jung note down all the rules of the territory war. You must fight to seize the opponent's territory. There are two types of territory battles. One is the battlefield inside the Brave battlefield, similar to a regular guild war, and the other is castle siege. The defending guild must protect their castle, while the attacking guild must conquer it permanently. Castle battles will take place on the protection battlefield because it will display the respective guild's residents, so the map will change depending on each territorial war. All territorial battles will end when all guild members are defeated, or depending on which side has more surviving members within a 1-hour limit. For the protected battlefield, to win, the protective crystal inside the defending guild's castle must be destroyed. The attacking guild must win 3 matches on the protected battlefield for the map to switch to the daring battlefield. And if you win the 4th match, you can take over their territory. The defending guild must win 3 battles on the protection or brave battlefield to defend their territory. The territory battle takes place every 24 hours, and the winning side will be registered in the protected fortress for 1 week. All territory battles must have a maximum of 30 players per camp. If the scale of the battle increases to a national level, the maximum number of players will rise to 100, and there will be no limit on the number of NPCs participating. A player can only participate in 2 battles during each territorial war against an opposing guild. After reading all the rules, I was overwhelmed. This is much more complicated than a normal guild war, and the consequences are even worse than losing reputation and dropping a few ranks like in a regular guild war. It's probably related to the territory. The most important rule is that a player can only participate in 2 battles against the opposing guild. To ensure that only one strong player can carry the entire victory, even if Jan is capable of defeating another guild alone in battle, he still can't win by himself. Seeing both of them keep talking and forget to eat, Jan gently reminded them that the food was getting cold. Thinking carefully, in the territorial war, the abilities of guild members are very important, but NPCs are just as crucial. The maximum number of NPC servants Jan can register is 20 because of his Baron status, and if a servant dies, they will only revive after a week. If you already know, there's no reason to delay registering NPC servants anymore. On Lim Long's side, Celine especially praised him. It seems that our easy conquest of this place is thanks to you. Lim Long responded coldly and modestly with just 2 words, no. And then she wondered why he hadn't joined any guild yet. With your skills, Lim Long could join even the most elite guilds. Aren't you the top assassin in your profession? Lim Long's reason is simple because I really enjoy playing alone. Since the opportunity arose, Selin immediately joined my guild. If you're thinking about joining or coming to us, the Sir Guild is one of the top 10. Although they are currently ranked 13th, they once reached as high as 8th. What do you think? Do you want to join? Lian Long responds with a very serious look. I don't think I want to join any guild yet, but if I decide to, I'll let Selin know first. Hearing this, she also sees a bit of hope. I promise. See you again. As he turned away, he felt that the time to join a guild was near, but if he joined a powerful guild, he would just be seen as disposable. I don't want that. I need to focus on skills to gain enough authority in a guild. In front of Lim Long right now is the Hall of Fame, the player rankings, and he's curious whether he should see who has the highest score. First place, the challenger from Lotus Guild Vi Lo Lan of Lotus Guild with a record of 31 minutes and 21 seconds, rank A. Second place, the challenger Simut and the Zuna Guild with a record of 34 minutes and 49 seconds, rank A. Third place, Zion from Zuna Guild with a record of 34 minutes and 52 seconds. Seeing the results, he was just as surprised. Can the Fen dungeon be conquered in half an hour? Who are these guys? The Lotus Guild? The first and second place are separated by 3 minutes? The Zuna Guild and the Titan Guild always compete for first and second place, but you've never heard of the Lotus Guild before. But I'm sure I've seen the name Yan somewhere before. Suddenly remembering, it turns out he's the guy I met in the Tanbin tournament finals, but he should be level 100, so how did this floor land player get ranked at around 172 stars? Even so, my pride is still hurt when I see a loser sitting higher up, and envy begins to stir. I can't just sit idly by like this. That morning, Jin Chung strolled leisurely through the day. The professor casually saw him and asked, "Why are you here today?" The Lord personally coming here is truly an honor. It's been a long time since we last met, so he specifically inquired about whether the professor's breeding facility is stable yet. So Yan thought we had no player customers at all. Hey, Professor, has any NPC summoner stopped by? I need to register them as subordinate NPCs, but they told me they might have come from the Summoning Guild. Oh, if you mean that pretty girl, then over there, the little turtle is making her stay with us over there. Jindung looked over and was surprised. A pretty girl, huh? Thank you, sir. Professor, see you later. He wondered if that NPC lady might have a mission. She often visits the shelter but seems like a pretty NPC. He almost forgot that Professor asked me to contact her when Jin Zung arrived. He immediately sent her a message. Heron Sung just arrived at the care facility. She asked Han what he was doing there, and he replied in a way that would make any girl jealous. Talking to a pretty girl over there. After everything was settled, the professor realized he had made a huge mistake, but it would probably be fine and not his problem. Jendung kept watching the pretty girl without saying a word. First, she needed to check what kind of NPC she was. Syria, a level 108 summoner, is an ordinary person with an attack ability focused on humans, a lively personality, and no clear innate talent. Her special skill is healing summoned beasts, using up to 20% of spirit mana to heal 60% of a summoned creature's health, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The protection of the spirit can increase the combat ability of all allied summoned beasts within a 20-meter radius by 5%, but is passive. The cloning ability of summoned beast can replicate one of the allied summoned beasts participating in the battle. The cloned summoned beast will have 50% of the original's combat ability and last for 30 minutes. Even if the time hasn't reached 30 minutes, it will disappear once its health drops to 0. The cooldown is 20 minutes. She is a talented summoner with a lively and cheerful personality. Jindung really likes someone like her. He won't find a better NPC anywhere. After learning quite a bit from her, he finally approached to start a conversation. "Hello, Sia, we met once before, right?" She paused and replied to him, "Sorry, Your Excellency, I didn't know you were here." Jindung is also not a petty person. It's okay, no problem. Actually, I came to see you about something, and since it's just a man and a woman talking, Saria might feel a bit shy. He carefully takes something out of his shirt, and we can register her as an NPC subordinate by giving her his seal of authority. Will she accept this? I hope she can help me move forward. Hearing this news, Saria's eyes widened with excitement. Do you want me to help you? You suggested summoning apprentice Saria to become your subordinate. Do you think I can be of help to you? Lord Jindung deeply trusts his judgment since he already knows her abilities well, which is why I suggested she take on this task. Her eyes sparkled with joy. I am very happy to accept. You have recruited the trainee summoner Saria as your subordinate, or your current subordinate count for Ian is 1 out of 20. Stealing the innate talent of your Syrian subordinate is at the hero level. The profession skill is of a rare type. If you expel your Syria subordinate, you will lose 17,000 reputation points. If your reputation drops to 0, you will be considered to have a bad reputation. The two of you work happily together. Please help her out. Your Majesty's series is the same. My lord, everything has been settled peacefully. He reminds her to keep leveling up, while at the same time, Jinzung instinctively senses a dangerous aura behind him. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel a chill? It turns out that was Jin Chung's appearance, and the voice echoing in my ear sounded very frightening. Dad asked who that girl is. You two seem close. Are you still holding hands? Jin Sung stammered, trembling. That's her. She's an NPC I recruited as a subordinate. A summoner NPC, we only shake hands. It's just a greeting. Hearing this, Heron calmed down but still felt uneasy inside. Why does the first subordinate NPC have to be such a cute and lovely young girl? Diendung could only force a smile and say she didn't know. Although it took some time, luckily I managed to soothe her. Jinung encountered the space witch Zipper. She must be someone with an extremely high rank, but since she's an NPC, I wonder if I can register her as a subordinate. I'm confused about how to persuade her. I always thought I wouldn't get anywhere, but then I changed my mind. What do I have to lose by just asking? She talks to me very comfortably when we meet. It's been a while since we last met, but I heard news about you. You've become a baron. I don't know how she found out, so I asked, where did you hear that from? I have some connections with the royal court of Lübeck, and my relations are quite extensive. At first, Jinsung just overheard casually, but suddenly he was surprised. What did you say? How could Jipper have a connection to the royal palace? Could it be? We've been talking for a while. I just remembered I haven't made tea for the guest yet. Please wait a moment. Taking the opportunity, he opens her information window. Zyper's level is still unknown. Her profession is a space witch. She is human, curious by nature. Her innate talent and attack abilities are unclear, and her status is ordinary. A space witch continuing the legends. Jindung began to speculate. Could she have the same qualifications as that freak Helam? And being a count, her status is higher than mine as a baron. Tch, no subordinate can have a higher status than me. He was just asking to probe for more information. Zyper, are you also a noble from the Lucifer kingdom? Just as I thought, the former emperor granted you the title of count, and since then you have occasionally helped the royal court sorcerers. Jindung, knowing her place, quietly cried inside, regretful that she probably needed to earn a higher title and try again later. At this moment, the 6 of them gathered around the round table. PH Lan was the first to speak, and as soon as the protection phase ended, they demanded a territorial battle. Yu Hun looked tired and replied, "There's no avoiding it. Considering the level of our guild, our territory is higher. Many guilds are eager to take it. Our guild has become stronger. Since this is a castle siege, there's no need to worry too much. The opposing Polizit guild is not much different in rank from us because 70% of castle battles are fought by successful guilds defending their territory. By the way, Yu Hyun asked if anyone has useful information about the Polizit guild. It turns out Kabulich is quite involved too." He eagerly volunteered. "A friend of mine used to be part of the Polizit guild, unlike us. It seems they keep changing members constantly. Besides the leader and deputy, they also frequently change the executive members. They have about 200 members in their guild, but only 10 are founding members. Providing that much information is enough to make him proud. See? I knew a lot, right? So, what if PH Lan hits you hard in the head? Then how are we supposed to beat them? But from that information, it means they are constantly adding new members, showing they don't have much experience fighting together, and likely only a few leaders are very strong while the others are not. Kabul also has that idea but just hasn't figured out how to express it. It seems they give a lot of gold to new guild members." Yu Hyun chuckled. "So this battle might be easier to win than we thought, but not for Jinung. That doesn't mean they are easy to defeat because they are at diamond level. I'm sure the key members have extremely exceptional combat abilities. Looking at recent territorial battles, most defense guilds tend to skip the brave battlefield and instead focus their efforts on the protective battlefield. We probably need to use the appropriate combat power instead." Yu Hyun opened the rulebook to read, "The attacking guild must secure 3 victories on the protection battlefield for the map to switch to the daring battlefield. If you win the 4th match, you can seize their territory. The defensive guild must secure 3 victories in either the protection or brave battlefield to defend the territory. That is the classic and least risky strategy, because we only need to win 3 matches. Besides, Jinung also has a very good idea. We could go against the classic strategy." He immediately acted on it, shocking everyone. Yan was the only member participating in the first battle of the territorial war. They tremblingly asked for clarification. "Are you planning to fight alone in the first round? Is it too much? All the NPCs will fight alongside me." It's okay. When it comes to NPCs, Haran feels both sad and worried. The Plazit Guild will think we've given up on the brave battlefield, so we'll use the fewest fighters possible. That's what we'll use to fight against them. Don't worry, I will definitely win both matches. Come to the brave battlefield. Yan and the NPC companions are already here. It's been a while since I last participated in the brave battlefield. Syria, level 170, Summoner Hero. Kas, level 109, Unique Mage. Tenbu is a level 114 Ordinary Priest. Loden is a level 11 Rare Warrior, and Malim is a level 107 Rare Warrior. Yan must control both the summoned beast and the supporting NPCs, so his control level needs to be extremely high. The guild battle will start in 30 seconds. Your opponent didn't expect to see your level here and didn't bother hiding it. The highest levels I've seen before are all below 100. The maximum theft is around 95. There will definitely be a few strong members among the hidden stat members. But since I'm the only player on this side, they will definitely underestimate me. They already speak with a condescending tone, even before the fight. Next time I'll be right. See, I told you so. I didn't expect the Lotus Prince to give up such a brave battlefield. I really want to run over there. The final blow is mine. Don't even think about stealing it." From that, Folan deduced that the mid-level members in the Polazit Guild are around 90. Looking at their equipment, most of them are low-level, including those with hidden stats, but their numbers are greater than expected, so I wonder if Yan can handle them alone. After all, Yu Hun still has a lot of trust in him. The countdown is ticking from 5 seconds to 0, and as it reaches the last second, he closes his eyes calmly, treating this as a monster raid. The real battle begins. Yan summons his creatures first but lacks the Earth Shield, which is his best defense. Yan had already planned everything carefully long ago, so he just followed the plan. Do you understand? Just follow my instructions. When the opponent's Soul King learns that Yan is in Summoner, Yan only summons the Earth Shield when the battle is at its most chaotic. This was also the first time they saw this monster. Then it used the Abyssal Trap move, causing them to lose control and fall freely. Their bodies are too heavy to describe. The 2 leaders are just standing there blankly. What kind of slowdown effect is this? A bunch of Yan's monsters are rushing forward together. Now everyone attack. Rake uses his breath attack to make them unstable and unable to keep their eyes open. Damn it, I lost half my health after just 1 hit. Damn it, this is a trap. Meanwhile, Fian will crush them, as the innate crushing ability of the summoned beast has been activated. They can only scream for help now because they can't fight back. I can't believe the attack power is this strong. What's going on? What are these monsters? They didn't tell us anything about this. Retreat. Long-range attackers focus on the ice golem in front. We will hold them back. All power is focused on the earth, pressing down alone. It's time for Yan to start worrying. Damn it, the older the mirror gets, the sharper it becomes. The blood of the earthquake has dropped by half, but its defense is still excellent. I knew this would happen. Now is the right moment, Syria. Step forward. Follow my instructions. Syria's subordinates used beast summoning healing to restore 60% of Earth's health. They are not willing to accept this at all. We worked hard to drain its blood. Have they already restored it? Mai is about to break down. In a corner of the house, Yan is also casting a spell, as if this were a gift for the meeting. He struck him with a powerful blow, so strong it seemed like it could kill him on the spot. His magic orb hit Lucan directly, dealing 720 damage. You successfully restored 5 spirit spells by hitting him, gaining 3.7% contribution to the battle, but Yan never intended to hit that idiot Luki. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a purple light, leaving him confused. Was this an attack? What is this? I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't affect the battle, so it's not important, but it must be dispersed from left to right. He shouted to alert his teammates or to surround the enemy. I already ordered them to do this, so the battle will probably end sooner than I thought. Yan just now notices that the idiot male is also here, and immediately calls Finn to attack from behind. She tries to use the storm arrow to attack, but it's no match for Phi's current ability. Even though the Phi Beast Hammer has taken wind attribute damage, things don't end there. The Wind Guardian's innate ability is activated, increasing Phi's attack effectiveness by 30% for the next 3 minutes. Spectators outside are very excited about the battle. The #1 summoner really is different. He's truly impressive. Soon, all members of the Polizit Guild were dead. You have dedicated 100% of yourself to this battle, reflecting your full participation. You gained 63,500 reputation in the first battle of the Ganda battlefield. Lotus Guild wins against Polizit Guild. Night has fallen, and the round table with 6 faces is gathered to chat. Kaburi is a fan of Yan. He's really talented. You always win alone. Honestly, I didn't expect much, but basically you were just messing around with them. I told you so. Just trust me. But do you know what? We only lost 5 teams in the whole match, almost no casualties. Yen carried them through the first game, so they felt confident they had the victory in their hands and were quite relieved. As Yan said, you also think we can win the second match, right? He still insists he's right, because they need to deploy all their forces before the second match, so they won't be able to quickly make up for their strength. The second match will also be very easy to win, but according to Yan, that's not the case. Like I just said, the second match won't be as easy to win as the first one. Yan looked up with fiery eyes. Back then, they saw me fighting alone and underestimated me, so we won easily. But I'm sure from this round on, they will come up with a more careful strategy. So are you saying you might lose this round? But no matter what, I won't let myself lose. This time I will crush them. The victory this time is just not easy, but it doesn't mean I can't win. The next morning, they went to school. Jin-seung stretched and yawned loudly with Yoo-hoon, saying I thought I'd fall asleep in class for sure, and even more surprisingly why, and actually paid attention and listened. Actually, everything has its reason, since Master Jinguch said that if I keep sleeping in class, the teacher will make me retake the classes I am allowed to skip. He also knows full well that we're busy fighting for the territory like crazy. Of course, there must be a good reason. But Jin-seung, are you sure we can give up the territorial war after the third match tomorrow? Trust me, let them win. In the end, it will only benefit us. If an opposing guild uses up all their manpower and resources in the early matches, they will have nothing left for the third. And we will win. It sounds like a great strategy. Jin-dong just wants to participate more in the territorial war, but they only allow each player to fight twice. He also didn't expect that Kusu's growth rate would increase through winning territorial battles. Just 2 matches and it's already up 5%. It must be the energy source boosting the growth rate. Thanks to that, he's only 11% left. When this territorial war ends, he thinks he should suggest attacking nearby low-level bases. At that moment, Yoo-hoon was holding a water bottle when Jin-seung called his name, so he thought Jin-seung also wanted a drink. Jin-seung then casually laughed and said, I actually wanted to ask about something else. It seems you have dating experience, right? After hearing that, Yoo-hoon immediately spat out his water in surprise. He didn't understand why he was so shocked. You said you had a girlfriend in high school, right? So you also had a little romance back then, didn't you? But what I want to ask is, do you think Harin is interested in me? Jin-seung, who has been secretly in love since childhood, is telling the innocent story of what happened. Has she given me food yet, and even fed me things like jisudo? Yoo-hoon felt utterly helpless. Oh my God, I know he's never had a girlfriend before, but is he always this clueless? You can tell how close Harin is with him just by looking at it. Yoo-hoon sighed and said, I think it's possible. The innocent light was clearly visible in Jin-seung's eyes and expression. Great, I finally found love once in my life. I wish Harin good luck. I don't know why you like this idiot anymore. Harin is feeding Pooh deliciously, eating quickly before he comes home. If he sees me feeding Pooh a lot, he'll get jealous, so eat quickly. It looks better now. How about you? Is it tasty, Phi? It seems that every animal close to Jin-seung also loves Harin. Then Phi, try this one. Here. Phi is a bit picky, hoping it will like this dish. She takes out a very big piece for it. While eating, Pooh sensed that its owner had arrived and imagined the moment he would discover it, then share the food with it. Why are there so many meatballs? No, I'll save this spot and give it to you later. And then, Jin-seung also arrived. I just checked the internal system and came here. Seeing P act strangely, suddenly it presses its face against the corner of the wall, doing something suspicious. He then asked Harin, what's wrong with it? This accidentally made him angry. Aren't you going to answer me, Pui? You enjoyed your lunch, didn't you? It turned back and tucked its head in, with food still in its mouth, but too much to tuck in any further. In the end, he would find out sooner or later. What are you doing? What did you stuff in your mouth? Did you eat everything without leaving a single bit for your wonderful owner? Even though he knew the truth, he didn't make a big deal out of it. Jin-seung asked Harin if she wanted to go somewhere together. Harin's heart is pounding. Could this be a date? I thought today would be a romantic date. Turns out Jin-seung is so stiff. Today, come to Pullet Lake to shoot instead of going to Norman Mountain. The civilians are quite strong, but I can protect you easily. But at least there's some other words that make Harin happy. He will protect me, which makes me feel a little touched. But Jin-seung, is it okay to let Pooji go like that? It's not dangerous, right? It's also called his close companion beast, so he knows its nature well. No, it's not dangerous at all. Even if it gets battered all day by those monsters, its health won't drop even halfway. Its stats are fully equipped for defense, making it hard for ordinary attacks to deal significant damage. He gently lifted it. Pooh. If you find any monsters when you're out playing, just hide like usual, okay? This is its personal self-defense method. By the way, Har has been wondering for a long time why Jinung never gives Pooh enough meatballs. Is there a special reason? If you don't make it clear, she'll assume you're trying to bully P, so Jindung quickly protests. Of course not. You know how much I love P, so how could I do that? Actually, at first I couldn't get that many meatballs from you, so I was trying to save them. But once I started giving it more meatballs, it began to gain weight. It's very heavy. Heron also found it funny because when it gains weight, it's quite hard to carry on its back. If that's the reason, then I guess I have no choice. Pooh, you have to try harder. Its previous owner was terrible. As a hunting enthusiast, our poor PJI can't even enjoy eating meatballs freely. Suddenly, Jindung notices that Pooji is reacting strangely. I think it just happened to come across a few monsters or discovered something. We should get there quickly. I didn't expect Phi to come here with you. Am I going to ride you? The owner isn't worried, but Heron has already taken care of it. Aren't the two of you quite heavy? But Phi said it's okay. He can handle going to pee on the floor landside to see that we still have a week until our next territorial battle. Because a week before the territorial fight is the base defense period, and our army will be at level 3 with the defensive system completed by then. So we can defend ourselves against a stronger gang for a week, but Yu-hyun feels a bit embarrassed because he feels like we won without really doing anything. Almost all the plans were devised by Jin Zung, and we just followed the tactics he laid out for us. Still, thanks to him, our gang has been promoted 2 levels. And Jining also suggested we keep moving forward and attack other gangs to take their territory. But do we have enough resources to do that? This is something that every member is worried about. If all our key members are gone during these attacks, other factions will come to attack us then. Yuhun also knows that hasn't been decided for sure, and she might think it's dangerous, but I believe Jinung has a plan. You don't think so? Anyway, we should go hunting now before Jinung catches up with us. Pioch Lan Lan asked back, stunned. Weren't they already caught up with him? Yuhyun is confident that he is 1 level above Jin Suung. That's probably it. I wonder if that kid Jin Suung has been playing games all night long. Back on Jinung's side, I found out Pooji had discovered a strange cave. You are the first to discover the Blood Prison's secret. All experience points gained will be doubled for the next 5 days. The chance of finding items will double over the next 5 days. He felt a surge of joy inside. That's amazing. It seems that players can even claim dungeons by letting their monsters roam freely around. Before making the next move, he asked Haran for his opinion. What does he want to do? Should we start the dungeon right now? Harry repeats the old saying, Jinung will protect me, right? So I will go in. Jinung stared at her intently. Of course, I will protect you. All right, let's go inside. At the same time, Lai appears and fights the monster in the row. This tunnel seems quite long. We've come this far but still can't see the end. It looks like we can't go up to another level or anything, so we can only keep moving straight ahead. Har wants to change the scenery a bit, but isn't sure if there's a brighter place. As for Jin Sung, he's pondering a different matter. Why do only a few monsters appear each time? I just want to encounter more monsters. I need to hunt as many as I can while we're earning double experience points, but this is too easy. You can level up really fast. So, why aren't you happy? Har looked at him without blinking, surprised. How could he say this hunting trip was too easy? These monsters are all above level 120. The 2 of them stick close together, never apart. Ahead, he hears faint howling. He's never heard this sound before, but it sounds strangely familiar. Turns out it's a pack of red-eyed wolves. There are many Bloodfang wolves targeting him. They look just like Lai. I hope they are not long-lost siblings or something like that. Har also realizes that this Bloodfang wolf is similar to Lai's species, but she didn't expect it to be found on the battlefield. Before everything begins, he reminds her that we need to be more careful this time. Step back a little. They are all around level 125 and considered rare. Right now, there are 7 of them, but more could appear throughout the fight. Just a few seconds after thinking, they launched their attack. Duet rushed forward. Yan shouted with a powerful voice, I knew you would dodge the attack from Manswan, and that's exactly what you're about to do. The earth creates a black hole that pulls the blood demon wolves deep down. At the same time, Phi also joins the fight. Reikhe and Lai are no exception. Guardian Hale uses the Wind Blessing skill. The agility of the Guardian deity increases by the total of all attack stats. They fight fiercely with their inherent strength. Yan throws an electric orb at the enemy, then Ha supports by biting directly into their weak spot. Their coordination is perfect. However, despite their relentless attacks, none of them died. Damn, their levels are really high. Yan sighed, filled with worry, but even that couldn't reduce the massive damage he was taking. Heron stood beside him, unsure how to help, feeling useless and powerless, like there was nothing she could do. Every battle was carried by Jan alone. Everyone else attacked. You defeated Bloodmow Wolf and gained 300 experience points and fourth now 122 gold coins from Bloodmow Wolf. Great, the experience points are excellent, and I feel much more excited. And then he received a blood shard. But he had no idea what it was, whether it was a quest item or something else, as there was no information about it in the item window. He turned to ask Heron if she could heal his guardians. When he received the answer he wanted, he immediately moved on to consider another important matter. I think I should bring my subordinates with me. If only I had Sia, he would be very helpful in restoring the health of the guardian spirits. Har, noticing the jealousy, seems to think my urgent treatment isn't effective enough. Jan sweat with fear and stammered, "What's wrong?" She coldly replied, "I thought I could smell someone else's scent in your thoughts." Heron's response sounds like she's making a general statement. Seeing Haren's unusual behavior, he reaffirmed, "No way, how could that be? I really didn't think of other people. This girl is really easy to persuade. Just a few words and she changes her mood. All right, I'll trust you. We should go further in." As we were walking, the path suddenly got blocked, and I don't know what to do now. Should we turn back? Yan didn't think it should be blocked, so he asked Feng to use his skills to break it. But Fai's way of doing it didn't match Yan's expectations. "What are you doing? You got it wrong. What is this, a wolf wall? I'm not so sure anymore. It looks a bit like a religious temple." "Yeah." Staring intently, lost in thought. "What is this?" "We've solved the mystery of the planet, so we should be able to open the stone wall. The blood orb item can be used. Do you want to proceed?" He remembered the 2 words blood core that he had just wondered about. It seems those fragments had already come together into this long ago. And then Yan decided to use that item. The blood clan has been fully restored, and the seal of the blood gate has been broken. That door is indeed starting to activate. The wolf's eyes on the door gradually glow as it comes into contact with the blood core. Haren eyes. Curious, should we go in and take a look, since Anne is more perceptive and already knows what's inside, and hurriedly told her to turn around. But perhaps it was too late. They had to face the blinding light and could only shield their eyes with their hands, yet they couldn't resist it. That dazzling appearance seems to be a werewolf, or maybe even scarier, a boss monster. More precisely, it's a bloodthirsty Fania at level 128 hero level. I didn't even expect how enormous it was. Faced with this terrifying threat, Yan had to summon the Earth Guardian to stand guard, as if 2 giants were fighting each other. However, the Earth Guardian was hit by another critical blow from Fania, and its blood level dropped to 12,740. You are facing a critical attack dealing over 10,000 damage with a single strike, taking advantage of the maze trap to attack immediately. Lai launched a critical hit at the bloodthirsty Fania, reducing its health to 576. Even with Lai's attack, damage remains below 6,000, and it's not a defensive monster but has an incredibly high level, making this a tough situation for Yan and the Guardians. That is the Guardian I trust the most, so my anger is rising. How dare you hurt my Lai? He called Akai and Finn to demand justice. Good, its health has dropped significantly. With a monster boss, its health bar isn't very high. Rake accidentally let his guard down and was struck by a deadly blow from the opponent. Its health drops to 12,740. Fenya drains Rake's blood and recovers 44.6. 1640 health points lost. If this continues, it will lead to a brutal outcome. Draining blood, that monster has gone crazy. He once again canceled the summon. This time it was Ri. If you're going to fight to the end, I can't waste any more attacks. You go and tell everyone to retreat immediately. Luckily, Haren has been supporting them so far, or the situation could have been even worse. If Haren is helping to heal us, then Earthdy should be able to withstand that fierce attack. From this position, we will attack with a blitz strategy. We must defeat it before its health bar recovers. Earth God, block it from the front. Har, please heal it. The guardian deity H-Lay has activated a powerful ultimate move. Fanya the Bloodthirsty is stunned for a second, offering a glimmer of hope. It's time for Yan to strike directly with his ultimate power. This is all of his spiritual techniques combined. He finally defeated it and gained 997.7 experience points. We almost died in just 1 minute. Let me check the items first. Yan received 32,145 gold coins from the Bloodthirsty Fanya, a necklace, and a spirit orb. The last item made him pause and reflect for a moment. The Fenya soul orb has been released. Its spirit appears and wonders where I am. That object has freed Fenya's soul from madness. I didn't expect it to look at Yan and ask, "Who are you?" I feel so confused. But the first thing they wondered was whether the wolf could talk. It introduced itself as Charlotte, the leader of the Bloodline Guardians. Don't compare me to other ordinary wolves because I am the tamer. Yan wondered if he harbored any resentment. Maybe it's better to kill him now, but not yet. First, Charlotte wants to thank you. I want to express my gratitude for saving me from the chains of this madness. Moreover, even though my strength has been sealed multiple times, you still managed to defeat me. I also want to show my respect to a tamer like you. Yan seems to be reconsidering killing it. If even after being sealed he still has this level of ability, just how powerful must he really be? Charlot expressed his regret, saying, "If one of your summoned beasts belongs to our race, I could have lent my strength to repay you. Depending on the attributes of that race, I can help them gain a little strength. That's what I can do to repay you." Yan immediately thought of Lai. Wait, I wonder if I can get any help from him regarding Lai's next evolution stage. Maybe to Lai's summoning beast is from the same clan as him. It's a gray-blooded wolf. If any of the gray wolves are also bloodline carriers, then they are indeed Charlot's descendants, but I don't see it among your summoned beasts. I just explained that I have now cancelled Lai's summoning. If you can wait about 20 minutes, I can summon him. Now Charlot finally understood the problem. Clearly I can sense my own race somewhere here, but I just can't see it. But unfortunately, I only have 9 minutes left to keep my real body here before entering the soul realm. Yan listened and immediately became restless. Damn it, why did they make a game like this? I finally found a way to evolve Liu. In short, remember that Yan is the only one who can free Charlot's soul from this imprisonment. I will pay you a price worthy of this. He immediately accepts the item. Seeing the name written in purple blood, it must belong to the hero rank. It's a good item, but right now I don't know how to evolve it. Charlot briefly explained the item. This is something like a symbol of our pure bloodline of the Blood Clan. Please use it carefully and consider everything as a successful ending. Let's keep going. Before leaving, Charlot asked me to help with one more thing. I have another brother here whose soul is bound. Charlot's request for help, the guardian of the bloodline, has been fulfilled thanks to your assistance. Charlot is very grateful, but Charlot's brother is still suffering, and his soul remains bound. Based on Charlot's information, help that brother Dark Panaya break the soul's bonds. The difficulty level of the mission is unknown. The condition is that the user has already freed Charlot's soul. There is no time limit. Will Yan agree to take on this mission? It's also the first time he's heard about an S-rank task. I heard not long ago on the forum that even someone at level 130 failed, so it must be very difficult. Well, since there's no time limit, I might as well accept it. I'll help you. Charlot smiled happily and expressed his sincere gratitude. I hope you will definitely save my poor brother. It has been bound by this curse for 100 years. If you continue along this path for another 10 minutes, the pause cliff will lead you to the coast. Follow the coastline north and you will see Oliver Village. Look there, and that person might know where my brother is. Yan froze. Hey, isn't that a human? He said they've been imprisoned for 100 years. If he's a person, do you think he's still alive? Charlot is certain that person is still alive because they are my only friend, an oval, and their fate is tied to this. Time's up. Ian follows Charlot's instructions. Ah, so this village really exists inside here, and its size is quite large. If this is a village that no one has discovered so far, then it wouldn't belong to any country or guild, right? This is so troublesome. Yan confirms that the Oliver Village is classified as a coastal village with an area of 582 square meters, a population of 1995 residents located at the northern end of the Oliver Coast, with developed shipbuilding and fishing industries and a territorial value of 2758. If this village truly isn't affiliated with any country, it could be registered as a new stronghold for Yan's guild. However, his desire is unfulfilled, and he cannot seize the Oliver Coastal Village. Condition 1 is to own a territory level higher than the village. I have already met this requirement, but conditions 2 and 3 I do not satisfy. You need stronger military power than the village and a friendship level above 70%. Thinking it over, it's right that I can't seize it. How could they make it so easy for me to take it? If I want to strengthen my military power, I could do it in just a few days, but maintaining a friendship level with the village above 70% is a bit difficult. First, I'll complete the quest I received and then find a way to solve this village's problem. Harren only walked with him for a while before saying goodbye and see you again. Yan stopped to check the item he received earlier. Looted the On, durability 5555, classified as a talisman, hero tier combat, only usable with summoned beasts. Cooldown reduces innate ability by 15%. When used by a wolf race, it increases attack power by 15% and agility by 30%. The item belongs to the game and cannot be transferred or sold to other players, nor will it drop even if the player dies. It can only be transferred once. This is a protective talisman created from a fragment of Ludihan's soul, and it possesses a very powerful ability. Yan was extremely surprised, not knowing what this strange item was. Could it be a special item for summoning beasts? Only then did he summon Lai, and the two of them cuddled each other very cutely. I miss you too. Try letting Lai use it. This is really good. Lai's ability is amazing. Is there really no way to find items specifically for summoning beasts? Maybe I can find some at the auction house. It would be great if I could use a few more for Lai too. I wandered around looking for the village until late at night, but I still have some doubts about whether it's correct or not. The light inside was already on, and he gently stepped in to ask if anyone was there, anyone with that name. There is a girl here holding a book peeking out, calling that a guest has arrived, but it's unclear why Jan's gaze is so sharp. Seeing that face, Jan was stunned and leaned back. What's going on? She looks exactly like Zipper. After talking for a while, he finally found out that she is Zipper's twin sister. But she looks at most over 30 years old. This grandmother, for sure, is much older. Are they really twin sisters? Jan's suspicion is growing stronger. She noticed your expression and asked, "You still don't believe, do you?" Jan just sighed. Basically, it's because she looks much older than Zyper. She is a time wizard who can bend time just by thinking. So time doesn't affect her much. Wouldn't it have been better to be clear from the start? That explains a lot of the previous events. They drank tea and talked for a long time, so Charlotte has been freed. He told you that I could find Avil's current location, right? First, she wants to thank you very much for freeing Charlotte. He is the savior of this town, and also my old friend. Honestly, Charlotte and Oval are the heroes who risked their lives to save this place from the Dark Wizard a long time ago. Those two fought and won, but in exchange they were cursed to be bound by soul. Unfortunately, before losing control completely, they chose to seal themselves. But to free Oval, she seems completely helpless and lost in sorrow. It's quite difficult because Oval is much stronger than Charlotte. Maybe you have succeeded in defeating Charlotte. But if you're not confident you can do the same with Oval, I can't tell you where Oval is hiding. After all, Jan already guessed this wouldn't be easy because it's a high-level mission. So how can I convince you to trust me? No, how can I defeat Oval? You asked if I am a summoner, right? Then he said, not long ago, a talented summoner from across the ocean arrived on the eastern continent. If you can learn their secret technique, I will trust you and reveal Oval's current location. Your mind must keep working. A secret technique? Is this a special summoning skill or something else? I have a good feeling about this. Learn magic from the summoner Damtron, a summoner from the eastern continent with special abilities. However, to be able to learn it, you must catch 100 regular monsters and bring them to him. The difficulty is unknown, but the reward is learning a special skill. Hearing such an enormous number, Jan almost fainted. So, 100 sexy pigs, huh? Damn, I have to catch a bunch of these and bring them to him. Yeah, luckily the artifact I possessed earlier helped me avoid the limit on how many I could capture. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't bother trying so hard. Now that I've started, I have to see it through to the end and see what I get. If it's 100, then I'll catch them all. And then, in one night, he was able to complete the required data. The next morning, Jan went to find him, apologizing and asking if Mr. Damtron was here. Seeing that he hadn't responded, I also became suspicious. Could he be the person we're looking for? Indeed, no mistake. Who are you? I am Jan, a summoner. He sat calmly on the unworthy chair. You must have done very well to get here. Come with me. You definitely need a bigger space to bring what you have for me. Upon reaching the necessary location, he instantly summoned those 100 monsters. He continued to summon them repeatedly. At some point, he realized he couldn't summon any more species due to a lack of leadership points and understood he couldn't summon more than 20 at once. Daoshan is curious about your abilities. You said you have even more creatures, right? So, how many did you catch exactly? I replied with a light smile. Of course, 100. This number really impressed him. Usually, people only catch about 6 at a time and have to go on multiple trips. You have completed the task of collecting white souls and learned the Summoner Dron's new skill, called Soulbind. This active skill has no level, but proficiency allows players to convert captured monster souls into souls. The rank of that monster will determine the rank of the OP, with the color indicating its rarity, and the mana amount based on its stats. Once transformed into an off, the monster cannot revert to its original state. Soul off are the basic materials for all activities of fortune tellers. Using the soul enhancement skill, you can increase the rank of OP. After reading this information, most of it is difficult for him to understand. Now that you know how to lock a soul, I will introduce you to soul enhancement. Look carefully at my hands. I won't show you again. From his expression to his eyes, An looks very focused. He is confused about what he is doing. I haven't even had time to process it, and it's already successful. This is soul enhancement. After observing for a while, he realized that the higher-tier opals are better than the white ones. He couldn't understand why he was given it. So he told An to try it. After hearing that, An was stunned with his mouth wide open. I'm terrible at drawing. What should I do now? How should I proceed? You can gradually feel your body moving on its own. You have acquired the soul enhancement skill and completed the symbol enhancement task. In his hand, he is holding a gem that has been enhanced. Damcho smiles brightly, praising him. Congratulations, you learned very quickly. Now you have officially become the intermediary connecting the souls. Eon is the first person to successfully acquire the Soul Connection Gate profession. Yan happily shows off because being first is always a good thing. The basic level 1 talisman crafting skill table with 0% proficiency has been initialized. The level 1 spell symbol creation skill table with 0% proficiency has also been initialized. The next target is Ovile. I need to prepare thoroughly. First, I need to test the skill I just learned. I'll sit alone in a secluded part of the forest to see what I can create with the talisman. Each drawing takes 3 ops, so I think I can make about 30 sheets. Anyway, I still have to draw, so I might as well do my best. He finished drawing and praised his own artistic talent, but the talisman creation failed and will be destroyed. The system demands that he draw with more care. Yen was shocked to receive this result again, failing repeatedly as always. Until the very end, only 1 remained, and the number of completed charms was not a round figure. Yan sat with his head bowed in helplessness. This profession is a bit difficult, but luckily I am a genius of effort. Getting out of the game, he directly called, "Michelle, you said you graduated from the design department. Help me with something, and I will practice drawing symbols 100 times as you instructed." Gradually, his skill in crafting charms improved, and he finally succeeded. Yen happily lifted her head and said, "I did it." The rare composite talisman item can only be equipped by a specific race. With each attack, you will recover 3% of the damage dealt directly to your health, crafted by apprentice fortune teller Yan. He sticks a talisman on Lai's forehead to test it out. That's amazing. Your twin sister's grandmother also kept praising you. Well done. Now I will tell you where Ovile is. No matter what, you must get there during the day because Ovile will grow stronger at night. Go south. At the end of the Polat Plateau, the highest peak that can catch the moonlight is where Ovile is imprisoned. Upon arriving, he summoned almost all of his guardian spirits. Keel said he needed to place the orbs given by her onto this altar, but there seemed to be some instability, so he temporarily canceled the summoning of Earth D and Rake. The others are careful, but suddenly the ground here starts to collapse uncontrollably, and then it appeared, causing an earthquake in the area and accidentally putting the glass in a critical condition. Ovile has activated the shadow covering skill, roaring loudly and fearsomely. The world is shrouded in darkness. What's the point of coming during the day now? Yan tries to stay as calm as possible. I'll use my magic staff first. Lai, you should stay back until you recover. He's level 120, even though he's a legendary rank. I think I can still defeat him. The furious roar grew louder and louder as Yan stepped forward to fight it, while at the same time, Vian delivered a critical hit to Ovile. Health drops to 13,250. It's okay, we can do this. It won't accept being attacked like that, so it activates the Shadow Invasion skill, increasing movement speed by 50%. Every attack now deals a critical hit, and 70% of the damage received will have an effect for 3 minutes. This worry has probably reached its peak. What kind of crazy power-up is this? Kyo at home is worried when seeing the Shadow Invasion skill. Is Oval really going all out? It's really dangerous. If things don't go as expected, he alone won't be able to defeat Ovile. Yan fought while gasping for breath. I had previously summoned Viakoi and Earth, but had to cancel them. How can I fight him now? If I want to end the battle, I have to act immediately before he uses darkness to invade again. He's already torn apart by him. I'm about to die. I guess it will take 24 hours to revive, but I still need to evolve Lai. Luckily, Lai appeared just in time to save him from death. It was truly a close call. Despite that Lai's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to see him go, so he quickly canceled the summon. However, what's strange is that this command cannot be canceled, something that has never happened before. Lai's remaining blood is gone, and he feels frustrated but can't do anything. Why can't I cancel the command, and why isn't there a notification that Lai has died? It turns out Ludi Han's hidden skill has been unlocked. Di Dung stared in shock as Lai was in the process of evolving. He secretly felt hopeful that there was still a chance, if that was the case. Jindung suddenly realized that Ov didn't attack during the evolution process. Jindung saw that the guy was muttering something, so it turns out he can talk. Lai completed the evolution process and replied, "It's not a shallow." Di Dung almost dropped her jaw when she saw Lai talking too, and even walking on his own 2 feet. Ov said if that's not the case, then he should die quickly. It charges at Lai. The two clash, but Lai has the advantage. Lai slaps it first, Ovil responds with a punch, and Diandung regains her composure. Seeing that Lai still can't fight, she orders Hale and Fin to help Lai quickly. Hale strikes Ovil once. Phi then supports Dishung, sighing because everything still isn't enough. Even Lai's evolution isn't enough to win. Lai begins to fight fiercely, using blood transformation. The lower Lai's health, the higher his stats increase. Blood transformation lasts for 5 minutes. Jinung was stunned to see Lai fighting so fiercely. Lai continuously attacking Ovile, who finally had to fall. Didung gained over 1,000,000 experience points, along with Ovile's great sword and soul. Ovile's soul appears for the last time, thanking them for freeing him from his bondage. Didung outwardly smiles, but secretly wonders what reward Lai has received from his evolution. Ovile suddenly said, "I suppose Jinung received an item from Charlotte's blood. He will give you an item from the Shadow Clan." Jinung looked up at the sky with confusion. Jinseung startled when he saw Luna collecting stars. Ovile sighed. It's been 100 years since he last saw it. It's so nostalgic. I've been immersed in darkness for too long. Under Jinung's curiosity, Ovile explains that it is the power of the moon buried deep underground. The 3 stars descend to the ground. Lai quickly absorbed the items Lesser Dion Honda and Lunatic Han. The light forced Jinung to close his eyes. When he opened them again, Lai Benner had evolved into Jay Beener. This is the first time Jinung has received a primal summon. Jinung suspects that if it's the primal form, then Lai must have evolved to the highest level. It has reached level 120. Jinung couldn't swallow his saliva before Lai's peak. Av slowly disappears. His role has come to an end. When the mission was completed, Jinung received nearly 30,000,000 experience points and almost 300,000 gold coins. He shouted with joy, this mission was truly worth it. Lai congratulates Jinjung, then turns to ask if Lai can now speak. Hearing the answer, Jinjung ruffles Lai's head, praising it for defeating Ovile and being able to talk now. Well done. The hybrid's tail wagging shows its excitement because it was praised. Now they have arrived at EKL, and there might be a new mission there. When they get there, Ek claps and praises Jinsung's summoned beast as the king of wolves. But she also has something to ask Jinjung for. You guessed they would rush straight there. She will give Jinsung a very important document of the Empire, and ask him to deliver it to the Emperor of the Empire. Jinsung agrees, and then sets off. Even though you could go to the palace now, it's quite far. You also want to go hunting with Lai, who has evolved, so you'll head to the dungeon first. Haiyun contacted you, sent you a link, saying it's a major upgrade anniversary event, so check it out quickly. Jinung suspiciously pressed the task to upload the dungeon battle video to the event announcement board and will receive rewards based on the conditions. If it's a new type of simulation technology, the synchronization rate could increase by another 2%. Jinjung told Hai Unun to gather all the guild members quickly. He still has time, so there's no need to rush. Jindung said he needs to practice. Staying up all night might not even be enough. You and Lai are probably going to be busy from now on. In an office, Mina is reading the news and sees everyone saying Poandon is the easiest. Along with the 15-minute video, she thought that although she had already reached level 100, she still couldn't clear the 3 dungeon floors within the 50-minute time limit. When she clicked to watch, she accidentally forgot to mute the sound, so her colleague Boo asked Mina if she was also playing Kai Lan. Ask her what level she's at. Mina almost fainted, but luckily they noticed the video on her computer. Everyone couldn't believe that in just 15 minutes they had cleared the Poandon dungeon. After watching the video, they had to accept this harsh reality. But what drew the most attention was the summoner up there. The person who looked familiar was the one always sleeping at the back of the class, named Dai Dung. Is he planning to review these videos? He even invited you to watch because this player is incredibly crazy. The girl with glasses asked if it was the first video. On the screen, Jinung was ordering the film to crush and sweep away a group of bone soldiers. The 4-eyed girl looked closely and asked, a wide area attack? Using a single skill to wipe out the entire first wave? Not bad. Bo Tumai explained that a wide area attack would have a longer cooldown. What will he do next? I only saw Jin Seung summon Lai, and the 4-eyed girl was stunned when she realized it was the ultimate form of the Lai wolf, crossing through the bone soldiers and wiping out the second wave under her increasingly fierce gaze. Diandung quickly ordered to freeze it because as long as the door is open, it will remain undefeated. PH Lan immediately followed, with the freeze only lasting 2 seconds. The boss, half of his body frozen, was kicked by Lai, and just a few basic moves sent the boss to heaven. The 4-eyed girl watched with shining eyes, pounding the table happily, causing her heart to bleed from her own table. She wondered if she should find their contact information. Maybe we should upgrade their class to the highest level right away. At home, Jindung nodded happily, pleased to see that their group's viewership was the highest. He was also wondering whether he should play a little longer. Now Jinjung has decided to carry out EKL's mission to deliver the documents. He is unsure whether he should go to the royal palace, but since secondary missions might appear, he will probably bring Jia's vehicle along. If Xia had healed last time, the land wouldn't have needed to die. When you arrive, ask Xia right away if she wants to go to the palace with you. She smiled brightly and said that she would go anywhere with Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng felt happy, but also worried. And noticing Hein wasn't around, he let out a relieved breath. Jin Hyung brought the documents to Emperor Zias. He asked if he knew about the Pan Archipelago. Jin Sheng honestly said he wasn't quite sure. The emperor replied that even if he were an excellent spy, he probably hadn't yet reached their enemy's kingdom. Jinhyung sweat when he learned it was the Khan kingdom. The emperor said the Pan archipelago consists of 18 small islands. On one of those islands is Pan Prison, a prison of the Khan Empire. That is where the war prisoners of the empire are held, and he wants you to bring them back. Among the scholars, Jinung must definitely bring back the swordsman named Kasa, because he is the strongest swordsman in the Lucan kingdom. Since Emperor Zat has received the ominous prophecy that the Cabot Valley will vanish and the war between the two empires will resume, he wants to rescue the prisoners first. The Swordmaster Kasa is a key character determining the victory. Jae-dung was surprised to see he would earn royal contribution points upon completing the mission. This is the first time you've seen a reward like this. Jin-dung agrees to accept it. But the Pan prison is very hard to find because he doesn't know which island it's on. Even if he finds it, there will still be many guards around, and the structure will be very complex, so it won't be easy to break in. Jin-hyung is the only person Lu trusts to handle this. Jin-hyung's mind is a bit cooler than most people's. When he sees the word difficult, the next thing he thinks of is joy. The emperor continues that in 10 days, Kiabi's fog will disappear, and the battle with the Khan Empire will resume. Jinung needs to bring them back earlier. He remembered that in 10 days, the new update would also be released. Juice will support Jinung with 3 cargo ships and night pollen, hoping you return safely. On the way to Pascan, Jinung vomited so much that his stomach turned green. Are you hatefully thinking you're getting seasick again? Why is this game so detailed and tricky? Pudi shook his head, showing that its owner really is useless. Even though Jinsung was about to die, he still wanted to scare it because he had just summoned it. Just wait a little longer and you'll see. It argued back as if it won't get seasick. Jinjung said just wait and see. Soon enough, each owner will have their turn. Both Jinjung and Pudi seemed to be competing to see who could vomit more. By late afternoon, both master and servant were exhausted, and they received shocking news that from now on, Jinjung would have to go alone. Bin clarifies that he is not alone, but the infiltration boat can only hold 5 people. Jinjung quickly chooses Jia Balin. He and Captain Jen but refused immediately. Jinsung directly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" Stepping onto the island, Jinsung thanks Fai and Gaek for helping them find that place easily. He didn't expect it to be hidden in such a location. Didong sneaked a peek and was so scared he almost peed his pants at the sight of all the guards. Should he and Pauline go straight in or not? If everything gets chaotic, it will be easier to escape, and should we let one guy go as a guide? Point. Just leave it to me. He directly used his strength to crash in and was quickly surrounded. A few sword moves were enough to take down the soldiers. Contrary to his fierce fighting, Bin smiled kindly like the neighbor's older brother inviting everyone in. Pooh was completely shocked, while Jinsung couldn't help but marvel. The Emperor Lu's plan to secretly undermine was rejected by him. Seeing the situation ahead, Jinsung painfully said he had told them to wait for one person. Bin hesitated and apologized, saying they were too weak. Jindung paid no mind and moved straight ahead, countless paths appearing that left Jinsung stunned. In the room where Kasa is imprisoned, Lyome walks in teasing that Kasa has been locked up here for over 10 years, and that surely the people in Lukban have forgotten all about him. He continued, saying that not long ago there was a prophecy that the fog covering Kalabu Valley would gradually disappear. If he and Kasa joined forces, they could even work together to unify the entire Kurraner continent. Kasa chuckled and replied, "Even though I am not in Luciban right now, Halim and Jipper are still here. Lome is so cowardly, it's hard for you to even get close. Are you still deluded into thinking you're the strongest swordsman in the Empire? You will rot in this prison until you become the meal of the rats." On the other side, Zia saw countless paths and anxiously asked Jinzung what to do now. Jinzung confidently said, "You already have a plan, don't worry, you put Poo-Poo-Dee down in front of it and order it to find people quickly." After a while, Jindung praised it for finding so many people. Truly a genius. Although they might not be the prisoners Jinung is looking for, what's in front of him are PGN spirits. Bin, adopting a serious tone, said to Jinsung, "These ones are much stronger than the bastards earlier. Handling them alone will be tough." Jinshung, hearing that, summoned Lai and his family to assist, and after a few minutes, they sent everyone to hell. Looking up, he saw that the paths from earlier had split into 3. Jinjung held Puji-Poo and begged it to find the correct prisoners. After a while, Poo, with an innocent face, found a bunch of PGAN spirits. After 5 times of that, even Jinyung became frustrated. Bin also sighed and said, "It really feels like an endless cycle. And the deeper they go, the stronger these soldiers become." Poo suddenly points up at the wall, and Jinzung immediately notices that only trees are growing around that area. Jinhuang hesitates and informs everyone, "I'll go up there to check it out." Lai and the family leave it to the guards to hold the fort. Dian and Finn fly into the air, and it turns out to be just as you thought. He responds by climbing through a hole. You order Finn to go down there, and then Finn should sweep the area. You will attack from below, while Phi attacks from above. Fien asks Jinung how he plans to go down himself. He replied, "Don't worry, just use it." Immediately, the guards sounded the alarm of an intrusion. Fien attacks as instructed while Jin Sung uses a fireball, and together they wipe out all the soldiers. The wall collapses with a loud crash, revealing someone imprisoned inside. A strange voice echoes, "It seems Jinung is a player from the Lucibon Kingdom, but has gone to great lengths to get here, huh? Are you searching for something?" Jinung also awkwardly asks Sajian, "Is the person you don't know the identity of looking for something? You guess they come from the High Empire? If they fight, it could be troublesome." The mysterious person replied, "If that's the case, then..." "What?" Didung spoke to Mediate. "So, what if the two of us just mind our own business without fighting? Charging into a fight recklessly isn't really a good idea." The mysterious person also nodded in agreement, but now he really wanted to heat things up a bit, so he took the initiative to attack first. Jin Dung was overwhelmed and frustrated by how things had turned out, so he had no choice but to defeat them quickly. Ha Lei was ordered to use the Wind Guard. Jin Dung guesses the opponent is probably at warrior level, so he must win with speed and agility. He realizes Jin Jung is a summoner capable of using Hoel Khan as an ally, and then continues to attack. His slash shattered the wall like tofu, terrifying Jin Sung. One strike is enough to end a warrior's life. You need to finish this battle before the Wind Guard's effect wears off in 2 minutes. You and Ha Lei combined your attack to successfully injure him and weaken his power. Didung frowned as she saw the system display the player's name as unknown, but then just called it an empty shadow. This bastard isn't the real body. This clone has replicated into 5 people, impressed with your Duong Dong Keech Tae strategy, but let him show you a few things first. They all attack at once, and Jin Jung breaks out in a cold sweat. If he takes this move, he'll have to go blind early. Jin Jung quickly rides his flying film into the air to dodge the attack. Seeing that wave of power, you have to swallow your saliva. The destructive force is terrifying. If it weren't for the film, you would have definitely been hit by the spear, but such a powerful skill would require a long cooldown. Taking advantage of Ha Lei dealing with him, Jin Hung used the Monosphere to attack. After that move, Sajian was seriously injured and his strength was in danger. He blocked the attack and had to marvel at how powerful a summoner could be. Truly terrifying. But still, he's still too inexperienced. Sajian has finished his hunt, so I guess we'll meet again someday. The rogue has completely disappeared, leaving Jin Sung confused. I wonder why he initially provoked you for no reason. Some are clearly handsome, but really weird, so I guess I have to keep searching. When I glanced at Casa, Jin Zung's heart skipped a beat, because he didn't know when he started observing. Casa calls him kid and says there's not much time left. Hurry and get the key to unlock the other side's cuff. Jin Zung witnesses him open the cuff with his bare hands. Casa rubbed his hands and said, "From now on, let him handle everything. Please lend him a sword." Jin Zung didn't have time to ask why when Lyomi and the soldiers rushed in. Casa quickly grabbed the sword, the countdown timer ringing out. Until the remaining time ran out, the iron lock was suddenly opened by the red-eyed figure. He then directed everyone to escape quickly, heading south to find the Gon ship there. The group silently thanked heaven that the king still remembered them. Seeing the mission nearly complete, the young master knew he could breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had sent the ship's alert earlier. Suddenly, the notification screen reappeared, leaving him puzzled. The notification clearly states a surprise event with the mission to prevent the Khan Empire's reinforcement fleet. There are 12 minutes remaining. Seeing the main screen showing the army approaching in a massive wave like the Mongol invasion makes it even more confusing. Clearly, they arrived quietly, so how did the guards know? But now is not the time for Trantru anymore. You have to act quickly. Things on your side are also not easy. The battle is reaching its climax, with both charging like magnets pulling each other, exchanging fiery glances non-stop. In no time, the general was pushed back and thrown to the side. The Tepdu soldiers saw this and worried for his safety, but he was quickly stopped by the enemy. "Today, I have to fight you properly to prove I'm a real man." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword forcefully, unleashing a blinding flash of light directly at John's head. But how can these 3 things stop you with just one strike that freezes your opponent's move as if nothing happened? The general sneered. "Are you going to keep fighting like that with that broken sword?" As he finished speaking, the sword in John's hand, which was already cracked and unworthy of attention, suddenly began to heal, with light swirling around it like glue sealing the cracks. Seizing the opportunity of the moment, John said little, only focusing his strength on raising the sword with a blank face. Immediately after, a strike descended, as if to tear the air apart. All the surroundings fade away in the face of your divine power, along with the mask on the general's head falling to the ground. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never expected that just a broken sword could do so much. Indeed, you are the greatest swordsman of the Empire. As his words ended, he took his last breath, but he paid little attention to his praise because now the sword in his hand was broken beyond recognition. But he didn't forget to encourage him. After all, he had done very well. With that, he turned and walked away. At this moment, Jan suddenly rushed out of nowhere to ask Ko for help because the Empire's fleet was about to arrive. Hearing that, he calmly requested a new sword from him. Until he saw the broken half of the sword in his hand, he was so furious he almost burst a lung because that sword was a gift. You're a summoner, not a blacksmith, so stop milking it. I won't say more, I can't help you. So what he said made Jan turn hostile even faster than a pancake, forcing him to scramble and find another sword for him. While he was choosing a sword, a legendary level sword with a deadly aura suddenly struck his eyes, causing Saso to insist on that very sword. You pull out the sword in your hand without hesitation, but this sword is set to return to you automatically, so you need to become one of your subordinates to use it. Saso then gave you a long, sarcastic look after hearing that. Who would play along with that? You also predicted he wouldn't accept being your subordinate, so you hurriedly went to find another sword. It's a level 1 iron sword. Before he could draw the sword, the notification appeared. Kaso agrees to become your subordinate. As you predicted, Soft Ribbon, who tightly binds you, is indeed a genius for coming up with this method. Kaso saw Jan's face start to contort and demanded, "Hurry up." Jan, not wanting to wait any longer, quickly agreed to Kaso's request to become a subordinate. You now have 6 out of 20 disciples. Seeing Kaso, the legendary swordsman, made you so scared you bared your teeth, eyes wide, and froze stiff. Seeing that you still stand there, he kept urging you to move your legs faster. With such slow movements like a snail, it made you start to wonder who is the subordinate and who is the master. At the same time, Khan's troops have also arrived and are aggressively invading the island. Led by the arrogant red-haired man, he was quite surprised by the unexpected welcome on this island. Kaso's mighty army is glaring at his troops as if they might collapse. Seeing his appearance, he also guessed that it was truly too late. Too damn late. After finishing, Kaso swung the bright Than sword in a wide arc, tearing the air apart. After sealing it, he stabbed the bright Than sword into the ground, causing smoke and light to rise continuously, frightening the soldiers rushing forward with their mouths agape and eyes wide. Kaso's fierce gaze, filled with gunpowder warning, warned Kaimon's men that if they crossed this line, they would all die. He heard that and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Could it be that he's joking? What can he do against such a vastly outnumbered army standing bravely against Kaso's men? He only issued an attack order to crush Lucy Pai's men. Seeing the opponent ready to fight back, Earth Day also went all out without hesitation, delivering a devastating kick straight at the frozen soldiers to help eliminate some of them. Kaso is not at a disadvantage. He jumps high and slashes hundreds of times at the Kaimon soldiers, making them scream in pain and despair. Seeing this, he frightens the boy into shock, spraying glue and quickly demonstrating his mastery with the sword. Thanks to Kaso's help, I kept completing the prisoner rescue missions and even got an upgrade, making me feel it was all worth it. After a long and exhausting fight, Jan was starting to tire as well. He was debating whether or not to turn off the machine. Suddenly, a new alert appeared about rescuing prisoners of war and the need to transfer them onto the boat. With only 1 day to complete the mission, he had to keep playing. Now on the sea, countless ships are sailing according to each top on the map. At this moment, the battle is extremely fierce, and both you and Lai have to fight hard against the enemies. With Lai's arrival, the chat board started to explode. Everyone was amazed by the scale of the battle and Lai's incredible skills. Yan is now exhausted and almost at his limit because the minions keep attacking him and he can't avoid it. Just mentioning Cao Cao immediately arrives. He had to both defend against the attack and prevent himself from getting tired. Just then, good news arrived. The Lucifer's Navy support had arrived. Seeing the Navy charging forward like war horses on the sea, I finally could breathe a sigh of relief, knowing they would soon retreat, and I kept receiving countless rewards from the mission. The system announced that all players should log out quickly for a short maintenance soon, and finally he could enjoy a good sleep. Then he turned off the game and neatly lay on the armchair, ready to drift into a sweet dream. At the same time, someone outside your door was pressing the doorbell, but it seemed you were sleeping soundly, so you didn't react. Seeing that, the person outside the door became anxious. Clearly knowing someone was home, and thinking he was busy, she decided to enter by entering the password herself. The system also displayed a mysterious update notification, removing the PK mode and restoring the central continent. Not long ago, the appearance of Kailan's sleep box moved him to tears. I never expected my close friend to be useful like this, making me keep thanking him and sneaking away. She saw that and felt quite jealous of his luck because she didn't even have the old version. Hearing that the beautiful girl doesn't have an old login room, Jin Jung's flirtatious side comes out again, asking to get her old login room back. Yes. After hearing that, Thang immediately felt elated. Just by selling the old login account, he had earned at least 1,000,000 gold. Could it be that my friend really made a fortune? She felt her heart fluttering with his sincere desire to give it back to her, but still hesitant and refusing, only not buying it because her father didn't like it. Jindung thought for a moment and suggested selling the room, which made her hesitant, then shyly asked if he could keep it so she could visit sometimes. Hearing the goddess in his heart say she wanted to visit his house often, his long-starved heart started pounding happily, and he immediately agreed. The romantic atmosphere was then shattered by Yangida with orange hair. He reminded her to tell her father about her plans, and in the end, Kam Ki-da was slammed against the wall by Jin Jung, frozen in place. After dealing with the messy-haired, orange-haired guy, Jin Jung started flirting with Hazan, making the romantic atmosphere turn fiery. Returning to the present, Hein was peeking outside the door, called Ma but got no answer, and thinking he was sleeping, she boldly went in to check but ended up finding no one. Yes, she was so worried she kept searching for you everywhere. After confirming he wasn't in any corner of the house, Hein finally noticed that Kailan's login chamber was tightly closed. Sure enough, when the door was opened, he was found sleeping soundly inside as if dead. She moved closer and whispered, "Why aren't you sleeping in bed but lying here? Isn't it uncomfortable?" Before she could finish speaking, his strong hand wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her into the login room to lie down together. His decisive action both frightened and excited her, making her wonder if he was really asleep. But seeing that he didn't react and kept his eyes tightly shut, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Just as she was about to lower her guard, he suddenly closed the distance and faced her just a few inches away, making the young woman's heart race wildly. Seeing him sleep so soundly, she couldn't bear to wake him, so she decided to stay silent. Hein had no choice but to sacrifice himself and stay here a little longer. Until he woke up, he found himself holding a small plush bunny tightly in his arms, making him panic as he had no idea where the bunny came from. Just then, he noticed a neatly placed small box on the table. As expected from a goddess, she's so thoughtful until the very last moment. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a note reminding you to play games if you want, but remember to study too. Along with a very appetizing bennett box, he eats while making plans. Maybe today you should also go to school. After finishing your meal, you should get up and head to school. After searching for a while and still not finding Hein, just as he was about to call her, Cam suddenly rushed over, grabbing him and pulling him away without a word, leaving him stunned and confused. It wasn't until both of them arrived at the auditorium where the contest was held that he was participating in, but since he didn't register, of course no one else would be here. Surely Cam registered for him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Sung shot him a glare. Only then did he hurriedly apologize for not informing him earlier. Luckily, the program is about to start, so you won't be late or have to compete. The battle between the Virtual Reality Technology Department and the Creative Writing Department. A member of the Creative Writing Department, looking around nervously because he lost his way, took the opportunity to land a punch and knock out his opponent, including the clueless team captain who was confused and also got kicked out of the server. The crowd watching the match kept sighing in awe at his skill, and among them, someone recognized Jin Swung as the person in the event video. At this moment, everyone finally remembers that Jinung is the champion, which helps attract a large number of fans. After a tense and intense effort, the excitement finally comes to an end. With the overall victory for the Virtual Reality Technology Department and the Best Player award going to Jinung as he leisurely walks down the stands, the crowd recognizing him as Yan rushes over to beg for photos and signatures. Yes, you were so scared you ran away, not daring to look back. It took him a lot of effort to escape from their pursuit. Just as he was still confused about what was happening, his phone suddenly rang incessantly. This made you even more suspicious about life. And the caller was the player, Ja. Someone had uploaded a video of him soloing 30 of your characters on social media, edited it a bit, posted it online, and made quite a bit of money, so now he wants to share some of that reward with you. It made you quite curious about the amount of money you received. He also didn't hide it and said it was about 3 million gold, 10%. An impressive number really isn't too bad for you, and as long as you send a few more clips for him to edit and post online, both of you will keep earning profits. This deal sounds pretty sweet, making money just from playing games, so you're quite looking forward to it. Just as I grabbed my phone to leave, I was discovered at my hideout, forcing me to run for my life from these fans. In the central continent, the Black Hoods are preparing to clash fiercely with their opponents. The first guild looks at the desert land ahead with a bit of disdain, as if it were nothing more than a piece of cake. At the second guild, the Titans keep marching forward as if the scorching desert heat doesn't bother them at all. Meanwhile, the Guild of Purplender is also preparing to head to the central continent. But as expected, it's not as easy as they thought, so they decide to observe first. At Guild 4 Outland, the leader is very confident because other guilds have already paved the way, so his only job is to follow without effort or trouble. And finally, the Lotus Yan Guild and Ko are riding swiftly across the battlefield. Luckily, Ko knows the way, or else it would be a disaster. The mission announcement this time requires you to find the Holy Grail H-Zim in Sikh, with the rule that you must see the Empire Khan first. If you want that, then you must be the first to find it. Both of them are stopping at the gate of the Sikh relics and have become the first to arrive, which excites him greatly. He laughs brightly because everything is going smoothly. In the blink of an eye, evening was approaching. The sky subtly changed color and the second team had also arrived. But when he set foot in Ganchi Nu Ui, he was so furious he clenched his teeth and gritted them. Yuan cursed anyone who dared to discover him first. He had to kill that person to feel better. His aura is so strong that Yan on this side also feels a chill down his spine, and the intense late afternoon sun makes Balaam doubt Huni's direction. But in truth, he himself didn't know which direction to take. With supreme confidence, he believed that following the trail of darkness would lead him to the master, leaving the guy speechless at such arrogance. Suddenly, a thick black aura appeared right in the middle of the desert, catching him off guard. But he also wanted to see what it felt like. Thinking that way, Huni begins to chant, "Darkness, do you desire me or not?" Immediately, his body seemed to be pierced by 5 needles drawing in the thick black smoke toward him. Only after everything had vanished did he notice a dark, purple orb with a rare, strange logo appearing in his hand from nowhere. Jinjung and Kaso are currently at the Sikh historical site. Kaso skeptically asks if there's someone inside, as they will soon have to visit some graves and face monsters. But could there really be someone inside? While speaking, he stares intently at the tightly closed gate. Kaso's words made you pay close attention. Clearly they were the first to arrive, so how could there be someone inside? It wasn't until the gate gradually opened, leaving him stunned and speechless, that he looked up at Ganchi Huni standing right in front of him. He also didn't expect that you would be the one he's been searching for. Recalling the time he was beaten so badly he couldn't lift his head, he felt so bitter his eyes turned red. But coincidentally, this was the moment to settle old scores and new debts with Yan. Just thinking about it makes him laugh uncontrollably, and Kaso, seeing that, feels a chill down his spine. Could this guy have been cooled down? Finally, he managed to hold back his laughter, because today he will show you what respect really is. After saying that, he swiftly charged forward and knelt down in front of you to admit defeat, making him so angry he almost cried tears of frustration. Before he could even reach the attack, he was forced to kneel and raise his hands by your overwhelming power. But thinking back, you also have to admit this guy has really gotten stronger. He looks quite familiar with this dungeon. Thinking that, I called his name, almost making Huni's hanging heart skip a beat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I praised him as a pretty amazing person, making him question his own existence. I wonder what kind of glitch Yan is experiencing today. To make my words more convincing, I didn't hesitate to say that he is not only smart and knows Bat Kwai, but also skilled in dungeons, especially in Ming Ji Chop. So I would be happy if he became my teammate, though I wonder if he has any other wishes. Being acknowledged by his enemy and having to surrender made him even more arrogant, and he also immediately demanded the crown. Of course, I happily agreed, because I had no idea what that was. But the rest must be yours. He's not interested in anything else because the crown is all he needs. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan's eyes lit up like headlights, causing Ba Lam nearby to sense trouble and try to warn him. But Lai cut him off, urging to quickly destroy the dungeon monsters. Everyone boldly approached the large opening inside the relic. Huni announced they had arrived, causing him to doubt and ask again, "Is this the gate?" Seeing his confident look, it must be real. After saying that, he immediately placed the shiny purple ball into the black part of the eye, causing the purple smoke to spread continuously. The gate gradually shifted and swung open. Nuhai seemed delighted as the power of darkness had come together in harmony. An energy source burst in from behind. Yan and June couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the holy cup and the crown, and he also believed and asked again, stealing 270 from that guy. But June told him he's not Flo. Him was an ancient king of the giants in that central continent. He was a great ruler who governed the continent peacefully, but near the end of his reign he became a puppet of the immortal god and sowed the seeds of darkness across the entire central continent. The immortal god needs to restore the crown to regain his power, because Him's crown holds all the dark energy he has accumulated over the years. Ganshadi, holding the orb, shouted loudly, "I am here to reclaim Him's power. I am Gunjun, the successor of the immortal dark god, here to fulfill the 1,000-year-old pact." As a result, that little Kilian also roared in pain. Its stats dropped by 40% over 10 minutes, and it was temporarily blinded. Well done, Hun. But these are just his basic moves. Yan orders the team to defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. That way they could get what they wanted the earliest. Immediately, the earth demons charged together to seize Hazium, making him roar loudly. But this time, the stamina of the earth demons and the Fin kept decreasing rapidly, which Yan couldn't have imagined. Hazium is truly terrifyingly powerful. If it weren't for Jun, you would definitely be in danger. Even Kasa can't compare to it. When I mentioned Ka, I realized I didn't know where he had gone. When Yan turned, he saw him lying, leisurely and relaxed. "Have you been here all this time?" Xia replied with his eyes closed. "That's right, don't bother me with that weak monster like a snail." But Yan looked like he was begging. "That monster is too strong, help us out." CA took the opportunity to ask, unless he has a legendary armor, he won't help. Now he's already too exhausted with his outfit. Seeing that, Yan had to go along with his wishes, but wasn't entirely willing. My butt muttered, "What a waste, I mean this one here. If you take off the legendary armor, do you like it?" Ka immediately woke up and thanked you, then put it on and said he would be back soon. Kasa swung his sword and split the face of that Haim in half, causing the magical crown to fall clattering to the ground, and he picked it up with a joyful heart, meaning he had completed the mission. Jun happily lifts the crown, but the system announces it's choosing the strongest person in the room to be the new owner, so it suddenly jumps and flies toward Sa, then hops onto his head. Jihun's face darkened like a bottomless pit, and he cursed fiercely. Ka puts on the crown and admires himself. "Wow, this crown really suits a handsome guy like him, huh? See, I'm really amazing?" Huni was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. "Damn, if it weren't for him's crown, I wouldn't have been able to complete the hunt." That kid impatiently spoke in a strict tone. "Hey, at first we didn't agree on this." Actually, Yan didn't want things to turn out this way either. Huni's eyes were filled with worry. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? It's clear I can't compete with that white-haired guy. There is still another way for us to complete the mission. This crown is simply a conduit for the immortal god to fully take control of him. So if you stay close to the owner of this crown for the next 100 days, you will be able to absorb the leaking dark aura with the wooden coin, which has made Huni look much more lively. Is that true?" "Lucky me," the cold voice asked with a tilt of the head. "Is that so? Who gave you permission to do that? Don't even think about coming near me." He frowned and said, "Huni is a disgusting brat. He's not satisfied. How dare you say that to the future Lord of Darkness? You will inherit the power of the immortal god. That's extremely disrespectful." And it's because of its childish and arrogant attitude that Kasa hates it so much. Yan softly pleads for one chance. "Lord Kasa, why don't we help him just this once?" Yan whispered in his ear, careful not to let Huni overhear and jump up. "See, he's a very pitiful child. From the way he talks, you can tell he's not normal. After hearing my advice, Sia is also considering it. If you agree to my proposal, you must become my subordinate. However, if you can become stronger than me, I will agree to free you. If you truly are the descendant of the immortal god, at least you should have that much courage, right?" Huni heard the order to become a subordinate and got angry again. "This guy wants to humiliate me, but to increase my strength, I have no choice but to become strong enough and crush that white-haired guy." Although it was a bit unfair to someone as arrogant as Huni, in the end, it still chose to prioritize its own benefit. At the Titan Continental Guild Hall, a fierce battle was raging. Zahn found it hard to believe that Sakjian was the first to arrive there. Everything had been wiped out by him. "I'm sure it's the Dark Luna Guild. They used binoculars and saw something over there." "Is that a historical relic? Did you find it already?" "Is that a dungeon?" She looked surprised with her eyes wide open. "No, that's the War Tower. At the Luna Central Alliance base, the Guild Master asked Solon if he had found any clues about the Holy Grail. His face is always cold. Sir Chairman, I have found it. According to the reconnaissance report, it is located in the central part of the historical site in Him's tomb. Laran ordered you to immediately lead 30 people and set out. I will stay close behind. This is not the end of it." "Sir, there's a small problem. Someone has entered the site before us, and judging by the flags, they seem to be from the Lucibo Kingdom. La didn't expect that in the Lucip Kingdom there would be someone able to enter the central area so quickly. At this point, what would be the best way to handle it?" Quick attack and seize the Holy Grail as fast as possible, or do we have another plan? But according to the Guildmaster, we don't need to rush. We can make good use of the time, which means we just need to make sure we don't let them find us. We will take down the Lucip gang as soon as they step outside with the Holy Grail in hand. According to Yan, nothing else matters inside. At least I completed the hunt. You now possess him's Holy Grail, have achieved the exploration target of Sick Ruins, and reached rank SX. You have received an additional 25 million experience points for successfully completing the hunt. A new tracking link has been established. Use his Holy Grail to seize a camp, with the Holy Water increasing the expansion rate of the Central Continent base and shortening the occupation time. Use the power of the Holy Cup to seize a base with no bounty difficulty, conditions unknown, and a time limit of 7 days. If you lose or the Holy Cup is stolen, the system will automatically consider the hunt failed. If you want to reclaim the Holy Cup, please restart the chase. He hesitated slightly after reading. Wait a minute, if there are instructions like this, it means other forces might want to steal the Holy Grail, even if we hold the base. And thought with his chin in his hand, then looked at Casa to assess the current situation. Even if we manage to seize the base, the Holy Grail will still be stolen. Casa won't listen anyway. It's unlucky. If we lose this chase, we still need to get stronger first. After thinking everything through, Yan told everyone to go. Where did it go? Cancel the summon P. But P's close associate refused to cancel the summon. It cannot be canceled. He shouted its name to find it. Turns out it was just wandering around. I keep smelling something really delicious. Then I accidentally followed it to a very high place. But I just need to climb up here. I can do it. So that's where the sweet smell is coming from. This irresistible fragrance is too tempting. So delicious. Yin is trying to cancel the summoning while Pooji is biting into a flower petal. I still want to eat more. However, the recall cancellation was nullified by the power of the ancient 100-year-old tree, and so it was knocked headfirst to the ground. He secretly curses Yan, the owner, as useless. We just took a bite and he already cancelled the summon. But thanks to the power of this medicinal herb, I remain unharmed. Suddenly, a clone of Pooty appeared and asked who you are, causing Pooh to panic and shout. No way. Udai suddenly remembered what Yan had said. In the northern continent, there is a turtle named Podge. Clearly, it is the most handsome turtle in the world. But, you know, I can't stand hearing those words. I know there's no turtle as handsome and amazing as my Pooh. So, do you know what I was thinking? Maybe it's because my PJ has eaten too much and gained weight. Could that be the reason you're not the most handsome turtle in the world? I've fed you too many meatballs, so I can't let you eat anymore. Pooty, do you understand how I feel? So just wait and see. I will turn you into the most handsome turtle in the universe. Yan remembers every word she said and never forgets a single one. She never thought she would meet her in a place like this. Pooty is extremely angry, already despising P even without any interaction. B has sparkling eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes that are stunning. At that moment, Yan also appeared. Lai barely managed to catch your scent, so we almost couldn't keep up. He was so surprised when P turned around. What is this turtle? Is this P? I made that up. It was deeply moved because Yan had found its lost identity. To show my gratitude, I will offer you something I cherish. Yan also stretched out his hand. If he offers it, I guess I should accept it too. It spits out something sticky from its mouth that's covered in saliva. Although a bit dirty, it's a soul crystal. Legendary level magic classification, restrictions on equipment use depend on familiarity, with all combat abilities increased by 55%. All cooldowns of innate abilities are reduced by 15% when worn by ancient turtles, allowing the wearer to use the water curtain ability. The water curtain prevents any weapons from piercing through, lasting for 15 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. It can be switched back to the user Yan once at the start. It is an item containing a fragment of the soul of the legendary ancient turtle. It holds the secret for an ancient turtle to grow and become a dragon turtle. He silently thought that if Pooh evolved, it could become a dragon. But Dee had been sleeping for a very long time, so I don't remember much. Please help me recover my memories. Huang Kui Badi's mission in the ancient relics, a giant admirer, Long Kwai has awakened after his long sleep. However, because of that sleep, P cannot remember their past. To recover their memories, you must find the magical orb of the Imperial Dragon Seal hidden somewhere in the tomb. Find the magical orb of the Imperial Dragon Turtle, and return to P. The hidden quest has SS difficulty. The condition is that the player must earn the trust of the Imperial Turtle. You must successfully defeat him without a time limit. The reward is the Huangkwai token, which only one team member can receive. The armor of the Dragon Emperor. All team members will gain reputation based on their clearance level. Yan needs to gather information to upgrade Pooji, but it even gives him tasks, benefiting itself greatly. Right now, Ga is lying alone, staring at the ceiling. Everyone has already gone to find that ugly turtle. So boring. I should go outside and get some fresh air. He stretched and yawned while Solin's people were watching for an assassination. He lunged to ambush Casa, but he reacted just in time and dodged with incredible speed. He grabbed his arm and struck him hard in the middle, causing him to cry out in pain. Not just one, but many masked figures were also surrounding from above on the cliff. Casa bravely pointed and asked, "Who are you?" Solin hesitated for a moment, knowing they are strong enough to conquer dungeons, but with such power he asked again in a firm voice, "I ask who you are. Hand over the Holy Grail and let's kill him." Casa alone can temporarily handle them. Solin directly engages to kill that bastard. I didn't expect Casa just needs to strike to wipe out the guild members instantly. While the owner is on the way, I have to buy more time with all my might. So Len takes a running start and strikes downwards. While the club leader is leaving, I have to hold him back. Casa smirks maliciously, directly taking her life with a single slash. "Oh, I don't think I told you. I didn't bring the Holy Grail." So Len felt truly guilty. Damn unlucky fate. "Sorry, my lord." Ka, holding his weapon with regret, says, "My weapon is broken again. There are a few good ones around here, right? Maybe I should stop by that bastard lord's place or somewhere." Later, that event became known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. Among the members of the Dark Luna gang, Sakchian was also involved. It's good that we received that mission. Sakchian heard about the war tower from Lakdamu during the previous mission. At that moment, someone told him he looked really miserable. "Sorry, I failed, and you probably won't be able to achieve your goal anymore. Instead, I will give you information that the war tower is a place to hunt monsters or buy rare artifacts and items, but you need at least 5,000 contribution points to enter. What I am looking for is Feya's flag. The relic can double the experience gained from hunting monsters. As long as we obtain this relic, we will be much stronger. The Khan territory will win the battle." Suddenly, the thief felt something pressing against him. That was the Desert Warrior's Heart Skill book. The legendary passive skill has no consumption cost and no cooldown time. You can create a sword barrier by focusing your mind, with a 15% chance to form it before a surprise attack. The sword barrier will block 300% of damage to the user and reflect 150% of that damage back. And the skill can only be activated if the swordsmanship level exceeds that of the swordmaster when the barrier is formed. Player damage increases by 10% for the next 15 hits and can stack continuously for up to 10 attacks. This is probably a legendary item. Sakjian thought that if I could get this skill book, I could increase my stats rapidly, but I also had to spend all my contribution points to buy it. Then I can't buy the Flag of Farah anymore? Is it okay if I use all my contribution points just before a major battle breaks out? But I no longer have a chance to get that skill book either, and then he bought the Desert Warrior's Heart of Loyalty skill book. Your contribution points have decreased by 12,000 is. Now only 375 remain. That's right, the stronger I become, the stronger the team will be. I didn't expect Sakjian to also hate Lai Rian. This time, I will definitely defeat that bastard. Inside a small cube is a legendary ranked item. Yan is waiting outside for Flon and Yu Hun to arrive. Finally, they're here. "You're late. Has there been any progress with Yu Hyun's inquiry?" Yan boasts about his achievements. "Of course, I also obtained the Holy Grail, but I still have some questions." Yan's intention now is to find the magic gem of a turtle named Paj, but how could there be a turtle called Paj? Folan has heard this story many times before, but there is a hidden NPC related to his work. That makes sense since hidden NPCs are named based on the context. Hoodie can feel the darkness inside him boiling. I want to face the enemy as soon as possible. Eon was about to ask Huni, "Since everyone is here, do you want to go hunting?" Yu Hyun was confused, not knowing who this kid was, so he fought back, saying, "I am not a kid, and I don't belong to anyone. I will become the Lord of Darkness, you damn brat." Yan is worried about Casa, but he will probably find his own way. Yan initiates an attack first, with Yu Hyun and Florin lending their strength, guided by the wizard's blessing. Yu Hyun's power has increased by 30%. Death Knights make our enemies suffer with hopeless darkness. In this situation, Gilly, you have defeated the Corpian monster. After the battle, Yan thinks most of the hunting here is done. Suddenly, Puji looked panicked. Something was coming. Everyone was confused and unaware of what was happening, and unexpectedly, a hidden boss level 200 monster emerged from the ground, equipped with a magic gem. A hand emerged from the ground, and a level 200 hidden boss Sao Lan with a magic gem was so powerful that just the pressure of the wind was enough to throw everyone off. Yan told Jo Yoon to step forward and shield them, but even blocking the falling rocks was too much for her. And Anna has to do something himself, but he can't fight alone without Ka. Suddenly, Salan jumps up out of the hole, heading toward him. Both Florin and Ganchi Huni were terrified by Salen's breath skill. It gathered a fireball. The magic gem suddenly flashed, and it shot out a column of fire aimed at them. even making him afraid, thinking he would die here. But Pooh suddenly appeared and struck Salin with a tidal wave that immediately extinguished the flames. It's not the heavens or ancestors supporting, but the fat turtle supporting. Pooh used the spirit summoning technique it learned from Papaji. It gave Jan a thumbs up. You guys are so cool, so cool. Casa also arrives at this moment, showing off his top-notch physique like a salt mountain reaching the ceiling. Plus the rain from the earlier water and fire resonance. The armor and weapons Y bought earlier are put into the bag. Tell me, you did it on purpose, right? You're just warming up, so you came a bit late and scared everyone half to death. You said Casa should defeat the Salan. I looked at it and then said, this Salan still hasn't absorbed the magic gem completely. He tilted his head, twirled his ear, and said he didn't want to do it, but if there was a reward, he would. Yeah, no one likes working in this cold weather. Especially for unpaid jobs like this. Jan reminisces about the past. This guy only works if he's rewarded. Anyway, since they've found a way to destroy it, he decided to do it himself. Ian, Pooji, Folan, and Ganchi Huni gathered together. He stabilizes the film on the ground to retrieve it and orders the earth to unleash its depths, a purple light drawing the rubble inside, freeing Jo-hyun, who has been holding on all this time. Next, you order Jo-hyun to continue fighting against the earth press. Ganchi Huni and Lai keep drawing Salon's attention. You order your servants to attack everywhere, keeping Salon on the move. Taking the opportunity, Folan gently lifts Yan and Fuck as you fly up. You ride Phi into the air with Salon right below. Even at level 200, if they attack together, its vitality will decrease. Its blood volume keeps decreasing. Ion's attack power also increases, gathering strength at the gem on the staff. Summoning the thunderstorm, combined with your power, creates accumulated electrical energy in the stones, aimed directly at Salon. The rain absorbed the lightning, and the charged energy crystals pierced through its wounds. Sal chose a lightning column that paralyzed its entire body. Its blood continuously decreased, and after a scream, it collapsed. It looks just like a roasted, charred dinosaur as the magic gem falls out of its body. Yan becomes the first to defeat Salon and earns the title of Lan Su Slayer. Experience and reputation both increase. He lands and picks up the gem that Papaji requested, an item capable of altering a person's potential for evolution. And of course, Yan plans to use this gem to upgrade Pai, holding the gem in his hand. After the evaluation, you'll understand the reason why you've been working so hard these past few days. Putting the gem into his pocket, he suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten anything, so he told Ganchi Huni to clean up. While he was confused and unsure why he had to do this, someone suddenly disappeared without a trace. Returning to reality, he tiredly dragged himself to order food, only to find Hazen already waiting behind him. She grabs your hand. Today, she is determined to pull you out of that world of games. Hurry up and get dressed so we can go on a date together. The guy who has never had a girlfriend before, now holding hands with a girl at the amusement park, looks so surprised. The two of them rode the roller coaster, ate snacks, and watched the fireworks light up the sky at night. Suddenly, he asked Hazen what she would do if she received someone else's belongings that she needed. She thought he was about to confess and felt very disappointed. Still, I remind you that no matter how much you need it, the item should go back to its owner, because it doesn't belong to you. The one hiding a bright smile, you said you were right. Thank you very much. You took Hazen home and she guesses you'll be playing the game all day tomorrow. Suddenly she asks how she looked today. You look very handsome, and the two of you part ways, shyly. The next morning you meet Papaji in the game and return the magic pearl. Did it suddenly turn against its master just to get revenge? But you only responded with a thing, so go back to your owner. Although you also wanted to use the gem to upgrade Puai, only then did it become gentle again. Controlling your thoughts is easy, but your heart is not. You have overcome temptation and doubt in a miraculous way. Although there are fluctuations, it values your honesty. Now it can return to its glorious past. The gem slowly merged with Papaji, suddenly glowing with a golden light, and its body changed. After the light faded, a three-headed dragon turtle hybrid appeared. Looking at Papaji's new body, anyone might think that if used for poo, it could look this cool. Papaji made a suggestion to you because he is very grateful. Him's soul is no longer here, so there's no need to protect this place. He wants to join you. As I spoke, I knocked down 3 heads to the ground, feeling a bit confused, but then opening my arms to welcome them. Briefly reviewing the state of the central continent, the guilds under Kaimon are Zuna in first place and Titan in second. Meanwhile, the guilds belonging to the Lukip Kingdom are On, Slender, and Valian. The place where Ion is standing is a new continent and a desolate desert. With no resources, the guilds are struggling to develop their territories despite spending money. The Kaimon Empire is home to many powerful guilds with overwhelming strength. Ion's alliance has just been formed. Even if they rush, they can't avoid the fact that the central continent is filled with monsters above level 130. Even with the establishment of a core, there's no guarantee it can be protected. When mentioning the word origin, Papaji might not know, so I asked if there was a village, and he understood, but I also don't know if it still exists. The place they discovered as the origin is a war trading station. You're hoping for relics, but the only things traded are food and resources without the origin. Suddenly, Casa mentioned the war tower. Curious why he knew so much, he revealed that he had operated on the central continent before being captured by Kai Mon. Why didn't you say anything? Because no one asked. Also, I forgot that if you go to the war tower, you can exchange contribution points for relics. However, the tower is located in the west, where Kai Mon holds control. Liahan arrives at the tower as San and Lizahan discuss, frustration evident on his face. Isn't it supposed that both empires agreed to share information? Li isn't easy either. The Dutan society seems too focused on expanding their territory, so I forgot to mention it. I think the war between the two empires, with Sajian suggesting using the tower, although annoyed, Liahan had no choice but to accept, because if Dunan turns away, it would only be a loss. San worries that the other side might discover the relic or something they missed. La steps out of the tower, bids farewell, and reports that he found nothing, but in reality, he has discovered a relic of Magellan. Back with Jan's group, they are discussing establishing the origin, and you suggest taking over the frontline territory. They all shout, and you explain that although the risk is high, the competition is low, and it wouldn't be a waste of a large amount of effort to occupy the origin. Lucip is on our side, so we only need to worry about Kaimon. Joyun fears that if Kaimon attacks continuously, they will run out of resources and supplies, and also have to face attacks from the two leading factions. Yin smiled, already having a plan for this. There is a large fortress in the wilderness, and about 4.5 hours remain to seize the base. Jo Hyun happily joked that thanks to the divine sword of Jim, the construction was progressing quite quickly. Fiolin also didn't hesitate to praise, yes, Jan's efforts are paying off. We're not sure if building a military base at the front is the right decision. Yin confidently patted his chest and said, don't worry, Fiolin, just trust me. Since my teammates have arrived, I will go to meet them. Couple happily waved and called out, you're over there. Bin also nodded in greeting. It's been a long time. The Lord, seeing them again makes him very happy. Kabuli, Goan, Bolin, Sia, thank you for coming. You remember something. Sia, do you still have leadership points left? The young lady also respectfully replied, yes, Your Majesty. Why do you ask? You're not really hiding anything. I've just gotten a new attendant, but I'm short on leadership points. Can you take care of Dangdom for a while? Zaya respectfully obeys. Of course, it's an honor for me. At this moment, many future plans are already forming in your mind. Thanks to Thuan Longvu, I really don't need to earn more leadership points, but I don't have enough leadership points to summon all the spirit beasts. Since Papaji is a heavyweight fighter, even if I summon Dangdae, it wouldn't have much to do. If I leave it to Jia, I can use Dangdae as a secondary fighter when I go with Sejia. Sia saw you hesitate for a moment, then looked at you confused and suddenly summoned Dangdae, a giant stone monster resembling a chimpanzee, which you gently petted and whispered to, apologizing to Dangdae but asking if it could stay with Zia for a while, promising to become stronger and come back for it. It obediently stayed by Zia's side, and she was very happy to have it as her companion, working together to improve. You may feel a bit reluctant, but you still have to remind him. Don't cause trouble and remember to listen to her. Far away, two mysterious-looking people are inspecting the distant fortress. Lihan asks, so Len, who are the fools building a base at the front line? Yes, rank 107. They are the rogue guild from the kingdom, looking interested. Just when I was bored, they're the perfect prey. So Len quickly interrupted to remind her owner. Sorry for the intrusion, but if we attack their base now, there's a risk, and Luipa's guilds will send reinforcements from the outskirts. Then she hints at a conspiracy. Why don't we use Meglan's relic that you received from the war tower? She hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Fine. Since you've been defeated by those strange guys, the current guild members are all at a low level. If it weren't for that, we could have attacked them immediately. Then she raised her red badge and smirked cunningly. That's just how it is. We should try Megalan's relic to test the strength of these desert warriors. Megalan's relic is an item you can only receive after being recognized by the desert warriors on the central continent. The person who receives this relic will be protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent will become allies of the relic holder and their nation, giving you the power to command the desert warriors. At this moment, she turns back and orders someone to wipe them out. Damn it. An undead warrior appeared behind So Len out of nowhere, making him jump. So Len watched in horror as he drew 2 knives from his body. When did he arrive here? That guy is very strong. Right now, the bell is ringing loudly in the city. The patrol soldiers shouted as the desert warriors approached through the thick dust. The entire army is preparing for battle. The desert warriors, seemingly fearless with their glowing red eyes, continue rushing toward the city. Ka and An stand on the city wall watching. Yan asks if all the desert warriors are supposed to be neutral. He didn't hesitate to explain. It's a relic of Megalon, an item that allows you to command the desert warriors. I guess it has fallen into Kai Moon's hands. Yan was furious to hear that. That's definitely cheating. How could you possibly command a dozen level 120 NPCs to do your bidding? Could you help us, please? But Kasasa just turned and walked away. I won't join. I owe the desert warriors a lot. Yen suddenly seemed to understand something more. If that's the reason for Kasasa's loyalty point, then it's truly miraculous. I guess we have no other choice. Somehow we must try our best and stop the desert warriors. After preparing everything, Yan summoned all three of his divine beasts, calling back Hai and Papaji. Sejia, excited to see the new spirit beast he summoned, asked, "Is that the attendant you just received?" The desert warriors also realized that the yellow dragon is Hoang Long Kuei. Actually, it's Hoang Long Kuei. The ones guarding Utdim's treasure are fighting like this. Does that mean they are the ones who defeated Utdim's guardian spirit? Kathojian quickly warned his subordinates. Don't let your guard down. They are not ordinary enemies. Everyone behind him was shouting about the usual challenge. Suddenly, Yan had a quick thought. Should I try out the combo I've been wanting to test? Thinking it over, he immediately ordered Lai to charge forward. But Kathojian, not one to fear death, directly blocked Lai's attack alone and fought back. Lai's also very lucky to have Papaji's long turtle protective skill, which absorbs 74 damage on his behalf when used. Kathoan's sword was knocked away. Yan seized the opportunity to press forward. Hale, the Wind Guardian, with just one roar from Hale, the agility of all allies increased by 30%. Then Lai used Fenja's Fury to enter a rage state, increasing all stats by 50% and critical hit rate by 20%. With just a swipe of its claw, Kathojian was now seriously injured. Only then did he realize who he was dealing with. Is that a spirit beast? How can a spirit beast defeat all of our desert warriors? No, if we can't defeat that spirit beast, we must kill the summoner. Kathojian, overwhelmed with rage, charged at Yan intending to kill him, but was knocked away by Paulin before he could reach him. Bin, after defeating Kathojian, couldn't help but marvel and say to Yan, "Just as you said, they immediately turned to attack you." Yen sat confidently on Ha's back, watching his overwhelming victory. Of course, that's how it would be. Jiahan, who watched the entire battle from afar, was furious, yet he was defeated by a level 107 guild. Is Kathojian too weak now? Jahan may have left, but he was still seething inside. First was Solin's failure, and now it was the desert warriors. A string of failures is a disgrace to Dark Juna's reputation. Then she turned back and told Solin to send a message to Taitani. The time has come for us to start hunting Lucipa. Her expression now seems capable of killing anyone who gets close to her. At Yan's place, the pile of bodies on the ground has now turned into purple smoke that he has absorbed completely. Seeing him gather it all, 1,000 question marks seem to appear above Ha's head. At this moment, he hears a notification in his head that Kos's hatching rate has reached 91% and feels excited. All right, Kos is about to hatch. Now order the entire army to return to the city and let's go inside. After the desert warriors' surprise attack, Yan started to feel worried. Luckily, I arrived just in time, but protecting the base without me seems difficult. We need a plan, and thanks to Y, and the city was safe. Johyun feels deeply grateful. Thanks. We don't even need to go in anymore. We have always held on to the hope that everything will be fine. Seeing my friend look worried, I tried to reassure him. Isn't it a good thing that nothing happened? Then you fell into silence for a moment. I'll be honest, the sand warriors I just defeated are much stronger than I thought. If Papaji and Paulin hadn't joined the fight, we would have lost. So there must be something we can do, right? Yohun, can you protect the base for a while? He agreed generously, without hesitation. Of course, now that I have a definite answer from my friend, I feel reassured. Thank you. I will come back later. Take care. In the kingdom of Lucipa, the capital Muzan, a soldier is shouting loudly, "If you are here for the Central Continent mission, please line up here." You arrived later than the others and looked at the line in amazement. Damn it, do all these people want to go to the Central Continent? The soldiers kept shouting non-stop, lining up for the fake adventurers heading to the Central Continent. As he queued, he felt anxious. This line was too long. How long would he have to wait? Suddenly soldiers came to call, interrupting your thoughts. Are you Lord Y? Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still recognized the name. It must be me. And who is this guy? The soldier patted his chest proudly. I'm not sure if you'll remember, but I was once in the same camp as you during the Griffin mission and the War Prisoner mission. You also vaguely sensed something, but the soldier kept talking non-stop. What brought you here? Lord Namtuk? I honestly just wanted to go to the Central Continent, but seeing this line, Lin just chuckled and patted his chest to assure me. Leave it to me, I'll take you to captain him right away. Hearing that, you couldn't be happier. Really? Thanks a lot. Right now, two people are chatting happily in the distance. The mysterious cloaked figure curiously asks who that guy is. The royal guards have recognized him and are giving him special treatment. The muscular guy also guesses. I guess that even in the game, knowing the right people is pretty important. Does that mysterious guy suddenly realize it's him? In those top-ranked announcement videos, the muscular boy immediately understood what his friend meant. You mean that summoner? I think its nickname is YN or something like that, so that guy is a well-known summoner. The mysterious boy shook his head. I don't think so, but I'm sure his level is around 17 or so. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their argument. Their health must be above 130 now, both of them said in unison. Who are you and how do you know? The girl slowly removes her hood. Because I am the #1 authentic summoner, Lowen. The two people's eyes lit up brightly when they saw Lowen introduce himself, the summoner, Lo Genin. Lowen confidently continued. The strength of summoners is judged by the spirit beasts they summon. People might not know this. Ever since Yan turned on his hidden stats mode, he's been the strongest summoner here, but he just doesn't want to show it. Yan has now arrived at Helm's room and is very happy to see him again. Yan, why are you here? You didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Sir Helm, I want to fight on the front lines in the central continent. PHPH Lan Lan saw Hyun musing and asked, what are you thinking? Hyun looked dejected. No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand Jin Sung. PH Luo Lan pats Hyun on the shoulder to comfort him, saying don't worry, everything will be fine, after all it's Yan. As time passed, the battle between the Dragon King and the Empire continued without end, with the Empire's victory firmly established as the kingdom kept suffering defeat after defeat. So Yan returned to the base to strengthen his forces for the upcoming battles. The goals he set were all achieved thanks to the remarkable achievements he contributed. Yan was assigned to oversee the construction of a fortress with 3 watchtowers and a forward outpost. Hyun gratefully looked at Yan. Thanks to you, the fortress was completed, but how did you do it? Jinung Yan still doesn't understand what Hun is talking about. What do you mean? Hyunun started to ask about each thing in detail. Even with many remarkable achievements, you still wouldn't have enough money or manpower to build such a massive fortress. But in response, Hyunun received a victorious smile on Yan's face. If you want, I can do it. Yan started to talk nonstop. Your nose is about to point straight at the sky. Now let me explain the most important part. Saving up materials and resources in a deserted wasteland is extremely difficult, with no places to trade. Even if you have money, other factions have used funds from their command centers to mobilize materials from other regions to expand their bases. Of course, basically we do the same thing, but there is one difference. That difference is the boundary. And the preparations I made earlier when I established the spiritual beast breeding facility with Professor Lai Jim Yunun, I prepared many things to prevent accidents. That task was quite difficult. Thanks to that, Professor was still very excited, thinking that the money flowing into my pocket from this game was even more than a month's salary from teaching. Hyun was so shocked he wanted to shout out loud. How many summoners are out there? I didn't expect you to spread the knowledge of summoning so widely beforehand. Yan, saw Hai. Un so excited and quickly reassured him. Listen to me. First, I've posted all the strategies on how to become a summoner on the Secret Monster Evolution bulletin board. That is essential for summoners and their spirit beasts to know how to care for them. As a result, the number of summoners in our land has increased rapidly, leading to a boom in trade and making this land prosperous. In addition, I am opening a second large-scale spirit beast farm in a city I recently set my sights on. These places will serve as resource hubs for us. Hyun can't believe it. It's incredible. And what about the personnel? Lowen just appeared out of nowhere and interfered. I can explain that. Hyun seems to be a fellow supporter of Lowen, so seeing her immediately lights up his eyes. Why is a revered hero like you, Lowen, working in this dark place? Hyun saw his friend criticizing his comrades over a girl and immediately retorted, What? The place I built with blood, sweat, and tears is actually just a shabby ruin? Lowen patted his chest and explained, Basically, the workers will be provided by our Golden Summoners. Hun wondered what the Golden Summoner was. The Golden Summoner is a group of about 20 highly talented and high-ranking summoners, a dream team for every summoner. But in reality, they are a secret group of followers of Yan's unofficial rivals. When it comes to idols, Logen becomes incredibly enthusiastic, and the Yan team starts actively helping out. Ever since Lord Yan, who never publicly revealed this, I shared a post on the bulletin board about the touching story of why we help. Hyunin was goosebumps when hearing Lowen say, Logen, everyone's idol, is actually a founding member of this amazing organization. Yan also had to admit in horror to Hyun, So at first I was quite shocked, but in the end, Thi-hyun managed to regain her composure. Is it okay that you helped him for free? She immediately denied. Oh my God, what are you talking about? Free of charge? Of course we will receive a deserved reward. Yen also explained I gave her some charms, all of which depicted Pwak symbols and made the Logan jump with joy. The charms with familiar spirit animal images of Lord Yan and Upujihun at this point understood everything. So basically, you've managed the staffing and labor issues after meeting Len and Moran and accepted Olivia's unarmed village as part of your assets. And to gain more capital, you're also building a spiritual beast farm. Yan at this moment had to grit his teeth and answer yes, because he had to push the lively Lo Jen beside him. Please take good care of me, Lord Yan. Suddenly, something fell from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Hain angrily looked at Jinzheng. What are you doing? Seeing her like that, Yan was about to faint and shouted loudly. Hein, it's not what you think. But she left with a gloomy face as if she was going to kill someone. Anyway, have a good time. Then she closed the door, leaving Yan's mind in turmoil. Why was Hain there at that moment? I didn't think he was at a level that could come here. But when I saw Hai Unun scratching his head and saying, he said the feeling at the Northern Temple is very boring and wanted to come here. Did I forget to mention this? Then he understood everything, and he was so furious he could hardly contain himself, his whole body burning with rage. The people at the Runa base trembled as Jia Jian spoke mockingly. It seems that tomorrow the central continent will have snow. I thought you weren't interested in the Luciepa kingdom since Jiahan has been listening to her talk and growing angrier. I can't even reveal our defeat to them. If they find out, they'll definitely try to surpass our rank to take the top spot. Gon kept talking non-stop, saying, It's fine. If we attack them from the front together, we won't need any strategy. Gon immediately disagreed. No, let's do it this way. Our group will attack from the front. Titan should take the detour and handle Lakalan and Senor. Jahan also disagrees with Jahan's strategy. Is there a particular reason for that? There will definitely be heavy losses if Juna acts from the front without us. Aren't you afraid of Okalin and Espendo? Jahan isn't at a disadvantage? No, of course not. This is simply a one-sided slaughter. We will act strategically tomorrow. Somewhere else, a flying ship is hovering in the sky. Hello to all viewers. Everyone quickly recognized that voice. It was Han and Lucia's announcement. The news anchors continued to deliver updates directly to the viewers, reporting ongoing clashes between the Khan Empire and Luciepa over the central continent. But this is the first time the Khan Kingdom's councils have contacted our informants to issue an invasion warning. Han leads again. Now we can see the scale of the Khan Empire's armies, including the Duna faction and the Desert Warriors. Seeing such a supportive crowd, Han can't help but be amazed. It's truly an incredible sight. The Desert Warriors are fighting alongside Dark Juna. I guess the rumor about Meglin's relic being in Lan's hands is true. On the other hand, isn't the Luciepa Kingdom's army a bit suspicious? Which faction is occupying that base? Lucia started checking the ranking of 95. I think they just recently made it into the top 100. Will the 3rd and 4th rank guilds like Okalan and Pendor support them? Guild leader Saimu of Okalan, support that nonsense. Will anything change? Even if we send reinforcements, right, Martin? Leader of the Pendor Society, Martin? You are correct that leader of the Valiant Society, Roy Chen, has nothing to change with a rank 95 guild, even if they receive reinforcements. Hyun is currently under extreme pressure. Are you sure we can stop them? Do you think any guild will send reinforcements? And still firmly replied. There won't be any reinforcements from other guilds, but don't worry, we have them now. At this moment, Jia Han handed So Len a short sword and told him to hold it. So Len looked confused. This dagger is a fake made by Jia Han. It's the summoner's enchanted sword. Use it to attack the back gate. So Len dares not delay. Yes, I obey. Jia Han returns to command the army. All right, all soldiers, crush these bastards. Hyun was feeling very confused right now. It's starting, we're going to lose. The opponent is Juna, it will be a tough battle. Ian pats his shoulder comfortably and says, enjoy it, after all it's just a game. Hearing his friend say that, he also feels more courageous. All right, all soldiers prepare for battle. Activate the defensive tower, and immediately the cannons on the wall start firing continuously at Dark Juna's group. Jia Han rides his horse, watching them without saying a word. The crowd below is fighting fiercely, desperately battling like moths drawn to the flame. The large gun has been drawn and aimed carefully, firing a powerful shot. The crowd below watched in silence, unable to move. As soon as it touched the ground, a destructive explosion erupted, accompanied by screams that filled the sky. Those two young men looked so scared their faces turned pale. The sweaty gang leader was trembling all over. This time, luck was not on their side. He opened his eyes wide in fear as more cannons were quickly fired, bringing destruction and causing everyone to scream loudly. Gahan kept watching carefully. Their fortress defenses aren't ordinary. Have they upgraded them? He frowned in annoyance, knowing half his forces would be lost before reaching the gate with this formation. I didn't expect a giant cannon to be coming this close now. I wonder if I can react in time. He quickly activated the matrix to cut through and block it. The matrix slowed down the enormous super cannon. At the last moment, it exploded with a bang right above his head, making him nearly jump out of his skin. Then he looked straight ahead as if determined to do something. The reins were pulled tight. He galloped straight through the chaotic crowd and exploding bombs that made the soldiers terrified, and when he was close, he quickly surged forward. A high leap allows him to observe easily and quickly cast his magic. His eyes narrow with determination, so take this magic. He descended rapidly, causing a large explosion that seemed to respond to a big blast for them. He landed swiftly, and Gon had successfully destroyed the defensive wall perfectly. He looked serious, knowing this would create a path for their forces. He happily watched the remaining debris burn away. Did those crazy people spend all that money just to reinforce the base? But where did that money come from? Looking at the strange tower in front of him, it seemed he had never seen a defensive tower like this before. Jiahan quickly drew his sword, thinking that dwelling on this would only cause a chain reaction. He narrowed his eyes, but now there was an even more important issue at hand. Jiahan quickly drew his sword and charged forward. Now he had to eliminate them all to feel satisfied. Right now, Jindung is busy admiring the results. Truly a top-tier guildmaster. He and his spirit beast are full of excitement. Although he had high hopes for it, they still couldn't break through this wall easily. Looks like I have to step in now. Each jade bird has been fully activated. Everything is ready, just waiting for Jindung to step forward. Below the wall, something is approaching at a very fast speed, and in the sky, he's not falling behind. Let's see who's faster. The entire city is now engulfed in flames, yet a sense of solemnity still remains. HH observes with excitement as the battle has been underway for a while. Below are the wreckage, scattered weapons, and fallen bodies everywhere. Looking at it now, it's no different from a mass grave. Both sides have suffered heavy losses. Some are exhausted and sleeping right by the wall, while others are sprawled out on the ground. Bodies and corpses are scattered everywhere. The aftermath of this battle is truly terrifying. At this moment, at the back gate of the Lao space, a group of soldiers has gathered there. The leader is Solon, who said he would send a signal from inside, but has it been too long? And also, what about that strange guy now? He takes out his binoculars. Fan and Gachihini are already waiting, standing with the strange creature he faced before. What if that is part of the Lu Society? Fakan looked very bored as they had to guard the back gate. Suddenly, the gate opened, and he was extremely frightened. He looked very focused, still holding on to a small chance to win, which was when the owner's sword was in his hand. Inside the gate, the atmosphere is eerily silent and terrifying, with bodies scattered everywhere. Someone has already quickly reported that the gate has been opened. Now, everyone, move forward. The soldiers quickly followed orders and ran off. You just stood there silently, watching everyone leave before slowly removing your mask. You're done here. Now you have to wait for him to handle it. DS and the soldiers are starting to rush in, making Jiahan confused. He looked at the people below, confused about what was happening, still needing to break through many defensive towers before his army could advance. And suddenly he realized something more troublesome. Jindung. He's flying very fast now. Just by looking, he recognized who he was. One of the core members of Lotus. The two young men from earlier still looked at each other in confusion before suddenly the gate slammed shut. They know there's another wall inside this one. Should they go now, but they have to fight. Jiahan senses something's wrong. This can't be happening. Jindung brandished his staff, but it was too late now. The power was unleashed along with his excitement. This is revenge for his comrades. Suddenly, everything opened their eyes as if receiving energy. Within their ranks lies an overwhelming power. Suddenly, with this strange force, the sky darkened, and a massive lightning bolt appeared in the center, spreading to Jiahan's soldiers. These damages are enormous. With each person taking hit after hit, no one spared. Everything has returned to normal, and the people shocked by the electricity are now unable to stand. Everything around has truly become a pile of corpses caused by a very strange individual. He is completely covered, like a mummified corpse, exuding an aura of destructive killing intent. Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Jindung was also startled. In just a brief moment, he stabbed his sword into the ground to minimize damage by allowing the electricity to pass through his body, right? Truly a formidable willpower. The bodies lying scattered are no ordinary foes, but fighting him in this state is truly difficult. He suddenly smiled with a look of triumph. That's all there is to it now. A knight in armor, full of heroic spirit, charges fiercely at that terrifying creature. He's not a child. As soon as he got close, he sensed everything. With a decisive move, he easily deflected the attack. He lands and says, "Can't fight anymore?" Looking at him, he seems a little scared, but his bravado remains. Could it be he's here, just to be defeated again? With his blazing red eyes and that pretty cool talk, let's see if he can still talk after a little while. He channels his internal energy destructively, his power surging wildly. This time, he won't be defeated like before. He charged forward like a god, startling and frightening the boy. His sword tip was right beside him just a moment ago. It was too late. And just like that, Cizo erupted fiercely. Going back a bit at the back gate of the Lotus Guild Tower during the lightning strike, So Len was still watching very carefully. The powerful current made it impossible for him to see, so he had to cover his face with his cloak. He peeked out, and if he's not mistaken, the timing was just right. The entire army is preparing to attack. That thing is the signal from the master. Everyone advance, they will quickly break through from the back gate. He drew his sword decisively, leading a large army with the sword given by the master. At this moment, the enemy side is in chaos. Even though they see them coming, they must stay calm for now. No matter how much they resist, they could still be defeated this time. As he neared the location, he swung his sword to lead the trio Hoi monster army, a large group of ugly but numerous creatures with the ogre at the front and a bronze figure with blood-red eyes appeared. Now look at this. That is the power of Juna. The bronze giant quickly strikes without mercy. Ganchi Chihuni quickly cast shadow magic to fight back. Soon, the bronze giant was affected and slowed down. Solon remains very calm. Those things are useless. On the other side, Fakhan's sword is shining so brightly it blinds anyone who looks at it. His eyes stare fixedly at him. This time, you're definitely going to die. Solon also started to feel afraid. The giant beast, lacking awareness, kept attacking but was quickly cut down by the blade. He was panicked. Longday was frantic. How could you easily cut a level 200 ogre in half again? The ogre fell backward with a thud. Look, with this, I don't even know what level this person is at anymore. Just like that, the bronze giant received super damage and was defeated. Those beneath it are also crushed and wiped out. Ganchihuni is stunned, never expected his teammate to be so strong. You're so annoyed with yourself, you're really stupid. Even if you gained power from the immortal god, you would never be able to defeat that move. Number 301. Damn it, this person is both beautiful and strong, truly a monster. An opponent of that caliber is just right. At this moment, the knight is still fighting fiercely when suddenly Jo Hyun appears, startling him. The sword is drawn, delivering a swift and decisive strike. Like that, the enemy was defeated easily, but upon reflection, the damage wasn't enough. At this moment, you turned pale with fear, waiting for the right opportunity. The sword radiated destructive light and was launched forward at lightning speed. The mummified enemy shuddered all over. Is this really how it ends? Dying like this? The knight charged so fiercely that Jo Hun couldn't even react, let alone Ka Than, and he laughed with pride. At this moment, Jia Han was so furious that his veins bulged, and a terrible surge of power appeared, filled with hatred. He shouted loudly to unleash a master sorcerer's technique, startling Jin Zheng, then used the illusionary ghost rage that made the heavens and earth tremble. Even the birds and people were frightened. At this moment, Fian had been defeated. So terrifying. Is death really just after such a strike? That caused Jinzung to stumble back, and very quickly, Papaji was summoned. It quickly caught him after the fall from a great height and landed safely on the ground. He is very grateful to Papaji. Right now, he must summon Lai and Pupuji so they can face Jahan together. He glances without saying a word, standing against the light, creating an aura of darkness. Calling everyone together like that is pointless anyway. Didung feels a bit scared. What should I do now? The situation doesn't look very promising. I know he's afraid. He only needs one move to take down the film. It looks like I can't use aerial attack tactics with magic beams and arrows anymore. Better to act quickly. He remembers, but its defensive ability is even weaker than the film. The same thing will happen again. He quickly swung his staff, preparing to strike. The blessing of the wind, the blessing of the warrior. His abilities have been enhanced. Fenny Lai's Fury Guardian Spirit's protection has been strengthened and is now taking the hit instead. Too powerful. Jinung is very pleased. That's great. If I can be in this fully supported state again, then it's worth dying for. Amazing! Oh my god. Jia Han still stood there in silence for a long time. Then he had to make his move. The wizard's blessing words. The power once again spread fiercely, and the sword in front of his mask shone with a terrifying light. Within him, destructive power is spreading throughout his body, filled with hatred, and his strength has increased significantly. Jo Hyu looks on in fear, and Hen is completely stunned, unsure of what is happening. Diendung laughed eerily, looking up at the dark sky, seeming to reconsider the challenge he just issued. Hen and Lucia were filled with panic. Lucia is extremely frightened. Gon's changed form is truly terrifying. Han also agrees that it looks just right. I guess this is the first time you've seen this, and surely some viewers won't know either, so I'll explain to everyone that Gon's profession is a hybrid class called a wizard, allowing her to use magic, while the swordsman uses swordsmanship. But so far it hasn't been revealed which one he is proficient in. Everyone has assumed that the top swordsman of Sajian is Jemmy. And the reason his appearance changed is because, in fact, witches use dark magic. When they cast shadow spells, their appearance also changes accordingly. Lucia was so frightened she trembled, thinking it was because of a curse, but that wasn't the case. It was because seeing Jinsung overwhelmed was truly terrifying. At this moment, Pudi was trembling and praying to heaven and Buddha to spare him, while Lai was knocked down and collapsed into the corner, and even Papaji couldn't stand it and fell unconscious. It's terrifying. Janung grits his teeth and says, "Gon alone can now overpower you and the 3 spirit beasts. Obviously, you've also impressed him, but now it's time for you to die." At this moment, someone quickly used a staff to create a shield, all thanks to the support player. Hugin, you are protected by an unexpected shield that Gon cannot believe. He can tell something's wrong. Where did this support player come from? Are you surprised that I'm so confident? I quickly activate the ring on my hand. Now it officially begins. Hein did an excellent job. She quickly lands. Didong felt very excited. It was really the right decision that he apologized to her when she was upset. Luckily, everything turned out well. Jia Han was now pale with fear, thinking how terrifying it was that no one in the guild came to support him. What else is he hiding? Is Hein a priest? Then this is a headache. Lucia was also surprised. She didn't understand why this player's attack couldn't break through that priest's defensive skill. It seems that the skill gap is too big. Is also curious about what kind of dark magic the witch will use. So, what kind of magic does the priest have? Is it the dark magic countermeasure? This one's definitely a win. Suddenly, Jia Han burst into loud laughter, his aura flaring up. How ridiculous! How can he be so confident fighting against him when he's just a priest? He desperately attacks the shield, even though their powers are opposed, but the difference in level and skill between him and Hazen is huge. Hey, take a good look. That magical defense shield is about to break. He smirks cunningly. Once he shatters this barrier, he plans to bury you and Hazen together. But at this moment, Hein amplifies his magic, causing all of Gon's efforts to be shattered. He's very annoyed and close to losing it, and his defense is even stronger than before. Looks like I need to attack faster. Jinzung is really pleased with himself, huh? This is great. PH Lan is now by Hazen's side. Knowing that everything would unfold this way, Jinung had already prepared some high-level support staff. These 2 assistants and their combined strength made Han tremble with fear. Given the situation, it's normal for him to be scared because they have already gained the upper hand. He trembles with anger, shouts at them to be quiet, then charges forward to attack. The 2 aides work together to create a sturdy barrier. Jinsung remains calm, shifting the space. This time, Puji will step in. It stands in front and uses its power. It shouted fiercely, immediately causing the large shell to lift up abruptly. Gahen knew the turtle shell was very tough, but he still attacked as if a cloud had made them disappear. He's really fast. He looked at Pui in surprise. Does it only deal 3 damage despite Pu's attack? Seizing the moment of his distraction, Jinsung told it to spray water, and it quickly gathered water in its large belly. It quickly sprays out a fiery hot tea stream that Han can't withstand. The force of the water is so strong that he can't see anything anymore. Now it's Hin and Plolan's turn, the sacred law circle. The staff in Jinsung's hand also begins to activate. He quickly summoned Jiadi and aimed his bow, releasing an arrow that carried destructive power. Jiadi quickly rushes forward, following the arrow, as an archer's shot speeds towards him at incredible velocity. Jia Han, just opening his eyes after the water attack, was startled. By the time he realized the situation, it was too late. Each enemy had stabbed him directly, causing massive damage and leaving him paralyzed. Not only that, he also got hit with a slowing effect. Hen and Lucia are overjoyed. Jia Han has been hit. Can Jinung successfully turn the tide? Everything stops, and around him is a chaos that surrounds Jia Han. He's still so confident, just 1 hit, and he thinks he can defeat him? Of course he does. A figure slowly steps forward from behind. It's clear now, this is just a warm-up punch. That person is Vakan. I'm a bit surprised by him. Has he not been defeated yet? Jia Han was already scared when he saw this. Is this the person Solon mentioned? He approached from behind, so Solon's army was completely defeated. Hein began healing. Johan and the knight quickly catch him to recover. He's scared now. They've all gathered together, both support and damage dealers. It's truly too much to face all at once. With the paralysis and slow effect on him, is he really going to lose? Thinking that, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, laughing like a madman. That's really interesting. He admitted that he had failed today. Seeing him like that, Jin Jung was surprised. What's wrong with him? He suddenly changed his expression, but still he vows to return this insult to you. He took out a piece of paper, tore it decisively, and turned to leave. He began to shift, and the entire army followed, including those who had just left the battle, and then they all quickly disappeared. Jindong is surprised, just backing off like that. He's really wealthy, using a spell worth 600,000 yen. He sat down relieved, a smile of joy on his face. After all, everything had ended well. H looked down from above and laughed loudly. Really? I can't believe it's been so long. Their success in protecting themselves against the #1 guild, Duna, is truly a miracle. But maybe due to excitement, he ended up throwing all his best moves right at Lucia. She keeps wiping her face while he keeps saying, "Oh no, this can't be considered an ordinary miracle anymore. Everything has succeeded. Thanks to the top summoner of the Longda Guild, player Yan, and his rare tactics." Yan was still stunned when he was mentioned, and he thought to himself, yeah, his tactics really are unique. Although it was just enough for you to survive, winning is still winning. But suddenly Yan snapped out of it, realizing he shouldn't let his guard down like that. Lidokuna can maintain the top guild status because of Lan's obsessive obsession with victory. Pooh approaches from afar, and when he sees it, his face suddenly clears up. You were really scared just now, huh? Good job. I survived thanks to you. It remembers the time Yan told it to switch spaces, which made it furious. Badian then gave it a loving claw, and it sulked away, leaving Yan sitting there crying. Eon sobbed, not knowing when it would grow up, evolve, and become even stronger. Suddenly, a voice calling Yan made him open his eyes and look up. Master, how much do you know about P? Mon didn't answer immediately but asked P if it was okay, then responded to the Emperor. My Paji is a big-headed turtle that loves to eat meatballs. The dragon seems to think Yan doesn't know much about Paj, so it decides to start explaining from the beginning. Voodoo belongs to the abyssal species that lived in ancient times. There are 2 ways for their ancient species to become stronger. The first method is to use the magic pearl, like the one you got from it. But if Yan tries to evolve using the magic pearl, he might not level up and could also face additional side effects. Hearing this, Xiaqiu why? Anne still didn't understand what was so good about leveling up. According to that dragon, a Kuai-Long aspires to become a Kuai-Long Than and have the presence of a true god, so that is extremely important. Since Puji is a water-based species, it can freely and comfortably use water powers. At this point, Yan wonders what method to become stronger without using the magic orb. It is the spirit residing within the body of the Imperial Dragon. You need to gather all 3 spirits and bring them to the Water God's temple. Spirits can be created from Pipi, or entrusted to Yuan, by anyone of their kind. That's all that the dragon knows. Yan once again pondered deeply, feeling that Pi needed to become stronger, but it wasn't the only one who had to improve. He had realized this through many battles, but the summoner role was too weak to fight PvB. Yan quickly opened the system to check the inventory. The screen displayed the KCUS egg with a hatching rate of 93.7%. Even if things could have turned out differently if KCUS had hatched, this time Yan didn't kill anything, and Lan came back, so he didn't accomplish anything at all. Yan gazed into the distance and silently vowed to fix the base next time. Li Jianha grimaced, then suddenly a voice from behind startled him, and he turned back after losing almost everything. He shouted angrily, "What's with that attitude, Sakazan? I told you to hit Luke over there." Kajian looks calm and indifferent, but his attitude at the meeting yesterday seemed suspicious, so I did some investigation. He lost him's crown, and right after the desert warriors died and were punished, he resurrected them just to erase them all. I guess Lai Han is now just a punching bag, right? Seeing this as an insult, he became even more furious and gritted his teeth. Shut up and tell me your goal. Are you here to take the top position after destroying the demon? Ji Kajian just felt it was ridiculous. Of course she wouldn't do that. Even if they were the top guild right now, rumors could still spread, and those damn Saipo bastards could unite to claim the title amid all this chaos. Jiahan was quite stunned that Lotus's base looked like a fortress. Sakajian asked him if he was curious how they managed to strengthen their base when they weren't even elite fighters. Seeing her message about that, he asked, how did they do it? Sakajian leaned close to his face and said, they have a monopoly on the war communication station. I will give you the strength to hit the target, but in return, you have to give that to us, okay? Suddenly, he burst out laughing, making her awkward. All right, I accept. Jiahan looked at each broken piece in his hand. From the beginning, he knew Jia was a famous horseman, but her knowledge of so many details means there's a traitor in Lutseo. You can't believe they actually managed to protect themselves. Are they finally having spring in Lucip? But he still believes it's too early to say. Why don't they start strengthening the guild right now? It's already too late for the others to realize and do anything about it. This is the worst part, he asked in panic. So, what do you mean? Wouldn't it be better for us if they stopped everything from the front line? He explains with his chin resting on his hand. We rank quite high enough to be third and fourth among all the guilds. Because our guild is standing calmly while a guild ranked around 90 is struggling on the front lines, the community must be busy talking badly about us. And what is even more frightening is their growth. They went from over level 100 to over level 90 in just a week. And who knows what will happen now since they can defend themselves against the Doc Juna Guild. We might get overwhelmed by them. You slam the table and stand up. So what should we do now? He is smug. It's easy, just need to strike first before they do. Ian exhaled finally, having completed it. It took a whole week to fix the base. At least they could earn some special service points and fame after stopping Jack Juna. Even though the numbers are huge, he can still aim for the highest rank. YN thinks all he needs to do now is level up. Ian looked very confident. Then let's go. Pudi is looking for a hidden dungeon. Huang Kuai chuckles. Master? Pudai doesn't have that ability. Kasasa from afar approached and asked, Are you looking for a place to level up? When I regained my memory, I remembered a few things. Ian asked him right away where it was. Kasa said it was at Zamus's altar. Huang Kuai just spoke. If it's Zamus, then what do you mean? Kasa smirked. That's right, just as you guessed. The temple only produces summoners from ancient times, the shrine of the Sea Lamb tribe. Yen felt like a bolt from the blue, truly crazy. If it's the temple of the ancient summoner tribe, wouldn't there be many relics and legendary monsters? CA looks excited. So the next destination is the Zila Temple, but I wonder if Kaya will go there dressed in nothing but his birthday suit. You look filthy. Pudi even said you smell bad. At this moment, Ka finally noticed that her hair was greasy as if she hadn't washed it in years, and her body was covered in dirt like someone who just went into a pond to catch fish. Kasa relaxes and lies on the roof to sleep while Nuhai struggles to climb up. You complain, why are you sleeping here in this place? Gasa just glances and asks, Is it you? What's wrong, kid? Nuhai clenched his fist as if trying to hold back. I've been following this guy day and night just to learn how to absorb ancient power, but next time I have to escape from him. I gather all my courage and inner strength to shout at Kasa to help me. Hearing that, he immediately guessed that you intended to escape your life of slavery. If that's the case, I'll support you. But if not, then don't expect any encouragement. Keep going, kid. Ian then asked, So does this mean you have lost? Kasa sighed. Are you stupid? How could I lose? Are you blind? So you were still wondering why your older brother looked so disheveled. Kasa was speechless. Ba was the first to attack, rushing forward with a dark slash, but Ka easily blocked it, also teasing him with a, You can do that too. Nuhai's face changed color. Can he really block Ba's deadly attack with that knife? Now it's Kia unleashing a spinning attack to escape as the dagger presses against Ba Lam's neck, while Nuhai also uses his dark energy to create water beneath their feet. Xiasa, lying on the ground, sinks down and accidentally unleashes a wide area move instead of a normal strike. Suddenly, Ba Lam and Nuhai looked panicked. A blast occurred, and when he opened his eyes and got up without understanding what was happening, Kasa asked, So you're awake? Thanks to you, now everyone is covered in dirt. Nuhai looked sullen and teary. He opened his inventory, took out a rope, tied Balam up, and dragged him away, not forgetting to glance at Kasa. Don't come looking for me, Sia shouted loudly. I don't know where you went, but you have to come back next week. Nuhai gritted his teeth in anger. That unforgivable bastard thought he should feel sorry because they had been together for so long. But he blew me away mercilessly, and even if I die, I won't come back. Seek reminded Nuhai that the idiot Lord Kaimon might attack unexpectedly, so don't go too far. His words only made Nuhai angrier. He swore that once he gained the power of the immortal god, he would come back to avenge this. After hearing Kasa's story, YA realized they seemed to have misunderstood each other. After walking for a while, he said they had arrived, but Ian didn't see any monkey around here. He turned to complain loudly, just a desert, then suddenly fell down with a scream. Kasa also jumped down afterward, then fell from a height and took 10,526 damage. He lowered his hand and the ground beneath them began to reveal tiled flooring. They've arrived. A door appears in front of us. This is the Laos Temple. Yan's mouth drops open in surprise. This place is amazing, and he feels quite excited, his heart pounding. Kasa extends his hand like a CEO, making Yan bloom with happiness. Is it easy for him to reach out and pull me in? You have become sweeter now. You adorable bastard, but he said, Sorry, I told you to apologize for doubting my words before we came here. The words shattered Yan's dreams and his heart stopped beating. It was truly deceitful, and he had to apologize to him. Then the two of them went exploring around, standing in front of the door. Yan didn't know what to do, because it wouldn't open by itself. He placed his hand on it and used all his strength to open it. A flash of light burst out and the door swung open. When the light faded, Yan finally opened his eyes and was stunned. Is this the X Temple? They are the first to arrive here. But Yan wonders who that scary old man over there is. Kasa seems to know him. It's been a while since we last met. You look so old I didn't recognize you. That old man just glanced at you and looked the same as he did in the past, and asked curiously if you knew him. Kasa said he is the only survivor after dueling with you. Yan, the guard of the Lamus Eclipse clan, suddenly realized that if he fought Kasa and still lives, he must be incredibly strong too. Elip also didn't forget to ask who Yan was. Kasa is taking a Tamir from the mountain as a disciple? He looked at Yan and said, I serve under this Tamer lord. He was so shocked he shouted, why would you willingly bow and serve as a subordinate? Yan scratched his head innocently. I gave him a legendary item. The old man didn't expect that was all there was to it. He couldn't understand it. So this clip is just to see who has a stronger nerve? After all the circling around, he still asks what you're doing here. Yan only then remembered that I heard the Z-Lam tribe is a tribe of summoners. So you're also a summoner, huh? The old man turned his back and glanced over. Am I a summoner too? Suddenly, a strong wind blows in. That's right, I am Elip, a summon mage and brave warrior of the Z-Lam tribe. The strong wind nearly blew Puji away, and Yan still doesn't understand what it means to be a summoner and a brave warrior. Is he a double agent? At this point, Kasa finally spoke up saying, enough with the jokes, we're here to face Camus' challenge. Seeing that, he approached Yan and checked your map. You seem to meet the standards, so you should be able to pass all the challenges. Yan just asked him what would happen if he passed a challenge. To enter a challenge, you have to prove your skills. Eli changes attitude. What does the tamer think? Do you think you can pass the challenge? Yan confidently affirmed. Of course, another gate opens. Ka was the first to jump in. Yan didn't expect there to be a secret passage in a place like this. When you entered, the system announced this was the first stage of the Camus challenge, and Pu suddenly disappeared. While Yan was still confused about Ho Quinn Huang, Elip laughed loudly. What do you think? Zeus's challenges only recognize you as a true warrior if you pass without relying on companions or equipment. Hearing Yan talk about being a true warrior and a summoner who can't summon a combat spirit, what kind of warrior is that? The old man still just smiles casually. Everything depends on your ability. I am also a summoner, but I have gone through similar trials to overcome my own obstacles. As for Yan, he remains indifferent. That's because you're an NPC with a pre-programmed storyline clip. He told you to choose now, you are given one weapon to use, and the weapons will help you complete this stage. Onion thought for a while. If it's random, then choosing anything that can be used is fine. So he picked the one in the middle. After choosing, he clasped his hands in prayer because that was the only thing that could help him. Please add the bow and magic staff to the spellbook. Then the portal opens and a giant sword appears twice your size. Is it the Judgment Greatsword of King Sol? But all the effects of King Sol's Judgment Greatsword have been sealed. You muttered to yourself that at least you could still deal 1,500 damage, then Yan froze and panicked. 1,500 damage is wrong. This great sword is really powerful. Elip doesn't know if your skeleton-like body can lift that sword, but you keep trying anyway. Yan just remembered that he's a summoner and has never used a great sword before. He explained that the challenge for you is from the X clan, which divides their war vessels into 2 levels based on combat ability, starting from the lowest elite level up to commanders, Te-Tu, Te-Tuong, and the highest level, the Great King. They will summon a warrior spirit with strength equal to Yan's. When you strike him down, a higher level warrior will appear. Yan asked, equal strength means you're only judging physical power? Then he laughed loudly, looking very confident. All right, soon the king-level warrior will be fighting. Elip really likes your confidence, so let's get started. A magic circle appears. An elite-level warrior emerges, and Yan's new eyes look steadily at the opponent. Then they both charge forward, their words echoing as divine magic shapes their fate. Yan made that guy spit out tomatoes from his mouth. The Zamus tribe's challenge officially begins. The scar-faced old man chuckled happily and sneered, that kid, he's really good. Yan exhaled tiredly. Luckily, it worked. I know the preemptive strike tactic will be a successful trump card, but this is a strategy that relies on my high agility stats and the powerful attack capability of my weapon. If that bastard can block my attack, I will definitely have to take a hit from the great sword. You have completely overwhelmed the Zamut tribe warrior. Your class will be adjusted to suit your abilities. We will proceed to the fight against the Salamu warrior, a priest class. The old man was very pleased and delighted. It was magnificent. All right, choose one more item. Summoner Y looked around and expressed his interest. Am I really being chosen this time? Why not just pick randomly? Are the options for me a dagger, sword, staff, bow, and arrow? That's quite a variety. Using a bow and arrow would be quite convenient, but I wonder if I can take down a priest with a bear glove. But if I use that glove and can't use it for other classes later, it could be pretty risky. I was a bit curious, so I asked him directly, will that weapon disappear when I move to the next round, and will I be able to choose a new weapon from this list or not? He grinned mischievously and then said, sorry, no, kid. That totally depends on me. Yeah. Does this old man have a screw loose or what? So according to this old man, even if I win with a different weapon, I won't know which weapon I'll get to choose in the next round, so the answer is already decided. In the end, Jan decided to choose the verdict bow of the Spirit King. He would pick the weapon he was most confident in. The legendary archery school, restricted to Zamu tribe warriors with the Great King profession. Innate power. Magic arrow. You can shoot magic arrows even without any arrows. The Storm of Judgment has been sealed, with a 10% chance to summon the Storm of Judgment upon attack. It is governed by the Soul Mana stat, and any enemies injured by it will suffer 1% damage based on their remaining health. This item is exclusively owned by the user Ian, and is a temporary quest item. All options have been sealed, he holds it and can only wish. I wish I could be rewarded with this item for completing the quest. I want to be so soaked that I could flow with water. Now Jan has chosen his weapon. Let's begin. A Zamut priest-class warrior has been summoned. Before attacking, Jan politely says, sorry to do this while you're still being summoned, but I will attack first. Its eyes suddenly lit up as if awakened, then dodged his attack, but was still cut across the face. It was a Zamut profession priest warrior. It seems that tactic won't work anymore from this round. Both sides are using bows to fight, but Jan's side still has a slight advantage. The force from the two ends of the bow rubbing against each other is very strong. Casa and the scarred old man still stand calmly with their arms crossed, watching and laughing loudly. Your master is quite skilled, Casa asked directly. No need to worry about that. What is your purpose? There were no witnesses in the previous round. He was quite curious why Casa chose to stay with him. Because he must have gained quite a significant benefit from him. Actually, he doesn't have many memories of the past. I was captured by the Empire, lost everything, and was tortured like a prisoner for a long time. That was when my master came to save me. At first glance, I sensed something from the master, a feeling somehow connected to my past, and scratched his head and said a few words, but it was set that he would return to him, so Casa had to become one of his subordinates to be able to use him. The chance to learn more about this bastard owner came to me. Casa, hurry up and apologize. I thought we were running out of time. And I became his subordinate to find out what that feeling was. The old man chuckled happily when he found out. It really is convenient for you. Wait a minute, I heard you say you lost your memory, so how did you find this place? He looked at his hand and pondered. Slowly but surely my memories are returning from the moment I set foot on the central continent. This might be part of my memories being restored. We just exchanged a few words and Jan already handled everything smoothly. Oh, you've completely defeated the Zamu warrior priest. The class will be adjusted to exclude the general class. We will proceed to the battle against the Salamu tribe warrior with the king class. That old man is very interested in Jan, quite impressive. Even I couldn't fight like that at his age. Yan kindly asks to summon the weapon and the great warrior of the profession king, since his health has fully recovered after drinking that green bottle. The old man suddenly drew his sword and declared that I am the final stage of the Zamu clan's trial and the hybrid warrior of Elipax. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his blades at me. Summon your spirit master and prove your strength. The final battle has begun. The battle with the professional warrior from the Zay Lamu Elipse family has begun. Jan feels the pressure weighing down on him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't have time to adapt. Hold on, old man. I thought you said you fought Casa, survived, and are still here to tell the story for future generations. That old man just told Yan that he doesn't need to defeat him. But more importantly, he just needs to prove his own strength. He didn't want to waste words, so he charged forward. Yan was too cautious to stand still. For the first move, he chose to dodge, so he could at least figure out his opponent's fighting style. Your legs are really quick and light. Yan repeats what just happened. Where are the weapons? Aren't you going to give me new weapons? After attacking someone thoroughly, he suddenly realized he had forgotten about it, and on top of that, he was standing there with him. All right then, since it's free, I allow you to use any weapon here at will. The system immediately displays a message. You are allowed to use all of the judgment weapons of the Spirit King. If you want to change weapons, shout out the new one along with its name. All options are available for the judgment weapons of the Spirit King. If he is willing to accept such disadvantages, Jan will switch when he sees fit without hesitation, using the great sword. It seems he is very confident he can win. The judgment fire effect has been activated. Now that everything is in place, he finally asks if you're ready to fight. Yan is quite excited for this battle and also wants to see just how strong he can become. Old man, get ready. The very first attack already gave Yan trouble, blocking with a greatsword, a weapon with a wide surface area, then attacking with a spear, a long-range weapon. Lin Vuong's judgment has a 10% chance to activate the ice judgment effect when attacking, freezing the enemy. Yan almost seems frozen in place, with a completely expressionless look in his eyes. He's about to launch a powerful attack, but you keep chasing with the spear. He didn't expect the kid to be able to dodge. It seems the kid is not just quick on his feet, and so all the moves are entirely executed by that scarred old man. In this situation, Yan can only block or dodge. Luckily, I reviewed all weapon options in detail earlier. Lin Vuong's judgment staff has a 60% chance to activate the shadow effect when attacking, trapping the enemy. After immobilizing him, I switch to a bow to attack from a distance. Because there are no restrictions on changing weapons, he keeps switching to suit the distance and situation. He's currently using a dagger. Lin Vuong's judgment dagger has a 60% chance to cause bleeding and deep wounds to the enemy, then uses the dagger to finish off the old man. But things are not as simple as they seem. The old man smiled confidently and grabbed his arm. At this moment, facing an unexpected twist, he switched to the gloves and played his hand with a different move. Lin Vuong's judgment gloves have a certain chance to activate the King Spirit aura effect when attacking, creating a dazzling light. He begins to focus his strength into his fist and punches straight at the old man, then switches to a spear again. Such a close distance should only require a small, sharp weapon. The battle is finally over. I thought I could defeat the final boss right at the 90th minute. He punched him so hard he was flung 1,000 meters away, crashing straight into the wall until his skin was torn. He's probably badly injured. Are there only 3? You took a hit and your vitality dropped to just 3. What kind of skill is this after all? I feel confused and restless. The challenge isn't over yet, Summoner. The will of the Xiamu warrior tribe increases all combat stats by 40% for 20 minutes, and the duration of negative effects is reduced by 50%. He gasped for breath, exhausted, and in pain from overexerting himself on the final blow, thinking he had already won, but he hadn't. What is that crazy skill? Are all the stats combined to boost one particular attribute? Is that how he can move so quickly? Right now, I think no. I'm sure Elite is faster than me. He now seems like a different person. Yan wouldn't accept losing. But he keeps praising you, saying your attacks are quite fast and effective. So I decided to match your speed. You don't have much time left. And those previous attacks caused Ellipse to take 825 damage from bleeding and 717 damage from the Storm Judgment skill. He is continuously taking damage from the previous attacks. This battle is ultimately just a fight of time. Ellipse has dropped his weapon and is continuously taking more damage. Although Yan will be defeated with just one more hit, he still possesses a weapon that can switch to a ranged form. If you keep hitting the time, you will definitely regret it. Before I could finish my thought, he punched the wall so hard. If you don't dodge in time, you'll be the one receiving that punch. Ellipse pushes him to the limit. Yan just ran without a moment to think. I need to maintain a distance between myself and him at all costs. Yan must succeed so I can fight back. That night, Lim Long was confused, not understanding what his true intentions were. At the easternmost part of the continent's center is the Oa Lan Guild's base. Lim Long stands with arms crossed, looking cold and serious, and asks, "What's going on?" Samu entered but strangely locked the door before whispering to him, "Lim Long, I have a request to ask as your employer." Basically, this is what happened in the meeting with the Luciable Society. At that point, they were arguing very intensely. I couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore. Attack them? Why should we do that when we are on the same side? Honestly, we are secretly selling information about Luship to the Titan Guild. And not long ago, when we learned that the Lotus Guild had exclusive ownership of the transit base, we sold that information to the Titan Guild for a pretty good price. They informed us that they would form an alliance with the Dark Guild, which had failed in their assault on the fortress, and they just made us a proposal for a major deal. The reward is 50 million military coins in cash. Samu was stunned like a thunderbolt. What kind of deal is this? The item being exchanged is the blueprint of the Lotus Guild's base. They want detailed information on each tower inside, but our guild is only full of mages. Capturing that information alone is too difficult for us to do alone. So what does everyone think? Zhou Chen and Samu are both sweating profusely. The collapse of Lucip is inevitable. If things have come to this point, why not take the opportunity to get rich before losing? Zhou Chen said. After hearing those pointless words, I felt like I'd just been punched in the ear. Please consider us withdrawn from the alliance from this moment on. We don't want to do that. What if Martin sternly asks about Samu's opinion? He stammered and leaned forward, asking back, "What do you want me to do?" That is everything that Samu recounted to Lim Long because she belongs to the assassin class. We don't want to, but I hope you can come and help. Oh, and since you're a mercenary, you might as well see this as just another job. Lian Long slowly lifted the cloth covering her face, thinking that she came here as a mercenary because solo missions in the central continent are extremely difficult, but it seems like she has inadvertently taken on a ticking time bomb. She needs to quickly find a way out as soon as she finishes this job. Lian Long uses an aerial shadow to go on a mission. They say this is the headquarters of the Lao Society. It truly is enormous. They have a heavily fortified wall, a watchtower, everything is designed with the best quality, they lack nothing. Furthermore, they also have access to the trading headquarters where they can easily replenish resources through trading. The reputation of the Dark Luna Society truly makes it impossible for others to infiltrate here. Lian Long carefully rose from the ground and said, "We should head back soon." Suddenly someone appeared and struck him directly, catching him off guard and making him furious. "What kind of crazy person are you? Turns out Yan has arrived and you even admit that you're a little crazy too." Casa is also there. Yan arrogantly asked Lim Long, "What kind of bastard are you then?" Lim Long only glanced without wanting to argue. Seeing that, Yan thought he was backing down, so he didn't dare to speak up. "Are you choosing to remain silent? Do you know something?" "Hey, Ka, why are we facing this suspicious guy right after that challenge? Is this a sign from the Holy Spirit to test our new weapon?" Yan just asked, then, with a voice like a weapon striking the ground to shake the heavens, he still failed to stop the opponent from using the Shadow Spirit King. At this moment, Ellipse is attacking him with the speed of a lightning strike. Yan, now completely helpless, closes his eyes in fear, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. As the attack range got closer, I thought he would just punch me in the face as if it were nothing. He slowed down and then lightly pointed a finger at my forehead. Just this much was enough to make him fear and fall down. And so, the challenge was over. "My summoner friend, you did well. Although you didn't win this fight, Yan has been recognized by a Zamu Warrior Spirit King. Congratulations to Yan for successfully completing the challenge and winning. As mentioned, this victory is entirely recognized by Alip alone." He looked at the results without understanding what was happening, and then burst out laughing. "Congratulations, you've surpassed the challenge with a high score. Yan is still missing. But didn't I already lose?" Ellipse immediately replied. "I haven't told you yet? You just need to prove your strength to me. From the start, it was never a battle you could win. In fact, it was quite dangerous for me because you fight very well. Although I'm getting old, I still have a high tolerance for risk." Yen pondered deeply. I think he was right, but for some reason it makes me feel uncomfortable. Could it be because I didn't get to win honorably? Even though I lost, I think I fought well, right? The important thing is that I completed my mission. After a fierce battle, since the kid earned the Spirit King rank, I should reward him too. This is a gift for the warrior who survived the challenge. They are glowing, shining objects. You have obtained the judgment weapons of the Spirit King and the warrior's willpower skill book of the Zamu tribe. I suddenly realized that those were the silly skills from before. The Zamu tribe's will item information indicates that active legendary skills with a level 38 or higher are limited in use. The cooldown time is less than 30 minutes. All available abilities increase combat stats by 40% for 20 minutes, and all non-combat stats are combined to boost the desired combat stats. Additionally, while the will of the Zamu warrior race is active, the proficiency of all handheld weapons will increase by 15 levels, allowing the user to fully utilize their combat potential. No skills can be used while the Zamu warrior's will is active. After reading all the private information about this item, Yan suddenly panicked. What the hell? Looking at the details, they all seem to be huge risks. I mean, it would probably be against the rules if a skill is so powerful and has no limits. And the highly anticipated one, please be the bow and arrow set I used before. He closed his eyes and decisively opened it. It is the Judgment Spear of the Spirit King, with leadership increased by 200, stamina by 150. The stamina of all summoned spirits increases by 15%, and attack power by 35%. A legendary class spear that increases all combat stats by 150. Possibility exists. Divine Response. When a decisive attack is used against an opponent, there is a 20% chance that one of the summon's allies will be activated. The lightning bolt has a 10% chance to summon a lightning strike attack in one hit. The lightning strike can become more powerful based on soul mana, and any enemy within 5 meters of the summoned lightning will take an additional 50% damage. This item belongs solely to Yan. It is a weapon once owned by the Chosen One of the Spirit King, the one who guarded the ancient Salamu tribe among all the weapons of the Spirit King. It is the rarest and most powerful. Ellipse seems to enjoy laughing with that excited and mischievous tone. How captivating, summoner. No, my tuk-tuk warrior. Yan asked casually with no hint of amusement. What's so funny? Ka still had to ask if he was okay, but his expression was so exaggerated. However, he insisted that he was perfectly fine. That weapon is the judgment of the Spirit King. It is a spear once wielded by the most skilled warrior among the talented Zamu warriors of Ellipse. Until now, Yan thought he was a swordsman. But it turns out he was just too embarrassed to tell the truth. If Ellipse had held that spear, you would have died in just 5 seconds. Yan discovered the truth and found it more interesting than ever. So that's why he fought unarmed at the end. Because he's not used to wielding a sword. Anyway, thank you very much, I will use it well. The moment Yan starts to relax and enjoy himself, Ellipse becomes tense again. It's too early to thank me. There is a condition that must be met to firmly grasp that weapon. The judgment is an evolved weapon. The Zamu tribe's challenge, a continuous hidden quest. You have been recognized as a rank F warrior by Else, the guardian of the Zamu tribe. Right now, you must complete this mission to become the strongest Zamu warrior. If you awaken the Zamu dragon, it will guide you. The SSS level difficulty mission requires an S-rank Zamu warrior recognized by the level 200 L summoner with no time limit. The reward is the evolution of the magic seal, the judgment of the Spirit King, and the summoning Spirit King. The system asks if you want to accept this mission. Yan guessed it was an evolution system through completing missions, but if it's a level cap of 200 with SSS difficulty, should I do it? So Yan had to plan very carefully. Elip guessed that Salamus's will would live on forever. His body was a bit strange, but he told me not to worry about him. I just want to go back to where my family is waiting for me. The time is almost here. Soon, he was gone forever. Before disappearing completely, he also specifically told Casa to take good care of the last remaining Salamus warrior. Casa suddenly didn't understand why he had to do that and follow his orders, but everything was urgent, so he agreed to the request. Then goodbye, Yan, our last remaining wish. Yan looked up as he walked away. We should head back too. Siasa returns to Lim Long's situation, while Yan, like an idiot, keeps talking and his face contorts. If you don't answer me immediately, you will face the death penalty. Lim Long calmly picks it up and examines it. Casa sees Yan's current situation and feels guilty. Sorry about that. In the end, this guy is a lunatic. If you're planning to use him like that, then return him quickly. While lost in trivial worries, Lim Long suddenly disappeared without him noticing, just like Elise. But did you hear what he said? That bastard Gaza just mentioned Oa Lan. The 4th-ranked guild in all of Kai Lan, the Lukib Kingdom's archery guild Oa Lan specializes in espionage and intelligence. Such a guild once brazenly invaded right in front of our stronghold. That's a concerning feeling. I should inform Yu Hyun so we can prepare our guild's defenses. Samu was pacing restlessly in the room, and then Lim Long returned. He's back, so how's the information for Lotus? Lim Long said he had obtained the secret information, but during that time I was discovered by Summoner Yan. Hearing this name, Samu was also terrified. A core member of the Lotus Guild, so did you defeat him? Of course not. There's some strange guy next to the summoner. I guess the best option is to run away, so I came here. Samu thought that was the best choice because within 4 days, the Lotus stronghold would turn into a blazing inferno. Balam knew Huni had decisively decided to leave, but he wanted to know what you were planning to do now. Huni clasped his hands behind his head, pondering, and then said he didn't know. I can't go to another continent because my contract with Casa is still in effect, so I still have things to do in Trungchao, but there aren't many matters I can handle on my own. Suddenly, I saw a fight over there and asked Balam to come take a look. The kid hid behind the rock wall, watching and listening in secret. The guy loudly shouted and charged forward, attacking from behind. However, after the fight went on for a while, it was actually itself that took the damage. That guy just stood there watching idly. What should I do now? Huni slightly opened his eyes to look. He can't control himself. Yan is indeed very strong. It seems like he's only level 100, so what is he doing in Trungchao? The monsters here are all level 120 or higher. At the same time, Balam noticed something strange about that back tent. It keeps emitting a purple light. Isn't that the contract of the Lord of Darkness? It's the item we need to attain the power of the immortal god, the contract of the Lord of Darkness. Huni has to save him and find out how he has it. From then on, Balam also agreed to help the kid. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, he told Yong to run quickly. It kept leaning back, standing still while holding its head, neither dodging nor fighting back. Just as the scorpion was about to strike Yong with its tail, Hero Balam appeared. Seeing that he was still safe, he opened his eyes to see what was happening. He was moved to tears by this sight. Thank you for saving my life. You two are really impressive. I've never seen a dark mage as powerful as you. Huni just got a little praise and puffed up again. In front of my darkness, those scorpions are just kids. Come on, praise him. As he was smiling happily, Huni suddenly asked seriously, "Who are you? Why are you hunting monsters here, coward?" That guy is Kanel, a summoner, and this is his familiar. Yang Yang Hai also introduced himself and said he would become the Lord of Darkness. This is the dark tin box called Ba Lam. The kid gets straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Where did you get that belt?" Kanel got it after defeating a lich soldier somewhere in the Dark Death Dungeon in Trung Chao. "If you want, I can buy you an identical one at the auction house, the Dark Death Dungeon." Huni has defeated it 20 times, yet the belt only drops from random monsters. Hearing how Kanol speaks, it sounds like he's mocking, so I explained that it's an attribute item and I can't find it at the auctions. Because it's an attribute item, it won't drop even if I defeat the opponent. Kano seems to understand these things quite well. There is an item in the shop that allows you to exchange attribute items. If you agree, I will give you this old waist armor. Huni was stunned, thinking the item was worth 300,000 world, but in reality it wasn't that valuable. So I'll give it to you now. Seeing how clueless he looks, he always has the best items. Cole thinks maybe he should buy a different backpack. I just sent it to you to check. Summoner Kanel is the second son of South Korea's top conglomerate, SH Electronics. Huni, overwhelmed with the treasured item she had longed for, rushes to embrace Kanel tightly, crying uncontrollably. "If you want to try to overcome any dungeon, just call me and I will support you." Back at school, Mina is walking at a normal pace while Yunin is struggling to keep up. She told me that Professor Lai Jin's class today was cancelled. The teacher asked me to tell you that Mina doesn't know why it was cancelled suddenly, and after a while she remembered that today is a special day. Everyone has prepared thoroughly, and the Dark Luna Guild is leading. Titan and that cross-eyed bastard among the warriors, along with Poland's subordinates, suddenly felt a chill. The Lotus Guild members, however, appeared much more majestic, with Jan's flag also present. The summoner with the gold card, Lowen, and the Valley Guild, led by Roy Chen, Jan carefully observes everyone present here. Although they are not the third or fourth ranked guild, they are the only ones who helped us. He started a conversation with Roy Chen in a cheerful mood. "Thank you for your help, even though you had to break your own alliance." Roy Chen is quite courteous and kind. Even so, I still feel guilty towards him. "It's okay, I apologize for coming to help, just because I wanted to. If you need anything, just tell me. It's time to start the battle." Sakjian rode his horse closer to Lai Rahan and asked softly, "Do you think the Lotus stronghold has been stronger since you tried to weaken it?" Sakjiang is still innocent and naive, so obviously we will win. "You haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" Lirahan replied, but with a dismissive attitude, his eyes darting elsewhere. "Yes, she will have that trading station. I just want the head of that damn summoner." "Get ready. Yan will summon them all at once." Lai, Bu, Baji, and the entire film. 5 seconds remaining on the countdown. "Whoever is ready, get prepared." Rian is using the wizard's blessing. Valiant is ready to defend. All the troops are preparing for battle. 5 seconds have passed, and they start attacking wildly. Rahan and Sakjian are both determined to take Yan's life. A phantom illusion. Yu Hyun and Roy Chen provide some support, but also face difficulties. At that moment, Lai jumps high and strikes down from above. Rian drew his sword to defend, but Lai was already close by, while Yan was sitting on Finn's back, flying overhead. Lai is doing very well, but against Rahan he won't last long. "Vin, go meet that treacherous bastard." She intended to attack, but Yan blocked her first. She smiled a sinister smile. "We met before, didn't we, Master Yan? You just casually said it's been a long time since we last met." Looking back, that was really bad. When I was on Bow Island, I didn't know who you were. Because of her, I almost failed my mission. Still, she really destroyed a lot of things in the fortress. Do you know how much money they are spending? Phi, attack the soldiers besieging the gate. Once Phi leaves, I will summon him to fight. Yin dares to confidently claim that she cannot surpass me. The Casa side also has its own mission. While Lan stands below, reporting that all preparations are complete, now it's time to open the city gate. The gate is open, and there are many people lined up outside. The bandaged face guy has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally, the damn bastard appears. He doesn't care about the situation and rushes out. Die. It's obvious this is a trap. These bastards won't listen because they're NPCs. The face-banded guy is using all his strength when the white snake coils tightly around him. The unmatched technique at that moment, no matter how he struggled, was useless. Right now, each side has their own opponent. Yan and Holly face off against Sakjian, while Lai confronts Rahan. After struggling for a while, the masked man is exhausted. Will he die? Casa drew his sword and taunted them. "Come on, Kaimon's hounds. What is it? What do you think about this?" Lotus, there's definitely a problem with this. Luz was not allowed to open the gate and release the soldiers immediately, so those inside the city used bows and arrows to shoot at the outsiders, and some even climbed ladders to attack from within. Lotus, strengthen the defenses now. Mina and her friends are sitting at home, eating and watching the match. So the NPC just played a prank on them? Mina saw them earlier? Then in the classroom, she saw Jan dozing off and rambling about how Heron wasn't there. Stopping halfway through and feeling embarrassed, she shouted, "An, you don't know anything." Even though your drawings are terrible, seeing Mina's overwhelming emotions, Undi approached and told her to calm down. But she said there's no way she could stay calm. It's all part of Jan's strategy. Casa, charge in and kill that bastard Can. This situation is like quelling the 12 warlords. The speed of the horse running caused those below to fall on top of each other, and the cries for help echoed loudly. Who is that incredible NPC who is performing such an amazing feat as if he's fighting in the final battle? If the information I found is correct, then he is the undefeated swordsman Casa, a once-in-a-century legend. Hearing the word legend, no one expected it, not even a legendary-level NPC like Lotus. It's no coincidence that he can kill a giant made of bronze with just one strike. Lucia, maybe Lotus can actually win this siege war. Before I could reply, there was something interesting to watch. Looking at the screen, they had already wiped everything out. Lucia, what just happened? The main focus of this battle is probably Casa, but the players and NPCs near the gate are no ordinary opponents, each with their own strengths. From the replay, we can see Florin using her ice magic to freeze enemies, Polan with lightning, and Lauren's close allies attacking fiercely to finish them off, with reliable shields protecting them. But mainly, those muscles are divided up through dishes made by the new chef Haran. This is the first time Hen has heard about that BF dish, so everything feels strange and unfamiliar. Each of them demonstrated excellent skills in their respective roles. Hen already knew this, but that guy Jan had Casa act as a decoy to wipe out the entire army and then retreat to recover health and mana, or in other words, a hit-and-run strategy. I guess they are very confident because they are all masters. At this moment, Mina's expression looks strange. Her eyes are dazed, her cheeks flushed, and her mouth is drooling. If I were a summoner, it would be tough to fight one-on-one, and I might die fighting alone. It's time to come back, Hallie Pie. When the opponent's attack was launched, someone shouted his name. Luckily, he managed to dodge. However, Yan still took a critical hit and suffered 74,275 damage from the illusion of nothingness. You don't understand how you dodged, but still got hit, and is that skill called Void Illusion? I only attacked him once, but heard two different sounds, a spear and a sword. I think I understand the hypothesis behind it now. I think there's something strange about you since the last time we met, but it's still a mystery. Sakshian has partially gained Yan's power and is somewhat satisfied. You figured it out, huh? That's incredible. Yes, my profession is illusion warrior. I can create another clone to attack. A decisive attack with 2 swords and more, along with a continuous assault using a clone, reminded Yan of that anime. It was a bit surprising, but he's not an ordinary summoner. Now let's end this duel. Sakshian wants to be the winner. I am Yan, the summoner. Yan started to get annoyed. I can block all her attacks, but I have no chance to strike back. I have to use my skills to eliminate her clones immediately. He shouted Hallie's name, increasing his ally's agility by 30%. This speed is so fast that Sakshian is getting dizzy, but you're too careless. Her clone strikes Pi, but something's off. How can there be damage like that? While she's caught off guard and unable to react, Yan delivers a finishing blow, but it's still just one of her clones. Now there are 3 clones around you. I guess we all have a trump card, right? Yen sweat profusely, feeling uneasy. This is clearly cheating. Genin didn't want to end the fight too quickly because she was having fun, so she suggested it to Yan. If you still want to fight, you'd better summon the rest of them now. Yan gritted his teeth, exhausted and worried. Just 1 clone is hard enough. Now with 4 of them probably all gone. It's over. Keep the illusionary summonings attacking non-stop. Polan is doing fine now. Lord Casa was a bit terrifying this time. Since Lord Casa endured torment in the Kaiman Empire, he has been filled with hatred. Meanwhile, Yan is constantly suffering injuries, and for some reason, purple lights are now distracting her. This is the chance. The Void Illusion has taken 137,172 damage from Yan. The judgment effect of the King of Spirits was activated by a successful attack. Fanlight has been summoned. Jinin looks like its system is burning now. The Void Illusion received 99999 damage from the judgment of the Spirit King and has been completely eliminated. Jen's energy has taken 561,631 damage from the judgment of the Spirit King. Q's seed has a 6% chance to bloom. Is this really the effect of the King of Spirits' judgment? Luckily, she mistook the energy for hatching the cut embryo as an attack, Actually, summoning this energy means everything is going according to plan. Finn and Pooji did very well. Timing is perfect, Phi. As soon as you arrived, Yan jumped on its back to escape the encirclement of the three clones. Holly also jumped up from there to claw and slash. The illusion in the void received damage from Hallie and was completely destroyed. Sakjen was so furious he couldn't speak, unable to believe the situation had been turned around with just one stab. What kind of weapon is that? Ian excitedly says, "It's time for you to show off, all right, one more shot. Maybe now the Sakjen is using sword energy, is that her strongest weapon? Even it's not an ordinary sword aura, it's spreading everywhere. If Sakyenin wants to turn the tide back to how it was, he has no choice but to use this skill." Unprepared, Hallie was struck and disappeared. It was defeated with just one blow. The Desert Warrior's wish is exactly the same as the skill that the ice-cursed bastard used. Could it be that this guy has also gone through some kind of trial? She even knew how to eliminate all her copies to avoid Thuonglan's attack. Her combat ability is truly formidable. "Ah," Sakren in a weak voice, "why don't we end this now?" He hurriedly ordered the film to sweep, and she took damage. Because Sakyenin was suddenly attacked, the Desert Warrior's wish was activated, forming a curtain of sword energy. Due to the sword curtain's effect, Sakyenin's attack power increased by 15%. After a while, Phi was attacked, and the force was so strong that a single blow destroyed Phi's summon. At that moment, Yan was sitting on Phi's back and fell freely. "It's over now. The chain attack is finished." At the most dangerous moment, Yan reached out and grabbed her face tightly, while his other hand swung a fist, but it was useless. No matter what he did, she could always counter with an even stronger blow. Aya takes 10 critical damage from the deadly gene. Despite the powerful attack, only 10 critical damage was dealt, which is very little. No matter how many times they attack like that, they only take a little damage. The overused sword curtain is breaking apart. If this keeps going on, the one in trouble will be me. I need to try something different. Use the instant photo skill. It strikes once, causing Yan to fall into the abyss. Two reporters look worried and restless. It has been 2 hours since the Dark Luna and Titan invasion began. What we see on the screen now is the first wall of the Lotus Guild and the protective towers that have collapsed, along with Genin advancing inside after successfully defeating the summoner Yan. Yan's arm is still reaching up, so he's still trying to lift himself out. It takes some effort, but he's safe now. The Zamu warrior's willpower skill has stopped activating due to time limit exceeded. She's lost. Luckily, we barely survived by transferring the excess stats into defense, thanks to the effect of the Zamu warrior's willpower. That bastard's face showed a confused look when she realized she was actually causing damage through assassination. I wish I had taken a picture. Well, even if the first holy wall gets destroyed, this was expected anyway. I should go help Lai now. He steps forward to pull the weapon stuck in the rubble out. All right, let's go. Sakren is also quite wary of Wai An. Who the hell is that bastard anyway? He looks normal and sturdy. He should be a summoner with limited defensive abilities. Anyway, the biggest threat has already been taken out. The only thing I need to do now is find a way inside. The victory belongs to Khan. Noel, sitting alone in the cave watching the match, is more tense than he thought. But is it okay for him to stay here? If I remember correctly, you have someone you need to defeat over there. Hun finished the match and Yan came to help Heron recover from her injuries. By the way, I was thinking, do you agree that we should go help Lee? Heron is a kind girl, so she definitely won't refuse this invitation. He summoned Reek to carry the two of them for convenience and to hold on tight. And then they arrived at the battlefield of death. He looked at Lai with a pale face. What the hell is going on? What on earth just happened? Turn back to when Lai was fighting Rahan when they were approaching closely. Rayhan can land a blow to make it retreat. Stupid wolf. You must really want to die. I guess that beating you took back then still wasn't enough? Lai still looks very heroic. Of course, he hasn't heard it respond to him, so he's still surprised. This wolf can talk, so you can talk too, right? Your noble summoner and priest are not here to protect you, he replied like a brave hero. Since no one is here, I can unleash my full power. Lai is an ultimate Fenya and the king of all wolves. But even after evolving from a blood Fenya into an ultimate Fenya, it still hasn't had the chance to show its true power because it witnessed Charlo and Oviele, both under Lunasi's control, with its own eyes. Because Lai knew that Lunasi would target Yan and its allies, it limited the use of its power. Its full strength could only be unleashed when alone and solitary. Lai unleashed the true power of the ultimate Fenya, but Gon dismissed it as a joke. He was struck with a single blow and froze in shock, eyes wide with surprise. The battle has only just begun. No matter how strong you are, there will be moments of mistake, so Lai was knocked away by that attack. Seeing that the situation was too unstable, Yu Hun and Roy Chen stepped into the fight. Not knowing if they would survive, they privately asked Lai to protect Yan for them. They all took heavy damage from Rahan. Lai uses Shadow Invasion. All of Lai's attacks will deal critical damage. Her movement speed increases by 50% and her dodge rate rises significantly. Rahan switched to using the cursed mask to fight for a long time, but the wizard's blessing effect from him was nullified, and the cursed mask effect was also disabled. Still, he especially respected Lai's power. You did well even as just an assistant, but your master and Luz will fail. I'm sorry, master. It feels like I am collapsing in the depths of pain. Lai fell in battle due to a fatal wound from Rahan. The summoned beast that activated the Dark Invasion skill has died, rendering the skill useless. In the sky, the darkness gradually dissipates, leaving only Roy Chen. Yan hurriedly calls Haran to heal him. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Yan, who was always by his side, immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Luckily, Roy Chen is fine, but you shouldn't be here right now. Yan, Rahan has entered. At the same time, I sent you an urgent message to come here immediately. The second city gate has been breached, and I don't know how they found out about the trap in the basement. Before Yan arrived, I asked Gakwan and Casa to try to hold them back. But the NPC has also washed the eggs. He's not moving at all, like he's encountering a glitch. It seems the battle has already taken place. I have to go now. One problem after another. He showed his frustration openly and told Roy Chen what happened, but he still couldn't figure out where the issue lay. Roy Chen thinks that Samu and Martin's people have finally taken action. Lendor and Oan have joined Titan's forces. So the assassin returned to Oan last time and showed them how to open the city gate. It seems the situation is getting worse. And even worse, right now the only divine beasts close to us are Rake, Baji, and Puji. What is Gasa doing at this moment? Heron curiously asked what that thing over there was. In his eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of death and brutality. Jen cries out in grief as his pet departs. CA no longer moves, and his teammates are gradually defeated. Lord Poland collapses onto Syria's lap. Why does it feel like he's still breathing? Genetic Tane is also here breaking Syria's ice. Casa seems haunted by the past. It's that feeling again, the same feeling as when I met the Lord. Jane and Haran, after a long time and many battles, finally face each other again. I have opened the city gate as I promised. As for Haran, he has already wiped out all the monsters. The only ones left are those monsters. He just pointed at Casa, but Casa showed no reaction at all, as if he had been paralyzed or malfunctioned. So I think we just need to cut off his head. Her thinking is so simple, and Haran also agreed to do it quickly. The shadow clone technique, combined with the link photo slash, was about to strike when they sensed something unusual. What is that? The highest level of the multiverse magic tower. Jippo was secretly glad that he had finally awakened. She is the owner of the highest level of the dimensional magic tower. Pure Dragon Master Oi is currently residing in the northern continent. My old friend, one of the 5 divine dragons, the battle dragon. As soon as it woke up, it roared loudly, causing shockwaves everywhere. The deafening noise made the 2 guys' faces turn pale. His body suddenly emitted a purple light. He wondered if Kusa's energy came from the Kimon monsters that Lai had defeated earlier. The energy needed for Kusu to bloom has been fulfilled. One of the 5 legendary divine dragons is shedding its shell. Due to the lack of a leader, all summoning orders from his subordinates are cancelled. The surrounding guardian spirits immediately vanish. You are now facing an overwhelming new power. This is the battle dragon Kasu. It growled at Yan with a sharp gaze. Are you the one who awakened me? I can feel a soul like mine out there. I will go there first. Just keep staring at that wild donkey out there and wonder. What the hell is this? Is it not a snake but a real dragon? In this situation, do you still find it funny to hear Rahan's awkward laugh? He said that the dragon seems to be part of it, but only at level 1. I don't know how that damn summoner managed to tame a dragon, but we still have a chance to succeed. The situation is more urgent now. Yan didn't hesitate anymore and told Heron to follow him. Ren's face trembled. How could this happen? Should we gather an air combat team and attack it together? That monster politely asked Ka, "May I borrow your power?" Only then did he realize that this feeling was caused by you. All right, I will lend you one of my other powers. He raised his hand to transfer a part of it, then collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, Yan happened to see and was panic-stricken, a mischievous grin spreading as he watched this scene. That stupid dragon is attacking its own ally. Hey, are your eyes just for decoration? Its current level jumped from 1 to 302, a huge level-up process. Sakurin Tetsu immediately stopped smiling. Now, all he could do was gape. So, that dragon didn't attack back then. Rather, it absorbed him. At this point, things are no longer simple but have become extremely tense. Get ready for the battle. It's about to use that skill. Everyone tried to avoid it, but it was too late, and now everyone had to face the black hole of death. Just as they were about to rush in recklessly, Scarlet saw something strange. What's going on? Why is something holding me back here? Damn it. She split her clone into another person to help her escape from this black hole. Knowing he couldn't stand directly on the ground, he stood on his sword instead. Canelo only watched, but reacted so fiercely. They are running away. The death grave appears with glowing edges forming a square that traps them inside. Running to escape the sun, Ian and Heron witnessed the entire process. Is this really true? It's so glamorous. The Titan Society and Dark Luna were completely destroyed in an instant. The battle was over, and Huni turned around and said, "Let's go. I'm sure we'll meet again soon." Kasa's exhausted and can't get up. It was almost a disaster, a 5-centimeter gap from his breath, but Luce's fortress was blown away by an ally. The defense was successful, and Kasa's strength has returned. Anyway, that final moment was all thanks to his skills. He's become much stronger, and I look forward to seeing him again soon. What do you mean by success? That stupid dragon blew up the entire base. It was pretty impressive, though, and it helped us hold off the second-ranked guild from Ken. Now, they won't be able to challenge us anymore because we've taken some spoils from those bastards, Can. We can repair the base and level up at the same time. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, Lord Kasa, what is your connection to that dragon?" During Ken's birth period, there were 17 gods with different powers. And among those gods, 5 descended to the human world to prevent the invasion of the demon realm, but could not interfere directly in human affairs, so the war god Z granted his power to the dragon Cause and the heroic humans of Luzbo. Then, Case fought a battle against the demon dragon Khalifa with the dragon trainer master in the northern continent, and everything ended. The war god Chia Z feared that Kasa would also be in danger, so he sealed his memory. That is how Kasa's wandering journey through the human world came to an end. But over time, the seal weakened and Kasa's memories fully returned when Kasu blossomed. Is this connection through the power of the war god Z already established? But this story has nothing to do with me. The problem is, I need to help him regain his original strength, and I need him to reach the hidden ability at level 100 as well. Wearing a construction outfit, those around him are especially impressed by his skill. Thanks to it, the work went smoothly, but since he borrowed Kasa's power and leveled up himself, he's probably only missing about 2%. Even though it doesn't make much of a difference, if I summon this guy, I won't be able to summon other subordinates because of my lack of leadership, so I might need some help. Seeing Ka's enthusiasm, Yan finally spoke up, saying, "Enough, I'll just ask Kasa for help." At the Titan stronghold, Rahan gruffly fought his own men, causing the chaos to panic. "Rayhan, what will you do now? Our ambush failed against them, even though we control many of the Need's kingdoms." "Oh, I was just worried and wondered if you had any other ideas that could double this anger." "Are you so weak right now that you're thinking of giving up? We'll come up with a new strategy to attack them, so let's go inside and have a meeting." Gen V doesn't enter to avoid causing conflict, so X will go in instead. Just report back to me afterward. It's over now. Yan returns to reality. At least with Kasa's help, Kus will reach level 100 soon. The central continent is the best place to level up. At that moment, the phone rang. He reached into his pocket to take it out and said, "Hello, it turns out it's the announcer Sojin looking for you. I'm reaching out to discuss the profits from the second siege defense video." Yun also seemed interested. "Oh right, you said the video will be live tonight or tomorrow, right? How much profit do you think it will make?" "Oh, I'll know more details once a video is released, but the full video profit will probably be around 8 million, and the highlight clips will be about 12 million. That's just your share of the profit." Yan heard the number and was completely stunned. How could it be so much? "In the end, you're one of Khan's key people. Thanks to you, I can hire an entire editing team with the profits. I will get back to you when the video is released." Yan wonders what they will do with this money in the future. Should I transfer them to my parents' bank account? No. Don't think about that. They will suspect that you are stealing. I think I'll just use them to go out to eat with Haru. I haven't checked the community yet, so I'll just take a look since I already won the siege battle. The hottest topics now include stories about God Yan, Yan's strategies, who are Yan's close allies, and there are also positive comments. Yan's subordinates are truly top-notch. Lotus really is the light of Lucibo. Lotus is amazing. Is there still room for everyone to join the Lotus Guild? Rahan and Saison are both imposter robots. No, you'll die just by touching a strand of Rahan's hair. People say you'll die from the vice presidents, but it's actually the desert warriors who will kill you first. All a bunch of amateurs. This feeling makes Yan proud and happy. Yes, it's wonderful. Besides, they mock Lucip's strongest teeth that are hiding. They're disgusting. Just quit the game and delete the character. Why not try to be a little braver? There are rumors that they made some dirty deals with Titan. It's truly a betrayal. It really doesn't make sense for the Lotus Guild at rank 41 to be able to defeat the main boss on their own, while the top-ranked guilds of Lucip keep hiding their heads in the sand. Plus, they put us in danger by forming an alliance with Titan. Lendo and Oan decided to team up with Titan. Looking back, if we didn't have Cause, we might have lost already. That really pisses me off. How dare they cause trouble with us? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I will take revenge in the most brutal way possible. Mushin keeps sitting on the armchair. thinking constantly, knowing he once said he would avenge Oan and Lendo. But how? Aside from what Roy Chen said, I have no other evidence. If I find something, it would be great. He decided to go look for some useful information, but unfortunately there was not a single mistake. Suddenly, not long after, he found what he needed. Luca Brahan was sitting inside the tent with Sen, discussing. As far as we know, everyone in the Ken community is now buzzing about the Empire. Oan and Lendor are making a deal. It's an agreement with Titan, not the Kimon Empire, so Jahan, you don't need to panic like that. Salon finished speaking, then immediately looked angry and pointed a sword at his neck as if to assassinate him. Just eat your words, you've already agreed after all. But that's just a scenario X created in his mind. It's so annoying. But that can't really happen, Min would die. Back to reality, Rahan is curious about what the deal with Titan is. Sen shyly replies, well, our strength is using it to gain an advantage. There is a post in the community about Lotus trying her best to gather intelligence from Oan. Use it as an advantage. When Lotus joins the battle with Oan and Leno, we will ambush and defeat all 3 guilds. Rahan frowns, also acknowledging that it's definitely a plan. If we're lucky, we might defeat them without lifting a finger. However, we need to plan carefully to carry out this strategy. We need to push Lotus to join the fight against Lendor as much as possible, because they can only hold their ground and end there. And we can take over all the surrounding strongholds except Lotus, which will be eliminated from the battle, completely destroyed with no way out. Hearing this blazing plan, Rahan's eyes lit up. I like this exciting idea. All right, let's proceed. A few days later, at Lotus's stronghold, the council was also seriously discussing the upcoming battle. So there's a post in the community saying that Oan and Lendo will attack us. Those bastards backstab us and still haven't had enough. It could be something Khan is planning to divide Lusip's forces or something like that. From both perspectives, Jan thinks it's probably both. Oan and Lendor have been pushed to the edge of the abyss. Who knows what they'll do when they have nothing left to lose. As Falan said, this is Khan's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the strongholds around them have been taken, and that's the clearest evidence. They used the situation as an advantage. Yu Hyun shouted in panic, what should I do now? Ian, with a confident look, said, don't worry, I have a pretty great plan. He handed a thick book to Yu Hun. Over there, Haran and Solon stormed up to the door and kicked it open, rushing inside. He approached Len, glaring coldly, and asked in a stern voice, what is going on here? This bastard's been since days ago when that article was posted, but the Lotus dogs still haven't made a move. X was so scared he was trembling all over and couldn't speak. Jenin just told them to stay calm. We are also planning to handle that. Because Khan has taken over 80% of the central continent, Laos has no choice but to act. So Len clenched his sword against his neck, warning him to stay silent. He hasn't allowed you to speak. Don't cause more trouble. Seeing things getting worse, I have to tell myself to stay calm. Everyone, stay calm. Don't make a big deal out of it. This is one of the situations we predicted. If they do nothing, we can only invade them. I have more strongholds. All I need to do is strengthen my forces and invade at the right time. It's our time. At this point, it's also something Har wanted to know. That's why he let go. It's best if you take responsibility for what you just said. Solon also retracted her small knife for that reason, then they immediately left. Zen and his group breathe a sigh of relief. He's really quite hot-tempered. But what the hell are those bastards doing? Why is there no reaction at all? At this moment, Jan summoned Kuss and opened the information window to check. It belongs to the legendary race with destructive traits and can evolve. Passive skill of the War God increases the attack power of allies within a 150-meter radius, depending on the number of enemies. Dragon Skin passive reduces 40% of magic attack damage and 10% of physical attack damage. If you do not take damage for 10 seconds, your health will increase by 2% every 2 seconds. The Dragon's Roar causes fear in enemies within 50 meters. The higher your cup compared to your opponent, the greater the chance to trigger the fear state, and once in that state, the enemy cannot attack cut. The Battle Dragon's breath deals continuous damage equivalent to 40% of its attack power for the next 10 seconds, having its effectiveness for the user. Shape-shifting cut can transform into a human. When in human form, all combat stats are reduced by 30%, and active skills cannot be used. The Qianlong case is one of the 7 sacred dragons in legend. With abilities inherited from the gods, its power is not yet fully restored, leaving it incomplete. After reading all the rare skills, Jan was very excited. Who would have thought it also had this skill? Cut uses polymorph and immediately transforms into a human form, but unexpectedly it looks horrifying and even worse. Yan froze. What is this? Oh my god. Cut hasn't taken this form in a long time, and he calls it the friendly neighbor's appearance. After transforming, all of Cutis's stats drop by 30%, and he can't use active skills during this period. Ku slowly gazed at each part of his body. It's been a long time since I last shapeshifted into this form. Yen is using this technique for the first time, so he doesn't understand if this is your default form every time you shapeshift, and your way of addressing him also gradually changes. Q says this isn't your default form, but he feels most comfortable in this shape. Why not? Aren't you happy that I didn't transform into a woman? Jan showed some pictures of Samu and Martin and asked if he could transform into their forms. This was something he found quite simple. Of course, and it's fine. A week later, Samu clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, we've been played. I shouldn't have listened to that damn Martin. It's a bit late to realize now. Thanks to him, now everyone suspects us about why we didn't help Lotus and whether we made a deal with Titan behind their backs. That damn mercenary assassin ran away in just a moment, and now we're even behind Valley on the guild ranking. This is such a damn situation. Samu looked down from above and saw Ma Tin being blocked. Even though he is the leader, we need to verify his identity. He didn't say much and just attacked them directly. No matter how he ran, he couldn't escape. Samu, still confused, ran like a fool. What is this, God? What's going on? He tries to run after Martin to catch up, and the mission is immediately assigned to him after Martin looks directly at him. All members of Oalan grab their weapons and approach the Lando Guild. The Landor city gate was opened due to an ambush, and Samu was the one who shot an arrow straight inside. Everyone gathered and used hooks to cling to the wall to climb into the city. At this moment, Samu realized it was a trap. Everything around is already surrounded by chains. Oh my God, I can't move my body at all. Why did you do this to us? Samu felt a deep hatred for Ma Tin. You attacked one of our guild members first and then ran away. You despicable scoundrel. Ma Tin is pretending to be innocent of all charges. What are you talking about? Why would we do that right now? There's no time to reflect on ourselves at this moment. 2 days ago, a member of our guild was assassinated with an arrow at the Scorpion hunting ground, and it was the cowardly act of Oalan. Hearing this, Samu felt even more annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Why did our archer go all the way there to hunt those difficult scorpions? I think someone is trying to divide us. After a long moment, Samu was able to move normally again. What Martin says is not certain either, just a guess. Samu, you're not as smart as I thought. Outside, Yan and Samu, disguised by Kasu, are hiding behind the bushes. They detected it earlier than he thought. You plan to set up a scene at Samu's base that's pretty dull. Anyway, it seems they still suspect each other. This might give me enough time. Kasa quickly calls Yan to check out something strange. The Immortal Dark Lord is a series of hidden quests. You meet all the conditions to awaken the power of the Immortal Lord, someone who established an immortal empire underground thousands of years ago. You have completed all the missions from the Immortal Soul and now meet the requirements to become the next Dark Lord. Now go awaken the sleeping immortal at level 100 in the underground dungeon and defeat him to become the Dark Lord. The SSS level mission, recognized by the Immortal Soul, has no time limit, and the reward is a class change to Dark Magic. Depending on the player's class, the rewards may vary. Kasa also seems to think that Little Brat has been trying to trigger this quest. That is why the mission window was shared with me, because that kid is my subordinate. But he was a bit curious. Even the missions carried out by my subordinate's subordinate are shared with me? If the difficulty is SS, it's on par with the trials in the Zamu tribe. An Lalang has no idea what this guy is doing, and he might get the legendary summoner's divine item, so I don't think we can ignore it. At that moment, Jan immediately sent a message to Huni. I heard you just received a major mission, right? Don't pretend, I already know Kasa is my owner. Since you are Kasa's subordinate, this mission is also shared with me. Huni sighed and couldn't hide it from Yan anymore, then asked directly, so what do you want from me? Yan just wanted to join the mission with him, so he argued, well, since it's a stealth mission, you won't gain much, right? Yan doesn't care about any of that, don't worry, we'll discuss it when we get there. Seeing Huni's face getting worse, Kanel was about to ask, but the kid didn't want to say. It's nothing major, it seems someone else will join our mission. We need to finish this quickly, and deal with that person. Kanel's eyes lit up at the mention of that person. Could it be the summoner Yan? Huni coldly replied, maybe he will be there too. Kanny was more excited than ever. Great, I finally get to meet him. Huni stared blankly. Are you such a big fan of him? He immediately said, you know, honey, he's the strongest summoner. If I meet him, I will definitely ask him to teach me how to train dragons. While the Lewis Guild was discussing, Yan was absent. It turns out he said he had important matters to attend to and had already left. Actually, it's not that important, but Florlan was planning to ask him about the next updates on Kylan. By the way, about what was written in the book Yan showed us last time, Yu Hyun firmly put down his pen. If you say so, then those are the plans for the future. Lotus's plan. Lotus will leave the central continent. PH Lan Lan was completely unaware until she heard the news and gasped in shock. So, what about everything we've built so far? Currently, more than 85% of the central continent belongs to the Kan Empire. With just the defensive guns and our strength, we can't make a difference. By targeting this fortress, we will return to the northern local fortresses and seize all the surrounding strongholds of the Lutbello Empire. Even if other guilds resist, it will be fine. We have the excuse of being the only guild standing up against the Empire in the central continent. Using the reputation we've built in the central region, Yan will be promoted from deputy commander to commander, and we will create the Lotus Kingdom. Lan ruffles her hair in frustration. Sir, it's too complicated. I can't understand it right now. For now, we can take over the Knights Guild or the Magic Tower, the Special Defense Tower, and other game content in the central continent. A kingdom is created solely from our guild. Once they understand the situation, they are all ready. When we declare independence gone, the real ambitious one aiming to unify the continent will definitely attack us. Do you know what rank our guild is? PH Lan answers without thinking. We are ranked second, not too high and not too low. Then she suddenly paused, her eyes wide open. Wait a minute. Has our ranking been completely manipulated? We need to hide our strength while continuing to grow stronger. When we're ready, we can face Khan. Yan and Casa are walking together on the snow. The atmosphere is so gloomy, even the sand is all gray. It's understandable because this is the land of immortals. Casa, do you know anything about the immortals of the Black Sea? Ka muttered. For immortals, they are simply allies. The Lord of Darkness can manipulate the undead and turn them into subordinates. Their true nature is cruel. But over a millennium, humans and the living united to fight against the demons of the underworld, sharing a common goal to protect their realm. The purpose of the demon is to punish this realm of space, and through the alliance with the zombies, the profession of necromancy was formed. The immortal supreme being is the source of all witches. At the same time, Yan encountered the Dark Lord Huni. He enthusiastically waves his hand in greeting. It's been a while since we last met. You're different now. It seems you've grown taller. The kid doesn't want to talk much. Still, you've also become more mature. That's enough, let's go. We will defeat the immortal. Yan calls Lai to attack first, using its claws to tear through each enemy. Kanel even gets a front row view of Yan's fighting style. You're really at the top. Lai, after not being summoned for a long time, is quite enthusiastic. Kanel also has a role in this mission. Great, I can't fall behind either. Yang attacked, but as he ran up, he was caught by the opponent's leg, causing him to fall hard like an earthquake. Yan subtly reminded him that he still has a lot to improve in his skills. As for Huni, he calmly used the Spirit Slash and then the Curse, followed by the Realm of Death's Revenge. The Immortal Ghost was stunned, the Immortal Skeleton was stunned, and the Immortal Scorpion was stunned. Congratulations on completing the 36th dungeon of the Immortal Clan. CA lies back comfortably observing the kid, and I could sense it from before, but indeed, your skills have improved a lot. So, you are the wizard recognized by the Immortal Clan? Yan is also very happy for Huni. You have truly improved. By the way, was it you who captured Rahan and Sak last time? Yan talked a lot, but was ignored by the kid who just gave him a piece of tea cake, making him feel insulted. At least they should have greeted each other before leaving. I'm very grateful to you. Hearing this, Huni finally spoke up. It's not necessary. I just don't want that bastard to be killed by someone else. He's someone we can't easily deal with. By the way, the beneficial effects from discovering the dungeon for the first time are still the best. Yan has leveled up and his leadership skills have improved a lot. Now you can summon Lai and Cut at the same time. Hurry up, finish quickly, and let's go hunting. At the 100th underground level of the Immortal Race's prison, as expected, the SSS level dungeon is not easy. Everyone's summoned beasts are exhausted, and our stamina is almost drained. Can we defeat the Immortal in this state? This is probably what everyone is worried about. Suddenly remembering a question, what if the Immortal tribe is an ally, why do we have to kill them? As I said, they are temporary allies. Now, the battle against the demons has ended. The Immortal race could become enemies at any moment, and the number of zombie monsters has increased recently, don't you see? It seems the Immortal race is plotting something. I'm sure Dufel and Khan don't want to see the zombies causing chaos. Basically, what we're doing is helping to cut out the boils. Based on that information, they decided to open it up. Huni begins to recite the spell, O immortal Lord of Darkness. Your descendant has completed all the preparations and arrived at the Dark Cathedral. The Lord of Darkness appears and asks, have you seen the true realm of death with your own eyes? They heard a voice and were filled with terror, all falling into the darkness of the Dark Lord's trap. Nothing could be seen in the pitch blackness. The Lord takes slow steps and says, I suppose you want to see that realm. I will lead the way and show you the domain of death. The Immortal suffers damage from Kasu, Lei, and Yan. Kano and Huni are stunned and thrown back in shock as they realize Yan's team's power can completely overwhelm. The Dark Lord uses a savage tone to call his allies to rise up. Come forth, my army of zombies. The zombies slowly rise from the ground after hearing that call, with the Soul Eater activating inside them. The immortal has regained all his blood. Attack while I am speaking. Are you in such a hurry? Huni has only just grown up and has already witnessed so many tough scenes. He devours the zombies to heal himself. We need to eliminate the skeletons first. Yin quickly handles it efficiently. Caught, lie, attack them together. The immortal man laughs and says with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, so you really want to kill me?" He cast an aging spell on them, draining their strength and blinding them. However, only Cause is immune to the curse, thanks to his dragon skin. Lai and Baum are also immune thanks to their dark resistance. Remember this move, only the immortal ones realize that some bugs seem immune to my curse. Well, it doesn't matter. Let the zombies finish them off. Yan panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. What should I do? We are at a disadvantage if we have to fight with the negative effects, plus I can't focus because I'm blind. The only ones who can fight are his 3 immune guardian spirits. Does the Dark Sorceress have any weaknesses? Huni thinks a powerful magic attack might work. We can't let him absorb all the souls at once. Maybe Cassius's dragon roar will help. Could this be our last hope? But if we use it, the dungeon will collapse on all of us. Yan hesitates, pondering how to execute a move that can take him down. Huni quickly came up with a strategy, but with this plan, we have to risk our lives. Jinsung must be feeling quite uneasy. What should we do to deal more damage? At this moment, John suddenly came up with a strategy, but succeeding with it wouldn't be easy. You said something shocking, which is to fight with all your life on the line. Hearing that, Jinjung was extremely stunned. Life on the line? He collapsed to the ground, his face full of panic. What kind of terrifying strategy is that? John calmly replied. Tuung responded. You also know this skill. It's the skill you used at the arena last time. You guessed right, but hitting the immortal requires 2 conditions. The conditions are not so simple. First, the immortal must deliver a really powerful attack. The second condition is that they must withstand that powerful attack. You already planned this with Balam and prepared for it, but they can't deal significant counter damage because of that wizard's innate darkness resistance. As for Jinsung, Nuok Nguyen is too weak to withstand his attack now, since he dealt the most damage earlier, so if he gets close, he will fight back fiercely. So basically, your idea is to use him as a shield, right? No matter what his attitude is, that's how it is, whether it works or not. He smirked confidently. Of course, just watch your timing carefully. Suddenly, Cut touches Jin Suong, knowing exactly what he needs to do. He stands up confidently. Just to try. On the surface, everything seems fine, but inside, I feel a bit anxious. This really is a reckless strategy. This tactic requires approaching him from above, which isn't really my style, but it's okay. I completely trust John's skills. And moreover, he's not sure he can withstand his attack in this state. Look at him. His aura is truly terrifying. Contrary to him, he quickly ordered Cut to fly towards the immortal. In just about 3 seconds, they will clash. It rushes forward at a very high speed. But the immortal one is not afraid at all. Truly, attacking is useless. Just as planned, Long Hong is about to strike. Cut's sudden move surprised even the immortal. Startled, he saw Jin Sheng rushing forward. He was stunned and thrown off balance by this formation. He refused to give up and quickly used the release spell. Jinning, being no pushover, immediately activated the boost. It was at this moment that John quickly responded with a counterattack. A giant serpent began to appear. The atmosphere is really chaotic right now. It flicks out its long tongue, but he's not someone who is easily scared, so he looks at it resolutely. Suddenly, it bit right into his neck, making him unable to resist and jerk uncontrollably. Jindung received a huge amount of damage. What should I do? What should I do? It bites harder and harder. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, causing a shockwave throughout the area. The youngest suddenly looked at it in shock. The white tiger also startled, and the others were all stunned. Now let's see how it goes. They looked at it with wide eyes. You're confused and don't understand what's happening. What's the outcome supposed to be? What just happened? Jindung is lying unconscious over there. Luckily, you used the willpower of the Solam Mott clan to hold on, and now you're down to 2% health. The immortal is not surprised, nothing special about it. He was startled again because he spat blood. Oh no, could this be a counterattack? Did you activate that skill during that brief moment of fog? He looked at John holding Jin Sung, that damn little black mage. What is this? He has fallen freely. A big fall caused an explosion of destruction. He lay motionless, having received damage amounting to 1 billion. It is indeed a failure. Surprisingly, the skeletons gather around him. Uncle immediately recognized that he was about to use the Soul Devourer again. John turned back and said, "You don't think that way. Those skeletons want to attack him again, making him afraid. Clearly he is their master, but they are turning against him. It really is a great failure for a mage," he shouted in despair, feeling so much pain. And then he was mercilessly defeated by his own soldiers. John wondered if they had already won. Jinzheng shouted angrily, "That bastard is really unlucky. If it weren't for Sister Thuong, I'd be in trouble too." He gradually had to step back. John was very happy that their strategy had succeeded. "He is excited and teasing you, truly perfect. You did so well that it made you blush." Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and the immortal charged out with furious energy. Do they think that's how they defeated him? Dedung was startled. He had returned by turning his body into a zombie, and they couldn't avoid this. He rushed forward quickly, ready to die, but unexpectedly John stood up to protect him, surprising him. He just turned back to smile at him affectionately. Jinzheng trembled. What does he want to do? The powerful strike from the immortal hit John, but he still smiled in that moment. Her smile made Jinsung feel heartbroken, while John stepped forward to protect Jinsung, leaving him stunned. You turn back and give a gentle smile. He frowns. What are you planning to do? The immortal's sweet, straight-down strike cut through John. While he still smiled, it didn't last long. His natural fear showed on his face, but he felt nothing. You slowly open your eyes. Is that weapon just pressed against your neck? John is startled by what he sees. So it was Casa who arrived and stabbed the immortal directly? His huge sword struck with decisive destruction. The immortal couldn't defend himself, he stammered. Who are you? Xia clenched his teeth, his entire body radiating with fierce anger. Jin Hyung immediately recognized and enthusiastically praised Casa. His head was severed, and he was furious. How dare he? Casa stomps his foot down, having unexpectedly succeeded in defeating the immortal. Just then, Jin Zheng happily runs over to Casa. He was very excited because he thought Casa had already left, but unexpectedly he appeared here. John also quickly picked up the staff. He proudly examined his staff, thinking the mission was complete, and thanks to that he received many delicious items. Suddenly, the skull's gem began to glow, surprising John. It shone so brightly it blinded me, and a surge of power suddenly overwhelmed me. John's eyes flashed with a strange light. Could I have been possessed? But no, I returned to normal. Only now, in a more powerful form. You have successfully been promoted from Dark Mage to the Lord of Darkness. Jinung was surprised. Is that John's new profession? Suddenly he wondered why you saved me. He didn't understand at first. Jin Han looked at Casa with a not very happy expression and wondered why he had saved him. Casa still doesn't understand. What is this person talking about? But John angrily shouted at him to stop pretending, clearly saying he wanted to kill him before, so how could he not know anything now? Have you ever done that before? Were you surprised, or is this about that time? He quickly opened the screen and realized that his relationship with him had already been broken. What the hell is this? Are you saying that you're not worth me fighting properly for? He stepped closer. It's all just a misunderstanding. Ka said with a bored expression, that was just a scare last time, but who would have thought you're so good that I ended up fighting seriously with you? We were actually having fun before. I just wanted to play with you a bit to release the contract, but then you didn't show up and I couldn't do it. He seems really shy. Casa keeps apologizing to John, which surprises him a lot. He reached out sincerely and happily, congratulating you on becoming a hero. John also reached out his hand and happily shook hands with Casa. This time, you'll forgive me. The two of you look at each other happily. So the disappearance has been resolved. Jinung and Koel are clapping and congratulating, but he doesn't look very happy. He happily opens the gift box. Everything is over now, so we should check the reward. Wearing the item, it's not bad at all. It's the Cloak of the Immortal. It offers a lot of benefits, not bad at all, Jin Dung wondered. Kanuil is also a summoner, so she probably received a legendary level item, right? That's right, she truly received the commanding earrings. She handed it over, and it increased the command stat by a full 15,000. That's amazing. Jin Hyung was jealous again. He needs it so much. He angrily asked if there was anything else. But deep down, I wish she would stop showing off Kong. Of course, I still wanted her to share with me. I wanted to stop, but I didn't have time. She shared with him that the task is the pure dragon's wish. His mission is to find GLA's soul wandering somewhere in hell and, by overcoming the challenge, he will complete the task. He felt a bit sad. That was his grandfather's mission. But when he couldn't share it, Kanel got angry and pressed so hard that the screen cracked, making Jin Young scared. It's okay if you don't want to share. He hesitated, but he thought that his grandfather had disappeared after doing something with his inheritance. Suddenly, the eye on the immortal's staff asks if he knows about the pair. Hearing the strange voice, all four of them are startled. The most panicked person is probably Dihan. He quickly explained that he didn't mean that, it was this tree. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, making everyone think he would really criticize the stir-fry. The two of them hurried to rush forward, but Cha realized and stopped them, saying it would be fine. Clearly, Kasa doesn't sense any aura at all. He thinks it's best to keep listening to him. He said immediately that he had transferred his soul into the staff when his body was destroyed. That doesn't matter. Is it important that Jin Jung knows about OLA? I'm feeling shy. I've met him before. I guess I should say that, but how else could I say I had this mission before? Otherwise, your identity will be exposed. Actually, he already thought there was something unusual about you when he saw you confronting Chung Long. He can still sense why Dio. Dedung was surprised. Is he talking about the person in the love forest? He immediately proposed, will you agree to his request? You received the mission right away. It's the act of a demon. This mission will be linked to the Demon Long Cause army task, and you suspect it again. So they killed the person preparing for the battle against the demons? It makes him feel terrible. And the other person is his descendant. John, are you surprised it's you? He solemnly entrusted you with the battle against the demon horde, and just hearing that made your body tremble. Those eyes suddenly lit up, but then faded away as if nothing had happened. John tried shaking the staff but got no response. Has he disappeared? John seems to realize something, turns around and sees Kasa furious. He looks at you with great anger. He just said, is it a demon? At Jin Jung's beautiful house, the weather is really nice today. Inside, the lights are shining brightly. Jinung is sitting absorbed in his computer, apparently focused on watching a video. What he's watching is Kailan, the interdimensional war. Just hearing about it shows how massive it is. The video begins in a frozen landscape stretching across every continent of Kailan as portals connecting different dimensions start to appear. And through these portals, creatures from other worlds will join the battle. Here, the first barrier opens in the other world, and that is the barrier. The creatures from that world are truly strange. They are demons. Many explorers have entered, but unfortunately they are no match for us. They tried hard, gaining new strength from their strong desire. Each willpower gathers to form a great strength called duel. It is a mode that combines players at different levels to defeat creatures from the other world. And gradually they formed it as a way to unite with players on a different level, so get ready for a new battle? Jindung observed very carefully. This must be the mode that the system has updated, right? Looking at these two people, the wizard can shoot red lightning. A builder uses a sword to fight in midair, but something's not right. What can summoners possibly do against the heavens? Are you joking about messing with beasts? He suddenly realized something. Upon closer inspection, they are demons, not monsters, so they are not easy to deal with. Demons are way scarier. Jinsung felt much happier. So that's right, maybe I remembered it. He happily concluded, but his sudden rush scared me to death. Remembering Kasa's strange expression, the way he said the words demon sounded truly terrifying. Seeing Kasa so tense surprised Jinsung as well. But in fact, Kasa knows that many people made great contributions in the battle against the creature from the other world. These people are called heroes because they fought directly, especially during critical moments. They are the ones who know that creature better than anyone else. That's why each hero prepares for the battle in their own way. Kasa wonders how they will get to the love forest. Diandong thinks there's no need to rush. They can take their time since there's plenty of porridge. Actually, until But Hui-ung finishes exploring the Immortal Clan's underground prison for the first time, they will have to go through all the challenges here to maximize that effect before deciding what to do next. Jinung also suggested that Jihan and Cole join the fight with them. The two of them are very surprised. Everything is divided up now, so it's time to start fighting. Now Jinung is very happy because the battle in the darkness has brought them all closer together and improved their skills. But that's not the greatest prize yet. The biggest reward he received was the Ring of the Spirit King. He's very happy, finally getting an item that boosts his leadership skills. Thanks to that ring, Jinyung can now summon Kasuo, stream movies, and even Hal at the same time. If he gets Kanal's command earring, he could summon PJ Puji and Pajpaji together as well. This is just the beginning. But this is the most important step forward. He opens the glass box. Now he thinks he has to go to the love forest. Jinjung puts on the glasses and quickly logs in successfully. A bright light suddenly shone directly into his eyes. At this moment, the sun was shining over the central continent of Lotus. Jinung and Kasa are discussing their strategy. Since the love forest is in another dimension, he has to climb the magic tower and ask Pear for help to take them there again. But he suddenly remembers that when he was in the love forest, he was given a gift. It's a crystal ball. If I have it, I can contact them anytime I want. But why would they give me something so valuable? He quickly opened his bag, Jinjung excitedly rummaging inside. He took out the crystal ball. This is all he needed. Jinsung handed it to Kasa, who was stunned, confused, and taken aback. He quickly called out Yell, and the crystal ball lit up instantly. On the other side, Yell was startled as she stared blankly at the crystal ball. What's appearing on the main screen is Kasa's 8-pack abs, and seeing it makes her blush. What does this mean? On this side, Jinsung is happy to get the answer, but doesn't realize the other side is cursing him. She covers her face in embarrassment, puts on her clothes, and leaves. At this point, both Jinning and Kasa are confused. Clearly, Jinjung is wearing clothes. Now look at what's in front of you. Jindung's face froze in surprise. I get it, that's not even yours. The two of them quickly approached the teleportation gate. Even he felt amazed. Who would have thought that just by rubbing the crystal ball 3 times, they could reach the love forest? This is amazing! The two quickly stepped through, and as they passed the gate, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes, with Israel already waiting there. She cheerfully greeted him, and indeed the goddess's ring was on her arm. Standing in the sunlight, she looked even more beautiful, quickly welcoming Jin Sung back to the love forest. She looked at him with a very affectionate gaze, so tender that anyone watching would be captivated. She told Sa and Yan to drop by her house and continue the conversation later. Yan looked around, and then a very mischievous idea popped into his mind. I think she's fine, but I already have a girlfriend. And what about Ka? He doesn't seem very comfortable. He's been single for thousands of years. Seisa's face looks like a monkey's butt. Master, is the atmosphere here always like this? Suddenly he pulls out that huge sword and says, we have to cut them all down. Then the three of them decided to sit down, have some cake and tea, and chat. The girl spoke up. I know why you came here. You want to learn about the demons through the immortal clan, right? Then why don't you ask Lord Kasa about those who have fought against the demons? Kasa, resting his chin on his hand, said he's not the type to remember such trivial details. Yan just forced a smile. My friend isn't quite right in the head. She's also shy in her own way. You're right about that. So Kasa turned away in disappointment while that girl suddenly stammered nervously. When will it be my turn if the Lord is so eager to help the immortal clan? So, it turns out Yao Yan forgot about that mission. You've been trying to level up as quickly as possible. She stood up and said she had something to give you. A vessel like a gourd was brought out. According to her, this, Kothu, and the bottle are from the 1,000-year-old battle. And there is a clue about this war on it. The clues about the demons are top secret. Kothu is currently sealed, and the gourd is an ancient artifact created by ancient magic. If you use that jar to collect monsters, you'll be able to imprison their souls inside. In thought for a moment, meaning the monsters living in the demon world. You ask her which low-level demon you need to capture. If Yan can subdue a low-level demon and bring back its soul inside that bottle, she can break the seal on the ancient book. Hearing this, Yan became excited, thinking that now we might be able to infiltrate the demon world, right? That's correct, but the demon world is a different realm, just like this one. She can open the barrier to the outskirts of the demon world for you, but at most, you can stay there half a day. But why? And feels that half a day is too short. The girl also knows that. She wishes she could keep the barrier open longer, but since she's not a demon, she needs to exert a lot of energy to open it. In the end, none of this could stop Yan gaming. In the auditorium, the woman announced, we have now finished presenting the 3rd update of Kailan. Thank you all for listening. The chatter has started downstairs. Mr. Guanchan stroked his chin for a moment before speaking. Thank you for the report. Director Kim, in your opinion, what is the biggest difference compared to the previous update? Mr. Chairman, that is a feature that allows content to change based on the player's decisions. Of course, our original storyline has a lot of room for development, but upon closer examination, players can only alter content within the permitted scope. No matter how they play, it's only a difference in time and outcome. The direction of the scenes remains the same. But with the latest update, depending on the player's abilities and decisions, they might branch into a different platform. W. Chan just asked the director to give an example of what was just said. Director Kim is still that quick, like in the first example related to the demon world in the game. Buyer can choose the battlefield based on completing the mandatory mission to liberate the continent. We don't know if this battle takes place in the player's human world or in the demon realm where the demons reside. It's impossible to tell. Even the game development team isn't sure. Ideally, if the player completes the mission as we expect, the battle will continue with an invasion of the demon world. Wanchan crosses his arms, looking pleased. If they can't complete the mission, the human world will be invaded, right? Director Kim confirms. Depending on where the battlefield is, the details of the situation will change. He proudly praised it as a bold idea, and then asked when the player could carry out the mandatory mission. She confidently replied, the mission has already been distributed across the continent, but the demon world is still under development because we estimate users will only be able to access it in 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, someone burst in and shouted, "Alert!" Seeing the manager, Director Kim asked what the problem was, because she remembered telling him not to interrupt the meeting. He was panting and out of breath. Sorry, but this is really urgent. The demon world. The map to the demon world has already been accessed. This news hit everyone there like a thunderbolt. Yan and Kasa are facing the fierce mice, and Yan is suddenly thinking, are these the rats that IL mentioned? After regaining his composure, he decides it's time to start the battle. Yan charged forward and knocked out each mouse one by one. CA asked if he was sure these were all demon beasts. They are weaker than you think. Yan told him to trust me because I am sure these are the demon beasts. Maybe it's because of that thing, right? As soon as they arrived, Yan looked around carefully. Is this the demon world? There's not much here anyway. Suddenly the system appeared, confusing him. What is magic resistance? You have entered the temporary zone 125 of the demon world. Yan must face a new challenge, meaning the map of the demon world is still in development. They increased their magic resistance to carry out the challenge, so doesn't that mean they are significantly lowering the difficulty to gather data for quality analysis? Magic resistance is also granted to all subordinates and close associates, which means in this demon world, Yan is the king. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself with a smile. Who would have thought that the perfect Kailan would have such a flaw? While he was excited, a low-level demon beast suddenly leapt out and bit his hand. Yan was attacked by a weak demon beast. Thanks to your magic ability, 9+5 damage was absorbed and your health decreased by 95. YA realized that even if you were lower level, you could still easily defeat these demons. Seeing the unconscious demon lying on the ground, he thought that if he didn't have resistance magic, he would have had to fight for his life, just to defeat this one enemy. CA, sensing his thoughts, asked, "Are you saying that because of our magic resistance, we become stronger?" Why is that? Yan scratched his head and said that even if he explained, he probably wouldn't understand a thing. For now, they just need to focus on destroying all these bastards. In the large room, everyone was focused on their work. Director Kim looked annoyed and complained that he couldn't believe there was still a crazy person daring to sneak into the demon world at this time. The manager hesitated and asked what they should do now. Should he contact the server team before they disconnect? The director sighed, imagining if we could do that. Do you think we would still be here now? Can is a full-party VZ game, so if we suddenly disconnect the server, the players will be directly affected. The moment that happened, our entire team's career was basically over, and if this incident reached the chairman's ears, World Chan, which has been the best strategist in the industry for decades, would be finished. That is why he chose to be involved in every step of KaiCon's updates, leading to the resounding success that Kailan has today. Hearing this, Kim was so frightened she was trembling. She still can't forget that look. W-chan gave her a chance to make amends, so use any method necessary. She vowed to resolve this issue by any means necessary. Manager Yu suddenly realized something, which made her even more anxious. He said that bastard is digging out all the hell crystals. Yan seems very excited. Who would have thought that the warehouse would release items like this? You were quite disappointed because you gained so much more experience. But with items like these, everything is completely different. You place that gem into your staff. A bright light flashes, blinding Yan. Yan jumps with joy after completing the enhancement. And all your actions are clearly displayed on the surveillance screen. Director Kim's face and the manager's are indistinguishable, so don't make things worse. This crazy guy still treats Yan like he's found the love of his life. Since each enhancement increases stats by 10%, if he upgrades the weapon to +10, everything will double. Lai stepped forward and told the young master, "I believe I've killed over 200 monsters already. How much longer do we have to keep doing this?" That chili pepper also agrees. They didn't even give us any experience points. I've seen their attacks are barely enough to scratch us. Why do you advise us to dodge when fighting? Yan exhaled deeply before replying. Right now our magic resistance is extremely high, so their attacks don't affect us much. However, next time we come here, we'll have to fight without the added magic resistance. Wouldn't it be better if we remember their attack patterns now? Hey, you idiot. I guess they'll keep hunting until the gate closes. You thought for a while, then said, "It'll be a long time because he plans to stay here forever." The statement turned these two people into ghosts instantly. The manager stammered. How much longer does that user plan to stay there? Director Kim sighed heavily because he couldn't go home to sleep tonight. She decided to hold a meeting to find a way to remove Yan's name from the demon world. But right now, in the demon world, the Rako keep appearing and jumping into Yan. But he shows no reaction because they are no longer a threat. Their left eye is their critical weak point because it provides better visibility than the right eye and has the lowest defense stat compared to the rest of their body. And you've figured out their attack patterns already. We've also collected 200 of their souls from this dungeon so far. They are avoiding the peel only to run into the coconut shell. Yan's teammates were already waiting behind those chut, so Yan didn't have to lift a finger. You still need to collect 140 of their teeth. CAXOT grumbles. How much longer do we have to hunt, boss? I'm tired of this. Lei told that subordinate not to complain anymore. He's not as bad as he says. Yan boldly declares that they will hunt until he feels like going to sleep. He decides to cancel Summon Lei and Cot and instead summon Finn. He jumps on its back and they soar away. Let's start Yan and his friend's journey to explore the demon world. The little monster opened its mouth to threaten them, but was defeated in just a second. In the demon world zone 120, Yan saw that this place seemed to be nothing but ruins, but then he realized and said, "This portal is different from the ones earlier. That explanation isn't a portal, it's a summoning magic seal." Case Exos nodded. "Yes, I can sense the tremendous amount of magic emanating from that gate." As Wyan still couldn't believe that huge thing was a magic seal, something was emerging from it that made him terrified. The monster materialized and spoke. "How dare you walk boldly into the realm of demons without a hint of fear, you creatures from another world." Yan's face is as pale as a sheet of paper, silently praying in fear, but still speaking boldly. "Oh, gods of heaven and earth, you're the ones who should be afraid. Can you please give me a name?" He is one of the 12 guardians guarding the entrance to the demon realm. Yan-kun summoned his weapon. The 12 guardians are what you call the stomach's Tatrang. This made Yan-kun furious. "You little brat, you're too mouthy. But I hope that's all you've got." Talking big without backing it up, Yan faces the world without fear. "Go ahead and attack, you damn monkey." But still, that guy's level is even higher than Kajia's. He didn't wait and charged straight in. He punched the ground hard, but it seemed nothing happened. Yan didn't expect the magic resistance potion to cause so much blood loss. Thanks to the shield, after that hit earlier, it just climbed onto the cabinet to watch the naked chickens, but with magic resistance, it should be different. Yan orders his team to take Yan-kun out immediately. Kos was the first to strike, and it already made Yan-kun feel a bit uneasy. Then Kasa and the crocodile jumped up and bit him on the body. At LB's shop, on the 6th floor development planning room, Director Kim entered and asked how things were going. Manager Yu informs that the player Yan is currently fighting Ian Kun, the gatekeeper of the Demon Zone 120. She is somewhat pleased because Ian Kun is a high-level monster ranked in the top 100 in the demon world. If it's Yan Kun, then she might be able to hold Yan back. But why does Kim feel like she's watching the whole crowd gang up on the boss? The dragon and Yan team up to fight, causing Yan Kun to clutch his head and cry. He doesn't understand what's happening. How can an ordinary person have such power? Then it was electrocuted and lay still on the ground, but the pride of a demon servant wouldn't allow it to admit defeat. "You're a strong human, but if I hadn't stayed alert, I could have easily defeated all of you." You raise an eyebrow, is that so? Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone stop now." It asked confusedly, "What do you want to do to that human?" You step on its body to challenge it and say, "I wanted a proper fight with you when you were on the defensive, so you use healing skills to treat it." The dragon and Hale find this very confusing. "Master, what are you doing?" Kasa asked, somewhat annoyed. "Are you finally losing your mind?" But unlike everyone else, you seem very relaxed. "It's okay, I have a plan." After being healed, Yan-kun, the guardian of the demon world, recovered his vitality. It looks down from above. "I have never met a human as arrogant as you. Your belief in victory and your strength will lead you to death." He couldn't help but reply, "Of course. I am the strongest Soromus warrior. I don't need allies. I will fight you alone." And after countless battles, the result remained the same. Yan-kun was still on the ground, struggling to get up, unable to accept defeat once again. Yan is also ready to counter. "Hey, dragon, fight him." And the result repeats itself, demanding a rematch once again. This time, Yan sends someone else to fight. At a building, 2 programmers are in a difficult situation. The female programmer bites her lip and asks, why doesn't the player Yan kill him and just keep healing Yan-kun? Does he no longer want to explore the demon world? You guess as if she thinks he's trying to understand Yan-kun's attack mechanism. Maybe they think they won't gain any more experience or reputation points, and that their items will be confiscated, so he's probably fighting to figure out its attack mechanism. The female manager is about to lose her temper. If that's the case, when will we finally get to finish work? The battle continues to repeat endlessly. Yan-kun remains the one taking the hits. As for Wyan, she got married happily. "This is my 63rd victory." Again? After enough suffering, Yan-kun doesn't want to try again. "No, there's no need anymore. I want to serve my master." Seeing it kneel down, you couldn't help but be surprised. "What did you say?" It patiently repeats itself once more. "I have been conquered by your power. I wish to serve you." You feel very happy. "Oh, I see. Then I accept." You is feeling restless. "So, Director, should we follow the plan discussed in the meeting now?" Remember during the previous meeting she said this was the topic of discussion for today. Our goal is to keep the players out of the unfinished map of the demon world. Even though we prevented his experience points and reputation from increasing, the items dropped and the information inside the demon world are still appearing. The enhancement system is the same. If an employee suggests that once experience points and reputation are frozen, we just need to tell him to log out after restoring all items and upgrade points, then she immediately refuses, saying that player YN played normally, and this is clearly our fault for missing this case. Yu raises his hand to suggest, so what about the boss with him? How can we prevent him from leaking information about the demon world while letting him keep his upgrade points and items? The female manager is pleased. That's a good idea because we're busy preparing everything for the demon world map update, so my manager will delegate the task to you. Make sure the player YN is expelled. Now the meeting is over. Thanks for your hard work. Then everyone leaves, leaving you standing there in confusion. They plan to let me do everything. In the game, Yan is trying to recruit Ian Kun, but the system keeps rejecting it. No matter how many times you try again, you won't succeed. You regretfully say, Yan Kun, I'm sorry, but maybe you're not meant to be one of my kind. It cried and begged, is it because I am too weak? I quickly waved my hand and said, don't worry, it's not like that. Maybe it's because I'm not noble. He thought it was something major, so he then showed him the way into the demon world. If that was all, then I'm relieved. If you continue in that direction, you will truly enter the demon world, and could you grant me a favor? The boy happily agreed. Of course. What do you want? Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen, and Yu read curiously. It's a mission, but what exactly is pure demon blood? Yan quickly explains to him. It's simply pure demonic blood. But if you drink it, you'll become a half-demon. You freeze for a moment, then gape in amazement. Half-demons are like the characters in the fantasy game, and the crystal level is also impressive, but pure demon blood is just as valuable as high-quality crystal. After thinking it over, you tell Yan Kun, I will help you with this problem. It's very grateful to you, thank you, then hands you something. Please accept these items. You don't understand what they are, do you? It enthusiastically explains to you. That is a high-level demon seal and a demon world map. If you possess a high-level demon seal, low and mid-level demons cannot touch you. Are you really happy? Thank you. It didn't forget to warn that cunning monsters are everywhere in the demon world, but most of them only appear in zones 115 and 107. He thought carefully that even though his eyes were about to close forever, he had to endure until this mission was somehow over. Then he bid farewell to Yan Kun. I have to go now. Yan Kun, see you next time. Kasasa and you entered the demon world, and on the way, you kept talking, but Ka didn't say a word. Getting assigned a mission is a good thing, right, Ka? When he didn't reply, you called Ka again. So now you realize time is passing? Suddenly, a notification from the system pops up, making you curious to check it out. I was very surprised to find out it was the system operator. I thought they would talk to me at some point, but I didn't expect it to be now. I will, of course. Then the surrounding space disappears and is replaced by networks all around. You look confused and ask what's going on, as Yu appears out of nowhere and bows to you. Hello, Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am one of the operators of the Kylon system. You also keep your manners. Yes, hello. I can talk with you, but I'm quite busy, so I probably can't stay long. Not sure what's going on. Even though I say that on the surface, I'm secretly telling myself I need to stay firm. While Yu was scratching his head and unsure how to start the conversation, he only focused on the number 500 above his head. Isn't level 500 a bit too much? Since Vomo isn't a demon, there's nothing I can do. He just needs to make a move and I'll be gone. Yu finally spoke up, saying I am sorry and that I did not mean to waste your time. First, the Soft Federation sincerely apologizes to you, Yan, for the issues in controlling the situation. You had to continue playing under unusual circumstances, and it is all our fault. He quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay, but deep down he's so kind that I find it hard to act indifferent. You're starting to show your true cunning nature, so what do you plan to do? You're not just going to apologize to me like that, are you? The boy grabbed Yu's coat and smirked. I just ignored my conscience to pursue my own benefit. Yu was shaken back and forth by Yu, but remained very calm. Of course not. We admit our mistake, but instead of simply giving you power in the game, we want to propose a deal. Are you suspicious of the deal? Yu affirms. That's right. Why don't we find a way for both sides to benefit? You know it. There will be a major update in a few days. Our game developers have finished the final tasks before I release new content, but we can't do that because you're still here. And that's why we proposed a deal with you. The condition is that you'll exit the game except for Yan. You wouldn't want to lose all your effort like that. So what do I get? Yu begins to propose a deal. What if we leave 5% resistance for your character? You quietly do the math. They still let me keep 5% resistance? This deal is better than I thought, but the problem with resistance is that the number only increases naturally when fighting demons. I don't know if that 5% is really worth that much. In this situation, pushing forward is the only way. Yu continued, of course you can increase your resistance through missions by fighting demons, but just 1% resistance is hard to improve, and 5% is not a small number. While saying that, Yu pretended that everyone knew this fact. He still wanted more, so he casually brushed it off. Is there a maximum resistance limit, or is it like other stats? IU immediately asked. Yes, the maximum level of resistance is 30%. Listen, then you name your price. So if I can get an extra 5% on top of that 30, I'll agree immediately. Yu sees the condition he offers and quietly calculates if he agrees, the maximum resistance parameter for him will be 35. It's quite impossible if he demands to maximize all parameters. Should I go along with it? After thinking for a while, I also have an answer. Yes, we can do that. You see, he's already agreed, but now he wants to ask for a little more. Is he truly willing to accept this willingly? Should I ask for more? Then you ask about the confiscated items, but what about the items and achievements I gained in the demon realm? Yeku replied immediately that as soon as you leave, the items and possessions will disappear, because this is the demon world's mission area, and items will be automatically erased. You asked again, what about the items I enhanced with demon crystal? This question was also discussed in Yu's meeting. We will let you keep your enhancement points and your current mission will also continue as it is. You felt very satisfied hearing that. Of course, I spent hours enhancing those items, you know. You smile and say goodbye to Yu. Thanks a lot, man. Yu also said goodbye, but didn't forget to remind you. It's nothing. Sorry to bother you during your game, so when will you be quitting? You bow your head deeply to him. You go ahead first, I will pack everything up and log out as soon as I can. Yu looked at the time and silently counted. Please, try to log out within the next 10 minutes for me. He scratched his head and smiled. Of course, I'll be done in 5 minutes. Don't worry, Yu's family has said goodbye to you and gently pulled you back. Goodbye. Take care. You panic and scream loudly, but in reality you're sitting on the ground. That's really strange. Am I back already? Suddenly you took off everything on yourself and Kasa, making Ka jump in shock. What are you doing, Master? No matter how much Kasa yells, you don't care. If they aren't taken away, then we have to make use of them. You start to laugh and remove everything on your body. Only now does he come out of the game console, stretch tiredly, and check the time on his phone. Is it already that late? No wonder I feel like I'm about to faint. I'm sure I got a great deal. Thanks to them, I was able to choose a fully upgraded super item. It has been upgraded and adjusted. I remember in the game you used all your stones to upgrade your outfit until it couldn't be upgraded anymore. Once fully upgraded, does it emit a white light? Wear it and turn around. This glowing like this is a bit too flashy. I don't want to attract attention. Then you mess around with the control panel. I've already set the hidden mode for all personal info. There's no reason to walk around with this thing. Luckily, I turned off the effects for equipment in the settings and managed to get some more items for trading in the recovery options. Even though it's in control option, this still fits my playstyle. At least agility remains the main stat. You didn't pay attention to anything else and went to bed. After all, it's hard to believe it really happened. While you sleep, the guild leaders are discussing, Mus looking frustrated with his chin in his hand. I have successfully resisted the Khan Kingdom. Even now, with time, we still face danger. Martin continues to read his book intently, as the reputation of the Khan Kingdom has long since left the battlefield to carry out its otherworldly mission. Seeing Martin so indifferent, Mus also felt a bit angry. Should we stay here for the 5 days before the update? Martin still didn't look up and replied, What's the use of that? Without us, Lucy would collapse soon anyway, Samus asked again. But don't you think with this situation the Kingdom of Khan will get the next update? Martin then closed his book. It's just temporary. The amount of goods they receive from the central region is no joke, and I don't know what else will be included in the new content. I guess they'll introduce something weird that can't compare to our skills, but in the new content you'll definitely get a higher tier reward than usual. Samus was a bit surprised. What? So I was right from the beginning? The demon believes it will analyze further. What if I do that? I will set up a war team to prevent conflicts and search for otherworldly beings to expand our content into that realm. Every week I will rotate the team. Maybe this method is a bit slow, but I can prevent the chaos in the central region and continue with the content about the otherworld. Samus listens to Martin as if awakening. That's a good idea. Then I will trust you one last time. A new day begins, and Jinyoung sits back at the gaming console. Let's start the new day. When you log into the game, you see that everything around you is very different. Isn't this the Love Forest? I guess I've been sent to the demon world. Looking at this pile of pinks is really overwhelming, because in the demon world you only see darkness. Let's see what my gourd and ancient book are for. After checking the map, he happily exclaims, Great, they are still intact, now just need to meet N. After walking for a while, he finally arrived in front of a house. Again saw someone knocking and peeked out to look. She was so happy to see Yan again. Oh my, you returned safely, Lord Yan. I'm worried you won't return until the barrier is closed. You're a bit hesitant because of the missed promise. Sorry for being late. Things are a bit complicated in the demon world. She politely invites you into the house. I am glad to see that you are still in good health. Because this isn't an easy task, why don't you go inside? After inviting Yan to use the potion and enjoy some sweets, she then got to the main point. Did you bring back all of Jiahuk's souls? He immediately took out the gourd and the scroll. Good, here they are. When you checked the level of those souls, were you surprised to see only grade C? Or is it because I completed the task too late? That's fine. Anyway, gaining more points than losing 3 isn't a big deal, but Ain was very happy when he got the item. Impressive. You have collected exactly 200 souls, so let me begin restoring the ancient manuscript. Aizen starts muttering some incantation. And just a moment later, a book with a bright red cover was placed in front of Yan. Seeing that Yan didn't seem to understand much about the demon world, she said, "Let me explain the demon world to you first. Then I will use my magic to vividly recreate the demon world to introduce it to you. Let me explain the demon world to you first." In the evening, in a small house, Yan is lying on the table with a pen and an ancient book. So basically, I think I look pretty when I draw myself, right? You remember Ain's introduction. Demons and evil monsters are two completely different types, so there is no rank for power between those two categories. Demons can be divided into royal and noble classes, while evil monsters are still categorized into high, middle, and low levels. These classes are not naturally formed but are established through battles. Evil monsters also have rankings. They use a naming system similar to the monsters in the lower world. Creatures of higher ranks than legendary are incredibly intelligent and can even communicate with humans. Any species can become a half-god if they utilize pure demon blood, and they know how to handle a new type of energy called dark energy, which can connect with lower-ranked evil monsters even below the heroine. In the end, you can participate in the official match to determine the rank of the demon. You carefully wonder if the author of this manual will also be there. The summoner's waste has become semi-divine after using pure demon blood to sell demons. Night has fallen, and darkness envelops the space. A small house hidden in the forest still emits light, illuminating the surroundings and flickering sparks. Yan is sitting at the table, carefully scrolling up and down, reading the system thoroughly without missing a single word. This is the next part of the Demon's Root mission. Basically, a super VIP level EGL character has chosen to trust you after witnessing your restored masterpiece of the Ancient Demon Beast Guide. She wants Yan to infiltrate the demon world and uncover their plans. To do that, he must first break into the City of Chaos. Meeting with the demon, with his help, to find the demon's plans and stop them from invading the human world, Yan is very suspicious. What kind of mission could be related to noble half-demons? From what you overheard, he's a human hero turned half-demon. But losing that false rumor actually helped improve the situation. Yan sighed heavily, feeling helpless until there was an update from the demon world. He had just tried to open a portal to the demon world to experience it, but of course, he failed miserably. Yan glanced around, realizing that in the short time left, leveling up would be unlikely. Maybe he should return to the central continent to inform Jun and wait for his brain to come up with a new plan. Just thinking about it, he was already excited to grab his sword and set off immediately. Early the next morning, Yan returned to the central continent and explained what had happened over the past few days. Of course, those two were speechless with shock, their expressions like they had just eaten a bitter pill, and naturally, during the recount, Yan couldn't help but lightly tease himself. Anyway, the three of them have agreed on their goal during the meeting. To become the #1 guild from their current 10th place, they will need to strengthen their forces to a level that even the top guilds cannot reach. And with Lucip as the foundation, they could create a new independent country where he would reign proudly at the highest throne. A day before the Demon World update, Yan and Hein met in the real world. Hazen eagerly drinks water, unable to hide his excitement, eagerly awaiting Cylai's latest update. Yan is no exception. He's just as anxious and impatient. My little sister Hein is still very happy, feeling lucky that thanks to this they had a wonderful date today. Right? My sister suddenly changed her attitude, her expression turning cold like a deflated balloon, her threatening gaze making her words catch in her throat, forcing her to swallow her words. I forced a nervous smile and scratched my head, of course. He is enjoying himself so much that he doesn't dare to oppose. Suddenly, Yan suggested asking if Hein wanted to come over and play Kailan together. Of course, the girl wouldn't refuse. Wait, before that, our thoughtful boy has a heartfelt gift for her. You patiently organized some information about the mission to enter the demon world and the ingredients she might need for cooking. Maybe the two of them won't be able to do the mission together, so Yan prepared a notebook for her. He kindly told her to call him when she finished everything. Hein felt a little happier. She smiled brightly, and the two sat together sharing stories about everything under the sun, the kind of stories lovers tell each other. The next day, Nu came to Hein's house as promised. Yan hurriedly urged her to move quickly. In less than a minute, the server will be open. Seeing his eager and anxious anticipation, Hazen was just puzzled. You really like Kylon that much? Those things don't really matter. The two quickly logged in and immediately saw Lucia happily welcoming them. You have returned, Lord Yan. The notification of your first successful login appears everywhere. When everyone sees that big message, they relax and smile in relief, while the opposing side's faces turn as pale as a ghost. Grinding her teeth with a clatter, X-Jiang also chimed in with a half-hearted tease. She will go crazy seeing that girl who has issues controlling her anger, and with a loud bang, she punches a wall until it shatters. Jia Han's fierce aura swirls as she curses, "That bastard, it seems she won't let you go." Yan on this side has successfully entered the demon world, with notifications constantly popping up. Yan was surprised by the superior feature that allows discovering this new space at a completely different level compared to exploring dungeons or mining areas. You secretly calculated that increasing your resistance by 2% would mean you no longer have 99% resistance, so you probably have to fight your hardest just to get one out of the storage room. Yan casually used his hand to summon Balam, and as he finished speaking, a huge surge of power burst out. Your beast is brave, with overwhelming power tearing through space, lightning flashing around. You look at the furious monsters rushing toward you as if they were foolish animals, and softly smirk as you give the order. Let's start the hunt. In the end, Yan and the Celestial Guardians have finished everything smoothly, but I have to admit it was really tough. Huang Kuai told Kasut, "I think the master will keep hunting, and he thinks so too. What should we do? I don't think we'll get a break in the next week." Huang Kui also feels jealous of Pui. "I also want to rest." The youngest one is like that and still mocks him, "But haven't you had enough rest? I'm the one being summoned repeatedly here." Huang Kui now even makes fun of others' exhaustion. If you didn't work regularly, you wouldn't want to do it. People call that the Monday syndrome, which is what the owner's girlfriend told me. Everyone goes to work with their shoulders slumped in boredom, leading to depression. The Monday after the weekend is called Tired Monday, and people will feel hate for working. The sky of the demon world is a dull red, a monotonous color. The clown keeps saying sarcastic things, but isn't it because we're feeling bored inside? Yan and Lai watched them talk to each other with helplessness. These two probably are just acting. Why do you see hunting as work? You're so lazy. Unlike those two dragons, Lai is very enthusiastic about hunting, so I care for him a lot. And then the twin dragons think Lai is crazy. Why would he want to go hunting? This is called work addiction, a dangerous disease. 4 hours later, Casa, Syria, and Halim arrived. It's been a long time since they last met, so Yan is very excited. I have a task for everyone. Saya only picks up items of hero rank or higher. Halim, you handle the monsters, and Casa, go hunting with us. His eyes always looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept, and he straightforwardly replied that he didn't like it. These ordinary monsters are really boring. If there are rare-level monsters, I will take action. Why? Anne shouted. Why waste time fighting rare-level monsters? Common monsters give more experience. Judging by Casa's expression, he's still suspicious. Yan opened the ranking window with a current score of 179, and the top rank is 181. I thought I was about to catch up, but it seems like it's still a long way to go. But isn't Jemiah the top one on the ranking? At first, Jemiah, a famous mage who was ranked first, but now her information has disappeared, so she must have set it to private mode? Why is that? If she hadn't stopped playing, she would probably be 1 or 2 levels above the current top. Yan reminded himself to work harder and started to join them. Is this the demon world? It's more comfortable here than I thought. The Red Fire King is Jemiah, a former member of the Lendo gang and once ranked at the top of the level leaderboard. The magic she used to wield was Red Fire. When she was still on the Central Continent, she completed the Fire Dragon mission and created the first legend. She became the Fire King, inheriting the will of the Fire Dragon Renahen. Jemiah was excited to learn that the first to enter was Yan. The Red Fire King had stepped into the demon world. She was also quite curious about how he managed to enter the demon world so quickly. But John won't give up easily. Both sides fight fiercely, inevitably causing injuries. Due to the judgment effect of the soulless spirit, you recover 10% health after dodging an attack from the enemy. It has been a week since Yan entered the demon world until he started the mission. The missions related to the demon world are one from Iriel and another from Yan Kun. You must complete the mission from Yan Kun before taking on the one from Iriel. Let's start the first mission. Yan hesitated a bit, but first he had to go through the place Yan Kun was guarding before starting this mission. Could it be that the intimacy level has decreased due to the update? Last time, you easily defeated him thanks to the bugged magic resistance stat. Right now, I'm not sure you can win. If the mission is still ongoing, then the level of intimacy should still be maintained. Area 120 is in the demon realm, but I don't see Yankin there, nor the large summoning circle like last time we saw, right? So can I handle the corrupted monsters? This is your first time in this area, so it's best to be careful. The ground beneath is still cracked and full of protruding monsters, even screaming out loud. Yan got hit, and I don't understand what just happened. Damn it, what kind of damage is this? Casa and Syria considered helping, but I waved my hand to tell them I was fine. I can handle it myself. This is the first time I've seen this kind of monster. One is level 262, and there are even level 263 ones. Their name seems to be Father Cot. If my magic resistance is less than 1%, I'll probably be done for. Yan summons a series of attacks at once for a full assault. Long Kwai's blessing grants Lai protection and activates absolute defense. The version uses a crushing move to block the enemy's view. Go and keep watch over there. Lai fights alongside him in close combat, with Salam's warrior spirit transferring all stats to speed. Still, Yan remains calm, continuously fighting and using his claws against him. After a moment of tension, the Supreme Judgment effect of the Soul King was activated, and when dodging enemy attacks, there is a 15% chance to deal lightning damage equal to 30% of attack power. When dodging the enemy's attack, there is a 30% chance to recover 10% health. At this moment, Lai stepped into the middle of the fight. Its claws were sharper than ever. Due to the blessing effect of the dragon turtle, Bajdi takes damage instead. Baj is in an invincible state thanks to the defensive effect, absolutely immune to damage. In just a moment, Lai managed to defeat them. After the fight, Yan was easier to handle than I thought. Since all stats have been converted to speed, my attack power is weaker. But thanks to the Supreme option, I can both heal myself and deal multiple hits to the enemy just by blinking. And from this battle, I also identified the weaknesses of the tank team. Currently, Ian's team has Paj, D, Syria, and probably Puji as well. With Gadamatch supported by Gasa, Helim, Elvin, Holly, and Case, now only Syria has the ability to recover too much damage, but lacks enough support. We've come this far, it's truly amazing. Yan quietly wondered if Helim, who has a pretty high defense, should join the muscle team. It seems we need to quickly find more support. Batdu Rang 37 gangs have also entered the demon world, and 10 days after the update, we finally found this place. The Ken community page mentioned that the terrain of the demon world varies in each area, so this is probably the outskirts of the demon world. Everyone leveled up together. Everyone cheered in agreement. At that moment, a Jackhum attacked him. He squeezed its neck and told everyone not to ignore them. We will defeat it. The post on the community page said, we will become rich by picking up magic stones from them. Han ordered everyone to eliminate all the Jackhum. 10 days after the Demon World update, high-level guilds began to enter this area. Meanwhile, in Zone 115 of the Demon World, people looked confused and asked what this crystal was. In Area 115 of the Demon World, this place is eerily dark and gloomy. At the top of a stone stands tall, sharp enough to pierce through everything. Dianzong also was surprised. What is this crystal? It's very large with sharp ends and emanates a strange, ominous power. What is this about? Area 115, a dark and gloomy place? Moreover, the houses are also in ruins and desolate. It's clear that this is the dwelling of demons. Jinjung and the others walk slowly along the dark, foggy road. He's not in a good mood. It's been 10 days since we entered the demon world, but we're still stuck in this terrifying Zone 115. Now I'm very cautious. On the way here, besides Dad Cut, I've encountered countless different monsters. And I can't forget the horrifying mutated monsters mentioned in Yan's mission. He still can't get past this place because they are blocking him. He's tired from all the walking, so let's take a break. He opens the mission page. Luckily, they are getting closer to Yan Kun's mission. If you kill the rare-level mutated monsters, you'll receive a mid-level magic stone. He picks up the red mid-level magic stone, not expecting it to appear right then. But throwing it away is probably for the best. If you can't purify it, this thing is no different from a piece of stone. It's truly useless. Looking around is really boring. Besides those damn corrupted monsters appearing out of nowhere, they keep coming non-stop. In such a difficult situation, a confident smile is enough. But solving the root of the problem is more important. Dianzong quickly uses magic to summon his spirit beasts. The two cute spirit beasts quickly appear. He quickly updates them on the situation, explaining that the mutated monsters keep appearing non-stop, and they can't keep fighting like this. Go around here and check if there's anything suspicious, then report back to Jinzong. The two quickly follow the order. Both quickly flew off to complete their mission. Now he puts on his glasses, he needs to rest a bit. The two quickly flew away, swiftly. Seikut started to feel a bit annoyed, as the owner has been summoning them quite often lately. I guess I have to report to the Department of Labor and Employment. P replied, but the language is very strange. Kakut is helpless and doesn't want to speak. Does Duke understand anything? What is it saying? It seems like it just remembered something. That made Phi jump in shock. Now let's do our best. At this moment, Jinsung is lost in enjoyment as if at the beach, even though he's at the demon's base. Not just him, but everyone else, too. Khan was even sleeping without any defenses. At this moment, Fi suddenly swooped in. Seeing Fi, Jin Sung was overjoyed. What did he see? It quickly reveals the information, of course, in a language that's hard to understand. But since Jin Jung is the owner, he understood immediately. He stood up and told everyone, "Nah, break time's over. Let's move out." Fa Khan loudly snored again, leaving his teammates helpless. Jin Jung quickly ordered him to wake up, knowing he wasn't asleep. Get up and use that. Back in the present, when Jin Dung saw the huge crystal, she stepped closer to examine it more carefully, and just a quick glance was enough to surprise her. I wonder what this is used for. The people behind also looked on without knowing what it was. Fa Khan suddenly shouted for everyone to get out of the way, catching everyone off guard. Those with swords already raised them, ready to strike. The strike was so fast that no one could block it. Even Jin Jung didn't see it coming. So the Demon World Sealing Crystal has been attacked, and its stability has decreased significantly. Jin Jung was stunned. What is going on? How dare you do that on your own? Seeing your anger, Fa Khan just saw you as a fool, knew right away there was a problem, and the thing to do was to smash this. He finally calmed down and turned to the screen. Seeing the message there, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Just looking at it, I really have no idea what it is. I'm truly surprised. Did the system say there is someone named Xian in this crystal? Jin Dung tried to force his mind to think about who that name belonged to. He remembered the guidebook he had come across. Truly, its author had made him hesitate for a long time. So, what is called a fairy has become a half-demon by using demon blood. That's right, it's Zebian. This face looks so satisfied. That's right, it's a half-demon, the summoner that Yell mentioned before. Zaya also has some doubts. So, what should they do now? So how do we destroy it without hurting the person inside? That's what I'm thinking. He will summon more people to help them work. He quickly uses the summoning command. Now everyone starts chipping it out. After a while, the shards kept increasing. He looks at it affectionately after working hard. We did it. Everyone managed to break that huge crystal. It's so addictive, but on the bright side, its results make everyone very happy. This item has a durability of up to 3 million, truly destructive. Suddenly, a fierce light radiates from within it. The flashing light grew more and more intense, blinding Jin Jung. What is this light? It marks the awakening of Xian's soul. Another mission has been unlocked. It appears from within a majestic figure. Maybe that is Jan. He slightly opened his eyes to look at this person. Zebian quickly lands. Is he the one who took him outside? He politely thanks everyone. Thanks to all of you, his long-sleeping soul has finally awakened. That's right, he really is the person named Zebian. Jin Dung also quickly stepped forward to introduce himself, looking at Zebian with admiration. He thought he must be very old, but look at him, so young and handsome. Zebian knows Jin Sung well for saving him, and hopes he can hear his story, even if it's a bit of a bother. Could this be some kind of mission? Actually, this is the first time in all the races that someone has become a pure demon master. He captured countless hated demons and studied and collected a lot of different data about them. He worked very diligently and learned that there are even stronger and more mysterious demons. So he immersed himself in research and hoped to capture even stronger demons. As a result, Sebastian created countless legendary demons. He tried countless times, but all ended in failure. In his journey, he created Heohun, the highest level demon he was able to tame. It obviously looks very terrifying. His eyes start to shift away. That was really his biggest mistake from the start. His greatest error was letting that savage demon serve as a hellish dog so he could capture an even stronger demon. And then he pushed further. He conducted an experiment to merge two demons together. And of course, the experiment was successful. But at this point, its power hasn't improved much. Seeing that, Sebastian decided to continue the experiment once more, and it resulted in an even worse outcome. He created the first legendary demon in the world, the Dragon Demon, and then continued combining legendary demons with each other. Truly, a twist of fate. Because of the mysterious things he discovered, he had become a pure demon master, with greed like a black hole in space. And then he combined the Dragon Demon with other legendary demons to create a supreme demon. Even Seban couldn't have imagined that the creature he just created would be a disaster. It shattered the experiment tube in his shock. That name is the Demon Dragon Khalifa, but it really is unruly. As soon as it was born, it immediately sealed Bian's car in crystal and then destroyed his research facility, turning it into a pile of volcanic ash before disappearing without a trace. Jin Dung was stunned when he heard this story. Could it be that this is the Khalifa demon that Oale mentioned before? Did this old man create it himself? I just can't believe it. He now deeply regrets everything he's done, all because of his insatiable greed. Ignoring the creation issue, I wonder if he knows about the mutated monsters appearing in this area. Zebian is still very sad. What is this twisted monster? Jinzung opened the screen, holding a piece of energy, and handed it to Zaban. In his hand is a strange piece of energy. Looking at this energy source, Sebian suspects the problem arose when his laboratory was destroyed by that demon. Didung was extremely shocked, so it's again because of the laboratory, Sebian admitted without any explanation. Clearly, to merge the demons, he needs the Furious Seed to control their demonic power, and the demons affected by it will definitely not be normal. They will be influenced by the seed and go insane. He was surprised. What kind of crazy thing is that seed of rage? The most accurate explanation is that it's a type of seed made from rage stone, and if refined, it will produce a seed of rage. Talking about it, the crazy stone is the easy part. Zebian said that behind his laboratory there is a mine containing a large amount of buried crazy stone for a long time. Usually I would keep a close watch on that place, so even legendary demons couldn't get in, but when Khalifa destroyed the laboratory, the demons had already infiltrated. Jung hesitated, so if they can close that mine, Jonkin's mission will be complete. He opened the mission board, which had a very long introduction. But basically the main task was for Jonkin to acknowledge Jin's strength, and currently Jiang was in the City of Rage. Seeing the notification, he was surprised, not expecting it to appear so quickly. Could it be because you went through the area guarded by Jiang, so how can we close that mine now? Of course, Sebian can tell you the method, but first listen to his request. Why demand to keep it? Really, Sebian wants Jinung to succeed him in researching demon fusion. So you need to go to Area 107 in the demon world, find Sebian's destroyed research facility, and eliminate the demons. What kind of request is this to keep it secret? I'm still very calm. So, I just need to eliminate all the corrupted demons at the base? Wait, I need to ask carefully because he might disappear like a coward later. He looks confused again. He will go with us. Fakan is getting annoyed, so why don't you do it yourself? Isn't it Ka Fila himself who was created by him and then caused trouble? At this point, Kaku nods in agreement. Sebian has to go deal with the problem he caused himself, but it's sealed by that dragon demon, so he can't do anything. Jindung was very surprised. If Kakut said that, it's like the mission would be cancelled. Sebian scratched his head awkwardly, actually wanting to do it himself with confidence. But now even his body is gone, and he no longer knows the whereabouts of the tamed demons. Jindung seems to need to complete this mission quickly. He awkwardly smiled. They had no choice but to help Beyond's vehicle anyway, since they also had to deal with the corrupted monsters. It's truly amazing. Finishing the mission quickly and heading to the City of Rage to find the secret hideout is the way to go. Then he will use demon blood essence and become a half-demon. At that point, Jinung will be promoted from an occult profession to a pure demon master. This is awesome. In Area 111 of the demon realm, this place is much, much scarier than the previous one. The explosions keep happening, and the sky is blood red. Jin Sung is fighting the demon fiercely, determined to win. He timed his jump perfectly, aiming precisely, or he would be doomed. As he touched it, a blinding light appeared. The demon still growls as if nothing is happening, making Jin Zheng confused. Now it's his turn to attack, and he will try to defend himself, which will probably be a bit difficult. It slammed down hard on the tiled floor, causing rocks and debris to scatter everywhere. At this moment, Fakan also joined the attack to help him. Fakan strikes decisively, sending Sizo flying. You picked the wrong opponent. The demon roared in pain. Jindung was attacked and was terrified, but luckily managed to dodge in time. It seems like the farther we go, the stronger the monsters get. Why are they all piled up like this? The group quickly approached and asked Jin Sung. Bayan is very pleased. The reason these demons are getting stronger is because they are poisoned by the crazy stones, like humans taking stimulants. Jin Sung did very well. Everyone is so talented. Pooh is terrified of dying. Where will we end up if we get past this place? Now that they are in front of everyone, if they pass through, they will enter Zone 110. Hearing that, Pooji Poo is extremely scared. Zebian led the way excitedly, talking non-stop. Dedung looked on with doubt, and everyone else was already exhausted from listening. He talks a lot. He explains everything in detail. Lot's weakness is its lower back. Its life force is extremely fragile, so even a small force can cause it to twist in pain. Next, let me introduce another one named Hekarun. Just pay attention to its eyes. When its eyes turn bright red, that's when they will attack fiercely. Jindung thinks it's okay. Although this old man talks a lot, not everything he says is useless. He's just sharing useful knowledge for these brains. They have already encountered something very terrifying. In front of them is a huge and strange purple magic circle. Zibian immediately recognized that they had arrived at Gate 109. To reach the next area, he would have to face one of those gatekeepers. It's not going to be easy. Are you ready to fight now? Whether you're ready or not, it's all about fighting. Sabia wants to step forward, but Jinung panics and stops her. You haven't mentally prepared yet, oh my. Calm down, Grandpa. My head is pounding. What should I do now? In the match against him, I won because I had 99% magic resistance. Now it's hard to say. Fighting against an equally cunning opponent? With this situation, it's probably not going to work, and I can only say there's a 100% chance of failure. He's hesitant to fight now, isn't he? Sebian was very surprised. Isn't it that he already passed zone 120, so why is he still afraid? Jinjung was very embarrassed. It's true that it's over, but it was just luck. Zebian was a bit sad, and slowly said that there are other ways. If he doesn't want to fight now, he needs to get the demon seal of the gatekeeper of zone 120. He once again felt that the chance to get that thing was as unlikely as the sun appearing in the demon world. But who would have thought Jinsung actually had it? He shows a sphere with a mark. Could this be the thing? Sabian walks around, inspecting every corner in amazement. Is this Kuhn's mark? Is this a very advanced demon? I wonder how Jinung managed to get it. I'm at a loss. How am I supposed to use this now? This is very simple. He just points to a nearby tombstone. Now just place the mark into the hole. Diandung quickly moved over and decisively placed the mark on the hole in the tombstone, fitting perfectly without any gaps. Suddenly, the magic circle shone with a supernatural light that terrified everyone, releasing a burst of energy and flashing lightning. Now it has become a very strange pit. This thing that emits it also startled Jinzung, right? Are you ready? I am very happy. So we can pass through Area 100 without fighting. That's amazing for everyone. He happily leads the way. Now it's okay. Let's go, guys. In Area 107, it's dark and there is a huge, terrifying maze. So be careful because this place is like a labyrinth. Sebian also admits that's why he set up the laboratory here. The demons of the royal and noble families are such a nuisance to him, because they are much stronger than the other demons around here. But Sean doesn't want them to interfere with his experiments even a little bit. So he arrived at a place with a maze-like terrain where they wouldn't pay attention, allowing him to experiment freely without interference. He stomped his foot hard. Jinjung was completely surprised. Now they have arrived at the place where he set up the laboratory. It's large, but completely sealed. This is the demon factory. Jinjung looked up and was stunned. Is this factory the demon factory? Hurry inside. It's truly abandoned and ruined inside. Of course, that's because Khalifa destroyed everything, and it's been abandoned for over 1,000 years. That's when Fakan finally voiced his question. They've gone from 100 to Area 107 but haven't encountered any demons at all. It's all because of that madness. Sebian reveals information that surprises everyone. All the nearby demons will smell the scent of that stone and gather here. Jin Huang was completely stunned. What did you just say? Are you all gathering here? Beyond's vehicle isn't too surprised. Not only the areas they pass through, but also areas 105 and 106. For those demons, frenzy stones are like human drugs. He once said that frenzy stone is similar to an exhilarating stimulant, but in reality, it's even more powerful than that. If a demon absorbs the crazy stone, it will no longer feel pain and will start praying and smashing the stone. Zebian reached out to a door. Open it and you'll find something surprising. The door slowly creaks open, and inside is just dust. Dust that makes Jansung choke. He can't see inside clearly because of the dust. Whatever is inside has already been revealed. What they see before them is a huge crowd of demons frantically devouring ice, and everyone is thrown into panic, unable to move. That group of demons saw them too. The door was quickly shut just in time. Everyone stood still, not daring to move. Jin Dongxia and Sibia looked at each other awkwardly. Why did we open the wrong room? But then a loud noise startled all three of us. Paulin, tense, swung his sword, watching the door with interest. A loud noise sounded, and 3 large claws pierced into the door. It drew a long line, revealing a terrifying demon eye, and the door was quickly destroyed by the monsters, causing everyone to scream in fear. Di-Dung shouted loudly, telling everyone to stop the demons quickly. Those hateful demons, relying on their numbers to bully the weak, charged forward without mercy. At this moment, Y's group is being attacked by a horde of monsters. Yan struggles to block the cave entrance while ordering everyone to hold back the demons, who are threatening to use chaos magic to buy more time for the team. Seeing this, Y also helps summon Lai, but as soon as the Chaos Dragon is called forth, it crashes into the ceiling because they are too low. Feeling its pain, Y is a bit sorry, but then transforms into a large uncle to fight more easily. Once the team is fully assembled, Y orders them to attack together, but before the command is finished, Lai rushes forward. In just a moment, Lai has taken care of the entire monster army surrounding the group. Yan watched this scene and found it hard to understand. You try calling Lai, but Lai seems not to hear you and keeps fighting. Although Lai looks different, Yan is still very excited by Lai's brave appearance. What's going on, Lai? What's happening? Are you always this strong? It immediately said. Because the moon here is very bright, Master. Are you confused? Zebian just realized that from Area 109 to here, there are 3 moons, and he thinks it has made your wolf stronger. Ian is also a bit suspicious, but is it okay? Then you started checking Lai's markers. You reviewed the first indicator and were shocked to find Lai's innate stat had tripled, meaning a 90% speed increase and 9% HP regeneration per second. That story made your eyes light up, so the moon here turned Lai into a zombie assassin. Bayan saw that everyone was too absorbed and spoke up. Let's go deeper. The crazy stone storage cave is in the center. Everyone went inside, but only Dang Dado was too big and was destroyed during the summoning. Because the indicators are rising, it seems more sensitive to the scent. Master, I smell the blood of a monster. You suspect and ask again. Blood? What blood are you talking about? Gia pushed the door open and saw a giant bird scooping up its meal. You stare in shock at the monsters on the floor. They're all dead. Gia's vehicle trembles. What kind of monster that looks like a crow is this? Bayan recognized it. It's the type of monster that took a lot of effort to create. Leo is a hero-level monster, but its strength is on par with a legendary. Leo's soul is the best material for creating a legendary monster. She was amazed, so it's the material used to create legendary monsters? Sebian confirmed. That's right, it's an extremely rare monster. If you can't tame it, you don't know when you'll encounter a similar one. You're also a bit annoyed to have met it. Damn it, what a waste of myself. I still don't have demon blood, so I can't tame it. Why did I have to run into it now? Suddenly it turned back and shouted at the crowd. Seon saw this and realized it had pinpointed our location. Yan immediately summoned Papaji and also told Jia that the summoning was under threat, and she quickly followed the order. The summon is holding it down. Yun begins assigning tasks. Ba P is holding it back and then turns to ask Zuban if this Liu has any weaknesses. He also straightforwardly shares some information about a few things you should watch out for. Its fur will catch fire whenever its health drops to a certain level, and this burning state will last for 5 minutes. If the flame is red, it will be immune to all magic damage. If the flame is blue, it will be immune to all physical damage. You were very surprised to hear that. Is there a specific order to the colors of the flames? I'm not sure about that either. Sorry, I don't know. You also started thinking of another way. I understand now, thank you. So far, our forces haven't suffered any losses, but it seems we have to accept sacrifices to defeat that monster, and I really don't want to kill it. Le keeps flying high, making it impossible for Huang Kui and Dangde to attack. Huang Kui, fuming, looked up and shouted, "How can we fight when it's just hovering there?" But Aion confidently said, "No problem, we can fly too." Then he snapped his fingers, summoned the film, and it immediately appeared. Then he confidently challenged Lu, and the aerial battle began. Lake Yi shouted and launched fireballs from his mouth at Yan, but he quickly and lightly jumped onto Fai to fly higher. He ordered Fai to use crushing to wipe out Rake Lao, then used Long Gamba and Long Kui's bamboo blessing on Kuss. Hanmang Long also transforms and flies in to lend some strength to the battle. It grabs Lake Yu's wings, causing it to spit a fireball toward Hanmang Long, but it is also retaliated against with pain and then drops freely to the ground. But surprisingly, Lei is waiting for it below. Lei jumps up and slashes with a claw, forcing it to desperately fly back up with all its might. At the same time, its body was engulfed in blue flames, which it used to hurl fireballs over a wide area below. Yan struggled to protect herself while also commanding the battle. What is this? That crazy bird just did something? It can shoot fire from its wings that are burning? That's blue flames. So it's immune to physical damage. Then Lai Kasa and Helm's attacks won't work, but Finn's damage is too weak. Damn it. Everyone focused on dodging the attacks until the flames subsided, enduring the situation. Suddenly, the enemy changed direction, surprising him. What's going on? Why did it attack first? Is it because it's high on drugs and can't see clearly? If so, that's good. The flames are dying down now. He ordered everyone to charge. Lakel used the Shadow's roar skill, causing everyone to be seriously injured. Except for Fai and Yan, who are above and unharmed. Seeing everyone injured, he shifts from anger to worry, tense everyone up, and then charges with Fai to attack Lu. Your spear jabbed into one wing, injuring it so it couldn't fly. After you landed, Lek Yu looked at you with a less than friendly expression. But I'm not afraid of it either. What should I do now? You can't fly anymore, right? But you still feel regretful. Unfortunately, Wu Lin Han's judgment effect had no impact. It still wanted to resist and spat out a fireball toward the Demon King. She quickly reacted and ordered Papaj to defend absolutely. A protective barrier formed around Huang Kui, but its strength couldn't compare to that of a legendary-level monster, so Huang Kui still took heavy damage. He turned back and ordered Xia. Once the absolute defense ends, heal Papa. Although well protected, Xia still hesitated and asked, but Dang Di has little health left, yet he remains determined. We should prioritize defeating Tanshin first, then recover for Papa. While Huang Kui is holding out, I seized the chance to give the final orders for Kasa and me to attack. Kasa immediately agreed, determined that even if it meant taking more risks, he had to fight alongside them because losing the summoned beasts and support NPCs would cut his hunting efficiency in half. Then he ordered everyone to charge together. After a fierce battle, neither side had the upper hand, but they were both exhausted. Unfortunately for Yan's side, Phi and Rake have fallen out of the fight. Yan also noticed the situation and issued a command. Everyone stopped. Xia was a bit stunned. What? Han Mang Long is the same. We need to attack now to take it down. Ignore them and focus on your plan. The flames have changed colors 6 times. According to what Bian's vehicle said, Leo has less than 25% health left. You turn to look at everyone and then make your decision. I will defeat it. Bianan's vehicle is stunned. What? You didn't know that only demon sellers could catch monsters in the underworld, but you still remain confident, I know. Then perform first aid on yourself. You order Papaji. When I give the signal, use Long Qi's blessing on me. It nods. I see. Lake Yu looks much weaker now, but still tries to fight back by shooting fireballs at Ina. But you easily broke that move and even told Bian's car that this is why I wanted to challenge it further. You signaled to go ahead. You jump up and slash at Lake Yu's body, causing it to fall to the ground. It also doesn't let you strike and swings its wings to knock you away. But the damage has already been absorbed by the 3 shields. You jump up and continue attacking it. But at this moment, its entire body is surrounded by red flames. The red flames are immune to bone-crushing magic. So that means it's below 10% health. Then I need to make it surrender before it uses its wide area attack. And so, the battle with Yan Kun begins again, but this time Leo has to endure hit after hit and lightning strikes. How does it feel to be struck by lightning while fighting and taunting? Even though you don't take damage, you still feel pain, right? You're still fighting with all your might without holding back. My basic attack deals physical damage, so it still hurts it. But the effect from the Soul King's judgment has no effect at all. Then I'll move around dealing basic damage and electro-torturing it without worrying about it dying. Kasa and the Chaos Dragon are watching the battle from outside and keep feeling familiar. I think I've seen this scene before. Then they remembered the battle with Yankun. It was indeed an exciting experience. As the flames on Leo's body begin to die out, he also executes his plan. The flames are gone. At this moment, he uses his capturing skill, unleashing a large net that surrounds Leo, preventing it from escaping. La roars. The system reports that there is no demon blood flowing in Yan's body, so he cannot tame this monster until he becomes a half-demon. You failed to capture the hero-level monster. You stand there watching it and curse silently. Damn it. Then you violently twist your wrist and ankle. Maybe you're not sincere enough yet, Lakay thought as he noticed your change in attitude, as if he realized something. Bian sighs. Threats are useless. You can't catch a monster from the demon world unless you become a half-demon. A series of memories flooded Lakay's mind. Then suddenly it fell silent and knelt down, bowing its head to the ground in front of Yan, leaving Zan stunned and bewildered. He couldn't believe what was happening anymore. At this moment, the system appeared and told him that the hero monster Lakay wanted to become your summoned beast. But since Yan doesn't have demon blood, he can't control Lakay after summoning him. Will he accept to let him accompany him? Yan happily agrees, obediently listening. This way it's easier for both sides. All right, I agree. Zibian, witnessing this scene, realizes how absurd it is. What he thought was impossible for hundreds of years can actually be resolved through violence. Now Yan finally notices him, and he mentions violence. Then he turns back and gives Ziban a look full of affection. Those are just adorable, cute moves. Xianan was unwilling to willingly hand over the Demon Master profession to Yan. Only now does he check which information confirms he has successfully tamed an untamable monster. Once the conditions to activate the seal profession are met, it will evolve to the next level, and other things will follow. But something made Yan stop in his tracks. He didn't expect his profession to have levels. How does it level up anyway? Therefore, Yan had to study thoroughly. After reading the 2 notes, he realized they were about communication and sacrifice, but he still didn't know how to use either of them. Yan shouted loudly, asking Exbian where the remaining corrupted monsters were, as he now had no more patience, and whispered his question. Do you still want to hunt more? You should rest now. But Yan still wants to go because there are still tasks to complete. Bian, exhausted, stood up and said, If you want, I'll do it. Later I saw some monsters lying exhausted on the ground. He said, So we have taken care of all the remaining mutated monsters in the laboratory. Thank you for your hard work. After thanking Zebian, Yan thought that because it took a long time to catch the tree, his completion score would be low, but it wasn't. When reading the next mission, Yan was surprised to find that the requirement was to sell a demon human. So how the hell was he supposed to do that? Everything should have gone as planned. Zebian interrupted your thoughts initially to test your qualities. I was going to give you the task of taming monsters, but you caught the tree while still being human. Do you understand what that means? Yan looked confused because he had no idea about anything. Then suddenly, a notification appeared, saying he had completed the initial mission of the Kim Ma Demon Sorcerer. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How come you haven't done anything? Why is the mission already complete? Anyway, Yan should thank him for recognizing Bian's effort. When you ask him what he's planning now, he intends to stay here and repair this laboratory. The two sides then shook hands, valuing harmony over conflict. Then we will part ways here. I will return once I have obtained the demon's blood essence. So the two of them left together. Yan was telling everyone to go to the city, but before he finished speaking, he fell asleep, drooling. Seeing that, Pooty gave him some water, though what kind of water it was he didn't know, to help him stay awake. But Yan still has to thank it for waking him up. All in all, they've been gaming for 17 hours straight today. Time to log out and sleep. Your friend asked if Noel knows what Yan is doing and where he is right now. Noel thinks Yan has defeated a bunch of demons and monsters to become something like a demon king. You don't know if my friend asked that because he remembers Yan or what. He just forced a smile. There's no way that's the case. Noel laughed loudly. Of course not. Then let's go for a walk and look for him while we're at it. I have some questions to ask him. The next morning, warm sunlight shone through the window, and the bright rays woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked his phone. Strange. How long had I been asleep? I feel like something's not right, but I'm very determined to grab a bite first and then get back into the game quickly. When I logged in, the scene inside was a pile of ruins, with no intact structures left. Everything was shattered and collapsed. Yan eagerly tilted his head to see where you left before heading out. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Yan unleashed that deep, intimidating voice. As everyone finished speaking, his spirit beast from all around thundered over and obediently stood before him. Yan asked if the hunting trip was good. Each one had their own opinion, and soon they started arguing and fighting among themselves. Yan is excited, understanding what his beasts are saying. This is the power of communication, so he probably needs to switch to automatic tracking mode. He eagerly activates the check notification, eager to see what treasures his little ones have found after their hard hunt. Yan was a bit stunned, more gems than he expected, so he couldn't refuse anymore. He took his staff and began sorting. There are countless low to mid-level stones, none missing. The system pops up a notification, congratulating you on leveling up your item. The Judgment of the King's Soul. Looking at the lonely final gem in his hand, Yan smiled cunningly. If you let it go, you'll definitely regret it, so I guess you'll have to use your affection for it. But the Judgment Staff remains unchanged no matter how many gems I use, repeatedly failing after increasing it 6 or 7 times. Yan is in pain, collapsing with tears in his eyes, utterly devastated. Damn it, the heavens are just mocking me. That damn fool. The white dragon looked at your tired, hopeless expression and asked worriedly, Is the master okay? Yan joked and laughed. It's always like this, isn't it? Only you care about the guy. It radiates fierce energy as if ready for 100 battles, with a cold tone. And since they need to eat, they naturally wake up early to ask. At the city's arena, the towering and sturdy spire, an eerie darkness envelops the entire fighting ground. Inside, a red-eyed demon is meditating with eyes closed. Suddenly his 3 eyes snap open, and he can sense that person's energy. Meanwhile, Yan, Kasa, Bolin, and Sejia are standing outside the arena. Finally, we arrive at the city of the fighters, and seeing the gate guards who are level 300 surprised me. She stepped forward to greet them. Hello, brother. I am Yan, sent by Yan-kun, one of the demon lords of the demon world. May I come in? You show the symbol of the demon king on the ball, and after a moment of hesitation, he agrees to let me in. The others are not allowed to come in. Kasa couldn't take it anymore and was about to draw his sword to teach these fools a lesson when Yan quickly stopped him. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Let them rest for a while. Black Ka's face wanted to explode on the spot, but luckily his sense of reason was still there, so he had to agree. Fine. Suddenly, the gatekeeper demon spoke a shocking thing. Soon, Yan-kun might no longer be one of the 12 demon lords. He kindly advised you to be careful, because this is a sensitive matter in the city. If you're looking for Yan-kun, he's probably in the tower at the city square. According to the patrol guard, you keep going straight. Glancing around, you can see there are really many demons. But still, he was happy to have passed the test safely. The notifications kept popping up with updates. After some searching, Yan finally found the right place. He was suspicious. Could this be where Yan-kun is? The Tower of Punishment, the clinking of iron chains and their grinding together, a deafening, nerve-wracking screech. The emaciated bodies clinging to the iron bars keep demanding to get out, even as those demons scream with all their might. Oh my God, the atmosphere is suffocating enough. The sound of metal clashing is already enough, and these demons howling with their faces so black and hollow really scared you to death. Yan screams in fear, crying out loud, about to pee himself. He shyly, tremblingly, and tearfully walks among these terrifying demons. What kind of creepy atmosphere is this? Could this be the slave market waiting? The system suddenly announced that you had discovered the Tower of Punishment for the first time. Your reputation increased, and you even received a slave contract. This is the fastest way to make fear disappear. Holding the scroll in his hand, Yan had 100,000 questions and felt a slight sense of confusion. How do I use this slave contract? The system immediately updates that normally you need to be at least a high-level demon to sign a slave contract. But with this scroll in hand, you can sign with any demon regardless of your own level. If the demon level is too high, the fee will be reduced for the next time, and the paper can only be used once. Hearing this, your face lit up with excitement. It's definitely a treasure. But for now, Yan hasn't figured out where to use it, so I'll just put it away for the time being. Now the most important thing is to quickly find Yan Khan. 30 minutes later, he was stunned and almost fell over. It seems this is the path you ran through earlier. You rubbed your aching head and trudged on. Why is finding the way so hard, damn it? And the slaves are as many as ants. I don't know which way to go. Just as he was about to give up, your sharp eyes caught sight of a well-dressed demon, unlike the other slaves here. Without hesitation, Yan rushed over to greet him. You happily asked if he knew where Yan-kun was, while the other was jotting something down, pausing to observe you. After a while, he slowly said, "Maybe at the 10th floor of the crime center." Then he quickly left before you could ask his name. Yan tilted her head and asked, "Did you do something wrong?" The scene shifts to somewhere else, where a horned red demon with wounds is struggling to launch an attack. That powerful punch hit the face of a red-haired knight, but just when the red demon thought it was over, it wasn't. A long-haired purple knight swiftly rushes from the shadows to attack the red-haired knight, delivering a sharp, decisive strike that causes the red demon to fall to the ground immediately. It struggles to hold its body, sneers, truly a bully picking on the weak. In front of it are 3 knights and a mage. The long-haired knight with a split hairstyle smiled happily and advised it. "Yes, you should give up. You can't fight us." The red demon raised his thumb, and it had to admit these people were really strong. They met the criteria to go inside. The long, red-haired swordsman drew his sword, and the red demon threatened. "Are you qualified enough? That's ridiculous. As long as I kill you, it's not up to me whether I want to or not. Furthermore, killing you would earn me reputation and items, so there's no reason to keep you alive." The red demon also did not object. "That's right, if they kill it, these people will gain reputation and items, but they should think carefully, because if they kill it, the gatekeeper demon will be appointed immediately. If they want to pass through the gate, they will have to fight again. Think carefully about which option saves more time." The young knight finally understood and advised her team to stop. Cao Jian, annoyed, asked why dealing with the next gatekeeper was so troublesome. Yet now they could receive items. Holding her hand is the surest way to get the item, but this is the best solution for everyone. If they kill him, they'll have to wait for the next gatekeeper to be appointed. Now they need to ensure everyone's safety so they can have exclusive access to the area inside Zone 110. Jia Jian finally heard and sheathed his sword. "All right, the battle ends here. They are free to come and go through the gate, and the mage immediately summons a spirit beast," she asked excitedly. "They defeated the gatekeeper, so they must be faster than Yan, right?" The little demon didn't answer, instead asking back, "Why not?" The wizard was confused. Could Yan be the first to defeat the gatekeeper of Gate 11? The little demon pouted. "No, they were the first to defeat the gatekeeper of Gate 11. But if he had the seal of a high-level demon, that's another matter." The wizard was stunned and asked what that high-level demon seal was. The little demon explained, "It's like an item that makes the user treated as a high-level demon, and with it, you can freely pass through the gate area." She pondered. Except for Gate 12, which has no guard, it's likely that Yan has the seal because she is the second person to arrive in the demon world. The young witch asked the little demon, "She is also a demon, so could she give them the seal?" She felt a bit dejected. She had lost all her strength, and regaining the seal would be very difficult. Only by fighting a group of demons and showing superior skill can there be a chance. After listening for a while, the sorceress girl nervously muttered so that Yan guy might actually be a monster. After a long and exhausting search, Yan smirked in victory, finally finding Yan Kun. In front of him now was not an ordinary powerful demon, but one that was enormous in size. In front of it, Yan was like an ant, full of excitement. "Jung-kun, I have returned after fulfilling all your demands." Although secretly worried whether he still remembers me, that didn't stop my excitement. He actually praised me. Someone proudly pointed at themselves, boasting, I not only solved the problem but also found the source of the corrupt demons, which is the cursed stones, the glowing stones with a strange purple hue. At this moment, the system also announced the reward you received after completing the task. You suddenly blushed like a young girl when the system announced that you received pure demon blood. Your heart raced. This was the key to solving all the ongoing missions and achievements. Jiang Kun's voice echoed. Still grateful to you. I can reduce my sentence. Turns out he's being held here. And once again, he thanks you. So I might be freed sooner. Looking around, I don't see any barriers, so I wonder why he can't escape. He sat down helplessly and explained, the pillars around here seal my power. I can't move my body out of here. I, pretending to be righteous, said, Tukyu told me I will destroy these pillars. With this innocent ignorance, he smiled helplessly and said, if you do that, neither of us will see the sunrise again. The owner of this place will come. Hearing that, you immediately took action, and he patiently replied, ranked 5th in the world, he is the demon king of hatred, the master of this place. You seemed to be lost in space, imagining the battle with that demon king. Interrupting that train of thought, Jiang Sun asked the boy to help with another task, leaving him stunned. The system panel appeared, displaying a lengthy request that made even Yan sigh. This isn't a novel or anything, damn it. Anyway, Jiang wants you to help prove his innocence, but what's notable is that he hopes you'll do it as quickly as possible. Because each day that passes, he will become weaker and weaker. Every 100 days, he will lose 10,000 strength, and the longer the time, the more strength he will lose. Then he wondered what would happen if the magic power exceeded 50,000, and he explained in detail that it would be enough to attempt the challenge of becoming a high-level demon. He thought that if he completed the mission, he could turn the demon girl into his own, with the condition of becoming a champion, and the half-human, half-demon could be dealt with using pure demon blood. Just thinking about turning the noble demon girl into his slave after completing the task made him crave uncontrollably, so he agreed to the request, causing him to worry. In Bo territory, P.H. Lan Lan, as if crushed by a deadline, lay down on the table. She quickly regained her cheerful demeanor upon hearing that Qin Sheng had sent her something. After just criticizing Hazin for looking at the gift and longing for someone like you, she immediately changed her attitude when she found out it was a magic stone, revealing her true colors. Best to hide well. Meanwhile, Hazin's face was full of murderous intent. I wonder where he is. Is he looking at some other woman? I really feel wronged because right now I am exhausted from fighting a large number of monsters. The system just announced that you have successfully defeated 25 monsters. You wonder, is there no specific number of battles I need to fight? No one has answered this question for you. Just recently, you received a virtue gem from the devil, a rare treasure that allows you to experience the feeling of becoming half-human, half-demon. Immediately, he examined the information about it. This is a rare item, a type of essence oil extracted from demon's red sulfur, and users must prepare themselves carefully before using it. You look at the current situation, feeling that this deal isn't promising. The gem is hard to use, and you're not sure you'll survive until the end of this trial. Just as you decide to risk it all and fight, the system notification shows that you have passed all the tests. You are even more clueless than a naive deer who can't believe it, so it's over. The blue bioluminescent light from the system shines down along with a notification, announcing that you have officially succeeded in becoming a Cambion. Immediately, everyone rushed to find him. I found him already. That person cheerfully laughed. Someone has become a Cambion. That person shouted happily with a big smile as the ghost floated around. Congratulations, Lamai. Even if you can use the power of demons, you're not the first. Is that right? She thought she had already found the gem and pondered. If her prediction is correct, Ion is definitely nearby. Then she recalls Ion's guards and quietly considers her next move. Especially Lubel. Everyone thinks his talent is nothing special. But you're wrong. Actually, it seems Sa from Khan is the most accurate at judging him. Determined to achieve her goal, she and the playful ghost continue to hunt for him. The ghost teasing the dog chasing the chicken is too much, acting so arrogantly that Lamai can't stop losing her temper. Meanwhile, Yan is trying to find his way to the movie star's house, as instructed by Jungkoon. Tell him I am being held here, and you can explain that you have handled my investigation request. The rest he will take care of. Hearing the familiar name of the movie studio, you quickly check the system information and bid farewell to the shabby place. Ion's turtle still leisurely munches on grass. Proud owner, I've eaten so many herbs that my head is bigger and my shell is tougher. I can't wait any longer to show it off. But suddenly the wolf passing by mocked it as boring. The turtle that ate the strange herb suddenly glowed brightly. The scene shifts to Ion, who is approaching the film studio's castle. The dark castle with no lights and wind howling feels like a haunted place. You feel creeped out. Is this really a place of demons? Even your companion finds it strange, not just in size, but also the garden doesn't seem to fit this place. The lush green trees shimmer with light, but the surroundings are dark. As they step in, Ayan Trantru asks, "Do you see any signs of life here?" Kaz is unsure, but responds, "Maybe there is an invisible fence around this garden." Suddenly, a voice echoes, "A human and a dragon? What a rare combination." The sarcastic voice continued, "Not just an ordinary human, but a truck. It's been a long time since I saw such a case." That person laughed loudly throughout the castle. Yan asked in surprise, "Who? Who is speaking like that?" The voice responds with pride. "I am the owner of this castle, Zerafim." You look up to see Zerafim sitting on the throne, with a cold and commanding gaze. You also don't hide your explanation that you were brought here and want to learn about the demons. He realizes that you are a more important guest than he thought, and this is not a discussion to have here. He snaps his fingers, a magic circle appears beneath Ion and Cuss, and then both vanish along with the magical light. On the battlefield, Lon stands with arms crossed, watching everyone fight the monster. Reaching the double class is not the only way to become a champion. There might still be another way, but no one knows about it. He still has his edge. You are impressive both in skill and luck. The subordinate reports that the exploration around has been completed. La will personally take down that monster. He swung his sword up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Although he entered the demon world later than you, he received a hidden mission. As he thought about that, he quickly moved beneath the monster, jumped up and slashed its back, causing it to stagger. Lion leapt again, this time higher, reaching over the creature's head and slicing straight down from above, splitting it into two halves. Amid the shouts around him, he sheaths his sword. If he completes this hidden mission, he will become a true demon. Your half-hearted effort won't be able to defeat his genuine determination. On Yan's side. Now, you are sitting facing Zerafim, and both of you are starting a discussion. You have heard about the troublemakers and want to seek his help. Yi says that to prevent the war between humans and demons, they must start by stopping the internal conflict among the demons. Zerafim is surprised to learn about the internal affairs, even though she is very far away. The system displays a new mission to find the owner of the Demon Island and the Demon King, Du. Seraphim raises her hand and a scroll appears, which is her letter item. He asked you to send this letter to Jardo. It's better to prepare carefully before moving. You agree, since you also plan to reach at least a double class before leaving. If combined with your current mission, it will be easier for you to succeed. However, what you need is an invisibility cloak. So first you must go to Sebian's Research Institute in Area 107. Suddenly, he remembered to ask Zerafim about the high-level demon Gakun and recounted what happened between him and the demon. Zerafim had no idea that John was being held captive in the punishment tower. Because the vandals occupying this city are limiting him greatly, even Lord Demon Hikion is affected. You worry that Zerafim's strength isn't enough to free Gakun, but he assures you he can help. Within a week at the latest, 3 days at the earliest, so he demanded that you unlock your hidden lair during that time. The deal with Zerafim is done, and you need to go to the slave market. Yan pulls out a small piece of paper, wanting to ask him about the slave market in the city center, and he is surprised. His attitude immediately changes, showing extreme annoyance and anger. You were also very frightened, looking over at Cuss sleeping soundly on the chair. The film director suddenly snapped back in surprise. "Huh? Ah, sorry, I was distracted by the item in your hand, but anyway, it's quite an impressive artifact." Jin Sung wondered, is this really so impressive? It's just a contract. Then the film explains, it seems you also don't know much about it. In this city, the owner of the slave market announced that he would open a market on the lowest level, where only demon kings or those carrying slave contracts are allowed, but only once. Usually it's a place reserved for demon kings and only opens once a year for high-ranking demons or nobles, and it features rare slaves that no one has ever heard of before being put up for sale. Does Jin Sung find it unreasonable? What makes this slave contract so important that it has to be done this way? Holding the piece of paper in his hand, he thought this was definitely a great opportunity, but at the same time it could also become a headache and a source of trouble. Seeing this, Zerafim explained further. Indeed, the slave contract itself might not be very valuable. However, there is an important factor. It is extremely rare, and it is an item only released once a year. So it really is very rare. On the inside, you secretly thought that rare items, even ordinary ones, could increase in value, but even so, the value of this slave contract, as you said, is still too high. Why did that demon with the belt do such a thing? Zerafim helplessly replied, "There is a reason for that. He is a father who loves his daughter very much, and he has a beautiful, innocent girl." Huh? In one area of the demon world, in the south, a devastating explosion is happening. Satsyan is knocked to the ground. He cursed angrily, Damn it, he's too strong. Seon poked him and asked if he was still alive. Assassin, the annoyed assassin responds. Aren't you unhappy that your club president returned safely? Why do you keep saying that? You know that's not what I meant. So can you tell us what happened there? It will be difficult to access areas 90 to 99 for a while. It's more complicated than I thought. The entrance to the two-digit areas is slightly different from before. It's not a structure that many people can try at the same time. No matter how many people enter, each person will be taken to a different challenge room, and in each room there is a hero-level monster waiting. So, you haven't defeated the monster yet? Sat calmly sips water. If I do, will I just be thrown out again? I waited until I reached Area 99 then. Sion continued analyzing why he was still alive, but he returned safely. You mean the monster defeated you but spared your life and threw you out? Said just explained this to him. No, I was brutally beaten by that monster. However, when my blood dropped below 10%, I was automatically pushed out. If even I was completely defeated, I couldn't even bring that monster's health below 50%. For now, let's pause the challenge in the double-digit area. We will return to Raw City to reorganize our forces, Sat Jian said, and then the team left. That explosion still exists. It is the gateway to another battle zone. Sat Jian looked at it and thought to himself, shall we try again after reaching level 200? Even level 200 might not be enough. At least we can only try again after obtaining a dual profession. The car exit is still guiding Jin Sung. He is a high-ranking noble, and his daughter is just an ordinary demon. She wants a slave she likes as her 20th birthday gift. Jin Sung hesitated to ask. So basically, you're saying he needs a slave contract as a birthday gift for his daughter, like he's asking for a doll. The film crew winked as if that was lucky. Thanks to that slave contract, you've got a great opportunity, haven't you? So let's go. Master of Luck, I will tell you the important points to consider when choosing a slave. They just entered inside, and Dai spoke up first. Welcome to the film showcase. It's been a long time since I last saw you, my friend, a monster in human form known as the owner of the slave market. The movie car introduces the belt. This is the friend I mentioned earlier, and his first visit to the slave market. Oh, I have seen this person. I was just looking him over and commenting. I thought he was just a high-level demon, but it turns out he's a half-demon and also a summoner. Truly a special guest. Jin Jung scratches his head and greets. Lord Dai, this is the item that Lord Zerafim mentioned to you. Jin Sung held up the paper, and Dai saw it, then said, Oh yes, that is the slave contract. Good, the item has been confirmed. I'm curious how you obtained this rare item, but it doesn't really matter. All right, the deal is done. Follow me, I will take you to the lowest level. Zerafim, I will see you later. Jin Sung followed behind, thinking to himself, is this the place that the movie theater mentioned? He looked in amazement at the scene before his eyes. Dai also explained, this is the lowest level of the slave market in Raw City. Once you enter here, you can only make a contract with one slave, with a time limit of half a day. If you do not sign the contract within that time or as soon as you sign it, you will automatically be transported to the first floor. I hope you find a slave, at least of hero level. Jin Jung just followed him. All right, let's look around. He wondered to himself. According to what the film had said, most information about the slaves would be hidden. The most important information cannot be confirmed until the contract is signed, so the film suggested 3 types of slaves. After walking for a while, Jin Sung was stunned by the races imprisoned before him. Mun, Ep, Dak Phantom, and Kagan. These are the 3 races. You remember what the film's narrator said. Buyers usually only focus on a slave's stats. They think that way because they believe it will be useful for their overall strength in the future. However, that is really a foolish thing. Using slaves as an ordinary force in war is the worst choice. No matter how high a slave's stats are, they ultimately cannot defeat a high-level demon. That really is a waste of a slave. So when choosing a slave, instead of looking at their stats, look for their special abilities. Jinung also secretly evaluates what the film's narration says. That's why Seraphim proposed 3 races with exceptional special abilities. This moon elf belongs to one of those races, but an important condition is that being specialized with a race linked to a racial-related special ability means the special ability is related to the race. And being specialized by race means that when the race related to the special ability uses it, that ability will be enhanced by 2 levels. Race specialization only makes sense when it is accompanied by a race-related condition as a prerequisite. If a slave of the Monepi race has a special ability unrelated to their race, even if they have a racial specialization option, it would be meaningless. It's all just a facade, an empty shell. Even though she belongs to the Monep race, since her special ability doesn't have a racial option, I'll ignore that. Jinung approached each slave to check this one. No, this isn't it either. He helplessly held his head. None of the slaves are suitable. But Jin Sung's determination remained stronger than ever, with little time left, but he was determined to find the best slave. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him, and Jin Dung paused for a moment. Do you think this person might be the expensive Phantom Tom? Seeing you interested in the slave in front of you, Cassie quickly intervened. That was Jindung, startled and looking back. What's going on? Casey, do you know anything about this slave? Standing in the middle of the square, shouting loudly at the southeast of the City of Rage. As you all know, the G Society mission is a great opportunity for our G Titan. We are the first to receive the guild mission from the demon world. Only our guild can bring 20 members into this City of Rage, so we cannot let this opportunity slip away. Now is the time to erase the shame of always being second. This is our chance to rise and become the #1 guild. Then Satchion boldly calls out G and everyone cheers Titan Titan. Satchion's gaze is filled with determination. Once the reorganization is complete, I will end this mission. Jidunkasi's side was surprised when they saw that slave. I can't believe it. I can't believe a creature like this exists. I've never seen such a cute dragon since I was born. Master, Jindung thought my uncle understood slaves well, but it turns out he just liked them because they were cute. Do you like that kind of thing? While you think differently, so this is a dragon. What kind of female dragon is as fat as a pig? Isn't it a winged lizard? Did Kasu also have a big head and be chubby like this when he was young? Is chubbiness the standard of beauty for dragons? Kasyut, hit right in the heart, reacted back. What? A divine creature? There's no way I would be like that. Master, you just said it's cute. It's adorably strange. What does that mean? Jindung no longer has a tail and is approaching the slave keeper. I think it will suit. Let's see. Is this creature truly amazing? Its intelligence is 78-112. Those stats are really ridiculous, Jinzung commented in amazement. Oh, why didn't I realize this is the temptation of the demon spirit? Stay calm and make a rational judgment. Like the movie said, if the skills aren't useful for fighting, you shouldn't choose them. Now, looking closely at the info window, it seems strange. 3 times the intelligence and health. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a level 145 game creature with less than 10,000 health, which means even a quick bite from Poo-Poo could kill it instantly, right? What's the point of having high intelligence if the skills and conditions are not suitable? Honestly, the risk of making a contract is too high. I know that, but Jinzung placed his hand on the slave's test tube. You helplessly ask Cassie for advice. What should we do now? Cassie, should we choose it? Cassie then brings up a different story to suggest to you. Sir, I recently came across a saying that was hard to understand, but seeing you now, I realize its meaning. The decision has been made. The owner has been chosen. The answer has been decided, and the owner doesn't need my response. So, sir, do whatever you wish, no matter what it is. Jinxung thought for a moment and then said, Sorry, so let's welcome a new friend who is training to fight monsters with the Gun Titan. They keep getting hit by the monsters. Huni shouted a warning to Canel. Canelo, this is an AO skill. All right, Canel immediately uses the Black Shield skill, Dragon Jaw. The system panel then displays that the summoned creature has used Dragon Jaw. The gatekeeper falls silent. Canel orders Von, now is the time to attack. Immediately, it leapt forward to attack the mighty monster. Everyone below started cheering. All right, Canelo, are we really going to defeat it? Huni saw that its health bar was down to 1/3 and quietly thought, we've already needed to use it. If we defeat this, we might level up once more. Just one more level to reach level 180 and unlock a new skill. Huni raises his staff and summons a spell, a wave of dark energy crashing towards the monster. It roars in anger, pounding the ground and reaching out to grab Huni, but is stopped by a massive explosion in front of him that prevents the monster from catching him. Huni announces that now is the best moment. The opportunity has arrived, we just need to counterattack accurately and the battle will be over. You know that's true, right? Canel shouted loudly. All right, he summoned his dragon. Yong, it's time. Furious, he lunges at the monster's belly. But the monster was faster, pointing a finger that shot fire at Yong. Yong was blocked, and Huni's lips curled into a half-arrogant smile. Ha! I've been waiting for this moment. Your whole body becomes the center of the storm, and the accumulated power is fully unleashed. Lin's counterattack. A dark flame erupts around the monster's body. It remains calm and confident with its old move, as both forces clash against each other. All of Huni's stored power erupts. His voice rings out like a final verdict, delivering the last blow. The monster then collapsed, smoke billowing from its mouth. Huni stood upright amidst the lingering dust, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The giant barrier trembles violently, cracks shining brighter as they spread. The barrier is disappearing. The road to Area 109 is open, the gate has been unlocked. CA Neo approaches your younger brother and cheers. Wow, Huni, you're truly amazing. Huni is feeling proud. You are the most feared dark mage in the universe. But deep down, Huni still feels a different unease. I know that some top players, including Beyond, have already reached Area 100, but why is the gatekeeper of Area 11 still there? Anyway, It doesn't matter. I will keep fighting and look for Bien at the Demon King's castle. The castle door slowly opens, and for the first time, I step into the Demon King's castle of wrath, increasing G's reputation by 150,000. Personal reputation increases by 50,000 for each person, magic resistance ability up by 0.5%. Cannell looks inside with excitement, finally having stepped in here, and G is convinced that all these places are the perfect territory for our Titan G to conquer. Happiness was short-lived before facing the Demon King Ha, who will not allow you. Cannell is overwhelmed with confusion. What? Are you refusing to give us the mission? Demon King Hakian is exploiting his power. That's right, you must complete the mission according to my conditions to get approval. With a total of 8 members, each profession must be represented by one person, and you must form a team and complete the mission. Cannell was furious at the unreasonable demand from the guy. Damn it, an unexpected trouble after we thought we did very well. The Demon King's reward is to become an official guild in the city, which doesn't seem to matter much. At first glance, it might seem trivial, but registering as an official guild in the city through the quest reward will significantly reduce shop fees in the city. Gun will also be able to receive corn from the Demon Temple in the central square, along with the ability to use the nearby teleport gate. But with the mission being blocked like this, Cannell still agreed to the order, despite feeling uneasy inside. I understand. I will meet the conditions and return. Everyone in the group was confused about the unusual mission they had to undertake. What should they do now? There are a killer and a dark mage around level 160 in G. The two of them might be taken to the demon world somehow, but the real concern is the summoner, right? The highest level summoner in our G is only level 140. Cannell analyzes this strange situation further. A level 140 person is not even considered a formidable force. As the Demon King said, an inexperienced player won't be able to pass the test. He clutches his head and exclaims, "Oh my God, this is so headache-inducing. Where can we find such a powerful summoner?" Suddenly, Jin Zheng also clutches his head. Damn it, I was wrong. You chose a slave for yourself, but I didn't expect this one to be so useless. Looking at the innate abilities, it's not entirely useless. First, it's a characteristic skill of the Dark Descendant race, immune to all attacks except those with light attribute. Enduring 50 more hits from a light-based attack, isn't it supposed to die at the sight of light? As for the other unique abilities, they don't sound too bad. Unfortunately, that great skill fell right into this guy's hands. The Greedy Nightmare skill allows you to bring back rare items from dreams if you sleep. But the dragon refused to sleep, making Sung furious. I wonder when it will finally sleep. The little dragon's reply only made others angrier. Master, I don't know how to sleep. My entire clan doesn't sleep. I haven't slept in 3,000 years either. Jin clenched his head in self-blame. If it doesn't sleep, what kind of rare item could it possibly bring back? Oh my God, I was completely fooled. Damn it, it's my fault for making a reckless choice. It only has one purpose, probably to be cute. Even your subordinates are enchanted by it. Oh my God, look at it flap its wings, so cute. Its round belly is just the way I like. Every time it flaps its wings, its belly also bounces. Jin Zheng stands behind, watching their expressions. Does Siaya also like this kind of thing? Do these two have similar tastes? He looked downcast and sighed. Well, it's a headache. I guess I have to carry an extra burden I brought back myself, but no matter how useless I am, I suddenly realize that being cute is also an advantage. Then Jin Zheng issued an order. Listen carefully. From now on, we will go to Beyond's Research Institute. On the way, the person who contributes the most will get the exclusive right to indulge in Seika for a day. Jin Zheng's subordinates, upon hearing that Caca was being petted like a chicken pumped with blood, all became eager and spirited, to the point that Jin Zheng had to turn and marvel at Ca. People say even dog poop can be used as medicine. Using you as a stimulant might also work. But Caca doesn't like being praised. What do you mean cute? I really hate that word. It's that attitude that's actually cute. Luckily, you're a stubbornly adorable one. When he arrived at Zan's Research Institute, he broke out in a sweat upon seeing you. Oh, your little monster of a brother. Jin Dong greets an acquaintance, frankly. Hey, it's been a while, so you being so blunt is a bit rude, but I guess that's just how you are. Zebian felt a bit surprised. I thought it would take at least a month, no matter how fast you were. That's incredible. All right, now let's get ready for the double life. His words excited Jin Suong, finally feeling great, but he made the guy pause for a moment. But I feel a bit guilty. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. The laboratory isn't ready yet, so I need more time to prepare. His face darkened, as if something was still unfinished. How long do I have to wait? Maybe at least a week more. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything is fine, just tell me. Well, you are quite impatient. As night falls, at a small house, the Sachion group is so exhausted, they collapse on the floor. No, this is really... Can it really not be done? If you ask me about that, Satjian couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table in protest. This is the third time already, damn it. She was so close, just a little more, and it would be done. Is that all the level is? Even their skills can't make up for it. This is the consequence of neglecting to recruit qualified members. He realized the consequences and crossed his arms to switch to a new plan. There's no point in regretting now. The only way is for Loon to sit next to the guild leader and watch him. The guild leader probably already knows the answer. Accepting members outside of G into the mission team isn't easy from the leader's perspective. Sharing the reward from completing the first rare mission with another G is really hard to accept. Satjiang stubbornly tries to lift the team's spirits. If we push a little more, we can finish this. Let's all give it one more try. Meanwhile, everyone was exhausted and didn't care about his words. Seon had to remind him, Captain, it's going to be difficult like this, but Satjian still refuses to agree. No, bringing in someone from Wind is unacceptable. Who would want to argue with Lon anyway? But surely you also know we have no other options. The other members agree as well. We need a solution. Our G members have reached their limit. Satin finally agreed to them after a while. All right, let's do it this way. Among the high-level players of the new classes, recruit those who do not have a G and invite them to join. Sion thinks for a moment, slowly. In that case, he suddenly shouted out loud. Guild leader, I just remembered. Yesterday I heard some interesting news from Gun's contact. The gatekeeper of the demon realm in Area 11 has been defeated. The Dark Mage player successfully killed him without belonging to any guild. Is that true? What are we waiting for? Let's start the recruitment now. Over at Beyond's side, he's holding his head deep in thought. Wow, this guy really has a talent for astonishing others. A bundle of items was unconsciously thrown at him. Jin Young and the slaves are catching their breath. After completing the mission, everyone has brought back what they collected. Sathian looks at them with concern. That was excellent. Are you okay? Even though he's exhausted, Jin Sung still gives a thumbs up to show he's fine. Huh? It's nothing. But anyway, it's done, right? Finally, Zan had to press complete for Jin Young. That's right. You've worked hard. Several system panels then appeared in front of you. The dual profession has been assigned. You can now use two professions at the same time. Zebian read it for Jin Young for a moment and then suggested a second profession. So do you want to learn the art of taming magical beasts? Jin Young didn't need to ask further and said, I came here just for that. I will change my profession immediately. The system panels indicate a successful transition to the summoner demon profession. From now on, the proficiency speed of all skills will increase by 50%. Jinung received an additional 200,000 reputation points, monster taming item, and finally the system congratulates you. A beam of light from the sky descends, causing Bian's vehicle to look up. Jin Zung's subordinates are also stunned to see Jin Sung holding his second profession, the light contained within his hand. The system announces once again that player Yan has successfully achieved their first dual profession. Over at Jaimer's side, she instinctively dropped her weapon to the ground, unable to believe her ears when the system announced across the entire area. So it's you again, Yan. Sebian patted Jin Zhang on the shoulder. Congratulations on becoming the first to achieve a dual profession. Jin Zhang gratefully thanks you. Thank you, I'm so happy. Then you collapsed and fainted. Sorry, I've reached my limit. Zebian looked at you in fear. Hey, are you okay? Jin Zhang replied. I need to rest for a bit, I'll be back later. Yan has logged out of the system, and your subordinates are happy too, finally getting some rest. But before long, Jin Zhang sent a message. Sorry guys, I'll be out hunting for another 5 hours, then I'll rest. Which made the subordinates furious. No, evil master. Meanwhile, I was excited to go training. Haha, I think I found the right master. It was so happy that the others cursed behind its back. That guy's really crazy. I think so too, and Puji is hiding behind the wall. It quietly considers, clearly I shouldn't go back. Master, it's terrifying. If I go back now, I'll be forced to work, and even if I join, I can't really help. Then it imagines countless stories of Puji being so talented. I haven't seen a cooler turtle than you, so it thinks it needs to keep eating herbs to become stronger. After becoming a cooler turtle than Paj, I will proudly return to my owner. Jin Sung slept a long sleep and is tired. It's been a long time since I had such a good sleep. I think I slept for about 10 hours. The weather is warm, the sun is shining beautifully, and it feels like the world is filled with happiness. A deep sleep truly is the best thing. After that, he went to the living room, slept enough, finished eating, and now it's time to play games. Get into the arena now. Jin Sung's gaze should be more ruthless. His dual professions are waiting for him, while his monsters are exhausted after 5 hours of non-stop hunting. Even so, Jinung wondered if he had been too harsh. Oh my friends, Kasiud is lying dazed and blaming me. The owner also knows that. Then he snaps his fingers to recall the monsters. Everyone should rest until the next hunt. If you keep making them work, without a break, their loyalty points will decrease. Biancar arrives from behind. Oh, you're back already. Let's check your profession information. Jinung is excited to see. Of course, I worked hard to achieve that. Here it is, the hidden profession of a beast fusion summoner, a system display table. The profession of creating forbidden spells helps summon incredibly powerful monsters. Zebian explained further, similar to summoners like you who need leadership skills to summon, and to summon monsters, you need the mana related to your profession. Demonic energy isn't like mana. It doesn't deplete. Is the compatibility with the magical beast equivalent to friendliness? Jindung stared intently at the information panel. And there's even a proficiency stat? Damn it. Do I still have to grind for levels after all? Oh no, it exploded again and the focus concentration skill. If action is disabled for 30 seconds, this skill will reset the cooldowns of all the pet's special skills. It's a high-risk but very useful skill in battle, helping pets recover their skills extremely quickly. Seeing your panic, Sebia analyzed a different approach. The fusion of magical beasts is the essence of the Beastomer class. Beast fusion is a skill that combines the main beast with one or more ingredient beasts to create a stronger creature. If the fusion fails, the ingredients will disappear, but the main beast will remain. You need to quickly improve your fusion proficiency. If it's too low, even low-level monsters will be hard to successfully fuse. Isn't it true that constantly attempting high-level fusion, even if you fail, will quickly increase proficiency? If you fail in fusion, proficiency won't go up. Of course, initially repeatedly merging low-level magical beasts is more beneficial. After some conversation, Jinzung realized that he wouldn't be using the high-level beast Lakiel he caught earlier for a while. Zebian is like a multi-level marketer, constantly adding the necessary qualities. The path to becoming a summoner who uses contracted monsters is not easy. Only perseverance and relentless effort can create an outstanding summoner. Like the summoner profession, you also need a very serious research mindset. Choosing the right monster for fusion is also extremely important, so you must constantly study and learn from experience. Jinzhong was successfully manipulated, researching, exploring, and grinding through the game. His eyes sparkled as if he had accepted it. This truly is a profession meant for me. Your attitude makes Zan worried. Hey, I didn't expect you to react like that. There, Jinzhong continues to send Lai to hunt monsters. You stand from afar, reminding him to attack. Lai steps back. If hit again, he will die. Lai replied, I understand, master. Then Jinzhong ordered another beast. Paji. Paji stands in front. Vin watches and warns as they approach. Then, the monster suddenly was bitten on one arm by Paji. Jinung seized the opportunity to capture it and make it his own pet. The system notifies you have successfully captured a low-level Vigo monster. Your proficiency in creating monsters has increased by 0.5%. He gestures with his index finger to show satisfaction. Well done. Paji Lai and PH. A different notification will appear soon in front of Jinung. You look at them and think that the necessary demonic energy to catch low-level monsters is about 500 to 1,000. My demon energy is around 17,000, so I can catch about 25 monsters. With this amount, we've reached the limit. Dindung waved his hand to his subordinates. All right, go get some rest. Before you know it, night will have fallen. He lit a fire beside the camp and sat in front of it to warm himself. A system panel appeared in front of him. Now let's try to create the demon beast. Jinung carefully chooses the low-level demon beast, Sap Lai as the main creature, and Vigo as the material. Adding low-level magic stones as ingredients increases the success rate by 20%. Jinung praises. Good. Let's start creating the demon beast. What is this? Jinung is focusing on creating his own demon beast. Be quiet, I am concentrating. A blend of blue and red light intertwines, creating an irresistible power. The system congratulates on the successful creation of the demon beast. The intermediate-level demon beast has been successfully created. Jinung jumps up with joy. All right, that's the way it should be. Get ready, it's time. He also doesn't understand what's going on, what's happening. Jinhung looked at C with a hostile gaze. What else? It's time to grind for the country. Grinding for the country will never betray you. In reality, learning English with just 2 words won't make you much better, but grinding in Kailan will bring quick results. Then let's catch them. Keep catching. Let's go again. From today, I will be the Lord of the Monsters. Dian excitedly enjoyed his unprecedented achievements. He eagerly welcomed the new monsters. Beasts, you are mine. Good, take a rest for a while. Contrary to your mood, your subordinates are exhausted from the noise, finally getting a well-deserved rest, my lord. Meanwhile, Jin Sung continued creating magic beasts, and just as the system appeared, 3 new monsters showed up before his eyes. An unexpected misfortune occurs. You failed to fuse the monster, and Vigo's loyalty drops by 5 points. Jinyoung, having seen this scene countless times, is already too familiar with it, having only succeeded in creating high-level monsters 5 times out of dozens of attempts. So this is like a gamble with bad luck, huh? The success rate is lower than I thought, but if I grind the nation until tomorrow, I think I can level up. Seer calls from behind, "Master, what's going on?" And the two fall into an endless conversation. The national tree is fine, but where are we headed? Everyone is wondering. Oh, we'll continue hunting monsters like this and then head back to the City of Rage, where there's a new member we need to bring back. Jindung smiled mysteriously. Ha 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 ha, now Sir will have a new superior. I'm really looking forward to seeing his reaction then. Cia went to ask, where are you going? Sir replied, returning to the City of Fury, where darkness shrouds everything. Huni and Kanel head to the new location, the City of Fury. And finally, we can officially enjoy the content of the demon world. But Kanel didn't understand clearly. Huni, to enter the City of Fury, you have to complete the security force's mission, right? Yes, someone posted a guide in the community, and that person is from Gun Titan. Kanel asked, is the game called Cell? Is that a knight or something? A member from Gun Titan announced it. Selen, they arrived to surprise you. Who are they? He added that the dark mage he's looking for has arrived in the City of Rage. I see. Very well, get ready for visitors. Seon initiates contact with Huni. Hello? Are you Huni? I guess you've arrived at the edge of the City of Rage. Huni jumped in surprise. What? What the hell is that? The phrase hose what when talking about it really is not wrong. Then I suggest that Titan will help you complete the mission, okay? Huni excitedly called Kanel to run faster, urging him to hurry up, leaving Kanel confused about what was happening. Huni, why are you running so suddenly? I'm happy to tell you that we can pass through the gates of the City of Rage for free. Kanel hurriedly followed, still not understanding what was happening. Huh? What do you mean? Jinjung's group has also arrived at the gates of the City of Fury. Jinjung goes inside to meet the film crew. Sir, the film crew. I have returned with the dual character system. He was surprised. Oh, you returned sooner than I expected. Jinjung suddenly remembered his friend. But what about Jiang Kun? Has he been released from the punishment tower yet? Of course I acted immediately. Their conversation now revolves around Jiang Sun. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. At last, all the hardships we've endured have been rewarded. No, the credit doesn't go to me. It's thanks to your efforts. You are the one who resolved all the issues related to Jiang Kun's charges, so there should be no difficulty in releasing him. But anyway, thank you, sir. So, where is he now? Of course he's waiting for you. After the message from the courier, Jin Sung eagerly looks forward to seeing him again. Is it a high-level demon, a future noble, or maybe a low-level character with incredible stats? No, this is not the time to be distracted by schemes. I must focus on delivering the letter from Seraphim to Jikado, and not forget that mission. Jinhung approaches the sign of a tavern. Is this the place? C went inside to take a quick look. This bar is bigger than I imagined. So Jiangsun Huan is reconsidered, and Jiangsun is really big. No matter how spacious this place is, it would be hard to fit him, right? Suddenly a voice pulls Jin back to reality. Have you returned already? Yan. I can't believe it. I thought to myself, wait a minute, is he really in here? Jan Qun's sturdy chest is right in front of you. I've been waiting for you. Jia Han's side is having to face a monster challenge. She sighs. Phew, it's finally over. The subordinates behind rejoice happily. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The system panel then sounded. You have completed the mission to the Abyss, with an A rank. Jia Han gestures for the subordinates to follow. The master has worked hard, but inside she still harbors unspoken resentment. Yan, the honor of being the first to step into the demon world was stolen from you, but that honor should have belonged to me. The gate to the demon world is gradually appearing. The system asks, do you want to enter the demon world? At that moment, Jia Han and her subordinates decided to step in, turning back toward Jin Sung, who had found Jian Kun. He had to shake your hand and say, welcome. Yan, thanks to you, I was released from there earlier. So I managed to retain almost all of my magic power. Both of them were polite when they met again. Wow, are you really Jiang Kun? You look so different, and you're shorter during the day. Jiang replied that it was thanks to the help of the film chariot. When I was released from the punishment tower, my magic power was only about 45,000. But thanks to the divine herb given by the film car, I fully recovered. To contain that abundant magic power, my body was also trained and refined from within. I also want to have a more stable form. Thanks to that, I met the requirements for noble ascension. Of course, to truly become a noble, I need to participate in the upgrade battle. Jinung cheered happily. Wow, that's amazing. Can Jiankun really develop like that on his own? It's truly a win-win situation. After chatting, Jiankun moved on to the main topic and became more serious. Yan. Not only have I been freed from the chains of punishment, but I have also broken through the wall that kept me apart for so long. All thanks to you. I am deeply impressed by your strength and very grateful to you. I want to become your protector. Carrying the light and walking with you on this journey, I hope to soar alongside you from now on. The system panel appeared at that moment, and a high-level demon offered to become your guardian. It simply indicates that Jinung only needs to choose whether to accept or refuse, but Jinsung wouldn't easily pass up this loot. Thank you. Jiang, from now on, I hope I can count on your help a lot. The system confirms that you have accepted the demon John Kun as your guard. Suddenly, a series of notification windows appeared, confusing Jinsung. So when you have enough guards, this message will appear? Because the notification indicates Jinsung has enough promotion points and the new title is Grand Duke. Jinjung pondered, with his current reputation points, he could instantly be promoted to Grand Duke and still have 10 million points left. But he didn't need that title right now. Reputation points were more useful. He immediately declined the promotion to preserve his reputation points. Jinung thought again about the great opportunity he just received. Maybe it was also because of his enormous reputation points that he managed to recruit such an incredibly powerful guard. Let's check John Kun's information. John Kun's profile appears, level 3 Fighter 1 and a high-level demon. He was once one of the 12 generals of the demon world. Definitely a berserk warrior. DX Dung looked over and marveled at his incredible power. Indeed, both internal power and muscles greatly increase the chance of activating magic. With such a high fixed damage magic type, he's definitely an ideal choice to take down boss tanks, but there's still a bit of disappointment. I thought he had to be at least a legendary rank, but it turns out he's just a hero. With such a formidable level and being a high-level demon, that's not a problem at all. Jin Hyung thought for a moment before telling his guards to leave. All right, let's go then. The demon fortress is in Zone 80 of the demon world. We will go there to meet the demon king Daikado. Meanwhile, your other guards are not in agreement. Master, what's going on? Is this some kind of joke? How did that demon become your guard? Jinjung was more excited about his own strength than the disagreement of the crowd. It's because I'm too outstanding that even demons are attracted. All right, the new member has arrived. Everyone, smile brightly and get ready to welcome him. Jiang Kun approaches Ko first, eager to cooperate. You are the warrior who fought me before, right? Ko doesn't seem very happy. Before he could respond, Jiang Kun was distracted by something else. Master, how did you manage to lure that guy here? Kun's attention on Ka surprised Jinsung. Do you know this useless guy? Big Brother irritably retorted. Do you dare call me useless? You're being too arrogant. Besides being cute, what else do you have? I'm not cute. The conversation between us didn't reach a conclusion. Only John Kun understands my true identity. You're a Big Brother from the Shadow Tribe, right? Big Brother happily laughing. Hee, finally someone in the team has realized who I am. That's right, I am Sakafanum, a great member of the Dark Race. The cunning look suddenly darkened, just as the rumors said. In an instant, his prediction turned the tide. You're really quite adorable. Jinsung thought he would learn more about the power, but it turns out he got something useless instead. All right then, I guess we understand each other. You all look so happy. Are you seriously asking? Jiang-kun, do you know anything about the Kasao? Jian-kun is also willing to answer based on what he knows. I'm not really sure either, I only read about it in an old document once. I heard that their race looks extremely cute, and because they are a shadow race, they don't sleep. The confusing part is their sleep skill, so I had to whisper into his ear and recount. That's the real problem. One of his skills is that of a greedy sleepwalker. It's a skill that allows you to obtain rare items through dreams, but for some reason, my older brother has it, even though he never sleeps. Jiang Chun's eyes grew calm as Lu looked back on his own memories of the skill, but he also felt helpless. Yeah, that's a bit strange. Still, it's not exactly a useless skill. Jinjung's mood is a bit confused now because he's surprised and bewildered about his brother's useless skill. Jiang Kun continues to explain so he can understand that when his brother awakens, he will be able to use that skill. The Shadow Tribe can sleep when in an awakened state, so that skill is still very useful. It's the same old question that confuses Jinsung. That sounds good, but how do I activate the awakening state? Jan Kun's answer once again hits a dead end. I don't know. Even my older brother doesn't understand himself. It says I don't know either. Master? Jinsung sighed in frustration. Well, I don't really expect much. For now, I just need to find a way to get past the gate of Zone 100. So he led the guards and went ahead. At the gate of Zone 100 in the demon world, Jinjung was a bit wary of the two gatekeepers. But as long as he had the authorization from a high-level demon lord, he could pass through, right? Please just say it's correct. Jiang standing next to you somewhat discourages you. Unfortunately, even the Demon King can't pass through the District 100 gate casually. You have to pass a test to get in. Is that so? Jinzung wondered. So, what is that test? Huni and Sion are discussing the new mission. So I have to take on that mission no matter what the Demon King's challenge is, Salon replied. That's right, one of the conditions for the mission is that the team must include at least one person from each faction. Deep down, Huni secretly granted herself some benefits from this support. Helping others is also giving and receiving in return. Anyway, I can still take on a hidden quest for free. The Titan Guild even helped us get into the City of Rage. Huni asked, how long does that kind of quest usually take? Salon explained that each attempt typically takes about half a day, but don't worry, failure doesn't mean losing your life or anything. Huni thought to himself, it's not bad, but I really want to meet Yan first. Meanwhile, Seon continued steadily. My team is in desperate need of a strong shadow mage. Sorry, even though our guild is second in the entire server, we don't have a single skilled shadow mage like you, Huni. Well then, there's no way around it, right? It's not that you guys are weak, I'm just too strong. Huni felt extremely proud after hearing that. Xion had also hit the nail on the head. That's right, people like you get all puffed up just for a little praise. Now let's get to the main point. If Huni agrees to help, we will widely promote that the mission was successful, thanks to his support, and his reputation will also increase. Is that okay? Sounds good. You guys also helped me with the patrol team mission before. Then let me show you what I can do. All right, I will share the mission with you. Yes, do that. At this moment, the system interface for Huni appears, showing that you have accepted the hidden challenge of the Demon King. But then he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, isn't this mission shared with Yan like that immortal one? He had no time to regret, because Jinzung's side had already received the mission, as their master-servant relationship had been established. The unexpected notification confused Jinzung. Huh? What is this? Jinzung returns to his main task. Oh, I forgot, now's not the time to be leisurely reading notifications. After speaking, he jumped up to dodge the monster's attack. Dianzung felt uneasy about what just happened. Even the Demon King would be cautious of that gate, and this opponent won't be easy at all. It is a slime monster with extremely high defense like a golem, but its attack power is not weak at all. The guards accompanying Jinsung are also fighting it with all their strength. But what Jinzung feels tired of is not because it's strong, but because it is immune to all control effects. Jinzung is worried, as he has never seen this skill before. Then he rallied his spirits, quite resilient thanks to that. Truly a real punching bag, just keep hitting it freely. The opponents take turns rushing to attack, with Lai leading the team, followed by Sir and Kazi. Kazi flies up and breathes fire at the giant monster. Lai also jumps in and slashes at it several times. Seer, meanwhile, regrets not using the attack from above. All three are about to be defeated by the single monster. Seer's move directly finishes it off. The monster was split in two by the young one. Seer proudly displayed his swordsmanship skills. No matter how tough you are, you can't withstand my sword. Suddenly, the remaining part of the monster was able to move again. Just then, Jiankun charged in and attacked, causing the monster to shatter into 100 pieces. Si looked at Jiankun with dissatisfaction, feeling a bit uneasy as his enemy had now become an ally. Jiankun brushes off his hands and reminds him not to be so careless. Teammate? Huh, you just wanted to take the final blow, didn't you? Dien X Dung stands from afar, watching, full of confidence because he didn't have to lift a finger. I usually don't control to weaken or dominate opponents, but winning is enough. This proves we are stronger. Jinung looked at the pile of rubble and remembered someone he knew. Next time he meets Beyond, he needs to ask how to summon a golem. At this moment, the door to level 100 has also opened, and the two vigilant guards respectfully invite your group in. Jiangsun reverts to his human form. The other guardians withdraw their powers, Jin Sung announces. Finally, the door on level 100 is open. Then let's go. Ho Hoi steps forward with his teammates. The system panel appears sequentially, indicating the transition to the 99th Demon Realm, and finally congratulating you on your first conquest of the 100th floor space gate. 150,000 reputation points have been added to Jinsung's record. After passing through the gate, what they saw was a vast green meadow with the sunset descending, replaced by a dreamy scene where monsters were waiting for Jinsung's group. The system issues a warning. A strong magical force is enveloping everything, reducing movement speed by 5%. Facing this, Jinung remains unshaken. This place is exactly his style. Huni's side keeps worrying. This hidden quest should have been shared, so why is there no response? Huni reassures himself with the terrifying developments of 7749, but Kanel and Seon find his unease hard to understand. With his personality, he should jump right into a hidden mission. Could it be that he's not logged into the game right now? Finally, he had a realization. Huni was overjoyed. I've been blessed by the heavens. Kanel had to remind me. Hey, what's wrong? Lan is waiting. Huni returns to the main topic. Sorry, I'm just thinking about a few things. Kale doesn't care about the child? It's okay, don't worry, keep going. But Sion, I have a request. Just say it. If no prominent summoner appears, could you include Kanel in the team? Kanel immediately objects. What's going on? Why the sudden change? That won't do, but Huni still carefully analyzed Kanel's skills. He's only at level around 150, not high, but his skills are quite solid. He also has a hidden system that was just unlocked, along with Demon World content, so he's very strong. Huni's words made Seon reconsider his initial choice of Yan. But if there's a hidden system, it's worth it. Then he changed his attitude and welcomed both of them. Deep down, Seon thought differently from us. He is a less pressured rival compared to Yan. Huni and Kanel were delighted to be accepted into the official guild. Well done, man. Haha. Thanks. Then Kanel and Seon shake hands. Then I hope you can guide us. Son, we also thank you for your support. Kano on Jia's side is still fighting monsters non-stop. She clenches her fists with all her might to break through the final level 17. The blazing purple light surges, forming waves of intense energy swirling around Jia-han's body. She swings her hand forward, grabbing the fierce energy source, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The twisting rays of light surround her arm. The system also announced that Jia-han has officially become a true demon and is the first to achieve this title. Gaehan looked satisfied at her transformed body, finally surpassing even her demon self to become a true demon. Now no one in the demon world could keep up with her rapid progress. But giving up the mage swordsman class is a bit regretful, and the entire guild will have to be abandoned as well. At this point, the system automatically removes her from the Black Moon Guild, the Human Guild. Jia-han frowned and held her head, realizing that perhaps she had been too complacent all along just because she had slept on her top position and saw the guild as a safe place, which is why she lost to them back then. This is not the time to cling to the illusion of being number one. I will gain overwhelming strength to surpass everyone. And to do that, I need a new system to lift my spirits and move forward alone, until she reaches a place full of lava. All right, it's definitely over there. Jia-han calmly steps in. Inside is a legendary sword. I found it, the sealed sword. Gon rejoiced as the system appeared. This is the sealed sword of the Demon King Jikado. Warning. If you pull out the sealed sword, the magic circle will activate and awaken the demon dragon. Jia-han firmly clenched his hands around the sword. The system panel continues to update. If Malong awakens, the demon race's invasion of the human world will accelerate by 30 days, and their forces will grow significantly. Jia-han thought for a moment, then muttered to himself just as he said, the monster wave from the demon world will arrive sooner, and the difficulty will increase. Ji-ha remembered his words. Anyway, the human world will be swallowed by the demon world eventually. At that point, the human world will become your own arena. If you draw Jikado's sword, it will happen sooner, and that's enough reason for us to cooperate. Humans. Jia-han raised his sword high. Sounds enticing. All right, Mahan-du, the duel has been set. She loudly calls out the mysterious demon's name and tightly grips the Demon King's sword in her hand. The Black Yen-Fong seal also begins to activate now. The system congratulates Gan. You are now qualified to become a fighting demon. The Black Yen-Fong seal formation has been successfully Jia-chu, and Long Kan-fa has awakened from the darkness. Meanwhile, in the demon world around Area 95, Jinsung's group was quite exhausted after passing through several zones. Jinsung praised herself for managing to go from Zone 99 to Zone 96 in just one day. Everyone fought very well. Now let's take a little rest. You look at Lai and the uncle. Those guys still look fine after that fierce battle, huh? Happy? Have they already gotten used to our intense training? As for these people, well, it seems that the employee benefits policy is accidentally working. Ha 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 ha. It really is the team's shared strength. The rest of the group is all captivated by the little dragon brother. In an instant, he was deeply pierced into the stomach by him. What did you just say? Master, what do you mean? You're mocking me, aren't you? So how do you know? Jinshung observes the group of guards and involuntarily remembers the little turtle. It makes me think of Puji Puji. There was a time I let it act on its own because it wouldn't appear when summoned, though it doesn't look very cute either. But in the end, where is Puji Puji and what is it doing? Right now, Puji Puji is happily eating a root spirit herb, finally finding a delicious demon. The delicious aroma makes it drool uncontrollably. The sweet taste melts in the mouth. This is definitely a high-quality item, at least 100 years old. The system updates Puji Puji's spiritual power. You have just consumed a high-grade spiritual herb, increasing both your spiritual power and proficiency. Puji Puji is determined to unlock her power through eating and drinking. Just a few more days of consuming spirit herbs, and she'll reach the maximum spiritual power level. I will definitely evolve into a cooler turtle than that dragon with the horns. I am number one. I will be even more handsome than Kaizi. Pooh compares himself favorably to the other guards. Because it has been lonely for a long time, it feels a bit melancholy. Suddenly it misses the owner so much. I wonder if the master is doing well now. Today I feel more nostalgic for the master than ever, even missing those friends. Jin Shung's side is also thinking of Puji Puji. All right, it's been a while since we last met. Let's see what our noble turtle god looks like. Big brother hasn't met it yet, so he doesn't understand. What turtle? Jin Jung's owner sighed. There's only one person, a friend a little more useful than you. Your words only make me more curious. What do you mean? Immediately, Jin Jung shouted and summoned Puji Puji. Its system appeared. Owner Yan is summoning you. Do you want to respond to the summon? Hearing the notification, you are overjoyed to tears. Just as I thought, my owner still hasn't forgotten me. Without hesitation, I clicked accept, but then I withdrew my hand. It's too dangerous. I almost responded to the summon instinctively. If I appear right now, I would be no different from an easygoing turtle. Calm down, boo-boo. Even turtles have self-respect. But if I refuse again, maybe the owner will never call me anymore. Puji Puji overthought for a long time before returning to its original choice. I don't want that to happen anymore. I can't stand the feeling of loneliness. Pooh responded to Yan's summon, crossing the forbidden circle. I'm here, master. Jinung also opened his arms to welcome it. Come here, Pooh. My cute little turtle. Pooh couldn't stand being held so tightly. Let me go. My owner can't breathe. Jinhung suddenly let Puji go. Huh? Puji Puji, when did you start talking? Pooh feels very normal now. I don't know either, I just suddenly started talking. Bupa Jinsung revisited his memories. What's going on? The info window hasn't changed at all. Then I ruffled the little guy's head and said, forget it. I'm really happy to see you again. Pooh was startled. Pooh, I still haven't calmed down yet. Next, Jinung lures Puji with food. Calm down. I'll let you have your favorite meatball dish. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Give it to me, but this time I'll let it go. Big brother is facing this strange situation and can't stop wondering, what's wrong with this silly-looking turtle? Just look at that small, humble body crawling on the ground. How can it compare to my noble appearance? It also looks transparent and radiant. After a while, it realized something strange. Wait a minute. That turtle. Jindung didn't understand, so she asked again, what's going on? Bro, did Puji bite you? No way, you silly master. No doubt about it. That turtle is the final piece of the 7 legends. What? The final piece of the 7 legends? What are you talking about? That fat desert god lizard who can fly. Don't drag your private stories that no one knows into this. Jinzung couldn't believe his brother's nonsense, and Sigi also helped him out. Master, I also know about that. Although my memory is quite vague, it must be the legend of the 7 dragon gods. My brother was offended, the fat lizard, while Jinzung only cared about the legend he just told. What? You only got excited just because we mentioned the topic you know about? You weren't like this before. During that time, players in the town received notices that the seal of Demon King Jakado had been broken. Demon Dragon Khalifa, who was sealed, has awakened after a long sleep. The demon invasion is about to begin, with 30 days remaining. When it starts, 3 gates of hell will appear on both the central continent and the northern continent. A wave of monsters is pouring out, extremely powerful demon creatures, so preparations must be thorough. The chat board is also buzzing about this. I heard Jia Han broke the seal of the Shadow World. What? Even if you top the rankings, you can't risk the entire continent just for a single mission. Even if Jia Han does nothing, the game will update like this anyway. Hey, has everyone leveled up yet? I heard the monsters in the Demon Realm are all level 150 and above. The central continent has many high-level players, so it should be fine. But players in the northern region will have a hard time. So, most players in the northern continent are beginners and haven't even reached level 100 yet. So does that mean I can hunt monsters in the Demon Realm later without taking any more Demon Realm quests? Exactly. It used to be troublesome to enter the Demon Realm, but now it's perfect. Only 30 days left, right? I have to reach level 150 before then. So that when the monster wave hits, we can still make some profit. There are many above level 200, we need to farm the kingdom more. At the Lotus Guild, a castle hidden behind the forest. Lao Van has received the message. He calmly analyzes that within 30 days, a portal will open and summon monsters from the Demon Realm, and even the weakest monsters there are much stronger than ordinary monsters in the central continent. So we need to come up with a strategy to deal with this. File and the others also shared their opinions. I'm not too worried about Piro territory, but the northern territory is a different matter. Do they have enough strength to withstand the attacks from the monsters? El continued, saying that the Lotus territory is still somewhat better, but in our Oliver territory there is almost no defensive system, and there are no formidable rival guilds nearby. Then they changed the subject to Jin Sung. By the way, has Yan still not left the demon world? Phelan, have you been in contact with Yan lately? No, it's been a long time since I saw Yan appear. No one understands the demon world better than Yan. It would be great if he could help us. Hazen then interrupted the conversation, probably knowing about the monster wave too. It seems he's busy sunbossing and doing missions. Even after respawning, I still regularly check the community news board. Last time, I saw him even create a spreadsheet to track information about Demon World monsters. Try messaging Jan privately and see how it goes. It will definitely be helpful. People say a country can change easily, but a person's nature is hard to leave, and I realized that as soon as I saw him note and compare the stats every time a creature is summoned and leveled up. Yeah, that's why he's our leader. Thanks to him, we've learned a lot. Lauvan then finalized the strategy. All right, for now, let's plan to support the Northern Continent's defense forces. As for the specific tactics to deal with the demon world, we'll wait for Jan to provide more information before deciding. Let's return to Jinung's position so he can continue explaining about Puji. Master, do you know the legend of the 7 dragon gods about the dragons who helped stop the demon invasion 1,000 years ago? Jinsung replied that he knew, and that Ko was the human hero who was present on the front lines at that time. So have you ever heard that initially there were only 5 dragon gods? The 5 dragon gods? Seer then interrupted their conversation. I have heard about it, so I've always wondered about that. According to what I know, there are only 5 dragon gods existing. So how come later there are 7 dragon gods stopping the demon invasion? Why does Big Brother criticize him for being so ignorant? It's such a simple matter and you still don't know? You're much more foolish than you look. That's because there are hidden dragon gods. Among the 7, only 5 are true dragon gods. After explaining, Taka felt very proud. But Jin Sung didn't pay attention, so he turned to ask Kasiut. Kasiut, you're also a dragon god and you know less than him? I'm not a deity from that era. Kasiut puffed up in anger. Do I really have to know everything just because we share the same surname and lineage? The master is right. Sorry, my family is being self-satisfied, so I grabbed Jin Sung's head and pulled him back. Don't ignore me like that. Master, keep listening. Jin Jung helplessly had to surrender. All right, I'm listening. Calm down. Big Brother, continue. The first male dragon god never gathered all his power until the demon realm gate opened. At first, the forces of the human and demon worlds were quite balanced, but after the Dragon King Khalifa appeared at the northern gate, the battle's situation was completely turned upside down. To stop him, the northern hero Wat and the dragon warrior Kot fought valiantly, but still could not defeat the Dragon King. At that moment, the great sage, So, who was leading the fight against the demon realm, sensing the threat of extinction and believing the only way to stop chaos was to gather the remaining 4 dragon gods scattered across the continents, sought out his master, the owner of the Abyssal Tower, for answers. Who is that? I don't really know this part either, but what's more important is that the solution given by the owner of the Abyss Tower is the Abyss Turtle. What? The Abyssal Turtle is the key. Jinjung looked at Puji helplessly and panicked. Then Big Brother had to calm you down and listen to everything first, Master. More precisely, the ancestors of the Abyssal Turtle are the key link connecting the other 4 dragon gods who are scattered. The Abyssal Turtle is a species capable of instinctively sensing latent energy. When it evolves into the Abyssal Dragon God, it can awaken and summon the sleeping dragon gods, though I don't know exactly what source of power enables it to do so. Paji couldn't hold back anymore and interjected with its own knowledge. The Abyssal tribe is the only one capable of initiating the evolution process themselves, meaning they can transform into dragons without borrowing power from a planet. A race that can evolve into dragons without the need for a planet. With an additional planet to aid them, they can reach a power comparable to that of a god. Jinjung thought to himself that he had also heard the bald dragon tell this story before, then listened as Paji continued, saying that when the Abyssal Dragon successfully evolves, all the latent powers within the sleeping dragon gods will be awakened. So all the dragon gods only gathered around the Abyssal Dragon God after they were awakened. At this point, Jinsung became confused. With the information gathered from Sasa, the bald dragon, and Seer, the full picture seemed unbelievable. But you hesitated for a moment. Wait, the 4 dragons have gathered on the continent, plus the Abyssal Dragon God and the Seer. The fallen dragon gods, so that makes 6 in total. So who is the 7th person? Aren't there supposed to be 7 legends? Brother, focus and remember that person. The last of the 7 legends is none other than a human hero. I also don't know that person's name, only that they are called the Dragon Knight. The silhouette of a person in armor flashes through Dui Zhang's mind. His eyes now became extremely frantic. Could it be that the person he was thinking of was the same one Seer calmly considered when he looked at him? Now I remember everything. Step aside and let Jinung speak. My memories used to be very blurry, like a fog, but now everything has become clear after hearing that story. The human Dragon Knight, known as one of the 7 legends. His name is Si. It's me, my lord. His words made Jin Sung, who had some suspicions, also feel amazed when it was confirmed. Dian Sung doubted life itself. What on earth is going on? The legend of the seven dragon gods, the key to that great event, has always been right beside them all along. At the same time, in the Piro territory at the heart of the central plains of Kalen, Explorer Sun let out a sigh of relief, as the expedition had exceeded all expectations. He praises that without the Piro territory, he wouldn't be able to fully dedicate himself to exploration like this. Thanks to building a fortress stronger than any stronghold in the plains, this place now serves as a safe zone comparable to the vast territories of the Empire. Dio-sun eagerly opens the door and steps inside. All right, today we continue the quest to find Kai Lan's hidden treasure. Joining the Piro territory's security team was definitely the right decision. Lord Phylan occasionally even personally explores the nearby dungeons. Thanks to going with her, I've learned a lot about the newly discovered relics and how to explore them. I wonder what ancient artifact we'll find this time. Is this a legendary item? This is the first legendary item I've found since I started my exploration career. Wait, now is not the time to get emotional. I need to quickly transfer my intuition into it using the highest grade intuition stone. The system's intuition notification sounds. You failed to infuse the relic with your intuition and used up one crystal. Jiusan panicked and stopped. That's right, since it's a legendary item, it can't be that easy, but I still have 27 more stones. He gritted his teeth and kept going. Please let this be the one. The sound of failure continued until only 13 spirit stones remained. I did it. I successfully transmitted the psychic impression, the book floating in my hand amidst a captivating green light, a relic from 1,000 years ago called The Record of the Great Demon War. Documenting the eternal battle between humans and demons will be revealed in the next 10 seconds. The 1,000-year history will unfold before your eyes. Jinung is still deep in thought. Yes, it turns out Puji has always played a crucial role. Perhaps Kasi's soul guided us to the dungeon where the shell once peacefully rested in the northern continent. I never thought that Puji would be such an important creature. In the end, it's just a gluttonous turtle, eating without knowing anything. Unlimited meatballs, they're absolutely delicious. Jin Zung suddenly thought, wait a minute. Now I have 3 legendary 7-number skills, the key factors that once prevented the demon invasion. That means I will become the person responsible for bearing the greatest burden in repelling the upcoming attack from the demon realm. Just need to give the divine gem to Puji, Kai will awaken and reach the mythic level of theft. Moreover, if the other dragon gods gather together, maybe I can even tame those dragon beasts too. Big Brother interrupted your dream. Master? Sorry to interrupt your beautiful thoughts, but I guess you also understand what I need to do next, right? Unlike that turtle, my master is very smart. Jinjung decides that the first thing to do is to evolve Puji into a dragon god. Exactly, and no wonder he's my master. Do you feel something strange about this? Being praised like that by your subordinate feels weird, but I keep talking nonstop anyway. Puji needs to evolve into the dragon god to obtain the divine pearl and reach the ultimate realm, so of course that must be the top priority. Maybe Paji knows how to evolve. To evolve, Puji needs a high-level spiritual herb with a lifespan of at least 100 years. Jinjung pointed at Puji, who was full and surrounded by a pile of flying dishes. The spiritual herb, so he should be able to find and eat it himself. Paji also helplessly agreed. That's right, if he handles it himself, he should be able to evolve too. That's right, I'm about to evolve. My current spiritual power has already reached level 99. Jinzung suddenly turned and asked, Brother, let's put Puji's evolution on hold for a moment. I have something to ask. If Puji becomes the abyssal dragon god, will the dragon gods gather once again to stop the demon realm like in the past? It shakes its head stubbornly. Master, the current situation is very different from before. In summary, according to what Kaka said, if the dragon rises and becomes the abyssal dragon god, then the yet-to-awaken dragons will indeed gather. But right now, besides the Seus, the other 4 dragon gods have already awakened, so even if Puji evolves, they will no longer appear. Jinung sighed regretfully. It's a pity I still hope to tame more long gods, so I have only one last question. In the past, the combined strength of the dragon gods was able to repel the demon clan's invasion, so this time, will we have to fight without them? Is that even possible? Kakadu on Kyra's head replied. I can't be sure about that either. I only know what has happened in the past, and no one can predict the future. But one thing I am sure of is that the remaining 4 dragon gods will definitely appear in some form to stop the invasion from the demon realm. They have always strived to protect the human world from invasions by other realms. If they learn that the demon world is starting to invade, they will surely help in some way. Of course, they don't necessarily have to appear directly. Jin suspects something, huh? What do you mean? Are you the only one who knows about this, and are you planning to say something? Kaigia explains that the Long God can share his power with humanity, meaning they can grant abilities to exceptional individuals they deem worthy to help protect the human world. So it's best for the owner to always stay vigilant. There are still others like you among humanity. Jin Sung immediately felt more motivated. Yeah, you're right. At this moment, a scorpion-shaped monster with sharp teeth appears and charges at us. Jinshung jumps onto its back and strikes a decisive blow. I also have to become stronger and can't afford to lose to those at the top of the rankings. Everyone charged forward, all launching powerful attacks. It was over in no time. Good, we've caught it. Next, summon the demon beast. All right, let's fight. My new mid-level demon beast. Looking at the information board, you are satisfied. We have cleared up to Zone 85 without any trouble. The summoning of the demon beast is also going very smoothly, and they are getting stronger little by little. To help Puji evolve faster, I need to gather all the spiritual herbs being sold on the auction platform for it to eat. If I let it eat by itself, I don't know when it will evolve. Maybe if I fully understand the guild's budget for this, I can meet the deadline. Jin, with his bossy CEO attitude, thinks I will cover everything. No, most of the tax revenue is being invested in developing the territory, so I can't spend it arbitrarily. I will be summoned for abuse of power and embezzlement. Anyway, the priority now is to reach the demon castle in Zone 80. The mission is about to expire. There's not much time left. Jin waved his hand and called out, "All right, everyone, get up. We need to quickly move to the next edge. There's not much time before we reach Zone 80. When we reach the demon castle, I will let everyone rest. For now, hold on a little longer." Suddenly, a notification appeared before you, announcing that a relic from 1,000 years ago called the Chronicles of the Great Demon War 1, documenting the space battle between humans and demons, will be discovered in the next 10 seconds. The 1,000-year-old history will unfold before your eyes. Jinung is curious. What is this Demon Realm Great War Chronicle? If it were posted as a world announcement, it would probably be considered extremely important and unbelievable. Since the hunt just ended, and this could be news related to the demon world, I'll take a break to check it out. Then he seemed to fall into another space, facing a Western man with a jade-green staff, surrounded by flames that engulf Helena, dressed in red, and standing on a fire dragon at the center like a fire god. She spoke. "Do you have indeed awakened?" Jinshung was so amazed he couldn't speak. Could that red dragon be one of the remaining 4 dragon gods in a space filled with overwhelming energy? Helena gently inquires, "Do you really have awakened?" John bows respectfully. Yes, just as you see, Jinshung was also stunned by the scene. "That red dragon is bowing its head, and isn't that the sun goddess herself?" Helena nods thoughtfully. A dragon spirit awakens at this very moment. Perhaps this is destiny. John Cheo bows deeply, offering the greatest respect to the opponent. "Yes, I also feel the place I need to go, and the one eagerly awaiting my presence. Lady Helena." She still maintained her calm demeanor, effortlessly conjuring a small flame that burned fiercely in her palm. As soon as the flame was unleashed with full force, the hanging cage roared loudly. "Oh, sun goddess." His eyes became more desperate than ever. Please end the fierce and brutal war between these dimensions. Despite the burning heat surrounding her body, she remained steadfast, hoping for peace. Helena grew more serious as she listened to John Trejo's thoughts. "I will never let you down. At the same time, your immortal side is actively making an appeal. Lord Long, can you help Lugai? Is there still any hope?" "Darkness God." He quickly turned and gestured. "Lugai, you can do it too, right?" Seeing the sincerity of the person in front of him, Echquian smiled and accepted the plea. "All right, let's go. Complete your mission." It seems they are the 2 remaining dragon gods that Big Brother mentioned. He carefully observes every detail. The others are Wind God and Dragon God. Noit, Earth God, and Dragon God Mika. Suddenly, your face briefly stiffened when you saw the familiar figure. "Huh? That C slowly encouraging? Ak has disappointed me, but I believe you are not like that." Seeing the opponent's unusual appearance, Jinsung felt a bit stunned. The old man seems to have fallen deep into new knowledge. He closes his eyes tightly, appearing detached from reality. Brother immediately sensed something was wrong and called on this ally. Pooh was there in less than a second asking what's the matter. Brother cautiously expressed his opinion. "The owner has been a bit strange since then, hasn't he?" Pooh also detected something unusual. "That's right, it's been 15 minutes and normally the owner never rests for more than 5 minutes. Something is wrong." Kaka, worried, suggests waking the master, feeling anxious, and approaches to gently shake the face of the person in front of him. "Hey, owner, are you sleeping? It's time to wake up. Everyone is starting to worry." She couldn't help but be startled and wonder why he hadn't woken up, as the feeling of fear grew stronger and stronger. Kaka lost his temper and shouted, "Hey, wake up, master. Just open your eyes a little and say you want to sleep more." Dian Zung calmly opened his eyes to get used to the sunlight. It lets out a relieved sigh. "Are you awake now?" Suddenly, a brilliant magical light burst fiercely in the sky, making it panic completely. "What is this?" It looked around suspiciously, checking the surroundings. "Has my power already awakened?" Don't tell me that Big Brother quickly understood the situation. Yes, this is exactly the power of the nightmare demon. Is this really happening? It hesitated and thought for a long time. So it finally musters all its courage to charge into the sea of lightning, and the moment it enters Jinsung's dream, it is completely stunned by the chaotic scene. Where is this? The first thing my older brother sees is the image of giant monsters desperately trying to break free from their encirclement. It's helplessly weaving through the battlefield thanks to its small body. What is this? Is the owner dreaming of a battle? Oh my god, out of all the dreams, why did I dream of this one? It really is a battle fanatic. Suddenly, it remembered its original goal and cheered up. Anyway, I have to seize a valuable item before the master wakes up, which is why I have the power of a dream demon, and a wave of curiosity runs through my brother's mind. But what kind of battle is this? Seeing the terrifying scene before its eyes, it couldn't help but marvel. Having lived as long as I have, I've never seen a battle of such scale before. Suddenly, the people around me start cheering loudly, making me instinctively startle. Huh? Its gaze immediately shifts to the moment when the dragon gods are soaring majestically through the sky. Brother, I'm stunned and questioning my own judgment. Are those the dragon gods? Isn't this a battle in the demon realm? It never takes its eyes off for even a second. I can't believe I'm standing in the middle of a legendary battlefield. His eyes immediately lit up as if he had found gold, so there must be a legendary item here as well. What's the most valuable thing I can take out of here? He couldn't help but grin mischievously. Just wait there, Master. Big Brother is so excited he's doing a few loops. I will find a valuable item that will make your jaw drop. I will prove that I am not useless like Pooji Pooji. At this moment, John's powerful voice echoes through the breaking news as I broadcast an emergency program for the first time revealing the footage of the Demon World War. Let's analyze that video during today's broadcast. He quickly gets to the point. So this battle actually took place over 1,000 years ago, and the instant comments became unusually lively. Is this video related to a new update? This is a video about the monster wave that will burst out from the demon realm in a few weeks. He confidently states that it is related to the space-time battle between the demon realm and the human realm. The surprising information has caused a stir among the people. So is this the main story then? Aye, if you tame a dragon, it really feels like being a true summoner. They excitedly play and joke with each other. If you think you're better than Summoner Yan, you should wake up. How do you know that? Yan is exactly my ideal role model. The viewers watching the live broadcast quickly noticed something surprising. The comments are starting to get out of control. Wait a minute, I recognize that guy. The white-haired swordsman wielding the great sword quickly became the center of attention with his heroic presence. The Kai family? Yes, it's the Kai family. They confidently insist that that person is definitely from the Kai family, Yan's subordinate. John couldn't help but be puzzled when he read those comments. Yan. He scratches his head in confusion. Are you the unofficial leader on that summoner ranking list? The audience keeps confirming the information. I'm a fan of his. I remember all his famous minions and summoned creatures. He praised enthusiastically. That's interesting. An important NPC in the main story is just a subordinate of a player. The viewers still can't believe what's really happening. How did Yan manage to recruit such a domineering subordinate after all? Diaoso took the opportunity to lead the broadcast. All right, let's keep watching. Maybe we'll discover something even more interesting. The wild roar of the demon beast echoed through the heavens and earth, with the 4 directions tightly sealed by the 4 great dragon gods. Sagan laughed in admiration. So you gathered 4 of the 5 great dragon gods just to stop me? It is truly an honor, Eslo coldly replied. Today, right here, the meaningless battle between the space dynasties will end. He heard that and became extremely excited. So, the power of the dragon god is indeed formidable. But without the strength of all 5 great deities, the surrounding monsters that surround him only make him more arrogant in declaring war. And Khalifa along with countless Banrock will still crush you all. Can they stop me? Jinsung's whole body also involuntarily trembled at the magnificent scene. Truly astonishing. With that strength, even all the players in Keelan combined couldn't win. So she smiled slyly and turned the tables. Who said the 5 great gods haven't gathered enough yet? Sagan sneered and warned, I personally killed Kaz. Jinsung couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? That wizard really killed the singer? Khalifa remains calm and steady. I won't be shaken by his boastful words, Sagan. He praises with satisfaction. Of course, Khalifa. It's just the hopeless resistance of someone doomed to lose. And I warn you, you will face a deserved defeat. Sagan shouted the order, all troops charge, drown them in fear and despair. As the gloomy sky, the monsters move in unison like a rising tide following their master's command. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts, blowing everything away. In an instant, the battlefield turns into a wasteland of ashes, with only the blackened corpses of the monsters remaining. Sagan stood frozen in place, his eyes shining with unspoken suspicion, and he was stunned to realize how serious the situation truly was. "No way, you guys," Eslo gently asks about it. "Now you understand, right? Courage is not just words spoken aloud. The Abyssal Dragon God appears with mighty power before everyone's eyes. You lead the Dragon Gods. The Supreme Abyssal Dragon God is here." Jin Sung is so shocked he can't close his mouth. "Oh my god, so you screamed in shock. Will Pooh turn into this in the future?" The main character mentioned now is waiting outside for information. "Why do I feel so itchy today?" Sola gently smiled and asked, "Do you understand now?" Sagan's face darkened with anger, grinding his teeth. "Indeed, you're not just talking nonsense, but that doesn't mean he has lost his rebellious ambition, continuously making provocative remarks. But does a long god Realmtum have enough strength to fill Ka's place? I know the long god Realmtum is very powerful." He arrogantly challenged, but could it have already foreseen this question and perfected the strength of all 5 great gods? Sora replied frankly, yes. However, the important person behind Long God Realm's Tam is clearly introduced as Kai the Dragon Knight, who declares, "From now on I will invoke the oath of the 5 great gods." He roared loudly to all the dragon gods. As the command was issued, the dragon gods all roared in unison, as if in agreement. A majestic roar echoes through the space, like thunder in the 9 heavens. Kai boldly declares to use all his power to serve that promise as the messenger of the god of war Ares. And Kai will fulfill the covenant of the 5 great gods, ultimately sealing a permanent oath, which all the dragon gods representing the 5 great gods will also uphold. Right in the middle of the battlefield, a sudden flash of light ignited a brilliant beginning. In an instant, the dazzling light burst forth like the sun, obliterating the shadowy demon beast lurking around. He was so terrified he turned pale. This can't be happening. The banner of victory covers the entire land, like a mark engraved with triumph. The roar echoes with mighty power. Right here, today we will witness the final chapter of the interdimensional war. The entire population erupts in joy as the announcement echoes loudly. Together with the dragon gods, let's fight with all our might. I can't hold back my emotions. Jin Hung proudly laughs at the resilient fighting spirit of the people. Only now does Kaka finally appear. Arrogant raised his achievement high, then suddenly remembered a difficult problem. Great, I just got this awesome item, but how do I pull him out of the dream now? It imagines Jin Sung and Puji outside, and can't help but feel worried. The owner will wake up soon if he hasn't escaped the dream before then. Big Brother clenched the item in his hand, secretly thinking that it would also disappear. He instantly became terrified at the thought of losing to someone else. If I fail, it's no different from being useless like Puji. No way. It tries to regain its composure and fall into thought, but wonders why it should feel worried. If you have entered from somewhere at the very moment of realizing the truth, the older brother smiles with satisfaction and confirms, then just find your way back to the original spot. It happily rushes into the lightning black hole. Just wait, you troublesome master. When you wake up, I will give you this gift. The system quickly updates the information. Xiao has left Yan's dream. At the first gate in the demon world, a fierce battle is now underway. The moment the announcement sounds, you have failed at Gate 17 in the challenge of Demon King Yin, and it is also when the Satjian group is forced to return to continue their mission. Despite the player losing balance and falling to the ground, the system coldly announced that all team members had been returned to the first gate. It is slowly issuing the game request. You have 3 more chances left. If the whole team fails, High in the Demon King's favorability will drop sharply. Satjian, exhausted, keeps whispering into his ear. Damn it, can we get through this challenge? Besides the loner and the dark mage, everyone else is too weak. He carefully observes the physical condition of the members. Summoner Canel is better than the others in the group, but still not enough. At this point, there's no turning back. Sion gently approaches to discuss the strategy. Leader, what should we do now? We only have 3 chances left. He cautiously suggested an idea. Considering the help from other high-level RK players, Satjian then reconsidered his next move. Sun is right, there's no other choice left. He keeps calculating for you. But who should we ask for help now? So quick to suggest options. For now, Jimmer seems to be the best choice. He had no hesitation in listing the opponent's strengths. She doesn't belong to any guild, and her skills are quite solid. Moreover, he has worked with us before. Satjian thought for a long time and then decided to agree. All right, I'll contact Jim, but one Jim alone still isn't enough to complete this mission. A hint of worry flashes across Ceylon's handsome face. Yes, no matter how hard we try, we can only pass through 17 out of 30 gates. Even if we dream of joining, we lack the strength. It's as if the world is mocking us, he helplessly explained. Our current team is missing assassin-type players, and calling for high-level RK players is useless. Samuel Jin, the top archer, is too complicated. Suddenly, his eyes became unusually determined, so there's only one last card left. The thoughts in his mind kept urging him to say that name. Currently, the Titan Guild needs a ranked player to fill in for the demon world. Sion decisively states his opinion. Yun, I think we can rely on him. Meanwhile, Huni's mind felt like it was about to shatter. I should have thought of this from the very beginning. Sadian quietly considers, confident that Yan will be a trustworthy ally. He can both make up for the summoner position and handle the roles of at least 2 people. Suddenly, he remembered a tricky matter, but Yan is a member of the Lotus Society of the Rosfellow Empire. Just thinking about having to share the first hidden guild reward with the Lotus Society already makes me feel heartbroken. He sighs heavily, but it's better than failing. Contrary to their feelings, Huni angrily shouted, "Do we really need Yan that much?" He was heartbroken and couldn't hold back his tears. I had hoped to complete the hidden mission without Yan knowing. So, how did it end up like this? Sun asked with a hint of curiosity. Yan, so Huni knows Yan? Kanel reluctantly intervenes to help. Yes, we are quite close to him. He glanced at the frightened expression of the person beside him and said, I know I am not capable of being a summoner, but if Yan An, though a bit hesitant, still makes the final decision, we will definitely complete this mission. Big Brother here lets out a small, relieved sigh. Now that you're awake, if you had woken up earlier, I would have been in trouble. Godly wisdom. Jinjung was completely distracted after a long dream. What are you talking about? Big Brother chuckled happily and said, Let me explain. He patted his chest proudly. I have awakened the power of a dream demon. Now I am useful too, Master. Jinjung still looked skeptical, unable to believe what he was seeing. Big Brother, he's eager to hear praise and responds immediately. That's right, can't hold back. Tears welled up in his eyes, his face shining with an unprecedented happiness as he burst into tears and threw himself into his older brother's arms. You're not useless, not at all, you're amazing, don't blame yourself. She shyly pushed away the person in front of her. You bastard, what's wrong with you? Let me go. Yanjung tried to calm his emotions and asked about the situation. So how did you learn that skill? Big Brother keeps excitedly waving his small arms and says, I'm not sure either, but this skill is super awesome. And I obtained it while you were sleeping. When I left your dream, I acquired this skill. You wonder silently, but I wasn't even sleeping. What does he mean? As if reading the other's mind, it innocently recounts your dream. Owner, you had quite an epic dream. I've never seen anyone dream about a dynasty war before. Suddenly I realized that I had just watched a video and thought it was my dream. The system quickly displays a notification that Dream Demon can turn things from dreams into reality. Big Brother, an ambitious evil dragon, can acquire rare items from dreams. From now on, Siya can use skills in other people's dreams. Jinzung was a bit surprised by the new information. Oh, so you can use your skills without sleeping? Then that means you were just in the world from 1,000 years ago, right? A sudden spark of hope flickered in his mind. Could it be that he could take the divine gem from the abyssal dragon realm and bring it along? So your older brother hurriedly asks, Did you bring anything from my dream? Like a gem or something? It eagerly replied, I brought the best thing for my master. Please, I beg you, let it be the divine jewel. Big Brother happily shows off his achievement. How do you like it? Master, am I doing well? Seeing the person in front trembling constantly, it shyly promised, You're speechless with emotion, right? I will also do my best in the future. Jin Haman erupted in fury, shouting, Damn it, why did you bring this back? You should have brought back the divine crystal. The divine crystal is showing signs of being upset and blaming you. Stupid master, how am I supposed to know to get that divine gem? You keep torturing it with endless questions. You really didn't bring back any gems? Not a single one? It cried out in helplessness. Of course not. Master, you are furious and shouting. Stupid snake god. You're even more useless than Puji, who seems to have hit a nerve. Brother is shouting in anger. I am not like Puji. Meanwhile, the system was busy gathering information. While the two of them were arguing, it quickly updated the item data. This ancient scroll hasn't been classified as a legendary item yet. Jinzung held the object in his hand, examining it for a long time. Is this a legendary item? This ancient scroll? Big Brother was just waiting for this to brag about his achievement. Don't be sad, owner. I didn't bring back the Jade Spirit. It was spinning so wildly that even you would be stunned. Because I have found this ancient book is actually a map leading to the location of the Jade Spirit. Jin Chung immediately jumped up, flipping his face even faster than flipping through the book. Oh wow, really? Good job, Ka. You opened the ancient book while quietly calculating. So this is an unidentified item? While Jin Sung excitedly calls for appraisal, the system coldly refuses this basic skill immediately. I'm confused and leaning to ask for your opinion, Ka. I can't identify the item now. What should I do? It rarely comes up with useful suggestions quickly. It seems we need to call in a high-level explorer expert because explorer systems usually have special appraisal skills. In Jin Sheng's mind, the familiar face instinctively came to mind. The exploration system. It must be only him. John, you have uncovered the data on the Demon World War. He's quite well known in the fan community. Now that there's a plan, you should get started right away. All right, let's go find John. But after looking at the screen, Jin Zung just stared blankly. What? I was about to leave already? It turns out Huni is crying and sending a distress message. Yan, are you free? If you're not busy, could you help me with something? He whispered nervously, sweating and suspicious. What's going on now? Why are you suddenly calling me so casually? Du Hunter also feels cold and suspicious. What's going on? He refused. Huni sat with her knees drawn up, crying desperately in despair. Yes, he outright refused and said he was busy. Du Hun tries to find a reason to explain Dian Zung. Is this mission also too difficult for him? Is the person next to him more straightforward? Could it be that he's afraid of failing because the task is too difficult, and that's why he won't take it? If he fails, he will be in a difficult position. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. It makes sense. The bigger the reward, the higher the risk. Only Huni still harbors doubts but keeps them to himself. No, Yan is not the type to give up on a hidden quest just because it's difficult. The more challenging it is, the more fired up he gets. So what exactly happened? With Yan's abilities, even the most difficult tasks could be completed as easily as a walk in the park. It seems Dian Dung has a kind of sixth sense, and she's also pondering the answer in her mind. I wish the invitation had come a few days earlier, then I would have accepted. If the monster wave from the demon world starts, we won't be able to return to the demon world after a long time. If I complete the mission now, I wonder where I should go next. I only delayed searching for John to buy some extra time, and this is the result. Jinung finally arrived at the 80th gate of the demon world and let out a deep sigh. We've finally reached our destination. Brother next to me can't hide his shock. The Devil's Castle. The system hurriedly awarded you 100,000 reputation points and shared the plan to increase item growth. Jin Dung read each notification with a heavy heart. If I hadn't been stuck with that quest, I would have explored the demon world all over and collected all the first-to-discovery achievements. Oh my god. What a waste. What a waste. I'm so disappointed. You try to swallow your bitterness and focus on the immediate problem. Isn't that Junkun the Demon King Jakado? He didn't need to think twice and confirmed right away. That's right. Jinjung was so excited that he pulled his older brother to rush forward. So let's go meet him and complete the mission. Not far enough, Jenkun reached out to stop him. Wait a minute. Something's not right. He looked around a few times, then tried to choose his words carefully. The Demon Castle is in trouble. Jin stared blankly at the system panel, realizing that the castle's hidden quests had been activated all along. Moreover, the notification board revealed shocking information that this place was under attack. After reading the conditions to meet Jakado, Jin Sung softly muttered, "The Demon King is being attacked, and I have to go help him, right? Even though it's a bit exhausting, it helps increase the goodwill with the castle's owner." After calculating the pros and cons, he loudly called out to his teammates, "This is interesting. Let's go, everyone." First, Jinjung ordered one of his spirit beasts to lead the way. Paji charged forward, and it did not disappoint, immediately roaring with deafening intensity. But it was this very sound that drew the attention of the demons. They stared at Paji from head to toe and suddenly shouted out loud, "What is that? Even Megiddo can't escape suspicion. What is that monster? Why isn't it obeying our orders?" Jindung didn't give the enemy time to gather information and quickly raised his hand to command. "All right, everyone prepare for battle. Get out." As soon as the two words of fierce anger are spoken, he rushes toward the target at lightning speed. Only Jin Suong calmly waits for the demon group to approach and face them, maintaining an expressionless face as he listens to the lingering voice of doubt beside his ear. Who the hell is this? Jin Sheng's inner thoughts surge with confusion. Are they demons? Yet they still manage to summon spirit beasts for support. With just a swipe of its claw, the system announced that mate was selected for damage. Jin Zheng stood outside the observation circle, then silently calculated. It seems that demons don't have significantly better stats than monsters, but unlike wild instincts, their AI is surprisingly human-like, and their movements are completely unique. At that moment, a scream pulled him out of his thoughts and caught him off guard. Jinung chuckled mockingly, but without overwhelming power, it was useless. He decided to call in more people to test his theory. Jonkun's turn is next. He quickly unleashed his skills and launched a wide-range attack following Jinung's signal, causing the demon's combat effectiveness to drop significantly. Jin Hung calls out the name of the person who has been silent all this time. smiling contentedly with the current situation but not forgetting to issue a new order. Damn it. As everyone rushes forward, he can't help but think to himself that the situation is getting more and more intense, but those two words keep echoing in Jin Jung's mind. He stares intently at the screen, drooling, while inside he's overjoyed. This is really the best way to grind experience. I'll reach level 200 before this attack ends. You used to be the top player on the server at level 199, but if I reach level 200 first, I will take the top spot. Jungkoon's timely report helped stop your delusions. Master, I think we're almost done. With this progress, reinforcements from the Demon Castle will arrive soon, and then we can go inside to meet the Demon King. But this winning streak just doesn't bring any joy to Jin Jung's heart. Damn it, I was having such a good experience grind. If we meet the Demon King now, the battle will end quickly, so we can't miss this opportunity. Being a little late probably won't matter, right? After secretly calculating, you immediately suggest an idea. Cunning, we still have quite a bit of energy left, and we've already fought anyway. If we can eliminate more enemies, it will probably be beneficial for the Demon King too, right? It sounds unreasonable, but surprisingly, you were convinced. That's true. Jongchun observed the battlefield, then quickly joined in. So let's wipe out those demons together. This reaction cheers Jin Jung up. Luckily, he's really a simple creature. He finally wildly raised his hand and shouted, as if afraid his comrades would change their minds. All right, let's keep fighting, everyone. Jungkoon, filled with fiery passion, loudly promises, I will do my best. He decides to activate his berserk skill, lowering defense and boosting attack. Jongsun is filled with determination to fight fiercely this time. He infiltrated deep into the enemy territory and unleashed his special magic eruption skill. Jindung watched in awe and couldn't help but praise enthusiastically. That was incredible. His skill is truly impressive, and that wide area attack really left me in awe. I'm a bit disappointed, but I could do that much too. While the fierce battle was clearly turning in their favor, Jin Jung's gaze was fixed elsewhere. He stared intently at what was in front of him, silently questioning in his mind. What is that? If that door opens now, won't the evil monsters flood into the castle? To confirm his suspicion, the giant foot stomped heavily on the ground. The moment Jin Jung saw it, he was almost speechless, and even the guards nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After that, they all shared the same thought. The legend of the Demon World battle, the 3 legendary demon beasts. Jin Jung's face paled as he silently reflected on himself. Come to think of it, the Federation had already announced it. Among the hundreds of new monsters appearing in the Demon World, only 15 are legendary-level creatures. At that time, the Federation representatives repeatedly asked which new monsters would appear in the expanded Demon World version. There will be hundreds of monsters, including 15 legendary-level creatures. Jindung, lost in a dazed memory, still remembers it vividly. Even in the dreams of the Demon World battle, among all the monsters, only 3 types of monsters charged out from that blood-stained wall. In his mind, the image of its fierce battle automatically played out. Just that much was enough to make every cell in Jin Jung's mind freeze. It was the only one that couldn't distinguish friend from foe, attacking both demons and monsters. The 3 beasts fought more fiercely, not hesitating to clash and spill blood with their opponents. That attack dealt 300,000 damage, and just the splash damage alone already exceeded 100,000. Its level is definitely lower than Kun's, but its combat power far surpasses it. Is this the natural gap between different levels? This monster might even be stronger than Jongkoon, and its potential is almost on par with Kaijia. Thinking of that, Jin Jung's eyes automatically lit up like headlights, with only one thought in mind. I want to have it. Jin Jung drooled at the bright future he imagined. Haha, with such huge damage at this level, finding an efficient farming spot is tough. If I level up by spamming wide area skills non-stop, Kai will just stand beside me, shooting straight with a critical eye. Master, I see your scheme clearly. However, when reason returns, Jinung carefully assesses both sides' strength, but the current level gap is too large, and Balo is already above level 300. Is this the first time you've seen Balo in real life? You responded immediately. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen it in the flesh, but I quietly added the rest in my mind. I only caught a fleeting glimpse of it in a dream about the Demon World battle. He understood and continued to share everything he knew. Bao is a true tyrant. Even high-ranking nobles dare not challenge it. But why did it suddenly appear in the Demon Castle? Is it different from normal monsters? What do you mean? You raised your hand to analyze logically and reasonably. Monsters are usually free creatures living all over the Demon World, but this one appeared from within the Demon Castle. Isn't that very strange? It looks like a fish jumping out of the main gate. That analogy immediately clicked with Goksun. Seeing how interested you are, you probably want Below for yourself too, right? I don't mind dropping a star of hope for you. To be honest, Balo is a monster that can be tamed. As expected, Jinchung seems much more excited. Oh, really? He raised his arm high and pointed at the spot. The evidence is right in front of him. Following John's finger, he finally saw Jikado with his own eyes. That person is the owner of the 3 furnaces. Jindung broke out in cold sweat and quietly confirmed again. Is that demon really the owner of the evil castle? He is more certain than ever. Yes, he is the 7th in the hierarchy of the demon world. The Demon King, Lord Jikado, you've heard the name thunderously in your ears but still can't believe what you see. That demon is the master of the demon castle. Jinjung's mind kept spinning as if in a daze. So that Demon King really managed to tame 3 dragons? So that means the Demon Lord could also be a summoner like me. While you're assessing him, Jikado has already noticed the gaze fixed on him. He said nothing and charged straight at Jung, each step on the ground creating a faint whirlpool. It's been a long time since I saw a half-demon. Was your summoned monster just fighting against the destructive demons? He secretly complained in his mind, does a Demon King have to be this handsome? But he responded very politely on the outside. Yes, you are Mavwang Jikado, right? I was sent by Zerafim. He asked back with a puzzled look. What else does Zerafim have to do now? Diandung immediately pulled out the ancient letter to explain. This matter involves the destructive demons. There is a letter from the vehicle. If you read it, you will understand right away. Seeing the item, Jikado quickly postponed the battle. Wait a moment. First, we need to deal with the Nuju around us. We can't have a serious conversation in this chaos, right? Truly, behind them is an endless sea of smoke, fire, and noise. At this point, Jinzung had no reason to refuse anymore. All right, let's clean this up quickly. I'll lend a hand. This reaction made Jikado's favorability increase rapidly. From what I observed earlier, although not as strong as the 3 furnaces, your summoned monsters and subordinates are not to be underestimated. If you're a half-demon, you'll definitely be useful. He doesn't hesitate to place an order right away. Then I'll leave it to you. Jinsung cheerfully responded with a clear yes. As soon as I saw the friendship level go up, I immediately planned to invite them to form a team. There's no way I'd miss this opportunity. With a golden opportunity in hand, reaching level 200 is only a matter of time. Jinzung no longer hesitated and urged his teammates to charge forward. All right, let's protect the demon castle together. You carry a big plan in your heart, but keep a wicked smile on your face. So now, how can we fully exploit this Demon King and make everyone talk about it? At the same time, a fierce battle is also raging at the teleportation gate to Area 89 of the demon world. Jimo struggles to fight the enemy with fiery determination. After succeeding, she quietly stands and admires her achievement. Jimmer wiped the thin layer of sweat from her face and let out a small sigh of relief. I almost didn't make it. Ka Sanjia quickly rushed out to flatter her. Well done, Jimo. I didn't expect her to take down Zone 91 all by herself. I might as well just flatter them. It's no use anyway. Of course, that's obvious. It's addictive. But when I saw the notification that I had switched to the Demon Lord system, my mood automatically lifted again. And after all the hardships to get the dual system, Sanjia sneered with a careful smile. Hee-hee. Are you still upset about not being the first to clear the level? Miss Than got so angry that she snapped at you right away. Dai involuntarily tilted her head, lost in thought. Even Zone 89 didn't have the first discovery reward. I wonder how far Yan has advanced. But without an answer, she refocused on her mission. All right, let's head to Zone 80 now. We need to go to the Demon Castle to complete the main mission. The power of the Sun God. Inside the castle, the Grand Mage So is being held prisoner. We must rescue him to find out the location of the Sun Crystal. Kut San covered her mouth to question. But that wasn't her main goal, right? Jimmer remained silent, swallowing the answer back down. Yes, my real target is that Yan guy, the one leading me in the Demon World storyline. She cast her magic around herself and indifferently reminded herself that it's fine. I will ignore everything else and head straight to the Demon Castle. After using the speed boost skill, Jimmer charged straight toward the target while silently determined. Just wait, damn summoner. Inside the apartment hidden beneath the night, suddenly a heart-rending cry echoes out. Dirty toys, pretending to be the wise eldest, truly treacherous, so deceitful. Huni threw back his head and howled in frustration. Let's see if I will help him again in the future. Kanel forced a polite smile, trying to reassure him. It's probably just an urgent matter. Don't be so petty. Have I really ever helped Yan before? Weren't you just riding on his coattails to enjoy more benefits? Huni, hearing this, immediately started to overthink. There's no need to spell it out so clearly. Kanel didn't stop and kept poking even more. Thanks to him, I became the #1 dark mage on the server. The mission was shared automatically while I deliberately kept it secret, so don't act all noble. With this Monster Wave event, the rewards for the mission are no longer as important as before, so there's no need to feel regret. Thanks to him, we saved time and completed the Pure Blood Demon task. After a moment of despair, Huni also pulled herself together. Yes, that's right. During that time, I successfully became a half-demon through that mission, so it wasn't a waste. He hugged his head and made a bold proposal. Then let's each go complete the dual system mission and meet again afterward. Anyway, we both still have missions waiting. With that, Huni suddenly stood up and concluded with a confident tone, as if he were a young hero, not the same Zhuanthu who kept wandering here. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time. Canel stroked his chin, not sparing praise, and Quao said for the first time that what I said made sense. Yeah, that makes sense. We don't have much time left. If we keep sticking together, we probably won't finish the dual system before the demon realm closes. He saw her to the door and loudly made a vow. Then see you after I finish switching systems. Huni quietly calculated as she walked smoothly down the road. To obtain my soul summoner system, I must head east to the City of Fury at all costs and complete the dual system before the demon realm closes. But thinking about it, I can't help but curse. No way, my proud older brother is probably flying around the demon world with his new dual system now. Just wait, I will catch up to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Huni's eyes were drawn forward. He looked around for a few moments before cautiously asking, "What's going on?" Returning to the battle area, Jiang Tun examined the opponent for a long time before suggesting, "Let's charge together then?" Kaira raised his spear, losing patience. "I already knew without you saying it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack to start the fight. Of course, his teammates nearby also got fired up and fought just as fiercely. After a short while, Jiang Kun gathered to report their progress. It seems they have cleared almost everything. "Sir," Jinjung looked at the level-up notification with great excitement. "Wow, I hit the jackpot, leveling up twice in a row, plus the magic power needed to reach noble level skyrocketed, and I even gained reputation points. I wish everything could go smoothly like this all the time." The system's constant congratulations made you stifle your laughter, while Jikado's voice echoed faintly in your ears. "Well done. He's been praising you nonstop from the start, so you must be Yan, right? I'm really impressed with your strength. Now shall we continue our conversation?" Gentle sunlight shines down on the city, as Hein, with a bright face, appears carrying a tray of food. "Hey Fion, try this dish. It just finished cooking." An enormous foie gras steak, Fion takes the first bite, and her eyes are filled with a joyful sparkle. "Oh my God, it's so delicious." She is extremely satisfied with the other person's reaction, confidently confirming she knew it all along. "It really is a masterpiece, isn't it? You love it so much, don't you?" Phylon keeps putting food into her mouth with a hint of doubt. "Wait a minute. Why are you so enthusiastic today?" Hazen hesitated for a moment, then quickly looked for an excuse. A says K. Win told him this dish tastes like cheap liver sausage from some snack stalls. She completely believed it without suspicion. "Are you joking? Which snack shop's sausage is this good? Maybe those places are rated with stars? Michelin or something?" Receiving recognition only makes Hazen's strength more regrettable. "Did it succeed? I need to buy some ingredients to make more." "Jinsung will have dinner at 8 Nayuri." A picture of someone excitedly trying the dish suddenly appeared in her mind. "Oh my God, it's insanely delicious. You made it yourself. I thought you bought it from a shop." Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door from outside interrupts my train of thought. Hazen glanced over at the confused fan and asked, "Hey, are you visiting today?" Fiol is still enjoying her delicacies, so she probably doesn't know what's going on. Quinn said she was only online this afternoon, so there shouldn't be anyone else. "Hi there. Hello. Are you Phylon, the Lord of Piro?" Hearing her name mentioned, she reluctantly put down her fork. "Yes, that's right. And you are Livia, who suddenly smiles sweetly and explains herself. Yes, this is the right place. The layout is so spacious that I got a bit lost. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Livia. I'm here to see Jan. Is he here?" Hein stood silently, observing the other person from head to toe. "Wait, who is this girl looking for Jin Sung? And why is she so pretty too?" Fiol fell into deep thought, his brain working at full capacity to recall. "Livia, she sounds familiar. Levia, a wind mage? Wait a minute. You are Levia, a first-class priestess, always an enigma, huh?" Levia was a bit confused by the situation, but focused only on her main goal. "Yes, that's right. But is Jan not here today? I need to meet him for a very important mission." "Mr. Ricardo, may I ask you something?" Ricardo was caught off guard by what the other person said, so he hesitated. What was he about to ask? I never expected the following questions to be even more shocking. "Why is your band rock so incredibly powerful? I observed your rock team in battle, and there are a few points I don't quite understand. Before coming to the demon world, I studied monsters through the Encyclopedia of Ancient Creatures, so I have a rough idea of their stats, including the rock team. But there's one thing I can't explain. Usually, Banrock is only on par with other legendary summoned monsters or creatures, but this Banrock's power far surpasses those monsters. Jikado suddenly snapped his fingers in admiration. Very impressive. Did you notice that? As the saying goes, Banrock is a legendary monster, but it also has a special trait. With a wave of the hand, a brilliant light envelops Banrock. Jindung opened her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. Wait a minute, what did you say? Seeing the sparkling gem in the opponent's hand, I have even more questions. What is this? Big Brother suddenly lost his temper and rushed outside. No way, that's Ling Yu. All these actions and half-finished words are driving Jinzung crazy. Just explain what this is, I want to be stunned too. Jikado calmly introduces himself, as most monsters lack consciousness and act purely on instinct, but higher-level monsters begin to develop their own will. Legendary monsters like Banrock have the intelligence of a child, and Banrock also possesses a special ability. It can control the souls of weaker monsters. In other words, it is a rare creature capable of dominating other monsters except for summoned beings because it possesses a special skill called mana sharing, allowing Banro-Rock to lend its own mana and also borrow mana from other creatures. If the shared mana source is weaker, Banrock can even control them, just like this. Explain in detail with real-life examples to broaden Jinsung's mind. With that power, could he even tame stronger monsters? Still, there are many questions inside him. But why would a demon king like him be able to use this power? Brother didn't wait for the other to answer and flew up to take the lead, all thanks to that spirit gem. Didung's face shows clear helplessness, but she still holds the little dragon. Oh, you really like to show off your knowledge. It looked up at the eerie red glow and patiently explained that the spirit crystal can store a unique ability, which likely includes Banrock's mana-sharing skill. Jikado was very pleased as he looked down from above. Oh, the legendary Kaga Phantom Clan. I didn't expect someone here to know about Ling Gash. The more monsters under its command, the more magic power Banrock attracts, allowing it to use its strength flexibly for both attack and defense. Moreover, I also transfer magic power to Banrock through that skill, making it even stronger. Do you understand now? Jindung's eyes, enlightened, shone brightly again. Thank you, Lord Ricardo, I have understood many things now. He immediately smiled brightly, not petty at all. Don't be so formal. You've helped protect this castle. I'm just returning the favor a little. But it seems you still have other questions, like how to acquire a Banrock like that, sweat pouring down your face as you avoid eye contact. How did he guess that? Big Brother next to him couldn't hold it in anymore and straightforwardly exposed him, his scheming clearly visible on his face. Master. Jikado chuckled confidently, saying, Ha ha, all summoners are curious about this, but Banrock isn't a monster you can easily tame. You've just started on the path of a summoner, right? If you go there now to tame Banrock, it will swallow you whole. Jinchung inferred the awkward situation from what was said, so it's not going to be easy. And that place? Well, at least you can tell me where it is. He was very enthusiastic in guiding until the end. It's not too difficult. Even if you can't go right now, you'll see it as soon as you reach Zone 15 of the Demon World, the Forgotten Soul Tomb. Now you can deliver Seraphim's letter, right? You followed the agreement to exchange the item, and in your mind you're calculating that reaching Zone 15 of the Demon World is still a long way off. But if you can tame Banrock, staying up all night to grind through it would be worth it. Jikado, after pondering for a long time, finally spoke. So that's the reason the demons of destruction caused chaos. The vague statement piqued his curiosity. Is something serious happening? He still keeps his focus, his gaze steady as he gently puts away the letter. Maybe you don't fully understand the political situation in the demon world? Let me explain briefly. The demon world is divided into two main factions, with the peaceful side making up about half, neutral around 10%, and the remaining 40% being the destructive demon faction. The destructive demons can absorb energy from the souls they destroy, which is why the destructive faction loves to fight and plunder other dimensions. But the peaceful fire faction opposes this. Jindung immediately grasped the main point of the story. The peaceful faction should have joined in too. Why do they oppose it? Jikado, who is experienced, already understands clearly that it goes against the order of the gods. If the demon world attacks other dimensions, we will become enemies of countless worlds. Then even the demon world itself will fall into ruin. Of course, the destruction faction is sure they will win. His mouth twitched speechless at that situation, truly the thinking of a warlike demon. He observes the current situation and the information available to make an assessment. Recently, several destroyer demon kings have been promoted and gained more power, indicating an imminent interdimensional war. Jinjung naturally understood the significance of that. Basically, it was the beginning of the invasion by the demon world. His face briefly showed seriousness as he looked into it further. Is there any way to stop it? Jikado gently lowers his eyes, clearly showing his helplessness. Unfortunately, it's already too late. 1,000 years ago, I sealed the demon dragon Khalifa in a remote place, but now it has awakened. To expand the space and invade the human world, 5 of the 10 strongest demon kings must unite. Previously, only 4 demon kings from the Destruction faction could open the gate, but now there's one more. The demon dragon Khalifa has broken the seal. Jinsung has never faced it directly, so he doesn't really know the full story. Is Khalifa really that strong? He's very unwilling to accept this truth. Now, the Destruction faction can open the gate at any moment, even right now if they want to return to the peaceful house from before. Han's face looked terrible, her mind full of questions about how important this mission was that she needed Yan. She's a top-class priestess, isn't there no one else capable? Phylon over here is also lost in his own thoughts. A top-tier priest taking the initiative like this is truly a golden opportunity for us. If we haven't recruited her yet, it will be a huge advantage for the guild. Although their goals differ, both girls share the same final plan. First, we need to find out what this mission is about. Hazine, without hesitation, jumped straight into the issue. Kalivia, if you don't mind, could you tell us what the mission is about? Phelan suddenly stood up, hesitating to choose her words. Hold on a second, asking the top players directly like that is a bit risky. Luckily, Levia, who is very friendly, opens up the screen. Of course, no problem. Actually, I came to ask for everyone's help to complete this mission. They never expected the opponent to reveal so easily, all of them opening their mouths in shock. Is it really true? A top player still has to ask for help, so this mission must be quite difficult. The system displays a notification in front of everyone. Levia shared the Earth. God Sandiana's call for help mission. Hidden quest chain. Do you want to accept the mission, agree, or refuse? Reading everything only increases their suspicion. She shares so easily, huh? Turning back to Ji Nung, the enormous amount of information made his mind go blank. Is Khalifa really that strong? I took this mission before reaching level 100, so I thought it was simple. Don't tell me Ariel's mission is to kill Khalifa. Actually, who was it that awakened Khalifa? Jahan is somewhere being constantly mentioned, making him feel itchy all over. He eavesdropped too much. As he was confused and unsure what to do, the system suddenly appeared before him. The bold text quickly fills the screen. A new hidden mission has been activated in response to certain conditions. That made Jainung, who was already confused, even more suspicious. A hidden mission? Seraphim knows that the destructive demon faction is planning to release the demon dragon Khalifa and attack the human world. To prevent this, Seraphim has sent a letter appealing to Demon King Ricardo, but Khalifa awakened before the letter could arrive. The destructive demon faction plans to use 6 summoning stones in Zone 50 of the demon world to open a portal. If you destroy these stones, the evil monsters will be forced back to the demon world. Within 10 days, destroy at least 1 stone to push back the destructive monsters and minimize the scale of the invasion. Jindung's face lit up after reading the information. Oh, I hit the jackpot. The reward is 50 high-grade demon stones. With the mid-level demon stones stored earlier, I can upgrade the Spirit King's Judgment by +10 and Breakthrough twice. If I get more high-level demon stones from this mission, its power upgrade will skyrocket. I must complete this mission no matter what. Chikado took in all those expressions and immediately understood. You seem passionate. Do you think you can do it? Yan. He finally understood the previous problem and was full of determination to prevent the war from turning out like this. Seraphim truly chose the right person. Jin Yung, with his blood boiling and full of excitement, asks if he can do it. I must do it. Chikado is just waiting for that sentence to take action. Good, then set out immediately. We don't have much time left. Demon King Ricardo will accompany you. The unexpected support boosts your confidence even more. If a powerful Demon King is with you, even an SSS level mission is no problem. The loud noise from the computer screen suddenly sounds. Right now, we have breaking news for all Kylon players waiting for this. The invasion event from the demon world has officially been announced. It will start in a week on October 1st at noon. As soon as the space gate in the demon world opens, a total of 6 gates will appear. 3 are in the northern continent and 3 in the central continent. The monster wave will have 10 stages and last throughout October. The schedule for timing, difficulty, and monsters for all 3 waves is clearly displayed. If you fail before the monster wave, the central and northern continents will become part of the demon world. Du-hun quickly finishes his noodles and silently calculates that the basic rewards are not very attractive, but the EXP and items dropped by the demon monsters are extremely valuable. Joining the special forces guarantees at least 10,000 gold a day. The narrator's voice calmly echoed on, and the summon gate area at the central continent was Saint VW Plateau, a familiar place that made him jump in surprise. What? Sentwi Plateau? Du-hun's mind suddenly flooded with thoughts. The Senfi Plateau is right on the edge of Piro territory, the land of the Lotus Society. If monsters are summoned there, they will invade our territory immediately. If we defend well, this could be a great opportunity for the whole guild. A huge amount of EXP, reputation points, and rare items. On the other hand, if we can't hold out, we're all doomed for sure. All the effort put into building Puro will be for nothing. Sitting here thinking won't help, I have to log into the game and check the situation in the territory immediately. But where is Jin Jung? At such a critical moment, I can't see his figure anywhere. When will he return from the underworld? The sharp weapon pierced the ground, making a deafening sound. Jin Sung's group was tortured to the point of being broken, and surprisingly, they were this difficult. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The mission wasn't actually that hard, but keeping up with Ricardo's pace was truly a torment. Who would go straight from Zone 80 to Zone 50 in just 3 days? Is he planning to speedrun this mission? And Ricardo didn't even accompany me all the way. Just thinking about him makes me see his cold back. I'll go ahead. Now he's already in Zone 50 with Banrock. Well, I should be grateful that he cleared the gates in Zone 60 and 70 for me. If you're not sure, you might not make it on time. Everything Jin Jung heard most from the other person's mouth was that it was just in time. Although he only dared to silently grumble in his mind, at least he should have let me ride on Banrock for a while. After calming his nerves, Jin Jung let out a relieved sigh. Phew, at least I wasn't late. The hardest part was probably just getting here. I didn't expect Jikato to bluntly bring up that hidden pain. Maybe I am a bit too harsh on you since you're only at the demon level. You reach back and clenched your fist, trying to hold back. If you know that, then don't leave me behind. He seemed to ignore the flicker of hatred, continuing his mission. All right, let's go over there together now. First we need to destroy the summoning stone in the southern area. Dung wasn't quite sure about those strange terms, so we need to destroy a few specific stones first. So he decided to ask beforehand to avoid making mistakes. Wait, Lord Ricardo, do you know where these 6 summoning stones will open the space gates in the human world? Without waiting for an answer, he fell into deep thought. One of the gates opening at the original Senfield must be blocked with a pickaxe. Handling waves of level 1 to 6 monsters is manageable, but when high-level demons appear, Piro's territory won't hold out. If possible, I want to block at least one more portal in the northern continent. The northern continent can't withstand the monster wave. Jikato's movement suddenly froze as he carefully thought. If you give me a map of the human world, I can mark the approximate locations of each gate, just like 1,000 years ago. Jin Jung looked like he had found a savior. Really? Everything went smoothly, and he quietly marveled. Great. Even in the worst situation, I can at least protect the Lotus Guild territory. At the same time, a terrible explosion suddenly echoed from inside the demon castle. Juo, after going through fierce battles, she was exhausted, but seeing the results she achieved, she was filled with joy again. We did it. I found the sealing place, and unexpectedly, the mischievous XO appeared teasing. You're lucky. Do you remember how many times we almost died just to get here? Jim clearly disagreed angrily. It's all thanks to my skills, not luck. But deep down, you really have to admit the truth. But Cassandra is right. This time, it really was luck. If things had gone differently, I wouldn't have been able to complete this mission alone. For some reason, Ricardo didn't show up, and that's how I got my chance. The chains binding the coffin have been destroyed. A series of notifications from the system appear one after another. You have successfully broken the seal for Archmage Sola. The mission to conceal the power of the Sun God is complete. The Archmage S becomes your subordinate, taking careful steps forward and kneeling on one knee before the Master with great respect. I am Archmage Sa, welcoming the Sun God's envoy who has liberated me. According to the ancient oath, I vow to serve and obey you. Seeing the Sun God envoy appear before me, it seems a battle is about to break out. Jim openly and honestly admits his purpose. Yes, that's why I came to you, Sola. I need your power. Sola frowns slightly, pondering the situation. Do the evil destroyers still not give up their ambitions? If things continue like this, the space gate will open soon. Please wait a moment. As he finished speaking, he flew into the bright light behind him. So gestures with her hand to cast a spell, still answering as she does so. Indeed, I can feel the energy from the summoned stones. The intermediaries used to open the space gate are being reactivated. A gentle voice echoes throughout the space. We lost 1,000 years ago, but now that we know the demon's scheme, we still have a chance. The first thing to do is to minimize the number of space gates, and Deer couldn't help but ask immediately, "Can I help with anything?" So just opened her mouth to reply, and indeed she could. She quickly dodged the attack, making her jump in fright. The energy kept firing out continuously without any explanation. What is that gate? It's preventing. So from resting, she had to speak up in a hushed voice. It's the teleportation gate to Zone 50 of the demon world, where 6 summoning stones are located. So exhausting. That statement immediately gave her new insight. I'm in Zone 80 but was transported directly to Zone 50, without noticing the monsters probing from behind. Jim was completely lost in a daydream. I wonder if it's safe. The monsters there must be incredibly strong. Honestly, I got here mostly by luck. And then she couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Did Dai feel scared enough to jump to the 50th district, or did she just get startled and shout, "Who said I'm afraid?" His weak acting is even exaggerated by Jim's tense facial expression, so let's get started right away. The awkward image makes Sister even with many doubts, but she doesn't dare to reveal it. Let's go. His feet move forward, but Jim's mind still clings to the sorrow from earlier. Well, how strong can the monster over there really be? At worst, it's just a high-level beast. Her eyes subtly flicked over to So, and besides, we have the legendary Grand Mage with us. If things get too dangerous, So can handle it. After casting the spell, he said seriously, I will go ahead. The Sun God Envoy follow me. That sentence quickly brought Jimmo back to reality. All right. When no one is paying attention, she quietly lets out a sigh. Once I get through this gate, I'll definitely surpass Yan this time, right? At the same time, Jikato, somewhere else, looked at the information board and pondered deeply. He speaks slowly, still analyzing the displayed chart. So you mean each of us has to destroy 2 summoning stones? Seeing that the other side seemed to understand, Jinsung nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the most effective way. But since Jikato seems to have a clear plan, I'll handle this stone over here. You take care of the other side. Are you jumping again? Aren't we working together? His eyes flickered with a hint of contempt as he tried to interpret this simple matter. Destroying as many stones as possible quickly is the best option. Splitting up is the most reasonable choice. Seeing the silent person in front of him, Jikato sincerely urged him to move. Why are you just standing there stunned? There's not much time left, go quickly. Jinzheng, who was already speechless, finally gave up and surrendered. Did he leave me to deal with the summoned guardian monster alone? And it's a hero-level monster with a threat level close to 400. Unable to come up with any words of justification, he had to bow his head and accept his fate. There's no other choice but to accept it. All right then, when my legs are sore from walking, Kaija clearly shows his impatience. So where's the stone we need to destroy? We've been walking for so long and still haven't found it. Jin Sung-suo looked into the distance, probably close now. Oh, there it is. His hand points to the strange mansion rising in the middle of the forest. It's over there, the abyssal dark dungeon. At the same time, a magic vortex suddenly appeared inside the mansion, and Jaimer stepped out, prompting the system to quickly send an alert. You are the first to discover the abyssal dark dungeon. For the next day, all the experience gained will be doubled. At last, I have some good news that makes me excited. Great, I've finally surpassed Yan. But that thought also made DA's throat feel strange. Where are you going, and what are you doing? Yan has always been the first. Now that I'm in the demon world, I can finally be the one leading. I don't see that image, so only focuses on the task at hand. Jaimer, this dark abyssal dungeon has 3 levels, and her mind suddenly starts working faster than usual. So, it must be the summoning stone in the 3rd basement level, right? The surrounding silence makes his voice sound even louder. That's right. We need to go down there and destroy it as soon as possible. But So's face started to tighten, which was visible to the naked eye. Because I opened the teleportation gate, the demons might detect us. If we delay, both the nobles and the demon king will appear to stop us. That reminder made Jimmo's spine tingle as if someone was blowing wind on it. The demon king, huh? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Before I could say anything else, the ground suddenly shook violently, making her panic. All right, let's go quickly. The large door keeps banging loudly. This discovery makes So and Jaimer quickly summon the magic circle. Wait a minute. Could it be that they already found out and arrived? No way. How could they know so quickly? Whatever it is, it's getting closer. The chaotic scene quickly ended as the door suddenly swung open, and a staggering wolf-human stepped inside, but it collapsed onto the floor as quickly as a phone losing its battery. The noisy sounds outside made Jimmer even more confused. Huh. What is that? Is anyone here? Before my brain could process what just happened, I was faced with the image of the Jinzhengnganghe guild walking in. Why didn't it show a notification for the first person to discover the dungeon? There was no one at the entrance earlier. Miho is so confused she can't even speak. Has a player already entered the 50th district dungeon of the demon world? Only one person could do that, as if to prove that their thoughts were real. She hesitated and asked cautiously, Are you Yan? Seeing the unfamiliar face in front of her, Jindong shyly scratched her head. Sorry, but who are you? You know me? Your innocent yet polite words made Jimmo choke on his drink. What? How come you don't know who I am? You really don't know who I am? Too bad. Sincere feelings are meaningless coming from a guy. Well, I spend most of my time gaming, so I don't go out much. Have we met before? It officially leaves her speechless and unable to believe such a person exists. As Kaina's playful moment passes by, Jim's mind begins to show signs of dissatisfaction. I've tried so hard just to beat him once, yet he's never even known I exist, to the point that I speak without him ever realizing. I'm Jim. Does that name ring any bells? Jinung just heard it and muttered that name to trigger his memory or forgetfulness. Kimmer, it sounds familiar. Jimer, a dream. That action quickly yielded results. The top-ranked unofficial wizard. Miss Jimmer made her nervous heart come to a complete stop. Yeah, thank you for recognizing me. After confirming their identity, Jim then moved on to the main topic. So, Yan, what brings you here? I'm on a mission to destroy the summoning stone. My brain just came up with something that got me excited to make a proposal. The difficulty of this mission must be crazy. You want to team up with me? With a top-tier mage like you Himmer supporting, it would be perfect. Suddenly being approached by an opponent to cooperate, Ymir hesitates for a moment in his mind. Since they share the same goal, teaming up makes sense. But what would he gain from working with him? The whirlpool of thoughts easily pulls her away from reality. I've worked so hard to get here just to surpass Yan, and now he's asking to team up. But that quickly disappeared when So's screams suddenly pierced Jimmer's ears. Wait, what? Why are you here? But when he calmly asked back, Old man, do you know me? Solo immediately became excited. Don't you remember me? But I still couldn't enlighten Kai much. I have gathered many pieces of memory but haven't fully recovered yet. He no longer paid attention to that and excitedly turned to shout at Jim, we must cooperate with them. That is the only way to complete this mission, leaving her stunned by the unexpected and ruthless plan. Do I have the authority to decide that? Jim thought a bit frustrated but only dared to think it inside. If So herself insisted like that, she must have had a reason. The sigh echoed through my mind. Teaming up with Yan right now is probably a valuable opportunity. It was only later that she slowly spoke up. This is perfect timing. I also came here to destroy the gemstone. Since we share the same goal, let's work together. With that confirmation, Jin Sung happily smiled brightly like a flower. Thank you very much, Miss Jimmer. She slowly shook hands with him and released it with proper etiquette. I look forward to working with you. The system notification also quietly appeared. Jim has joined your team. A few minutes later, in a different space, Y solemnly informed Zipper that Khalifa had finally awakened. She slowly nodded, but her voice was tinged with worry. Yes, you. Yo, these things were already destined, weren't they? Without looking at the opponent, she spoke softly but with great weight. Yes, that's exactly right. If Yan had become stronger earlier, he might have prevented Khalifa from awakening. Thinking of that person, Zipper's mood became a little more positive. Ian did everything he could and almost prevented Malong Khalifa from rebirth. His development truly exceeded all expectations. However, Yel not only didn't rejoice, but also grew more worried as Khalifa awakened even faster than expected, almost as if this world had already predestined that rebirth. Her gaze gradually fell into the negativity of her own words. Now we can't stop the Imperial War anymore. We have to find the best solution given the situation and receive a gentle discussion from her. Yes, Miss Yo. She looked up at the ceiling and spoke with a heavy heart. We need to assign Yan a new task. Meanwhile, in the dark abyss on the second level, the battle with the monsters is reaching a critical point. Jin Sung, exhausted, quietly stands in the middle of the fight. This dungeon is no joke. Watching the small wizard in front of him blow fire around the battlefield, he silently marveled. If it weren't for Jimer, we would have been wiped out long ago. Before I could think further, Jinung was startled as the system panel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? A series of bad news keeps coming one after another. Failing the secret mission of Malong Khalifa decreases Yel's favorability by 10 points. The mission has been updated to a new one, to find Yel within 10 days, starting immediately, making you so frustrated you can hardly breathe. What is this? But when the final message appeared, failing to find Yel within the time limit would greatly decrease her favorability. Summoning Jin Sung's anger left Jimmer confused and afraid to say anything more. Damn it, why is there suddenly such an unreasonable mission? The sudden failure throws Jin Sung into chaos. Actually, what's going on? I didn't receive any mission that could fail, so why is this happening? Why did Yel suddenly start treating me like that? Yeka glanced back at him briefly, then suddenly his face changed, and a wave of panic hit him. Seeing a ferocious beast fiercely attacking Jin Sung with my own eyes, I shouted hoarsely, "Watch out, master!" In that critical moment, I rushed in front of it, fiercely swung my sword, spilling blood everywhere, then turned back and earnestly warned, "No matter what you just saw, don't let it distract you." Jin Sung just escaped death and responded a little confused, realizing he needs to seriously discipline himself. Yeah, This isn't a place where I can afford to be distracted and lose focus. Jir's fire magic works well against monsters in groups, but to maximize its power, Jindung steels herself and decisively gives the order. Puji provoked the monsters, then retreated quickly to block their approach to Jim. Not far away, the encirclement spell was overwhelming Jim Mo, pushing him to his limits. To counter so many monsters that are also fast, I can hardly manage. Suddenly, behind me, Paji's roar signals that powerful support has arrived. Sensing the sudden threat, the beasts growl to intimidate. Noticing the change in the monster summoning formation that Yan is attracting them all, she seizes this favorable opportunity to cast her spell. At that moment, the fire hell staff in Demo's hand points to the sky, unleashing a blazing column of fire with terrifying heat. Soon, the surrounding beasts collapse in a heap, their fur burned to black ash. Jinjung couldn't help but gape at Jim's enormous destructive power, unable to believe that a single spell could wipe out an entire group of high-level monsters. Is this a skill only hidden-class users can learn? It must be as powerful as Kasi's breath. No wonder he's an unofficial top mage. Cell stood to the side, clapping repeatedly to praise. Well, he truly deserves to be the messenger of the gods. It's time for this old man to show his strength. Jinjung was stunned like a statue after witnessing that overwhelming power. Is that mage a subordinate of Zhou Mi? Its power must be on par with Kai or John Kun, or even surpassing them. Of course, a legendary-level NPC, no wonder he's so strong. Meanwhile, Jim stood behind, staring at Jinjung with a look of horror. Do players usually summon this many creatures? He controls the monsters perfectly, supporting the Hellfire spell at the crucial moment. Moreover, the strength of the monsters is truly terrifying. She also discovered that Jinung's subordinates possess formidable strength, not to mention he has extremely powerful followers and combat skills that are no joke. How is he able to command high-level demons? Being able to control such a precise, summoned horde of monsters in the chaos is remarkable. Both Jinsung and Jimo share the same thought at the same time. He truly is a rare genius. She has already started to do the math in her head. How to make the most effective use of him? Here in the third level of the dark and deadly dungeon, Jinjung's group quietly ascends the staircase. Solar raised his hand to activate his skill, also reminding everyone that the summoning stone is here, and all should focus. A powerful monster is surely guarding this stone. Under the influence of magic, the heavy gate gradually opened, revealing the scene inside the dungeon, with the evil dragon standing tall, teeing the uninvited group, its blood-red eyes fierce and menacing. Jinjung was not afraid at all, his eyes shining like headlights. A mythic-level monster and a dragon. I want to catch this one. Seeing the evil dragon rush with swirling green aura, Solar immediately heightened his alert. It used a breath attack. We need to dodge or block it immediately. So Jim also instantly went into combat mode. Got it. The Shadow Shield and the Chaos Pit combined to form a strong barrier to block the evil dragon's attack, but its destructive power was stronger than expected, breaking through the shield and forcing the whole group to endure the attack. Jindung was stunned by the sudden loss of target. What the hell is going on? Even with my defensive spell, I still took this much damage, down to 10% health from just one hit. Hlei and Finn were both defeated after that attack. If I had known, I would have let both of them retreat like before. Luckily, Paji's absolute defense kept it safe. Jinjung regained his composure and began to join the battle. Paji roars loudly like the abyssal dragon god, obeying its master's command and unleashing a deafening, chaotic cry to disorient the enemy. Jinjung then encouraged his friends. Good, hold the shield steady. He scanned its body and then noticed a bare spot on its neck without scales. Seeing that, Jinjung confidently identified it as a weakness and then called Kajian-kun to attack its neck. The two of them leapt together, chopping at the evil dragon's neck, while Siro Hong shot out in all directions. Jindung simultaneously joins the attack, but just the two of them aren't enough. If we don't finish it now, we'll have no more chances. He leaps up and delivers a deadly strike into the already wounded dragon, causing it to go into a frenzy from the blow. Dianzung seizes the golden opportunity and calls out to his friend Jimo. It's time. She and Eslo combined their powers to unleash a powerful magical fireball forward. The evil dragon couldn't escape in time and had to endure the fiery explosion on its body. It was almost at the limit of its strength, roaring loudly at Jinzheng from weak to strong, but deep down he wasn't entirely confident. All right, can we catch it like Leichel? No, the evil dragon is 2 levels stronger. It's a mythic level, so it won't be as easy as Lockheil. If we can't take it down now, one strike will wipe us all out. But having come this far, I can't give up now. Even if I don't want to, I have to end it here. Jinjung stays alert, summoning the beast again to work together. One beast, one master, coordinating perfectly. Good. Keep it under control like that. Jinjung found the right spot and decisively stabbed into the evil dragon's chest. Its body gradually disintegrated into black bones, and its eyes lost their original brightness. After finishing, Jinjung and Lai Hai clasped hands in a gesture of encouragement. Zhou let out a relieved sigh. I've got it now. She couldn't help but be curious about the identity of the monster she just met. What kind of creature is this after all? Suo was just as surprised. Even in the demon world, legendary-level monsters are rare. I didn't expect there to be a guardian for the summoning stone. But luckily Yan was there, we managed to defeat it. Jimmo also can't deny the important role of that young man. If it weren't for Yan, we probably would have failed, and the enemy is just excited about the loot they've received. Now let's go loot the items. Jinzung is immersed in pure joy. It's the first time I've defeated a legendary-level monster. I wonder what item I'll get. It should be worth the effort, at least a top-tier item, right? A faint smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a look of confusion. Huh? What is this item? Jinung nervously looked at the new loot, the soul stone of the evil dragon. Usually defeating a boss monster drops a bunch of items, so why are there only a few stones this time? This pile of stones is just junk, but since they are legendary level, they probably still have some effect. The system notification flashed, and only then did Jinsung realize with a start. What is this? So there's still a system like this? In that case, capturing and controlling the evil dragon might not be impossible. Hold on, I wonder if Dyer picked up any stones. Thinking that, Jinsung decided to act. What is this? She turned around with a suspicious look. What's going on? He stammered and looked around nervously. Oh, it's nothing important. Did you just pick up any items after defeating that monster? Jimmo openly revealed it without hiding anything. I found 3 soul stones of the evil dragon, but they are items meant for summoners, so they're not very useful to me. Jinsung's suspicion was confirmed by this news. Without needing the other person to say much, she quickly figured out his intention. Could it be that he needs these stones? Jin Yung, caught off guard, hesitated and couldn't find the words. Inside, her mind was tangled in confusion. Damn it, isn't that too obvious? In that case, can you just straightforwardly tell me if I can buy it back from you? Anyway, those are items meant for summoners, but JM hesitated and didn't answer. Let's see. These are top-tier items that can be used to summon a legendary evil dragon, right? She grins widely and speaks with a hint of meaning. Just because I can't use it doesn't mean it's worthless. So how much should I sell it for now? Jinjung gritted his teeth, trying every way to negotiate. This girl, she's not a fire mage, but a real necromancer. I need to figure out what Demo wants. She must need something specific. I wonder if any of the items I picked up are meant for a mage. Seeing the person opposite in trouble, Demo mischievously asked, What are you planning to trade for such careful consideration? I was just asking. Wait a moment, give me a few seconds. This hot attitude only helps her gain an advantage. If he really wants these stones that badly, this is the perfect chance to exchange for something valuable. This time I have to beat Yan to make Ha angry, so I start urging, There's no time, Yan, we need to destroy the summoning stone and get out of here. Jinjung panicked and grabbed his hair. Wait, Jim Motu knows when to stop, but pushing him too far isn't good either. Whether you like it or not, maintaining a good relationship with a top player like Yan will be more beneficial in the long run. Even the slyest fox can be caught. Well then, let's make a reasonable exchange. Since you're being playful, Yan signals, so I will make a proposal. First, let me personally destroy the summoning stone. I want to be the one to destroy it myself. This action leaves Jinsung confused and unsure. Is her mission really to destroy it herself? Maybe she just wants to gain fame by destroying the stone herself. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter to me. He waved his hand to show he didn't care. Fine. Go ahead and speak first, so there are still other conditions, right? Jim rushed excitedly in front of Jinzung. That's right. There's one more condition only I can agree to. Just say it. But she had already begun silently praying, Please don't turn into a robbery. And that's when she finally revealed the secret she had been hinting at all along. Let's keep hunting monsters non-stop. For the next 3 days until the demon world closes, we will continue hunting. Hearing this announcement, Jinsung's whole body froze like a statue. Then he hurriedly verified it. Really? Is that all? Jimmo confidently confirmed her words. Of course, I'm not the type to break my promises. Jimmo, she really is a good person. Then she agreed, without hesitation. All right, let's do it then. She confidently hands over the 3 soul stones. Very well. The deal is set, and I am extremely satisfied inside. Ha ha, getting such a good deal from a pile of junk is really a lucky break. Not only did I break the summoning stone and stop the monster wave, but I also managed to persuade a master like Yan to hunt with me for 3 days straight. While Jim was feeling extremely proud, Kat-san noticed something unusual. It turned out that Jin Sung's summoning beasts were quietly crying out in discontent over that insatiable demand. I'm doomed. The hellish hunt begins now. No way. She quietly realizes things are going off the expected track. It seems Jim just made a serious mistake, but in the end he decided not to interfere. Whatever. It looks fun. Just do it. Jor had no idea, still excitedly suggesting, let's get started. He teleported to another space, where Jaimer was desperately destroying the summoning stone, casting a spell that unleashed flames from her staff. Under continuous force, the stone shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. At the same time, outside, a notification preventing the wave of monsters from spreading is broadcast to all players. A pop-up screen showing successive important events appears, leaving everyone in shock. A few players are confused and only feel puzzled. What's going on? What is this? Yeah, what on earth is happening in the demon realm? Everyone is guessing based on their own opinions. Could it be that a civil war is breaking out in the demon world? The first time I saw the monster wave destroyed, with a third of the portals broken, so the pressure eased a bit. Thanks to that, neither of the two zones could lose balance from being swallowed up. It's all because of Yan and Jim. Some players even harshly blame the initiators. They've messed everything up. The players who can't enter the demon world are waiting for that monster wave. Now there are no good spots left to farm. Are the high-level players planning to monopolize the game? I think Yan and Jim need to explain why they took away everyone's chances. Hearing that live streamer's voice, Du-hun couldn't help but worry. Du-ming is also glad that the guild's territory is less threatened, but it could cause big trouble later. Jinjung, what are you doing in the demon world? At this moment in the demon world, Jim, with a pale face and furrowed brows, is struggling to drag his exhausted body with a staff in hand, gasping for breath as he calls out. Wait a moment. Jin Seung turned around and asked, what's going on? Joe nervously swallows and asks for a short break, please. I really need it. You're not in a hurry to agree, just a little confused as you recount. We just rested 5 hours ago and they're still trying to persuade us. Not only are there still battles, but they can even hear those reasons. Huang Fan excitedly complains. We've only covered half of the 3 days. Who knows if we'll find such a good monster hunting spot after the demon realm closes. The voice echoes tirelessly in her ear. Miss Jim, you wouldn't want to miss this opportunity either, right? She was stunned. This guy is crazy, completely out of his mind. Is he still human? Does he have nothing left in his mind but this game? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bargained. Jindung runs off full of energy. Hurry up, let's go. Jimo's heart has cried rivers. This is hell. Real hell. She can't help but recall every battle she fought. At first it was truly amazing. No one had ever coordinated with me as well as Yan. We cleared out the demon realm monsters and gained a lot of experience points and demon stones. But after 5 hours, 10 hours, even 30 hours without sleep, neither of them stopped. This is definitely not normal. Demo collapses to her knees from exhaustion. This is bad. If I don't rest, I might die. She is willing to risk everything for a chance to rest. Yan, just give me 10 minutes, I'll rest for 10 minutes, and then keep going. I need to check the cooldown time in the inventory. Janung sighed, but still agreed. All right then. Joe slumped down, feeling completely exhausted. Thank you very much. But the additional line afterward left her speechless. But just for 10 minutes. Joe stomped and punched in frustration. He's gone crazy, completely insane. Min. That will never team up with this gaming addict again, causing Cat San to laugh out loud. She suddenly changed her expression as if pondering something. But is there still a good chance like this anymore? The gold items and EXP I had weren't even enough before entering the demon world. It feels like I'm getting double the bonus now. That benefit is enough to ignite my fighting spirit. All right. Just this once, I have to tough it out for 3 days of continuous hunting with him. Plus, I don't want to lose to Yan either. Even if I die, I'll hold on until he appears before me so I can survive. After encouraging herself, she collapsed onto the ground and temporarily shut down. Jin Shung's group curiously gathered around their temporary companion. Hey, Jim. Jim, are you asleep? He asked nervously, looking to Pai for an opinion. What should we do now? It seems she's completely asleep. She is also helpless like her owner. It seems, my lord, that she has been forced into a sleep state. What do you mean? We clearly already took many breaks, yet Laji and Demo look so disdainful, knowing right away that the mage is weak, exhausted after just a little hunt. Hunting for 3 hours, then a 5-minute break, then 3 hours of sleep, she's completely exhausted, but still can't handle it. Truly weak. Suddenly, her whole body dissolves into a ray of light. Jinjung calmly thought to himself, she's being forced to output by the system. There's about 3 hours and 50 minutes left before the demon world closes, right? If we stop now, it would be a waste. He eagerly suggested to his companions to hunt for 3 more hours before resting, and they were even more proactive. 4 hours would be even better, my lord, whatever duration you desire. Suddenly, a hurried call for the master from behind made Jinzung turn around. Thinking something urgent was happening, he immediately asked, "What's going on? CIA is panicking and reporting urgently." Paji is acting very strangely. He just ran over there. You need to go see what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted in the forest behind him. Jinung began to smell danger. What the hell is going on? What's happening to PI? On a cold, snowy night, Jinjung gazed in amazement at the system screen. Wait a moment. Your voice sounds stunned, as if you've just received shocking news. Could it be this light? Jindung read each word on the signboard with a dry throat. Has Puji already eaten the spiritual herb? A sly smile suddenly appeared on your face like no other. Finally, this gluttonous pig is about to evolve. Suddenly, that pure light began to intensify, causing CJIA to shout out, "Master! Look! Puji's whole body is being enhanced by a blinding surge of spiritual energy." That moved Jinsung to tears. I've raised it through so many hardships. Now I understand how parents feel when they see their children grow up. Your mind won't rest and is already imagining its new form. So it's about to become the Abyssal Dragon God? No, wait, to evolve into the Abyssal Dragon God, it needs the Dragon Trow. The excitement and anticipation made its tearful eyes shine even brighter with hope, meaning it will first evolve into the Abyssal Dragon before that. Jinzhong silently prays, but still tries to appear calm. Hurry up and show me your cool new form. Praise. Soon after, a chubby foot appeared like a plump radish. The tiny tail flicked behind as the body, barely changed from before, sat comfortably within the aura, munching on something. The image of Swana shattering Jinsung's nightmare for good, he immediately leans forward to question in his confusion. Pooh, have you finished evolving yet? Suddenly being probed made it a bit annoyed. Master, what are you talking about? Bok didn't evolve. Bok's gentle response left Yansung so stunned he fell backward. Master, stay calm. You can't accept this truth. You're starting to panic. What? What's going on here? Why would there be such spectacular effects, if not for evolution? Unlike her submissive appearance, Puji seems relatively calm, showing a sense of confidence. Everything has its time. Right now I feel like I can evolve. Is that true? Really? You can evolve, right? That crazy behavior made it break out in a cold sweat. Yeah, that's right, BP. I can evolve. B's sadness quickly disappeared. Jinjung enthusiastically points and commands. Then Puji, whose mind keeps shouting, finally manages to say this phrase. Feeling the owner's anticipation, it begins to channel its energy. Trust me, B, I haven't been fooling around for long before it triggered another notification, making you startle. What is this now? Jinsung muttered, confused, as he read the words on the transparent board. An evolution mission? What is this? His eyes clearly became hesitant. Let's see. Suddenly, the screen zoomed in without warning, making you accidentally shout, "What the hell is going on?" The fury that had been simmering inside finally exploded. Damn it, what's going on? Pooh didn't evolve and still has to do missions. Hearing that, it slowly moved closer. Master, I need the Abyss to evolve. Bug makes you so furious that you're grinding your teeth. Are you a summoned monster or my boss? If you want to evolve, go find it yourself. But Puji suddenly started playing the sad-eyed pet game. Will you bring it back for me? Bok makes Jinsung's cold heart tremble a little, and this turtle is using cuteness to threaten him again. Unable to think of a way to refuse, he has no choice but to agree. All right. How could I let you be sad? I'll help lift Puji's spirits. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Master BP, the system's words from earlier still linger in Jinyoung's mind. All right, since the reward is clearly stated, as long as I find the seal, Puji will definitely evolve, and I might accidentally reveal my thoughts without realizing it. But where can I find that abyssal seal now? In the heat of the moment, he suddenly appeared like a god. Master, shall we go find that explorer? He asked hesitantly. Explorer? Who's that? Seeing my master look confused and dazed, it naturally explained I know that person, the one who showed me the dream from 1,000 years ago. Even though the other person didn't clearly say the name, Jinjung could still guess the name of the mysterious person. That's right. If anyone knows the player named Jae-sun, it must be him. You say that, but your hand still can't help but praise, big brother. And I also need to find him to appraise the antique brought back from the dream, so even if it's a bit embarrassing, I still have to pretend to be noble. I'm not waiting for praise or anything. Still in a state of joy, Puji immediately jumped onto Jinshung's neck. Let's go find the Abyss Seal. But I want to evolve as soon as possible. Bei doesn't pay much attention to that and happily shares his opinion. Wait a moment, there's a place I need to stop by first. The time limit is 10 days and I have about 3 days left. Thinking of that girl, your mind automatically starts calculating while your mouth unconsciously keeps talking. First, I need to meet him on the ground. In another realm, the system suddenly announced that the Demon World server would shut down at midnight. Players gradually stop all their activities. When the server shuts down, everyone will be forced to log out. The indifferent notification left everyone stunned, but it didn't stop there. Please log out before that time. 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. The Demon World server is shutting down. Some people are sleeping soundly without knowing what's happening. All gateways leading to the Demon World will disappear, and the Demon World's content will become inaccessible. Yell's voice suddenly sounded. Welcome back. Yan, it's been a while. As the system messages are playing, after 12 hours, the monster wave announced earlier will appear at 4 locations. Jinhyung still calmly responds without knowing anything. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's really good to see you again. I completely forgot about the last announcement and was preparing carefully to deal with the monsters. After some time, Zipper cheerfully greeted me as if programmed. It's been a while since we last met. You've changed a lot and you seem much stronger than before. Seeing the person in front of him, the wizard Jipper happily responded, but his eyes suddenly turned sorrowful and fleeting. First of all, we need to discuss the current situation. Unfortunately, the Demon Dragon Khalifa has been unsealed. PH suddenly started the conversation, and Jin Zung quickly followed up. I just heard that news too. I heard the evening battle has started again because Khalifa has awakened. Hearing this information directly from you, Zipper suddenly blurted out, Wait, how do you know about this? Yan, even then, I still had to be stunned afterwards. That's right, Yan, how do you know everything so clearly? Yan began to stumble through an explanation, overwhelmed by the dozens of new topics suddenly flooding his mind. The two girls listened in stunned silence. Yell is the one reacting with an even higher pitch than the singer. Wow, so many things have happened. So was one of the 2 summoning stones destroyed because of you, Yan? Jining quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. I destroyed one of them, and Demon King Ricardo destroyed the other. As soon as I mentioned it, the duo started throwing a series of praise as if it had been scripted beforehand. Yan, you never cease to amaze me. When I heard the 2 summoning stones were destroyed, I'm also wondering what's going on. I don't know anything. Honestly, I was angry with you for not contacting me until Khalifa was freed, but your mischievous eyes watching the system notification with joy couldn't be missed. I knew it. Being honest would clear up all misunderstandings. But when he saw the new information, Jin Sung's face suddenly looked surprised. Extra reward? Before I could even think, Jipper already handed over a bag. Now I am sure you are a hero beyond all my expectations. Yun, I think it's time to give you this As soon as he touched the bag, he looked stunned and wondered aloud without speaking. What is this space crystal? The small sphere begins to glow in Jinung's palm. The space crystal steals a legendary rank, and possessing it allows movement across certain conditions to be met before it can be used. Holding that precious item, you broke out in a sweat. Wow, is something so valuable really yours? Zipper, how do I use this? Unlike your eager attitude, she responded quite calmly. When the time is right, you'll know yourself. Hearing this, your mind quickly calms and your heart steadies. Probably asked, she didn't say more either, still polite with her words. Anyway, thank you, Miss Zipper. But before I could do anything else, I heard the next words from Zipper. Now, Yan, I need you to do something to stop Khalifa and quickly cut off all his plans. Of course. Go ahead. The hidden mission chain related to Namlong Khalifa's darkness immediately appeared before Young. Each word spoken from the recorder is played back. To stop them, one of the 7 sacred treasures of the Holy King, the holy weapon of the Holy Army, is required. The mission was then set to find the Holy Soldier's treasure, but it didn't really catch your attention. Everything else is on hold for now. Prioritize evolving Puji Puji first. The new task can wait. After considering everything, Jinjung finally spoke softly. I understand, I will do my best. Seeing that calm expression, Wai immediately clapped his hands to boost the young man's morale. That's the answer I was hoping for. Yan, Jaiper's voice suddenly echoed as he saw them off. Whenever you're ready, head to the magic tower and shout loudly to confirm. All right, I'll be there soon. After walking quite a distance, Jinung finally stopped to check the map. Good. Now where should I find JS? I saw in the official community forum that he's in the central continent. Jason, somewhere, pauses in the middle of searching for information. And seeing the new conversation, he is so happy he can't find the words. It's really Wai-An. Wai-An is actually messaging me. Reading John Jin-sung's long, heartfelt letter, I couldn't help but laugh and marvel. Looks like I'm pretty famous too. Looking back after I was the first to achieve those major accomplishments, it's understandable. But seeing their enthusiasm, I felt a little shy. But this is a bit too much. Moving past that, Jin-sung excitedly told his pets that the meeting was finally set. Big Brother suddenly appeared and handed something to you. Take it. Thanks. Your face shines brightly in the pure sunlight. It's finally time to return to the territory. In the Piro territory, the arid land still maintains a mesmerizing beauty that attracts visitors from around the world. The elves hesitated before asking their teammates again to be sure. So if the monster waves appear in these two places, our territory will also be affected. And we quickly get an answer from Du. Based on the announced difficulty, the first wave was still manageable for the suppression team, but he quickly sighed in frustration. But from the second wave onward, things will be different. The mid-level monsters are much stronger than the low-level ones. That negative emotion easily spread to Lovan sitting nearby, and since he has experience in the demon world, I trust his judgment. Unable to keep quiet, Sa Uyen continues to voice his concerns. Even in such an important meeting, Yan still refuses to show himself. What is he doing down there? Hearing that person's name, Du-hun immediately relaxed his facial muscles and answered casually. He said he's preparing for a very important meeting. His tone is as confident as a guardian of Jin Sung. If Yan said it's important, then it must be a big deal, so just wait and see what he does. Meanwhile, you're relaxing in a room somewhere, with about 45 minutes until the appointment. Time is precious and can't be wasted even for a minute. So, Jin Sung's face immediately brightened as he waved his hand and the magic stones appeared. Now is the time to use up all the magic crystals he's painstakingly gathered. Joyful happiness begins to overflow, making the surrounding space start to get noisy. Today, I need to upgrade at least 15 more times, break through the Super Level 2 limit and advance directly to Super Level 3. But a sudden thought flashes through Jin Zung's mind, causing his smile to fade completely. Oh, wait, didn't I fail an upgrade last time? The hand holding the weapon quickly broke out in sweat. No, that was just bad luck being purged. This time I'll upgrade all my weapons to at least plus 10, with at least 2 reaching plus 15. Regaining his confidence, he excitedly throws the gems into the air. All right, let's start upgrading. In an instant, the space at that spot suddenly lit up so brightly it was blinding. The players strolling through the neighborhood all looked up at the strange phenomenon. When the upgrade success notification appeared, Jin Sung's legs trembled visibly. What the hell is going on? The physical exhaustion is making you dizzy. You've used up all 800 mid-level mana stones but haven't gotten a single level 3 super item? Am I really this unlucky? Taiyin, holding the weapon, tears turned into a river. There are 4 items at plus 13 and 1 at plus 12. In truth, the best is only the Judgment Spear of the Spirit King at plus 14. I thought this time I would upgrade all my equipment to level 3 super grade, but right after that, I seriously considered that the image from earlier was just a fabrication. Compared to before, stopping at plus 11 is already pretty good, but I still feel disappointed. My mood is uneasy, making Jin Sung's voice sound naturally heavy and burdensome, or maybe risking one more time with the heart of a beast. You say it, and you do it. You start opening the storage to search for items. High-grade magic stones are usually for level 4 supreme gear, but they can still be used for equipment that can't be upgraded to supreme level. I know that every day it's more costly and risky, but once I've gathered enough gear, Jane Zung's dwindling hope begins to rise. But what is a brave man afraid of? If you're going to take a risk, you might as well go all the way. The spiritual energy light radiating outward left Dieu Sun staring in amazement. It wasn't until a while later that he snapped out of his shock and commented, "Is that an upgrade of the equipment?" Turning back to Jin Chung, the weapon forging continued, despite the series of success notifications being loudly announced. He closed his eyes tightly, unable to bear the blinding brightness of that energy. I took a risk, but didn't dare to look at the outcome. Since I've already reached Transcendence Level 3, I might as well call it even. As my mind gradually stabilized, Jin Zung risked a glance. Wait, there's more? No way I still have enough magic stones. The notification that player Yan successfully upgraded to plus 20 caught his eye immediately. The Judgment Staff of the Spirit King was also upgraded to plus 20 and reached level 4 super, but he could no longer use higher-grade magic stones for weapons beyond plus 20. The system just congratulated Jinung for being the first to craft a level 4 super legendary weapon in the game, when suddenly a joyful scream was heard from someone. Seeing this, their reputation points increased by 300,000. The normally calm voice suddenly turned into a mad scream, even making John startle, proving that the beast's heart was truly worth it. Holding the item in his hand, Jin Sung kept smiling happily without stopping. Wow, the first super legendary level 4 weapon in the server. This is really crazy. I wonder how much I can sell this for. Can I afford to buy a house in Gangnam? Now you're swinging your spear in the air while shouting passionately. I feel confident I could solo Banrock, but unfortunately, the tip of the spear just barely touches Jae-sun's armor, scaring him half to death. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in, please forgive me. and Jin Zung looked confused as he questioned. Huh? Who are you? But after looking closely for a while, I realized he was just pretending to smile while hiding a weapon behind his back. Oh, so it's you, John, showing up at just the right moment. Sorry, I just upgraded my gear to max level, but that only made him more nervous. Yeah, I saw all the messages across the server. I understand that feeling. Nice to meet you. I'm John. He also didn't forget to mention the item he almost lost his life over earlier. Wow, is that a legendary level 4 divine item? Jin Sung blushes and turns around proudly. Oh, I accidentally showed it. Yes, I'm just lucky. That powerful item instantly became John's new idol. Wow, can you show me more closely? You proudly handed it over to the opponent, but since it was already locked to the user, he couldn't equip it, leaving him breathless in just a few seconds. Oh, so this is it? But seeing Loi Choi look around with his 360-degree gaze and then make those incredible comments, it looks like this. Jin quickly interrupted that excited outburst. So, can we get back to the main topic now? Realizing he was a bit out of line, he quickly stepped back. Sorry about that. I'm still starstruck after meeting the idol. John's voice still clearly laced with a hint of ecstasy. Wow, Yan, you managed to craft the game's first level 4 super item. This achievement is enough to stream for 2 days straight, making you so embarrassed you don't know where to look. Yeah, maybe I should avoid the forums for a while. After hearing that story, Dio-sun cleared his throat seriously and asked what he needed help with. Jin Sung's face immediately hardened as he took out a scroll. Hey John, I need to ask you for a favor. This is a map marking the location of an item I really need. Since it's an ancient relic, I can't appraise it with my current abilities. Hearing that, he couldn't help but speak up excitedly. Wow, just looking at it, you can tell it's a special item. That's interesting. Can I see it? In the end, the burden on Jin Sung's back was eased thanks to Sanbot. Of course, I am very grateful. Meanwhile, John kept curious about the scroll he just received. Could this be a rare relic? With your abilities, if you can't identify it, then it must be a high-level item. Unable to wait any longer, he quickly used his skill to open it and see what was inside. The scene before his eyes made Sun stop in surprise. The clear and simple system notification only made his mind more chaotic than ever. What is it? Legendary rank? Seeing the opponent so silent, Jin Jung had to ask about it. What is it? Is something wrong? It made him so startled he stammered. No, it's nothing. But how did you get this item? It's a legendary relic, only explorers can find something like this. That serious statement made him come up with a quick lie to cover up. I just happened to pick it up, but Jae-sun immediately saw through my terrible acting, though he didn't call me out on it. Inside his mind, he started a cheerful monologue. Well, luckily I agreed, Tuyen. It's been a long time since I last appraised a legendary relic, and this time it's even delivered right to the stream for so many days, just to make it look impressive for this good business. Yeah, Yun, I need to stop by the auction house for a bit before appraising this. I need a high-grade appraisal stone. It was something I already had. Jin Sung took it out from the storage vault last night. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I already have some here. A new shock hits me from nowhere, making Sun tremble as he wipes sweat from his forehead. What is it? These stones are very expensive. How many do you have? I see that confident smile from you again, just like in the ads. I've been saving up because evaluating legendary items requires a lot of high-level stones. The leftover is like paying you for your effort. Then the excitement instantly replaces everything. Excellent. Not surprising for a top server summoner, he quickly spoke with a determined voice. All right, thank you. Taking a deep breath to focus, John begins to activate his skill. Let's begin. Appraisal. After so many failed attempts at appraisal, the treasure map of wishes was finally successfully revealed. No one was happier than John to see this result. All right, it's a success. Jinung is celebrating the news along with the level 10 appraisal skill upgrade and receiving 100,000 reputation points after appraising the legendary relic. Dio-sun happily returns the item to its owner. Let's see what it is. Your sharp features also light up. Thank you. As soon as his hand touched it, a series of words appeared, ruining Jin Jung's joy. What is this? Why are all these ancient languages so hard to understand? I'm worst at this. Your gaze is also starting to become serious, so all I need to do is use this map to locate Longchao, right? The idea is in place. Jin Sung's hands begin to move according to his brain's commands. Let's see where it is. In an instant, the room is filled with a strange, yellow drawing-shaped wire. Jason glanced quickly and noticed something. Huh? This is a map. Immediately, he received confirmation from Duyan Sung. Yes, this is a map leading to the location of the item I'm searching for. Let's see where Longchao is. As soon as his hand moved to a certain spot, his whole body stiffened as if struck by a pressure point. Huh? What is that? It makes him confused and ask questions. What's going on in Yan? Frustrated by what he's witnessing, Jinjung grits his teeth and says, "Hey, Saka, come out quickly. It just appeared and is already a bit lazy." "What's going on?" "Master, please don't disturb me. I haven't had a break. You've just beaten me to a pulp like a broken rag. The map you gave me not only doesn't show Longzhou's location, but it's also a fake." Big Brother quickly flew back and forth to save the situation. That can't be true. "Wait a minute. This isn't real. What's going on here?" Afraid of being tested on his butt, he hurriedly explained the story. "Master, I understand why the map doesn't show the location of Longzhou anymore." Jinzhong took a deep breath to calm himself before questioning. "Why?" Kaka's round face begins to draw a conclusion. Because Longzhou doesn't belong to this era, and this isn't an ordinary map, those words only made him start to loosen the leash on the crazy dog inside him. So, what kind of map is it after all? Yet my older brother not only didn't smell it, but also kept talking in circles. This is a magical item that can display a map of the continent where the owner is standing. So, to find Longzhou with this map. And John awkwardly sat still like a statue. Who am I and where is this? It tells the story for a while before slowly getting to the main point. You need to arrive at the exact location where Longzhou once existed in the past. At that moment, the map displayed that area and revealed Longzhou's true location, easily sparking Jinzong's curiosity. Truly. So where is that continent? Big Brother gently uttered the word Moria Empire. It clearly threw Jason off balance. The summoned monster just said, "Moria Empire? Did you just say the Moria Empire?" That look might have confused you a bit, but you still responded politely. "So, you know about it too?" I never expected he could spew out so much knowledge about that place in just a moment. Of course, it's an ancient empire that existed from the time of the Great War over 1,000 years ago. I discovered it while researching ancient relics. If he goes there and opens the map, he will find the location of the Dragon Pearl. Standing silently listening to that knowledge, Jin suddenly froze completely. Wait a minute. Sant Luang Vuong A. That sounds familiar. After rummaging through my memory, I suddenly remember something. Oh right, the item Yell asked me to find is one of the sacred treasures of the Holy Crown King. My mind kept racing. Isel and Jipper said I need to find the sacred weapon of the Divine Army. From the very beginning, I was guided to the Moria Empire, home of the Holy King, where everything is connected, and my older brother's silent admiration also proves that. The master is really quick to adapt. With a new goal in hand, Jin Sung quickly rallied to boost the morale of the three of them. All right, now let's go find the Holy King Luan to evolve Puji Puji, obtain the sacred weapon relic, and then crush the invasion from the demon realm. Sounds pretty simple, huh? Referring to that character, he glanced down at the ground with a bit of sadness, saying we need to find the abyss for Puji Puji. Does John have any information? Suddenly pulled into the conversation out of nowhere, he bowed his head sadly. No, I've never heard of it before. Sorry, I couldn't find anything, which made Jinjung awkwardly smile in that situation. It's okay, no need to apologize. At that moment, Sia began to showcase himself by sharing his wealth of knowledge, which contains the essence of water and ice, making him immune to freezing temperatures. Increase my ice magic power by 10% and also boost my ice resistance. Give me some praise. The first time I heard this, I suddenly exclaimed, wow, it really is the kind of thing ice mages would crave. Hey, do you know what it looks like? Remembering the shape of that thing from my old CPU, it quickly gave a concise answer that startled John. Of course, Master, it is a sparkling teardrop-shaped blue gem. He opened his information panel trying to find something. This teardrop-shaped blue gemstone. Could it be a floating azure gem in Dasan's hand as he gazes in wonder? Does it look like this? Seeing it, the master and servant both burst into laughter. What is that thing? Bring the stone in front of that hungry turtle and you're a little nervous, sweating palms. Pooh, is this the abyss? But that hope quickly faded because of its annoying voice. That's not it. Where did you find this fake stuff? Be careful or you'll get scammed. Making Jinzhong feel embarrassed, he could only look away. I understand now. John cheerfully says after tossing it into a deep hole, this gem isn't the abyss. Since they look and feel the same, I thought it was that one. This only made you more confused. Oh, I see. I was almost disappointed. After joking around, he then frowned and looked serious. This is an item called a fragment of the abyss. Recalling the past, the firm voice suddenly carries a hint of nostalgia. I once went to the Abyss Tower to help a wizard friend with a quest and happened to pick up this item. Jinzhong listened in silence and could only shake his head in disappointment. It's a pity. If it were truly a Wabyssal seal, I would be willing to buy it at any price, but John couldn't understand why you needed that item so badly. Your hand doesn't hesitate to point to the small Puji Puji behind you. I need it to help this hungry little turtle evolve. Making him angry is a nightmare. I'm not someone who greedily devours everything. B thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Yan, if I help you find that item, can you fulfill one of my requests? It was Jinyoung who eagerly seized the opportunity. Of course, if it was within my ability, I would do anything. His face looked a bit shy as he spoke in a long, interrupted pause. So then, can you let me join the Lotus Guild? In just a moment, Jinyoung made that dream come true so John could lead the chariot of the journey out to the snowy mountain area. Actually, what they call the Shattered Abyss. While those two pets were busy with their own affairs, and it had been a long time since I returned home in the cold, he still shared his story very sincerely. I didn't find it inside the Abyss Tower. There is a small hidden dungeon right behind the tower. As the words finished, John's mind replayed that scene in full HD so he wouldn't forget, and his cheerful voice suddenly turned mysterious. And inside, I found a gem, a floating blue stone in the space that he could never forget, just like your description. Unfortunately, Dai nervously clenched her cold hand. The air around the gem is too strong for me to touch or confirm if it's the abyssal seal, but unlike that negative feeling, Jin Sung's mood seems to open up to a new hope and happiness. My intuition is telling me that the abyss is hidden right there in such an obvious place. After talking for a while, Diosun pointed in a direction in the natural forest. Going this way would be confusing because it's not the direction of the Abyss Tower, but towards the northern coast. He nodded in confirmation, his gentle voice drifting into the snowstorm wind. That's right. Its location is behind the Abyss Tower, but it cannot be accessed by normal means. I don't know how long has passed, but John's announcement finally sounded, telling us we had arrived, leaving Jane Sung and his master completely stunned. What? Staring at the flashy array of magic circles in front of us, you blankly asked a pointless question. What exactly is this? While guiding everyone to slip past the array of formations, he also answers the idol's question. Let's go to the portal that leads to the hidden dungeon. Facing a bizarre array, Sun begins reciting a series of numbers as if decoding a puzzle. As soon as he finishes, it reacts instantly by lighting up. The array is disarmed and immediately releases a powerful energy outward, unleashing fierce lightning bolts from its side. But inside that lightning sphere, Diosun and Qiduan were stunned. Dedung, witnessing the miraculous transformation, couldn't help but praise. How many magic circles like this have you teleported through? Did you really find this hidden dungeon? He just chuckled and said casually that anyone can find it if they are patient, curious, and have the time. In the moment no one was watching, he accidentally revealed his sharp mind to Puji, the dungeon robot, and John. I could uncover many more hidden secrets in Cayenne. Recruiting him was definitely the right choice. After a while moving, John finally stepped forward and gave the order. We're here, Yan. Stay alert. That statement made Jin Zheng speak without thinking. His hand is pointing towards the fairy tale door in front of him, and his voice gradually becomes serious. The guard behind this stone door is incredibly powerful. My friend and I almost lost our lives several times to defeat it. Remembering what I sacrificed, John used me to remind him that it's a giant golem over level 130 with wide area freezing skills. Moreover, he also possesses a series of extremely annoying control skills, but receives a super relaxed response from Jin Zheng. Don't worry, he's confidently summoning his brand new powerful creature. I'm also planning to test the power of my new Plows 20 weapon. Open the door. Seeing that confident look, John didn't want the idol to lose his will, but still had to speak up with concern. Huh? Yeah, I'm sure you can handle it, Yan. But just to be safe, maybe you should call your teammates first. In that situation, my older brother could only sneer smugly. Don't worry, no matter how many fragments of stone there are, they can't touch a single hair of the owner, which makes him feel a slight pain in his heart. Are you saying I'm useless in combat? Unable to persuade anymore, John sighed and headed toward the stone gate. All right, I'll open the door now. The dark interior gradually comes into view. An angry voice echoes through the icy cold space. Who is it? The guardian of the abyss appears in a rage triggered automatically, daring to step into the depths. Jindung swiftly leaps forward, scaring Sun and chasing after Yan, but Ka pulls him back, forcing him to stay put. I told you, it's okay. You just need to be sure you have the item in hand before rushing back to that huge opponent. Looking at the red orb in the center of the chest, the excited brain emits a sound, detecting the weakness. Without wasting a second, he charges straight toward that mobile core. At that moment, a quick and simple strike immediately succeeded, with the message of the enemy's defeat and the guard of the abyss being successfully broadcasted, causing John to stammer in surprise. What the hell is that? My older brother is so used to this that he's just bored and commenting. He already said it, no need to worry about the head. Meanwhile, Jin Zheng happily rates 5 stars for his spear. The damage is even more insane than I imagined. This gear is truly top-notch. I don't see any obstacles anymore, so you can safely explore, son. John, can we go deeper now? It makes him sweat all over. Fine, let's go inside. Leading the group ahead, Daison silently marvels in his mind at that young man Yan. He's even more extraordinary than I thought. As they descended into the abyss, level 100 snow wolves suddenly burst out, and Daeyoung easily dealt with them. But he felt a strange discomfort in himself. What is this? Is that all? Then a new wave of attack from the level 120 Ice Gago swarm rushes in like a hive of bees. Thanks to that filthy weapon, he secretly mocked them. Compared to the monsters in the demon world, these ones are no more than mosquitoes. The level 150 ice golem appears slowly, then is also hit on the head by Young. Watching the monsters gradually vanish, he feels much more excited. It's been a while since I wiped out enemies like this, truly an effective way to relieve stress. John, who had been a spectator from start to finish, had to praise immediately. Truly impressive. You easily take down such strong monsters alone. Truly the mark of a top player. We only managed to say a few words before hearing Jinung's probing question. We're still far from the abyssal chamber. Remembering his journey, he quickly reveals the information. From now on, the dungeon structure is exactly the same as the last time I visited. The item you're looking for is definitely deeper inside. Puji, standing on John's shoulder, also confirms loudly. That's right. BP, it's inside there. BP. The team rushes toward it amid the cheerful laughter of Jinung and CCA. All right, if Puji said so, then it must be correct. Let's go inside. We've finally got that troublesome item. But that joy didn't last long as the ceiling started to shake violently. The space began to lose its balance, causing everyone to panic. What is that, an earthquake? Ignoring the new system notification, all conditions to awaken the abyss have been met, and the dormant power has been unleashed. John panicked and shouted as he watched the stones and dust falling from above. Last time I came here, this didn't happen. What on earth is going on? Unlike that image, Jinzung remained quite calm and subtly suggested to the reluctant guide, "Hey, with those spectacular effects, what do you think is about to happen? It's clear that a super powerful boss is about to appear. The enormous energy from that portal is spilling out." Ho Jin-seung was caught in the aftershock and shouted out loud. The system notification slowly appeared. A creature that has been sleeping for 1,000 years has just awakened, instantly boosting his excitement 1,000-fold. At last, the Lord of the Abyss slowly reveals himself before everyone's eyes as the dust begins to settle. Seeing it, Dai stammered in fear. Oh my god, the boss's stats are terrifying. His eyes accidentally hit something, and his drifting voice suddenly shouted out loud. Look, it's him. The shimmering blue gem illuminated the entire sky, glaring into everyone's eyes and pressing down into the abyss. A wave of cowardice began to swell within John, making him sweat as he tried to persuade Duinzong. Yan, we should retreat. If you don't call your teammates and face this boss alone, I won't be able to help at all. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke arrogantly, leaving the opponent speechless. Yes, but wouldn't it be a shame not to face some challenge for such an important item? Jin Zhang slides his spear into the air and calmly approaches the legendary monster. John, don't worry, I will take it down. You quickly summon the hybrid trio. Hei and Kasi stand in formation in a stunning display and manage to seize the deep seal. That cool image still doesn't ease John's mind. Even without summoning his allies, Yan would struggle to face the level 350 legendary boss. I was too reckless, but he still calmly turned on the camera. Whatever. Even if I die and lose a level, it's worth it as long as I get footage of Yan fighting. Does the Deep Lord's steady voice come from behind that imposing mask? Do you have what it takes to inherit the power of the abyss? Suddenly the ground trembled, making Jin Young a bit nervous. It attacked now. His eyes focus on the moment the monster swings its heavy sword at him. Luckily, Jin Seung quickly dodged and split it in two. The flying debris from Tutong doesn't diminish your judgment ability. The giant hammer with its extremely powerful strike, high defense, but slow speed. Then I will take advantage of my speed. So I will do it. Jin Jung ordered in a deep voice. Kasi prepared his breathing technique. Let me know when you're ready. Once you've put all the words into your head, respond seriously. Understood, Master. Without a second delay, I hurried forward with my two tall allies, Lai Ha Lai, to attack from two directions. Immediately, the two fierce beasts pounced on the Abyss Lord, causing it to bend down and cover its face. That instinctive action quickly caught Jin Zheng's attention. It's faster than I thought, though I can still dodge, but it destroys the terrain as it moves, so I have to be careful. You push hard on Phi to leap high into the air. Even with Puji's defense, I can't withstand the attacks. I must maximize the use of speed difference. Hanging in the air, he grits his teeth and gives the command, wide area speed. Boost, Jinung also doesn't forget to cast a support spell to Hei Hei to reduce its agility. Seeing the giant monster slow down visibly to the naked eye, he didn't hesitate to praise. Well done, Hai. Angry at missing over and over, it roared without noticing Pin's sneak attack from behind, and its rage pushed the Abyss Lord to wildly swing its weapons. The tiny creatures quickly rush in and attack wildly, but after just a few hits, they are knocked back and hit in the face. Not willing to stop, it continues to unleash its most powerful slashes at the legendary monster. That attack successfully drained some HP from the Abyssal Lord, making Jinsung overjoyed. Well done. Now let's get serious. Seeing the attack heading straight for him, he charged forward with commanding authority, allowing Jinsung's spear to pierce through the tough armor of the monster. Its health quickly dropped, but what surprised me more was the activation of the Thunder Judgment. From somewhere, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down onto the sluggish monster. Jinsung watched as his health bar dropped rapidly, making him feel much more cheerful, and the lightning strike hit perfectly. Its activation rate was usually very low, so he rarely saw it, but this time it succeeded. Seeing the dusty, muddy appearance of that lord, he couldn't help but marvel, though. Upgrading the weapon to the maximum must have significantly increased the activation rate. It's truly amazing. But just a moment later, its eyes blazing with murderous intent as it lunged at Jung. That scene made John's heart skip a beat, yet he remained standing, even after Jan's finishing blow. You just stood there blankly looking at the monster's hand reaching for you, deaf to Sun's voice. Jan, are you lucky? Hlei quickly stepped back to dodge the attack, shattering the confidence he had earlier and causing Jinsung's morale to slightly waver. It still hasn't been defeated. Moreover, it even resisted the paralysis effect from the lightning, thanks to its immunity status. This monster is tougher than I thought. Without waiting for the cooldown, the Abyss Lord starts launching a barrage of sharp rocks at the enemy, causing Lai and Finn, who are waiting for orders, to fall to the ground. A cold announcement rings out. The summoned beast is instantly struck by a fatal blow from the enemy, destroying Jinsung's hope. No, even a stone aimed at you is worth Puji risking himself to save his friend. Why? Zat's body doesn't make his child's voice any less heroic. Pooh isn't just a glutton. Bug Puji will protect its master. Hearing those words, Jinjung couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Well done, Puji, you're amazing. Your fighting spirit is reignited and you eagerly give orders. Are you ready? Breath of destruction. He immediately unleashed a blast of hot energy towards the Lord of the Abyss, but it not only missed its mark, but also sounded reproachful. Foolishly swinging your sword at me, the Lord of the Abyss looks down on you with disdain. You think that's enough to defeat me? The quick battle has heavily affected Jinsung's morale. This boss is more resilient than I thought. Looking at the gloomy battlefield around, he grumbles in frustration. Damn it. If only I had Ka or Yanku or at least Saria to heal, it would be much easier. Jinsung's gaze hesitated as he looked at the health bar above the Abyssal Lord. Still, the Abyssal Lord's HP had dropped below half. Now, the real battle begins. Not a second can be wasted. Your breathing is becoming rapid, forcing yourself to quickly switch to an offensive stance. This is the moment to change to a new attack style. All right, what's next? Area control, healing skills, please don't be healing. Unfortunately, the new loudspeaker announcement just appeared. All of the Abyss Lord's combat skills are increased by 30%. Healing speed by 15%. The exclusive skill of the Abyss Skeleton screen is activated for 15 minutes, increasing defense by 27.5%. and reducing the target's attack speed by 30, causing John, who was already terrified, to freeze in place. Are you kidding? With all these stacks, how are we supposed to fight? Even Yan can't take it down alone. Din X Dung also saw those notifications and exclaimed in amazement, wow, just a small mistake can be enough to end it all. I thought you had lost your mind, but no, you actually climbed onto the tiger's back literally. But this is what makes it interesting. Let's go. Or should I say, bye. Both sides poured all their strength into clashing like moths to a flame as the Lord of the Abyss raised his hammer. Die, you pests. Jin nervously calculated a new attack move in his mind. Sharp stones gradually appeared in the air as he commanded. And frightened by the scene he imagined, John hurriedly closed his eyes. No way, even Yan can't dodge this attack. I can't look. In that tense moment, Puji quickly and lightly leapt forward. It creates a protective barrier to neutralize the rapidly flying stones, and Jinung's incredible reaction made him happily praise. Well done, Puji. You're the best. The master will always be protected by you. That gratitude has added a new confidence to you. All right, I promise. Didung quickly kicks the person and jumps forward. I am sure I will defeat it. The spear, powered by your full strength targeting the enemy's weak point, helped you evolve into a true dragon god. Jinjung rushes forward with his weapon, plunging his sharp spear straight into the center of the Abyss Lord's face with all his might. The lightning from that attack made Dai shield himself in terror. What is this? What am I witnessing? He gazes at the half of the Abyss Lord's face, which has been cracked open into a deep pit, feeling overwhelmed. He easily retreated from a high-level boss like that. Just watching on screen can't fully capture how epic this battle is. If it were properly edited, it would definitely have tens of millions. No, suddenly a barrage of spikes fell from above, aiming straight at Jinsung. John is still very excited. That's hundreds of millions of views. You can't know your friend's thoughts driven by fame and profit. Only focus on dodging the attacks. Then Jindung immediately orders Tiu to breathe fire from behind the Abyss Lord. Dio-sun marvels in admiration. Is this really happening? Am I dreaming? Is he really soloing the boss? The monster also refuses to give up, wielding its weapon to fight back decisively. Its relentless attacks make John struggle to hold back his words. This is truly a world-class battle. Long Battle successfully stole the Abyss Lord's hammer. It suddenly changed its mind, reaching out to seize it back, as Jinjung seized the opportunity to approach between the two of them. The Lord of the Abyss suddenly changed his mind. A blinding light flashed from his palm, along with a declaration of war. I will fight with my own body. Jinung praised loudly, Puji Puji, well done. Seizing the moment while the Abyss Lord was still unresponsive, Ban and Ha rushed forward. Then Jinsung suddenly jumped off it and shouted loudly, Let's go! Hey. It quickly lunged at the Abyss Lord's neck as commanded, then scratched a few basic lines with its sharp claws. Jinjung, excited, shouted loudly and ran over, revealing his opening. This is the moment to end it. Then he used the spear tip to channel lightning into the Abyssal Lord's body. John opened his eyes wide, stunned and speechless with amazement. The aftershock of Jinjung's move was so powerful that the earth began to collapse, dragging the Abyssal Lord down with layers of falling rocks pressing down on him. At the same time, the system announced that you had successfully defeated the Abyssal Lord. Jinjung casually walks over to Dai-san to celebrate. Phew, that was intense. But as I said, we've won already. You smile and ask about the progress. You've turned everything around, right? The second notification has also appeared. You are the first to clear the Abyssal Dungeon and earn 350,000 reputation points. Not to disappoint Jinjung, John completed his mission, his eyes shining with admiration as he looked at him. Yes, he managed to film from start to finish. Longview will definitely explode with excitement. Everything is settled. Jinjung leads the way to the glowing blue stone floating on the pedestal. Now he reaches out his hand forward and declares in a serious tone, It's time to take what we need. But strangely, Jinjung's hand is pushed back by a transparent barrier. What is this? Why is it like this? The system promptly appeared and explained, This item cannot be collected in its current form. At that moment, Bat loudly suggested, Leave it to me. Master, you just remembered its special ability. All right, you're the one who qualifies. This time, Bat, please truly evolve. This time, Bat was able to reach that stone without any obstacles. In just a moment, a notification appeared. The summoned monster Puji met all the requirements and received the Abyss Seal. It's proudly showing off. I feel so powerful. While Jinzung was still joyfully teary-eyed, this time it's definitely real. Then John noticed something unusual in the pile of debris behind him and hurriedly called out to the boy in a panic. Yeah, and look, Jinjung is a bit annoyed to be disturbed. What? What's going on? At such a critical moment, a pair of glowing, mystical legs suddenly appeared on the ground. A voice from the mysterious figure of a man suddenly echoes with admiration. Unbelievable. Less than 30 years since the Abyssal Dragon Realm left the human world, a new Abyssal Turtle has appeared with all the conditions, and you are the first person to overcome that challenge yourself. He kept praising him. Truly a series of unexpected events, but neither Jinsung nor Disun could feel happy, their vigilance rising. Who is he, really? Brother, who is he? Do you think I am an encyclopedia about Kylon? Master. But it also did not hesitate to provide an answer, saying that the Abyssal Dragon God would ascend to the heavenly realm after 1,000 years. It seems that 30 years have passed since the previous Abyssal Dragon God, and you have prevented the invasion of the heavenly demon realm. Brother kept rambling about the knowledge he knew. Each dimension can only contain one divine beast, the Abyssal Dragon. So after the previous deep dragon realm ascended to the heavens, Puji appeared. It is a new creature replacing the awakened deep turtle. Jinjung nodded in understanding, and Big Brother continued to express his surprise. Thanks to Puji, I learned about that. Usually it takes hundreds of years to gather enough soul fragments. Puji only took 30 years to gather enough soul shards. Truly an extraordinary being. Even the surprised guest has to admit that. Perhaps this is the will of the gods to have the Abyssal Dragon realm born so quickly. As he extends his hand to unleash a surge of power towards them, The identity of the new guest is revealed. As the Lord of the Abyss, I officially permit the birth of the new ancient dragon Abyss. The powerful beam of light strikes the blue gem, causing it to tremble unexpectedly. Then, a dazzling light suddenly spread throughout the cave. Thinking about the achievements to come, Jinzhong was extremely happy. That's right, a long journey has finally come to an end. This time, it's truly the moment. Pui, the reward has been given, and that lord also has to say goodbye. Next time, you can only meet me after obtaining the legendary planet and becoming the Abyssal Dragon God. Accordingly, 2 announcements will appear, one after the other. You are the first to conquer the Abyssal Dungeon. You are the first to be recognized by the Lord of the Abyss. In just a moment, Puji's evolution process began to show changes in its limbs and claws, followed by the appearance of a pair of dragon wings on its back. Jinsung and Jilson were completely stunned as they witnessed the scene. This is Puji after evolution. A new form quickly appeared before everyone's eyes, and the ancient abyssal dragon seemed to confirm this. The system notification sounds, the monster summoning Puji has successfully evolved into the ancient dragon Abyss. But when he saw something like this possessed by a pig spirit, Jinsung couldn't help but freeze in place. What is this thing? You silently judge in your heart. Wait, it really did evolve, didn't it? It's obviously bigger, but I thought I'd look cooler. Pooh has no idea and still gets excited about how he looks. How do I look, master? I'm really cool, right? Jinsung didn't want to hurt it, so he just replied casually to get it over with, Yeah, I guess so. Jiao-sun had no choice but to force herself not to blink while lying. Wow, you look amazing. Pooh, you're the best. Jinsung's mouth twitched violently, but luckily she held back. Ha, not cool at all. If I don't have this, I'll just comfort myself with something else. Well, appearance isn't everything. Check the stats first. Seeing the numbers and information on the holographic screen, Jinsung felt a bit disappointed. Even after evolving, Puji's skills are still pretty much the same. But when he clicked on a skill to see the details, he quickly lifted his spirits. The other abilities are average, but the Blessing of the Abyss will be a useful skill. It's an extremely valuable healing move. Jin Dongthua is aware of the weakness in his skills. The biggest flaw in his summon monster team is the lack of a healer. I almost have to rely on teammates like Sia, who belongs to the priest class, and with this evolution, I can finally rest easy. But now with Puji's skills, there's no need to worry anymore, because this support will be the perfect solution to boost the team's overall strength. Just summoning the monster team is enough to give us resilient and overwhelming combat power. Thinking of this, Jinung praised without holding back. Good job, Puji, you're much stronger and cooler now, but this shell looks a bit strange. It feels the same way, so it just threw the shell aside. It's too heavy, I don't need it anymore. The two of them couldn't help but jump in surprise and shout, Huh? Seeing the helmet lying on the ground, Jinsung suddenly exclaimed, You can take it off like that? More importantly, if you do, that helmet turns out to be a legendary material capable of absorbing 20% of damage when used as a shield. It seems Jinung logged out immediately from the shock. Without the shell, it's no longer a dragon. Ta ignored those trivial matters and trudged out of the room, not thinking about the next steps. Anyway, Puji had successfully evolved and everything was ready. I need to rest a bit before continuing the remaining missions, and you are greeted by a table full of steaming dishes. Oh, Hain has prepared the food for me. She left a note for Jinsung saying, Don't skip meals, make sure to eat well. He scratched his nose nervously, his cheeks flushing with pink streaks as he thought about the girl he loved. I will finish this mission and then go on another date with Hain. As I enjoy this delicious meal, Jinsung's phone suddenly lights up. Duhun sent a message that seemed urgent. Jinsung, can you come back to the club for a bit? But you refused and asked back what's going on. The other person hesitated before replying, There's someone at the guild and I think you should know. June is having a hard time dealing with the uninvited guest in front of us. So what's your reason for coming to our guild? Jim straightforwardly confirms, yes. I came to see Yan and confidently declares I want to join the Lotus Guild. Du-hun was deeply concerned about the current situation but kept it to himself. Although our reputation has increased significantly recently, why does she want to join such a mid-tier guild? He hesitated before asking again to be sure. So you want to become a member of our guild? I'm confused. It seems there has been some misunderstanding. She panicked, waving her hands to deny it. Huh? Oh, no, sorry, I was mistaken. Jim calmly explained with an open-ended question. Recently, the monster waves from the demon realm have appeared, right? Then she gradually moved on to the main issue. Thanks to my and Yan's efforts, the wave's scale has decreased, but there are still countless monsters and players fighting. The problem is that too many people have conflicting opinions. Jimmer is tired of the smooth-talking braggarts he's met, so he can't fight effectively or develop proper strategies. Du-hun finally understood the other person's intention. So she was looking for a trustworthy group to team up with. Jim nodded shyly. Yes, I want to cooperate with everyone at least during the monster event. He has no reason to refuse. However, there is still one thing that needs clarification. Our guild always welcomes you if you want to join Jim, but I still wonder why you didn't choose a larger guild. Hearing the question, she hesitated briefly, unsure how to respond. Well, Deer recalled the previous battle. The monster hunt with Jan in the demon world was like hell, but a miraculous moment changed her mind. He created the perfect opportunity for me to maximize my abilities, memorized my cooldown times, and coordinated seamlessly. No matter how much I want to forget, I can't. With her overwhelming pride, Jimmo had a hard time reaching this conclusion. She hated to admit it, but she carefully spoke each word, actually. But the next second, she shouted out loud in embarrassment. I can't be satisfied with anyone else anymore. Only when I'm with Jan do I feel fulfilled. Hearing this and seeing Hein walk in made Du-hun choke on her water. She widened her eyes and sharply asked her father, "What do you mean?" "Ian, what do you mean?" Du-hun's heart skipped a beat, feeling like an impending storm was about to hit. And then an unclear message from him appeared on Jin-sung's phone. "Jin-hung, try to survive." He read it cluelessly, not understanding a thing. "What do you mean, survive?" I was so focused I didn't realize. Hein, with a murderous aura, approached from behind. Only when she darkly called out Jin-sung's name did he suddenly turn around in shock. "Oh my God, Hein, why are you here?" Immediately, she burst into tears and bitterly accused Jin-sung. "How can you treat me like this? You're the only one I have, yet you keep flirting with pretty girls all the time." Hajin keeps hitting him hard in the chest, questioning him about everything. "What did you do to Jimo? You're playing both sides." Jin-sung realized the situation was unstable and hurriedly tried to stop it. "Hajin, what are you saying? You should at least know what's going on before hitting me." After a while, Jin-sung sluggishly logged into the game, looking exhausted and panting heavily. His older brother straightforwardly cooked the wolf behind the main ingredients. The owner told him to rest, but now he looked even more tired. Pooh also joined in cooking. Usually after a shift, he's full of energy, but this time it's completely different. Pooh couldn't help but fly over to ask, "Master, what's going on? Why do you look so exhausted?" Even though frustration was evident on his face, Jin-jung still spoke confidently. "Huh? It's nothing. Actually, the reason for this isn't hard to guess. I haven't even had a chance to rest because I had to explain things to Hazan. Maybe I deserve this for neglecting her for so long." Pooh angrily shouted because the atmosphere was so heavy. "So where are we going now?" "Anyway, I can't keep losing my spirit like this." Jin-sung stretched and continued. Pooji, you've also evolved, right? I want to take on the Holy King mission, but of course if I do that, the enemies will be much stronger than before. Your face suddenly looks much more serious, so we need to prepare carefully." Then Jin-sung enthusiastically made a suggestion. "By the way, there's a demon gate opening nearby, so let's go there." Everyone excitedly shouted together, as if they were training in real combat while hunting monsters to level up. At the Saranka Plain, the Trio Kong War Defense Base, a soldier loudly announced, "If you want to join the Trio Kong War, go to the camp to register." "Huh? Do we also need to register?" A notification suddenly appeared and said, "You have joined the Saranka Plain Evening War Defense Force. To join the battle, you need to register as a Monster Hunter member. You see a large hut in the distance, which seems to be the registration place over there." Jin-sung just stepped inside with a smile for a bright future. "Since I hold the title of Marquis, they'll probably assign me a high position in the monster hunting team, right?" But when he arrived, he saw a soldier sleeping soundly on a chair with his legs crossed on the table. Jin-sung looked at him with a mix of helplessness and anger. But since there was no one else around, he had no choice but to wake him up. "Hello, I want to sign up to join the monster hunting team." He was startled awake by the loud shout. "Huh? Nah, he's still groggy," mumbled as she handed over a form and gave a brief explanation. "What's going on? Why are you so late?" "The others finished registering long ago." Fine, just fill out this form and submit it." Dong follows his instructions while trying to suppress his irritation. This is so troublesome. A few minutes later, he hands the paper back to Ni. "It's done." He didn't even bother to look at it and immediately threw a wooden card to Jinung. "This is your ID card and rank." At the same time, the system displays a notification that you have been registered as a Monster Hunter member in the Saranka Plain Demon World Expedition. Looking at the information on the card, you grimace. What? A regular soldier with a D rank. I was so excited when I entered Janung, but now I feel so disappointed. I have over 10 million reputation points, but I'm still classified as a regular soldier. That's unfair. Maybe they don't count reputation points. You didn't stay sad for long. Your anger suddenly turned into a blazing fire of determination. "All right, change of plans. I won't just participate for half a day. I'll grind for 3 days to level up no matter what. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a fierce battle is raging between monsters and humans. Someone shouted loudly to order everyone to retreat. If we keep being pushed back like this, Saranka Plain will fall. Someone else argued back, no, the NPC soldiers' defenses are about to collapse. And when a monster breaks through the barrier, the desperate cry echoes out as the line is breached. Now everyone's eyes are filled with despair, and there's no way to stop the attack anymore. We have to abandon Saranka Plain today. Holding the highlands of Libya will be more effective. A soldier immediately dismissed this argument. No, if the defense line collapses faster than yesterday, Libya won't be able to hold out either. And then a loud scream rang out. The monsters are coming. At that moment, top mage Se Hoi Hin charged forward. Everyone move aside. She immediately launched a ranged attack, successfully engulfing the monsters in a sea of flames. While everyone marveled at the pile of ashes from the monsters' corpses in the distance, Sahoy quietly clenched her fist, celebrating this strike. Good. This time the timing was perfect. She confidently suggested that we must hold out for at least 3 more hours, and I will support with fire magic. Everyone please try to endure. Then, Sahoy focused on supporting everyone from behind, but it seemed like things had taken a turn that made her open her eyes in shock. Huh? What's going on? It turns out another monster beast suddenly joined the group along with the other monsters. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell is that? A high-level monster appeared? Run now. Why is Sahoy turning pale with fear? Because she knows her own strength. Why would there be a high-level monster here? It's even harder for her to deal with those monsters alone. But then Sahoy calmed down and reconsidered, realizing that just dealing the maximum damage might not be the best strategy, so she unleashed a fierce flame to encircle the high-level monster. However, just a roar was enough to dispel the flames and unleash dark arrows around it. The others watched in utter horror. What is that? Why is there a snake-like attack? Even Hoy's vehicle was knocked away by that attack. The system displayed a message. You received 13,000 damage. She was sprawled on the ground, and the figure of the giant monster with eyes full of murderous intent appeared before her. Sahoy had no hope left, only silently mocking herself, thinking she could handle it. But she had no time to block or dodge that charge. Should she give up on Saranka? At this critical moment, a young man arrived to assist like a divine being, locking onto the high-level monster, signaling with his hand for the breath of destruction. Hearing that name, Sahoy looked up in confusion. Cassie Long Than War. However, just a second later, she immediately denied herself. No way. Jindung then descended to greet everyone. Am I late? As soon as I saw you, everyone was in awe and admiration. A summoner controlling a dragon? That's unbelievable. That's right, he's an unofficial top-tier summoner, Yan. Jin Xiong ignored the gossip and continued fighting passionately. Kasiut, give me a ride. What about targets that are not locked on? The owner, Jin Xiong, replied while summoning his weapon. Now I just want to fight alone. With a spear in hand, Jin Xiong's demeanor is completely different from his usual playful self. I want everyone to see the power of a weapon capable of destroying this entire planet. With that, Jin Xiong pointed the tip of his spear at the high-level monster. In just a moment, he made it fall to the ground at his feet without breaking a sweat, while Cao Hui, still injured from the previous attack, could only lie there and marvel. He defeated that high-level demon beast with his own attack, without even calling the spirit, right? The more she watched, the more she kept marveling inwardly. Your summoned monsters are also incredibly powerful. I think Yan is even stronger than most of the players here. Just look at how Jin Xiong handles the monster so easily, while she struggled so much. Cao Hui boldly guesses that he and Jimmer have defeated at least 200 Konos in the demon world. Suddenly, a deep voice announced that many high-level monsters were approaching, and the shouting continued to warn everyone here, including a named monster. Young confidently steps forward and smiles, telling everyone to hold back the others, then calls out to his war dragon, while Kasi Jinjung leaps onto its head, hurriedly giving the order to attack the giant monster with a breath of destruction before rushing in. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy radiated outwards towards the monster, and despite Cassie's body being at a disadvantage, it could still easily control the enemy. Next, Jin Hung summons his first companion again and attacks its leg to make it lose balance. It didn't stop there. You continued to order another companion to distract the monster. Once all the companions had completed their tasks, it was Jin Zheng's turn. All right, now thrust your spear directly at the high-level monster's weak spot and finish it off. As expected, it collapsed instantly with a single strike. The people who have been watching the battle all this time finally found their voice. Wait, did everyone see that just now? That was a high-level monster named above level 250. Oh my god, I can't believe it. The peak lock. Jin Sung was so used to these compliments that instead of being bothered, he calmly shouted orders, "What are you all just standing there for? Are you planning to let me handle all of this alone? It's like you're boosting my spirit." Everyone is full of fighting spirit, charging forward to wipe them out. Experience points and rewards are waiting. As he spoke, the other players all charged at different monsters, while at the same time, Sun was narrating Jin Sung's battle in the game. The Kailan World event broadcast is still ongoing. Just a few minutes ago, players were overwhelmed. He shifted the camera angle to focus on Jin Sung and kept praising him. But the situation changed completely after Yan. An unofficial top summoner takes down a Konos. Tom suddenly frowns in suspicion, his expression revealing nothing. Wait a minute, is that real? He's not a melee class, just a summoner, yet he dealt over 4 million damage with a single strike on a named magical beast. He angrily struggled and demanded an explanation from the game publisher, surely a game bug. Is the Federation Soft not planning to do anything? Ban him immediately and fix the bug. The technicians' faces darkened and their smiles twisted when they heard this. Looks like another all-nighter is coming. Now they only have one thought. How addicted to the game is he that he can't even keep up with the content? Jin Jung looked at the blue screen that appeared in front of him, and Hai Long assessed, well, that's enough to clear the rookie MC, but when he carefully thought about the content on it, he felt a bit disappointed. Top 10% contribution rate after just such a short battle. It seems there are no true top players here. Jin Jung turned to his pet and gave it a look full of trust. Now it's Pooji Pooji's turn to shine. You quickly ordered it to activate the skill and swallow up the low health ones. Pooji Pooji smugly grinned to himself. Jin Jung ignited a fierce fire of victory because there was still a rage that needed to be avenged. All right. That commander guy I don't even know the name of. Tomorrow I will definitely wear my new rank badge when I fight. The monsters, already exhausted from the battle, now watch cautiously in the direction of the opponent. There, Pooji Pooji opened her mouth wide and absorbed everything into the system. A notification appeared that Pooji Pooji's unique Greedy Hunter skill had been activated because the target was below 20% HP, and the Swallow skill was triggered. So far, I don't know how many times everyone has been left speechless by the imbalance. High-level monsters tried to take advantage of Pooji Pooji's moment of distraction to attack, but were blocked by Pooji Pooji's Don't Disturb While Eating skill. A shield with about 3.5 million durability has been created. It lazily lies on the ground, not worth much. Jin Dong chuckled softly, controlling the area and acting as Uong to attract damage at the same time. This game is more fun than I thought. He put away his playful attitude and thought seriously. But Pooji Pooji's wide-area healing skill was the real threat. When could I use it? Suddenly, someone shouted, telling everyone to look up there. What's that? I've never seen that monster before, but Jin Sung is no stranger to this type of creature. This high-level Kai beast is terrible. Plus, you know how dangerous that monster really is. Its attack range is enormous. If we don't stop it, the low HP and weak defense players will be wiped out. KPA just appeared and launched fierce attacks with destructive power comparable to a B-52 bomb. The screams echoed everywhere. What kind of monster attack is this? If it keeps going like this, we'll all die. Despite facing an unexpected situation, Jin Jung quickly came up with a solution. All right, it's time to use Pooji Pooji's skill. You turn back to call your pet. Pin lifts me up. Jin Jung doesn't hesitate and jumps onto it before soaring high into the sky. You try to shout loudly, giving an apparently unreasonable order. Everyone gather around my summoned monster. Hearing this, some people looked dissatisfied. What do you mean? Are you crazy? If we all gather together, we'll be wiped out by its wide area attack. Luckily, Sei fully trusts Jin Jung's abilities, so he stepped up to help clear the way. Yan definitely has a plan. Everyone just follow his advice. The others also responded, hurriedly rushing to Pooji Pooji. That's right, standing still will get you killed too. If you don't have a plan, I'll go on the forum and expose you. The threats kept coming non-stop from the cowardly players. I will even write a dispute section on Yan's wiki. Seeing the crowd gathered nearby, Jin finished his preparations. All right, they are all surrounding Pooji Pooji. Kaiba keeps firing wide-ranging columns of fire without giving anyone a chance to counterattack, causing the nearby players to scream in almost hopeless despair. It's attacking. Oh no, we're doomed. However, Jinung will not let anyone be harmed as the ultimate move is unleashed. All right, now is the time. Activate the Abyssal Blessing. As soon as the words finished, Pooji Pooji immediately activated her unique skill, the Abyssal Blessing, and a blinding light spread everywhere. Then everyone suddenly looked down at their bodies and realized something astonishing. We just got hit by a high-level monster's attack and our HP didn't drop at all. The evidence is in the notifications that the damage received was immediately restored. Jin Dong understood Pooji Pooji's skill well enough to easily counter the monster. Kaipa's attack causes fire damage over time, but the Blessing of the Abyss restores a fixed amount of health each second. In the end, the players regained their confidence. As long as they weren't weak enough to be caught off guard by its attack, they were nearly immortal. Jin-dung seized the moment and ordered a full-scale ranged attack on it. The relentless assaults from dozens of mercenaries caused Kaipa to suffer heavy damage. Jin-jung then seized the moment and charged at it, and with his sharp weapon he beheaded Kaipa in a single strike. Jin-jung read on Fi and Kai Hoan back amidst cheers from everyone. We defeated a high-level demon beast, all thanks to Yan's leadership, truly extraordinary. Almost simultaneously, that scene was broadcast on the screen, the latest news from the front line of the Demon World Wave. The announcer praised Jin-jung for the outstanding performance of the summoner Yan in the northern continent. The battle at Saranka Plain is about to end, but Du-han looks a bit puzzled. When did this guy suddenly come here while claiming he was busy on a mission? Back in the battle, the monster, just pierced through the chest, struggles to regain its dignity in the pool of blood. A great demon like me has failed. The other players cheered happily once again, raising their hands in celebration. The final boss is dead. This wave is over. Everyone cheered for Jin-sung non-stop. Thank you. Thanks to you, my score was doubled. It's all thanks to Yan. Yan is number 1, but he still only wants to avenge the contempt he faced before. You know what to do now, right? Nit, seeing Jin-jung so fierce, quickly backed away in fear. All right, wait a moment. He just presented a badge and declared that if you spent all 28 million points, you would now be a grade S squadron leader. Jin-jung held the proof of his dedication in his hand. Longtham felt proud. This rank truly means something. Even NPCs treat me differently. Besides the questions I need answered, I have a few more doubts. How many more ranks are there above captain? Nit read from a paper to answer him. So how many points do I need to become the Supreme Commander? The answer was quickly given, requiring 300 million points, but the rank of Commander-in-Chief wasn't solely based on contribution points, and the way he deliberately enunciated each word made Jin-sung quite anxious. Why, I hesitated a bit and couldn't speak clearly, lowering my head as if I was pondering. You still need an item granted directly with authority from the Emperor, whether it's the Muspel Empire, Kaman, or even... He then suddenly lowered his voice. It is the relic of Saint Lord King, the forgotten Emperor of the Empire. Just this name alone leaves Jin-jung completely stunned. Is King of the City also involved in this? The players fought with all their might to attack the towering demon beast. Jin-jung pointed at them, shouting excitedly. Puji blocked it. Then he swung his hand to summon a series of lightning bolts from above. Now was the perfect moment to concentrate all firepower to destroy it. Jin-jung also directed his new teammate. Sao Hu, build a wall of fire behind to stop the monsters from approaching. She also cooperates very well. Understood. Immediately, a blazing fire engulfed the entire horde of monsters, making it impossible for them to escape. Jin-jung has demonstrated his leadership and strategic mind by giving highly accurate commands one after another. Everyone closes in and delivers deadly strikes. The demon beast struggles to fight back against the humans, injuring some of them. Jin-jung seizes the moment, pushes off the ground, and leaps into the air. He uses all his strength to stab fiercely into the tough hide of the monster. Just like before, it must submit to Jin-jung's power. Someone shouted excitedly, Yan just defeated another level boss monster. He smiled and looked around, satisfied and admiring. Well done. Now the other players also know how to deal with the monsters. The appearance of new faces makes Jin-jung even more confident, and top experts are also joining in. The team's fighting strength has increased significantly, so I can leave now without worry. Reflecting on the mission he was undertaking, Jin-sung felt a bit confused, but this level of difficulty was truly terrifying, far beyond the initial announcement. According to the mission you assigned, if I can get the seal of the Heavenly Guardian, I can stop this destructive horde of monsters. So while everyone is fighting hard, I must quickly complete my task and return. Then he approached her politely and asked, So Hui, can I have a minute, please? The other person nodded calmly. All right, Yen, what's going on? Jin-jung calmly made a suggestion. I probably won't be able to continue joining the monster hunting team from tomorrow. I want to ask her to take over as team leader again, but it shocked her so much she was left open-mouthed. Huh? Why the sudden change? He shyly scratches his head and gives a brief explanation. I have an urgent mission to complete. It will probably take about a week. Hai now understands the reason behind it, so there's no other choice. Then Jin-jung patted his chest confidently, assuring with a firm voice, As long as everyone can hold out for a week, I will return with enough power to wipe out the monsters of the demon world. Even if the contribution points drop a bit, I will make it up in one battle. Meanwhile, in the demon world where darkness always reigns, someone ruthlessly slashed a demon beast in half. The system notification appears, indicating your demon aura has increased by 850, now nearly 40,000. Gia looks at the target number on the info bar, satisfied with her calculations. At this rate, I can become a noble in just 2 weeks. She has already planned a long-term strategy for herself. Once I have enough energy, I will officially become a noble. Then I just need to participate in the evening war, kill over 500 human players, and earn the recognition of Demon King Mahamyu. Gon's ambition and hatred for humanity are gradually growing. Just wait, you weak pests, just a little longer until I reach 50,000 dark aura, and I will return immediately. During the evening war, the teleportation gate radiated countless mystical lights. Jinzheng nostalgically looked around. It had been a long time since he last returned here. But today you have official business, so you loudly call out the space wizard's name. Jeeper, are you here? Seeing no one respond, Jinzheng boldly guessed maybe she's still in her room. Initially, he sat quietly at a table near the bookshelf, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. But it turns out Jinung was secretly planning to loot everything here. That's fine. I've been meaning to search this place thoroughly for a while to see if there's anything valuable around. Unexpectedly, you quickly spotted something that made Jinzheng pause for a moment. Oh, you pick up the item and examine it from top to bottom. This is not ordinary at all. The system displays its information, but the level of the space energy charger is unknown. This item was crafted by the wizard Zyper after hundreds of years of research. Reading the description of its abilities, many of these items, even those not wielded by court mages, can activate space energy-based devices. Jindung widened his eyes, marveling in admiration. Wow, this is top quality, but then he suddenly felt something was strange. Wait a minute. The space sphere. Jindung immediately remembered and pulled out a familiar item from her bag. The zipper sphere he gave her last time. As soon as the two objects were placed close together, the sphere emitted a magical blue glow and slowly floated in midair, just as Jinsung happily expected. Immediately after, two identical notifications sounded in succession. The space sphere has been unsealed. Jinung also suddenly realized something. That's right. Information about the item quickly appeared in detail. The space orb, legendary level, with special abilities. Each unit of energy allows a maximum teleportation of 1,000 meters, marking coordinates on the map to open a portal that lasts for 2 minutes. After reading the space orb's instructions, Jinung finally understood how it works. The mage-type player cannot directly recharge the item. According to what is displayed on the holographic screen, this item now belongs to the player. Yan Jinung eagerly lifted the space energy charger in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. With this, he could freely use the space orb. Sounds exciting, but you still have one problem to worry about. But will he easily give it to me? Just then, Zyper stepped out from the teleportation gate, hurriedly greeting Jinung. Sorry, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Have you been waiting long? You quickly wave your hand to dismiss the guest, trying to hide the suspicion on your face. Oh no, I just arrived too, Zyper asked excitedly. Now that you're here, it means you're ready to go to the Maurya Empire, right? She looks so eager that she almost wants to rush in right away. I can open the teleportation gate now. Jindung hurriedly stops her before the preparations are complete. Wait, Zipper. Before you go, you point to the charger on your hand and plead. Can you give me this? I really need it for a mission. Seeing that, Zipper was utterly stunned. Huh? Where did you find it? Jinung, not wanting to offend the other person, honestly revealed the truth. While waiting for her, I went to look around and happened to find it. You really wanted that charger, so I bowed and begged earnestly. So that's why I need this to use the space orb. Please, I need it to find the treasure of the Celestial Guardian. At this moment, a sudden idea flashed through Jin Sung's mind as he smiled and extended an invitation. And of course, I'm not the kind of person to be that stingy. I'm not asking her to give it for free. Zipper is really interested in the items he brought. Oh, so what are you planning to trade for? Yan. Although he laughed confidently and claimed that it was of equivalent value to a space ability charger, Jin Sung's mind was completely blank right now. Damn it, what do I have to trade now? I immediately start going through my inventory from A to Z, trying to think. Lately I've been picking up a lot of items, but I can't remember them all. Maybe if I look carefully, I'll find something valuable. As expected, Jin Sung's mind does not betray him. An idea suddenly comes to mind. Oh right, I remember a long time ago receiving that monster egg when I leveled up to summoner in the demon world. Jinung was also quite curious about that item. Since then, I've tried to figure out what this is and how to hatch it, but I haven't found any clues. After all, it's just a gift, so it probably isn't a legendary monster, right? With that in mind, I took out the red egg and declared it as if it were a treasure. This is the item I had to risk my life to defeat a legendary monster in the Demon Realm Zone 50 to get. Can I trade it for a space energy charger? Zyper approached and touched the egg, feeling very satisfied. Oh, the color and texture clearly indicate this is a rare item. If it hatches successfully, it might give birth to a very powerful monster. This made Jin Zung's decision waver slightly. Really? Zyper calmly affirmed, unaware of anything. That's right, so can I take it? Since you need that thing more now, you agreed happily. Of course, because she's Zipper, I trusted her with it. Janung also took the opportunity to flatter her a bit. The only one capable of successfully incubating this egg is the legendary summoner Zipper, who once hatched a legendary griffin monster. She was praised and immersed herself in the feeling of euphoria. Is that so? That's right. That's why Zipper quickly made a decision. All right. Since you gave me such a valuable gift, I will give you the space energy charger. Jindung turned away, trying to hide the sly smile on his face. This NPC is so easy to deceive. Finally, the system notification confirms the exchange of this item. You have traded an unidentified monster for the Wizard of the Sky Zipper. You have received the space energy charger from the sorcerer Zipper. The information keeps popping up. The conditions for using the space orb have been met, the seal has been lifted, and the content on the virtual screen continues to change. Zipper was very pleased. His favorability increased by 5. This time, Jinsung was truly confused. What? Your favorability increased? I thought it couldn't go beyond 100, but you didn't really care, watching that small figure opening the teleportation gate and letting all those wandering thoughts drift away. That's enough. The higher the goodwill, the better. Zyper finished the preparations and turned back to announce. All right, now you can go to the Moria Empire. Jindung happily steps through the gate, not forgetting to show her gratitude. Thank you, Zyper. Wait for me. The Heavenly Guardian. In the demon world, Gon is leisurely walking while enjoying the fear from the weak monsters around him. It's great to be the only pure-blooded demon ruling the demon world. I will enjoy privileges no one else has. Yet that joy was immediately shattered by a notification appearing, causing my pupils to involuntarily constrict from overwhelming excitement. What is this? It turns out that the virtual screen shows someone named Seun has completed the mission of the Demon King's birth and has also failed Jia Han's mission, leaving her extremely shocked. What? Someone else has also become a pure-blood demon like me? Gon quietly recalls the cause of the events, the mission, and the birth of the Demon King that Mao himself assigned to him. If he wanted, he could have completed it easily a long time ago. The reason for this isn't too hard to guess, but if I do that, the Demon Tower hidden in Hapia Valley will be activated. Then other players can also choose demon clans, and more importantly, they will have a chance to become pure-blooded demons. To prevent anyone from stealing her uniqueness, Gon devised a plan, which is why I deliberately chose not to complete it. That idiot. She couldn't contain her anger and released a surge of demonic energy around her, unintentionally affecting the low-level monsters nearby. Damn it, I should have completed the mission first to get the reward. After a fight, Jia Han has calmed down. It's too late to regret now, so does that mean I have an opponent? Then I have to outpace that person with my skills. She continued walking toward her new goal, aiming to become stronger as quickly as possible, leaving behind the pile of defeated monsters behind. Jinjung cheered as he stepped through the teleportation gate, finally arriving. He held his head high and looked up at the scene before us. This is the territory of the Moria Empire. The system's information also confirmed it. You have entered the fourth island of the four great Shimaru continent, Shimaru Island in the south. You have entered the territory of the Moria Empire. Night falls, and a voice echoes through the space. Tonight, our Federation company shines like a lighthouse in the city, which means we have to increase everything again. Diha slams the table in anger and stands up. It's all thanks to the beloved players, specifically those who always go ahead of the content or don't follow our plans. Bakbo gently touched his glasses. If everything had gone according to the original plan, many players would now be participating in the demon transformation mission. But the current situation has deviated completely from the plan. Unexpectedly, a top player is deliberately not completing the pure demon mission just to monopolize it. Because of this, the content schedule has been completely disrupted. You should continue with the plan, which based on the initial calculations, during the War in the Sky, at least 30% of both old and new players would have become demons. Otherwise, the advantage of choosing the demon race will disappear completely. Initially, the zero-gravity war event was supposed to end with the victory of the demon faction. At that point, the demon and anti-demon factions will be clearly distinguished. The demon and anti-demon humans coexist on the central continent, fighting in faction battles, creating long-lasting PvP content. That is our ultimate goal. Jay holds his head, showing clear self-blame. We have to admit we were too complacent. I have ignored the scenario where players do everything to achieve their goals. Ui Hoan decisively announced that we will strengthen monitoring of the top influential players affecting the game content. He raised his voice to emphasize, especially Yan, the nightmare of the design team. A staff member frowned and couldn't help but ask, what will he do this time? Ui Hoan sighed softly before making the announcement. 30 minutes before the meeting started, there was a report that he had teleported to the Moria Empire. The buzz among everyone was that name. He is the first to step into the new area. The male employee slumps his head onto the table and sighs. In this case, there's no way to avoid working overtime anymore. The female colleague sadly picks up her phone to call. Sorry, love, I can't come home this week either. Ui Hoan adjusts her glasses and slowly adds. The only consolation is that the Moria Empire's content has been completed. At least it's not like the previous Demon World test zone invasion. But this means the chances of the human faction winning are increasing, which is completely opposite to the original plan. He raised 2 fingers to suggest an idea. Now we only have 2 options. Pray that a lightning strike hits that bastard's house, Yan's, so he can't continue his mission. Or go back to work, quickly creating new content to revive the demon faction. A sigh of helplessness immediately echoed throughout the room. Of course, working overtime again. Back in the game world, Jining received a notification that he was the first to explore Nam Thiem Bo Chao. He greeted the moment with excitement. Nam Thiem Bo Chao sounds familiar, doesn't it? I think it's a place from the Journey to the West novel I read. I wonder if this place is similar to Journey to the West. The system immediately displays the following notifications, one after another. The basic friendliness level with all residents of Nam Thiem Bo Chao increases by 5 points. The EXP gained will be doubled this week. The drop rate of rare items from boss monsters will double next week. Jin Sung grinned happily, a series of muscles bulging. Unlocking the first discovery achievement feels amazing. I guess the automatic quest will pop up now. As soon as you finish speaking, the system displays a message that you are the first to explore the Moria Empire. For the next week, you will receive a 70% discount on purchases at the Moria Empire shop. The automatic Moria Empire citizenship quest has been activated, and you must complete it within 12 hours. You focus your gaze on the notification board, feeling surprised. Oh, just as I was reminded, the system suggested collecting 20 high-quality wool from Katovian in the Matura grassland and offering it at the king's altar. I looked around and decisively made my choice. I want to explore the dungeon first, but it seems I need to prioritize the citizenship quest. Collecting wool? I wonder where exactly in the Marura grasslands. Big Brother suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, Master, where is the map I gave you? Jin Sung summoned an item, holding it as he asked, Is this it? Suddenly, the map in his hand suddenly flew up, emitting a dazzling bright light. The system immediately issued a notification that the seal had been lifted and the conditions had been met. You look up with a joyful expression. So detailed this map is. It even marked the locations of Du and Juban SB as well. Jin Sung excitedly ordered. All right, let's head straight to the Marura grasslands. Lay you and Ka get on Hai's back and ride off, muttering to yourselves as you go. Although Du and Jai are truly important to Mr. Simbo, acquiring Moria Imperial citizenship remains the top priority. As they approached, Jinung saw the person in front and silently thought, without citizenship rights, he could be attacked by NPCs at any moment. Seeing the number 300 displayed above this person's head, you couldn't help but feel a slight tremor. Level 300? They're just border guards. Look again carefully, and then he pondered deeply with a trembling voice. Fighting those NPCs is a hassle. I have to be careful not to provoke them. If I rode flying beasts like pins, I'd definitely become a target for the guards. Thinking of that, Jin Zhong's face suddenly grimaced. It's been a long time since I felt this annoyed while playing a game. Whether it's Kavian or any monster, as long as it's below level 250. Suddenly, Big Brother glances back, eyes wide with surprise as if he's just discovered something. It flew straight in that direction. Owner, Tseida Vian is over there. You keep asking in panic, huh? Where? Where is it? Big Brother just turned Jin Zhong's head and said, Over there. Are your eyes really that bad? You doubtfully ask, What? No way. Seeing a plump sheep peacefully grazing, he asked out of curiosity, That weirdly colored sheep over there? Brother, seriously, you should be careful. Master, think carefully. Isn't the task to gather wool? Jin Sung jumped down from H's back and replied, I know, but I didn't expect it to really be a sheep. He quickly stepped closer, walking while thinking to himself, It looks even more fragile than the deer in the guide area, but it's level 274, so I can't be careless. Jin Sung eagerly prepared to attack with his weapon. All right, just focus on hunting and collecting the wool. Big Brother rushes over in panic to stop him. Hey, Master, calm down. It's already bleeding out. Do you really need to kill the sheep needle just to get the wool? Really, you're too violent. Jin Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, you're right, I'm used to killing for stuff. Then he gently reached out and touched Katovian. All right, let's cut the thread peacefully. Anyway, these monsters give so little experience that it's not worth killing them. With each cut, the system sends a notification. You received a high-quality XL. Just like that, after a short while, you received the final notification. You have collected enough items for the Moria Empire Citizenship Quest 2020. Offer them at the King's Altar to receive Moria citizenship. At Kapila City, Jin Zhonggan's voice has fulfilled the mission requirements. So the next destination is the King's Altar, right? Standing outside, you can't hide your curiosity. A magnificent city. Could the King's Altar be inside? Big Brother confidently replied. Of course, it's marked on the map. Everyone here looked at each other with icy cold eyes. Jin secretly thought to himself, capturing 370 guards here looks pretty intimidating. This place exudes a truly dangerous atmosphere. Ship suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" "You don't look like a citizen of the Empire. I saw on your head that your rank is 400, and I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If they all gather together, I'll be doomed." "Well, I'll try a diplomatic approach." "Oh, you've been working hard guarding day and night, haven't you?" The uncle frowned, looking down with a clearly puzzled expression. Jin Zheng's face now exuded a cunning look. "I'm just a passing traveler, but I do know a little about weapons. Your sword looks quite old. Such a weapon doesn't suit your status at all." As if under a spell, he raised the sword and looked at it before speaking. "Ah, I don't really care." Dian Zung made a proposal, saying, "If possible, would you like to take one of the swords I have?" He was still suspicious, but asked carefully, "Do you have a sword?" "I guess this sword is a bit too luxurious for me. I've been secretly saving it for occasions like today. It's a hero-level sword I picked up while hunting monsters in the demon world. Usually it can be sold for a high price, but no one wants to buy it. Because it requires level 350. Even among the top players in Kailan, I am only level 205, so no one can use it. It just looks like a useless treasure." Jinung closed his eyes and proudly offered the item. But the NPCs here are all above level 350, so they can definitely make use of it. Keeping this item to gain favor with the NPCs is truly a wise decision. Sip takes the sword with a look of calmness. Oh, this aura must be from a special grade sword, and a new system notification also appears. Captain Seach of the Kapila City Guard is very pleased. Seek's favorability with Captain Seach of the Kapila City Guard has increased by 50. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, I didn't expect the favorability to increase so much. He quickly changed his attitude, smiling with satisfaction. "Of course I am very grateful. Lukács is truly to blame for not recognizing a gentleman like you and keeping you out here. He enthusiastically greeted you and welcomed you in. Please come into the city." "So you came to the Holy King's Altar to become a citizen of the Moria Empire." Sid enthusiastically points the way. The weapon and general stores are in the west, while the Holy King's Altar is located in the North Square. After some thought, Jin Chung asked, "How can I meet the Holy Wheel King?" The uncle widened his eyes in surprise and repeated, "The Holy Wheel King?" Sid seriously said, "Meeting him is not impossible, but first you must pass another harsh challenge. You have to go through the tests of the Steel Lord, the East Lord, the Silver Lord, and the Gold Lord. Only after passing all of them can you meet him." With that, Zit waved goodbye, and Jindung looked up with determined eyes, knowing they seemed very strong, but convinced she had to overcome it. Then he decided that he would manage somehow, and put the matter aside for now, focusing on the citizenship process. When Jane Zung entered holding the high-quality wool, the system announced that you had offered the wool item to the prosperous altar. You carefully placed it on the altar, and the system displayed a message. You have completed the Moria Empire's citizenship quest. You received 10,000 reputation points. Suddenly, Ken appeared out of nowhere and hurriedly spoke up. "You are the one who offered this gift, right, Jan?" I was a bit startled, but I still kept my manners. "Yes, that's right." He happily announced congratulations on becoming a citizen of the Moria Empire. Ken's voice sounded full of praise. It must have been very difficult to gather such high-quality wool. "You did well. Even Jinung has to admit when recalling the scene of gathering wool. It really is tough. The wool drop rate is incredibly low." He held up the card and explained, "This is the Moria Empire Citizen Certificate. It's just the beginning. You'll need to accumulate more reputation points." Holding the card in his hand, he was reminded of this and thought of the badge he received from the monster hunting team. The card shows a standard Moria Empire Citizen Certificate, classified below the Sudra caste, not for imperial citizens, helping maintain basic goodwill with the populace and transferable to other players. Jin Zheng quickly glanced at it and wondered, "Sudra, is that a caste name? It sounds so strange." He went outside, and Saka laughed so hard he cried, constantly teasing. "Sudra, Sudra, the owner. You don't understand what that word means, so you asked out of curiosity." "Huh? What's going on?" Kaka still couldn't stop laughing, clutching his stomach. "The master is Sudra. Did you eat something wrong? What's going on? If it's something funny, tell me about it." The battle on the monster hunt side continues fiercely, with rocks flying relentlessly towards them and the sounds of everyone shouting. Damn it, these demons are too strong. We can't hold out any longer. Sehoi silently thought helplessly. It's only been a short time since Yan left, and we've already been pushed back this far, as expected, without Yan. In the end, she had to make the decision to retreat, leaving the Saranga plain behind, but then Se pondered that we could defend more effectively from the Libelia highlands. But if the highland falls, the Empire's border will be in danger, and until then, we can only hope Yan will return soon. Dong watched the situation through the system monitor with concern. It's really chaotic. Violin also agrees. That's right, the northern area is clearly being overwhelmed by the monster wave. He stroked his chin and then continued. But that's not all. Have you heard the rumors? With the Demon King's tower opening, more and more people want to switch to the evil race. She raised her hand and turned her body slightly, saying relievedly, "Luckily, no one in our guild does that. Losing just one person now would be a big loss, so we're quite fortunate." Hearing this, Du Hun sighed in agreement. That's right, once players change their race, they automatically leave the guild, so it's very rare to see members of top guilds do that. However, more and more experts outside of any guild are turning into demons. Philin observed and concluded that the additional stats gained from being a demon are truly very appealing. He lowered his head in despair, as those who become demons are more likely to join the demon faction, and the frontline defenses against the upcoming monster wave will soon collapse. If more demon players join the fight, the battle will definitely tilt in favor of the demons. Maybe this is exactly the scenario the developers hoped for, but Du-hun only chuckled loudly for a moment, and things weren't quite that bad. The race change quest is not easy, and most players who switch to demon race will be around level 170. He analyzed carefully, and it will probably take about a week before the number of demon players increases significantly. We won't have to face the players right away, so until then we can only hope Yan returns soon. Meanwhile, Jin Sung is holding his head in frustration. What? You dare call me a lowly slave? Which game dares to set such a low price? Let players top up money? Stop laughing or I'll confiscate all the meatballs. Oh, I'm not afraid, master. Bat immediately interjected to warn you. No, messing with the meatballs is serious. If you ignore the meatballs, you'll regret it. Threatened, Saka had no choice but to agree. Jin clenched his card tightly, muttering to himself, but if he completed this mission, he thought he might finally shake off the label. Ordinary commoners. Your eyes scan everywhere, thinking to yourself, but it is this detailed and vast world that truly makes the unicorn so captivating. There's so much to explore and never enough to discover. The mission is important, but let's fully enjoy the world the developers have painstakingly built. Maybe I'll find some hidden secrets in a place like this. Jin Zheng carries the two-spirit beast on his back, Ha Kuyet Tam. All right, let's try this place. Let's go. Standing in front of the weapon and grocery store, he was full of curiosity, hoping there was something interesting inside. The shop was filled with warm yellow light, with bottles, clocks, and mysterious artifacts displayed everywhere. Jindong picks up an item and ponders. This antique shop could be considered a high-end casino. The prices might be higher than usual, but the good thing is I can use my knowledge to evaluate the items. Is it because it's my first time here? Many things look strange. The prices are a bit steep, but then Jinzung responds to himself, "It's okay, I'm just feeling a bit flush right now." Suddenly, someone from behind steps forward to welcome you into my shop. Are you looking for something, traveler? I don't have anything specific in mind. I'm just interested in antiques, and this shop looked interesting, so I stopped by to take a look. He proudly boasted, "This is the place where he displays rare treasures collected over 450 years of wandering the islands, and there's no other shop like his in the world." Hearing that, Jin Chung was surprised and thought to himself, "Wait, he's 450 years old. Is he still human?" Jinanovan continued to speak. "That's right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Renovance." At the same time, the system displays a notification. Friendliness towards Renovance, the antique shop owner in Kapila City, increases by 10 points, and the chance to receive high-quality items when buying antiques rises by 1.5%. The boy appears friendly. "I'm Yan," I think to myself. "Increase the rate?" Interacting socially with NPCs always brings positive results. Jenning confidently feels good about this trip. Today, I have to get soaked to succeed. Then you go straight to the main point. "Renovance, do you have anything special you'd like to suggest to me?" he asked back. "A suggestion? What kind of item are you looking for?" You're not hesitating to respond. Anything is fine. Genovan's face grew thoughtful as he heard Jin Zhong's request, as long as the item was interesting. Then he chuckled happily and said, "That's interesting. Most customers only focus on weapons, so there's nothing exciting about that. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Well done." Then he reached out and pulled Manga down. A door opens. Gnenavan excitedly announces, "I will open the third floor just for you." Jindong stared in awe as his voice echoed steadily. "This is my secret collection." Gnenavan spread his arms and invited, "Feel free to choose whatever you like." Immediately, the system displayed a series of notifications. You have entered the Kapila antique shop and accessed the hidden area. Your reputation increases by 3,500, and you can buy up to 3 items per visit. After purchasing, you have to wait a while before buying again. You step inside slowly, looking around in awe. Wow! These items are much better quality than on the first floor. Too bad the purchase limit is as strict as a demon slave shop, Kaka suddenly exclaimed. Jin Sung was still hesitating over that one. What should I choose? I want to find some accessories and shoes with good stats, right? The chicken immediately rushed over, urging, "Owner, I'll buy this one." Jin Sung rubbed his face and asked again, "What is it?" Big Brother seriously replied, "In an antique shop, what else could it be but an heirloom?" He replied naively, "Yeah, that's true. It clings tightly to the item in its hand, and my intuition tells me this must be a treasure. So buy it." The owner stands with his hands on his hips, deep in thought. Yeah, that's true. Kaga always has accurate judgment. It's hard to explain, but maybe he realized how rare this item is. Then Jin Sung happily agreed. "All right, let's go with that. Kaga, I trust you." It proudly shouted, "Kaga, Kaga, trusted," and Sieka continued flying to find another item. Suddenly it stopped, pointing in one direction. "That's the item." I brought a wooden box and a bracelet and said, "This is it. These two are the best." Jin Sung also looked amazed. Oh, he happily hugged it tightly and praised. "You're truly my brother. Choosing you at the slave market was the right decision." Jinung started to have dark thoughts, but I'm not satisfied with just 2 items. I'll clear out the whole first floor. "Kaga, I trust you." It flies around grabbing items while complaining. The owner plans to drain me dry? But after a while, Big Brother still managed to pick up quite a few things. Jin Hung looked at the pile of spoils excitedly. "I will take everything here." You place both hands on the table, eyes full of anticipation. "Now let's open them together." As you open each item, the system reports successively. You have successfully appraised the artifact. You have successfully appraised a legendary item. You have successfully appraised an excellent item. My intuition increased by 5 points, luck by 1. Jinung immediately thought, maybe I've underestimated gambling all this time. "Brother, from now on I have to make the most of it." Brother pinches my cheek to warn me. "Master, this is what you call gambling addiction." It begins to explain. Today was just luck, plus the 30% discount, so I made a profit. If I bought at the right price, I wouldn't make much profit. Get a grip. Jin Sung scratches his head. "Oh, so you focused on the 3 main items. Now it's time to appraise the high-quality goods." Jinung lifts the 2 items and requests an appraisal, a dazzling golden light emanating from them. The system immediately displays a message. You have successfully identified the legendary item. You immediately think to yourself, oh, this is a pretty good magic item with decent options. I could sell it for a high price, or if the master wants, I could sell it cheaply to her. Jinung focuses on observing what this book is, the Korean Chronicles. Suddenly, the box vibrated with a blinding light, causing both of them to be astonished. He frowns and confirms, just as I expected. Although I was initially a bit skeptical, my memory was correct. The box slowly opens, revealing a mysterious item inside. The system immediately notifies you that you have successfully appraised a legendary item. You receive the Royal Seal of St. Lun King. Jinjun gasped, eyes wide open. Oh, the Royal Seal. I really hit the jackpot, Jindung thought to herself as she held the item in her hand. This is a legendary artifact, an essential item for building a nation. I heard that in the past only 2 players from the central continent possessed it. Maybe they gained a huge amount of points from the war tower or defeated dungeon bosses. I also had to go through crazy things to get it. I didn't expect to find it here. Truly lucky. The bright future ahead seems to be unfolding before your eyes. Although the Royal Seal isn't mandatory for claiming kingship or establishing a nation, possessing it will help the country develop rapidly from the moment it's founded. Now let's check out the description. It's classified as a legendary artifact. The holder will gain extraordinary leadership skills. Receiving 1 million reputation points will also boost other attributes. The more Jinung reads the attribute table, the harder it is to hide his excitement. A legendary item truly belongs to a different level, and the 35% boost to leadership ability is extremely useful. All the summoned monsters are at legendary level, and my leadership ability is too weak, making me exhausted. Suddenly, I became excited and hugged the dragon beside me tightly. You're truly the cutest, so incredibly adorable. Before I could react, you were already touching me all over. Ah, master, stop right there. The joyful moment has passed, and doubt begins to creep in, but something feels off. Why is the story of St. Lun King in the antique shop when I was about to meet him myself? Oh, well, I'll find out when I meet him. Let's go, before it's too late and we have to gather everyone. Soon we arrive at the magnificent challenge gate. Jin Zheng, full of excitement, is suddenly hit with a cold splash. What? I'm not allowed to enter the trial gate. Kenvin clearly shows his disgust as he raises his hand to stop. That's right. A lowly Sudra daring to come near here? At least one person must accompany him to enter. Soldiers, throw him out. Everyone in front of us is brimming with murderous intent, forcing Jin Zheng to step back. All right, I'm going right now. Your mind was truly shaken to the core. What the hell is that? Why is a level 400 NPC appearing here? Jin Zheng, with nowhere to vent his anger, lashes out in frustration, just wanting things to go smoothly. Why is it so difficult? What is Maxachia? The names of the factions here are really strange. The Kai family group behind burst into laughter after witnessing everything, and I feel happy seeing the owner being insulted. You're so angry your eyes are about to pop out and attack. The master is insulted and the subordinate says that? So, do you know what Sachio is? He raised his hand to calmly explain that question. Chiaya is equivalent to a knight of the Maurya Empire. The current level of the owner, Sudra, is the lowest rank among commoners. Chachia is 2 levels higher. Jinung stands at the bottom of the hierarchy, looking up in despair. Huh. So I have to climb 2 steps at once. The answer is too detailed, making his mind slightly suspicious. But how does Kai know everything? His thoughts were swallowed back to probe the main issue. So do you know how to become a Sachia? Kai immediately proposed a solution. You need to accumulate merit for the Maurya Empire. Jinung just wanted to probe, but unexpectedly the other person was able to answer. He already knew about this. Not only that, he also outlined a detailed plan. You can register as a Maurya soldier and go monster hunting in the southern outskirts to earn merit. He closes his eyes and sinks into his own inner world. With his background, there's about 2 weeks, maybe 10 days left. You must complete all the missions before joining the suppression team. The next second, Jinung excitedly rushes forward. Thinking too much is useless. I need to act immediately. First, I will go register as a soldier. You try to speed up to keep up with that rushing stream of thought. From now on, every second is incredibly precious. We will have to race against time. To do that, Min needs trustworthy teammates to fight alongside him. Elsewhere, countless monsters are surrounded by fierce flames. Rumier stands in the middle using her staff to control the fire. The people behind watch everything erupt in excitement. Truly, Remia alone wiping out the entire group of monsters like that is really impressive. She lazily relaxes, basking in the admiration. Today, she has once again left everyone in awe. Listen to the cheers. Look closely into Ria's eyes, where a flicker of dissatisfaction flashes, but it's still not enough. Destroying a few hundred weak monsters like this isn't satisfying at all. Going all out doesn't feel fun. There's no excitement or sense of achievement. Compared to back then, when I followed that crazy player through hellish monster hunts, this is way too easy, too relaxed. The flood of memories rushes back as if everything just happened yesterday. And back then, the harshness was so intense, I thought I could die at any moment. But it was precisely that which allowed me to perform at my absolute best. A team-based experience you can't find anywhere else. It's truly exciting to challenge yourself to the limit. She sinks into her own world, unaware of the strange looks around her. Right now, this kind of trivial monster hunting no longer interests her. Suddenly, a notification appeared for Remia. What's going on? Someone just appeared on the screen with a quick message. Hello, Remia. How have you been lately? Actually, I need Ramir's help with something. Sorry, but could you help me? At the same time, Huni is about to enter the decisive phase of the battle against the monster. All right, Mrs. Lamb, the cooldown time is only 10 seconds left. Just as he was about to unleash his move, the screen suddenly interrupted with a notification. Are you telling me to retreat when I give the signal? Why is this guy bothering me at my busiest time? What is happening now? The messages keep popping up one after another. I won't bother explaining in detail because you're probably busy. I'm on a necessary mission to stop the invasion of the demon army. To succeed, I need the best teammate I know, and more importantly, someone who can work seamlessly with me. I'll be direct. This monster hunt is on a completely different level from the ones before. Both of them read each word seriously, but I believe that if it's Ramir and if it's Dewey Hun, we can definitely conquer this goal together. Of course, the reward will be quite generous for the difficulty level. If you decide to join, everyone should rest well beforehand. In 7 hours, meet me at the Pira Domain Square in front of the Lord's Castle. I will be waiting for your answer. If you decide to come, everyone will definitely not regret it. A few hours later, the group gathers at the designated spot, and Huni quietly observes those present, naturally guessing he's not the only one he was called to see. But I didn't expect him to invite the top mage Ramia and the leading priest Levia as well. How are they connected? He spoke up first to break this awkward situation. HRSS, why hasn't Jan arrived yet? It's only 2 minutes until the meeting time. Dahun chuckled and playfully teased right away. Have you ever seen Yan be late for a meeting? Why are you so nervous? Worried. Huni honestly admits it without any pretense. Of course I'm worried. What kind of mission would require Yan to assemble such a team? I can't even imagine how brutal this monster hunt will be. Rimia is also in the same situation, silently wondering why she's so tense. Levia suddenly peeked her head up from behind, asking how Ramaya was feeling too. Lost in her own world and suddenly interrupted, she was startled and stammered. Huh. Inside Ramia's mind, she couldn't help but marvel at how unexpectedly perceptive this reserved girl was. Yet on the surface, she still tried to appear calm despite her trembling hands. Oh no, I'm not that nervous. By the way, why did Levia join this team? She hesitated for a long time before shyly revealing that she was on a mission and needed Jan's help, thinking that if she helped him first, she might be rewarded in return. Rimia nodded slightly, understanding the situation, so that's how it was, and her inner feelings were a bit awkward, as she'd never seen this side of her before, so she had no idea how to react. All right, now I need to focus on the immediate mission and not worry about trivial matters anymore. I already know how to prepare myself mentally for monster hunting with Yan. Suddenly, a bright blue light burst out before their eyes. Huh? Why is a teleportation gate opening all of a sudden? Jin Xiong appears covered in dust, trying to steady his breath and identify who is here. Everyone's here now? Thanks, I definitely won't let you all down this time. Rimia looked at that figure and immediately understood what the other had just done. This monster said it was going to rest, but it just finished clearing out the monsters. The unfamiliar character beside suddenly caught Jinyoung's attention, but I see there's a new face here. Du-hun quickly stepped forward to introduce her, saying this is Levia, who has been supporting our guild for some time. She smiled brightly and greeted warmly. Hello, I am Levia. Hearing the familiar name, you immediately recognize it. Hey, the head priest is very pleased to meet you. I am Yan, and adding more people only strengthens Jin Zheng's confidence. All right, with this team we can easily earn 6,000 contribution points. No more beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the main issue. Everyone hurry into the portal. It only stays open for 2 minutes. I will explain the entire plan after we get to the other side. But let me tell you now, the other side of the gate will be hell that no one has ever experienced before. The group quickly stepped through the teleportation gate. They just arrived and were immediately introduced by Jin Zheng. All right, let me explain why everyone is gathered here. According to the hidden quest chain I received, to win the Imperial War, we need the Holy Crown of the Holy King, one of the supreme divine artifacts of the gods. So I have started the quest to find it here. However, to continue the mission, I need to increase my rank by 2 levels from my current status, which means earning 6,000 achievement points through monster hunting. But everything is progressing too quickly, forcing him to change his plans. The battle situation is increasingly unfavorable for the human side, and at this rate, I won't be able to complete the mission in time. Du-hun naturally also knew those things and slowly responded. Clearly, the balance is tipping heavily in favor of the enemy. In just 1 week, the players transforming into demons will join the battle, and at that point, the demon side will almost certainly win. Jin and the others work together to steer the story forward. I believe no one here wants to see humanity fail. Fortunately, I have a teleportation orb that can bring other players here in 2 minutes. That's why I invited everyone to help with the mission. I believe your abilities are enough to help me complete it on time. The lengthy explanations are over, now they're ready to set out. Let's begin the hellish glory hunt. It will be tough, but the reward will be well worth it. The fiery passion suddenly turns into excitement. I will join, of course. I'm feeling restless and itchy. Jin Zheng grabbed the other's hand and went with the flow. Friends are meant to do things like this together. Of course, Ramaya wants to join, but she still acts proud on the surface. Few people can keep up with his crazy monster hunting style, so I also want to join, Huni quickly affirmed, sensing his position was about to be challenged. Yan, no one works with me more in sync than I do. Levia raised her hand to her chin, pretending to ponder, but if An arrives here through the teleportation gate, unless he opens it again, we can't go back. Only then do we realize Jin Sung's true intentions. Oh, right, she's right. You're no longer pretending, your face clearly shows your cunning. It's easy to be precise, but pulling it off isn't simple. So please do your best in the hunt. When you reach 6,000 achievement points, I will take everyone back whether you want to stay or not. Because everyone is a precious teammate who will stand with me to stop the invasion of the demon army at the Moria Empire dungeon, where countless monsters are attacking wildly, Jin Young, as the leader, gives extremely precise orders. Hun casts a wide area slow spell, pulling the knight out into a snake. Huni's hand suddenly erupts with a purple glow of mysterious power. Understood, Yan. He unleashes all his strength to strike the target. Each person is assigned clearly according to their unique traits, with Jin Zheng in charge. Levia uses a wide area healing spell. The giant cross appears along with a spreading source of healing energy. The plan you devised truly keeps every member on their toes. Rimia is ready for a major attack at noon. She raises her staff high, her body engulfed in flames, prepared. The very next second, Rimia launched her decisive attack on the monsters. Everything was unfolding exactly as Xinzong hoped, now just time to wipe out the remaining ones. You suddenly notice there are still survivors amidst the rain of bombs and bullets. Damn it, are those heavy armored soldiers? I didn't expect them to withstand my entire attack combo. Humans are smarter, so they're harder to deal with. Those dead gods suddenly surrounded those soldiers from nowhere. Damn it. They hover in front of the armored soldiers, emitting a terrifying sound. Will you share the same fate as me? Jinung was very excited to see that move. Is that the Shadow Mage's counterattack skill? You turn to Huni, who just used his ability, and secretly praise him. This guy has some tactical sense too. Moreover, Levia is using her healing skill very effectively, not overhealing and wasting resources, which is a common mistake among many priests. I never expected our first team formation to go so smoothly. This setup is even better than I hoped. Then I can act more freely now. Jindung glanced at her teammate leaning on her shoulder and encouraged him. Don't you get bored, HRSS? Let's team up and take down some monsters. Du-hun has been fighting for a while and is starting to tire. I'm about to collapse. But since we've come this far together, let's wipe them all out. Jinsung's sharp spear will finish off the last monster. Is everyone okay? The rest of the team also looks very excited. It's even easier than the last hunt. Even someone like me is feeling relaxed. It's tough, but we can still get through it. Only Levia feels like something's off. But it's strange. The dungeon completion rate is over 90%, but we still haven't seen any named monsters appear. Didong has been so focused on fighting that she was reminded and started to think. Now that she mentions it, I realize it's really strange. Du-hun remembered the mechanism that fans had been curious about. Not every dungeon has a hidden boss room, right? The more it went on, the more his face became unpleasant. That's usually how it is. Jindung looked around and then pointed ahead. That way looks like the path to the boss room. The situation that arose made him fall into deep thought. It was clear there would be many traps triggered when entering, but there was no trap expert in the team. There's no other choice but to use the trap detection scroll. Big brother next to me suddenly jumped around excitedly to get attention. Master, you don't need to use it. I will activate all the traps to disable them. Just leave it to me. Jin, let that little dragon go ahead to clear the way quickly. Hey, stop Kaka. What if you get caught in the trap? We've been living together for so long and you still don't know anything about each other. It's making him furious. Oh my God. The master doesn't understand the abilities of their subordinate at all. Have they forgotten? I only take damage from light-based attacks. Jinzong suddenly seemed to wake up from a daze. Oh right, brother always feels itchy all over and just wants to prove himself. Watch me now. Master. As soon as it finished speaking, it charged straight through the countless traps. The crowd stared in awe. Oh, that adorable creature, but it seems like it's completely unharmed. Big brother emerges from the thick smoke, striking a cool pose as if everything was easily done. Jin Hyung happily praises the savior, praising him to the skies. Well done, big brother. You always get entrusted with the important tasks. All right, let's keep going. Soon, the group arrived in front of the rustic wooden bridge. For someone with a fear of heights like you, this is a huge challenge. Even though I know it's just a game, looking down still makes me dizzy. I can't take another step. Remia's face turned pale as she found herself in the same situation. I can't go any further. I'm afraid of heights and can't move. Seeing everyone hesitate, Levia had to speak up to urge them on. What's wrong with everyone? Hurry up. If the boss counterattacks, the hunt will be ruined. The others stared in shock as the figure sped past them. What is this? It looks just like a martial arts movie? She's truly extraordinary. Thanks to Jin Shung's guidance, he quickly followed the move without needing a rope bridge. Just riding the horse was fastest. He intended to be a hero and save the beauty, reaching out his hand. Remia, go ahead. The other members all raised their hands in protest. Yan, you're really too much. Are you serious? It's obviously favoritism. Jin looks helpless and promises to do his best. You two can use the suspension bridge or wait for the film to resume. Once you arrive, Ramir carefully jumps down from its back, and before you can even recover, you hear a panicked voice echoing. Yan, Remia, if they dare to delay, quickly rush forward and check what's going on. What's wrong with Levia? Levia looked serious and stared intently. I found the boss of this dungeon. Camilo sat confidently in his chair, laughing out loud. Who dares to invade my mountain lair? Xindong had never seen such a brazen traitor, unable to keep his mouth shut. Outsmarting him was truly daring. He waited too long for prey, and then rushed here to face me. King of Mountains Camilo with bulging muscles raising his sword, ready to strike. My teammate hasn't arrived yet, leaving Jin Jung in a tough spot. Damn it. There's no more time to wait for Huni and H, so I have to turn to the two girls beside me and suggest a temporary urgent plan. For now, we have to handle this ourselves. Now, until Huni and HRSS arrive, Ramia acts without realizing the danger. No need to stall anymore. With my magic, I will suddenly have something that streaks past her at the speed of light. Ah, Camilo's henchmen stand firm, blocking the way. You fools don't even think about getting any closer to our boss. We'll deal with you all. Jin Dung keeps watching as they keep jumping numbers. Henry didn't see any named monsters appear. This is the kind of tricky dungeon where bosses and named monsters show up at the same time. First, I need to provoke the named monsters to keep them focused. Then, you unleash your ultimate skill. Bagi advances. Jinzong tries his best to utilize all available resources. Levia, I will use the provoke skill. Got it? It opened its mouth and roared, unleashing overwhelming power. Bagi's taunt activated its unique skill. The roar of the Azure Dragon. Camilo chuckled aloud at that teasing attack. You think I and my subordinates would fall for that provocation? Just look, they all have their movement speed greatly reduced. But it seems the effect brought by Papaji hasn't satisfied Jinung. Truly a boss. Their strong status resistance makes it impossible to attack recklessly with only a 15% reduction. First, take down the two monsters separated on either side. Eliminate them one by one to isolate Camelop. As soon as he thought of it, he charged straight toward the target. All right, Jinjung's excitement is clearly visible on his face. It's been a while, hasn't it? Ramir grits his teeth as he uses magic to block the attack, while Levia closes her eyes tightly, focusing on healing her teammates. Huni's group rides on Phi's back, trying to increase their speed to reach their friends and fight together. At the same time, gentle sunlight bathes some skyscraper. Truly impressive. D-Chan sat in front of the computer screen, unable to hide his excitement. Undeniably the most annoying player Kai Lan, and also an unofficial top summoner. Witnessing this performance firsthand. If this were a live stream, I'd probably spend all my salary on donations. Ui Hoan stepped up from behind with a sharp blow to the other person's back. No wonder your salary keeps disappearing. That's why you're still living in that tiny apartment, you fool. He was startled when caught red-handed. Why are you hitting me? This is workplace violence. Ui Hoan, who already disliked that person, now hates him even more. And as for why everyone admires those super impressive performances, it just means we have to work overtime all the more. That Yang guy has ruined our plans so many times. D-Chan caught Thop teasing him. Why are you like this? You're supposed to be the star of the planning team. Deputy Kim Yu Wai Hoan is treated like the team leader, but is so weak. He knows he's a bit clumsy, closes his eyes to calm himself. Now Kailan is undergoing a major update. I really hate seeing meticulous plans ruined by those game-addicted guys. He's one of them too. Anyway, Dui-chan, do you understand why I called you to the surveillance room? Jan looked at the screen behind him and easily guessed. Yes, it's probably about those hackers I just mentioned, especially regarding balancing with the demon faction's mechanical vans, right? Wei Hoan stands with arms crossed, his eyes fixed intently on the opponent. Yeah, good. You're showing some promise. Then your schedule for the next 3 days will be canceled. Starting tomorrow, you will report directly to the supervision department. Your task is to analyze the combat strength of the top human players and Jan's team over the next 3 days, and prepare a report for the second meeting next week. This mission just happens to align perfectly with Jay Chan's secret wish, knowing there's a reason he had me monitor Jan's team. The top players from each faction are all gathered here. That is a golden opportunity to assess the current strength of the top human players. Returning to the two of them, Huni quickly runs forward. Du-hun looked at the sky filled with smoke and dust in horror. Has the boss fight already started? Jinung skillfully dodged the attacks on this side. To everyone's surprise, Sheree took the opportunity to fly behind and prepare a sneak attack. But when he swung his sword down, he only hit a strange purple bubble. Huh? Everyone gather your strength to support him. Just in time, Huni was there to block that attack, take them down. Both of them decide to team up and clear out the monsters, thinking that having an extra mage will be enough to beat us. Huni supports me, while the others hold back the boss. Du-hun was also on the stage now, blocking the giant blade with both hands. So, let's add another warrior to support us. The fiery blood boiling inside me still feels more at ease with you supporting me. He smiles softly, bringing absolute reassurance. Just trust me. When the situation changes, of course, the combat strategy will change as well. Levia. Support hot. She immediately receives the order, radiating a healing blue light. Understood. You assign clear roles to each member. Hun, you know what to do, right? We'll focus all our damage from the start to take them down quickly. BPI lets out a roar that must end within 20 seconds. They are slowed by the provocation, each taking their position and attacking together, supporting each other to increase their strength. Jinjung's spear, empowered by Huni, becomes even more terrifying. You timed your attack perfectly to catch the enemy off guard and strike, revealing their weakness. That last blow dealt a critical hit to the bandit leader. How easily they could have been taken down. Damn it, but this weak attack won't kill me. Because everything was part of the plan, Jinjung had no intention of fighting back. No, you were hit at all 3 weak points by the Shadow Mark attack, you're doomed. At the same time, he begins the countdown to his death. 3, 2, 1. A brilliant purple light radiates from his chest. Boom! Due to the stacking of marks, the sky's HP continues to decrease rapidly. Still, Charette refused to give up. This much isn't enough, Jinjung said with a cunning look standing nearby, reminding him. But your blood is already below 20%, and even now he still refuses to accept the truth. No, you are extremely excited by those displays and firmly believe in them. That's right, Pip-Pa-Paji, the greedy predator, that last move completely finished Chet. The first victory was too easy for Huni. Well done, one has been defeated. Ramaya's first time mastering this style leaves fans in awe. Wow, using the Dark Seal technique like that? It's usually considered useless. If you don't master the skill perfectly and coordinate well with your teammates, you'll never pull it off. That's right, Yan. Duhan here is holding the shield tightly to block the attack. He clenched his teeth and kept calculating in his mind. With Levia's healing ability, we can hold out but still have no chance to counterattack. Levia seemed to read my thoughts and quickly announced, I will help. Duhan hadn't had time to process the information, and his voice revealed his disbelief. How is you, Levia, a healer priest? She maintains a calm expression as a powerful energy column gradually forms in her hand. I will send you back to the higher realm in a single strike. The dazzling light lit up the entire area. That guy is no match. He quickly went down. The group behind, pale and trembling, huddled together. Remia was stunned, going from one surprise to another horror. Dichan on the other side of the screen also watched in amazement as the healer priestess, who usually only heals, suddenly launched a fierce attack when she saw an opening. It's truly amazing. As expected, the top priest isn't to be underestimated. The boss fight here seems to be going smoothly. That one looks so familiar. Oh ho. The familiar figure of Jia Han suddenly appears as he speaks, and this is more interesting than I thought. Mahandu sat confidently on his throne, praising his subordinate. Well done, Li Rahan. Rahan kneels on one knee respectfully and responds, Thank you, Demon King. His voice steadily echoed throughout the room. Finally, you have met the requirements to attain the noble title. Except for one request, she kept her eyes lowered without any intention to oppose. Yes, my Lord Demon King. I will complete the task you assigned and return immediately. I am counting on you, Li Rahan. Once you pass the final test, you will officially become a noble of the demon realm. I trust you will not let me down. Jiahan turned and walked away, full of determination. I will not disappoint your expectations. Moments later outside, fierce lightning bolts continuously struck the familiar figure from the magic circle. The entire palace was quickly engulfed in a dangerous red glow, with each strike hitting Jiahan directly. I don't know how long it has been, but the notification sounded again, and you have met the requirements to continue the mission. The Blood Oath. 4 mission has begun, and through countless pain, her eyes grew even more complicated. Good, with this I am closer to the noble title. Now my strength has surpassed my previous limits. Just wait, I will become a true noble and lead the demon race to victory, to prove to everyone why I am the top player, especially you, Summoner Y-On, the one who humiliated me. I will personally destroy you and your Green Flower Guild's territory. Daisung suddenly felt a cold wave run down his spine, and his mind was filled with big question marks. What? Why do I suddenly feel goosebumps? Is this not a status effect? Duhun noticed his teammate's distracted expression and reminded him, What do we do next, Yan? That comment just snapped you out of your thoughts, damn it. I shouldn't lose focus while the boss is still alive. Janung immediately regains his composure, rushes over quickly, and continues attacking and taunting the monster. Levia continues healing the Yuanghuni, boosts the Death Knight, then sends it rushing forward. Rimia pours all her mana into her ultimate to quickly dodge away. As soon as the words finished, Ramir unleashed a fierce blaze toward the target. With the combined effort of the entire team, Camilo finally erupted in a raging fire. He was completely enraged and swung his axe at them. You bastards! Jinsung's pleasures also joined the battle at that moment. He clenched his weapon tightly, ready to deliver the final blow. Good, it's almost over. Finish them off with a lethal blow. A system notification sounded immediately after, informing you that you had defeated the Camelot dungeon boss. Jin Sung looked at his worn weapon and let out a relieved sigh. Finally done. Everyone looks exhausted. Except for Livia, she still seems as lively as usual. All right, since we cleared the dungeon faster than expected and earned quite a few points, let's take a short break in real life. After all, mental health is important, and with our team being large, tension can build up and lead to conflicts. Jin Dung leisurely sits in front of the computer, contemplating each notification. Switching to become a demon race will completely change the tactical situation. Looking at the revealed privileges, this power is truly formidable. Becoming a pure blood demon allows the use of extremely powerful demon magic, equips demonic items, and importantly, all combat stats are transferred to the demon system, increasing strength by about 1.3 times compared to before. Pure-blooded demons also find it easier to advance to nobility than half-demons, and they also receive respect from lower-level demons and special missions instead of regular leveling challenges. Being able to accumulate demonic energy much faster, with such an overpowered privilege, surely everyone would want to change their race. He frowned slightly, lost in his thoughts. As usual, they only see one side of the story. Even if he becomes a pure-blooded demon, he loses more than he gains. Why can't they understand that? Not only will he lose the guild, the title, and the territory he built, but also his skill proficiency and all attacks will be affected by his magic resistance stat. A 30% increase in combat stats is just enough to balance things out. Yeah, well, everyone has their own opinion, so I should stock up on magic resistance items for later. In the end, the outcome of the evening battle will prove everything. A few minutes break is already too long for Jin Zung. All right, we're done resting, let's continue. Inside the game, the monster corpses are scattered everywhere, all of them lifeless. Sweating profusely, I think I'm about to reach my limit. My legs are trembling. I'm not the only one like this, am I? Turns out, my teammate behind me is even worse off than I am. Of course not. I'm about to die right here. Remia has completely collapsed. It's been a long time since she went hunting with Jan, truly hard to keep up. At this point, only Levia remains radiant like at the beginning. I'm still fine. Huni is tired, secretly sighing inwardly. Wait, how is she still so healthy? She looks even more energetic than at the beginning. Jinjung didn't even bother to rest and reached out, miscalculating. We still need about 170 achievement points. I think we can finish the rest on the way to level up. You all did a great job. Rimia's whole body trembles as she struggles to stand up. This time we finished without anyone passing out halfway. You look at those nearly collapsing legs and chuckle teasingly. She just fainted. How could someone so proud admit and argue right away? I was just closing my eyes for a moment. Huni is being helped but still trying to act tough. Too bad, it ended 2 days earlier than planned. I still want to go hunting with Jan. Jin Dongkyu even didn't show a hint of cunning in his eyes. Is that so? Then let's go hunting some more. No one dares to secretly meet before this savage demon anymore. Please forgive us. Since the mission is complete, I won't keep anyone here any longer. I will level up now. Everyone can follow me to use your merit points to shop or return immediately. I will open a portal for everyone. Du-hun also has other matters to attend to, and expressed that I should go back first to prepare for the evening battle at the guild hall. Huni has reached his limit of endurance and also wishes to withdraw. I need to get a good sleep first. Remier, busy with countless matters, was forced to deal with them. Due to ongoing reports of unfavorable developments, I will return to the battlefield. Only Livia is completely the opposite. I want to continue helping Jan with the mission. The unexpected situation caught Jin Sung off guard and made her feel a little scared. The first time we went together, he kept up with my pace, and from start to finish, he showed no signs of fatigue. His control remained steady. On the surface, he looked confused, scratching his head as he looked for an excuse to refuse. I really appreciate it, but the mission I'm on can't be done as a team. Maybe she anticipated my answer, so she wasn't too surprised. Then I guess I have to go back. Seeing the ancestor agree to leave, Jin Sung felt a little relieved. Yes, I see. Are you constantly struggling in your mind? Is it because I'm imagining it, or does Levia really want to stay with me? Jindung waved her hand and a deep blue light surged forth. All right, I'll open the gate now. Before leaving, Levia hesitated and turned back to ask, Jan, can I ask you for a favor? You could already tell that the other party had an ulterior motive, which is why you wanted to stay earlier. What is it? This is my first time asking for help from someone else, so I hesitated a bit. Once you finish your current task, please help me with mine. Didung understood the principle of reciprocation and gladly agreed. All right, but what is the task? He silently thanks the other person 1,000 times. Thanks to Levia, I made progress faster than expected. She makes shy sounds that really irritate others, which is a pretty difficult task. He looks up at the figure gradually disappearing, marveling. There's no shortage of difficult tasks. A moment later, Leo saw the familiar face and erupted in rage. It's that commoner again. How dare you put your dirty foot here? That guy doesn't even know Jinung spent 5,000 contribution points and leveled up successfully earlier. Who's the real commoner now? Kneel and downgrade. A continuous stream of system notifications suddenly pours out. Player rank Yan Thung has been promoted from Vaya to Zachia and is now allowed to enter the palace. Meets the conditions to challenge the trial gate. I quickly bowed my face in apology. Please forgive me, Lord Yan. I accidentally insulted you without realizing it. Please forgive me. You're just waiting for the opportunity to push forward? What if I don't forgive you? Anyway, I can now enter the challenge gate, right? His attitude now is completely different from before, right? Yes, of course. Lord Yan Jinzhong doesn't want to waste any more time, so he goes straight to the point. Lead the way. I will enter now. Are there any rules or contents of the test I need to know in advance? Leo's only responsible for guiding, so it's naturally hard for him to understand the details. Sorry, we've never been in either, so we're not sure. But I heard that once you pass through the gate, you'll automatically understand everything, and the arrangement is just the way you like. Oh, at least this system is convenient and to my liking. They only walked a short distance before reaching the destination. It's over there. The challenge area is inside that rocky cave, as the announcer's voice echoes, stirring up the atmosphere. It's been a while since I last saw you all. I am MCH and a regular reporter for ETBC covering the game Keelan. And I am Lucian. We are broadcasting the spectacular Kayan World event. The battle was not broadcast live from the Sis Desert in the central continent. Both of them embraced each other tearfully, and finally it was broadcast on terrestrial television. We have worked very hard. Miss Lucia, please wink mischievously at the advertisement. Please like and subscribe to ETBC's game channel so everyone doesn't have to wait long. Let's get straight to the main event. Oh, right during the broadcast, the battle has already begun. The situation in the central continent was expected to favor the demon realm. The monster wave here is larger than in the northern continent, and the distance between the two portals is shorter, but surprisingly, the players are overwhelmingly in the lead. Because right here, the sound of the battle commander dominating the situation drowns out the commentator's voice. Well done. We have survived Kira's icy hell. Focus your attack while its skill is cooling down, as Lucia and the others quickly update information from above. The Titan Legion and leader Sagran have arrived at the battlefield, and just now, the high-level monster was defeated. Could this mean that the battle will end favorably for the humans? Hen works seamlessly with his colleagues, coordinating perfectly. If it were so easy, why would we even be here? According to sources, a major upheaval is imminent in this battle, as suddenly a system screen appears before Satjian, with eerie purple light emanating in response to the announcement. For the first time since the War of the Dynasty began, demon race players appeared, and in Lucia's panicked voice, countless demons descended. They're here. The players transformed into demons are led by Lai Rahan, Kailan's strongest warrior. Sada glances at the opponents in front of him with a hint of disdain. I thought he had quit the game after disappearing for a while, but unexpectedly he's back in the form of a demon. Jiahan didn't bother to waste words, just wanted to act immediately and wipe them out. From now on, Can will belong to the demon world. Lucia opened her eyes wide, extremely excited as the Imperial battle had entered a new stage. What will be the outcome of this battle? How will it end? Meanwhile, Jinzhong vaguely strides along the endless long road. Even though I came in here, I still don't know what this test is about. I can't bring my subordinates to ask the boss, and I can't wake up the resurrected living dictionary either. All right, big brother Kiki, who would have thought the living dictionary would be sleeping so soundly? Your mind was struggling inside. Are you asleep, big brother? In the end, the beast's part wins over the humans. Jinzhong immediately shook that dragon fiercely. Hey, wake up quickly. Its eyes are dazed and still haven't regained consciousness. What is this? Master, I am sleeping peacefully. Jinsung became even more annoyed and shook her shoulders tightly. What do you mean? How can you be sleeping? You never usually sleep. Big Brother was reminded and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. That's right, isn't it? Why am I sleeping? You keep bothering me and losing control. How could I know? It's afraid the other will go crazy, so it hurriedly explains. Kiki, I was just joking. Kaga's Shadow Clan can never sleep. This is the first time I've slept. Do you remember the ancient book I wanted to buy at the antique shop? Jin crossed his arms and tried to recall. The antique shop? That's right, the book you wanted to buy is the one about Cryan's history or something like that, right? Actually, that book is a legendary item that can unlock the unique skill. Sir, this shocking information suddenly excites you. So, you just swallowed that expensive item? Big Brother knows he can't change it, smiling cheerfully. That's right, Master. This is an investment in the future. Now that my unique skill has been unlocked, it will definitely help you in the future. Jin Sung's mind kept calculating the pros and cons rapidly. I was planning to buy books at the auction to unlock the seal for my brother, which would also complete my goal, but swallowing my owner's item without permission is going too far. I'll settle the score later. That's why you decided to overlook your anger. You owe me for this, kid. So what is the new skill? Big Brother was suddenly asked and widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? Master, check the skill carefully. Look behind you. Jin Sung immediately notices the unusual expression and catches on. Are you planning to ring the village bell? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the giant appearing behind them. What? Jin Sung immediately grabbed his weapon, alert. What's going on, sir? A bad feeling arose in his mind. I couldn't sense his presence at all. Soda kept a respectful distance, calmly stabilizing the situation. Calm down. I didn't come here to fight. Sorry for startling you. Are you the one who entered the challenge cave? Jin Sung raised his head and looked straight ahead as his brain rapidly processed information. Could this NPC be a judge? You haven't regained your composure yet and quickly stepped back a few paces. Yes, I came to take the test. Oh, it's been a long time since someone as outstanding as you appeared in the Moria Empire. It must be thanks to the grace of Saint King Jin Sung that I bow respectfully and greet him. I am Yan. Very pleased to meet you. In his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if that compliment was just because of his reputation. He slowly pointed to himself and introduced, I am Sua, a close aide to the 7th Holy King, and King Hisua of Steel. Follow me, and I will guide you through the test to meet the Holy King. I don't know how long they've been stopped, but we've reached the testing site. With your abilities, passing this test shouldn't be difficult. Let's begin now. A system notification quickly appears, and the illusion of the demon beast has appeared. Diendung carefully observes and silently assesses the target. They are lower level than the monsters outside Namek's province, but since they are named monsters, they won't be easy to deal with. Before it begins, Soda kindly reminds that this is an illusion of the demon lurking beneath the Dongsong Temple. Even with only half of its original power, it remains a formidable opponent. Now show me all your abilities. Returning to the battle on the other side, Jia Han's bamboo sword skill has been activated, and a single slash instantly shatters the opponent in front of him. The henchman behind her cheered wildly. This is amazing, Lyra Han. It's fantastic that you became a demon. She felt her blood boiling, and a satisfied smile appeared. Yes, sacrificing everything to gain this power was truly worth it. These fools haven't even adjusted their magic resistance. Soon they'll be slaughtered and become my sacrifices. Hui watched the scene with a cold body and a restless mind. This is bad, even without monsters. These dark demon gangs are too strong. With our current strength, we can't hold out. She shyly turned her head and announced, Sagren, I'm sorry to have to say this. Yeah, holding this position is really too much, and sticking to it will only cause us more losses. Satchian knows we can't be stubborn anymore, so he has to resort to the last measure. The entire army retreats, with Titan members supporting others to withdraw, while the demons laugh tears of blood at their opponent's next move. They are fleeing. I've never experienced this feeling as a human, so this is what victory tastes like. Jia Han ignored everything, scanning around for the last enemy, thinking he would meet Yan here. But where is he? Do I have to go north to his territory? No, he will definitely come. He's not the type to run away from such a big stage. Come on, this time I will crush you. Yan. The commentator's voice echoes loudly on the screen, full of excitement. As expected, the demon faction's involvement has turned the tide, and the humans are retreating. The Phylin group watches without daring to blink, afraid of missing anything, but they predict that once the demon players join the fight, the situation will instantly change. Not yet at the end, but the elves are losing all hope. What should we do now? Should we just give up like this? Duhuan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to wait for that person. Idiot. Do you think Yan came to Moria for no reason? He will definitely come back and turn the tide. When he does, victory will surely be ours. Inside the company office, the elevator had not fully opened when a shout of excitement was heard. Sorry, everyone, we have an urgent request for the testers. Currently, there is a player completing the mission at an unusually fast pace. To slow them down, we need to deploy emergency monster control. The staff thought it wasn't their business and didn't bother to care, but controlling the progress of the content isn't the responsibility of the planning team. Why do we have to deal with this now? Hui Huan already knew they would act like this and was prepared in advance. So I discussed with Director Choi that if you make the players fail this mission, we will reward extra days off and special overtime pay. Everyone was stunned speechless by that information. They should have said it from the beginning. The employees rushed forward to grab the rewards. That day off is mine. It's not fair, let me join too. Soon, someone had already entered the game transfer box. The system quickly displays a notification. Kai Lan has logged in. The Demon Lord is at the Dongsong Temple. The summoned monster has run out of HP. Phi spreads its wings wide from above and strikes powerfully downwards. but a moment of carelessness drains its energy, causing it to be hit by an enemy's arrow. The Grim Reaper seizes the opportunity and quickly prepares to deliver the final blow. Fien is now completely defenseless. Go get your lunchbox. Just as it falls freely, the opponent also takes a running start and soars up, and without hesitation, the Grim Reaper strikes down to send the film away to sell salt early. Jinseung used almost every trick, but the situation remained extremely unfavorable. Damn it. Both the bald-headed dragon and the film are gone. Those two monsters are the biggest troublemakers, and the one wielding the scythe can deal massive single-target damage at critical moments. And that LC-like monster is extremely annoying with its wide-area magic. Those 5 demons feel like they are being directly controlled by the player, not just anyone. They are extremely intelligent and coordinate seamlessly as a team. This fight is tougher than I thought. That doesn't make you discouraged, but instead fuels your fiery spirit. And that's what makes it interesting. All right, let's treat this as a full-scale 5-player PvP battle. Right now, in the control room, Taesung is sitting in front of the monitor, focused on observing. Actually, this is the first time we've directly controlled monsters to attack players. Considering the level and skill gap, even 5 ghostly spirits couldn't surpass it. Wei Hoan kept a serious and highly alert expression. If that player was so easily defeated, we wouldn't have had to resort to this method to see how things would unfold. Jinung is forced to fight on his own in the game, unleashing overwhelming power to strike at the enemy. As soon as I attacked, I sent one back to where it came from. Ah, damn it, I was the first to fall. Jinseung kept observing during the fight and silently deduced that instead of counterattacking when his teammate fell, those monsters immediately kept their distance from him. This must be a tactic, not the behavior of anyone. While you were distracted, another one took the opportunity to attack. Oh, it seems its attack attribute is darkness. If I can withstand a hit, I can determine its attribute exactly, but that's impossible now. I have no choice but to bet that it's a shadow type. Jinung had no time to hesitate and risk everything. Pipuji, it's your turn. Big brother, use your new skill. We will go together. We will take down that annoying LC first. They launched a wide-range attack with a destructive breath. The fierce battle between the two sides quickly unfolded. Unlike your group, those demons have to keep defending and can't continue attacking. Each of their members has a carefully coordinated task, with Jinung giving orders based on the actual situation. A blessing cloud from the abyss heals the entire team, glowing brightly and immediately following the power. Understood. Han is controlling the monster Lateros to participate in the battle, testing the wide-area healing ability of the summoned beast. Whether it's a dragon or a turtle, they're both troublesome. Yan must completely cut off their chance to counterattack. As soon as he finished thinking, he immediately focused his strength to eliminate the target. Jinseung watched all those actions unfold just as he expected. If they acted like humans, they would prioritize killing the troublesome support. His deduction was spot on. Puji, engrossed in her mission, suddenly notices the purple smoke surrounding her. Han raises his scythe high, ready to strike. Even if she guesses it, it's already too late. That blow caused Bat unbearable pain, her scream echoing loudly. It hurts so much, everything is going exactly as Jinseung planned. Brother, now unleash your strength and activate your unique skill. Nightmare Demon Do. Immediately, the system notification keeps popping up. Activating the Eternal Shadow Realm, reducing dark damage dealt to the team by 50%. He smirked with a satisfied smile as he recalled what happened earlier. I've checked all of Kaka's unique skills after he learned to sleep. If the Scythe Wielder truly belongs to the Shadow System, then Ka's skill will cut his damage in half or more, just as I expected. Bat, holding his head, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "Yeah, it doesn't hurt that much." Even though he expected it, Jinseung still couldn't help but be surprised. Reduced damage? Even with reduced damage, this burst attack is still deadly. You grit your teeth and wait for the right moment. Good. It's time Pip Pui, the Predator, activates. Hin thought victory was in hand, but was unexpectedly struck back painfully. What? The notification window keeps popping up repeatedly. The Don't Disturb skill has been activated while eating, creating a protective shield with durability 343, 762. The whole group charges forward with confidence. Don't underestimate Pipi's survival skills. Hanan saw the situation was getting tense and was about to turn away. Damn it. But it's never easy for the prey to escape. Where do you think you're running to? Let's play together. He subtly twitches the corner of his mouth in real life, feeling a faint sense of unease. We're doomed. This guy really is. In the game, the deafening explosion mixed with the system sounds as Lateros was defeated. The group behind, still stunned, watched in silence as Vu's face twisted in a tense expression. Hey Deputy Han, why were you taken down at such a crucial moment? Jin Seung's team turns around, smiling triumphantly at their opponents, now only 3 left. Let Vu be stubborn and want to fight to the end, but it's okay. Our level still dominates theirs. Focus and play seriously. The honor of the game testing team is at stake. We can't afford to lose to a single player. Everyone is determined to charge forward together, not letting the special bonus on our day off slip away. A few minutes later, the system screen displayed a message saying all monsters had been defeated and the Enlightenment mission was complete. Jin Seung jumped with excitement. Everyone did great. I'm so happy. Soda was just waiting for this moment to come and congratulate. Well done, Yan. That was an excellent fight. He gently smiles, not showing any arrogance. You're too kind, Mr. Du, as he opens his palm to present the reward. You have proven your abilities, so I will give you this gift. It's proof that you have overcome the Maurya Empire's trial gate, with your reputation points increased by 150,000. Now you can proudly call yourself the strongest warrior of the Empire. The system notification seems to appear at the same time. Received the item Maurya Royal Guard Necklace. Hanpin raged and tore at his hair in frustration. What is this? How could we lose? Damn it, that monster. We were so close to winning if we just pushed a little harder. I can't take it anymore and turn to question my exhausted teammates. The 5 strongest players controlling the boss with overwhelming stats but failing to take down a single player? Then Han and shyly turned around and explained, Sorry, Manager Kim, we failed to stop Yan's mission. It's okay, it's just that the opponent was too strong. I kind of expected that. He calmly analyzes the advantages and disadvantages. Yan is one of Kailan's top players, so he's no different from an amateur facing a professional athlete. So, don't get too discouraged. The group of people looked disappointed and muttered, This is so unfair. Who really is the professional? Who is the amateur here? Feeling a bit hurt by what was said, Ui Huan decided to give some extra benefits. Anyway, everyone has done their best, so I will ask the director for extra days off for you all. Everyone happily gave a thumbs up and praised. He really is a good person. Just then, Hanbane's companion interrupted with a complaint, but he still looked furious. Our team's reputation has already declined, so you don't need to think twice before fixing your attitude. This isn't just a problem for the testing team. The entire game company is shaken by a single player. This is not normal. Hanan bowed slightly and solemnly swore, Next time, Yan, we won't let this happen again. Jin Chung, unaware that he is loved, is still happily dancing in his heart. This necklace is so bright, just what I need to replace my old one. But the more I look at it, the more confused I become. What is this? It's not an accessory, but a random item? It seems like you're feeling pretty disappointed. That's understandable. It's natural to have high expectations after overcoming such a difficult challenge. Jin Sung quickly denied it. Huh? Oh no, that's not it. He understood and lowered his voice to reassure him. Don't worry, inside this necklace lies boundless power. Right now, it's just an ordinary necklace with no special abilities. But when you become strong enough, you'll understand what I mean. A flicker of doubt arose in his mind. So when the seal is broken, will it become a legendary item? Soda felt they had exchanged enough and signaled to stop. Now follow me. He had Jin Jung stand in the designated spot before performing the secret spell. This magic circle will take you to the royal garden of Maurya Palace. As your lower body steps into the teleportation, Soda finishes his instructions. When you arrive at the magic circle of the palace, a royal envoy will greet you. Follow that person. Jin Jung happily said goodbye to his older brother. Thank you, Mr. Soda, who responded politely. Good luck. Bring 150,000 notoriety points and quickly arrive at the Imperial Palace's inner hall. Jin Huang looked around in amazement. Wow, it's so beautiful. It was like stepping into the imperial garden of a distant palace. They had invested in detailed design, and before I could even touch anything, I heard the call to count points. Are you Yan? I am Machamu, the envoy guardian sent by His Majesty. No need for Jinung to react, he simply nodded and gestured. Follow me, Your Majesty is waiting for you. Machamu stands before the white wooden door and then directs you this way. As you follow his instructions and push the door open, you hear him add more. Your Majesty is inside. Please come in. Didong stands lost in the grand hall, her mind filled with doubt. Has the mission already begun? Just then, a sound echoed in your ear, snapping you back to reality. So you are Yan, the warrior who conquered Soda's challenge, the Holy Lord King calmly continued from his throne. Welcome to my palace. I have been waiting for you for a long time, and only now does Jin Sung's mind finally realize. So this is the Holy Crown King. His aura is completely different from Soda. You quickly dismiss unnecessary thoughts and bow respectfully. It is an honor to meet Your Majesty. He leans forward slightly and says, I've heard Yel talk about you. Does he know Yel? King Than Luan seems still lost in his own story without needing anyone to speak up. You are a hero bearing the fate of another world. Sassoka also greatly admires your sense of justice and courage. Then he raised his hand and took out a glowing golden box. Here, I give you something extremely important. Jindung shouted loudly and rushed forward. Those remaining suspicions choked in my throat, unable to escape. No way. Is that true? Maybe King St. Lun could read your thoughts from your expression, so he confirmed it right away. Yes, that is the Holy War Codex. He narrowed his eyes, revealing Jin Xiong's true intentions. So this is why you came to me? You secretly calculated with the Holy War Manual and finally got it. Now I can turn the tide of the Imperial War, and of course I won't forget to thank you openly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jun excitedly reveals the plan. With this item, our world will be able to stop the invasion of the Demon Realm. King Thon Luan is also generous with his encouragement. I hope your efforts will be rewarded accordingly. After having fun, you then move on to the main issue. Please tell me how the Sacred War secret book works when used. He left his throne casually, waving his hand. Of course, Jin Zheng could easily imagine the grand scene described by his words. When used, the Holy Wheel King will send divine armies across the boundaries of different worlds. Additionally, your army will receive blessings from the God of War, ensuring victory over the Demon Realm. But after hearing that, I suddenly froze. Wait, isn't the Holy Wheel King actually you? How can you exist across different space-time realms? He calmly smiled and explained that there is a reason behind it. Although I bear the title of Holy King, I am only the Emperor of the Maurya Empire. This title is originally a noble honor passed down through the Maurya kings. In the heavenly realm, there are 4 gods known as Holy Kings: the Golden Wheel King, the Silver Wheel King, the Copper Wheel King, and the Iron Wheel King. When you use the Sacred War secret technique, one of the 4 will bestow a blessing. After being enlightened, Jin Sung continued to ask about the item in his hand. So the title of Saint King is to represent those gods, but are the 7 treasures of the Saint King also related to them? The Holy Wheel King nodded, as if confirming. Yes, to my knowledge, these 7 treasures are scattered across various lands, including the southern continent. The treasure I am holding is the Holy War secret scroll. Although Jin Zung still has many doubts, no wonder the Dragon Pearl is hidden outside the southern continent. So Emperor Sassoka doesn't know about Long Chao, but he still bows politely on the outside. Thank you for sharing this valuable information. You follow Ma Chamut back along the old path while holding a belly full of plans. Now that you have the Holy War secret book, all that's left is to use Long Chao to evolve Pujipu. I have a day and a half before the space magic fully recovers to find Long Chao. Dianzung steps onto the teleportation gate, expressing curiosity. This magic circle can take me anywhere, right? Machamut confidently boasted. Yes, anywhere on the southern continent. He quickly raised his index finger to suggest. Then Jinzhong looked around and revealed the next location. I want to go to a place called Z Tree. That name shattered the calm on his face, and the demon father leaned in close, demanding answers. Do you really want to go there? Jinsung looked puzzled and explained, It's just a personal matter. Is there a problem? Despite feeling overwhelmed with confusion inside, why would he suddenly ask that question? He quickly regained his indifferent demeanor and tried to justify himself. No, it's nothing. I can take you there right away, but be careful. Still, Macha couldn't help but add one more thing. It's the Land of Dragons. This information hits you hard. The Land of the Dragons? At the same time, a fierce battle is also taking place in a distant land, with Hen standing beside Lucia, excitedly reporting live from the scene. We are currently in the desert where the evening battle is raging fiercely. Today, the demon faction launched another intense attack. He is passionately sharing his enthusiasm through the network connection. Notably, the demon faction players are shining. They take advantage of the chaos to keep eliminating their opponents. Han's narration makes the assassin watch over the screen feel furious. If this team keeps up, humanity might lose again today. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted, Damn it. Too many members of the Muspel Empire have defected to the damn demon side. Fial immediately expressed his discontent. Our Lotus Society is also part of Moosbel, but isn't the Black Moon Society of the Sea Empire the one with all the traitors? Hey, watch your words. The assassin is already feeling the pressure. Sorry, I was only talking about the Sprender and Oakland guilds, she exhaled deeply, expressing her sympathy. Everyone was tense because the battle situation was, unfavorable. It's true that 2 of the 3 major guilds of the Muspel Empire have joined forces, so what Satchian said isn't wrong. Fial steels himself to analyze the immediate threat. Losing the battle proves that the evil faction players have superior stats. With that many enemies, no wonder we're overwhelmed. Satchian immediately took advantage of the stairs as soon as he saw them. That's right, we need a magic resistance item, but they are rarely used, so it's hard to find one now. He sighed in frustration and added the last sentence before falling silent. Honestly, I can't think of a solution to this situation either. And Fiolan quietly keeps hope alive. Everyone's spirits are so low they're about to give up. If Yan returns early, we might have a way. She keeps lost in her thoughts without knowing that the one she longs for is struggling in the teleportation gate, so we can only try to hold on until then. Jinjung whispered softly as he stepped onto the ground. Is this Xieji Sao? Hey, look at this, big brother. What's going on, master? I was just sleeping. Before I could finish my sentence, my older brother suddenly widened his eyes, and in front of him was a pale blue dragon head, even a three-headed dragon. Jinsung couldn't help but whisper, I think you'll want to see this, as he gazed at the majestic space before him, softly marveling. This is the land of the dragons. Hey, master, I look like a dragon, but I'm not one. Did you forget? The more it spoke, the louder it got. Isn't it time to call Cassius out? Jinsung hesitated and scratched his head. Yeah, that's right. He shouted loudly into the sky. Cassie, come out. You just appeared and sighed in awe. It's been a long time since I last came back here. Get out of here and look out with a tragic expression. Spring and autumn. The land of the dragon. Maybe in a past life I once set foot here. Jindung, who hates being the focus, immediately brightened up. Do you know this place? While we're here, let's go hunting a bit. Big brother immediately shows his displeasure. Are you joking about going hunting with me? It just pointed its claws to the sky as a warning. Shouldn't we return to the human world to stop the demons? Then go find the dragon pearl quickly, Jinjung calmly reassures. All right, I was just joking. Now quickly switch to a serious working mode. We are in the land of the dragon. Although Long Chao's location has been marked, it is here. Jindung curiously asks what these characters mean at the place of Long Pearl. Big brother is really showing off his wisdom. That is an ancient term meaning long court. You repeat it blankly. Is Long Dan a type of dungeon? At this point, its intelligence seems to have shut down. I don't know either. This is the first time I've heard of it. Kasiut seized the right moment and charged in to interrupt. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Jindung looked puzzled and questioned, weren't you the one who lost all your memories from your previous life? You don't completely deny it, but you add that although most of your memories are gone, as a dragon I still retain the basic knowledge. Jin excitedly asks for more information. So do you know what the dragon altar is used for? Kasiut carefully recalled that the Long Dan is where dragons like me offer treasures in exchange for the holy dragon's gift of new power. I heard that if someone who is not a dragon offers a gift, the holy dragon can grant that person a wish. The monk quickly concluded at this point. So that's why the dragon pearl is here? Jinsheng muttered to himself in wonder. Why? Kasiut explained seriously. Someone must have offered the dragon pearl to the holy dragon and received something in return. That person definitely isn't a dragon. I'm worried you might not understand, so I emphasize it more, because for dragons, Long Chao is an invaluable treasure that cannot be exchanged. Even gods would find it hard to give up. Big brother listened to this with a worried look. Things are not looking good. If what you said is correct, then everything is more complicated. Jin Xiong glanced and asked, What do you mean? As expected, its answer made him break out in a cold sweat. If the dragon pearl has been offered to the holy dragon, then it must be hidden deep inside the dragon altar. If we want to get it, we have to steal it, and this could be a life-threatening mission. But Jin Zhong dismisses that worry. Why do you keep thinking of the most difficult option? You point your index finger suggesting a very risky plan. Is there really no other way? Or should we ask the holy dragon to lend us some? Big brother was so furious he almost fell over in disbelief. The owner thinks carefully before speaking. If Puji uses the dragon pearl, it will disappear. How do you plan to return it? Jin, out of arguments, spoke less smoothly, as if trying to borrow money and pay it back later, not caring that this foolish idea would be exposed. Are you planning to find another long pearl to pay back? Now we have two options. Give up the dragon pearl and return to the Holy War secret book, or risk stealing the dragon pearl. The chances of success are very low, and even if we succeed, we will face the wrath of the holy dragon. Casey has been silent all along, but is now joining the discussion. The dragon altar is guarded by 4 guardians sent by the holy dragon. You draw up a plan where Jinzheng chooses the second option, transforming into a dragon with strength equal to or even surpassing mine in his untapped state. Those monsters will immediately surround him. He closed his eyes, silently absorbing the information in his mind. If his subordinates were here, there might still be a chance, but it's too late to summon them. But with our current strength, we can't face the guards. What should we do? Do I really have to give up now? Kasi seems to share the same feeling, igniting a star of hope. But don't worry too much. I gently open the door for this move. If we steal the dragon pearl, we still have a chance to survive. If not, then it's death. Jinzheng calmly asks immediately, Why? Kasiut looked at the one still busy chewing grass, his words uncertain. If Puji becomes the dragon god of the abyss thanks to the dragon pearl. Still, Jincheng confidently stakes his trust and makes the final call. That's right, if Puji becomes the Deep Abyss Dragon God, even half of his rationality could return. But can we really trust Puji? That little worm is still busy chewing grass over there. Casey barely denies and only gives an ambiguous answer. Still, the Abyssal Dragon God is not an ordinary dragon. He knows how to give hope to the lost like Jinung. It is a creature that holds all the power of the dragons, a perfect being. With that power, we can face even the guardians of the Holy Dragon. A great ambition suddenly rose within him. If Puji becomes the dragon god of the abyss, it will reach the level of a myth, a rank even beyond legend. Jin patted its chubby belly as a sign of encouragement. That's right, if I don't believe in you, Puji, then who else would I believe in? Let's go, Puji. At the same time, he also consulted the advice of the wise strategist. Big brother Saint Long won't intervene directly, right? He lowered his eyes, adopting a serious expression before replying. The gods cannot interfere arbitrarily in the world of mortals. Jin Sung tried to confirm once more, as if the company president wouldn't do such trivial tasks himself. You don't need anyone's answer, and happily rubs his hands together. Good, then there's no reason to hesitate anymore. We will go get the dragon pearl without letting the holy dragon find out. Under the night, the soft Federation building still shines brightly. Chu Xiong stared intently at the beauty on the surveillance screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he exclaimed in amazement. If I had known this mission was so interesting, I would have volunteered to be a supervisor long ago. But I only got halfway through, and Chezhong suddenly gasped. Huh? Wait, where's Yan going? When he finally identified the location, he shouted in panic, "What the hell is going on? Is he really planning to enter the dragon pen?" Sheng grits his teeth, hiding his inner unease. The original plan was for the human side to seize the secret holy war in the Moria Empire. To balance the situation against the demon realm, the Long Pearl mission was unrelated and shouldn't have reached the stage of completion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt overwhelmed. According to the script, the evening battle without the appearance of the Dragon God Abyss would end in a victory for humanity. If that happens, months of work by the planning and development team will be ruined. After a long and tiring thought, I finally complain with great enthusiasm. As for me, I have nothing to lose. Let's see if Yan can get the Dragon Pearl as long as there's an interesting show to watch. Just go ahead and take the risk, Yan. Over here, Jinung is facing a formidable army of dragons. He's not afraid to leap forward and confront them head-on. But unexpectedly, one of them had the ability to breathe fire. Luckily, us came to help before Jin Sung was roasted to ashes. You just bit and tore while reminiscing. No wonder this place is called the Land of Dragons. This land was blessed by the Dragon King, so the Lue Long here are stronger than anywhere else. Jin Dung obediently sat up and shouted, I understand. A series of calculations flashed through his mind. This is really troublesome. The evil dragons are usually suppressed by magic, but we mainly rely on physical attacks, which means Jimmo isn't in this team. Seeing the black dragons approaching like a tide, Jin Zhong couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "When will we finish them all?" He leapt onto the turtle's back, determined to fight to the death this time. There's no other choice. Even if we lose experience and items, we can't waste time being held back here. Jin Zhong shouted orders to his companions. Casey led the way. The monk immediately unleashed a wave of energy, easily sweeping the evil dragons aside. You take the lead with a shout, "All right, let's charge in." Soon, they arrived at an open clearing, and the peacefulness here made Jin Zhong unable to hide his suspicion. You stare intently at the dragon statue and softly ask your master, "Master Jiat, is that the dragon altar?" Shivering, you voice your suspicion. It seems we have found it. Now we just need to find a way inside. At this point, Jinung still refused to give up on negotiating. Or maybe instead of stealing, we could trade something for the Dragon Pearl. Big Brother shook his head vigorously. No way. We don't have anything more valuable than the Dragon Pearl, so in the end, he had to compromise. You're right, we can't turn back now, Big Brother. Can you go ahead and scout? Now that it's released to fight, it's much more excited, of course. Brother, I will directly approach the statue and make the pledge. Just leave it to me. The owner stands outside comfortably discussing strategies. Kasi, do you know if there's a place inside the dragon pen to store treasures? You have returned to your serious guessing form. I'm not sure, but maybe it's on the lowest level. Casey used what little memory remained to sketch a diagram for him. The dragon tower has 7 floors, with a magic circle on the top floor for the sacred dragon to stand, and the first floor has an sealed gate guarded by protectors. Daizhong nodded confidently, then confirmed that the treasure must be close to where the guards are stationed. Just then, Xiaka turned around to report the success. "Master, I found the entrance." It waved its claws and explained rapidly. The Longdan Tower starts from the cliff below, and the entrance in front of us is equivalent to floors 40 to 50 of the tower. Kaka then suggests that there is a large, uniquely shaped window on the lower floors that we can use a film to enter through. Jin Zheng's eyes widen as he questions, "Can't we just go straight to the first floor to get in?" It waved its paw dismissively. "It's not that simple." Big Brother recounted his personal experience in detail so you would understand. There is a high long barrier surrounding the lowest part of the tower. If you approach, you'll be pulled in and trapped inside. Jin, even with the mind link, isn't too stubborn anymore. I understand now, Ka. So, the window you found is the only way out, right, Phi? Now it's your turn. After a quick gesture to command, it immediately spread its large wings. Phi, carrying the lively group, flew straight inside toward the dragon altar. "Let's go!" The beastly person rushes straight toward the target. Jinjung opened his eyes wide and looked around before shouting instructions. "Do you see the entrance over there? We will go that way, then respond quickly in the same language as it flies off following the instructions." As they neared the ground, both Jinjung and Kaz jumped down together, with Kaz excitedly flailing his arms and legs. I didn't expect us to enter the dragon platform so easily, and the system kept notifying us repeatedly. But when Jinjung saw the 20-minute countdown, he froze in place. "Huh? What's going on?" The system just in time answered the question. With a difficulty of 4S, to get through the dungeon, you must destroy the spatial barrier on the lowest level. Open the space gate within the allotted time. He gritted his teeth and repeated at the door. Moreover, the screen didn't stop there. If he failed to complete it on time, the spirit of the Azure Dragon would transform, and the challenger would have to die. Dung just smirked after reading. "Honestly, I knew it all along. Everything was too smooth to be true. But this is really going too far." Furious, he swung his sword straight at the door in front of him, but the counterattack left him discouraged. "It's no use. This door is almost unbreakable." Jinjung nonchalantly agreed. "I guess that's it then." He stared intently at the screen, silently calculating. "Damn it, I've never heard of a time-limited dungeon like this before, and it's a high-level dungeon with no information at all. It's truly unfair. If I die here, all my hard work will be for nothing." Just then, Ta poured fuel on the fire. "Master, we must retreat immediately," Jinzung asked in confusion. "What?" It hurriedly pointed its claw at the nearby stairs. "I can sense a strong dragon aura from that direction. It seems the holy dragon guards have discovered us." He looked around regretfully, reacting so quickly that there was no chance left to sneak in. Jin Sheng quickly made a move. Only 19 minutes left to destroy the barrier on the lowest level and return to the human world before the guards catch up. His mind quickly made a plan. "I was going to wait until the summoning was complete after infiltrating the altar, but now there's no time left, and anyway, my big brother is already on the edge." Jinung grit his teeth and resorted to his backup plan, determined to clear this dungeon with only Pin and Kasi. The plan was ready, and he charged in immediately. "All right, let's begin." Jinzung orders Huatiu to fly ahead. "Big brother, go 20 meters ahead of me and keep scouting. It doesn't hesitate and leaps forward." "Understood, master." He tightly pursed his lips, secretly hoping his own approach would work smoothly. "I will use Sikaka as a scout to quickly detect enemies and respond in time. Now I can only do my best." Big Brother suddenly stopped halfway through flying and shouted loudly at the group of extremely high-level evil dragons. "Master, someone is coming." Jin Sheng immediately drew his weapon and charged forward. He just defeated the enemy with his hands while quietly wondering if the summoned monsters could manage to turn things around. Finn, on this side, is indeed struggling against a bunch of tangled hair. Jin Huang watched as his heart raced with each movement. Damn it! The corridor in the dungeon is too narrow for Phi to spread its wings. He instinctively raised his hand when his mind suddenly realized something was wrong. Phi can't unleash his full power. It is being surrounded with no gaps by countless evil dragons armed with weapons. Jinung no longer hesitates and shouts loudly, "Vin, cancel the summon." Then he hurried into the new battle, now only with Sai to finish the dungeon on time. Damn it, this is so tense. Jinzung casually dispatched a demon dragon and kept estimating the situation. Luckily, the monsters here are only around level 200, so they're not too hard to handle. He glanced at Cassie beside him, silently determined that in this situation he needed to switch to better equipment. Chi Hong, as a spectator, couldn't help but wonder, did he change his equipment in such a critical situation? And it was him who saw the glowing energy source and subtly mouthed, "A gear that causes status effects." Jin Chun keeps unleashing his new ultimate move, shooting lightning at the monsters in front of him. Chezhong suddenly realizes that what matters most is reaching the lowest level in time, not defeating all the monsters. The strategy is to use status effects to paralyze the enemies and then pass through them. He clenched his fist and shouted excitedly, "This level of gaming skill is exactly why I have to keep an eye on him." But when Li Ji finds Chezhong, he secretly worries. Can Yan even complete this impossible mission based on what I know? The time-limited dungeon doesn't exist in Kailan. Normally, the event wouldn't trigger until it was detected by the guards. His mind suddenly filled with a bold hypothesis. The reason behind this unprecedented event is that Trey Zung suddenly realized it was all just a trap set by the company's leadership to stop him from uncovering the truth faster than expected. He was fixated on the intense battle, planning for a promising future, knowing that if Yan destroyed the barrier and had opened the space gate now, the internal balance of Kalen carefully maintained by the company would be completely shattered. That's why they are determined to stop him at all costs. Chae Sung quickly assesses the situation and urges him to act. Yan, forget about the space gate and go find Long Chao Mao. That was his last words just now. The only way for you to complete this mission is for Jin Sung to finish a round of slaughter in time, finally reaching the lowest level, but what catches his eye makes him cry out in despair. What the heck? Why is the map here so tangled like a maze? Tanchi Jin Suong is all tangled up, no time to search through this mess of a room, and he's shouting loudly to clear the way. Damn it, even at the last minute, everything's a complete chaos. Big Brother suddenly rushes over and points out the direction. Master, I can sense dark energy from that way. Jin Sung stares blankly, silently calculating in his mind. Dark energy and Long Chao are not related to this dark energy. A question arose in his mind. So that must be the direction of the dimensional gate that completes the dungeon. Jin Dung couldn't help but speak up. Have you still not sensed Long Chao's energy? He shrugged ambiguously in response. Not quite sure, but I think there's something to the west. Even if it's just a sliver of hope, you still decide to go all in, with no time left to think, even if it means dying once. Long Chao is still more important right now. We will head west. Don't ask too many questions, just follow me. Just when I was full of energy, my brother jumps out to ruin the moment. Even if I were to come back to life, I wouldn't want to die first, but then it turned its back on me right away. Big Brother urges everyone to look at the scar on the foot. Master, stop over there. Jin Dung looked at what was rising up, her heart storming with turmoil. What the hell is that? A Draco. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying to suppress the panic rising in his stomach. A level 420 hero boss. It's almost like a whole dungeon on its own. There's no way I can beat it. Jin tensed up, steadying his body before rushing everywhere. Is this game designed for dogs to play? But faced with Draco's relentless attack, he and his companions ran away while secretly regretting that it would be 3 times easier if only they had Hei with his speed-boosting skill. Jin Dung's face couldn't hide the panic in his mind. What the hell? Why are all the rooms filled with boss-level monsters? Help me out, at least they are big and slow. How much of your hope now depends on the person in front of you? Has Cassie still not found out? As expected, my uncle's answer didn't disappoint, his energy becoming more intense. I see movement over there. Casey points directly at the gate in sight. This must be the west side, but the greenish light makes Jin Sung hesitate. Only when he gets closer does he see the barrier surrounding it. Can they break through before time runs out? After thinking it through and realizing it won't solve anything, he coldly decided to just break it open, focusing all his strikes on the door, and neither the barrier nor the lock could withstand this relentless assault. But even if he succeeds, Jin Sung can't bring himself to smile. Damn it, one obstacle after another keeps getting in the way. Seeing the limited time, you hurriedly divided the tasks and scattered to find the long pearl Jin Zheng kept digging through the pile of gold while muttering, "Oh my God, death is certain." But Trey Zheng, behind the screen, also sympathized with your urgency. I would go crazy if I died before finding Long Chao. Just as the situation was reaching a boiling point, Sa suddenly was thrown off. Before it could recover, it suddenly widened its eyes in suspicion. Big Brother, using all his strength, shouted loudly, "The owner is here. Long Chao." And sure enough, the treasured item everyone has been longing for is shining at its foot. The dragon pearl is right here. The owner rushed over at top speed while silently assessing. This light is exactly like the golden aura surrounding the royal seal. No mistake about it. This is the Long Chao. I'm so happy I forget about my brother waiting at the end of the street. In Jin Zheng's mind now, there is only one thought. Please, when there are 23 seconds left, he saw the legendary dragon pearl. By the 4th second of the countdown, his hand had closed the gap to just a few centimeters. At the last second, trembling with anticipation, he finally touched the treasure. He quickly used his lightning skill to catch the spirit pearl with his ears covered. The system promptly announced congratulations. Jin Zheng, exhausted but satisfied, muttered, "It's a success. I gave it my all, but I didn't get to celebrate for long before the time limit notification made everyone pale." You stare blankly at the failure result, but the real concern for Jin Zheng now is the furious soul of the holy dragon looming nearby. They launched their attack towards Kasi first. He clenched his jaw tightly and silently made up his mind. Anyway, that monster was an unbeatable mechanism. Before the danger struck, Jinung shouted out in time. Casey cancels the summon. because deep down he still feels a twinge of regret and cannot let these precious, summoned monsters and slaves die in vain. Right at this moment, a mocking voice echoed in your ear. You really are bold, just a mere human. Seao glares at the dragon and warns, Do you dare to dream of stealing the treasure of the holy dragon? He roared, then charged in to tear his target apart. Let's see death at my hands as an honor. Jinung is overwhelmed by Seao's pressure. Even though he's on the verge of exhaustion, his blood is pushed to the limit. This is really uncomfortable. I haven't felt this powerless in a long time. But for now, at least I got the Dragon Pearl, that's enough. The result is summarized in the notification. Player Yan has died. Jinung quickly returns to the Piro territory of the Lotus Society. His indifferent figure gradually appeared from the teleportation gate. Phylon, excited, cheered out, Finally, you're back. Jinjung puts away his weapon, tilts his head in response. Yeah, I'm back. Dahun surveys around for a moment before quietly commenting. But you really do look healthy. You openly admit it with your bright, shining eyes. Huh? Yeah, that's right. Next, Jin Hung happily shares his secret. I used the death penalty as an excuse to sleep for a day. Now I'm 100% healthy. He just beat the drum and didn't say a word. I won't ask how long it's been since you last slept. You really are impressive. Phylon quickly changed the subject. Are you neglecting Hazan because you're too focused on Kailan? I heard he's been worried about you lately. Jin Sung quickly gave a thumbs up to reassure you. Don't worry, he's not hesitant to share his personal life with his teammates. The other day I went on a date with Hain. After saying that, Jin Sung switched to a serious mode about work. But more importantly, how is the royal battle situation going while I'm away? Du-hun let out a disappointed sigh. Things are not looking good at all. He tried to keep his tone calm as he recounted how the demon faction gained the upper hand once the demon players joined the battle, and the biggest issue was that Du-hun only remembered that indifferent face. His voice also softened a few tones. Ever since Jahan appeared, even the top players fell one after another. He turned pale and admitted the weakness of his side. Our guild lost 20 elite members, and Phile almost got taken down by Gahan. Even the owner beside him was outraged and agreed. Do you know what that bastard said? Turns out after wiping out the entire school, Jiahan declared it was all so boring. Is that all you've got? She didn't even bother to look Phile in the eye and just mumbled indifferently. I'm no longer interested. This is boring. As a result, Jin Zung is now the one suffering while those two loudmouths are just waiting to tear him apart. She turned to the dark side because she couldn't win as a human. That's right, even if I lose this battle, I will definitely crush her. Jin Zung's bloodlust flared up instantly from the infection. I see, after all, that confidence is only temporary. He raised the dragon orb with a triumphant smile, because I have brought the final key to end this battle. Jinung quickly leads the pet out to the dirt patch and doesn't hesitate to loudly recite the incantation. Puji summoned it, and as soon as Jin Zung appeared, he snorted and chuckled to himself. Finally, a mythical-level monster summoned. I must be the first in the entire server. But before the main act, you have to show off first. Puji, do you know what I brought for you? It yawns loudly and gives a familiar answer. What's that? Puji, is it food? Meatballs, right? Jin Dung hurriedly presents the item as if offering a precious gift. Here you go, I brought you Long Chow. Puji's eyes immediately lit up brighter than high beams. Is it really Long Chow? It kept its eyes fixed on the shining object, but its beak still remained just as rude. Honestly, I didn't expect you to actually bring it back. Jin pouts and questions sharply. What do you mean? Puji PJI keeps listing more and more crimes than the list of the god of cookery. You often promised me meatballs, but never actually gave them. Jinung's catchphrase is always Puji. If you fight well in this match, I'll give you meatballs. This time, I'll give you 1,000 of them. In the end, it cried its eyes out because it got cheated. My meatballs are gone, and the master only told lies. Jin Huang was the one at fault, but is acting all sulky and confident. Yeah, I remember. It's been a while, but still remember. Never mind. No long pearl for the summoned monster to trust its owner. Puji immediately panicked and changed her tone. No, master. I was wrong. It doesn't mind crawling and wriggling just for a bite to eat. Please forgive me this once. I promise to be more obedient from now on. Seeing this scene, I feel happy inside, but I need to discipline it before it evolves and gets carried away. All right, since Puji has shown remorse, I will trust you one more time. It promptly bowed its head in gratitude right then and there. Thank you, master. Even if I become a deep dragon god, I will remain loyal to you while you secretly rejoice. That's right. Now that's a good summoned beast. CO is just gritting his teeth and cursing. He's truly the embodiment of a terrible master. A real tyrant. Jinjung also didn't want to cause trouble anymore, and generously handed over the dragon pearl to Puji. Puji was overwhelmed with emotion. Here, take it carefully. It's so happy that even its facial senses seem to bloom. The system issued a mechanical notification. The conditions for the summoned monster's evolution have been met. The evolution process begins, and the next scene leaves Jainung so terrified he loses the ability to speak. Oh my god, that size is even bigger than Xiu. How much bigger is it going to get? You're so excited your face is turning red while your mind is overflowing with pride. So this is the abyss of the dragon god, truly astonishing. That's right, a mythic-level dragon should look as majestic as this. Jincheng stared into the dazzling void, shouting loudly, "Advance, Puji Puji! Become the true dragon god." But as the misty bones faded away, it reappeared with a ridiculous message. Part of the Dragon Pearl's power has been sealed. The summoned beast's evolution has failed. When the system returned the Dragon Pearl, Jincheng was still confused. Only after digesting the news did he realize what was going on. What the hell, why did the evolution fail? Brother, what's going on? He also responded cluelessly and carelessly. How would I know? Master, maybe Puji Puji is too weak to evolve. I'm not K's wiki. In the heat of the moment, a familiar voice rings in my ears. I never expected to find my precious treasure here. Jinhong is puzzled and guessing in his mind. This voice. Seikaido sticks out its giant dragon head and continues speaking, clearly in the human world, while the uninvited guest's face is visible and his mind is frantically racing. Damn it, why is the holy dragon following me here? Aren't divine beings not allowed to interfere in the mortal world? Isn't this a violation of sovereignty? Jinshung's mind was filled with resentment at that moment. I risked my life to get the Dragon Pearl, so don't expect me to surrender it easily, even if you're the holy dragon, so I decisively summon another dragon. Casey confidently orders his dragon to unleash its destructive breath, and Seaido not only doesn't dodge, but also mocks him. Do you think the power of the dragon works on the holy dragon? Jinshung took a big step forward and shouted loudly. Is that so? If the power of the dragon is not enough, you raise your weapon and challenge me, then try my move. From Jainung's position, lightning bolts crackle as they shoot out. Seikaido accepts them all without holding back his praise. Interesting, a mortal daring to face me. He has now manifested in his true form and continued, you truly have the right to infiltrate the dragon cave and steal my treasure. Sakai. Tu smiled subtly, emphasizing once more. Very interesting. Jin's inner turmoil is beyond chaos and only more chaotic. What? Where did this kid come from? But Seikai still calmly clasped his hands and affirmed that his most precious treasure was here, though deep down, he still couldn't believe it. Is he really the holy dragon, or just a shape-shifting trick to deceive us? Wait, don't come any closer, Jindung nervously warned, pointing the tip of the Thuong spear. He stammered as he confirmed again. Are you really the Saint Dragon? That's right, I am Kaido Saint Dragon, and even though he was excited to provoke, no matter how many times you attack, I won't be hurt. Don't be afraid, humans can't hurt us either, Jincheng blurted out. What? Then he tilted his head in a pout and listened to this from the one who ended me with a single strike at the dragon altar. It's truly ridiculous. Sakaito grinned widely as he explained. That only happened because you were in my territory back then. But this is a different dimension. If I touch you, the god of this place won't let me go. Didung regains her composure to ask the main question. So why are you here? He reached out to answer as expected, of course to take back what was rightfully mine. You just watched Long Chao leave your side helplessly, feeling your heart bleed silently inside. Can you not move? Is this also his power? Damn it, losing Long Chao so easily after all the effort to get it. Only after Hang was back in Kaido's hands did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. He enjoyed the helplessness of a prey full of desire before calmly speaking. I have achieved my goal for coming here. But Kaido's car pushed Long Chao far away from the sharp turn. I just changed my mind. Humans will give you a chance to prove your worth. After everything, Zhong sat silently, sighing softly, and muttered, What exactly is value? Jinzhong involuntarily remembered what Sikh Kaido had said. I mean, whether you are worthy to be the owner of Long Chao. He asked casually, so how do I prove myself? He calmly ordered that if you can bear the weight of destiny on a few Kaido carts and smile with an ambiguous expression before finishing your sentence, that would be the clearest proof of your worth. I will return once I have finished my assessment. Jindung kept thinking and his teeth itched more and more. What is going on? Talking nonsense and then walking away. What the hell is this weight of destiny? At least specify the goal, like how many monsters to catch or what to find. You're just boredly scrolling through the system screen and planning in your head. There's no point in overthinking. Now Min can't do anything anyway. Even though I failed to evolve Puji Puji, I now have the Royal Seal Gem, so I should focus on the evening battle first. First, we need to prepare the anti-evil equipment. You keep splitting the screen and organizing the tasks, let's see. This shirt is a bit unnecessary, but since the Spirit King's judgment cannot be replaced, I will keep it. Moving on to the next step. Jinzung lifts the pile of colorful spirit stones to examine. All right, now enhance your equipment with the remaining demon stones, then put on the finished gear and spin around. Perfect, a complete set of anti-demon gear with maximum stats. This time I also upgraded the super option quite well. Not perfect, but the best I could do. Now it's time to hunt some demons. Yes, the battle has started again. The Imperial battle is currently favoring the demon faction. Today marks the 22nd day of the war. This battlefield is right next to the Lotus Society's territory. He stands from a god's perspective, observing objectively. Perhaps that is why the special guild members are determined in today's battle. The guild's numbers have decreased significantly since the last fight. Lucha, understanding the meaning, nodded in agreement. The human faction, usually overwhelmed, experienced an unexpected turning point today. Du Zheng and his teammates make their debut amid her excited introduction. As Yan, the #1 summoner in the entire server, returns to the afternoon battle after a period of absence. Lucia speaks more passionately, and the top human experts are also present on the battlefield. She has no hesitation in sharing her subjective prediction that a fierce battle will determine the outcome of the war. Jindung looked around and then brushed her hair back. I hear about it, but seeing with my own eyes the severe reduction in the guild's numbers is truly shocking. Duhun reluctantly agrees. Yeah, it's really frustrating. We used to be proud of being one of the 5 strongest guilds on the server, but now it's all because of one guy. I quietly nod to that realization. If it's about killing evil, I can understand, but this time they suffered heavy losses just because of Jiahan, the one who can't even control himself that much. It seems the Federation is really focusing on the evil side. But since he's here, Jinung has no choice but to chase after HRSS File. The two lead their members. You handle the directions and take the most difficult target, Jia, and the evil demon gang. Leave the rest to me. At the same time, June also made sure to mention the important character, Jim. She was startled and shouted out yes. When the system announced that the evening battle was about to start, he didn't specify, only vaguely reminding him to follow when it begins. Jim was a bit confused, but obediently agreed. All right. Huni grew anxious as he waited, but still hadn't heard his name. Yan, what about me? What should I do? Jinjung seriously ordered, keep doing what you're doing. Fight on. As the 10-second countdown to the final moment began, Jiahan finally spoke with admiration. Yan, at last he has arrived. Jindung shouts the incantation loudly at the 3rd countdown second to summon H. Then he assumed a look of anticipation for what this slaughter might bring. As the clock hit 1, Jinjung eagerly plunged into the chaos amid the commentary of the unofficial 22nd Battle of the War. Meanwhile, John sat leisurely watching the live broadcast. The demon faction was determined to win to strengthen their position, and the humans also couldn't afford to lose this time. The clash of weapons and the melodious commentary blend together as the demon players attack furiously, regardless of their faction, charging straight into the front lines. Lucia suddenly asked a tough question, with many opinions suggesting that the balance of power between the races has been broken. What do you think? Hen responded skillfully. It's hard to draw a conclusion quickly because the demon race has only recently been introduced. But Hen still insisted on sharing his personal opinion. Kylon's balance usually adjusts itself over time. Even without a special patch, everything will settle on its own eventually. But people still say his voice comes through loud and clear. Kylon's balance is always perfect. Di-chan couldn't help but sneer after hearing that. Ha 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 ha. It's because they balance things by exploiting the players. Hearing the awkward footlock, he chuckled tiredly and then sank into thought. Actually, that miraculous balance is mostly thanks to the gamers who discovered playstyles even the developers didn't expect. But from a different perspective, Jindung on this side is still diligently farming at the edge and calling out to the person next to her. Jer doesn't hear her voice, so he immediately grabs her to keep his distance. This scene confirms to John that it was just one player. He quietly makes a cautious judgment that could also break the balance the Federation has worked hard to maintain. Jinhung was rushing forward like the wind when suddenly he called out, Geimer. He tilted his head, trying to gather more information. When hunting monsters, I saw that you have many good support skills. You looked confused and said with suspicion. That's right, but so what? Jinzhong honestly shared his plan. Please boost my speed and attack power and only use the light beam attack skill in the evening. Tanchi Jimmer quietly calculates for a moment. Yan's plan always yields good results, so following it won't do any harm. Therefore, I immediately respond with firm agreement. Got it. Jindung enthusiastically waved her hand in response as the system announced the change. Thank you, miss. I've calculated the distance and will call out loudly. Sigh. Jinung left its back but didn't forget to give instructions. Take good care of Dyer. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky, the demons below watching in shock and awe. There. Jinjung roams freely, astonishing his reluctant fans. That was Yan. He deliberately let them finish talking before unleashing his energy to wipe them all out. The demons with escaped eyes worry and gossip among themselves. Yan has appeared. Only Namjung dares to rush forward without fear of death. Is he the only one? A summoner dares to charge straight into the battlefield without bringing his arrogant damn summon. He leaps into the front line and issues a threat. I will cut you in half. Both weapons clash at the same time, creating a powerful shockwave. But of course Jinsung still holds a slight advantage thanks to his unique lightning skill. After finishing off an unwise opponent, he becomes even more arrogant. All right, come on then, my prey. Geihan stands below, taking it all in, her brow furrowing as she softly whispers Yan's name. Namjung drops to the ground in shock, and they all can't hold back as they charge forward in fury. You bastard Yan, a weak summoner like him dares to act tough. The whole gang surrounds Jinjung with a single-minded determination. If we all attack together, even he can't withstand it, just crush him. One of them pointed his spear directly at you and shouted, Die! Jinjung not only refuses to dodge, but also taunts further. Yeah, keep charging at me. No one can see your moves, but from your opponent's stunned face, you can tell how terrifying it is. Jinhyung leaves the wreckage behind and smugly adds a deadly remark. You've turned to the demon race and that's all you've got? They're just too weak. The others couldn't help but shout, How could a summoner be so fast? You're a good guy, but you got beaten badly while sharing your secret. You should find a proper muscle to team up with. Just then, an arrow grazed Jinjung's shoulder. After dodging successfully, he turned to the attacker and warned, Well, you'll regret missing your chance to shoot us. What did you just say? What if I attack one more time then, huh? But it's all meaningless. As Jinjung activates the Spirit King's judgment, a massive wave of energy crashes down, causing the demons to freeze in place. The audience involuntarily shared a look of shock and asked together, What just happened? Yan didn't even lift a finger and saw that Archer gets struck down. Even if he's just commentating, his stunned state isn't any less than anyone else's. That is the ultimate option of the weapon Yan is using. He disappeared before the battle started and has now reappeared. He locks his gaze on Jinung and speaks with admiration about the newly prepared gear for the Demon World battle, then continues to raise his hand to summon a spirit beast. Pin Kasi out here. Jinhung nodded towards the surrounding demons and gave the order. Kill them for me. Fian immediately spreads his wide wings and soars into the sky. Casey directly breathes fire through his mouth, unleashing a wide-area attack as the blazing dragon charges straight toward the ground target. Huni suddenly stops while grinding at the edge of another country. It seems he scans around and quietly contemplates in his mind. The number of demon faction players suddenly drops sharply. Are they retreating? But then Huni quickly broke free. Ah, I see. He is very clear in his conclusion. Yan is drawing all of them towards himself, and the evil group huddles together, fighting to speak. He has summoned the monsters. Does this fool really think he can venture into the demon faction's territory alone and survive? I don't know who was bold enough to be the first to launch a crushing scream at him. Jinzung remained unshaken and executed Plan B. Oh, it's terrifying. I'll play with you for just 10 more minutes. Kaka, it's your turn. It immediately shouted loudly, clear. The master of the team quickly activates the Nightmare Demon skill without hesitation. Thanks to the Eternal Darkness still in effect, its attack power increases by 5%. But the advantage of Sa is not only that. This unique move also helps reveal all the enemies hiding in the shadows. Jindung Thua Thang charges forward to deliver another blow. Lai, summon Lai to follow me. Finish off all enemies with less than half HP. It sticks close to you and responds immediately. The Lord nearby also calls out to urge you. You should follow your master. When close enough, she will quickly unleash her skill. After all his stats surged significantly, Jinzung responded with gratitude. Thank you. Aunt is clueless. On top of that, she also triggered a rage attack, causing all the demons to fall into despair. Damn it, how is he so fast? What kind of summoner has such incredible attack power? Nothing can stop him. Jinung just activated Thunder Judgment while secretly releasing the beast. As expected, Jimmer's timing is perfectly precise. Even without mind-reading skills, she quietly praises herself. After hunting monsters with Yan, I now clearly understand his attack rhythm, even though I'm not usually a support player. The two commentators couldn't help but marvel as they watched Jin Zung dominate. With Yan sweeping through the demon faction's territory with terrifying momentum, no demon could stop him. Even Fiolan has to praise him. Yan is doing very well. Du-hun casually went along with it, holding back most of the demon team players and causing chaos in their formation. The two of them, without prior arrangement, both shouted together to have the entire team advance and continue pressing forward. Our side is fired up while the enemy team retreats to Meha. What the hell? Is he using a bugged item or something? It was only to stop that guy, but our formation was broken. The human team is starting to push us back. She no longer dares to just watch and immediately joins the fight. No, I will handle it myself. Jim rides on Hei's back just in time to support with Mud Inger. Jin Sung gives a thumbs up with a snap. I knew right away I chose the right support. She frowns and tries to correct herself. I'm not the support, I'm the main damage dealer. You're crossing the line. You understand the point. Let's get to the main issue. I've caused enough trouble, I'm withdrawing now. Use a wide area magic attack with a powerful strike on the gathering demons. Shimo is filled with excitement. I was planning to do that from the start, no need to remind me. I will wipe them out completely, leaving no claws behind for you to see. Yun. The two quickly split up in different directions. Jin Sung urged the beast beneath him to move. Let's go, Vin. You float in the air, happy as if you've won the lottery. Remember to break the enemy's formation since the tide is turning in our favor. Everyone is controlling the area very well, but the optimistic zone in Din Sung's mind isn't very large. Only the evil mages or dark lords are quite troublesome. They keep casting magic to suppress our side, so he points upward and orders the spirit beast to fly up to that high stone platform. Jinung just landed and opened the system screen to check the edge. All right, from here I can observe the entire battlefield. He happily pulled out his familiar weapon to test his skills, wondering if his archery had become rusty. Jinung confidently shot a barrage of arrows downwards. And on top of that, he's taking the opportunity to show off Frang's luxury. These are Midran arrows, costing 1,500 gold each. Just this much was enough to throw the demons into chaos. Where did all these guys come from? The perfect shots without missing make Jin Sung secretly proud. It's been a while since he used a bow, but his skills are still as precise as ever. Jia looked at her fallen comrades with a moment of surprise, having observed all the wounds and unable to believe what she saw. The bow can kill a mage with a single shot. San narrowed her eyes, searching for the culprit behind everything. There's only one person capable of doing this. Meanwhile, she still had to deal with the arrows aimed at her. Finally, Jia spotted the archer standing on a towering cliff. She grits her teeth and growls fiercely. Yan Jindung scratches her head and says teasingly, "Oh no, it looks like I really made her furious. That's terrifying." Du-hun was just waiting for the right moment to rush in and defend. Jia finally appeared and everyone charged forward. He quickly instructed everyone to create a defensive barrier to block her. Don't let her overpower us like last time. Jia angrily swung her heavy sword. You fools, do you dare stand in my way? Get out of the way, you bunch of trash. Du-hun hurriedly reassures everyone, trying to hold steady. We can stop her. Her inner doubt suddenly wavers. How come these scoundrels can coordinate so well in such a short time? By the time they speak, their mouths are already cursing out loud? Damn it. While distracted, Jia was hit in the right arm by an arrow, her vitality dropping as she roared in fury. Yan, are you playing the role of an archer? Do you dare abandon your cowardly tricks and face me directly? Stop hiding like a filthy rat and shoot your arrow. Come out now. Yan. Yet Din Sung's reply left her stunned. Yeah, I agree. You casually borrow the shoulder of the film to dive down, then stand against the cold to strike a pose before finishing off with a chilling look. Today, let's end the unfinished battle from before once and for all. As the dust begins to settle, Gahan's footsteps grow closer. A human warrior just managed to sit up in panic, while Yan is fighting Jia, both facing each other directly. The demon faction soldiers were just as stunned by this news. What do you mean, those two? Why are you still standing here? Go and check it out now. Anyway, if we interfere, we'll only get in their way. Damn it, I really want to watch, but we have to hold the front line. Can't fight and watch the live stream at the same time. I have to see this match. Joe is so nervous he doesn't dare make a loud noise. The two strongest on the battlefield have finally faced each other. The outcome of this match. Huni standing nearby also shares the same thought that will decide the entire outcome of the battle. Now, all we can do is watch. Gahan sensed the excitement around and didn't hold back from praising his opponent. At least this match is worth watching. Mang still acts as showy as ever. Yunjin spins his staff, teasing her a bit with pointless provocation, as always. You haven't changed at all since you were human. He raised his hand and made a beckoning gesture, challenging. Stop talking nonsense and get ready for the fight. When you were human, you couldn't beat me, so you turned to the demon race. Let's see how much stronger you've become now. Jia, now truly angered, charges forward wildly. This time, don't expect me to hold back. Jinhung eagerly replied immediately. Do you think I didn't go all out last time? You have dual swords too. Both of you rush forward at the same time, speaking the same line without prior agreement. Today, we will settle all debts and grudges. The clash between the two creates a massive shockwave, and in an instant, all the fractured stones shattered into 100 pieces. The clash of weapons ringing out created a deafening screech. Neither side willing to yield, and soon the battlefield was engulfed in flames. The surrounding players barely managed to hold their ground after that fierce collision. Commentators Hen and Lucia immediately start analyzing the match. The two strongest fighters on the battlefield finally face off. Yan and Jahan are engaged in a fierce one-on-one battle. Thanks to their captivating voices, the viewers watching on TV are on the edge of their seats. The outcome of this battle will determine the winner of the evening fight. Returning to the match after a tense standoff, they separated. An energy sphere suddenly appears along with a giant barrier, pushing Jinjung back a distance, and he looks incredibly excited. Not bad, you've also learned a few new tricks, Jiahan immediately snapped back. Enough already. Don't think you can be arrogant for long, it's time for a serious fight. Jinjung tries to act like he's okay, but deep inside, tears are like an ocean. Damn it, she's stronger than I thought. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished without a trace. Seconds later, Jiahan suddenly appeared behind you, both of them sticking to each other like shadows. Fortunately, Jinjung was still alert enough to react in time. John spun around, transforming into a flowing stream. The audience outside shouted a warning, Yan. As soon as she finished speaking, she reappeared right in front of him. Jinjung helplessly shouted, "Damn it!" Grinding his teeth, he tried to hold his ground against the opponent's overwhelming power. Both are evenly matched, but her extra stats from the demon race give her superior physical strength. Jin Sung also noticed something unusual about her, and that insane speed is the real problem. He swung his arm to try to fight back, but it was completely useless. She was even faster than me when riding hay. With this speed, no matter how I attack, I can't hit her. Gon suddenly appeared again, and this time she managed to land a hit on her opponent. Jinjung immediately stepped back, keeping a safe distance. Luckily, my magic resistance stat is high enough to block its attacks. Jiahan snorted. So you've increased your magic resistance, it seems you've prepared well to fight the demon. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged again, but still you will be crushed by my hand. I may be unwilling, but I have to admit I am at a disadvantage, with my current speed and reflexes only enough to block and hold out. Still, Jinjung did not give up hope, but a counterattack opportunity would surely come. He carefully analyzed the situation, realizing her magic resistance was higher than he thought, and no matter how many normal attacks he launched, he couldn't defeat her with a critical hit. Jinung carefully calculated his strategy, deciding to unleash his strongest skill to end her immediately. At that moment, Jiahan tightly gripped her weapon, and her twin swords shone with a blood-red light. You widen your eyes and realize immediately that familiar move, her devastating demon slay skill, is coming. Even before that, Jinung had been diligently researching the opponent. I never underestimated Jiahan, not even for a second. I have analyzed everything from how he summons monsters, the development process, to the skills she might use to become a demon. Thanks to the information gathered, you can estimate that the destructive demon slash is a destructive skill, with a damage coefficient of 300 per hit. With Jahan's level of mastery, this coefficient could exceed 400, meaning the damage must be at least 600,000 to 700,000. Didung gently smiles, her eyes filled with amazement. So what does that mean? His inner voice coldly whispered. If they attack head-on, I will die immediately. Dehun, witnessing the life-and-death situation, couldn't hold back and kept calling out Ian's name. Fiolan shouted in fear, "No, he can't dodge anymore now." On this side, Jin Sung was completely overwhelmed. Having taken the initiative, no matter which way he moved, he couldn't escape the deadly slash. Meanwhile, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he remembered something he read in the SP book. Jindung questioned himself when pushed to the edge of a steep cliff, unable to climb back up. What should he do to survive? At the same time, he stomped his foot forward strongly, and the answer was to take one more step beyond the edge of the abyss. As he finished speaking, Jinsung gathered his strength and leapt into the middle. That action confused Jiahan so much that he planned to counterattack, but dodging or resisting was useless. One strike would end you. The more she thought, the more confident she became in her own abilities. Even if he attacked her, the summoner's skills wouldn't be enough to harm her. In the moment of near death, Shung instantly activates his target lock skill, his vision turning into a red dot sharply fixed on the opponent. Jindung no longer hesitates, splitting his spear forward, aiming directly at the designated point. Every spear that touched Jiahan tore through her Ta armor, leaving her completely stunned by this sight. No way. A second later, the spear completely pierced through her body and fresh blood spurted out everywhere. The demon team players are stunned in shock. Jin Sung on this side adds a few more sparks of electricity running along the spear to secure the victory. An immediate earth-shattering explosion erupts, and the thick dust makes it hard for viewers to see Hanjim and Huni, both completely stunned by the spectacular scene before them. The two commentators are just as stunned, their mouths momentarily frozen, unable to continue describing the scene as the smoke and dust fill the air, making everyone feel tense. Thousands of eyes stare inside, desperately searching for the two of them. After a moment, Jia-han's figure appears, but there is no sign of life left. Immediately, she collapsed to the ground with a vacant look in her eyes, and the commentator's voice immediately rang out. Jia-han has collapsed. The strongest demon has been defeated. Lucia turns around in shock, so that means Yan is the player. The Jinsung team members immediately fell silent, continuously scanning their eyes into the thick fog. The entire space suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. After a moment, the faint figure of him gradually appeared. Because of the explosion earlier, the spear was stuck deep into the ground some distance away from Jin Jung. He reached out with his hand, trying to find it through the thick smoke. Everyone watching his every move immediately cheered loudly, and the commentator's voice rang out confidently as a firm affirmation. Summoner Yan, the last one standing, was Summoner Yan. At this moment, he smiled with great satisfaction and said, "I almost lost my life." The audience immediately cheered. "They are praising you without holding back. That's our Yan. I knew you could do it. How could you survive that deadly magic slash?" He even defeated Jia-han in a one-on-one fight without summoning monsters, and Jin Jung still feels the aftershock from Gan's final blow. Luckily, I calculated her maximum damage beforehand, or we both would have fallen together. It was the right decision to have a spell resistance item ready. A second later, I rushed to where she was lying, finally collecting the loot after all the effort. The system immediately displayed a message that you received loot from Shadow Demon Ahman. A series of top-tier items instantly appeared before Jin Sung, including the legendary Shadow Cloak and the hero-grade Kalanfus Greatsword. His eyes shone brighter than car headlights when he saw the treasure before him. Oh my god. 2 legendary items at once? I don't know how many new players Gan has killed to gather this pile of items, while her ghost keeps screaming. No, my legendary item. As I was reaching the peak, the continuous cheers of the audience caught Jin Jung's attention. Yan, Yan, Yan. You smile smugly, imagining yourself as a movie star. Should I flatter the fans a little? Might as well give it a try. Jin Jung raised his spear high and cheered passionately. Everyone, I have defeated Gan, the strongest force in the demon world. He continued speaking as the crowd below felt immense pride for all the shame and loss we have endured for so long. Then he mentioned the opposing side, who were momentarily panicked, and the cold indifference humanity has suffered while the Federation openly favors the demon realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his spear at the demon faction. Today, we will reclaim justice and honor. The group of Lotus Flower fans immediately followed Yan in their excitement. They rushed forward like a storm, fighting together to claim victory. Today, we will retake at least 2 territories. Outside, the spectators kept talking about his recent victory. Yan is truly extraordinary. He defeated Ra-han and turned the tide of the battlefield, but honestly, something feels very unusual, doesn't it? Another summoner defeated a mage knight in a one-on-one duel without summoning any monsters, and the whole internet seems to be going crazy with theories. How could Yan survive Jihan's brutal death blow? Even if he used all the magic resistance items available in the game, it still wouldn't reach 50%. It is impossible for a summoner to survive that explosion. The analyst's voice echoing loudly, making Hazen extremely curious. So the conclusion is either Yan is a hacker or a top-secret player of the Federation. He is a Federation pawn planted to steer the game at critical moments. That's my conclusion. Jin Dung couldn't help but laugh happily upon hearing this. Being called a professional hacker is the highest honor a gamer can receive. The 2 friends beside you, watching this narcissistic display, are left speechless. Duhon has to quickly extinguish the fire of excitement burning within his opponent. Well, you're really good, but focus on the meeting. After the humans won the battle in the central continent, we reclaimed 2 major territories which eased the tension. Phylon suggested the next step is to join the fight in the northern continent. However, he immediately opposed, but if we move north, Jia-han will return to the central continent and the situation will reverse instantly. Jin-dung placed her hand on her chest and firmly asserted, "No, she won't appear in the central continent anymore, I guarantee it." Duhon couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. How can you be so sure? In your next reply, you answer with excessive confidence, and your whole body radiates the main character's aura like a game effect. Because I will be in the northern continent. My 2 allies immediately fell for the second trick. Oh, of course, that's right. Deep down, I have to admit he really is addicted to the game. Jin Hyung was visibly excited as he imagined a scenario for the upcoming confrontation. Just think. This is Jia-han. The so-called strongest Kailan has lost to me. Do you think she will leave me alone? They nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. he said, then crossed his arms and confidently asserted that as soon as the punishment time is over, she will immediately come to me for revenge. At the same time, in the Demon World District 100, the City of Fury, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. The crackling of electricity completely shattered the city's silence. Jiahan appears, her eyes full of hatred, and only then does she realize that he is still alive. Jiahan stomps away angrily, feeling a deep sense of regret inside. I let my guard down. I should have expected he would have a trump card, like a counter skill that reflects single target damage, the brutal demon slash, and that ridiculously powerful weapon, too. Suddenly she stopped, her whole body erupting with anger from frustration, causing the crowd to hurriedly flee. Jiahan, panting heavily, muttered to himself that it was all his own negligence. Next time she tries to stay calm and reassure herself, there will be no more mistakes. Jiahan stands on the city wall, gazing into the distance, certain that he cannot match her speed. No matter how powerful his attacks are, they are useless if they don't hit the target, she said, her eyes suddenly widening as she realized something. Yan, he has gone to the northern continent, hasn't he? Then I will chase after him. My inner resolve is full of determination to avenge myself. To pursue him to the end and crush him, I must become the strongest Kailan. The scene shifts to Jin Jung's group, who are standing and gazing at the vast northern prairie before them. Se Hui immediately ran out to greet him warmly. Why An, you finally arrived. You immediately asked about how they were doing. You must have gone through many hardships. I heard she had to fight alone in the northern continent while we were away, and she was so happy she cried tears of joy. Yes, we lack top-tier players, so it's really tough. Why does Hui tremble easily when talking about the past? There were times I thought it was over when even Hun was defeated. Jinjung could only chuckle and say, sorry, we had reasons for not arriving sooner. After speaking, she began to feel uneasy about their group. We are very grateful that you came to help, but is everything going to be okay? What if Jiahan appears in the central continent? Be confident, don't worry, that won't happen. Se Hui, get ready to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Xiong approached the cliff to observe. As long as I am here, this battle will end with a victory for the human world. A giant rhinoceros is charging wildly toward the northern residents. He spun around and quickly reached the front line. Stop it. Don't let it get past. Dian Dung charged with the weapon into the lightning. The rhino immediately roared in pain as its entire body was immersed in a sea of lightning. After a spectacular display, the second young man cheered, Yan is in the north now, victory will be ours. The monsters behind were so frightened they peed their pants. Damn it, he should have been stuck in the central continent, so why did he come to the north? How reckless. What should we do? Geihan isn't even here. There's no other choice but for them to retreat toward the teleportation gate. I'm tired of the death penalty already. But before I could act, everyone had already fallen before the gates of heaven. This current of electricity doesn't come from the surrounding storm, but originates from inside the gate. A second later, Jiahan appears and starts shouting loudly. Weaklings, with this attitude, we'll never win the battle. Everyone stay in your positions. After giving instructions, she continued to advise, and I will handle it. Yan. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiahan grabbed her sword and charged forward like lightning. Jinhung was completely caught off guard, not expecting the opponent to arrive so quickly. He forced an awkward smile. It's her. Hearing Jinjung shout a warning, say, everyone stepped back. Meanwhile, Jiahan was waiting right in front of him. She launched a powerful strike, but luckily he managed to block it just in time. Jiahan coldly calls out Yan. Jinjung looked pleased, knowing right away that it would be him to come back. It's time for the rematch. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Sung charged forward, brandishing his spear at his opponent. Jiahan immediately stepped back, her mind filled with shock. What's going on? It's clear I caught him off guard, yet he remains so calm. She instinctively becomes cautious. Does he really think he can beat me anywhere, just with skill? If that's the case, he's not running north, but deliberately luring me to the northern continent. Jindung smiled happily, fully aware of her opponent's trap. Wow, you arrived earlier than I expected. You've had a good rest, right? Still, Jiahan's inner calm remains. If that's true, then this is a trap. But it's okay. She drew her sword and prepared to fight. Yes, I've rested well. I don't know what she plans to do next. But Jiahan then charged forward with unstoppable determination, saying, this time it's your turn to rest. Both fight fiercely, one strike after another, neither willing to back down. The onlookers know their place and dare not intervene. As expected, another brutal battle. We shouldn't get involved, only hinder them, and we can't let the broadcast be ruined. During the chaos, Jin Jung noticed a strange vial of liquid being thrown at him. The glass shattered instantly, releasing a thick fog that made him quickly cover his face. Jindung looked at the thick smoke in front of him, feeling confused. What is this? It causes no damage or negative effects at all. At that moment, Jia Han revealed, "That is heavenly fragrance, an item that allows me to locate you no matter where you hide." She clenched her teeth and made a firm declaration. "I will find and kill you again and again, at least 25 times within 30 days. The entourage behind eagerly showed their faces. It was Gan's order to hunt them down. Now Yan has no way out in the human world. Jin boldly retorted without fear. "Well, that's even better for me. I don't need to find you anymore. You boldly declare in front of all the northern people that I will kill you 29 times in the next 30 days. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't listen." Fiolan keeps shouting to alert the team, hold the formation, and don't let them surround us. However, she is always in a state of unease. Yan is holding her back, so the situation is much less tense. I wonder if he's okay? Returning to the battle, right now they are dueling in the air. Jia Han moved so quickly, it seemed as if she had the power of duplication to see if the opponent could withstand this strike. Fiolan was terrified by this display. His speed was truly frightening. There was no way he could react in time. Out of concern, she immediately shouted, "We must support Yan now," but Du-hun stopped her. No need to rush. He smiled, reacting completely differently from Fiolan. Doesn't she see Yan's confidence? He must have anticipated everything. Du-hun calmly reassures the others, trusting and following him. After a moment of fighting, Jin waved his hand and summoned the mud horse. Jia Han chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you trying to catch up with me by riding a summoned beast?" But I immediately retorted, "Who said I would ride it?" Jindung raised his hand and called out, "Wind Guardian, activate for me." A mechanical notification sound rang out. The summoned beast has activated its unique skill Wind Guardian. In the next 2 minutes, all attack, defense, and willpower stats will turn into agility. Jia Han was completely surprised by the recent psychic ability. Did he use a skill meant only for the summoned monster on himself? She didn't want the rain to soak in, so she rushed forward, aiming to act before the effect activated. Before she could strike, Jin Sung appeared behind her. "Too slow, you thrust your spear once," and she cried out in pain. My mind is filled with questions. He managed to match his speed? Jia Han slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. "The 2-minute window is coming up, then she will strike again. I will crush you within that time." Jia Han kept shouting in pain, "This damn thing." So she had deliberately taken a hit. The system immediately issued a notification. "You have received a critical hit from the human player Yan." Jia Han angrily curses under her breath. "You bastard." Jindung still cruelly challenges, clearly trying to add fuel to the fire. "Is this all you've got?" At that moment, the system notified that the damage was insignificant. You received damage from the Demon World player Han. Her health decreased by 1598. She froze in place, feeling utterly helpless inside. What is this? Why is the damage so low? What level has he raised his magic resistance to? It seems like you can read the opponent's thoughts, so he immediately confirms. "Thanks to that, I managed to hold on well. If you're jealous, open your wallet and upgrade. Jia Han still hasn't given up." "You think I will stand still and take it, Track?" Suddenly, Hale appeared behind her without anyone knowing when. His summoned monster is behind him. Gahan immediately mocked him for using a summoned creature in a one-on-one fight. What a coward. But what if Jinzhong shows no concern at all? He swings his weapon in a perfect arc, suggesting we take one more day. A bolt of lightning instantly strikes directly at Jia Han. Only 27 more hits to go. Lucia and Hen immediately appeared to report on the battle that was taking place in the northern continent. Once again, the unexpected happened as Summoner Yan defeated Jia Han in a solo match and led humanity to victory. They cheered excitedly, Yan truly astonishing, defeating the top player Jia Han twice, which was incredible, and continuously admired his talent. Not only did he beat Jia Han, one of the top players in the demon world, but he also turned the tide against the evil side, thanks to Lucia's enthusiastic recount and Yan's increasingly optimized equipment to counter the demon players. She continues to inform the audience, so magic resistance items are becoming fiercely contested at the auctions. Lucia's voice calmly echoes from the screen. Not only magic resistance items, but also armor that bypasses resistance are increasing in value to the point that even the guild leader finds it hard to buy them. On this side, Jin Sung is pleased, thinking about the immediate profits ahead. "I knew this would happen, so I started stockpiling magic resistance items early on. I wonder how much profit this investment will bring," and the boss beside me can only helplessly call out, "The owner really has a sharp mind." Then he looked down at the 2 treasures in his hands. "If this keeps up, I might not have a chance to use the Royal Seal or the Dragon Pearl anymore. But don't get complacent." The battle isn't over yet, Jinsui's mind kept puzzling. He was sure he knew how to use the royal seal, but he was still clueless about the dragon pearl. And that Saint Dragon, what exactly are his conditions? Well, the outcome will become clear before the war ends anyway. Now just focus on winning. Returning to the match, Lucia continues to bring hot news. Anyway, with the increasingly widespread anti-demon equipment, the balance of the battle is gradually stabilizing, right? Henner thumbs up in agreement. Yes, there have been many complaints in the past that the game favored the demon world too much, but once again he takes the opportunity to praise the developers. The balance of the Federation company has always been perfect, just as the public opinion claims. Right now, in the Federation's meeting room, Chan points at the screen and analyzes that there is a major obstacle in balancing the battle at Kailan. If no solution is found soon, everything will collapse. Inoue carefully repeats, meaning the balance between the two sides was established before the Royal Jade Seal was released from its seal, right? He immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, team leader. Looking at the current situation, the human realm is gradually overpowering the demon realm. D-Chan offered his analysis while his colleagues remained confused, not because the human realm was stronger, but because they were fighting from a position of advantage. When the front line advances to a certain point, I believe the battle will balance itself. Hearing that, Ino couldn't help but question. What if the Yan player opens the Royal Seal? D-Chan immediately explained everything in detail. When the Royal Jade Seal is unsealed, one of the space gates will be destroyed. To stop the army of Holy Lord, at least a few lower demon-level entities must appear. The colleagues still watch intently, but they all seem hesitant. According to the plan, in the final phase, each gate will be guarded by a demon god. The demon realm cannot stop the army of Saint Lun Wang. In other words, all our long-standing plans will come to nothing, he confidently affirmed when mentioning the familiar name, all because of a single player, Yan. Are you so angry that your fist clenched involuntarily? Is there no other way to resolve this? If anyone has an opinion, speak up. Dichan immediately speaks up. I believe there is only one way to resolve the current situation. The scene shifts to the demon world as the city sleeps soundly. Jia Han reappears once more amid a spectacular thunderstorm, bowing her head slightly with eyes filled with a hint of sadness. Jia Han stood there, one hand scratching her head, then burst into triumphant laughter after realizing the problem. So that's it. No wonder that bastard Wyan always acts like he's the boss. Jia Han kept mocking the opponent, who was covered in high-level anti-evil gear, only relying on items to be good. He thought that just having fancy equipment made him a master. Her eyes narrowed, then flashed with a fiery hatred. Don't think you're the only one with money to buy those things? Fine. If you can do it, so can I. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Han threw money to buy a bunch of high-level equipment to equip himself. After finishing, she shouted out in frustration, "Even if you hide in the depths of hell, I will hunt you down to the end." The scene shifts to the rooftop of the Federation company where Jay Chan and Ui Huan are talking, with him leaning back in frustration. "Idiot, I told you to do the mission, not cause more trouble." Di-chan immediately explained himself. "What? I was just following the instructions and reporting back." He repeats his high opinion with a very confident expression, using the system to send a message to the Demon Lord's temple. That is the best solution, and everyone agrees. Ui Huan also agrees, but her expression shows no genuine willingness. Yes, the clan is operated by someone in a world where everything is controlled by the system, but we must avoid direct interference or creating entities on our own. He hypothesized that if the administrator interfered with Kailan, the immersive experience in a virtual world promised to be more real than reality would be ruined, and complaints would flood in. But Jay Chan still insisted he was right, so they would intervene appropriately through the prophecy. He himself crafts a perfect plan, sending a prophecy to the Demon Lord's temple to urge even the Demon Lords to join the battle. Di-Trang speaks more confidently, implying that the mid-level demons and demon kings outside the conflict will be forced to participate in the war. When Ui Huan's mind was opened, he also started to follow along. At that point, even if the gods summoned their armies, the demon side would not be easily overwhelmed. "You're calculating so carefully, huh?" Di-Chan chuckled with delight. "I also don't want this large-scale world event to end in vain. It can't be that a grand celebration ends so quickly." Then he mentioned two familiar names. "But it seems you haven't found a way to handle the issues with Yan and Long Chao yet, right? Or maybe you don't want to get involved with Yan. Is that Fan Kuang?" Di-Chan immediately defended himself. "I clearly distinguish between work and personal hobbies. Yan's situation is beyond our control. He hands everything over to the players. Unless players exploit bugs, administrators should not intervene directly. Now everything depends on how the Holy Dragon X Kaido NPC will act." They recall a question from a colleague earlier, but even that is beyond our influence. Whether Kaido's car recognizes the Long Pearl owner is part of the main script that cannot be changed. Ui Huan helplessly cried out, thinking of the bleak future ahead. In other words, only able to rely on the fog. And so we have to work overtime again. Daitrang chuckled and added a few more words, just like always when this project ends. Returning to the battle, Jiatrang shouted out with great vigor. Ha ha! This time she can easily dodge the opponent's attack. Jiahan boldly declares, Dumbass, do you think high-quality gear can replace skills? Today, I will show you what real skill looks like. Jin Zheng was surprised by this overwhelming aura. You dare to attack again immediately after being revived? My inner thoughts are filled with amazement. I didn't expect her to track me down so quickly. Tian Huang is indeed quite effective. Then he continued to swing his weapon directly at the opponent. Well then, let's see what you've got. But all her attacks are ineffective. Jin Zheng carefully considers and realizes she is equipped with heavy anti-demon gear, making this damage much more substantial than before. You criticize Jahan for being bad at using items, while Jin Zheng thrusts his spear at her, and Jiahan is immediately seriously injured, stunned inside, shouting, What? How can he hit me when I'm moving so fast? But she still refuses to accept this truth and rushes forward desperately. It's just luck. DX Dong only needs a simple strike to completely block the opponent. Too slow. Jiahan was forcefully knocked back, shouting angrily, What the hell is that? You keep charging forward with the coordinated efforts of the spirits. You've revealed all your tricks, quick as you are, but that's all there is. Your intercept and movement are too predictable. A loud thud echoes as fresh blood splatters everywhere. This signals that the battle is nearing its end. With this style of fighting, why bother with speed? Aren't you even able to control your own movements in front of me? Jia Tran roared in anger. You arrogant fool! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, releasing a powerful shockwave that shook the entire space. While Jia Han was still recovering, your voice rang out. Oh, one more thing. You said my strength only comes from my equipment, right? Dian Zhong smugly teaches a simple truth. Equipment is also part of your skills. Idiot, you boldly declare it while the lightning bolts are heading straight for your opponent. You won't catch up for a long time. Jia Tran realizes too late that equipment is also part of the skill, and a second later she is severely wounded, her anguished scream echoing everywhere. You bastard, do you dare say I haven't controlled enough? Equipment is a skill of arrogance. Jiahan is confused and can't understand no matter how much she thinks. Calm down and think carefully. I have to admit it's hard for me to beat Yan in a one-on-one right now. Suddenly she widened her eyes as she realized her responsibility. But do I have the duty to lead the demon world to victory in the war? Oh, I was lost in thought when a familiar scent spread everywhere. He's nearby. Jia-chan frantically kills off all the other players, aiming to hunt as many prey as possible first. Jin Sheng's steps suddenly halt. What? You look bored of constantly running into Jia Tran. Are you still not tired of losing 3 matches in a row? She immediately retorted. No, I didn't come here because of you. Jia-chan may not be willing, but he has to admit it. After 3 failures, I have realized that I cannot defeat you in a one-on-one fight. You're being honest when you hear such words, but honestly, that's a bit too much, she gently reminds him. But this is a strategic war, not a personal battle. Jia-chan can choose weaker opponents, and I have plenty of good targets to hunt. Defeating more experts brings me closer to victory for the demon world. Are you fighting to win the war, or just to take me down? That's truly touching. Then he pointed his spear at Jia Tran. But you think I will just stand by and watch? Surely not. We both have to fight if we want to win this royal battle, right? She still insists that her current actions are entirely justified. But keeping you here would benefit the demon world. Have you forgotten? I can track you anywhere with heavenly fragrance. The moment Jia Chan says this, both of you instinctively rush forward together, so I will always know when you're chasing after me. The scene shifts to the city on the demon realm side. From the aftermath of the fight, it's clear that Jia Tran has fled in a panic. She tiredly sat down on the ground. If she had used the teleportation stone a little later, she would have died for the 4th time. But Jia Chan burst out laughing, looking satisfied. So, now what Yan, the portal to the demon world is closed. You can't follow me here. She kept laughing louder as she remembered Jin Zheng standing frozen. You will never kill me again. He looked at Jia Tran and said aloud, Do you really think you can run away like that? But what good does it do? Jin Zheng's next words made her tremble with fear. I have a way to open a portal to the demon world that you don't know about. Jia Chan looked at the gate in front of him, sweat pouring down like rain. What did you say? Where do you think you're running to? No, what do you mean? Come here. I will end you myself. She was so terrified that her mind could no longer think clearly. How could he have infiltrated the demon realm? Wait, he should be leading the human forces right now. In Jia Tran's eyes, you are no different from a true demon, just to chase after someone who has gone this far. Jin Sheng said nothing, and immediately launched his spear at the opponent. Jia Tran was so pained he couldn't speak, only silently cursing to ease his anger. He's truly a madman. You step forward arrogantly and put your foot on her. Jia Han, there's something you don't know about me. Jin Jung harshly declares that I am fully committed to this game, more than you can imagine. Suddenly the scene changes. Hen's voice echoes, and what seemed like an endless battle is now entering its final week. Lucia quickly raises her hand to greet the audience. At this moment, both the human and demon factions are still locked in a fierce battle. They take turns to deliver the latest news in a very creative way, reminding us that there have been recent developments in the conflict, right? Yes, that's exactly what caused the stalemate in the battle. Hen reports that everything on the battlefield is in chaos because the two strongest, Yan and Yahan, have disappeared. Without the top players, neither side can gain the upper hand. Are they planning to stay out of the fight until the very end? Huni couldn't help but wonder, and asked aloud. What is Yan doing that I can't see him anywhere? Dahun wasn't sure, but he still made a guess. The only reason we can fight without fearing Jihan is because Yan is probably holding him back in the demon world. The scene shifts back to the demon world. Jia-chan is running for his life, cursing, non-stop. How long do you plan to keep trying to assassinate me? Jindung rides behind, chasing and killing. Who knows, maybe I'll keep playing with you until the end of the war? She's truly scared now, wishing she could just log out of the game and be done with it. Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? This is the 6th time already. As soon as he finished speaking, he drove his spear through the opponent's heart, blood splattering everywhere. Jia Tran was reborn again in a different place within the city. She immediately looked around in fear. Yan is not here, right? Suddenly Jin Chung's voice rang out from afar. You must be disappointed. Jia Han, you glare with murderous intent enough to scare the opponent to death instantly. I've been waiting for you to come back, but if you want to run away, that's fine too. Jia-chan kept waving his hands, begging repeatedly. Wait, hold on. But are you still going to move forward? What are you waiting for? You smirked and teased her a little. Oh, are you planning to write a will? All right, I will wait. Jia Tran's mind is in utter panic right now. I've died 6 times. My level has dropped to 2, and if I die again, I'll lose everything. Can we stop here? The war won't last more than a few more days. You don't want to be stuck here forever either, right? Or should we just pause this pointless fight until the war is over? She nervously questioned the opponent. You also want to become a hero and end the war, right? Dianzong raised his hand to his chin, pondering for a long time. That's right, returning to the battlefield is still better than facing you here. In every way, it's the best choice. Hearing this, Jia-chan finally let out a relieved sigh. That's a wise decision. If you return to the battle, I promise I won't fight you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, his spear was pressed close to her neck, and Jindung smiled brightly before delivering shocking news. But it seems you're still hesitating, so I'll kill you again and then decide later. It's going to hurt a bit. Jia Tran's face turned pale with fear as he kept screaming uncontrollably. No. After a while, Jia Chan sat curled up in a corner, looking no different from someone just robbed. Jin Sung, after thoroughly cleaning up, left satisfied. If I teach her enough, she probably won't dare to return to the battlefield. I need to cut her hair so she won't be obsessed anymore. There's not much time before the gate opens. I have to use high-level teleportation stones. In just a moment, he was in the human world. While chasing after Han, he also took the opportunity to gather information about the evening battle. Jin Sung watched everything carefully through the computer screen. As the battle progresses, it becomes more brutal, and as a result, players from both sides who had been silent while Gon and I were absent now rush back into the battlefield. Suddenly, I remembered the announcement earlier by the Federation Company. Moreover, they just announced a new system. A special title for those who achieve outstanding feats, designed to boost players' competitive spirit to the maximum. Jin Sung's eyes widened as he looked at the name on the screen. And the top human faction title was a very impressive name, Shield of the Sky, along with a series of other reward stats. The next day, while wandering around the game area, he came across a crowd gathered, and the community was buzzing about this prize. Most people think the options are pretty ordinary. Suddenly, Jin Sung's face lights up with a cunning smile as a malicious plan begins to form. But if you know how to utilize options 1 and 3 of the title, your combat power will skyrocket to unimaginable levels. And it's even better if only you realize this. Poor Tata looks helpless. It seems the master has come up with another scheme. You open the system panel and search for a while, but right now your achievements are only ranked 12th and 20th. You've wasted too much time. To hunt down Han and reach the top 1, you need to start grinding the national quests vigorously. Big Brother leaned close to Jin Jung's ear and asked softly, What is the master's plan now? Are you planning to reunite with the Human Alliance? Jin Young immediately refused. No way, right? Why not? You start to explain calmly. Because of the shared credit system, wouldn't I get a big achievement in the afternoon battle? Jin imagined the worst-case scenario, where the points would be evenly divided among all the combatants. If I had more points, I might consider it. You clenched your fists and declared a reward, but now there's no time, so you'll have to fight alone. Since I removed Han from the battle, everyone should be fine without me. Just as I was thinking this, my two comrades appeared. Jin Jung happily exclaimed, "Here you guys are, my loyal subordinates, Kai and Anne." Kai no longer held back and directly questioned, "You abandoned your subordinates and now you're talking so casually. Are you planning to play the hero and protect the weak again?" Jin Jung shook his head repeatedly. "No, this time it's different." Then you announced the upcoming plan just enough to make him gape in surprise. "From now on, we will stir up the front lines." KG immediately shows enthusiasm. "At last I got an order that truly matches my wishes. It's been a while since I had a real fight." Your next words made him freeze on the spot. "Stay close and protect me during today's and tomorrow's battles." "Yeah, in case they don't understand. You are still kind enough to demonstrate. In other words, be a shield for me, Kaijia." He shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me? That just makes the battle more dull. Why, master? You can still survive without me and you're giving orders like this?" The boy replied calmly. "That's why I can focus better on fighting." Saying that, Jin Zung reached out his hand to summon a brand new armor. "Knowing you don't like it, I prepared a special reward." Kai reached out to take it, his face full of panic. "This is it. Where did you get this?" Jin Dung chuckled happily. "That's not important." "So, do you feel more interested now?" He hesitated awkwardly, unable to speak clearly. "Yeah, I will." But Kai's family had no idea about your shocking secret thanks to Rahan, who got free delicious food. Jin Dung rushed over to act friendly with the other person. "If I follow the orders until the end of the match, I will hand it over to you. Do you agree?" Kai shyly agrees. "All right, master, I will protect you well." After saying that, he turned to his comrade beside him. "Jian-kun, I'll be counting on you too." After some back and forth, the three of them finally set out. "All right, to make up for the lost time, let's shake up the battlefield." Over here, Lucia suddenly put on a puzzled expression. Yes, she enthusiastically announced to all the players that it was Yan. After a long absence, Yan finally appears at the Imperial battle. Unlike before, this time he leads his subordinates straight into the front lines, completely alone. Du Hun, being very perceptive, quickly realized Jinung's plan. Now Min understands what he's about to do. "Yeah, leave the rear to us. You focus on gathering achievements." He immediately shouted loudly and ordered his two comrades, Jian-kun Kaiza and Sweep the front line, to hold the line. The other players quickly huddled together to defend their position. Why did Yan suddenly appear? Where is Jia Han? We must stop him from entering the front line with the pickaxe. On this side, the two of them are still charging forward like a storm. A second later, both of them charged enthusiastically and fought wildly at the front line. Jin Zheng cheered happily from behind. "Very well, sweep everything away. The title of Imperial Guard will definitely be mine." At the same time, a mysterious figure appears in the darkest corner of the game. So Lucado sat alone at the round table and muttered, "Has the prophecy come true?" Under the dim candlelight, a deep voice echoed, "Really?" Lucat sits at the round table and questions, "Maha, is it true that the prophecy has been bestowed upon us?" He bowed his head solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty Lucat." Mahandu recounted everything for everyone to hear. "Support the demons in destroying and paving the way for the demon race's invasion into the human world. That is the true meaning of the prophecy." Lucat rests his chin on his hand, looking confident. The fact that the demon god's prophecy was directly conveyed to us is remarkable. The demon kings are truly unprecedented. Lai sits calmly beside and makes a suggestion. No matter what, once the prophecy is spoken, we cannot ignore it. He shows no sign of fear. Maybe we don't need to act personally, but at least we should deploy the level of demon kings. Saying that, Lucado closed his eyes, focused his thoughts. This is really troublesome. Maha still needs time to become stronger. If we mobilize the Demon King level forces, we will definitely clash with the supreme powers of the human world. The prophecy is unavoidable. We can only follow the order. Maha, listen carefully. Lucado is beginning to entrust responsibilities to the other side. I grant you the authority to mobilize 5 vassal kings below rank O and have them and their subordinates carry out the prophecy. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "I will carry out your orders at once." Then Mahandu left, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. At last, the human world invasion I have been waiting for is right in front of me. He stepped outside and began summoning his soldiers. "Awaken, my war knights. The battle against the human world has officially begun." The Geotran side immediately received a series of notifications. An urgent mission. The Demon King's army has been activated, and this mission cannot be refused until the war ends. At the same time, all Demon faction players received the same message. You must obey the Demon King's orders absolutely. Back to the human world battle, Jinung's group is still fighting fiercely, taking down enemies one by one and earning more combat points. But Jin Sung's inner feelings still stirred with unease. Today is the final day of the Imperial War, yet he remains stuck in 9th place. If I grind hard and make no mistakes, maybe I can reach 1st place. He turns around to look behind him. The two of them are guarding their surrounding area very tightly. Jin Seung feels extremely confident as he is well protected from all sides. Paji is standing exhausted at the weaker front line, while Puji is supporting. Saria keeps healing non-stop, so the defense line is almost unbreakable before the battle ends. However, there is still something weighing on my mind. Unfortunately, I can't awaken the Abyssal Dragon before the final day. Even Puji is making a significant contribution with her wide-area healing skills. At this moment, a barrage of demonic attacks is pouring down, filling the sky while the assaults are relentlessly targeting our guild. I strengthened our forces by sending Jian Kun, who may not be as quick as Kai Ra, but has much better control. Everything will be fine. Jung immediately ordered him. Jian Kun, from now on, you protect the guild. You glance around and quietly assess that everyone is performing better than expected, but there is still an exception. And that is your older brother. Jin Jung helplessly shouted. Apart from this name, he could only contribute 0.1% of his strength. There was no other choice but to keep him by his side. Follow me closely and don't act recklessly. But my older brother keeps struggling. Let me go, master. Just one more hit and we'll win. I ran away because I was surprised, not because I was in pain. Jin Chung looked at its desperate expression. At least there was still one move to save the situation. His wide area skill is quite powerful, so I'll save it for an emergency. You stand back and watch your comrades sweep the front lines. Everything is going according to plan. If things continue smoothly like this, I will reclaim 1st place and win the evening battle easily. But Jin Sung is still worried, and everything is going too smoothly, making me feel uneasy. Could the final day of the Imperial battle end so peacefully? I have a bad feeling. Suddenly, my older brother stared in shock, pointed ahead and stammered, "Master, it's not looking good. You seem confused. What's so sudden about this?" Big brother hiding behind Jin Sung keeps trembling. We need to retreat immediately. Over there, at that spot, even my abilities can't estimate what's happening. As it hesitated to announce, the surrounding rocks suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces, and a terrifyingly powerful aura was approaching. Just as described, a huge area of demonic energy appeared in the distance, covering the entire region. Dien Dung immediately assumed a defensive stance, having faced high-level monsters like the three-headed beast without fear. But now he was trembling with fear. This must be a critical moment. He quickly jumped onto the summoned beast's back and retreated to observe the situation. Hale and the three of them reached the edge of the cliff, where the miasma had spread widely. Jin Sung tilted his head and observed for a moment, noticing a massive wave of miasma erupting from that direction. I think another portal is about to open, so that means something from the demon realm is coming. She nodded in confirmation, yes, and it will definitely be on a completely different level from anything we've faced before. Suddenly, Saka shouted loudly, drenched in sweat as if a demon king might appear in person. Dianzong also thought this was completely reasonable. Of course, how could such a world-ending event end in an uneventful way? It looks like they're preparing for a spectacular finale. They always do things like this. He looked at the Holy War Manual in his hand and thought about using it if necessary. But Jin Zheng still preferred to play it safe and wait. He wanted to be sure he would rank first before making a move. Moreover, no matter what appears, I am confident I can handle it. True cheating skills should be saved for the last moment. Suddenly, my older brother shouted and pointed to the sky. "Master, look there!" You jumped in surprise, your face instantly turning pale. Has it started? A series of gates gradually open, signaling that something bad is about to happen. Jinjing is scared, his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. You stare wide-eyed, stammering that this is no joke. This is really serious. As soon as you finish speaking, a group of high-level monsters appear right in front of Jin Zheng. I can't believe it. They're making us face 5 Baylor? Jia Chan stands on the biggest one's shoulder, constantly gloating. Yan, are you watching? I have returned. Going back a few moments, when she was kneeling and waiting for orders, the Demon King Mahamyu granted her another chance. The task of leading the demon army was assigned to all demon players. Ji's eyes are filled with shock. As a subordinate of Mahamyu, I received a special mission, to return to the present. She stands there as the leader guiding the Balrogs and the army of demons into battle. Jia Chang glares with hatred at Jin Dung, saying, Yan, I may have lost to you before, but this time victory will belong to me and the demon race. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her spear forward and, in the name of the authority of the Demon King, Mahamyu, ordered all the demon troops to crush all enemies before them. They immediately charged forward like a storm. She kept shouting loudly to rally the monsters, the strongest Balo monsters now on our side. Charge and bring victory to the demon race. The demon team players were excited to see the reinforcements arrive, Below and the elite demon army from the demon realm. This time, we will definitely win. All right, let's move forward. Fiolan looked up at the sky and was stunned. No way, is that the three-headed monster? Du-hun was just as surprised. Only a few players had ever encountered this high-level monster before, yet now there are 5 of them. Huni was so shocked he gaped. Can we defeat them in the remaining time? Jimmer had to stop fighting. Unexpected that the 3 types appeared here. Lavia silently watched them without saying a word. Jia-chan charged forward fiercely, crushing those bugs. The human players screamed in fear and panic. Immediately after, a cataclysmic explosion tore through the sky as if to rip apart space itself. The system announced that the unique earthquake wave skill of the 3LO had been activated, causing the players to collapse to the ground. How can we fight these monsters? The sound of machinery echoes again, and you are in a state of terror, so you cannot attack the 3 furnaces. It swung its arm, and a fierce blaze erupted instantly. You miserable humans, burn in the flames of hell. A player quickly shouted a temporary tactic. We can't fight in close combat. Focus all firepower on long-range attacks. But every strike was swallowed by that flame. Deshung was stunned with his mouth open. What is that? He shouted in helplessness. The demon world has already unleashed its strongest attack. Big Brother looked at the current situation and couldn't help but worry. What should we do now? Commander. Dindung smiled and said with a hint of meaning, what else can we do? He fixed his gaze with fiery determination on the monsters and declared boldly, we must win no matter what. That's all for my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to receive more interesting videos. Goodbye for now, and see you again.